Chapter 1. Rebirth in the 80s. How could we be so poor? Fang Zhenghua looked at the mud and straw mixture that made up the walls of his house, as well as the blackened, uneven earthen floor, and couldn't help but feel a wave of bitterness. He couldn't figure out why he was born in the 90s, but ended up being sent back to the year 1980. Fang Zhenghua, are you home? Just then, an urgent voice with a heavy accent, but still understandable, came from outside the house. Fang Zhenghua carefully pulled open the door, which was nearly falling off its hinges, and stepped out. Fang Zhenghua, your wife. Outside stood a sturdy young man wearing a white vest printed with agricultural studies and green military trousers. It was Li Tiniu from the same production team as Fang Zhenghua. When he saw Fang Zhenghua, all he could do for a while was catch his breath without speaking a word. Iron Ox, what happened to my wife? Fang Zhenghua's question felt strange since, strictly speaking, he hadn't even met his own wife, Li Xiumei. When he had returned through time today, Li Xiumei had already left to work, and the original Fang Zhenghua had inexplicably collapsed at home, only to be replaced by the current Fang Zhenghua. Your wife? She jumped off a cliff. Finally, Li Tiniu blurted it out. Jumped off a cliff? What? Fang Zhenghua was momentarily stunned. Most likely because you beat her too much. I'm not saying this to criticize you. You're lucky to have a wife who tolerates you, but instead, you always beat her up when there's no trouble. Look what happened now. No wife, right? Li Tiniu clearly had a lot of complaints against Fang Zhenghua, and his tone was far from friendly. However, Fang Zhenghua had no time to care about this. After coming into this world by occupying someone else's husband's body, if his wife were lost, it would mean even more guilt for him. Hurry and take me there. Fang Zhenghua grabbed Li Tiniu. What did you do earlier? Now it's too late to panic. Though Li Tiniu muttered under his breath, he didn't hesitate, and immediately took Fang Zhenghua towards the mountain. Surprisingly, the physical condition of Fang Zhenghua after traveling through time was extraordinarily poor, unlike that of a typical countryman. He was already gasping for breath after climbing just one small hill. You take a rest. Anyway, Black Tiger Cliff has no way down, so even if you went, you wouldn't know what to do. Seeing that Fang Zhenghua simply couldn't keep up, Li Tiniu stopped. Black Tiger Cliff? Fang Zhenghua flipped through his memories and recalled the place, which was actually a sinkhole, surrounded on all sides by mountains with no path leading down. Alas, if we hadn't grown up together, sometimes I can't help wanting to punch you. Having a wife doesn't mean you should neglect living properly, and drinking yourself to rot daily isn't going to get you anywhere. Li Tiniu sighed deeply, exasperated at Fang Zhenghua. Fang Zhenghua could only force a bitter smile, knowing he couldn't avoid responsibility. The previous owner of this body truly had been nothing but a scoundrel, lazy and addicted to alcohol, stealing every bit of money or food surplus they might have, and swapping it secretly for drinks. The family's few acres of land were entirely managed by the wife, Li Xiumei, who worked tirelessly morning and night. Whenever drunk, he would beat his wife, nearly to death each time. Within just over a year, not only had the valuables at home been sold off, but they had also resorted to relying on their neighbor's charity just to eat. Life had become unbearably tough. I've rested enough. Let's go. Fang Zhenghua patted his slightly wobbling thighs, gritted his teeth, and stood up. Li Tiniu shook his head and continued leading the way. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Black Tiger Cliff, a place known locally. By now, several villagers were already gathered there, talking among themselves. Fang Zhenghua is here. Li Tiniu shouted loudly. Everyone present turned to look at Fang Zhenghua, but none greeted him. Unbothered by the others, Fang Zhenghua leaned forward to peer into the deep ravine below, but could see nothing. Alas, poor Xiumei. There's no way we can find her body now. Xiumei endured such hardship, marrying a man like him. The person's gone, now pretending to worry. I wonder whose benefit it's for. Several villagers who had arrived earlier began murmuring. Fang Zhenghua frowned deeply, paying no heed to their comments. Instead, he silently gazed down into the ravine, pondering the possibility of descending to rescue. Having just traveled through time, he had little sense of belonging in this world. Everyone around him seemed akin to NPCs in a game, and he paid no attention to their opinions. Iron Ox, do you have any ropes? After studying the terrain for a moment, Fang Zhenghua asked suddenly. There is one roll of rope, but it's only 50 meters long. It won't reach the bottom. Li Tiniu shook his head. 50 meters, it'll just barely suffice. Iron Ox, tie the rope around me. I'll go down and check the situation. Fang Zhenghua said without hesitation. You're crazy. Can people really go down there? Have you forgotten how the barefoot doctor from the production team went insane? Li Tiniu was greatly alarmed. 3 years ago, the village's barefoot doctor tied a rope around himself and descended here to gather medicine. Although he came back alive, he ended up insane, constantly telling anyone who listened that there were ghosts. Afterwards, Black Tiger Cliff became forbidden ground for the nearby production teams, with no one daring to venture down again. Don't talk nonsense. Give me the rope. Fang Zhenghua, having traveled from the 21st century, feared nothing but ghosts. All right. If you want to die, nobody will stop you. In anger, Li Tiniu fetched the rope, tying one end to a tree and the other around Fang Zhenghua's armpits. He also slipped a hatchet into Fang Zhenghua's waistband. Under the complicated gazes of several villagers, Fang Zhenghua carefully started descending down the steep slope covered in vegetation. 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. Fang Zhenghua's figure gradually disappeared into the dark green jungle of plants. 50 meters, and it's only halfway. Fang Zhenghua couldn't help but sigh, realizing his initial estimate was overly optimistic. Just as he was about to give up on rescuing and climb back up, he accidentally noticed what seemed like a route from the mid-mountain level along lush vines leading all the way down to the bottom. Should I risk going down there? Fang Zhenghua hesitated. In the end, Li Xiaomei was merely the original owner's wife, not his own. He had already done enough to consider himself dutiful. He tried hard to persuade himself. But, in the end, he sighed once more. Damn, as soon as I arrive through time travel, I can't let her family be destroyed, can I? Fine. If necessary, I'll just time travel again. Determined, Fang Zhenghua untied the rope and grabbed onto the vines, shouting loudly upwards. I found a way. Don't reel in the rope. With that, he cautiously began climbing downwards, holding onto dense vines. Half an hour later, Fang Zhenghua suddenly stopped all movement when, in a natural web formed by some vines clinging to a big tree, he spotted someone lying motionless inside. Finally found her. I hope there's still a chance to save her. Fang Zhenghua took a deep breath, feeling somewhat anxious as he climbed toward the spot. Chapter 2. Saving his wife. Fang Zhenghua's body was indeed somewhat weak. For a distance of 20 to 30 meters, it took him more than 10 minutes to crawl over unsteadily. The face-down person on the vine net had the iconic cropped hairstyle characteristic of women in this era, an ill-fitting floral top and blue trousers. The entire figure was very slight, looking more like that of an 11 or 12-year-old child. Can't be. Is this Li Xiaomei? She doesn't even look like she's fully grown yet. Fang Zhenghua couldn't help but criticize inwardly. In his memory, at 16 years old, Fang Zhenghua used 10 kilograms of pork and 50 kilograms of rough rice to marry Li Xiaomei. Now, she should be close to 18. But this frail frame, how much suffering must she have endured to end up like this? It seems the original owner of my body wasn't exactly a good person. Fang Zhenghua couldn't help but shake his head bitterly, then carefully approached Li Xiaomei. Xiaomei, wake up. Can you hear me? He dared not climb onto the vine hammock himself, for fear it might collapse, so he tried to call out loudly from nearby. After calling several times, Li Xiaomei finally moved. She laboriously turned her body half over on the vine web and saw Fang Zhenghua with an excited expression. To Fang Zhenghua's surprise, though Li Xiaomei's face was dark yellow and her skin rough, she was genuinely a beautiful young woman. Though her face was small, she had large eyes and a prominent nose, appearing quite well proportioned. Before Fang Zhenghua could say more, Li Xiaomei spoke first with faint melancholy. Alas, who would have thought I'd still be stuck with you even after death? What misfortune have I accumulated? It's not about death, you're not dead. I'm here to save you. Seeing that Li Xiaomei wasn't dead, Fang Zhenghua felt genuinely happy. However, Li Xiaomei's next words nearly scared him into letting go of the vine and falling down. Zhenghua, as husband and wife, I didn't mean to kill you. But you were truly beastly, wanting to sell me. Why am I cursed like this? As she spoke, tears streamed uncontrollably from Li Xiaomei's eyes. At first shocked, Fang Zhenghua then felt fear, but eventually became silent, gazing at Li Xiaomei with a complicated expression. Well now, I killed you and gave my own life as compensation, so we're even. Best not to meet again in the next life. Li Xiaomei seemed still trapped in the emotions from jumping off the cliff, venting her anger and grievances all by herself. But, I'm such a wicked woman. I killed my own husband. Probably won't get another chance to be human in the next life. Why does heaven treat me so unjustly? Cough cough. Xiaomei, you're not dead. Fang Zhenghua finally couldn't hold back any longer and opened his mouth. Huh. Li Xiaomei paused, widened her eyes looking at Fang Zhenghua, followed by a piercing scream. Ghost. That's enough. Stop screaming. Let's figure out how to get up. Fang Zhenghua said with some impatience. Having clung to the vines for so long, his weak physique was already struggling to hold on. Zhenghua, you're really not dead? I thought. Li Xiaomei still didn't quite believe it. If I died, who would save you? Honestly, check your body, see if you're hurt. Fang Zhenghua was getting slightly irritated. He risked coming down here to save Li Xiaomei out of moral obligation and a twinge of guilt. As for judging the rights and wrongs between the original owner and Li Xiaomei, he didn't want anything to do with it. Li Xiaomei remained bewildered for quite some time before beginning to inspect her condition. She tried moving her body, and her face changed suddenly as she fell silent again. What's the situation? Speak up. Fang Zhenghua felt his limbs losing strength gradually, so he sounded a bit agitated. Just go. I don't want to go up. Li Xiaomei replied stubbornly. You damn neurotic or something? Fang Zhenghua instantly lost his temper, unable to understand why Li Xiaomei suddenly started being overly sentimental. Zhenghua, it's my fault to you. Just go, don't worry about me anymore. Li Xiaomei slowly curled up her slight figure, and her facial expression looked very unnatural. A sudden sense of heaviness hit Fang Zhenghua. From that one gesture alone, he could tell Li Xiaomei's forehead was already drenched in cold sweat. Li Xiaomei was injured. She didn't want to drag him down. Fang Zhenghua's heart was filled with mixed feelings and also conflict. Reasonably speaking, the relationship between Li Xiaomei and the original owner of his body had reached the point where it was either life or death. But right at the critical moment, Li Xiaomei made a choice that Fang Zhenghua found difficult to comprehend. Probably when Li Xiaomei decided to kill Fang Zhenghua, it was likely due to the fear of being sold and acted impulsively. This thought crossed Fang Zhenghua's mind. Just go. Don't worry about me anymore. When you get up there, just say you couldn't find me. No one will blame you. Li Xiaomei lowered her head, and her voice grew quieter. Sigh. Fang Zhenghua sighed, then climbed straight into the vine hammock as well. After a violent shake, it didn't collapse. You? Li Xiaomei looked up, surprised at Fang Zhenghua. What do you want from me? I haven't even settled the score with you for trying to kill me. Don't you dare die on me like this. Fang Xinghua deliberately spoke harshly. Xinghua, I woo woo woo. Li Xiaomei burst into tears uncontrollably. All right, let me check where you're injured. Fang Xinghua cautiously moved closer to Li Xiaomei. My leg is broken. Li Xiaomei wept bitterly, her small and fragile body appearing extremely helpless. Fang Xinghua gently felt around Li Xiaomei's leg, and immediately his expression changed. It was fractured. Her leg had already swollen up into a large lump. Xinghua, please, don't leave me here. I'm so scared. Li Xiaomei saw Fang Xinghua's expression and couldn't help but grab onto the hem of his clothes, her voice trembling. The courage she'd mustered earlier had now vanished completely. Don't worry, I won't leave you behind. Fang Xinghua furrowed his brows tightly. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary young city man with practically no wilderness survival skills, and at the moment, he wasn't quite sure what to do either. He looked up at the top and estimated that in his current state, carrying someone would make climbing back up impossible. Then he glanced downward, noticing that they were less than 30 meters from the ground below. Biting his lips, he decided he could probably carry Li Xiaomei all the way down. So, after 15 minutes, Fang Xinghua tied Li Xiaomei securely to his back using vines, took a deep breath, climbed out of the vine hammock, and began descending down the cliff using the vines attached to it. Li Xiaomei was very light, weighing less than 80 pounds, making the journey easier for Fang Xinghua than he'd anticipated. In less than half an hour, his feet touched solid ground. Ah, ghost! Suddenly, Li Xiaomei screamed in terror. Startled, Fang Xinghua quickly turned his head to see that not far away was a cave. From the dark depths of the cave emerged countless ghostly phosphorescent lights, creating a chilling atmosphere. Chapter 3, Desperation. It's fine, it's just phosphorus fire. Fang Xinghua sighed in relief. He finally understood why the barefoot doctor had been scared out of his wits. After all, in this era, there was no scientific explanation for ghost fires. Phosphorus fire? Li Xiaomei's face turned ashen. Come on, you're not afraid of death, so why are you scared of ghosts? Seriously. Fang Xinghua was a bit irked. He untied the vines and set Li Xiaomei on a large blue stone jutting out of the ground. Xinghua, are we really unable to climb back up? Li Xiaomei seemed especially fragile now, clutching at Fang Xinghua's shirt and refusing to let go. How could that be? Let go first. I need to find some food and water to regain my strength. Fang Xinghua said with a touch of helplessness. Oh, okay, but do come back quickly. I'm a bit scared. Li Xiaomei looked around at the dark and damp surroundings due to the lack of sunlight, particularly noticing a pile of white bones from an unknown animal nearby. She looked utterly terrified. It's not big down here. I won't take too long. Fang Xinghua had roughly estimated that the bottom of the sinkhole was about the size of an irregular football field. Walking through the entire area wouldn't take much time. Oh. Reluctantly, Li Xiaomei released her grip on Fang Xinghua's shirt. Fang couldn't help but glance at her strangely. He couldn't understand why someone who earlier clearly hoped he would die would now become so dependent on him. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. Nearby, he found a branch as thick as his wrist and started exploring the surrounding areas. He wasn't planning to go into the cave with the phosphorus fires anytime soon. So many phosphorescent lights likely indicated numerous dead organisms buried there. Who knew what else might be lurking inside? After nearly an hour, Fang Xinghua had already covered most of the sinkhole area, but he found nothing useful. The main issue was that he didn't recognize any of the plants around him, and the wild fruits he came across were uncertain whether they were poisonous or not. Well, let me show these to Li Xiaomei. Maybe she'll recognize them? Fang casually tore off a vine and used it to weave a makeshift pouch, putting several varieties of wild fruits inside before returning to Li Xiaomei. Take a look. Which of these fruits can we eat? He handed her the pouch filled with wild fruits. I'll check. Li Xiaomei looked at the wild fruits happily. This one is toxic, don't eat it. This one I don't recognize either. This one is Chinese hawthorn berry, edible but hard to get full from. This one is August melon. It's very delicious. And this is snakeberry. Seeing her methodically categorizing the wild fruits like an expert, Fang Xinghua couldn't help but feel embarrassed. As a modern youth with higher education, he found himself surprisingly ignorant. Is this night intercourse vine? Where did you find it? After inspecting the fruits, Li Xiaomei suddenly picked up the pouch with a noticeable air of surprise. What's night intercourse vine? Is it edible? Fang Xinghua asked curiously. Night intercourse vine is a medicinal herb. Its root is Polygonum multiflorum. Go dig it out quickly. I've heard that the commune is paying high prices to buy them. Li Xiaomei said excitedly. Polygonum multiflorum? Are you sure? Though Fang Xinghua had only heard about Polygonum multiflorum before, in his memory, it was quite valuable. My grandfather collected herbs. I've seen it. If we manage to unearth a Polygonum multiflorum over 100 years old, we'd be able to build a new house. Li Xiaomei's eyes shone brightly with excitement. Is it really that valuable? Fang Xinghua was also somewhat shocked. Though he still didn't fully understand the price levels of this era, he knew building a new house was a substantial expense. The ones without enough age aren't worth much, but those over 100 years old, especially if they resemble human forms, are highly valuable. Li Xiaomei explained. That sounds good then. Have some fruit first, and I'll go dig out the Polygonum multiflorum. Fang Xinghua became excited as well. Even though he was living in another time, he definitely didn't want to live a life of poverty. Saying this, he immediately found a thin stone slab to use as a tool and began searching along the path of the vine. It took more than half an hour to finally locate the main root of the Polygonum multiflorum. So thick a vine, could it truly be something special? Fang Jinghua stared at the vine, which was far thicker than his own thumb, and swallowed involuntarily. Whether or not I lead a comfortable life depends entirely on you, buddy. With great caution, he began digging carefully along the root of the vine. After almost an hour of labor, the deeply buried Polygonum multiflorum finally revealed itself halfway. Wow, it actually looks like a human form? Fang Jinghua sucked in a sharp breath. Looking at the exposed part of the root, it distinctly resembled a human head and torso, even complete with arms of perfectly uniform proportions. Wealthy days are coming. Fang Jinghua's movements became even more delicate as he handled the rare root. It took another hour to finally dig out the Polygonum multiflorum that was as long as his forearm in one piece. It's a male. Looking at the part between the Polygonum multiflorum's legs, Fang Jinghua couldn't help but chuckle and sigh. It was too anthropomorphic. Gently shaking off the excess soil, Fang Jinghua returned to Li Xiaomei with the Polygonum multiflorum. Wow, such a big Polygonum multiflorum. We can afford new tile-roofed houses now. Li Xiaomei exclaimed in awe as soon as she laid her eyes on it. Her pale face lit up with two red patches, her large eyes bulging wide open. How many years do you think this is? By now, Fang Jinghua had become much calmer. I don't know. I've never seen a Polygonum multiflorum so anthropomorphic, but judging by size alone, it must be at least several hundred years old. Li Xiaomei tenderly stroked the Polygonum multiflorum, unable to take her hands off it. Shouldn't we figure out how to climb back up? Otherwise, even if we have this Polygonum multiflorum, there'll be nowhere to sell it for money. Fang Jinghua laughed lightly. Yes, we absolutely must make it back alive. Li Xiaomei's gaze immediately turned resolute, all signs of previous fragility and helplessness gone. How does this girl feel like she has dual personalities? Fang Jinghua muttered under his breath. Then he gathered some wild fruits to fill his stomach, rested for a while, feeling his strength return, before deciding to set off. Li Xiaomei was still securely tied to Fang Jinghua's back with vines, while in her arms, she clutched the Polygonum multiflorum tightly, completely revealing her money-obsessed side. Fang Jinghua shook his head, took a deep breath, and started climbing upwards by gripping the vines. It went well at first, but after 30 meters Fang Jinghua's weak body began to give out. Luckily, there were small trees growing along the cliff that allowed him to catch his breath and regain strength, enabling him to finally reach where the rope had been left. Where's the rope? How did the rope disappear? Fang Jinghua stared at the barren rock wall, his heart sinking heavily. At this point, his stamina was nearly depleted. Not only could he not climb up without help, returning safely to the bottom of the sinkhole seemed impossible as well. Confronted with such dire straits, he felt despair creep into his heart. Chapter 4, A Narrow Escape. Probably some villager did it on purpose. Fang Jinghua was fuming inside, cursing under his breath. The original owner of this body was a terrible person who got along poorly with the villagers. Many wished him dead. Also, his uncle's family had long coveted those few acres of land. If he and Li Xiaomei were to die here, the lands and forests would all be theirs. What's wrong? Li Xiaomei looked up at him. Fang Jinghua exhaled heavily. The rope is gone. Li Xiaomei panicked, her eyes carrying a hint of despair. She knew how high the cliff was. Without the rope, there was no way up. Tears welled in Li Xiaomei's eyes. It's all my fault. I've caused you trouble. Don't worry, we'll find a way to get up. Fang Jinghua comforted her with a sentence, thinking silently what a foolish woman she was for realizing fear only now. Though terrified, Li Xiaomei still tightly held onto the Polygonum multiflorum, xiuxian, in her arms. Fang Jinghua glanced upward. The surrounding area was entirely steep cliffs, most parts were extremely smooth, leaving no footholds. This body, weakened by years of heavy drinking, was now nearly exhausted. In short, climbing up barehanded was impossible. I've got an idea. Fang Jinghua looked toward a crooked neck pine tree about 7 or 8 meters to the left. Have you figured it out? Li Xiaomei wiped the tears from her cheeks. My cleverness will ensure your safe return, Fang Jinghua said confidently. Fang Jinghua removed the bound Li Xiaomei, dug out a rock from between the rocks, used it to snap several vines growing on the cliffside, tied knots at both ends, and connected them together. In 10 minutes, he created a vine roughly 1 meter long, securely binding the stone to one end. Swoosh. Fang Jinghua threw the stone, which arced through the air before striking the trunk of the pine tree, thus securing it in place. He tested it with his hand. It was very secure. You have to hold on to me tightly when the time comes. After reminding her, Fang Jinghua made a simple safety harness out of more vines. Li Xiaomei obediently nodded her head. Once everything was set, Fang Jinghua took a deep breath, grabbed the vines, and began climbing toward the pine tree. Fang Jinghua's hands bore the weight of 2 people, causing severe pain, but he dared not let down his guard even slightly. Every step forward was taken with extreme caution. Several minutes later, he finally reached the pine tree. Glancing sideways, Fang Jinghua noticed that the slope over there was slightly gentler. Crawling sideways from here could take them into the nearby forest. Upon reaching the forest, Fang Jinghua collapsed on the ground from exhaustion, soaked in sweat, clinging to his body, which grew cold in the mountain breeze. Fantastic, we've survived. Li Xiaomei breathed a sigh of relief. After catching his breath, Fang Jinghua observed the dense forest before him, his brows furrowing in concern. This forest was vast, rarely visited by humans, and it was easy to get lost. Even the seasoned hunters from the village wouldn't dare tread into this area lightly. Previously, someone who entered to hunt never returned. With the sun setting, it would be far more dangerous at night. Ow! A wolf's roar echoed through the forest. Fang Jinghua immediately tensed. This was a place where wild wolves often roamed, along with other ferocious large animals. He quickly began crafting weapons for self-defense. Breaking off a straight branch from a green steel tree, cracking open a piece of volcanic rock, and selecting a sharp shard from the middle, he tied it to the front end of the branch, creating the most primitive spear. We'd better hurry. Fang Jinghua started walking deeper into the woods. I'm scared. Li Xiaomei was terrified by the growls of the wolves in the forest. One hand clung tightly to Fang Jinghua's arm, while the other hugged the xiuxian close to her chest, following quietly behind. Don't worry, I'll protect you. As Fang Jinghua moved forward, he cautiously kept an eye on his surroundings. It was incredibly dangerous in these woods, requiring utmost vigilance. Upon hearing his words, Li Xiaomei's body shivered violently. She felt that Fang Jinghua had changed. In the past, he was never so considerate, much less mention protecting her. Just avoiding hitting her was considered lucky. His previous incarnation was extremely hot-tempered. After getting drunk, as long as something didn't please him, he'd beat Li Xiaomei, and harshly too. They walked another 100 meters, the trees becoming increasingly lush. Trees dozens of meters high blocked out the sky and light. Bird calls and various animal sounds filled the air, accompanied by the eerie whistling wind overhead. Suddenly at this moment, trees about 15 meters away began shaking uncontrollably. Looking at the scene, it seemed as though some large animal was charging over here. Fang Jinghua's heart tightened instantly. He hastily gripped the spear in his hand, staring intently at that direction. His palms were already sweating profusely. A moment later, a big tiger suddenly leapt out, emitting a low growl from its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth and glaring fiercely at Fang Jinghua and Li Xiaomei with a pair of menacing eyes. Ah! Li Xiaomei let out an immediate scream, terrified. Fang Jinghua was completely flabbergasted, muttering, "We're done for." What incredibly bad luck. They had just managed to climb up from the cliff, only to encounter a ravenous tiger so soon in the woods. The weapon he held in his hand was utterly useless against such a ferocious tiger. As Fang Jinghua prepared to meet his end, he suddenly noticed there were quite a few bloodstains on the leaves by the tiger's paws. He quickly looked closer at the tiger's hind legs and discovered several deep wounds, blood continuously dripping down. The tiger was severely injured. Perhaps there was still a chance for survival. Large felines like tigers have a very strong territorial instinct. They often fight with others of their kind to defend or claim territory, inevitably resulting in injuries. Roar! The tiger bellowed fiercely and lunged straight toward them with great power. Fang Jinghua felt his heart leap into his throat. Clutching the spear tightly, he swung it blindly with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he felt something get pierced. Opening his eyes, he saw that the tiger had collapsed right in front of him. After struggling for a bit, it stopped moving altogether. It's dead like this. Fang Jinghua was stunned, finding it hard to believe what he saw. Once he came back to his senses and confirmed the tiger was truly dead, he approached cautiously for a closer inspection. There was a large hole in the tiger's throat. It was clear that the spear had pierced through this spot. With the tiger's death confirmed, he was left astonished and speechless. Chapter 5. Bringing tiger meat back to the village. You killed it. Li Xiaomei was so shocked that she couldn't recover for a long time. Her mouth opened wide, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Fang Jinghua nodded and wiped the sweat off his forehead. This time we were truly lucky. This big tiger was injured, moving slowly, and when it lunged, its throat collided with the spear. Finally, we can have our fill of food, and this tiger skin can be sold for a lot of money. Li Xiaomei was overjoyed, blinking her eyes as she looked at the big tiger in front of her. Just the meat from the tiger weighed 500 or 600 pounds, enough to last a long time. You rest for a moment, I'll take care of it. Fang Jinghua picked up a piece of volcanic rock, held it in his hands, and smashed it against another stone, immediately breaking it into more than 10 pieces. He selected a few sharp ones and then walked to the side of the tiger, moved its body a little, and started to peel the skin. Li Xiaomei, standing nearby, watched his back, recalling the care he had shown her on the journey, and momentarily froze. It seemed like he had really changed. In the past, he wouldn't have been so gentle with her, nor would he have cared for her like this. Fang Jinghua didn't pay attention to Li Xiaomei nearby, struggling as he peeled the skin. The tools were too crude, making it extremely difficult. Now, the skin must be peeled off quickly, and the meat handled properly. There were quite a few large raptors in this forest that would soon be attracted by the smell of blood, which would make things dangerous if they arrived. Fang Jinghua dared not delay at all, and spent more than 20 minutes before he successfully peeled the entire tiger's skin. He subsequently carved open the tiger's belly, took out all the internal organs, walked to the side of a deep ditch, and threw them directly down. Next was handling the meat. He cut it into blocks, each weighing about 20 to 30 pounds, a perfect size. It took him 2 or 3 hours of hard work, sweating profusely, finally getting all the meat off the skeleton. There's so much meat, we can't carry it all back. Li Xiaomei came over to help, already overjoyed inside. In this era, everyone lived very hard lives without any source of income, relying only on the mountains and land to survive. If you wanted meat, you could only hunt in the mountains. But every hunting trip wasn't always successful. Most times they returned empty-handed. Now that Fang Jinghua and Li Xiaomei had acquired so much meat, their lives could get better for some time. No problem. Today we'll just bring some back, and leave the rest here for later. Fang Jinghua spoke while picking out the best cuts of meat, wrapping them in the tiger's skin, then found vines to tightly bind the tiger's skin together. The remainder was buried in a hole, with dried leaves underneath to hold the meat before covering it with dirt. It was winter, and the temperature was low, so the forest acted like a natural refrigerator. The meat kept there would last at least half a month. Let's go home. Fang Xinghua dragged the tiger skin and walked in front. Li Xiaomei, hugging Xiuxian in her arms, followed behind, her face full of happiness. We can't eat all this meat at once, so let's cure it with salt and store it in the house. We can still eat smoked meat later. Li Xiaomei kept talking. Whatever you say. Fang Xinghua smiled faintly. Li Xiaomei was also pitiable, beaten and cursed by her former husband until she jumped off a cliff to commit suicide. Fang Xinghua decided to treat her well afterward, as a way to atone for the sins of her former husband. Otherwise, he felt extremely guilty. They didn't return to the village until it got dark. This village was called xiuxian, backed by the Daxian Mountains, with 3 or 4 dozen households. Nearly 9 out of 10 families surnamed Liu. Upon arriving at the house, Fang Xinghua pushed the door and walked in. It was a house with 4 earth-tiled rooms, extremely simple. In the middle was the main room, on the left and right were bedrooms. In the yard, there was also a special pigsty for raising poultry, which housed 3 big white geese. Additionally, there was a thatched hut in the yard, specifically used for storing various items, including tools such as shovels, sickles, baskets, etc., all piled inside. Although the house was old and extremely simple, Li Xiaomei kept it spotlessly clean. As for the predecessor, being lazy and fond of eating, they basically did no housework, drinking alcohol and sleeping after finishing daily tasks at the production team. Li Xiaomei was very industrious, waking up early every day, busy both indoors and outdoors. She was once fresh and lively when she first married, but now had calloused hands and cracked spots due to the hard labor every day. As soon as they entered the house, a middle-aged woman wearing a green cloth coat came out of the room. Xinghua, Mom was worried sick. The middle-aged woman looked frail, with a sallow complexion, and her body was all skin and bones. She was Fang Xingua's mother, xuanhuan. 3 years ago, after suffering from a severe illness, her health had completely deteriorated, and she had been recuperating at home ever since. Mom, there's no need to worry about me. Fang Xinghua felt a warm sensation in his heart. In the previous life, he grew up in an orphanage and never experienced parental care. It's all your fault for insisting on jumping off the cliff. If you wanted to die, go ahead, but don't drag my son into it. Yang Chunlan glared at Li Xiaomei and started cursing her. I'm sorry, this is all my fault. Li Xiaomei kept her head down. Yang Chunlan had always disliked Li Xiaomei and often scolded her. Mom, please stop cursing her from now on. Fang Xinghua worried that Yang Chunlan would keep going and turned around to drag the tiger skin from outside inside. Upon seeing the tiger skin, Yang Chunlan was so startled that it took her a long time to recover. She cautiously moved closer, summoned up her courage, and touched it with her hand. This really is a tiger skin. Not only do we have the skin, but also plenty of meat. Fang Xinghua smiled and fetched a sickle to cut the rope. Oh, there's quite a lot of meat. Yang Chunlan was thrilled when she saw the abundance of meat. I'll go cook it for you too so you can have a good supplement. Fang Xinghua picked up a piece of meat and headed towards the kitchen. Both Yang Chunlan and Li Xiaomei suffered from malnutrition, and their health was poor. They needed a good nourishment. When Fang Xinghua entered the kitchen and prepared to scrub the pot and start the fire, Li Xiaomei walked in from outside. This isn't something you should be doing. Let me handle it. Li Xiaomei took the bamboo brush, filled a dipper with water, poured it into the pot, and began washing the large iron pot. You rest today, just listen to me. Fang Xinghua's tone was gentle as he took the bamboo brush from her hands and worked with dexterity. This left Li Xiaomei standing frozen in place. In the past, if she cooked too slowly, Fang Xinghua would immediately shout and curse at her, never once helping with cooking. Now, not only did he cook willingly, but he also told her to rest. Chapter 6. You've changed. After washing the pot, Fang Xinghua lit the fire, cut the meat into chunks, placed them in the pot, and added some scallions, ginger, and garlic, beginning to stew over a strong flame. More than 10 minutes later, the aroma of the meat wafted out from the pot. Smells so good. Fang Xinghua sniffed the air. He had never eaten tiger meat in his life, and this was his first time. Smelling it, he knew it must taste wonderful. In this era, there were no explicit laws banning the killing of tigers, and tiger meat was edible. Once the meat was cooked, Fang Xinghua used a spoon to serve up an entire platter, carrying it into the adjacent hall, where he set it on the table. He then went back to the kitchen and fetched some bowls and chopsticks. Throughout this process, Fang Xinghua didn't let Li Xiaomei help him at all. The former big lazybones had now become more diligent than ever before. Let's eat. Fang Xinghua sat down on a stool. Eat more. Yang Chunlan placed a large piece in his bowl, her face full of maternal affection. Fang Xinghua nodded, picked up his chopsticks, and put a generous portion into Li Xiaomei's bowl. Li Xiaomei couldn't help but sneak a glance at Fang Xinghua. She swallowed her saliva as she looked at the meat in the bowl, but didn't dare to eat it. Most of the time, she didn't even have the chance to sit at the table. She only ate leftovers. Now, with Fang Xinghua treating her this well all of a sudden, she felt uneasy and even a bit frightened inside. Why aren't you eating? Hurry up, eat while it's hot. Fang Xinghua smiled gently. Li Xiaomei usually ate poorly, did the hardest work, and lacked proper nutrition, making her look sickly. She nodded slightly. You look too pale. Eat more meat to strengthen your body. That way, you'll be more beautiful. Fang Xinghua added 2 more pieces to her bowl. Get your strength back, then we'll plan accordingly. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaomei's face flushed slightly red as she took a bite of the meat. The flavor was indeed excellent. After having one piece, she carefully glanced at Fang Xinghua and Yang Chunlan, seeing no objection, continued to eat. Fang Xinghua felt relieved after watching her eat, reducing the guilt in his heart a little. Seeing Li Xiumei's cautious demeanor, he felt a twinge of pity. Since she married into this family, she hadn't lived a single day of comfort. Within half an hour, 3 large plates of meat were devoured completely, and even the soup was consumed without a drop left. Everyone felt fully satisfied. This meal today was the best they'd had. I'll wash the dishes. Li Xiumei picked up the bowls and went to the kitchen. After washing the dishes, she sprinkled some salt on the leftover meat, made ropes out of the leaves of palm trees, and hung the meat on wooden rods inside the house. She remained busy until very late and finally returned to the room. In the future, I will help with the household chores, so you don't need to be so hardworking. Fang Xinghua looked at her. You've changed. Li Xiumei's eyes became watery as she remembered Fang Xinghua's care for her today, which was something she had previously dared not dream of. These words made Fang Xinghua momentarily pause, but he quickly regained his composure. I was too much of an idiot in the past. Now, I've seen things clearly. Fang Xinghua shrugged. In the future, I will treat you better and gradually make up for everything. He felt like he was repenting for his previous self. Oh, Li Xiumei didn't take it too seriously, believing that Fang Xinghua's kindness towards her was temporary, like how a dog would eventually return to eating feces. It wouldn't take long for him to show his true colors and treat her as before. Thinking about this, Li Xiumei felt deeply hurt. She wished that Fang Xinghua would continue to treat her kindly, but she knew that wasn't possible. Fang Xinghua could see that she didn't believe what he said. Explaining these things now wouldn't help. She simply wouldn't believe. The only way was through concrete action. He had already made up his mind. Since he had come to this point, he must settle in, take care of his family, and lead a good life. If he had been reborn, why should he or his family still live a hard life? Lying in bed, looking at Li Xiumei sleeping next to him, a faint smile crossed his lips. Li Xiuxian had a pure and charming appearance, with tender white skin like flawless jade, making her look graceful and alluring. However, her body was too frail, showing signs of malnutrition. At just 18 years old and still developing, when she matures, Fang Xinghua internally sighed in relief, grateful that his predecessor had some insight to marry such a beautiful wife. Had he married someone coarse and large, things would have been terrible indeed. There were issues with the former him in certain areas. Having been married for many years, he never touched Li Xiumei once, leaving them without children. Really lucky for me. Fang Xinghua whispered. For now, it's still not appropriate to take action. We'll discuss it later. These matters need to be handled gradually and carefully without rushing. Li Xiumei had already closed her eyes to sleep, but opened them again upon hearing the sound. Seeing Fang Xinghua staring at her, she immediately turned over and moved further away. The next morning, when he got up, Li Xiumei was already outside doing housework. After getting dressed, Fang Xinghua stepped out of his room and entered the yard outside. He was just about to go out for a breath of fresh air when Li Tiniu walked in from outside with an expression full of sorrow. When he looked up and saw Fang Xinghua, he instinctively took a step backward. You're still alive. Regaining his senses, Li Tiniu patted Fang Xinghua's shoulders and other parts of his body. You're really not dead? Are you that eager for me to die? Fang Xinghua felt somewhat speechless. Am I the kind of person who would wish that on you? Li Tiniu and the villagers waited until sunset yesterday, and seeing him not climb up from the cliff below, they assumed he and Li Xiumei must have perished. He had prepared to come comfort Yang Chunlan before rallying the villagers to circumvent the cliff from below to search for bodies. It turned out Fang Xinghua had returned home alive and unharmed. I'm asking you something. Who took the rope away yesterday? Fang Xinghua's heart was filled with anger. If it weren't for his quick thinking, both he and Li Xiumei would have died beneath the cliff. I don't know. This despicable deed wasn't done by me. Li Tiniu was telling the truth. After staying for a while near the edge of the cliff, he had led the villagers to another side to see if there were any gentle slopes where they could descend to help rescue. Li Tiniu recounted what had happened then. After you all left, did anyone stay behind? Fang Xinghua wanted to find out who had tried to harm him. Seems like your uncle stayed there. Scratching his head and contemplating for a while, Li Tiniu finally remembered. Fang Xinghua scoffed inwardly. It was indeed his own uncle, displaying such cruel intentions. Now there was no evidence against him, so nothing could be done for now. However, this issue couldn't be let go easily. He'd settle all past and present grudges with this uncle together one day. Chapter 7. Going to the market to sell tiger skin. Smells so good. Li Tiniu sniffed and looked towards the kitchen, catching the aroma of meat. Li Xiumei knew that Fang Xinghua was going back to the forest he had visited yesterday, so she woke up early to stew some meat. The delicious smell wafted out from the kitchen. You guys barely have food left. How can you still afford to eat meat? Li Tiniu was surprised. He knew all too well about Fang Xinghua's difficult financial situation, almost on the brink of starvation. Yesterday, I was lucky and caught an animal while returning. Fang Xinghua referred to yesterday's event. You really are walking dog poop luck. Li Tiniu swallowed his saliva, as he hadn't eaten meat for a long time. The smell of it made him resist drooling. In this era, every family was in a terrible condition, rarely tasting meat except during the new year. Although Lu village backed onto the greater Xing'an range, where there were plenty of animals, they had grown increasingly cunning, making them harder to catch. Wait for me a moment. After finishing, Fang Xinghua returned to the main room and fetched a piece of meat, which he took to the courtyard and handed over to Tiniu. Are you sure you're giving it to me? Li Tiniu widened his eyes, quickly grabbing it. It felt heavy in his hand, probably around 20 or 30 caddies. He was Fang Jinghua's childhood playmate. When his family struggled to survive, Fang often shared what little they had. Just a few days ago, Fang sent over half a basket of freshly dug sweet potatoes. It was thanks to those potatoes that Fang's family avoided starving. This large chunk will last my family a day. Once home, I'll ask my wife to cook it. Overjoyed, Li Tinyu licked his lips and rushed off toward home with the meat. Fang Jinghuo walked toward the kitchen, lured by the scent of the cooking meat. Hold on, it'll be ready soon. Li Xiaomei stood beside the stove, using a spatula to scoop the stewing meat into a plate. There were a few radishes and plenty of potatoes in the pot, though the meat seemed scarce. Li Xiaomei was very frugal, planning to ration the meat since eating too much at once would deplete it faster. I cooked this specially for you just now. Li Xiaomei pushed her loose hair behind her ears and carefully wrapped a generous portion of meat in newspaper, then bound it tightly with a thin rope made from the bark of a wild vine. Fang Jinghuo watched her diligently before helping lift the bowl filled with radish and meat stew into the main room. Everyone picked up their chopsticks and began eating the fragrant meat. Will you still go into the mountains later? Xuanhuan sounded worried. Years ago, Fang Jinghua's father disappeared while hunting and was never found again, not even his body. Each time Fang went into the mountains, Yang worried immensely that something dangerous might happen. I must go today. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Fang Jinghuo dipped a piece of meat into a dipping sauce, swirled it, and popped it into his mouth. This amount of meat at home wouldn't last long. All the remaining meat needed to be brought back before more than a few days passed, because many sharp-nosed animals in the forest would inevitably dig it up and devour it entirely. It was winter, and both humans and animals were starving, unlikely to pass up any available sustenance. After finishing the meal, Fang Jinghuo started preparing ropes and machetes in the yard, alongside a hemp cloth bag. These bags were crafted from hemp fibers after processing, appearing rudimentary, yet incredibly durable. Such bags were commonly used in rural areas for various purposes. Be careful. Li Xiaomei handed the wrapped meat to him and stuffed it into the canvas backpack strapped to his chest. Don't worry, my dear. Fang Jinghuo gave a small smile, noticing the soot marks on her face from cooking. He reached out to help wipe them clean, but Li Xiaomei hastily stepped back, fear evident in her eyes, assuming Fang Jinghuo was about to hurt her again. This made Fang Jinghuo somewhat helpless. I need to go cut grass in the fields. Come back early. Picking up her sickle from the corner, Li Xiaomei hurriedly exited the yard. Fang Jinghuo sighed, watching her retreating figure. The previous incarnation had been too cruel to her, already instilling psychological scars. Once Li Xiaomei disappeared, Fang Jinghuo finally left the yard and headed out of the village. Most trees near the edge of the village had been felled by villagers and turned into farmland for crops like sorghum, corn, and soybeans. Now, in winter, the fields were harvested, leaving only piles of stubble visible, reminding one of the rustic scenery of 1980s rural China. Passing through the fields, Fang Jinghuo quickly arrived at the forest. The calls of various animals mixed with the sound of leaves rustling in the wind, echoing through the mountain woods. Crack, crack. Fang Jinghuo walked deeper into the forest, using his machete to chop the branches blocking his way. He remembered yesterday's location and had made some simple markers along the path. This was the most basic knowledge for a hunter. It's easy to get lost in the forest, but with markers, one is less likely to lose direction. Following the markers, it took him more than 2 hours to finally find the spot where the meat was buried. After digging the meat out of the ground, he placed half of it in the hemp bag. The rest couldn't be taken back today. He'd return tomorrow. After reburying the remaining meat, he hurried back toward the village with the hemp bag dragging behind him. By the time he returned to the village, it was already noon. He salted all the meat and hung it on the rafters with ropes. The amount of meat would last for a while. He tidied up the house, put the tiger skin in the bag, and headed to the town market. The market days were scheduled according to the lunar calendar. Odd dates were market days, while even dates were relatively quiet. Today happened to be an odd date, which was market day. An hour later, he arrived at the bustling street in the town. People were shouting and haggling, creating a lively rural atmosphere. Winter had begun, so many villagers were already stockpiling goods for the New Year celebration. Some were even buying couplets and fireworks ahead of time since prices were slightly cheaper early. Farmers saved whenever they could. Every penny counted. Fang Jinghuo crossed the street and reached the corner where furs were sold. The fur merchant was negotiating with several villagers who were selling deer and squirrel skins, trying to drive the prices down. The villagers had no choice but to reluctantly sell. Can you bring better goods next time? The fur merchant was a bearded man, smoking a pipe and puffing out a cloud of smoke. His face showed disappointment. He had been visiting this small town for a while to buy fur goods, but until now, nothing good had come his way. For a fur merchant, only premium goods meant substantial profits. Ordinary quality brought little money. Chapter 8. The bride is about to be taken away. These days, hunting is becoming more and more difficult. That's right. During the Great Famine 20 years ago, all the deer in the mountains were hunted out. It's already pretty good that we can hunt these. There are quite a few deep inside, but it's too dangerous. Some people go in with their lives, but never come back out. The villagers shook their heads. The fur trader also sighed, exhaling tobacco smoke with a strong smell, then tapped his shoes with the pipe to shake out the ashes. I have some good stuff here, do you want it? Fang Jinghuo opened his bag and took out the tiger skin. The fur trader was immediately shocked, then hurriedly touched it when he came to his senses, his eyes shining brightly. Those villagers also rushed over, examining the tiger's skin, exclaiming in amazement with envy on their faces. Even a number of onlookers were attracted. TSK, what a great thing. The fur trader carefully checked the tiger's skin, finding no damaged areas. It was a complete one. What do you think? Fang Xinghua didn't expect the fur trader to be so excited. It looked like it would fetch a lot of money. I'll take this tiger skin. I'll give you 100. This hasn't been processed yet, plus the fur doesn't look very shiny, so the price naturally has to be lower. The fur trader calmed down and began to point out various flaws, directly lowering the price to the lowest possible level. Fang Xinghua wouldn't fall for this trick. He stuffed it back into his pocket and stood up, pretending to leave. The price is negotiable. Let's talk about it again. The fur trader quickly grabbed Fang Xinghua's arm and smiled. It was good quality merchandise, so naturally he didn't want to just give up on it. This number. Fang Xinghua held up 5 fingers. If it weren't for his family's difficulties and urgent need for money, he wouldn't sell it at all. All right, I'll be straightforward. The fur trader gritted his teeth and pulled out 500 yuan bills from his wallet. Fang Xinghua took the money, smiled faintly, put it in his pocket. With money in hand, his heart felt much more at ease. This was the first pot of gold he had earned. The fur trader complained loudly that he'd lost a lot on the deal, but actually he was pretending. This tiger skin would still earn him quite a bit of money. Businessmen are always like this. They obviously make money, but they must claim that they lost. Little brother, if you have such good goods next time, remember to sell them to me. The fur trader grinned widely, full of smiles. We'll see then. Fang Xinghua didn't linger too much longer, turning and walking toward the street. Now that he had made money, he needed to buy some things for his mother, xuanhuan, and his wife, xiuxian. He walked along the street, inspecting the small stalls on the sides, browsing from one end to the other. He bought each of them 1 or 2 pieces of clothing, bought medicine for xiuxian, and also some necessities for life, such as salt. Additionally, he bought xuanhuan a beautiful bracelet, as well as some other things. This shopping spree cost nearly 200 yuan. In this era, prices were generally low. Fang Xinghua stuffed everything he bought haphazardly into his pockets and carried the sack home. As soon as he arrived at the courtyard entrance, he heard a commotion coming from within the yard. Fang Xinghua pushed the door open wide and went inside. He saw his mother confronting Li Xiumei's relatives, led by Li Xiulan's elder brother, Li Yukai. The rest were Li Xiumei's uncles and aunts. I must take Xiumei home today. I found her a good home, a butcher from the neighboring village. He's a 1,000 yuan household in the village, 100 times stronger than you. Only if my sister marries him will she live a good life. Look how poor your family is. I can't let my own sister suffer because of you. Li Yukai scoffed, glaring at Fang Xinghua, full of disdain in his tone. Li Yukai had always loved his sister dearly. When he heard that Li Xiumei was beaten by Fang Xinghua and driven to attempt suicide by jumping off a cliff, he became so angry that he brought a group of people over early in the morning. No matter what, he had to take Li Xiumei away this time. It was wrong of me before. From now on, I will treat Xiumei well. Fang Xinghua stated openly. Who believes your nonsense? Li Yukai absolutely did not believe that Fang Xinghua could change his ways. He had already decided, not a single second longer should his sister continue to endure bullying in the Fang family. None of those uncles and aunts trusted Fang Xinghua's words either, thinking he couldn't change his old habits. No matter how good his promises sounded now, they were sure he would bully Li Xiumei again later. Xiumei, whether to stay or leave, the choice is yours. Fang Xinghua handed the decision to Li Xiumei. If she really wanted to leave, he wouldn't force her to stay. After all, his predecessor owed her too much. If she chooses to stay, he would definitely treat her well in the future. His words made everyone present pause for a moment. Yang Chunlan was immediately agitated. Xinghua, are you crazy? Mom, don't meddle in this. Fang Xinghua decided to respect Li Xiumei's choice. This made Yang Chunlan feel very helpless. Xiumei, go home with your older brother. Li Yukai glanced at Lu Xiumei, knowing that his sister had long been unable to bear Fang Xinghua. Otherwise, she wouldn't have attempted suicide and would certainly go home with him rather than continue to suffer in the Fang household. The uncles and aunts also started to persuade Li Xiumei. Lu Xiumei remained silent, biting her lips tightly. She knew that if she left today, she could escape this misery. You will never have a good day with Fang Xinghua. Listen to your brother. Recalling all the hardships Li Xiumei had endured over the years, Li Youcai's heart was heavy with pain. Brother, you all go back. Lu Xiumei's lips quivered slightly. Although her voice was soft, everyone in the room heard it, and was momentarily taken aback. How can you be so foolish? Can you not see how terrible these years have been for you? Do you really want to continue living like this? Li Yukai stomped his foot in anger, completely at a loss with his sister. Fang Xinghua actually felt somewhat surprised in his heart, expecting Lu Xiumei to choose to leave just moments ago, but instead, she made an unexpected decision. Why did you do this? Did Fang Xinghua threaten you? Li Yukai wanted to understand why Lu Xiumei decided as she did, knowing full well that staying was like jumping into a pit of fire, yet she still refused to leave. Lu Xiumei said nothing, taking the grass she had cut earlier from the basket and throwing it into the pig pen. Lacking strength, she struggled a little with carrying the load. I'll help with that. Fang Xinghua stepped forward, carrying the grass and throwing it into the pig pen. There were no pigs in the pen, only a few large geese. Pretending to be something you're not. Li Yukai snorted contemptuously, believing Fang Xinghua was putting on a show for everyone else. He usually ate well and avoided work, so how could he suddenly become so diligent? Fang Xinghua said nothing in response, placing the basket near the corner of the wall. Fang Xinghua, listen up. Since Xiumei doesn't wish to leave, I'll give you one more chance. If you dare treat my sister poorly again, I will definitely take her away. Having no other choice, Li Yukai issued a stern warning to Fang Xinghua. Afterward, Liu Kai added a couple more threats before leading the uncles and aunts angrily out of the yard. Fang Xinghua let out a long sigh, knowing that all the stupid things his former self had done now fell onto him to bear. Mom, wife, while I was at the market, I sold that tiger skin and bought you both some things. Fang Xinghua opened his pocket and took out what was inside. Chapter 9. Spoil your wife. Here are the medicine and clothes I bought for you. It's getting colder and colder, so these clothes will keep you warm. Fang Xinghua handed the medicine and clothes to Yang Chunlan. Why do you spend money so extravagantly? My clothes can still be worn. Yang Chunlan's tone carried a note of reproach, but she felt deeply comforted in her heart. A filial son was better than anything. In the past, whenever Fang Xinghua had money, he would just buy alcohol and drink it, and he wouldn't buy anything for his family. Even Yang Chunlan thought that he had changed a lot recently, and he had become more hardworking. Honey, come with me to the room. Fang Xinghua walked towards the room. Li Xiumei was a little afraid in her heart, thinking about how her elder brother brought uncles and aunts to create a disturbance at home earlier. He must be very angry now. Would he hit her? Hurry up. When Fang Xinghua saw that she didn't follow him, he turned back and called out. Oh. Li Xiumei finally went inside. Upon entering the room, she cautiously walked up to Fang Xinghua. Li Xiumei was still quite scared. The last time she was beaten by Fang Xinghua, she was still in pain, with bruises on her arms. Seeing that she had been beaten again, Fang Xinghua could not help but feel helpless. He took out the floral shirt he bought and handed it over. Seeing this beautiful dress, Li Xiumei was initially scared but quickly accepted it happily, admiring it contentedly in her hands. This piece of clothing was specially chosen by Fang Xinghua for her. She usually wore coarse fabric clothes, and wearing this would definitely look very good. I don't want it. Li Xiumei threw the clothes back to Fang Xinghua and pouted. Why don't you want it? Fang Xinghua saw clearly that she actually liked it very much. But he soon realized the problem. This dress was beautiful, but too thin to keep her warm. It was a summer dress. He wanted to slap himself for being so foolish. It's okay, hold on to it first. I'll buy you something new. Fang Xinghua placed the clothes back into her hands. Give me your other hand. He was planning to give Li Xiumei a surprise. Oh. Li Xiumei extended her hand. As Fang Xinghua held her hand, the calluses on her palm pricked him painfully, making him feel sorry for her. This is especially for you. Fang Xinghua pulled out a bracelet from his pocket and put it on her wrist. The bracelet was crystal clear and stunningly beautiful. Li Xiumei was filled with happiness as she couldn't resist touching it with her other hand. The bracelet felt smooth and delicate. Li Xiumei secretly looked at Fang Xinghua before her, feeling nervous inside. Since she married him, he had never bought her anything. But this time, not only did he buy her pretty clothes, he also bought her such an attractive bracelet. Don't buy anything else. Our family is already poor. Money should be spent wisely. Li Xiumei knew both the bracelet and the clothes were expensive, so she felt distressed. Just relax. Things will get better for our family later. You are my wife, so I must be good to you. Fang Xinghua understood she was extremely thrifty. Even when they might have money, she wouldn't splurge on such things. His words touched Li Xiumei deep within. After coming back to her senses, she carefully folded the clothes and put them in the cabinet, unwilling to wear the bracelet, and wrapped it carefully in paper, then tucked it under the box. These funds, let you take care of. Fang Xinghua pulled the money out of his pants pocket and handed it to Li Xiumei. Seeing so much money, Li Xiumei's eyes sparkled with delight. This was the first time she had seen such an amount. Buy what you want later, no need to be so frugal. Fang Xinghua planned to hand all the money he earned in the future to her. Earning money isn't easy, we shouldn't use it recklessly. The yard has fallen into disrepair, and we'll need to save more money to fix the house. Then we can live in a bigger house. Li Xiumei happily wrapped the money in cloth and intended to place it in the wardrobe, but then reconsidered, searching around the room anxiously, worried about where to hide the money. Finally, she crawled under the bed, pulled out a wooden box, and put the money inside. She then found a large iron lock and locked the wooden box securely. All right, now I can rest easy. Li Xiumei stared at the big iron lock on the wooden box, feeling quite satisfied. In the evening, after washing his feet, Fang Xinghua lay in bed, pondering ways to make the family rich. Huff! Li Xiumei blew out the oil lamp, lying beside him, secretly observing his face, thinking if he could always be so kind to her, that would be great. Let me ask you something. Fang Xinghua turned his head. Li Xiumei quickly withdrew her gaze. What? Why didn't you leave today? Fang Xinghua asked the question that had been bothering him, since she could have left today and made the choice she desired. This is my home. Li Xiumei thought for a while. These words made Fang Xinghua silent, feeling slightly sour in his heart. He reached out to touch her head, but Li Xiumei dodged. This left Fang Xinghua feeling quite helpless. She was still so afraid of him. In the future, he would spoil his wife properly. Let's sleep. Fang Xinghua's voice was gentle as he adjusted the quilt over her. Li Xiumei always tried to keep a distance from him while sleeping. The quilt wasn't large, so her body wasn't fully covered. In such cold weather, if she didn't cover herself well, it was easy to catch a cold. Move closer. Fang Xinghua felt somewhat frustrated. Li Xiumei hesitated, tentatively inching closer to Fang Xinghua, but still maintaining about 2 inches of distance. Unable to do anything, Fang Xinghua closed his eyes and went to sleep. He quickly drifted off. In the middle of the night, he woke up to a strange sound. Opening his eyes, he saw Li Xiumei quietly slipping out of the blanket. Fang Xinghua was curious about what she intended to do. Soon, Li Xiumei got off the bed, bent down to crawl under it, pulled out the wooden box containing the money, opened it, and upon seeing that the money was still there, returned to the blanket. The next morning, after getting up, she checked the wooden box again. Fang Jingwa couldn't help but smile wryly. Truly, she was a silly woman but in an endearing way. If these funds weren't taken care of properly, they would only cause her anxiety. After getting up, he simply washed his face, grabbed various tools, and returned to the forest where he had been earlier. He dragged all the meat back. For the following days, life was fairly comfortable. There was no starvation, and every meal included meat twice a day. Since the family only had meat to eat, it was being consumed at a very fast pace. A month later, only 2 or 3 pieces of meat remained hanging on the roof beam. The money from selling the tiger skin and Polygonum multiflorum was entirely used to renovate the house. The tiles and wooden boards on the roof were all replaced. Fang Jingwa planned to use the remaining money to buy a hunting rifle. With good hunting tools, one could capture better game. Before the mountains were sealed off by heavy snow, he needed to stockpile more meat. Otherwise, he wouldn't survive the winter. The furs of the game could be sold for money to buy some New Year goods. There were many things to buy for the new year: couplets, firecrackers, and other necessary items that required a lot of money. At the beginning of the year, he also had to visit his mother-in-law's house for the New Year celebration. In short, there were many places where money would be needed. Deciding to act promptly, Fang Jingwa put the money in his pocket and headed to the village entrance to find Li Tiniu. Chapter 10. Entering the mountain for hunting. Come over and enjoy the sun. Li Tiniu was holding a bowl of sorghum rice, eating while waving to Fang Jingwa. I remember there's a homemade gun at your place. I plan to go hunting in the mountain, and I need that thing. Fang Jingwa directly explained his purpose. That gun belonged to Tinu's father. After his father fell off the roof while fixing their house several years ago and died, the gun had been left at home, now almost rusted. Tinu is an excellent farmer, but a novice hunter who rarely enters the mountain. Just give me some money, and you can take it. Tinu licked his bowl clean with his tongue, patted his belly, and looked quite satisfied. All right, Fang Jingwa came specifically for this homemade gun. Wait for me. Li Tiniu ran into the house. A moment later, he walked out with the gun and tossed it over. This thing is still pretty good. Fang Jingwa inspected it and confirmed it could still be used. This kind of homemade gun is considered the best among hunting guns. Although it has been kept for many years, its power hasn't diminished, and it remains accurate. How about that? Li Tiniu threw the bullets as well. I'll take it. Fang Jingwa pulled out the money from his pocket and handed it to Li Tiniu. Li Tiniu felt he had made a good deal. He held the money in one hand, moistened his fingers with saliva from his tongue on the other, and started counting the cash. Fang Jingwa didn't linger, said a quick goodbye, and brought the hunting gun back home. The next morning, when dawn broke, he prepared his tools and set off with the gun, bullets, and the cornbread made by Li Xiuxian, leaving the village to head towards the forest at the back of the mountain. It was now the 12th lunar month, and the weather was getting colder day by day. The sky was gray, with sparse snowflakes drifting down and the wind howling. Judging by this weather, within 10 days, the heavy snow would close off the mountain. By then, if anyone wanted to hunt, it would become increasingly difficult and more dangerous. This was the best time for hunting. Fang Jingwa stepped on the dried leaves in the forest, walking deeper into it. The further inside he went, the more dangerous it became. For him, as long as he had his weapon, aside from natural disasters, no other dangers mattered much. In his previous life, he was a special forces soldier whose sniper rifle struck fear into countless criminals. Although this homemade gun wasn't as advanced as a sniper rifle, under his hands, it could unleash its maximum killing power. The ground was covered with frost, making walking increasingly difficult. After walking 2 or 3 kilometers, he was already breathing heavily. Fang Jingwa felt quite exasperated. This body was too weak, having become exhausted just after walking such a short distance. Clearly, from now on, he would have to exercise regularly. For a good hunter, physical fitness is essential. Wow! A wolf's howl echoed through the mountains, the sound reverberating around, causing goosebumps. Fang Jingwa checked the homemade gun, loaded the bullets, and took precautions against unknown dangers ahead. In these deep mountains, there were quite a number of large carnivores. Wolves, tigers, leopards, etc. often roamed the woods. These are the creatures hunters feared most. Among them, wolves were the most dangerous. Not only were they extremely cunning, but they also usually appeared in packs, resulting in near-certain death once targeted. Most hunters seldom ventured deep into the forest. Even if they did, they went in groups. Often, hunters ended up becoming prey for these large, ferocious beasts. One misstep, or simply bad luck, could mean losing their lives. There were many hunters from Lu village who had lost their lives in these great mountains. Years ago, Fang Jingwa's father also met his end in these mountains, leaving no trace behind, except his mother and son struggling alone together. By this point, Fang Jingwa had already reached deep within the forest where the trees were even denser, surrounded by towering pine trees 40 to 50 meters high, some with diameters reaching 1 or 2 meters. Additionally, many other types of trees grew densely, making travel more challenging. From here, continuing forward would approximately reach what was considered a no-man's land, harsher environment but abundant in game, yet rarely touched by human footprints. Today, I must return fully laden. Fang Jingwa slung the homemade gun over his shoulder, blew warm air onto his hands, rubbed them together, and continued forward. Having walked nearly 200 to 300 meters and climbed over a hillside, a red pine forest came into view. In this area, many berries grew. Berries came in various kinds, with only a small portion being poisonous, and were favored foods for all herbivorous animals. Withered plants and grasses in this season meant limited food for the animals. Berries were undoubtedly the most delicious food available. Fang Xinghua lifted the homemade gun and boldly entered the red pine forest, his eyes scanning for any potential game in the woods. Soon, at a distance of 70 to 80 meters away, a plump sika deer was seen while munching on berries on the ground. Sika deer are very cautious, eating while vigilantly watching their surroundings, and occasionally raising their heads to observe if there is any danger nearby. Fang Xinghua secretly rejoiced in his heart, maneuvered downwind, and used the surrounding bushes as cover, slowly inching closer. When tracking prey, one cannot approach from the windward side, otherwise, the scent will be detected by the animal. Especially with sika deer, whose sense of smell is extremely sharp, any carelessness could lead them to discover him and flee immediately. The speed of a sika deer is incredibly fast, something humans cannot catch up to. Relying on his previous life experience, Fang Xinghua got closer and closer to the sika deer. When he was about 50 meters away, he lay down and crept forward inch by inch. This homemade gun has an effective range of around 30 meters, so it was necessary to get closer still. Once he reached the right distance, Fang Xinghua stood up and hid behind a red pine tree. He raised the homemade gun, aiming it at the sika deer. Bang! The bullet tore through the air, hitting its mark, striking the sika deer directly in the head. The sound echoed throughout the mountain before finally fading away after a long moment. Done! Fang Xinghua grinned, quickly walked over, kicked the sika deer, then proceeded to skin it, extracting the internal organs. Finally, he carved off the meat, placing it in the hemp cloth bag that he had prepared earlier, filling it up entirely with the meat. In addition, he cut off the deer antlers. These were valuable goods, more precious than pelts, and highly regarded for their medicinal properties. Upon returning home, he planned to give them to his mother and xiuxian, allowing them to properly nourish themselves. With the hunting completed, he hurried back home, dragging the deer meat along. If every day before the heavy snow seals off the mountain, he could hunt this much meat, they would have more than enough stockpiled by then. Later, he intended to sell all the furs in town, making sure the New Year's expenses would not be a problem. Fang Xinghua quickened his steps homeward, knowing he must hurry. Once it became dark, the mountain path would become dangerously hard to navigate, and it was easy to get lost. Also, with such poor weather conditions, there might be a heavy snowfall overnight. Chapter 11. This is attempted murder. At this moment, in the small courtyard of the house, Xuanhuan was sitting on a wooden stool, holding a needle and thread, making cloth shoes. And xiuxian had brought back a large pile of palm tree leaves. After tearing them apart, she braided them into ropes. I wonder how Xinghua is doing now. Xuanhuan was deeply worried inside. She put down the needlework in her hand, looked towards the direction of the back mountain, but couldn't see anything except for the towering mountains and the grayish sky. He should be coming back soon, right? xiuxian also glanced at that direction and then continued to braid the ropes with palm leaves. These ropes were used to hang meat, waiting for Fang Xinghua to return from the mountains with a lot of game. Bang! The door of the yard was suddenly pushed open. A gaunt middle-aged man, full of wrinkles on his face, walked in from outside. This middle-aged man was Fang Xinghua's uncle, Fang Gukai. Where's Xinghua? Fang Guotsai's eyes swept around the courtyard as he opened his mouth to inquire. The relationship between the two families had never been good, with many conflicts, mainly due to land disputes. In the countryside, relatives are the ones who often have disputes over land, including land borders. When the old man was still alive, he evenly divided the land between Fang Guokai and Fang Xinghua's father. Fang Guokai was a very greedy person. After Fang Xinghua's father passed away, he used various tricks to deceive Xuanhuan and exchanged all the fertile lands for barren ones. Now, Fang Xinghua had set his eyes on the plot of land by the gate. I heard your family is almost out of food, so I brought you a piece of pork. Fang Guokai swung the pork in his hand and hung it on a wooden stake under the eaves. This piece of pork was only 7 or 8 catties, with bones in the middle and probably no more than 1 or 2 catties of actual meat. No need, take it back. Xuanhuan didn't care much. When they had nothing to eat before, they borrowed some cornmeal from their family and were refused. Moreover, Xuanhuan wasn't foolish either, knowing that Fang Guotsai's sudden act of kindness with the pork must be a scheme concerning the land. It's already here. There's no way I'd take it back. Fang Guokai took a seat himself, pretending to chat casually with a generous demeanor. Xuanhuan ignored him and continued stitching the shoe pads. I came to discuss something with you. I'd like to exchange the land by the forest for the plot of land in front of your yard. Rest assured, you won't suffer any losses. That piece of land may be far away, but it's excellent for crops, especially sorghum and corn. Fang Guokai kept talking, waiting for Xuanhuan's response. His tone was filled with negotiation and his attitude seemed friendly. But once the land was swapped, things would be completely different. I can't make this decision alone. Xinghua needs to agree. Xuanhuan, soft-hearted, declined politely without outright refusing. This matter is decided then. I'll wait for Xinghua to return from the mountains. Fang Guokai planned to forcibly swap the land since as an elder uncle, taking something from a nephew shouldn't be a problem. What do you mean decided? Xuanhuan was angry inside. The good land had already been swapped away by Fang Guokai, and now they only had this slightly better piece in front of the gate for growing vegetables. If they swapped this piece of land too, they would have to go far outside the village just to plant a single vegetable in the future. What's got into you? Fang Guokai immediately became unhappy, looking quite upset. I've never seen anyone who loves to take advantage as much as you. You should leave. We don't welcome you. Xuanhuan spoke while trying to drive Fang Guokai away. You're actually driving me away? Your house was built with my help initially. Fang Guokai started to bring up past favors. In reality, he hadn't helped much at all. Most of the house was built by neighbors in the village. Back then, he only came because he feared people might talk behind his back. Yang Xuanhuan was greatly annoyed. She'd never met anyone so shameless. Even Li Xiaomei beside her couldn't bear to listen anymore. Uncle, you truly have no shame. Fang Jinghua dragged in some deer meat, stepped into the courtyard, and gasped for breath. I'm your uncle. Why do you speak so rudely? The wrinkled face of Fang Guokai was full of anger, and his whole expression turned dark. Do you think it's rude? What you do is even worse. Ever since my father has passed, these years, your bullying of us hasn't stopped, always getting the benefits. All our fertile lands have been swindled away by you through deceit and coercion, and now you have your eyes on our self-plot of land. Even though you're older, you're still extremely greedy. Fang Jinghua's heart was full of anger, showing Fang Guokai no face. Thinking about benefiting further from them was merely a dream. He was not the weak and incapable Fang Jinghua from before. You dare? Since Fang Guokai couldn't find any words to counterattack, he could only rebuke aloud. As for this matter, we'll put it aside for now. Let's talk about the event from the day before yesterday when I went down the cliff at the back mountain to look for Xiaomei. It was you who took away the rope, right? Fang Jinghua stared straight into his eyes, knowing that the time had come to expose this issue. I don't know what you're talking about. Fang Guokai pretended as if he knew nothing. Don't pretend. Someone saw with their own eyes that it was you who did it. Fang Jinghua knew well that he would try to twist the truth. Thereupon Fang Guokai, no longer able to maintain his pretense, with a pale face, admitted directly. So what if it's true? It's good that you've confessed. Such behavior constitutes attempted murder. You harbored malice and tried to kill us both. According to the law, this requires a sentence. Now, I just need to report this to the police station in the small town, and you will have to spend several years at least in prison, staying in free big houses, eating free meals. Fang Jinhua's gaze never left Fang Guokai. It was a misunderstanding. I'm your real uncle. Fang Guokai panicked, overwhelmed by fear within his heart. Now, take your meat, and roll out of here. Fang Jinghua immediately took off the piece of meat, threw it up high, and sent it outside the yard. Fang Guokai was extremely furious but dared not utter another word, afraid that if he provoked him further, a report to the police station would follow, and thus he slunk off silently out of the courtyard. Fang Jinghua stared at the back figure of Fang Guokai, muttering under his breath, if you dare bully our family again, I'll kill your whole family. Even a single fart didn't dare to emit from Fang Guokai. Xiaomei and her mother Chunlan couldn't help but look at Fang Jinghua, astonished beyond measure since in front of Uncle Fang Guokai, he used to be meek and submissive all the time. I'm going to the police station right now to press charges against him. Chunlan was fuming with anger, thinking how cruel it was of Yang Guokai to attempt to kill her only son. Never mind, there's no evidence, so reporting won't work. Fang Jinghua furrowed his brows. There would be plenty of opportunities to settle them later. Since this incident lacked proof, even if reported to the police station, it would likely end without resolution. Settling their family accounts wouldn't suffer a rush in timing. The old debts will eventually be reckoned. So much meat. Li Xiaomei opened the hemp bag, looked inside where all the meat was, and her fresh beauty was filled with happiness. Chapter 12. Hunting the Big Wild Boar. I'll cure this meat right now. Li Xiaomei brought out a tray, placed the deer meat on it, and then sprinkled salt over it. She used her hands to rub every corner of the meat thoroughly. Finally, she used a rope prepared earlier to tie it up so it could be hung conveniently. Yang Chunlan also came to help. With all this meat, we will have enough to eat for a while. They had been eating meat recently, and their bodies finally caught up with the nutrition they needed, making them look much better. Li Xiaomei's skin appeared smoother, making her look even more beautiful and radiant. She grew even more charming. As for Yang Chunlan, her illness slightly improved, making her more spirited than before. In fact, Yang Chunlan's ailment wasn't a serious problem. The reason why it had dragged on until now was because of her previous diet, eating when there was food, starving when there wasn't, and her body not receiving sufficient nutrition. I've brought back the deer antlers. These can replenish blood and qi. You can eat them however you like, but you should take good care of yourselves. Fang Jinghua took out the deer antlers from his pocket and placed them on the old wooden table nearby. This is quite valuable. Eating it would be too wasteful. It would be better to sell it for some money. Yang Chunlan didn't want to eat it. Li Xiaomei nodded in agreement. What Mom said is right. Eating these would be entirely wasteful. Both of them were extremely thrifty and wouldn't consume such expensive items. Fang Jinghua had no choice but to hang the antlers on the beam inside the house. Deer meat was already very nourishing. Adding deer antlers might make their intake excessive, which their bodies wouldn't be able to handle. I'll go cook for you. Fang Jinghua picked up a piece of deer meat and went to the kitchen. He washed it clean, then chopped it into chunks. Then he started cooking on the stove. Within half an hour, a savory aroma wafted up from the pot, making everyone drool. The deer meat was tender, not as coarse as tiger meat, and had better nutritional value. After finishing the cooking, everyone sat around the table and began devouring the delicious meat. Even during festivals in the past, they hadn't eaten so well. Life had indeed improved greatly now. After the meal, Li Xiaomei wiped down the table with a cloth and then took the bowls and chopsticks to the kitchen for washing. Let me help. Fang Jinghua followed and helped wash the dishes. Li Xiaomei hesitated for a moment, but quickly recovered. She felt a hint of joy inside. During this time, Fang Jinghua hadn't beaten her, and when she did household chores, he would often come to offer help voluntarily. Li Xiaomei secretly prayed that Fang Xinghua would continue this way and stop abusing her. After finishing the dishes, Li Xiaomei went to check on the large geese she raised in the pig pen. These geese were ones she secretly bought with the little money she had left, without telling anyone. When the former owner found out about this, she beat Li Xiaomei severely. Li Xiaomei walked around the yard, locking the door before returning to the room. Fang Xinghua was exhausted from the day and had fallen asleep already. Li Xiaomei blew out the oil lamp and lay down beside him, secretly observing Fang Xinghua. Why has he suddenly become so nice to me? Confusion lined the delicate face of Li Xiaomei. She thought to herself, could it be the Buddha's blessing? It must be. The Buddha sees how much hardship I've endured, feels sympathy for me, and has performed a miracle, making him kinder. Li Xiaomei began fabricating this explanation for herself. She planned to save a bit of money, buy some incense paper, and visit the Guanyin cliff at the back mountain to worship properly. Early the next morning, Fang Xinghua again carried his hunting rifle into the mountain, heading towards the forest from yesterday. This forest had an abundance of game, making it a great hunting spot. It was now deep winter, and he clearly remembered that in less than 10 days, this mountain range would experience the largest snowfall in over 20 years. Due to the early snow sealing off the mountains, many villagers couldn't enter the mountains to hunt, and even the road to the town would be blocked by snow. All the villagers in the village starved for 2 whole months, and many almost starved to death. Fang Xinghua was relieved that he knew about the impending snowstorm and had come early to hunt, stockpiling as much meat as possible. By the time everyone else is starving, only his family would still be enjoying meat. Entering the forest, he decided to venture deeper. Just after taking a few steps, he suddenly heard rustling sounds coming from the bushes about 40 or 50 meters away. The sound seems like something big. Fang Xinghua clutched his homemade gun tightly, cautiously approaching. Once he was close enough, he hid behind a large rock and carefully peered over. There was a wild boar weighing over 300 jin, about 330 pounds, searching for fruits of the wild walnut tree among the grass piles. Most trees in this forest were wild walnut trees, and in winter, walnuts would fall from the trees. This type of nut is very common, rich in nutrients, and is the favorite food of wild boars and some herbivorous animals. Fang Xinghua silently encouraged himself. Today's luck was even better than yesterday. As soon as he entered the woods at the back of the mountain, he spotted such a large, plump wild boar. It was like it was serving itself up to be slaughtered. Today, there was no need to venture far into the depths of the forest. Right near home, he could hunt this huge wild boar. Fang Xinghua raised his homemade gun and began aiming. Bang! After the gunshot, the steel pellets flew straight toward the wild boar's head. At this distance, it should have blasted a big hole in the wild boar's head. But the result surprised him. The gun had been used for too long, causing its accuracy to be way off. Instead of hitting the boar's head, the bullet struck its back. The blood-soaked boar writhed in pain but didn't take a fatal hit. It screamed and fled desperately in the opposite direction. Damn! Fang Xinghua cursed under his breath. The homemade gun had worked fine yesterday, and he'd carefully inspected it again just before leaving home. But now, at a critical moment, something went wrong. Seeing the limping boar disappearing into the distance, Fang Xinghua couldn't waste time thinking. He immediately set off after it. This big wild boar was severely injured. It wouldn't last long before bleeding out. Fang Xinghua naturally wasn't about to give up. He followed relentlessly, crossing several hills until he reached a forest filled with large rocks. There were many caves in this area, which the villagers referred to as Ghost Mountain. It got this name because strange things often happened here. People reported hearing women and babies crying, as well as screams akin to those of hellish demons. A few years ago, a villager was scared insane in this very place. Even after 6 months of treatment at the town hospital, he never recovered. Later, he jumped off a cliff one midnight and died. After that incident, no one dared to approach this place anymore, claiming that the forest was haunted. Everyone gave it a wide berth. But Fang Xinghua wasn't afraid. He thought the villagers were simply scaring themselves. How could there be ghosts in the world? Ghosts, he believed, were nothing more than superstitious nonsense. Chapter 13. Your wife got beaten. The reason why this forest produces those strange sounds is actually because there are too many caves, and the cave entrances happen to face the direction of the mountain wind. After the mountain wind blows into the cave, it will produce all sorts of strange noises. This is a physical phenomenon that can be scientifically explained. Many villagers in the village haven't read much, with the highest education level being elementary school graduation. With low levels of education, many superstitious thoughts still exist. From many inexplicable events, they immediately relate them to ghosts. Found it. Following the trail of blood left by the wild boar, Fang Xinghua arrived at a dark cave entrance. Inside, it was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything clearly. However, he could definitely confirm that the wild boar was inside this cave. Going straight in would be too dangerous, mainly because it's unclear what's inside, and there might be other hidden dangers. Without a flashlight, rushing in would be extremely unwise. That large wild boar, though injured, might launch a sudden attack at any time. Fang Xinghua carried several large rocks and placed them at the cave entrance, then chopped down the trunk of a nearby tree, took out the rope he had brought from home, and set up a special trap for catching prey at the cave entrance. Once that large wild boar comes out, it will be directly caught by the trap. After setting everything up, he was still a bit uneasy, deciding to go check whether this cave has any other exits. If it did, it would have been a wasted effort. Climbing onto a rock about 4 to 5 meters high, under him lay the belly of the cave. After carefully observing all around, He confirmed that there were no other exits. Now he could be at ease. Hong hong. A call of a wild boar sounded. The sound came from the gap between two rocks beside him. He immediately walked over, knelt on the big rock, and looked through the crack below. Below, there was a spacious cave of about 40 or 50 square meters with many wild boars. Among them was the large wild boar he had noticed earlier. Most of these wild boars were adult ones, with some baby boars as well. Fang Xinghua carefully counted them, and almost leaped with joy. There were at least more than 20 wild boars in this cave. These wild boars were definitely the ones who caused havoc to crops not long ago. More than 2 months ago, it was the harvest season for crops. The farmland in the village was suddenly devastated by a group of wild boars, resulting in extensive damage to the crops. People in the village quickly organized a search party to look for these wild boars, but they didn't even find their shadow. To hide here, no wonder people in the village haven't found them. Fang Xinghua grinned. These wild boars would now be his advantage. So many fat wild boars, how long would it take to eat them all? Without further delay, he ran back to the only exit of the cave and began cutting down the surrounding trees with a machete, chopping them into logs. His idea was simple. Use these logs to block the only exit, so the wild boars inside wouldn't be able to get out. This cave was essentially a natural pig pen, and those wild boars inside were like domesticated livestock. Among these wild boars, there were plenty of male and female boars that could mate and produce piglets, which when grown up could also give birth to more little pigs. In the future, one could own an endless supply of meat. Also, no need to worry about being discovered by other villagers since this place was Ghost Mountain, and no villager dared step foot here easily. After 3 or 4 hours, using sturdy logs, Fang Xinghua thoroughly blocked the entrance to the cave, which was equivalent to a very solid wooden door. Even if these wild boars had great strength, they wouldn't be able to break out. The wooden rods were very thick and strong unless they managed to bite through the logs. Before him stood a large natural pigsty. Fang Xinghua wiped the sweat off his forehead and chuckled. Next, there was one more thing to do: drag out that injured large wild boar. He carried a bag, picked up a large pile of wild walnuts in the surrounding woods, dragged them to the cave entrance, pushed open the wooden gate made of poles, and walked in with a machete. It was dim inside the cave, and he moved every step with great caution. Once frightened, these wild boars would begin to attack madly. Dealing with 1 or 2 would be manageable, but this cave contained more than 20 wild boars. Soon, he discovered the previous injured large wild boar lying dead on the ground, just near the cave entrance. Picking up so many wild walnuts earlier was intended to lure away the other wild boars, allowing him to drag out this big wild boar. Judging by now, that step was completely unnecessary. He dumped the wild walnuts from his pocket onto the ground, then tied the big wild boar's legs with a rope, dragging it toward the cave entrance with both hands. Weighing over 300 catties, the wild boar was extremely heavy. With tremendous effort and sweat streaming down his face, he managed to drag it to the mouth of the cave. After resting for a moment, he gutted the wild boar, removed its internal organs, and peeled off its skin. It took him over an hour to cut all the meat from the bones, which he then packed into his bag. To prevent the stench of the wild boar's innards and bones from attracting large carnivorous animals, he found a very secluded spot and buried everything under the soil. After completing these tasks, Fang Xinghua dragged the bag filled with meat back toward the village. The load weighed at least around 200 catties and was incredibly burdensome to carry. However, there were no major issues. It was only 1 or 2 kilometers back to the village from here. He would definitely make it back to Lu village before dark. This haul was the biggest yet, catching a wild boar weighing over 300 catties and discovering a natural pig pen. By the time he reached the village entrance, the sky was already growing dark. Something happened to your wife. Li Tinu walked quickly over upon seeing Fang Xinghua. What happened? Fang Xinghua began to feel worried. Seeing Tinu so agitated, it must be serious. She was beaten by your eldest aunt's family. I'm just an outsider. It's inappropriate for me to interfere. I couldn't bear to watch. I tried to dissuade your eldest aunt earlier, but ended up being scolded harshly instead. Li Tinu sighed. Hearing this, Fang Xinghua became furious, dropped the meat in his hands, and rushed toward home. Upon reaching the yard gate, he heard loud arguing inside. He stormed in. There stood Fang Guokai and his eldest aunt, Lu Dafan, glaring defiantly in the courtyard, their hands firmly placed on their hips, looking particularly arrogant. If you don't want to exchange our reserved land, then return the foundation of this courtyard to us. Tomorrow, I'll have people come over to demolish your house. Lu Dafan bellowed, saliva flying everywhere. She was infamous in the village as a shrew. Many villagers dared not offend her, because she could shout loudly and directly curse people's ancestors. Chapter 14 Beating Aunt Lu Dafan. You are bullying us too much. Why should this foundation belong to your family? This was left by Grandpa Xinghua, and it has nothing to do with your family. Yang Xuanhuan wasn't one to be easily bullied either, and she started arguing with Lu Dafan right away. The two of them were arguing fiercely. Fang Guokai was also chiming in from the side, and the two of them were arguing back at Yang Xuanhuan. Li Xiaomei stood nearby, her body covered with a lot of mud. Her forehead had been scratched, but the bleeding had already stopped. Are you alright? Fang Xinghua walked up to Li Xiaomei and asked tenderly. I'm fine. I just fell earlier. Li Xiaomei shook her head. I just heard from Uncle Li Tinu that Aunt Lu Dafan hit you. What exactly happened? Fang Xinghua planned to find out first before dealing with Lu Dafan. Li Xiaomei recounted what had happened. It turned out that earlier, when she came home after cutting pig grass in the field, she saw Fang Guokai and Lu Dafan using an axe to chop down the door to their yard. She was about to go over when she was pushed to the ground by Lu Dafan and fell. Bullying too much. Fang Xinghua had never been so angry. They were bullying them simply because they hadn't agreed to exchange the retained land for theirs. What's worse is that they even dared to come inside and cause trouble. Lu Dafan, was it you who pushed my wife just now? Fang Xinghua went directly toward Lu Dafan. So what if I did? How could you speak so poorly? I am your aunt-in-law, yet you dare call me by name, showing no respect. Lu Dafan cursed loudly at Fang Xinghua. With one hand, Fang Xinghua slapped her across the face. Slap. That slap landed squarely on Lu Dafan's face. Lu Dafan screamed out in pain and immediately fell onto the ground, rolling around there. My own nephew is trying to kill me. Lu Dafan lay on the ground and writhed dramatically. Upon seeing this, Fang Guokai picked up a hammer from the ground and swung it towards Fang Xinghua's head. Fang Xinghua grabbed his arm and kicked him hard in the stomach, knocking him to the ground. You little beast. How dare you hit your aunt? And now you have the guts to hit me. Are you rebelling against me? While cursing, Fang Guokai picked up a hoe from the ground and got up, preparing to fight Fang Xinghua to the death. Even if we killed you today, coming to commit violence at our house, we would still not break any law. Fang Xinghua rushed into the kitchen, grabbed the bright shining cleaver, and ran into the yard. Fang Guokai was sweating cold sweat all over. Lu Dafan, who was still lying on the ground throwing a tantrum, scrambled to get up quickly. Seeing the cleaver in Fang Xinghua's hand, looking like he was about to chop them up, they immediately became afraid. If you don't leave, I will chop you into pieces. Fang Xinghua stared at them. Which kind of situation had Fang Guokai and Lu Dafan ever seen before? They fled out of the courtyard in fear. If you dare to bully my mother and wife again, I will chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Fang Xinghua charged to the gate with the cleaver. People like this, most feared tough people, especially those who often wave knives around indiscriminately. Just giving Lu Dafan a slap and kicking Fang Guokai once today didn't result in losing anything. If they came to make trouble again, beat them up every time they came. Xinghua, give me the cleaver quickly. Xuanhuan hastily snatched the cleaver from his hands, fearing that he would really use it, and killing someone would certainly require him to pay with his life. You acted too impulsively this time. They are your uncle and aunt, your elders. If you beat them up, this matter will definitely spread through the village in no time. With their behavior, they will surely spread the word about this incident and tarnish your reputation. Xuanhuan sighed, feeling quite helpless. Whatever. Fang Xinghua didn't care about these things. A bad reputation couldn't serve as food. Moreover, Fang Guokai and Lu Dafan were bullying them excessively, even daring to come inside the house and harass them. If he didn't teach them a lesson this time, they would only become more brazen in the future. If not for the sake of being relatives, he would have crippled them on the spot. If something like this were endured, there wouldn't be much difference between oneself and a waste of space. They liked to bully the weak and feared the strong. The former self and Lu Xunhuan, their characters had always been rather weak, so they'd been bullied to such an extent all these years. At this moment, Li Tinu helped drag a large bag full of meat back, drenched in sweat from exhaustion and panting heavily. There's all sorts of meat in this bag, at least 200 pounds worth. I'm nearly dead from exertion. Li Tinu's tone was full of envy. The last time Fang Xinghua went into the mountains, he brought back a large amount of tiger meat, and this time, it was another big sack of wild boar meat. Anyone who saw it would be envious. You've worked hard. Fang Xinghua took the sack and pulled out 2 chunks of meat, handing them over to Taidiu. This doesn't seem quite right. Li Taidiu's face showed reluctance, but his hands acted honestly, taking the meat without hesitation. These 2 pieces of meat would allow his family to indulge in some animal protein. Just thinking about the aroma of the meat made him salivate uncontrollably. Li Taidiu carried the 2 pieces of meat away with great excitement. By nightfall, the weather had become exceptionally cold, with temperatures dropping to around -7 or 8 degrees Celsius. You two should go inside quickly so you don't catch a cold from the chill. As Fang Xinghua urged Yang Chunlan and Li Xiumei to go into the house, he grabbed the sack and started dragging the meat into the yard. I'll help you. They came over to assist, hugging the front of the sack with their hands. Seeing this, Fang Xinghua used both hands to hold the other end of the sack, and the 3 of them together lifted the large sack of meat into the main room. In the evening, Fang Xinghua returned to his room to rest. You've worked all day? I've prepared hot water for you to wash your feet. Li Xiumei carried the foot-washing basin into the room and placed it by Fang Xinghua's feet. Fang Xinghua removed his shoes, put his feet into the basin, and felt an indescribable comfort spread through his legs. After washing his feet, Li Xiumei took the basin outside to dump the water in the yard, and then turned back into the house. I want to buy 2 piglets when spring comes next year. Li Xiumei hesitated for a long while before bringing up this matter. With no money to buy piglets previously, the pigsty remained empty, and they only raised a few geese. She had wanted to mention this for a long time, but she feared that Fang Xinghua might not agree, so she never brought it up. All right. Fang Xinghua nodded, acknowledging that leaving the pigsty vacant like that was indeed too wasteful. That's wonderful. Next year, I'll plant more sweet potatoes. We can eat the sweet potatoes and feed the vines to the pigs. Also, I'll grow some cow parsley so that by the time we celebrate the new year, we will have raised 2 fat pigs. One we can sell, and the other we can cure as preserved meat and bacon. We can also render lard from the pork fat. Li Xiumei was thrilled that Fang Xinghua agreed. She walked back and forth excitedly in the room. Even though they didn't even have pigs yet, she had already begun her plans. Chapter 15. A fortuitous encounter with a 100-year-old ginseng. The next day, after Fang Xinghua woke up, he disassembled that soil gun entirely and repaired it again. After everything was ready, He took some dry rations and continued into the mountains. There was no worry about meat this winter. In the cave on Gui Mountain, there were so many wild boars that even if a family of 3 ate meat every day, it would last a long time. What worried him now was the money problem. The money for New Year's goods had not been secured yet, and besides, he needed a considerable amount of money to buy medicine for his mother xuanhuan. At home, there were also some daily expenses needed. In short, before the snow seals off the mountain, he must try to go deep into the mountain and find some wild game to sell in the street and make some money. Inside the mountain, the most valuable thing is ginseng, and some other precious herbs are also worth a lot. However, finding them during this season is difficult. It snowed for several hours yesterday evening. Now, the mountains are already blanketed in white with at least 4 or 5 inches of snow. The air has become abnormally cold, like being slashed by a knife when the wind blows against your face. Fang Zhengguo wore his old military coat, put on multiple layers of sweaters underneath, and even wore thick gloves on his hands. Even so, he still felt cold all over. His exposed face turned red from the cold within just a few moments. The temperature dropped rapidly. After walking into the deeper part of the mountain for nearly an hour, frost started forming on Fang Zhengguo's hair. He urinated nearby, and within the blink of an eye, it froze solid. It was at least minus 10 degrees Celsius right now. Fang Zhengguo found a sheltered position, squatted under a big tree, leaned against the trunk, exhaled 2 puffs of warm air onto his hands, removed his gloves, opened the canvas bag, and prepared to take out the venison inside for a couple of bites. Walking in the mountains consumes a lot of energy. By now, his stomach had begun to feel hungry. He needed to eat something to fill his belly before continuing deeper into the mountains to search for those valuable wild goods. How can I eat this? Fang Zhengguo looked at the piece of meat in his hand and couldn't help but let out a wry laugh. The temperature was too low, freezing the meat solid like a lump of ice. He tried taking a bite, but could only leave 2 tooth marks. There was no way around it. He could only place the meat under his armpit to use his body heat to soften it. He breathed out clouds of white mist, looked up at the snow-covered forest, and suddenly remembered a very serious issue. Finding herbs in winter was inherently difficult, as the branches and leaves of the herbs had dried up and would only sprout again in the spring of the next year. Now, with such thick layers of snow on the ground, it was even harder to find them. The only method was to look for forests not covered by snow, where perhaps they could find some herbs. Now it should be edible. Fang Zhengguo took the piece of meat out from under his armpit, bit it with his mouth, and it was much softer. On such a cold day, his tongue was numb from the cold, and the icy meat offered no aroma or taste. This wasn't like being at home, where one could enjoy steaming hot meat. After satisfying his hunger, he continued moving forward, changing to another direction this time. In some places within the forest, the trees were more lush, blocking much of the snow. Beneath these trees, there were areas not fully covered by snow. Fang Zhengguo had never ventured into this part of the forest before. After walking nearly 2 or 3 kilometers, a lush patch of forest came into sight. Most of the area in this whole forest was not covered by snow. Fang Zhengguo hurriedly went over, chopped the stick with his hatchet, and used the stick to sweep away the fallen leaves on the ground while looking for those precious herbs. After quite a while of searching, he finally found some purple lingji mushrooms and some xuanhuan fungi. This left him a little disappointed. The prices for purple lingji and xuanhuan were passable, but what he had managed to find barely amounted to £1 or so in total. After struggling for so long and traveling such a distance to get here, was he really going to return empty-handed? It was already late in the day. In a few more hours, it would be dark. He could not stay any longer. There might be more snowfall at night, and the weather would get even colder. Fang Zhengguo had to head back. After walking 2 or 3 steps, he suddenly noticed a withered branch among the dried leaves beside him. A closer inspection revealed that it was a ginseng plant. His eyes immediately brightened. He knelt down and cleared the surrounding leaves. He then made 2 small tools by sharpening 2 thumb-sized, sturdy twigs into pointed ends. Fang Zhengguo did not know how to properly dig up ginseng and ignored all the rules. He simply treated it like digging sweet potatoes, cleared the leaves around it, and began scooping away the surrounding dirt. It only took a few minutes, and he had successfully unearthed that ginseng. Fang Zhengguo carefully examined the wild mountain ginseng. Its surface had clear ring patterns, and it was a golden yellow color with a plump shape. As for the root system, it resembled dragon whiskers, dense and abundant. He could immediately tell this was 100-year-old mountain ginseng. His heart instantly filled with joy. It was the rhythm of getting rich. He could sell it for a lot of money. If only I could find a few more. He placed the old mountain ginseng in the canvas bag and continued to search around. Not long after, he found another one. In total, he found 200-year-old mountain ginseng roots. There might still be more in this forest, but now it was already late in the day, and he had to quickly return to the village. He would have to come back to this forest later. It was already quite late when he returned home that day, and as soon as he exited the woods, it became dark. Fang Zhengguo reached his doorstep, pushed the door open, and walked into the courtyard. Li Xiaomei and Yang Chunlan hurried out from the living room. You really scared us to death. Previously, you always returned early. How come you're back so late today? Both me and Xiaomei were scared, worried something happened to you. Yang Chunlan let out a long sigh of relief upon seeing him return safely. Don't worry. Fang Zhengguo entered the living room, took off his canvas bag, opened it, and placed the 2 ginseng roots on the table. Yang Chunlan and Li Xiaomei both looked surprised. Being mountain people, they knew villagers occasionally dug up ginseng and often saw them. Seeing these 2 large ginseng roots, shining gold and so plump, they immediately became excited. These 2 ginseng roots must be at least 100 years old, Yang Chunlan said in amazement. One of these ginseng roots should be worth several oxen, xiuxian said while staring at the 2 ginseng roots. They had seen plenty of old ginseng, but ones over 100 years old were exceedingly rare. I plan to take them to sell tomorrow and get some money to buy New Year's goods and such. Fang Zhengwa prepared to go to the market with xiuxian the next day to buy her a couple of outfits and other things. Xiuxian only had 2 sets of clothes, and they had been worn for many years and were very thin. Winter had now deepened. The weather would become increasingly cold. Without thick clothes, enduring the winter would be incredibly difficult. Chapter 16. Selling the ginseng. That's it, let's sell it. It would be a pity if we lost it by keeping it at home. Xuanhuan did not object. It was now winter, and the rats in the mountains had nothing to eat, so most of them would run to the village. The rat infestation was severe in this era, and villagers were helpless against them. Their grain was often stolen. Some rats, when starving, ate anything. No matter how well the grain was hidden, there was no way to completely prevent it from being stolen. If these 2 old mountain ginseng stayed at home, who knows when they might be dragged away by rats. The next day, after breakfast, Fang Zhengwa stopped xiuxian, who was preparing to go chop wood. Let's go to the market together. Fang Zhengwa packed the 2 ginseng roots and walked into the yard. Just wait for me. Xiuxian ran to her room, changed into a cotton jacket with 2 patches sewn on, and also changed into washed shoes before running back to the yard. This cotton jacket was the best one she owned among all her clothes. And those shoes? The soles were almost worn out. Though her clothing was very ordinary, her beautiful face couldn't be overshadowed. This is for you to carry. Fang Zhengwa handed the canvas bag containing the old mountain ginseng to xiuxian, then slung the basket on the ground onto his back. This bamboo basket could hold quite a bit, and he planned to buy the New Year goods today. There would be heavy snowfall in a few days, making the road difficult to walk on, so he decided to prepare in advance. Leaving the village, they headed toward the street of the small town. Xiuxian held the canvas bag tightly in her arms, looking very alert, as if afraid someone might snatch it away. You don't need to be that nervous. Fang Zhengwa found it somewhat funny. The thing inside here, these are 2 old mountain ginseng roots. They're worth a lot of money, and it's impossible not to feel tense. Xiuxian whispered quietly, fearing others might hear if her voice was too loud. Fang Zhengwa was about to say something when he saw a familiar figure walking ahead. Uncle Tu. Fang Zhengwa called out. Uncle Tu's name was Fang Guogui, his biological second uncle. Fang Guogui was fairly upright and their relationship was still good. Wow, you 2 are going to the market too. Fang Guogui stopped and waited for them where he was standing. We're planning to go to the street to buy some New Year goods. Fang Zhengwa and xiuxian walked over. After chatting for a moment, they continued on their journey together, talking while walking. I heard that the other day you hit your elder uncle and aunt. Is that true? Fang Guogui had heard of this in the village long ago, but didn't really dare to believe it. In his impression, Fang Zhengwa was of a timid character, having been bullied by Fang Guotsai's family for many years and had always endured silently. They went too far and came to make trouble at our place. They can't keep bullying us. Fang Zhengwa recounted what happened that night. Ah, Fang Guogui sighed. Your elder uncle and aunt indeed went too far, but since they are elders, try to avoid provoking them regularly. Fang Guogui was also a man of principles. Their family and Fang Guotsai's family had numerous conflicts, mostly because of land disputes and boundary issues. In many people's eyes, country folk were very simple, passionate, and generous. But only real rural folks knew that many were selfish individuals. For a blade of grass, or even a tree, they could argue and sometimes come to blows. Especially between blood brothers, out of 10 families, 9 would have more or less conflicts between the brothers. While speaking, they had already reached the street. It's particularly cold this winter. I'm going to buy a quilt, so I won't be joining you. Fang Guogui said his greetings, then turned to leave. Uncle Tu, there may be a heavy snowfall in a short while. The road from the village to the town is tough. Take advantage of this time to buy the New Year goods first. Fang Zhengwa felt okay about this second uncle and specially reminded him twice. Upon hearing this, Fang Guogui seemed somewhat skeptical but still nodded, and then turned to leave. How do you know there will be a heavy snowfall? xiuxian's clear eyes were filled with curiosity. It's just a guess. Fang Zhengwa laughed, then took her across the street to look for the fur merchant from last time. It was now winter, and there weren't many herbs dug up in the mountains, so the villagers didn't have any herbs to sell. Therefore, most of the herbal merchants from outside areas had already left the town. Fang Zhengwa could only ask that fur merchant if the old mountain ginseng could be sold. Soon, they reached the corner of the street and found the fur merchant. Hey, young brother, it's been a long time since I last saw you. This time, have you brought anything good? The fur merchant came over, tiptoeing to peer into the bamboo basket on his back. Seeing that there was nothing inside, he immediately appeared somewhat disappointed. Would you happen to buy ginseng? Fang Zhengwa took the canvas bag from xiuxian's arms and retrieved the 2 old mountain ginseng roots, unwrapping the newspaper. Such fine items. At the sight of these 2 old mountain ginseng roots, the fur merchant became extremely excited. He could tell at a glance that they were century-old mountain ginsengs, and knew they were valuable goods. Centuries-old mountain ginsengs were indeed very rare. What's your offer? Fang Zhengwa didn't want to waste time, intending to sell quickly as he still needed to buy clothes for xiuxian and purchase New Year goods. His estimated price was at least around 2,000 per root. Money was worth much in this era, and this price was the most reasonable. If it were over 30 years later, such as centuries-old mountain ginseng would be worth at least 6 or 70,000. 500. The fur merchant said this while reaching for his wallet to pull out money. You're really good at driving a hard bargain. This is a century-old mountain ginseng. Fang Xinghua felt speechless. It seemed like this guy simply couldn't pay a higher price. Such a low price would only fool a fool. 600. If you still think it's too little, I'll add another 100. No more can be added beyond this price. The market is just like this. Selling to someone else might even result in a much lower price. The fur merchant had already counted out the money, presenting it before Fang Xinghua. It seems there's no deal to be made. Fang Xinghua prepared to put away the ginseng. Nobody in the small town could afford this price. Tomorrow, he'd go directly to the county to sell it and was confident about getting a good price. Please reconsider. The fur merchant didn't want to miss out on this big deal and decided to raise his offer. Fang Xinghua didn't want to reconsider. This guy couldn't pay a proper price, so haggling with him would completely be a waste of time. After chasing after him for a long while and seeing that Fang Xinghua ignored him, the fur merchant had no choice but to give up. Now, Fang Xinghua was a bit worried. He hadn't brought a single cent when he came here, originally thinking that selling the ginseng would provide money for shopping. However, the ginseng failed to sell, leaving them running errands for nothing today. Big brother, I hear you have some great merchandise. A loud and boisterous woman's voice rang out from behind. Chapter 17. The Greedy Daughter-in-Law. I've heard that you have 2-century-old ginseng roots in your possession. Could I take a look? A middle-aged woman in her 40s walked over, with permed hair and wearing a floral cotton jacket. At her waist hung a black leather bag. From her appearance, it was clear she was an astute and articulate businesswoman. Fang Xinghua sized her up for a moment before nodding. It seemed like he had met a promising buyer. I just happened to pass by earlier and saw you negotiating prices with that fur merchant. Didn't want to cut in on his deal, so I followed you instead to have this chat. The middle-aged woman explained clearly and loudly. That works. Fang Xinghua retrieved the 2 old ginsengs from the canvas bag and unwrapped the newspaper. After inspecting them carefully, the woman's face immediately brightened. They're indeed good stuff. I'll take these 2 old ginseng roots. How much are you asking for? 3,000 for the pair. Fang Xinghua knew the tricks of the trade. He needed to ask for a high price. That's too expensive. The middle-aged woman shook her head. Young man, let me be honest with you. These old ginsengs are certainly good, but there's no way they're worth that price. Even if you took them to the city, no one would pay such a high price. So how much will you offer? Fang Xinghua understood it was difficult to get that kind of money. Money was incredibly valuable in this era. Potatoes cost only 5 fun per caddy, and even the best rice was only 4 or 5 mao per caddy. All cash. I'll give you 2,000 yuan for the pair, think about it. Seeing him hesitate, after some thought, she added, all right, I'll add another $100. This is the most I can offer. Deal. Fang Xinghua agreed without hesitation. With this extra 100 yuan, not accepting would be foolish. The middle-aged woman opened her black leather purse at her waist, pulled out a stack of crisp bills, then dampened her finger with saliva and began counting. All were 100 yuan notes, exactly 21 of them. Young man, double check. Once I hand it over, I don't take responsibility anymore. The middle-aged woman handed the money over to Fang Xinghua. After receiving it, Fang Xinghua started counting the amount while checking the authenticity of each bill. In this time period, the counterfeit-proof measures were inadequate, making it easy to accidentally receive fake bills. These are fine. Fang Xinghua handed the 2 ginseng roots to the middle-aged woman, clutching tightly the 21 100 yuan bills, feeling the weight in his hands. My surname is Ma. Call me Sister Ma. If you come across more goods like this, remember to contact me. After saying this, Sister Ma turned around and left with the ginseng, her figure quickly disappearing into the bustling street. This money will last us a long time. You hold on to it. Fang Xinghua withdrew 200 yuan bills for himself, then handed the rest to Li Xiumei. Li Xiumei had never seen so much money and hesitated to take it. Just grab it. We still need to buy New Year goods. Fang Xinghua placed the money in her hands, as promised, not breaking any word regarding entrusting her with the proceeds. In that case, I'll keep it. After receiving the money, Li Xiumei took out a piece of cloth, carefully wrapping the money, then glanced around cautiously to ensure no one was paying attention. She quietly hid the money in a pocket inside her clothes. Patting it once, she felt secure. Her heart was filled with happiness. This was the first time she'd ever carried so much money, her tension evident as she occasionally touched where she kept the money. Seeing this, Fang Xinghua couldn't help but chuckle, finding her similar to a little child. At 18, her age was still quite young, barely adult, akin to a girl still transitioning. This was the reason why Fang Xinghua hadn't acted yet. It would take nurturing patience. Today, let's buy lots of New Year goods. With a basket on his back and the 200 yuan in hand, Fang Xinghua led Li Xiumei on a shopping spree. By afternoon, they had filled the entire basket. Apart from 2 cotton jackets bought for Li Xiumei, there were couplets, firecrackers, candles, and other items necessary for offering tributes to ancestors during the Lunar New Year. These were rural customs here, not superstitions but traditions passed down through generations. Regardless of how poor a family was, firecrackers, candles, and incense paper were essential items for the spring festival. Also, Fang Xinghua specially bought 4 or 5 pounds of fruit candy, specifically the white rabbit milk candies. Let's go home. Fang Xinghua wiped the sweat off his forehead and led Lu Xiuhua away from the market. On the way home, they encountered many villagers rushing home, all eager to leave early due to the distance of their villages. Traveling those distant mountain roads wasn't convenient. Some villages were 10 to 20 kilometers away from the town. Villagers would leave before dawn, and after finishing their errands, they would return home deep into the night. Lu family village was also a good distance from the town. It took several hours to travel back and forth, and they couldn't stay on the street for too long or they wouldn't be able to return home before dark. After walking 1 or 2 kilometers, Fang Jinghua saw a small stall by the side of the road with a large iron pot beside it. The pot was boiling mutton soup, its fragrance wafting through the air. This was lamb dumpling soup, and villagers who traveled far distances and felt hungry after running errands would buy a bowl. "Boss, give us 2 large bowls." Fang Jinghua placed the basket on a stone by the roadside, grabbed the corner of his shirt, wiped the sweat off his face, then sat down on a wooden stool nearby. When he turned around, he noticed Li Xiumei had not come over and was still standing in her original spot. "Don't just stand there, come and have a bowl," Fang Jinghua called out. "I'm not hungry." Li Xiumei shook her head. She wasn't really not hungry, but she was reluctant to spend money. Even though they had made quite a bit selling the ginseng this time, she was still very frugal. "Just come over, I've already paid. Not eating will be a waste." Fang Jinghua knew she must be hungry, having gone all morning shopping for New Year goods with him without eating anything, not even drinking a drop of water. Upon hearing that the money had been paid, Li Xiumei came over and sat in front of Fang Jinghua. 2 steaming hot bowls of dumpling soup were soon placed on the table, smelling absolutely delicious. Fang Jinghua was truly starving. He picked up his chopsticks and began shoveling food into his mouth noisily, breaking out in a sweat as he ate. After finishing 1 bowl, his stomach was immediately full, leaving him feeling quite satisfied. "Boss, here's the money." Fang Jinghua pulled out a yuan bill and handed it to the boss. This kind of lamb dumpling soup cost 50 fun per bowl and came in generous portions, but not many people ate it. Mainly because life was tough in this era, and to save money, people avoided indulging themselves. For most villagers in the countryside, no one worked outside their hometown. Basically, they relied on farming their land for sustenance and had almost no other sources of income. When Fang Jinghua looked at Li Xiumei, he saw that she had already finished an entire large bowl, drinking even the last drop of soup, only stopping short of licking the bowl clean. Chapter 18. What a sin. "Would you like another bowl?" Fang Jinghua looked at Li Xiuyan, worried she hadn't eaten enough. "I'm full." Li Xiuyan burped contentedly and placed her chopsticks on the table. This was the first time she had eaten mutton dumpling soup here since marrying Fang Jinghua. In the past, when she passed by on market day and smelled the aroma, she could only swallow her saliva and steal a glance before hurrying away. At that moment, Uncle Fang Guogui had just finished his market trip and was preparing to return to the village as he passed by. "You two are pretty fast, walking ahead of me." Fang Guogui smiled and greeted them. "Uncle, come have a bowl of mutton dumpling soup." Fang Jinghua asked the boss for another bowl. Fang Guogui shook his head quickly. He didn't have much money. Although he could afford a bowl of mutton dumpling soup, he didn't want to waste money unnecessarily and preferred to save where he could. There were 5 mouths to feed in his household. Life was hard. 3 children were in school, 1 in junior high and the other in elementary. By next spring, tuition fees would be due again. "It's on me, go ahead and eat." Fang Jinghua waved his hand generously. His uncle had been good to his family, so treating him to a bowl of mutton dumpling soup wasn't a big deal. Besides, it wouldn't look right if he didn't invite him after bumping into him like this. "I won't eat. Save some money for yourself. Your family doesn't even have enough to eat. There's no need to spend so recklessly." Fang Guogui sighed. He knew about Fang Jinghua's financial situation. Their family wasn't well off. They were among the poorest in the entire village, barely getting enough food to eat. What he didn't know was that things had improved for Fang Jinghua's household recently. Seeing his uncle refuse no matter what, Fang Jinghua could only get up, shouldering his basket, and accompany him back to the village. "You bought quite a lot of New Year goods today." Fang Guogui looked curiously at the pile of New Year goods inside his basket, wondering where the money came from. "Buy more, we're going to have a good year this year." Fang Jinghua didn't mention finding the old ginseng root, not intentionally hiding it. Telling outright might make it seem like bragging. "You little guy, finally learning how to live properly. Unlike before when you were lazy and always drunk, beating your wife whenever the mood struck." Fang Guogui felt some relief seeing the change in him. "I was confused in the past. Now I have to start living a proper life." Fang Jinghua put his basket down on a rock by the side of the road, intending to rest. The New Year goods in the basket weighed over 40 jin. Due to his poor physical condition, he had to catch his breath every few hundred meters. After taking a break 7 or 8 times along the way, they finally reached the village entrance. "I'm going home now." Uncle Fang Guogui lived at the other end of the village, near its edge, with a large pine tree outside his door. Fang Jinghua's house, on the other hand, was on the other side of the village. After watching Uncle Fang Guogui leave, Fang Jinghua then took his basket and brought Li Xiuyan home. They soon arrived at the doorstep. In front of the door was their reserved plot of land, nearly an acre of black soil, very fertile. It was used to grow vegetables or some potatoes since it was close to the yard. They replaced chemical fertilizers with farmyard manure, and the crops grew exceptionally well. At the moment, Mother xuanhuan was wielding a hoe, turning over the soil. This made Fang Jinghua feel somewhat helpless. "Mom, stop working, come back soon." Fang Jinghua called out. Her illness wasn't fully cured yet, and she shouldn't do such heavy work. It could worsen her condition. Xuanhuan turned around upon hearing the voice. "I have nothing better to do, so I loosen the soil. By the time spring comes next year, we can directly plant vegetables. Don't worry, my health has improved a lot." Xuanhuan usually couldn't sit still. Even when she was sick, she would sew insoles and make cloth shoes. "You doing this will make your illness worse. You'll need even more money for treatment later, and the medicine we bought before will be wasted," Fang Jinghua said. Xuanhuan immediately dropped the hoe and carried it back home upon hearing this. At that moment, Li Tiniu returned furiously from the fields with a hoe on his shoulder, followed by his son, Zai Dianiu. "What's wrong?" Fang Jinghua was a bit puzzled, not knowing what had happened. Just now while I was working in the field, my son came running to tell me that Lumiozi's mother tripped over the stone platform in front of our yard and fell into the ditch, dying there. Lumiozi blamed us, putting the body in front of our door, demanding we pay for the coffin. The bastard is obviously trying to extort money. Li Tiniu fumed. Fang Xinghua froze for a second, not expecting that old lady Lu had died. I have to rush home. Li Tiniu hurried home with his son, carrying the hoe. Upon hearing the news of old lady Lu's death, Fang Chunlan frowned deeply. What a sin. Old lady Lu was over 70 years old and only had one son, Lu Damao. Since Lu Damao was rather useless and had yet to marry at over 50, the two of them depended on each other for survival. Lu Damao was a notorious gambler who sold everything valuable in their home until they were utterly impoverished. It was so bad that even if a thief came to their house, he would leave in tears. Moreover, Lu Damao was extremely lazy, spending his days eating, drinking, and having fun while leaving all the farming work to old lady Lu. Old lady Lu was always physically fit, working several acres of land alone every day from dawn to dusk. Actually, the reason Lu Damao turned out this way was because old lady Lu spoiled him, treating him like a treasure, never letting him work in the fields. Even Lu Damao's clothes and pants were washed by old lady Lu. Even stranger, every time she finished her work in the fields and cooked, she would personally serve the food to Lu Damao. You should go see if there's anything you can help with. Yang Chunlan said to Fang Xinghua. After all, our families are related. Old lady Lu is your second auntie grandmother, and we have some distant family connection. Can this really be considered relatives? Fang Xinghua couldn't help but say. Your grandma's cousin, whose maiden name was Lu, belongs to the same clan as old lady Lu, sharing some distant family ties. Also, my second sister-in-law is also from the Lu family, and she and your grandmother were cousins. Yang Chunlan explained once more. Fang Xinghua didn't understand completely, thinking about it for a long time, but still not clearly understanding what kind of relative relationship existed between them. However, he decided to pay a visit anyway. In the village, no matter whose house someone passed away in, the entire village would offer their help. This custom had been passed down through generations. You take the New Year goods inside, I'll go now. Fang Xinghua finished speaking and strode toward the direction of Tiniu's house. Tinia mentioned earlier that old lady Lu's body was placed at Li Tiniu's doorstep, so going straight to the Li household would suffice. Chapter 19, Coffin Money. A few minutes later, Fang Xinghua arrived at Li Tiniu's doorstep. By this time, a large crowd had already gathered nearby. There were men and women, young and old. Many had just returned from the fields. Upon hearing that old lady Lu had passed away, they all dropped their work to rush back and help out. Li Tiniu and his wife were in a heated argument with Lu Damao, anger evident in every word spoken. Old lady Lu lay flat on the ground. Her body was cold, covered in some mud, with traces of blood on her face. Her eyes were still wide open. The scene was rather frightening. Many villagers wouldn't let their children come near and urged them to stay far away. My mother died right outside your door, so you must compensate for the coffin. Otherwise, she will lie here, and we'll see how your family deals with it. Lu Damao smoked a cigarette while pointing an accusing finger at Tinu. What if she did die outside my door? It wasn't us who killed her. Hurry up and take the body away. If not, I swear I'll beat you to death today. Tinu held a hoe in his hand. His wife stood by him, pulling him back, worried that Tinu might lose control and strike Lu Damao. If someone got hurt, they'd have to pay medical compensation. Try beating me to death then. Lu Damao thrust his head toward Tinu. Tinu clenched his teeth, ready to lash out if it weren't for his wife restraining him. At this moment, one of the villagers brought over the village chief. The village chief also had the surname Lu. He had been the head of the village since the production team days. He carried a tobacco pipe, hands clasped behind his back as he approached swiftly. What's going on? The old village chief glanced down at the corpse of old lady Lu lying on the ground, frowning deeply before looking up at Lu Damao. Old village chief, you've come at the perfect time. Please mediate this. This road has existed here for decades, but Li Tinu acts like it's his personal road, building a stone platform beside it. Just now, my mother tripped over this platform after coming back from working in the field, falling and dying instantly. If only Li Tinu's family hadn't insisted on building this stone platform, my mother wouldn't have lost her life. Lu Damao believed it was the responsibility of the Li family. The old village chief puffed on his tobacco pipe a couple of times, exhaling smoke before asking Li Tinu with a raised eyebrow. Why did your family build a stone platform next to the road? The slope here is quite steep, and my kids often play at the doorway. They've fallen several times, so I built the stone platform to prevent more accidents. The stone platform is on the side of the road, close to our land boundary. Building it within our own property, what's wrong with that? Why didn't old lady Lu walk on the main road? Instead, she walked closer to the edge. What could I do? Li Tinu sounded pretty innocent. This matter seemed reasonable from both sides, making it unclear who was truly at fault. In matters like these, involving a loss of life, why don't we settle this way? The Li family compensates for half the cost of the coffin, and we consider the case closed. Even the old village chief was struggling with this. On what grounds should we do that? Li Tinu burst out angrily. Old lady Lu fell down herself. We didn't push her. Now you want us to pay for half the coffin money because of a self-inflicted accident? I refuse. Lu Damao also looked dissatisfied. I won't agree either. The whole cost of the coffin needs to be compensated. Paying for only half of it. What kind of resolution is that? I'm merely offering a suggestion. If you think I've handled it improperly, you can go directly to the police station in town. I cannot handle it any other way either. The village chief frowned. In this era, laws were not yet well established. In cases like this, even the small-town police station would find themselves overwhelmed. I guess it's my bad luck. I agree to cover half the coffin costs. Although Li Tinu was reluctant, he understood the matter had to be resolved sooner or later. Leaving old lady Lu's body at his door was very ominous. Not acceptable, I won't agree. Lu Damao stuck firmly to his stance. Do you really intend to leave your mother lying here forever? The old village chief scolded sharply. Moreover, continuing your fuss might result in zero compensation in the end. These words made Lu Damao hesitate. After some moments, he said, I'll first send my mother back home, but Li Tinu must fully compensate for the coffin expenses. After speaking, he called upon some of the helping villagers, wrapping old lady Lu's body in a straw mat, lifting it to carry towards Lu Damao's courtyard. Fang Zhenghua didn't sit idly by either. He helped as well. Arriving at Lu Damao's house, they laid the body on a wooden plank set up beforehand in the main hall. Everyone began to get busy. The men followed Lu Damao to the nearby town to purchase items needed for the funeral, each carrying a large bamboo basket. The women in the village started preparing food. According to rural customs, after someone in the village passed away, they would first find a diviner to calculate the dates. The body would stay at home for a few days before being taken up the mountain and buried in a pre-constructed grave. In short, the funeral was extremely complicated, with numerous tasks big and small. Some wealthy families might even invite a shaman to perform rituals. Before the funeral, those who came to help were mostly close neighbors and some relatives. The most people would come on the day of the funeral. In addition to their own village, people from nearby villages would also come to help out, making that day the liveliest. In this era, many families were very poor and couldn't arrange grand funerals. At most, they'd slaughter a pig, and the villagers would contribute a bit of grain or other necessities to complete the arrangements. Fang Zhenghua stayed for a while, then turned and went home. There wasn't much to do before the actual funeral, so he planned to return on the day of the ceremony. Back in the main room of his house, he saw his mother xuanhuan and Li Xiumei sitting by the hearth warming themselves. A broken kettle hung above it, boiling water for washing faces. Around the hearth's coals, 4 or 5 potatoes were roasting, their aroma filling the entire house. I'm freezing. Fang Zhenghua walked over and sat beside the fire, instantly feeling warm. These nights were especially cold, below 0 degrees Celsius. Other than firewood, there was nothing else in the house to keep warm. Although burning wood could make things much warmer, the smoke was intense. All the beams in the room were blackened from the smoke, and the smell was overpowering, making tears stream down their faces and their eyes nearly impossible to open. Did you take care of old lady Lu's matter? Yang Chunlan was making shoe pads. It's not something easily resolved. Fang Zhenghua recounted the events just now. After hearing, Yang Chunlan sighed and said, You mustn't interfere in this matter. It's the grudge between these two families. Chapter 20, Raising Wild Boars. I know. Fang Zhenghua nodded. In this kind of situation, an outsider like himself wouldn't be able to interfere even if he wanted to. Tainyo, though close to him, couldn't offer much help either. The New Year's goods I bought today, I've already placed all of them inside the room. Li Chunmei was using her hands to sort through some hempskin grass. This kind of thing can be used to make shoe pads and very durable ropes. Previously, the ropes Fang Zhenghua used for hunting in the mountains were all made by Li Chunmei from this hempskin grass. Fang Zhenghua acknowledged and turned over the potatoes roasting by the fire. Zhenghua, it's about a month before the New Year. Why are you so anxious to buy the New Year's goods? Yang Chunlan's hands felt icy cold. After putting down the shoe pad she was working on, she moved her stool a bit closer. There will be a heavy snowfall in a few days, and this snow will continue until the New Year, or even until the beginning of the year. We must stock up on everything before the heavy snowfall. Fang Zhenghua explained the reason. Yang Chunlan was half convinced but didn't bring it up again, changing the topic instead. Our family has a little money, we should still save a bit. Don't spend recklessly, money is hard to earn. Zhang Jinguo wanted to speak, but the smoke from the hearth drifted directly toward him, choking him until tears streamed down his face, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. Though the fire could provide warmth, the smoke was unbearable. It would be warmer to go back under the covers. Fang Jinghua ate 2 roasted potatoes, washed his feet, then turned around and went back into the room. At around 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, after Li Chunmei had locked the courtyard gate, she also returned to the room. She took off her cotton coat and lay down next to Fang Jinghua, preparing to sleep. The bed was a bit cold, as was the quilt, and Li Chunmei trembled with cold. I've already warmed up the quilt, come closer. Fang Jinghua slightly lifted the blanket. Li Chunmei hesitated for a moment, then finally crawled into Fang Jinghua's warm quilt. Instantly, she started feeling warm, and she secretly glanced at him, quickly withdrawing her gaze. Now, she wasn't as scared of Fang Jinghua as before. Fang Jinghua smiled broadly as he looked at Li Chunmei nestled in his arms. She was young and beautiful, and there was no one in Lu village prettier than her. Her skin was even better than those girls in the city, white and smooth, flawless like white jade. The next morning, just as dawn broke, he got up from bed. Having just dressed and put on his military overcoat, Li Chunmei walked in holding hot water for washing her face, exhaling white breath. Hurry up and wash your face. It's colder today than yesterday. If we leave this hot water out too long, it might turn into ice lumps. Li Chunmei handed him a towel. Fang Jinghua indeed felt it was colder today. He grabbed the towel and splashed it around in the water before wiping his face carelessly. I have to go to the mountain today. Fang Jinghua hung the towel on a wooden nail on the wall, then got up and went to the corner, taking out the repaired musket and stuffing some bullets into his bag. He had to go check the back mountain, making sure those wild boars were still there. I need to visit once a day to feel assured. I haven't prepared any food today, so take some dried meat with you, Li Xiaomei said, walking out of the room and going to the kitchen to grab the dried meat, packing some pickled vegetables, which she placed in the canvas sack. Fang Xinghua picked up the machete, the rope, as well as the canvas sack containing the food provisions. Come back early. Li Xiaomei walked out to the yard, standing at the gate to watch him leave. I know, you should go back inside. It's cold out here. Fang Xinghua turned and headed towards the back mountain. Li Xiaomei stood where she was, watching his retreating figure with a sweet smile on her face. She could feel that Fang Xinghua had truly changed. His kindness towards her was genuine and not merely pretense. Since they returned from the cliff in the back mountain last time, Fang Xinghua had always cared for and looked after her. Li Xiaomei had never experienced such sweetness. Probably in the entire village, there was no other man who treated his wife as kindly. By now, Fang Xinghua had already reached outside the village. Looking back towards the village, he saw smoke rising from the courtyard of Lu Damao's house. Many villagers were rushing over to help, gathering in small groups, drinking, chatting, boasting. After he withdrew his gaze, he turned and entered the woods. Walking forward, climbing over several hillsides, he arrived at Ghost Mountain. When walking towards that cave, he saw numerous wolf droppings scattered on the ground. Analyzing by the color of the droppings, these must have been left last night. Fang Xinghua's heart tightened. This location wasn't far from that cave. It was possible that those wild wolves had also set their sights on the wild boars. Wolves were extremely smart and cunning. The makeshift wooden door made from tree trunks at the cave entrance might not be enough to keep them out. There were more than 20 wild boars, big and small. If they were to be harmed by the wolves, it would truly be a great loss. Fang Xinghua didn't have time to dwell on these thoughts. He tightened his grip on the crude gun in his hand and hurriedly ran towards the direction of the cave. After a few minutes, he finally reached the cave entrance. Upon inspection, he found that the wooden stakes at the cave entrance hadn't been damaged. This discovery allowed him to let out a long sigh of relief. However, he didn't completely relax yet. Running to the large rock atop the cave entrance, he peeked through the cracks to check inside the cave. After carefully counting, he saw that none of the wild boars were missing, which finally put his mind at ease. The wild boars inside the cave hadn't eaten for an entire day. Continuing like this would surely lead to their starvation. Fang Xinghua's purpose today was to gather food for these wild boars. If he wanted to keep raising them inside the cave, he needed to provide them with food regularly, just as one would do for domestic pigs. Even though it was winter, finding food for wild boars wasn't too difficult at this time of year. The area around was filled with wild walnut trees, along with other kinds of nuts, all of which were some of the favorite foods of wild boars. In addition, there were some half-withered fern grasses that could serve as food for the wild boars as well. Fang Xinghua wasted no time. He picked up his hemp sack and began collecting wild walnuts and ferns from the nearby woods. Once it was full, he directly threw it inside the cave. The wild boars, having been kept inside the cave without food yesterday, immediately rushed over upon seeing the food and started devouring it greedily. Since the number of wild boars was quite large, they required a substantial amount of food. Fang Xinghua spent the whole morning until afternoon preparing food for them. Just as he was about to leave the forest, fog from the sky drifted into the woods. The surrounding trees became covered in white mist, reducing visibility significantly. The temperature of the fog was extremely low. In just a few minutes, both the trees and the ground were blanketed with layers of frost. Chapter 21. Bumped into something evil. Damn this ghostly weather. Fang Xinghua couldn't help but curse. The temperature had dropped by 7 or 8 degrees, and even with thick clothing, he still felt freezing. His legs were frozen stiff, especially his ears, which had completely lost all sensation. They didn't stay any longer, turned around, left the forest, and went back to the village. At the village entrance, they saw Li Tinu coming out of the village. Where are you going? Fang Xinghua asked. It was already afternoon, and it wouldn't be long until nightfall. Wild wolves nearby were very rampant, so generally in the afternoon and at night, no one dared to leave the village. My wife is sick. I'm planning to look for some dandelions and herbs by the fields. After Li Tinu finished speaking, his face showed anger. I know that these herbs probably won't do much good. Taking medicine when sick, how could it be useless? Fang Xinghua couldn't help but say, my wife might not be sick. She's more likely to have bumped into something evil. Yesterday, old lady Lu's corpse was placed right in front of my house. It was way too unlucky. I'll settle accounts with Lu Dumao sooner or later over this. That guy even wants me to pay half the cost of the coffin. He's just daydreaming. Tinu clenched his teeth in anger. Upon hearing this, Fang Xinghua didn't know what to say. This guy was too superstitious. Bumping into something evil was nonsense for fools. Never mind. Tinu waved a hand, then carried his hoe and headed toward the fields. It was too cold outside. Fang Xinghua went back home, lit a fire in the hearth of the living room, and put on 2 more thick layers of clothing before feeling slightly warmer. It's time to eat. Li Xiaomei placed the chopsticks and bowls on the table in the living room and brought out a plate of stewed meat from the kitchen. Yang Chunlan entered from outside the house at this moment, sat beside the table, and said while eating, just now, I went to Lu Maozi's place. I heard they've already consulted a master about picking a date for the funeral. It's set for the 13th day of the 12th lunar month. The coffin has to remain in the house for at least 10 days. What? Fang Xinghua was somewhat surprised. The master who picked the date was simply unreliable, just making random guesses. In less than 10 days, heavy snow would fall in this mountain range, the biggest snowstorm in over 20 years. When the mountains are sealed off by snow, how can a funeral take place? However, Fang Xinghua didn't bother getting involved, continuing to eat instead. Old Lady Lu wasn't exactly a good person. Behind everyone's backs, she constantly spoke ill of Mother Yang Chunlan, saying that Fang Zhengguo's father had been suppressed to death by Yang Chunlan. She even claimed that Fang Zhengguo wouldn't amount to anything in his lifetime and would die young. Yesterday, Fang Zhengguo thought about respecting the dead, so he spent half the day helping at the Lu families. But now, he didn't want to go there anymore. Just after finishing the meal, there came a knock on the door outside the yard, followed by the voice of the old village chief. Is anyone at home? Fang Zhengguo got up from the living room, went to the courtyard, and opened the gate. Zhengguo, you're here, great. The old village chief spoke calmly. I've come to talk to you about something. Let's talk inside. It's too cold out here. Fang Zhengguo invited the village chief inside the courtyard, leading him to the living room. Upon seeing the old village chief, Yang Chunlan immediately greeted him and found an extra stool, placing it next to the fire pit. Li Xiaomei had just gone to wash the dishes in the kitchen. Why are you coming to see me so late at night? Fang Zhengguo asked. It's like this, the old village chief continued. A few days ago, you beat up Fang Guokai and Lu Dafan. They complained to me, asking me to resolve the issue since I am the village chief. There's no way I can avoid this responsibility. The old village chief sighed. I know the whole story behind this matter, and indeed their actions were inappropriate, but continuing this dispute will benefit no one. Fang Zhengguo inwardly snorted with disdain. These people actually reported the matter to the village chief. If you continue this quarrel, your reputation will be ruined. It's better if you offer some medical compensation and end this thing. The old village chief glanced at him. To expect me to pay money? Impossible. Fang Zhengguo said coolly. Both of them came to my house and bullied us, pushing my wife down and acting arrogantly inside our home. I won't give them a single penny. Yang Chunlan also chimed in. What Chenggu says is correct. Clearly, it's their fault. Why should we pay them any money? The old village chief sighed again. It's not because I want you to compensate, but this is their condition. They want medical compensation, let them come to me themselves. Fang Zhengguo was deeply annoyed. Evidently, last time he hadn't beaten them hard enough, and now they even dared to ask for compensation. You mustn't act rashly again. The old village chief's brow furrowed slightly as he looked at Fang Zhengguo. It's wrong to hit people. They are your elders after all. If your reputation gets tarnished, many will gossip about you. Reputation means nothing to me. If they dare cause trouble again, I'll give them a beating. Fang Zhengguo was no longer the easy target he once was and wouldn't let them bully him like before. The old village chief didn't know what to say. He bid his farewell and left the yard. He couldn't resolve this matter anyway. Yang Chunlan escorted the old village chief to the door and then turned back with some worry on her face. Zhengguo, it looks like they won't let this go easily. They even got the village chief to demand medical fees on their behalf. How about we just give them a little to get rid of them? Yang Chunlan didn't want this issue to drag on, which would damage Fang Zhengguo's reputation. Mother, you don't need to worry about this. I'll handle it myself. Fang Zhengguo chuckled inwardly. He wasn't short of money for medical expenses, and even if he were to throw that money away, he wouldn't give a penny to Mr. and Mrs. Fang Guokai. By now, night had fallen. As Fang Zhengguo went to the yard to use the toilet, he noticed goose feather-like snowflakes drifting in the air, accumulating over an inch thick in no time. The snow fell through the entire night and continued until the next morning. The yard and rooftops were piled high with thick snow, and looking up, everything within sight was covered in white. A few sparrows, seeking refuge from the heavy snow under the eaves, took flight when they saw Fang Zhengguo disappearing into the swirling snowy mist. Fang Zhengguo felt a headache coming on. With such heavy snowfall, entering the mountain would be very difficult. But not going wouldn't ease his mind about the wild boars in the cave. He felt uneasy without checking on them. Xiaomei, help me prepare some dried meat. I'm heading up the mountain. Fang Zhengguo said to Li Xiaomei, who was clearing the snow in the yard. The snow is too heavy. Maybe you shouldn't go. Li Xiaomei was concerned. Venturing into the mountains in such heavy snow was very dangerous. Life had finally gotten better, and she didn't want anything to happen to Fang Zhengguo. Chapter 22. Time to settle the accounts. Yang Chunlan had just gotten out of bed and emerged from her room. Upon hearing that Fang Zhengguo was planning to head into the mountains again, she quickly stopped him. We still have a lot of meat at home. If we ration it properly, it'll last us for a long time. You don't need to take unnecessary risks. I'll be fine. I'm not going deep into the mountains. I'll just take a walk around the nearby forest. Fang Zhengguo did not plan to go deep into the mountains for hunting. The wild boars were more than enough to feed his entire family. The wild boars were being raised in a cave. When they ran out of meat, he could simply catch one and bring it back home. Even if there was heavy snow covering the mountains, it wouldn't be much of a problem because the village wasn't far from the cave. It would only take about an hour for a round trip. Today, Fang Zhengguo intended to catch one of the wild boars to bring home, mainly to render pig fat. Previously, whenever they returned from a hunt, all they brought back was the meat. The bones, pig fat, and other parts were thrown away. In reality, those discarded items were some of the best parts. For instance, pig intestines, when rendered into cracklings, they smelled absolutely delicious. Also, during the new year, a pig's head would be needed for Buddha offerings. Fang Zhengguo had already decided that today he would directly bring back an entire pig. With some provisions and a soil-made gun, he left the yard straight away. Just as he was approaching the village entrance, a small child came running over. Uncle Fang, someone's looking for you. That child was Mao Xiaodo, the grandson of Uncle Laowu. His face was red with cold, and 2 big streaks of snot hung down from his nose. Mao Xiaodo was known as the most mischievous child in the village, despite being only 7 or 8 years old. Who's looking for me? Fang Zhengguo felt a bit strange. If someone wanted to find him, why not just come to his house instead of sending a kid to tell him? He reached into his pocket, pulled out a white rabbit milk candy, and jingled it in his hand. Tell me who is looking for me, and what for. If you're honest, this candy will be yours. Drool dribbled down from Mao Xiaodo's mouth. He wiped it off with his sleeve, but before he even finished cleaning it, more drool started flowing out again. It's Fong Laosan. He wants to teach you a lesson, so he told me to trick you here. Mao Xiaodo snatched the candy right away, ripped it open, and popped it into his mouth, afraid that someone else might take it from him. Fong Jinghua couldn't help but sneer inwardly. It was indeed Fong Laosan. Fong Laosan was the third son of Fong Guokai, his elder uncle. His name was Fong Zhenhong. The Fong Guokai family had 3 sons. The eldest son passed away when he was very young, leaving behind only the second and third sons. The second son held a small leadership position at a coal factory in the county town. The third son ran a sundry shop in a small town. Their 2 sons were considered somewhat successful among the younger generation in the village, at least unlike others who lived in the village and farmed the land. In everyone's eyes, farmers were the least accomplished people. This wasn't surprising. Farming could barely provide for one's livelihood and didn't make much money. No one had ever heard of anyone getting rich by farming. Bring me to him. Fong Jinghua wanted to see what Fong Zhenhong was up to. Fong Zhenhong and his brother were 6 or 7 years older than Fong Jinghua. In their past life, they had bullied him countless times. One of the worst instances happened when Fong Jinghua was 13. The 2 brothers broke his leg and then dug a pit in the snow, burying him inside. At the time, injured and freezing from the cold, he lost consciousness. Fortunately, a villager saw him and rescued him. Otherwise, he would have died in the snow that year. In his previous life, he endured endless bullying from these 2 brothers, which possibly contributed to why he had been so timid. Not long after, Mao Xiaodo led Fong Jinghua to the front door of Lao Lu's house. Old Lady Lu had passed away, and quite a few villagers had come to offer their assistance. Now, people were gradually gathering, a large crowd surrounding the door, warming themselves by the fire while blowing smoke. At the moment, a group of people were surrounding Fong Zhenhong, chatting and laughing merrily. That little brat Fong Jinghua beat my parents while I was doing business in the town. Today, I must settle the score with him properly. We'll ask him to pay extra for medical compensation later, and I'll treat everyone to drinks. Fong Zhenhong had a cigarette dangling from his lips, his hands in his pockets, behaving arrogantly. He often bullied Fong Jinghua, and had become used to doing so. He no longer thought twice about it. A few of the villagers stood nearby, grinning wickedly, eager to watch the upcoming spectacle. They chose to look on passively as Fong Jinghua was bullied, mostly because of jealousy. Although Fong Jinghua's family was dirt poor, they envied him for marrying such a beautiful village flower, Li Xiaomei, causing them internal resentment. Fong Jinghua is here. Someone shouted. Upon hearing this, Fong Zhenhong turned around, glanced back, threw the cigarette but in his hand away, and walked up to Fong Jinghua. Did you beat my parents? Fong Zhenhong raised his voice, glaring at Fong Jinghua with clenched teeth, ready to throw a punch. Yes, I did. Fong Jinghua sniffed and admitted it outright. You've got some guts, huh? Fong Zhenhong pulled his hand out of his pocket and pushed toward Fong Jinghua. You want to fight? Fong Jinghua arched an eyebrow. He was no longer the same Fong Jinghua who used to let him bully him endlessly. Not only do I want to fight, but I'll beat you too. You've got some serious nerve. You dared to hit my parents. Pay 500 yuan for their medical expenses, then kneel down and apologize in front of everyone. While speaking, Fong Zhenhong sent someone to call Fong Guokai and Lu Xiaofan. Fong Guokai and Lu Xiaofan were both helping out at Lu Domao's place. In just a moment, they emerged from Lu Domao's yard. The couple had an arrogant air about them, waiting for Fong Zhenhong to avenge them. Hurry up and kneel down and apologize to my parents. Fong Zhenhong shoved Fong Jinghua again and raised his hand to slap him. Fong Jinghua grabbed his arm and kicked him in the stomach with his leg. The next second, Fong Zhenhong fell flat on his butt. His clothes and pants were covered in mud, leaving him looking utterly disheveled. All the snow in front of the door had been swept away, and people helping out there had trampled it into mud, turning the entrance into a muddy mess. This sight left Fong Jinghua somewhat stunned. Previously, whenever Fong Zhenhong bullied him, Fong Jinghua never retaliated. This time, he had directly kicked Fong Zhenhong to the ground. Even the villagers stood there dumbfounded. They all knew that Fong Jinghua was a weak person. A few days ago, he beat Fong Guotsai's couple, and today he had even struck Fong Zhenhong. The Fong Jinghua from before would never have had such boldness, enduring bullying without ever fighting back. Chapter 23. Cousin Fong was scared and wet his pants. Are you looking for a death? How dare you fight back? Fong Zhenhong climbed up from the ground with anger, covered in mud. Fong Jinghua laughed in his heart. This guy still thought he could be bullied so easily. How wrong he was. Today I will beat you to death. Fong Zhenhong's face turned purple with anger, and he picked up a stick from the corner and rushed over. Fong Jinghua didn't hesitate. Another kick made him fall down again. Then he jumped on top of him and delivered punches. Everyone who saw this scene became dumbfounded. Fong Zhenhong roared like thunder and struggled to rise. But it was useless. His body had no strength. In a short time, Fong Zhenhong's nose and face were bruised, and blood came out of his nose, covering his face. Let go of my son. Fong Guokai ran over to help and tried to push Fong Jinghua away. Bang! Fong Jinghua lifted his hand and hit him with a punch on his face. The force of the punch made him fall backward, all fours pointing up. You damn killer. You actually dare to hit your uncle. Lu Xiaofan cursed while hastily helping Fong Guokai up. Old man, did you get hurt anywhere? Fong Guokai was wincing in pain, spitting saliva on the ground that was full of blood. One of his front teeth was even gone, and other teeth in his mouth started to become loose. The onlooker villagers stared with widened eyes, thinking, isn't this too brutal? He knocked out a tooth. Earlier, they had heard that Fang Guokai and his wife had been beaten by Fang Guozhen, but they didn't really believe it, thinking Fang Jinghua was a weak person, not having such guts. Now, it seems mostly true. The worst off was Fang Jinhong, beaten by Fang Jinghua until his whole face was bloody, completely disheveled, lying on the ground gasping for breath. Listen well with your dog ears. If you ever dare to bully our family again, I will chop you into pieces. Fang Jinghua's eyes locked onto Fang Jinhong, Fang Guokai, and Lu Xiaofan. The onlooker villagers had now regained their senses, wearing expressions of disbelief. I can't help but laugh. Fang Jinhong brought Fang Jinghua here, saying he wanted to beat him up, but ended up being thoroughly thrashed himself. Fang Jinghua's strikes were incredibly cruel. Father and son Fang Jinhong and Fang Guokai have both been severely beat. When Fang Jinghua gets mad, he's truly terrifying. Villagers were discussing everywhere. Fang Jinhong bit his teeth in hatred, trying to save some face after bearing such a beating, and rose painfully from the ground cursing at Fang Jinghua. Uncle Lu is having a funeral. I don't want to make things worse today, so I won't count this against you. Next time, I will surely cripple you. Fang Jinhong was someone who intimidated the weak and feared the strong. After taking such a beating, he was indeed somewhat afraid inside. You won't count it against me, but I do have something to settle. Fang Jinghua picked up the cleaver from the ground, stepping toward Fang Jinhong. Today he must give this entire family a severe lesson, teaching them a lifelong memory. His former self was bullied so brutally, he had to take revenge somehow, as compensation. What are you going to do? Fang Jinhong trembled when he saw the shiny blade in his hand. Those villagers retreated repeatedly. Such a big knife would bring excruciating pain if accidentally hit. Of course, I will cut off your hands. Which one pushed me earlier? Let me see. Fang Jinghua walked in front of him, kicked him down with one foot, grabbed his arm, and pressed it down on the pig-killing table. It was made from thick wooden planks, where villagers would lay the pigs during slaughter for convenience in collecting their blood. One pig would fill half a basin of blood, enough for a family to eat for a day or two. Rural folks tended to be frugal. They kept everything edible from their hard-worked pigs for feasts, including the skin and internal organs, cleaned carefully, stored for year-end feasts. At this point, Fang Jinhong's face turned pale from fear and he wriggled continuously. Today I am cutting off your hand. Fang Jinghua pressed down on his arm with one hand and gripped the sharp blade with the other. I'm your cousin. You can't cut off my hand. Fang Jinhong started trembling and was almost paralyzed right there. You didn't treat me as your cousin before when you bullied me, and today we're settling old scores. Fang Jinghua showed no sign of letting him off. Suddenly, an intense smell of urine spread around. Looking down, he discovered that Fang Jinhong had wet himself. His crotch was soaked with urine flowing out from his pants and dampening his shoes. Jesus. Fang Jinghua smirked. Weren't you the tough guy? My cleaver hasn't even chopped yet, and you've already been scared into peeing your pants. Upon hearing this, all the villagers glanced over. He really did get scared and wet his pants. What a coward. Fang Jinghua let go of his arm, sitting on the pig-killing table and tapping the surface with the cleaver, staring at Fang Jinhong. By now, Fang Jinhong had completely collapsed on the ground, devoid of any earlier arrogance, looking like a deflated balloon. This time, Fang Jinhong was genuinely terrified. A man who's ready to pull out a knife and hack someone is undoubtedly ruthless. No one can help but fear him. Even the onlooker villagers were filled with dread in their eyes, stepping far away from the scene. This was exactly the effect Fang Jinghua desired. Everyone wanted to bully his family, so today, right in front of so many people, he made it clear, if they dared to harm his family again, Fang Jinhong would serve as an exemplary case. Seeing it was getting late, he prepared to quickly check the wild boars at the back mountain. As soon as he stood up, Fang Jinhong assumed he was about to attack again, and panicked, running off only to trip and fall into the snow, losing his shoe in the process. Fang Jinhong didn't take the time to retrieve his shoe, scrambling up from the snow and continuing to flee clumsily. Your shoes fell off. Mao Xiaodo ran forward, picked up the shoe, intending to return it to Fang Jinhong. This entire scene set the villagers laughing heartily. Should I compensate for medical fees? Fang Jinghua looked towards Fang Guokai and Lu Xiaofan. The couple was so frightened they didn't dare speak a word, hastily retreating further. Fang Jinghua chuckled, then holding the cleaver, proceeded toward the back mountain. Once his figure disappeared, the villagers all took a long breath of relief. Everyone needs to be careful moving forward. Don't provoke Fang Jinghua. This guy has become so cruel, ready to cut anyone down. Who dares provoke such danger? We will avoid him as much as we can. Not long after, Fang Jinghua reached the forest at the rear of the mountain. Snowflakes still danced through the gray sky, cold air biting deep into the bone. Chapter 24. Bringing the wild boar back to the village. The forest was blanketed in white, becoming a completely white world. The snow on the ground was nearly 1 meter thick. Every step you took submerged your knees, making walking incredibly difficult and exhausting. After almost an hour of trudging, they finally reached Ghost Mountain. When the mountain wind blew into the caves, it emitted a wailing sound, like that of women and babies crying. It was rather unsettling. Fang Jinghua arrived at the cave entrance, finding it already covered by snow. Inside came the hungry calls of wild boars. After clearing the snow, he fashioned a simple noose with rope and placed it inside the cave, then put grass and wild walnuts on top of it. The wild boars, upon seeing the food, rushed over immediately, competing fiercely for it. Seizing the moment, he yanked the rope with all his strength, successfully trapping a 300-gene wild boar by its neck. Its heart-wrenching howls scared the other boars away. Bang! He aimed the muzzle-loaded gun straight at the wild boar's head and pulled the trigger. The wild boar collapsed in a pool of blood, struggling twice before breathing its last breath. He dragged the wild boar out of the cave, then went to another nearby cave to grab a full sack of grass and wild walnuts, tossing it inside as pig feed for the rest of the herd. Fortunately, I prepared enough pig fodder earlier. In the past few days, Fang Xiuanhuan had been worried about heavy snowfall, so he collected plenty of pig fodder and stored it in a nearby cave. If he hadn't done so in advance, there would have been no way to continue feeding these wild boars. They would have starved to death. Without lingering any longer, he began dragging the wild boar across the snow-covered path, heading home. The snow was so deep that even walking was a struggle, and the added weight of such a large wild boar made the task even more arduous. After half an hour of effort, he had only managed to travel a little over 300 meters. Fang Xiuanhuan was drenched in sweat, chilled by the cold wind until he shivered uncontrollably. Within just half an hour, ice chips clung all over him. The temperature was low enough to freeze someone to death. Despite all this, he gritted his teeth and persevered. His mother and xiuxian were waiting for him at home, with xiuxian having already prepared a clay pot for rendering the lard, ready to cook it. Lately, they'd been eating meat every day, so it was time to prepare some lard to stir-fry cabbage and radishes. Balanced nutrition was important. Eating meat all the time wasn't good for health either. The mountain wind grew stronger, blowing through the surrounding trees with a rustling sound, making it hard for him to open his eyes. He rested briefly, ate some dried meat to fill his stomach and restore some energy, then continued toward the village. The sky was dark and gloomy, as though it were nighttime, with only a faint bit of light remaining. Without a watch, he didn't know what time it was. As time passed, he finally emerged from the woods, catching sight of wisps of cooking smoke rising not far away, along with flickering firelight in the village and the incessant barking of dogs. With the snow muffling all bird sounds, the barking seemed particularly loud, echoing back into the forest. Lu family village was close to the greater Xinghai range, situated within the mountains, where every household kept hunting dogs. Some families owned 4 or 5, making them the most common livestock in the village. Fang Xiuanhuan's family used to own one too, a 50-gene heavy giant local dog that was very fierce. It was named Xiuxian, a smart dog. Unfortunately, it got lost recently and still hadn't returned. Such a great dog, one that could fight multiple others at once, was indeed a loss. Xiuxian searched everywhere but couldn't find a trace of it. Finally, almost at the village, Fang Xiuanhuan exhaled a puff of white breath, rubbing his hands together, energized as he dragged the large wild boar straight towards the village. At this point, 2 visitors had arrived at Fang Xiuanhuan's house. They were Xiuxian's relatives from her mother's side, her second brother-in-law, Liufu, and his wife Zhongli. They came ahead of schedule, planning to spend the night at Fang Xiuanhuan's place, then go to town the next day to shop for clothes and daily necessities. This couple loved showing off more than anyone else in Xiuxian's family. On this visit, they specifically brought a piece of wild boar meat with them. While they claimed it was a gift for Fang Xiuanhuan, the real purpose was to boast that Liufu had hunted a wild boar weighing around 100 genes just a few days ago. During this season, hunting was extremely difficult, let alone catching a wild boar, so bagging one that size was quite remarkable. Earlier, this couple even followed xuanhuan to Lu Maozi's house, bragging to everyone they met about how their family hunted a wild boar weighing more than 100 genes, hoping others would hear. Now back at Fang Xiuanhuan's house, they started bringing it up again. This piece of wild boar meat is about 7 or 8 caddies heavy. Knowing your family's struggles, we've especially brought this over for you. Liufu acted very generous. Actually, this piece of wild boar meat was the worst part of the entire pig. 1/3 of it was lymphatic tissue, with hardly any fat. Most of it wasn't edible. Keep it properly, and whenever you want to eat meat, slice off a small piece and stir-fry it in cabbage. The whole house will be filled with the aroma, and your craving will be satisfied. Zhongli began teaching xuanhuan and Xiuxian how to cook it. Thank you very much. Xuanhuan forced a smile, thinking that these 2 people liked to show off and were extremely stingy. There was already plenty of meat at home. Fang Xiuanhuan had brought back loads from the mountain. The piece they'd given them wouldn't even last for 1 day, and yet they still thought it clever to brag by gifting it. To avoid embarrassing Xiuxian, Xuanhuan said nothing but expressed her thanks. Xiuxian was now feeling increasingly awkward. She worried that her brother-in-law and sister-in-law would keep boasting, so she quickly interjected, "You don't need to send us more. We have enough meat at home. My husband went into the mountain today. He might bring back a lot of meat." Is Fang Xiuanhuan capable of doing that? Zhongli covered her mouth and laughed. At his skill level, being able to catch 1 or 2 squirrels would already be impressive. Encouraged, Zhongli continued, "He doesn't have as good hunting skills as your second brother-in-law. He just aimlessly wanders around the mountains. You should learn proper hunting techniques from your second brother-in-law later on. Oh, when he gets back, have your second brother teach him how to hunt properly." "I'll teach him later." Liufu readily agreed, preparing to display his expertise. Xiuxian felt helpless and didn't know what else to say. Screech. The courtyard gate was pushed open, and Fang Xiuanhuan walked in, covered in snow and wind. "It's Xiuanhuan who's back." Xuanhuan stood up and walked out of the main room. Others also moved into the yard. "How did you end up freezing like this?" Xuanhuan noticed he was completely encased in frost, trembling violently from the cold, his lips turning purple, and she felt immense concern. "It's too cold outside with strong winds and heavy snow." Fang Xiuanhuan took off his canvas bag and the local gun after spending an entire day in the mountains, finally making it back. Chapter 25. What a shame. Come inside quickly. There's a big fire in the main room. Xiuxian walked over and took the canvas bag full of gunpowder and the musket from his hands. Liufu and Zhongli, their eyes appraising Xuanhuan, noticed he had no game in his hands. A faint smirk played on their faces. Second brother, second sister-in-law. Fang Xinghua gave them a greeting. We specially brought a piece of meat for your family. We'll stay here for one night, and tomorrow we'll go to the market in the town. Li Youfu said, taking the musket and giving it a careful look before aiming it skyward. With this musket of yours, you won't be able to hunt much good game. A great hunter deserves a fine musket. Zhongli added. Even with a good musket, without skill, it's all for nothing. Then she turned to Fang Xinghua. Your second brother was just saying he'd teach you how to hunt. Since you're staying here tonight, follow him closely. If you learn even a little, you'll catch more game, and life at home will get better. Zhongli rambled on. Oh, inside Zhang Xinghua was chuckling. Li Youfu's abilities were nothing impressive. How could they compare? In another life, Fang Xinghua had been an elite special forces soldier, skilled in hunting and wilderness survival. Li Youfu couldn't hold a candle to him. Where did Li Youfu get such confidence? Still, Fang Xinghua kept quiet. As guests, they deserved some respect. Don't stand out there. Change those wet clothes fast. Warm yourself by the fire, or you might catch a cold. Yang Chunlan watched him shiver, and her heart ached. I'll change later. I hunted a wild boar, and need to get it into the yard right away. We should clean it tonight, or the meat won't be good. Turning around, Fang Xinghua opened the gate to the courtyard, grabbed the rope, and dragged the wild boar into the yard. Upon seeing such a large boar, everyone was stunned. My goodness, this must weigh at least 300 pounds. It'll feed us for a long time. Yang Chunlan hurried over and patted the boar's back. The sound confirmed that it was a truly fat wild boar. With a boar this size, there must be plenty of fat. Enough to render 2 large jars of lard. Li Xiaomei was delighted, still thinking about the lard. The thought of cracklings made from pig intestines and belly fat made her salivate. Eating pork and deer meat day after day, they all wanted a change of taste. Li Youfu and Zhang were incredibly embarrassed, wishing they could crawl into a hole after their previous boasts. So embarrassing. Li Youfu had shown off endlessly after catching a boar of over 100 pounds, but Fang Xinghua came back directly with a beast weighing more than 300 pounds. There was no comparison, a slap in the face. Zhang Li, who talked so confidently earlier, now remained silent, unable to utter a word. They'd never felt so awkward. Second brother, second sister-in-law, you've come just in time. Today we're having pork cracklings. Fang Xinghua found some bamboo leaves, dragged the boar onto them, and started carving up the massive beast. Great. Though embarrassed, Li Youfu nodded and rolled up his sleeves to help. Yang Chunlan and Zhang Li assisted nearby. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaomei went to the kitchen to boil water and placed a large winnowing tray in the main room to hold the pork, ready to salt it afterward. There was too much meat at home to eat fresh. It would have to be preserved. After an entire hour of hard work, Subai finally finished processing the whole pig. With delight, Li Xiaomei piled all the pork onto the winnowing tray and began salting it. Li Xiaomei sweated profusely but wore a contented smile. The wild boar and deer meat from the other day hadn't even been fully consumed, and today Fang Xinghua had brought back yet another huge animal. They would have enough food for a long while. Life at home had improved dramatically compared to before. Zhang Li, helping nearby, felt increasingly embarrassed by the pork hanging on the wooden pillar in the main room that she had brought, making her feel quite humiliated. Second sister-in-law, come upstairs to hang the pork while I pass it to you from down below. Li Xiaomei smiled warmly. Okay, Zhang Li replied, ascending the wooden staircase. Looking up, she saw more than 20 slabs of pork and venison hanging from the beams. Her eyes nearly bulged out as she muttered under her breath, so much meat. Their portion of pork didn't even amount to half of what was hanging upstairs, and downstairs was still an entire boar. When everything was done, everyone was quite exhausted. Fang Xinghua and the others rested by the fire in the main room. As for Li Xiaomei, she was humming softly while rendering lard in the kitchen. The aroma of cracklings wafted continuously into the main room, causing everyone to involuntarily swallow their saliva. One word, fragrant. Second brother, second sister-in-law, since you've come all this way, tomorrow each of you can take 2 pieces home for the new year. Fang Xinghua was very hospitable. Although the couple liked to boast and show off, and were a bit stingy, their character was still decent. All right, Li Youfu grinned as he spoke. They had meat at home, but more would never hurt. Zhang Li felt somewhat embarrassed, but still nodded. Free pork wouldn't be refused. Humph. Yang Chunlan coughed twice. She didn't want to give away too much. With so many mouths to feed at home, they would need this pork to get through the winter. She thought Fang Xinghua was bad at managing the household, being too generous. Yang Chunlan wasn't stingy, but rather thrifty after years of hardship. Here's the pork cracklings. Li Xiaomei smiled broadly as she carried in a bowl of cracklings into the main room, placing it on the broken wooden table by the hearth and handing out bamboo chopsticks to everyone. After waiting for so long, everyone was hungry, so they eagerly picked up their chopsticks to taste the fragrant pork cracklings. Shall we have a couple of drinks? Li Youfu looked at Fang Xinghua. Sure. Fang Xinghua was happy today and planned to have a drink. He rarely drank wine otherwise. He put down his chopsticks, got up, and prepared to fetch the alcohol. The bottle of liquor he'd bought was for warming his body during the cold winter days. Fang Xinghua went inside the house, searched for a while, but couldn't find any trace of the alcohol. Where's my wine? Fang Xinghua asked. I don't know. Maybe the rats dragged it away. Li Xiaomei pouted. Seeing her expression, Fang Xinghua immediately knew that she must have hidden it, worried that if he drank he might become violent. Noticing Li Xiaomei avoiding his gaze, he stopped questioning and turned to Li Youfu, saying, Let's not drink tonight. Li Youfu didn't say anything. After everyone had eaten their fill, they each returned to their rooms to rest. Fang Xinghua lay in bed ready to sleep when he saw Li Xiaomei about to take his dirty clothes out to wash. He called her back. It's late. Don't bother washing them now. I'll do it myself tomorrow. It's too cold. Your hands are already freezing. As he spoke, he retrieved the jar of snow cream from the cabinet and handed it to her. He'd purchased it before, but forgot to give it to Li Xiaomei. Chapter 26. She must be taken care of. Is it for me? Li Xiaomei took it in her hand, opened the box, applied a little on the back of her hand, smelled it, and found it very fragrant. Of course it's for you. Fang Xinghua looked at Li Xiaomei and saw that her face, white as jade, was full of happiness. Her lips parted to reveal two cute tiger teeth, and dimples appeared on her cheeks, making one want to kiss her. Thank you. Li Xiaomei was extremely happy. So how do you plan to thank me? Give me a kiss. Fang Xinghua chuckled. Li Xiaomei blushed, gently kissed him on the cheek, then couldn't bear to look at his eyes. Seeing her so adorable, Fang Xinghua couldn't help but laugh. After being married for so many years, she was still shy. No wonder. Up till now she was still a maiden. Fang Xinghua lay back on the bed with his hands behind his head, looking at Li Xiaomei. This woman was truly an adorable temptress. Though they weren't together physically, he could only gawk. It suited him anyway. We must take care of her when the opportunity arises. Don't look at me like that. Li Xiaomei's face turned bright red from embarrassment, feeling that Fang Xinghua's gaze was like peeling off her clothes. Cough cough. Fang Xinghua quickly averted his gaze, dry coughed twice. It's not early anymore. Let's rest. All right. Li Xiaomei obediently nodded, then directly crawled into Su Bai's quilt. She wasn't as scared of Fang Xinghua now, but was still careful when speaking or doing things, afraid of angering him and getting beaten. Hugging each other like this, they slept until the next day. The sky was gray and snowy. By the time they got up, Li Xiaomei had already heated water for washing, poured it into an iron basin, and handed him a towel. Fang Xinghua washed his face, had breakfast with Li Youfu and Zhang Li, then gave them 4 pieces of pork. We're leaving. Come visit us if you have time. Li Youfu and Zhang Li happily placed the pork in their basket and left the yard. Before long, their figures disappeared in the wind and snow. You're too generous giving them so much meat. How about us? Yang Chunlan felt heartbroken over those pieces of pork. We should save a bit for ourselves. Li Xiaomei also looked a little sad. After all, that was 4 big chunks of pork, enough to eat for several days. That's your own brother though. Fang Xinghua couldn't help laughing. 4 slices of pork were actually not much, and besides, Li Youfu and his wife were decent people. As Li Xiaomei's second elder brother, his family didn't have it easy, so helping them out was reasonable. The wind and snow outside became fiercer, and the whole land froze. Li Xiaomei was very industrious. There was plenty of firewood stored at home. The eaves were piled high, enough to burn until the coming spring. Having such a beautiful and virtuous wife was indeed a fortunate thing. Fang Xinghua went behind the wooden door and closed it. This old wooden door was wobbly and nearly broken down to rotting wood. He would have to get some wooden planks to make a new door soon, hopefully more durable. Splash splash. Suddenly, a strange sound came from outside the door, as if something was clawing at the wooden door with sharp claws, causing a lot of wood shavings to fall. This made Fang Xinghua frown. Could it be wild wolves from the mountains coming to the village? Wild wolves in the forest that couldn't find food would sneak into villages to steal chickens and geese. There were a few households in the village whose chickens and geese had been stolen, leaving piles of feathers. Yang Chunlan and Li Xiaomei's eyes revealed a trace of fear, worrying if the wild wolf had come to their doorstep. Don't worry, I'm here. Fang Xinghua consoled them, rushed to the hall, grabbed the musket, returned to the courtyard, loaded bullets, and aimed toward the door direction. The rickety wooden door was soon smashed open. A dark shadow darted in swiftly, like lightning, incredibly fast. The shadow pounced straight at Fang Xinghua. He originally intended to fire his gun, but upon closer inspection, realized it was Blackie, the dog who had been missing for quite a long time. Woof woof. Blackie leaped onto him, licking his face with its tongue and wagging its tail continuously. It's Blackie. Li Xiaomei hurried over, patting Blackie. They thought Blackie was dead somewhere outside, but unexpectedly, it returned suddenly. Cats and dogs tend to leave home when they sense they are dying, seeking a secluded place to pass away peacefully. Animals are sentient beings, especially cats and dogs. Where have you been all this time, you little rascal? Fang Xinghua patted its head and led it out of the yard, planning to take it for a stroll. Just after eating, it was a good time to digest. Will you come? Fang Xinghua turned back to look at Li Xiaomei. Yes. Li Xiaomei nodded and then followed up. As for Yang Chunlan, her body had not fully recovered yet, and she had been taking medicine during this period. She couldn't be exposed to the cold wind and the snow, so she had to stay at home. The entire village was a sea of white, with goose feather-like snowflakes falling from the gray sky and sprinkling onto the rooftops. The heavy snow in the countryside presented a unique beauty. The only drawback was that the air seemed somewhat dim due to the extreme cold. The dogs in the village didn't bark, and there was an inexplicable oppressive stillness throughout the place, almost deathly quiet. Blackie was extremely happy, running back and forth on the snowy ground, leaving many paw prints shaped like plum blossoms. Fang Xinghua and Li Xiaomei followed behind. Are you cold? Fang Xinghua stopped walking as he looked at Li Xiaomei, whose cheeks were frozen bright red. He extended his arm toward her. What are you doing? Li Xiaomei was a little puzzled. Hold on. Get closer to me. We'll both warm up a bit. Fang Xinghua smiled slightly. In this era, people were very conservative, and even couples wouldn't show such affection publicly. Li Xiaomei's elegant face tinged with a bit of shyness as she glanced around and saw no one nearby. Only then did she extend her hand to hold his arm. They now looked more like newlyweds. Suddenly, Little Black, who was running ahead, rushed to the courtyard gate of Li Tiniu's house, barking furiously at a shadow, but not daring to approach. Fang Xinghua felt curious and looked at the shadow. He could see the person sitting on the stone platform by the door, their back turned to him, covered with a pile of snow. Their hunched figure made it impossible to discern their features clearly. What was even more strange was that the person was wearing very peculiar black long robes. Who was that? Fang Xinghua became increasingly perplexed. On such a freezing day, with the heavy snowfall, someone had come and sat in the snow. And this stone platform was where old lady Lu had tripped and fallen before dying. Fang Xinghua moved closer and circled around. When he saw the front face of the shadow, he broke out in a cold sweat and involuntarily took 2 steps backward. This shadow was none other than the deceased old lady Lu. Fang Xinghua's scalp tingled. She was supposed to be lying in her coffin inside the main hall of the Lu family residence. Now she was here. Chapter 27. A corpse at the doorstep. Who is this old lady? Curiosity getting the better of her, xiuxian walked over to get a closer look at who was sitting in the snow on such a cold day. Fang Xinghua tried to stop her, but it was too late. When xiuxian recognized old lady Lu, she let out a startled scream. She tightly clutched Fang Xinghua, her face pale and her eyes filled with terror as her body began to tremble. Old lady Lu's face had no trace of blood color, slightly white, and she had developed livor mortis. There were no signs of life left. Clearly, she was dead. Don't be afraid. It's just a corpse. Fang Xinghua gently touched her hair, even though he found it quite frightening himself. Not only xiuxian, even Fang Xinghua was startled when he first saw old lady Lu's lifeless form. A corpse is just a corpse, no different from a dead cat or dog. There's nothing to fear. Fang Xinghua began explaining scientifically that there was no such thing as ghosts. Though the situation seemed strange, upon close consideration, it was explainable. I'm scared. Xiuxian buried her head into his chest, eyes squeezed shut and refusing to open, trembling uncontrollably. Blackie, the dog, continued barking furiously at old lady Lu's corpse, its voice loud. The commotion drew the attention of Li Tinyu and his wife, who stepped out of their wooden house and noticed Fang Xinghua before preparing to greet him. However, they hadn't even opened their mouths when they spotted old lady Lu's body at the doorstep. They were so frightened that they both fell back into the snow, their eyes wide with terror. Li Tinyu's wife screamed shrilly, drenched in cold sweat, her lips quivering uncontrollably. Even the bold-hearted Li Tinyu shivered all over. It wasn't hard to understand why they were terrified. After all, old lady Lu had already been dead for some time, yet now appeared right outside their door. Li Tinyu had an infamous nickname, Big Dan, because of his unusually courageous demeanor from a young age. He once bet with villagers and spent an entire night sleeping in the graveyard. Whenever someone died in the village, tasks like dressing them in funeral attire always fell to him. But despite having such nerve, Li Tinyu still felt completely bewildered at seeing old lady Lu again. After a long pause, they finally managed to regain their senses somewhat, although their hearts remained full of fear. What is going on here? Li Tinyu asked Fang Xinghua. Old lady Lu was supposed to remain inside her coffin. Why has she shown up at my doorstep so early today? Li Tinyu couldn't figure out what had happened, and the more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. I'm not entirely sure either, replied Fang Xinghua. Just earlier, I was out walking Blackie with xiuxian when he started barking wildly. We came over and found old lady Lu's body sitting on your doorstep stone. It must have been tampered with intentionally by someone. A sardonic chuckle arose within Fang Xinghua's heart. The act was disgracefully vile. Had anyone less brave seen it, they might well have been frightened to death. It must be old lady Lu returning as a zombie. Li Tinyu's wife's voice trembled. Li Tinyu's complexion darkened severely. Looking at the corpse of old lady Lu, he involuntarily sucked in a deep breath, believing it was the work of some ghostly force. We need to summon a master. Li Tinyu's lips quivered, clearly terrified. There's no one playing tricks. It's unnecessary to waste money. Fang Xinghua advised. When a person dies, they die. That's just a pile of rotting meat. There's no such thing as a reanimated corpse. These so-called masters merely prey on people's fears to make money. This matter was evidently orchestrated against Li Tinyu and his family. But Li Tinyu was still apprehensive. At that moment, villagers preparing to help Li Tinyu approached. Seeing the corpse of old lady Lu, everyone was overwhelmed by terror. Some were almost scared out of their wits. How bizarre. Wasn't old lady Lu's body sealed in her coffin? How did it end up here? The Li Tinyu household must have angered some unclean entity, leading to such ominous events. This must be due to old lady Lu's excessive resentment. Even in death, she's causing trouble for the Li Tienius. The villagers whispered among themselves in horror, keeping a safe distance and avoiding approaching old lady Lu's body. At that moment, Lu Maozi rushed over with a large group of people. Upon spotting the corpse of old lady Lu, his face initially showed surprise before turning immediately hostile, launching into a string of abuses. Li Tinyu, you've indeed killed my mother, making her death unjust. That's why she's showing up outside your house. Lu Damao embraced old lady Lu's body and began sobbing uncontrollably, his wailing resounding throughout the entire village. My dear mother, you died so unjustly. It's because your son is useless and can't avenge you. Lu Damao cried his eyes out. The villagers all turned their eyes to Mr. and Mrs. Li Tinyu. There must be big trouble coming to their family. Old lady Lu will surely haunt them. With the villagers' scare tactics, Mr. and Mrs. Li Tinyu became panic-stricken and at a complete loss. This has nothing to do with our family. Upon hearing the words from the villagers, Li Tinyu became even more afraid. If it has nothing to do with your family, why did my mother reanimate and end up outside your house? How do you explain that? Lu Damao was indignant. Li Tinyu could not utter a single word. You pay for the coffin and compensate us 1,000 bucks. I'll invite a master to perform rituals so that my mother won't continue to haunt your family. Since we're from the same village and always bump into each other, I don't want to make a fuss either. Lu Damao stared at Mr. and Mrs. Litinio. They had already been scared witless and thought about buying off trouble. Losing some money is just a small matter compared to having their entire family haunted by old lady Lu, which would absolutely ruin them all. We don't have that much money. Mrs. Litinio was helpless. Only borrowing from relatives and selling all the valuables at home can help us gather this amount of money. Mr. Litinio was ready to compromise and intended to solve the problem by paying the price. Upon hearing this, Lu Damao's eyes flickered with a hint of joy, but it soon disappeared. All of this was witnessed by Fang Zhenghua. This money must not be given. It's just a scam. Fang Zhenghua directly spoke up, having long figured out the whole matter. Litinio was his iron buddy who grew up playing together since childhood. In the entire village, the person who had the best relationship with him was none other than Litinio. He naturally couldn't bear to see Litinio being swindled so terribly. Besides, Lu Damao wasn't a good person. He used to bully his family along with the Fang Guokai household. But if we don't resolve this issue, your grandmother will keep haunting our family. Litinio felt utterly dejected. Chapter 28, Bewitched. Don't believe all these ghost stories. It's just a dead body. What's there to be afraid of? Fang Zhenghua walked over and patted his shoulder. If you trust me, listen to me. Li Tianyuo began to hesitate. Their family life was already tough. They supported several mouths at home, and if they had to pay so much in compensation, the whole family would have to eat the northwestern wind. They wouldn't even be able to survive this winter. Perhaps the whole family would starve to death. Fang Zhenghua, what's it got to do with you? Lu Damao saw that he was about to pocket the money when Fang Zhenghua suddenly showed up. He hated him with teeth grinding. This has everything to do with me. Li Tianyuo is my brother. I can't stand by and watch you swindle him. Fang Zhenghua rubbed his cold hands and exhaled a puff of white air. If you don't let Li Tianyuo compensate for my old mother's coffin expenses, she will come looking for your family whenever she feels like it. You'll see. After Lu Damao made his threats, he asked a few villagers for help to carry Grandma Lu back. The remaining villagers also left one after another. Fang Zhenghua looked at Lu Damao's back and scoffed inwardly. This guy didn't have the smarts. There must be someone behind him who gave him advice. As for who advised Lu Damao, it wasn't yet clear who it was. But sooner or later, Fang Zhenghua was determined to expose the truth. I'm still quite worried. Li Tianyuo's face carried fear, and he was uneasy, worried that Grandma Lu might once again resurrect, run to his doorstep, and squats there. Just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine, and he broke out in a cold sweat. His wife was scared too, not daring to approach the stone platform where Grandma Lu had sat before. More than likely, last night Lu Damao sneaked the corpse to your door, intending to scare you and blackmail money from your family. Fang Zhenghua had already figured this out. Just now, Lu Damao wasn't at all scared, and immediately asked Li Tianyuo for money, making the situation crystal clear. Li Tianyuo and his wife were half convinced, half doubtful. Come to my place and warm yourself by the fire. Li Tianyuo invited them. Fang Zhenghua had nothing better to do, so he followed Li Tianyuo and his wife into their courtyard. This house was newly repaired a few years ago, spacious, bright, and welcoming. They sat there for a few hours before Fang Zhenghua finally returned home. Li Tianyuo's house is truly large. Li Xiumei held onto Fang Zhenghua's arm, her voice filled with admiration. She wished to live in such a good house, but she could only admire it from afar. Next year, we'll build a big house as well. Fang Zhenghua had already planned it out. After the new year, in early spring, he would go deeper into the mountains to collect some wild goods to sell, save up some money, and then fix up their house. In recent years, many villagers had renovated their old houses, living in large tiled houses. Only their own house remained small and dilapidated, decades old, and inhabited by 3 generations. Cold winds blew through cracks in the earthen walls, waking him up freezing during late nights, unable to sleep properly. It was even worse during summer when heavy rains outside turned their indoor area into a small rain shower. I'll be able to live in a big house later. Li Xiumei was delighted. In her heart, she planned to raise 2 cows and keep some chickens, ducks, and geese. The poultry would lay eggs which could be sold at the market to earn some extra pocket money. Whoosh whoosh. The cold wind started blowing. This made Li Xiumei think of Grandma Lu again, scaring her petite face filled with fear. She clutched Fang Zhenghua's arm tightly. Even after returning home, Li Xiumei still appeared distracted, refusing to let go of Fang Zhenghua's arm. Li Xiumei was naturally timid. Every time she thought of Grandma Lu, it took her a long time to recover. This deeply saddened Fang Zhenghua. He should not have brought her to Li Tianyuo's door in the first place. If she got frightened to the point of being sick, it wouldn't be good. What happened to Xiumei? Mother xuanhuan was sitting by the hearth making shoe pads. Seeing Li Xiumei like this, she asked curiously. She was frightened by Grandma Lu. Fang Zhenghua recounted the entire incident. After hearing the story, xuanhuan was also shocked and felt a chill down her spine. He shouldn't have mentioned it earlier, resisting the urge to take a deep breath. By the afternoon, he built a doghouse for Blackie in the yard using wooden boards and threw in a few pieces of broken clothing so Blackie wouldn't feel as cold. It took nearly half an hour to set up this doghouse. Blackie, get in. Fang Zhenghua called out. Blackie barked twice, understanding his intention. He ran into the doghouse happily, moving around and biting his tail. Blackie had clearly lost weight. No one knew where he went for this period until he returned now. Back in the kitchen, Fang Zhenghua threw a few bones to Blackie. Blackie immediately started gnawing on the bones, making a crunching sound as saliva dripped from his mouth while he ate. It was almost time to prepare dinner. At this hour, Li Xiaomei would have already begun cooking, but she had been nowhere to be found after looking for her for a long time. She was finally located in the bedroom, lying on the bed looking utterly exhausted, her gaze somewhat vacant. Take a good rest. Fang Xinghua pulled the blanket over her. This foolish woman must have been scared out of her wits. Old Lady Lu's incident had given her such a fright that it manifested into a psychological illness. Medicine wouldn't help. Only a mental cure could fix her. To restore her health, they had to expose Lu Damao's conspiracy. After Fang Xinghua left the room, he walked into the main hall outside. How is Xiaomei? Yang Chunlan was tidying up the house, preparing some incense, and calling the spirit back home for supper. When Li Xiaomei came back earlier, she appeared dazed, leading Yang Chunlan to believe she must have encountered something evil or supernatural. Elders were very superstitious. They thought calling the meal might cure her condition. Don't bother doing that nonsense. It's useless, Fang Xinghua said helplessly, explaining that Li Xiaomei had merely been frightened, and calling a meal wouldn't help. How can it be useless? When you were little, you misbehaved with Tianyuo and went to play in the cemetery, and then got sick afterward. After I called for your meal, you bounced back to life the next day. As Yang Chunlan spoke, she burned paper money, lit 3 sticks of incense in an incense pot, placed some meat in a bowl nearby, poured a cup of liquor, and added another cup of tea. Next, Yang Chunlan began bowing her head repeatedly. This entire series of actions made Fang Xinghua both laugh and sigh. After entering the kitchen, he started preparing the meal, boiling some meat and radish, and also stir-fried some pork with cabbage. Once the food was ready, he carried it to their room, but Li Xiaomei couldn't eat anything. She sat in the main hall for a short while before returning to the bedroom to sleep. Yang Chunlan didn't eat much either, fearing that old Lady Lu would seek revenge against their family, which gave her a deep sense of anxiety too. All these troubles stemmed from old Lady Lu's situation, and Fang Xinghua seethed with anger inside. This made him even more determined to expose Lu Damao's conspiracy. If this matter wasn't resolved, Li Xiaomei's mental condition wouldn't improve. In the future, Mother Yang Chunlan would live each day in constant fear. Chapter 29. Turn the tables. After leaving home, Fang Xinghua went straight to Li Tiniu. From afar, he saw Li Tiniu and his wife. They placed a bowl of rice on the stone platform with 3 sticks of incense inserted, and were burning a large pile of paper nearby. Madam Lu, please don't come haunting our family anymore. Li Tiniu pulled his wife as they continuously bowed towards the stone platform. Fang Xinghua had a mixture of laughter and sorrow. Don't worship anymore. Fang Xinghua approached them. He had already told them about the conspiracy involving Lu Damao, but they wouldn't listen. Regardless if it's true or not, we must still worship. Lu Damao got up from the ground, looking serious as he said, your family should also be careful. It's possible that Madame Lu is watching you too. If nothing happens tonight, help me out with something. Fang Xinghua smiled. Lu Damao looked curious and asked for details. Don't ask so many questions, you'll know soon. Fang Xinghua didn't explain much further. By now, the sky had grown dark, and silence enveloped the entire village. Large snowflakes started to drift down again. It had been snowing continuously for several days. Originally thought it would have paused, yet it started once more. Fang Xinghua brought Li Tiniu, hiding in a relatively secluded corner outside Lu Damao's courtyard. Let's go back, this place gives me chills. Li Tiniu stared at the ominous yard of Lu Damao's house, goosebumps covering his body. Fang Xinghua stayed silent, focusing his eyes on the gates of Lu Damao's courtyard. Dong dong. The drum beats resonated inside the yard. Cool wind blowing. How sorrowful it feels. Spirits arrive on the platform longing for their hometowns. 7 souls drift. One day without eating in the mortal world. 3 days later climbing upon the platform of longing. Viewing below where the high hall houses flower coffins. Deceased name lies in between. Relatives and friends mourn for 3 days. Monks chant scriptures while holding guiding flags. Songs of mourning were sung within the yard. That was the local custom. When someone dies, relatives, friends, and villagers would sit beside the coffin singing these mournful songs with the aim of bringing peace to the dead and celebrating their passing through lively means. Mourning songs all shared one tune. Anyone could spontaneously join in. Li Tiniu was already frightened, and hearing those mournful songs made his heart feel even heavier. Time flowed by quickly into midnight, the weather growing colder. The villagers within the courtyard gradually left, the once lively space turning quiet and empty. This atmosphere only added eerie horror. About half an hour later, a black shadow appeared carrying Madame Lu out of the courtyard. Upon closer inspection, the figure turned out to be Lu Damao. Fang Xinghua remained calm, because he had long guessed it was Lu Damao playing tricks. And Li Tiniu? He was dumbfounded on the spot, confused for a while until he finally understood what was happening. Lu Damao, that bastard. Li Tiniu lowered his voice to curse, gnashing his teeth in hatred. He had always wondered why Madame Lu's corpse would suddenly appear at his doorstep, but now he realized it was carried there by Lu Damao. We should follow him. Fang Xinghua stood up quietly, stealthily trailing behind. I'm going to beat that bastard and let off some steam. Li Tiniu was furious, ready to take action immediately. What's the point of beating him up? We might even get framed by him. I have a way to deal with him. Fang Xinghua held Li Tiniu back. They must uncover the person who masterminded the plan for Lu Damao. Hearing this, Li Tiniu managed to suppress the urge to punch and run away. In front, Lu Damao, carrying Madame Lu's corpse, continued walking toward another side of the village. Finally, he directly dumped the corpse in front of Fang Xinghua's door. Without lingering much longer, Lu Damao glanced once into the yard then bolted away like a streak. Now what should we do? Li Tiniu asked, intending earlier to rush over and catch Lu Damao red-handed, but stopped by Fang Xinghua. You carry the corpse, and we'll follow and see where he goes. Fang Zhenghua smirked. Hearing this, Li Tiniu ran over and lifted the corpse onto his back, following closely behind. Trailing Lu Damao all the way, they arrived outside Fang Guizai's house eventually. Lu Damao knocked on the door. Not long after, the gate opened, and Fang Zhenhong walked out, glancing around to make sure no one was around before furrowing her brows and asking, "What are you doing coming here, so late at night?" "I placed my mother's corpse in front of Fang Zhenghua's house." Lu Damao revealed the matter. "Good job. Give that son of a bitch Fang Zhenghua a good scare." Fang Zhenhong thought about being beaten by Fang Zhenghua yesterday and clenched her teeth in hatred. After a brief whisper between the two, Lu Damao left. Fang Zhenhong closed the courtyard gate and went back inside the house. "Go place the corpse at their yard's entrance." Fang Zhenghua instructed Li Tiniu. His earlier suspicions were confirmed. Someone had suggested to Lu Damao to intentionally put the corpse at Li Tiniu's door. That person was Fang Zhenhong. So these two have been colluding all along. Li Tiniu understood why Fang Zhenghua wanted him to bring Grandma Lu's body over. Fang Zhenghua smirked as he glanced at Fang Zhenhong's courtyard. This was their own doing. It was just pitiful for Grandma Lu. Even in death, she could not rest in peace with her body being moved around like this. "Let's go back." Fang Zhenghua didn't stay much longer. There would be good drama to watch tomorrow. Subsequently, Fang Zhenghua and Li Tiniu returned home separately. The next morning, an uproar erupted outside the courtyard, waking Fang Zhenghua from his sleep. After dressing up, he stepped out of the courtyard. He saw young xuanhuan arguing with Lu Maozi. A crowd of villagers had gathered to watch. "Why is my mother's body gone? Did you hide it?" Lu Damao asked furiously. "Your mother's body is lying peacefully in her coffin at your house. What kind of disease makes you run over here demanding it?" Young xuanhuan fumed, wielding a hoe in her hand. Fang Zhenghua looked at Lu Damao and asked, "How can you so confidently claim that Grandma Lu's body is at our front door?" Lu Maozi hesitated for a while before finding some excuse. "She came to me in a dream last night." "In a dream? Could it be that you moved her body to our doorstep instead?" Fang Zhenghua stared at Lu Damao. "Nonsense. How could I possibly do something like that?" Lu Damao obviously showed signs of nervousness. Just at that moment, a villager ran over. Grandma Lu's body was found at Fang Zhenhong's doorstep. The villager panted heavily while saying this. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone shivered, their bodies breaking out in goosebumps. Chapter 30. The Empty Coffin. Old Lady Lu really came back to life. On the night before last, she went to Li Tiniu's doorstep, and today she went to Fang Zhenhong's. This is too spooky. It seems Old Lady Lu died wrongfully and wants to find someone to take her place. The villagers' talk became increasingly eerie. Even Lu Damao was dumbfounded. Last night, he had clearly left the corpse at Fang Zhenghua's doorstep, yet somehow it ended up at Fang Zhenhong's. This made Lu Damao break out in cold sweat all over his body. Could it be that his old mother really did come back to life? "Lu Damao, you son of a bitch." Fang Zhenhong stormed over in rage, delivering a fierce kick that sent Lu Damao sprawling on the ground. He then proceeded to beat him mercilessly with punches and kicks. "How dare you move the corpse to my doorstep? I'll beat you to death today." Fang Zhenhong was absolutely infuriated. "It wasn't me." Lu Damao hastily began explaining, which left Fang Zhenhong stupefied, thinking to himself that if it wasn't Lu Damao who did it, then how did the corpse end up mysteriously at his doorstep? Lu Damao pulled Fang Zhenhong aside, helplessly saying, "I swear, if this is my doing, let me die miserably." Cold sweat poured down Fang Zhenhong's back. "It might be that my old mother truly has risen from the dead. I keep moving her around." Lu Damao's face was filled with fear. "Don't say anymore." Fang Zhenhong's whole body had stiffened, breaking out in constant cold sweat. "What do we do about my old mother's corpse?" Lu Damao's face fell as he mourned. He never would have thought such an event could occur. "Hurry and take the corpse back to your own house, and don't bother me again." An irritated Fang Zhenhong gave Lu Damao another fierce kick. Having no choice, Lu Damao gritted his teeth and returned to moving Old Lady Lu's corpse back into his home, placing it back inside the coffin. "Mother, I didn't mean to harass you. Please, do not rise from the dead." Lu Damao knelt before the coffin, incessantly bowing and burning paper offerings. This spooky incident quickly spread through the village, causing a commotion. By evening, no one dared leave their houses. The next morning, Lu Damao decided to send off his deceased without waiting any longer, and he dared not tamper further with his mother's corpse. Villagers came to lend a hand. As Fang Zhenghua got dressed, he looked at Li Xiumei still lying in bed, feeling utterly disheartened. Just a few days ago, Li Xiumei had been full of energy, but now she was frightened out of her wits. "Come with me today to Lu Damao's house." Fang Zhenghua intended to take her along, exposing the conspiracy of Fang Zhenhong and Lu Damao in front of the entire village, so once Li Xiumei knew the truth, she'd recover. Yes. Initially reluctant, Li Xiumei had no choice but to tag along when Fang Zhenghua insisted. Wang Zhenghua procured 10 jin of sorghum, carrying it over to Lu Damao's house as a gift. It was called giving gifts. Whenever there was an occasion, happy or sorrowful, in the village, people would bring something as a gesture of goodwill. Wealthier ones gave money, while others brought grain or similar items. On his way, Fang Zhenghua met Li Tiniu. "Did your family give a present?" Fang Zhenghua scrutinized him, noticing that the man carried nothing in his hands. "Why should I give a present? I'm just here to watch the spectacle." Li Tiniu wore a smirking expression. Saying nothing more, he continued toward Lu Damao's house. Everyone from the village would come to assist with the funeral. That day, Fang Zhenghua planned to expose Lu Damao and his associates right in front of the entire village. Arriving at Lu Damao's yard, Fang Zhenghua hung his gift and took a seat near the dining table with Li Xiumei. Before the funeral, they served food. After eating, the villagers helped carry the coffin to the hill for burial. The food on the table contained little meat, just stir-fried cabbage, stewed radish, and some pickled vegetables. Lu Damo's family had no money, and the radishes and cabbages were pulled together by the villagers. After everyone ate, they all stood in the courtyard. The professional coffin bearers entered the hall, waited for the master of ceremonies to complete the ritual, after which Lu Dabeo, with mourning scarf, knelt and bowed several times. Subsequently, the coffin carriers tied the ropes to the coffin and lifted it off its stand. Fang Jingguo was preparing to reveal their plot, when suddenly the coffin carriers furrowed their brows and appeared quite troubled. There's something wrong with this coffin. The coffin carriers often performed this task. Upon lifting it, they noticed it was extremely light, containing no weight, deducing that there was definitely no body inside the coffin. Are you trying to back out? I already paid you. Lu Damao immediately flared up. We've carried coffins for many years, and we've never felt a coffin this light. It definitely doesn't contain a body. The lead coffin carrier spoke with absolute certainty. The other coffin bearers also indicated there was an issue with the coffin. With no other options, Lu Damao asked the feng shui master if they could open the coffin. This will take quite a bit of effort. The master frowned deeply, then started blowing and performing strange gestures while muttering incantations under his breath. Once everything seemed ready, he finally allowed them to open the coffin. At the moment the coffin lid was opened, everyone present was dumbfounded, their backs growing cold with unease. What's going on? Where's my old mother? Lu Damao was completely stunned. When the villagers in the yard heard that the corpse had vanished again, chaos broke out. Everyone was frightened, trembling uncontrollably. Even the feng shui master stepped back involuntarily, nearly falling over in shock. In all his years as a master, he had never encountered such an eerie situation. I'm scared. Li Xiaomei tightly embraced Fang Jingguo, her pretty face turning deathly pale. Don't be afraid. I'm here for you. Fang Jingguo consoled her, slightly frowning as doubt crept into his mind. The night before last, he had indeed instructed Li Tiniu to move old lady Lu's body to Fang Jinhong's doorstep. Later, deciding it wasn't worth the trouble since his purpose had been achieved, he didn't bother further. But now, inexplicably, the body had disappeared once more. Fang Jingguo couldn't figure out what was happening despite racking his brain over it. Lu Damao, you've always been disrespectful. Your old mother must not want to go up the hill, so she decided to stay home and haunt you. Li Tiniu looked at Lu Damao, who was visibly shaking with fear. Lu Damao was already in a daze when he heard this and fell to his knees in panic. Mother, it's my fault. I shouldn't have messed around with you. Please let me go. Everyone in the yard wore expressions of bewilderment, having never witnessed such a bizarre occurrence. Did you do it? Fang Jingguo noticed something odd about Li Tiniu today. He came to eat without bringing any gifts, showing up empty-handed. Even if there were disputes between their families, this was still a funeral. Bringing gifts was obligatory. Moreover, earlier, Li Tiniu had intentionally frightened Lu Damao and looked smug about it. Don't tell anyone else. Li Tiniu lowered his voice. I was tricked by Fang Jinhong and Lu Damao. Last night, lying in bed, I grew angrier and angrier, so I sneaked into this yard. After Lu Damao went to sleep, I carried his old mother's body to Fang Jinhong's house. Fang Jingguo paused for a moment, realizing this indeed explained everything. Chapter 31. The truth comes to light. I thought leaving it at his doorstep wouldn't be scary enough, so I put it directly in the main hall of his house. Li Tianyuo grinned. Last night went incredibly smoothly, and no one noticed that the body had disappeared. Fang Jingguo was amused. This guy was even more ruthless than himself, placing the body directly in Fang Jinhong's main hall. The entire Fang Jinhong family must have been terrified out of their wits. At this moment, Lu Damao had already regained his composure and started searching all over the yard for his mother, but he couldn't find a trace of her. My old mother. Please let me off. Lu Damao knelt down, repeatedly kowtowing for mercy. At this moment, Mao Xiaodo ran into the yard. Lu Damao, your mother is inside Fang Jinhong's house. Hurry up and go. Mao Xiaodo shouted loudly. Hearing this, Lu Damao was so scared that he fell on his butt, and the villagers in the yard were all stunned. At this time, inside Fang Jinhong's house, Lu Lao Tai Tai's body lay stiffly on a chair, dressed in funeral clothes, her entire body swollen, with corpse spots covering her face, and emitting a putrid stench from decomposition. In the yard, Lu Xiaofan had already fainted in fright. Lu Guokai screamed continuously, completely collapsing on the ground, his face full of fear as he stared at Lu Lao Tai Tai in the main hall, muttering incoherently and acting like a lunatic. And Fang Jinhong, equally terrified, his legs weakened and his body kept retreating toward the back of the courtyard, attempting to escape. This morning, after they got up, they just stepped out of the room and saw Lu Lao Tai Tai. Lu Xiaofan was the first to see her, and she screamed in horror, immediately fainting. Later, Fang Guokai and Fang Jinhong came out of their rooms one by one, also falling onto the ground in terror. At this point, Lu Damao and the villagers had arrived. Seeing Fang Jinhong's family in shock, they looked at the Lu Lao Tai Tai in the main hall, their scalps tingling. What exactly is going on here? Fang Jinhong grabbed Lu Damao by the collar. Why is your mother's body in my main hall? It must be your doing. Lu Damao looked completely innocent. How could I do such a thing? Who else could it be other than you? It was you who moved the body to Li Tianyuo's doorstep before. No one else would do something like that. I've got no grudge against you. Why would I harm you like this? Now my whole family has been driven mad. Today I'll kill you for sure. Unable to explain this, Fang Jinhong believed it was Lu Damao's doing. I'm really being framed. Why would I do such a thing? We were about to prepare for mourning today. Even if I were stupid, I wouldn't be stupid to this extent. Lu Damao repeatedly tried to explain. From their conversation, the villagers had already pieced together that it was Lu Damao who had previously placed Lu Lao Tai Tai at Li Tianyuo's doorstep, and Fang Zhenhong was the one who had come up with the idea. Everyone gave them both strange looks. You two are truly disgraceful. How can you do something like this? The old village chief sighed, recalling how he too had been startled by the incident. But luckily, everything has now been clarified. I'm framed at Li Tianyuo's place. I carried the body there, but the past 2 times have nothing to do with me. The other night, I carried the body to Fang Zhenhua's door intending to scare him, but the next day, the body showed up at Fang Zhenhong's doorstep instead. Seeing that no one believed him, Lu Damao grew extremely frustrated. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? The old village chief snorted. I don't know who did it. Lu Damao felt like crying. Under the urging of the old village chief, several villagers helped carry Lu Lao Tai Tai back to Lu Damao's home. After all the chaos today, it was too late to conduct the mourning rites, so they had to postpone again until tomorrow. Fang Zhenhua didn't stay long, returning home with Li Xiumei. Now that the truth was revealed, Li Xiumei appeared much better. Upon returning home, she ate a large bowl of rice. I heard your uncle and aunt-in-law were scared witless. Is this true? Yang Xuanhuan asked, tossing another piece of dry firewood into the hearth. With the current weather being so cold, fires burned constantly inside the house, or else their bodies simply wouldn't endure. That's the punishment they deserve. Fang Zhenhua smiled faintly. That fellow Fang Zhenhong schemed against Li Tianyuo through Lu Dabao, and then wanted to scheme against him. Fortunately, the body was moved away that night. Otherwise, he didn't know what state Mother Yang Chunlan and Li Xiumei might have ended up in. They indeed deserved it. Yang Chunlan recalled the previous time she had been bullied by them. On the second day, Fang Zhenhua got up early in the morning and headed towards the back mountain with a musket. After checking on the wild boars and seeing that they were still there, he returned to the village. There was plenty of meat at home now, so there was no rush to bring the wild boars back. It was better to let them grow slowly over time. When they needed more meat, they could just go to the back mountain and bring another one back. Today was an important day because he had to go to the small town and buy a lot more grain and daily necessities. He needed enough supplies to last through the winter. In a few days, there would be heavy snowfall, not seen in over 20 years, lasting for more than half a month. With sunshine today, he had to buy everything within the next 2 days. Li Tianyuo's family had a cart made from old wooden boards patched together. They usually went to the market in the small town with this cart. Though it wasn't big, it could carry a lot of things. Fang Zhenhua planned to borrow it. After loading up some money, he headed towards Li Tianyuo's house. Just as he reached the door, he saw Li Tianyuo looking towards Lu Damao's house. What are you looking at? Fang Zhenhua tapped him on the shoulder. Li Tianyuo got a fright, but then told him that Lu Damao had been utterly frightened. Afraid of future incidents, they hurriedly arranged for the coffin's bearers to take old lady Lu up the mountain early in the morning and hastily buried her. Fang Zhenhua inwardly smirked, thinking these people were scaring themselves. After borrowing the cart, he drove toward the small town. The sun was out, melting a lot of the snow, making it a perfect day for shopping at the market. As he approached the main street of the small town, he tied the horse cart by the roadside and walked onto the street. After so many days of heavy snowfall, many villagers had come to the market, bustling with more people than usual. Fang Zhenhua bought 5 whole bags of rice, a few more bags of coal, which was inexpensive since it was dug out by the villagers from the mountain and carried to the market by horses. Additionally, he purchased 2 bags of corn and sorghum. All the cart space was used up. It wasn't like his family of 3 would eat all that, but to be safe, he decided to stock up a bit more. Having gathered all the items, he left the streets of the small town driving the cart. With so much grain, they'd definitely survive the winter and even have food until the next year. Chapter 32, A Lesson for the Thug. Are you buying so much grain? From the crowd on the street, a familiar figure appeared. Fang Zhenhua looked up and saw it was Li Tianyuo. He didn't expect this guy to be here too for the market day. There will be heavy snow in a few days. Once the heavy snow seals off the mountain passes, even with money, you won't be able to buy grain. You should buy as much as you can. Fang Zhenhua advised, adding that soon there would be a shortage of grain and prices would skyrocket. Then lend me some money. Li Tianyuo chuckled, thinking it wasn't that serious. It snows every year, no matter how bad. It wouldn't get to the point where there's no grain available. Just then, a man in a leather jacket walked over, holding a black leather bag in his hand. Behind him followed 4 or 5 underlings. This man's name is Zhou Matzi, who runs a mahjong parlor in the town. He earns a living by lending money at high interest rates, living very extravagantly. In this small town, he's known as an infamous tough character, usually avoided by many. Fang Zhenhua, I finally caught you, you little scumbag. Zhou Matzi strode forward, glancing at the grain piled on the cart next to him. Looks like you're getting rich. Hurry up and pay back the money your family owes us. Otherwise today, I'll break your legs. Fang Zhenhua furrowed his brow slightly. His predecessor, aside from being a drunkard, also frequented the market, always gambling a couple of rounds before heading home. He once borrowed some money from Zhou Matzi, and within just over a month, with compounding interest, ended up owing a huge amount of debt. Later, Zhou Matzi directly brought people to their village, taking all their grain as collateral, leaving the whole family to barely survive through the winter on rotten cabbage and tree bark. Since then, every few months, Zhou Matzi would come to their house demanding money, and if they couldn't pay, he would simply take away any valuable items. You shouldn't go too far. Li Tianyuo, emboldened, turned towards Zhou Matzi. You've stolen so much stuff from his place already, the debt has been long repaid. Get out of here, who asked you to speak? Zhou Matzi's henchmen surrounded Li Tianyuo, ready to beat him up. Li Tianyuo didn't back down. He picked up a rock from the ground. Come on then, you bastards, bullying my brother. Today I'm going to fight you. Li Tiniu was extremely righteous. Seeing Fang Xinghua being bullied, he didn't sit by idly. What do you want? Fang Xinghua felt deeply annoyed inside. How dare someone cause trouble for him? They must be sick of living. Leave this cart of grain behind. Then leave, or else I'll cut off your hands. The carload of grain that Zhou Matzi targeted is no different from robbery. Want to take the grain? Let's see if you have what it takes. Fang Xinghua raised an eyebrow slightly. The cold weather was perfect for stretching his limbs, warming up. Zhou Matzi was startled. The previous Fang Xinghua was a coward, enduring everything when bullied. But this time, there was no sign of weakness. Let's find a quiet place to talk. Zhou Matzi glanced around the street. With crowds bustling about everywhere, it's inconvenient to make a move here. They needed a secluded spot to give Fang Xinghua a good lesson. Fang Xinghua followed along, ready to play with the guy for a while. Are you crazy? He's planning to deal with you elsewhere. Li Tiniu immediately became anxious. No worries, keep an eye on the cart, I'll be back soon. Fang Xinghua patted his shoulder and continued following. A short while later, they arrived at the mahjong parlor beside the street. Recently, business had not been good, so there were hardly any customers inside the mahjong parlor. Our hometown, on fields filled with hope. Smoke rising from newly built houses, streams flowing by beautiful villages. On the nearby wooden table, there was a cassette player playing loud music. On the wall, there hung a calendar from this year. The picture showed a woman with a towel wrapped around her head, holding a bundle of bountiful corn and maize, smiling broadly as she looked across endless fields, evoking the atmosphere of this era. PSSSHH. PSSSHH. Steam was coming from the teapot on the iron stove, boiling water swirling inside. Zhou Matzi sat next to the fire pit, picked up the kettle, poured himself a cup of tea, drank a sip of scalding tea, cursing, "Damn it, this goddamn weather is freezing, impossible to live. Close the door." Zhou Matzi shouted at those subordinates. These underlings were idle young men from nearby villages, often running to the town to mess around with Zhou Matzi. One of the young men turned around and locked the mahjong parlor's door. Beat him. Zhou Matzi sat on the chair, legs crossed, eyes flashing with a menacing gleam. Upon hearing this, those underlings directly surged forward towards Fang Xinghua. Fang Xinghua did not hold back. He kicked the young man rushing at the front to the ground, and then grabbed his hand, dragging it into the kettle of boiling water. The young man screamed in agony, hurriedly pulling his hand out and sitting down on the floor with a thud. The other young men were instantly stunned upon seeing this scene and hastily retreated in fright. Damn it, Zhou Matzi had already been splashed with some hot water, so he quickly stood up and moved far away. He never expected that Fang Xinghua would be this ruthless. What are you standing there for? Attack him. Zhou Matzi shouted at the other young men. If they were intimidated by such a guy, how could they continue to operate on this street? It would become a laughingstock if word got out. Biting their lips, those young men rushed over again. Fang Xinghua seized one of their arms and gave a powerful jerk, immediately eliciting the sound of bone breaking. At this moment, Li Tiniu was holding a brick and had rushed to the door of the mahjong parlor. Hearing the screams from inside, he prepared to barge in. Just then, the door opened. It's over. Fang Xinghua walked out. Li Tiniu was somewhat stupefied. Sticking his neck out to look inside the mahjong room, he froze on the spot. He saw a scene of utter chaos. Those young men were lying on the ground, continuously emitting painful groans, all bloodied and battered. And Zhou Matzi stood in place, his face full of terror as he watched Fang Xinghua leave with a complicated expression. You beat them all up? Li Tiniu revealed a look of surprise. In the past, it was always Fang Xinghua who got beaten, but this time, he single-handedly turned all of Zhou Matzi's underlings into bloody messes. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he simply wouldn't have believed it. Let's go back to the village. Fang Xinghua walked calmly towards the cart as if nothing had happened. Regaining his senses, Li Tiniu hurriedly caught up, still unable to process what had just occurred. Chapter 33. Preparing to make big money. Are all your things bought? Fang Xinghua tied the grain on the cart firmly with a rope. Everything is ready. Li Tiniu sat down on the cart with Fang Xinghua. My wife had a high fever, so I specifically came to buy medicine. Weren't things fine yesterday? While driving the cart, Fang Xinghua started chatting idly. She just got sick this morning. A group of rats came last night from somewhere and stole our food. She stayed up all night guarding it, and ended up falling ill this morning. Those rats came in droves. There's never been so many rats at home before. It's bizarre. Li Tiniu spent the whole night catching rats around the yard yesterday. He killed 4 or 5, but it didn't help. Rats kept running into his house. Their corn and sorghum, originally stored for winter, were eaten by the rats. Are there also rats at your place? A villager from the same village passed by the cart, hearing Li Tiniu's words and chiming in. The situation is terrible. I also bought some rat poison today, hoping for some peace. Li Tiniu sighed. My family's the same. Lots of food has been eaten. Those damn rats are really bold, stealing right in front of people. The villager also looked helpless. Sitting on the cart, Fang Xinghua furrowed his brow slightly, recalling something that happened this winter. All the mice from the mountains fled to nearby villages. At first, the villagers didn't pay much attention, but after the heavy snow sealed off the mountain, the mouse problem worsened. Many villagers' grains were stolen by rats entirely. You stay here, I'll go buy some rat poison. Fang Xinghua didn't want to miss this opportunity to make money. He planned to buy as much as possible and resell it to the villagers later. With the worsening rodent problem, the price of rat poison had skyrocketed. Something that usually sold for 1/10 of a yuan per pack rose to 50 cents. Fang Xinghua ran to the street, spending 1/10 of a yuan to buy 2 urea bags, then scoured every street looking for vendors selling rat poison. He ransacked the entire area, buying up all the supplies and concentrating them in his hands. When he returned to the cart, Li Tinyu looked baffled. Why did you buy so much? I think it's still too little. Fang Xinghua secured the 2 big bags of rat poison on the cart with a rope, making the horse look even more strained. But that was not a major issue. It was still early. They could rest while heading back to the village, and they definitely managed to bring everything back. This is just wasting money. Sure, there are many rats in the village now, but we don't need this much rat poison. You'll surely lose out this time. These poisons can only be kept for a maximum of 6 months before losing their effectiveness. If you hold on to them too long, no one will even want them for free. Li Tinyu kept talking, feeling that Fang Xinghua was aimlessly messing around, wasting effort and money, which would ultimately end up being wasted effort. Fang Xinghua didn't explain. He knew Li Tinyu wouldn't believe him anyway. Most of the snow on the ground had melted, turning the road muddy and difficult to traverse. By evening, all the goods were finally brought back to the doorstep. Li Xiaomei and Yang Chunlan were both taken aback when they saw Fang Xinghua return with such a large cartload of grain. Why did you buy so much grain? Yang Chunlan was already very frugal. Seeing how much grain he bought, she knew it must have cost quite a bit, causing her some heartache. Grain cannot be stored for too long either, otherwise it would attract pests, or even rot and mold. It will be a tough winter this year. We should store more grain. Fang Xinghua untied the ropes from the cart and dragged the grain off. Shouldering the load, he carried it into the courtyard and placed it inside the room. This house was not only broken and ramshackle, but also extremely small, leaving no other place to store the grain except inside the room. After Li Tinyu returned the medicine he bought for his wife, he also came over to help. In less than 15 minutes, they managed to carry all the grain into the room within the courtyard. Both Fang Xinghua and Li Tinyu were drenched in sweat. Li Xiaomei had already finished cooking dinner and invited Li Tinyu to stay for a meal. Smelling the scent of meat, Li Tinyu didn't hesitate and joined in. A plate of wild pork was completely devoured. Li Tinyu ate the most. This guy had a strong build, able to do the work of 2 people, but he also ate as much as 2 men. This is the most satisfying meal I've had today. Li Tinyu patted his bloated stomach contentedly, said goodbye, and then left satisfied. Looking at the grain piled throughout the house, Li Xiaomei and Yang Chunlan couldn't feel happy. What is this? Yang Chunlan touched the 2 bags of rat poison and realized they weren't grain. That's rat poison. Fang Xinghua didn't hide it. Why did you buy so much rat poison? The money from selling wild ginseng should be saved to repair the house. Buying so much useless stuff is just a waste of money. Yang Chunlan felt helpless, unsure what Fang Xinghua was thinking, even getting a bit angry. If they just saved the money from the wild ginseng sales and borrowed a little more from relatives, they could have repaired the house next year. But now, there wasn't enough money. Li Xiaomei was disappointed but said nothing, thinking about how they wouldn't live in a big house now. Rest assured, we'll soon have enough money to repair the house. Fang Xinghua gave a faint smile. He couldn't explain everything right now, but after some time, they'd understand that this rat poison could bring in a lot of money. Yang Chunlan sighed, tossed a few sticks of firewood into the fireplace, and started making shoe insoles again. As for Li Xiaomei, she threw some cow parsley into the pig pen and then filled a kettle with water, hanging it over the fireplace to boil foot-washing water. Everyone gathered around the fireplace, chatting casually. Fang Zhenhong's family really suffered this time. Yang Chunlan placed a few potatoes into the fireplace. Did Fang Guokai and Lu Xiaofan really go mad? Li Xiaomei's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Her body hadn't been feeling well all day, so she hadn't left home. She had been scared by Grandma Lu before, but now she had recovered a lot and was feeling energetic again. Lu Xiaofan is paralyzed on the bed and needs someone to feed her even meals and drinks. Fang Guokai hasn't been paralyzed, but he acts crazily, always babbling nonsense about how Grandma Lu isn't dead and still stays in their house. The trouble they stirred up was entirely their own fault. They used to bully us and take advantage of our family, but now one's gone mad and the other's paralyzed. Yang Chunlan was secretly pleased. Years ago, Fang Guokai and his wife had driven their family to a corner where they almost lost everything, nearly forcing Yang Chunlan to death. Though Yang Chunlan seldom mentioned this matter, it was always deeply engraved in her heart. Chapter 34. Coming to snatch a bride. There isn't a single good person in their family. Li Xiaomei snorted. When she first got married, she had cried from being bullied many times and was always afraid of Fang Guokai and his wife, as well as Fang Zhenhong and the 2 brothers. Seeing that it was getting late, everyone went back to their own rooms to rest. Fang Zhenghua lay down on the bed, just about to fall asleep, when Li Xiaomei slipped into the covers. In the past, she would always stay as far away from him as possible while sleeping. Are you not afraid of me anymore? Fang Zhenghua smiled slightly, stroking her long hair which had turned somewhat yellow due to malnutrition. A few days ago at the market, he specifically bought shampoo, but Li Xiaomei didn't want to use it and usually washed her hair with detergent, causing great harm to her hair. I used to be very afraid of you. Now I'm only a little bit. Li Xiaomei whispered softly, as the mental scars from the beatings she endured in the past made her heart quiver every time she thought about them. Be reassured, I won't hit you anymore in the future. Fang Zhenghua gave her a promise. Seeing her in this state, his heart softened somewhat. Such a good woman deserved to be cherished. How could one resort to violence? I'm sleepy. Li Xiaomei closed her eyes and began to sleep. Not long after, even breathing sounds could be heard. Fang Zhenghua blew out the oil lamp and started to rest. Today at the market, they bought a lot of grain, and now he felt exhausted with sore waist and back muscles. The next morning, after Fang Zhenghua got up, he took his old shotgun and went to the back mountain. The snow in the woods had melted, but the wind was still very strong, blowing through the forest with a whistling sound. The branches were shaking continuously. When it hit his face, it felt like being cut by a knife, causing intense pain. The weather was still very cold now. After reaching the cave entrance, he went inside and checked on those wild boars. Due to the lack of food, all of them appeared thinner than before. There's no way around it. It's winter, and there's simply not enough food for these wild boars. And here, it's in the woods unlike at home, where animals can eat twice daily. Fang Xiuxian knew that heavy snow would come within a few days. He had to gather more grass for the pigs in the cave so that these wild boars wouldn't starve to death. He began working hard. It was physically demanding, and soon, he was sweating profusely. After resting for a while, he continued working. It wasn't until the afternoon that he left the forest. As he was about to leave the woods, he suddenly saw something nearby. A plump wild rabbit eating some leaves of grass that hadn't dried up yet. Finally, we can change our diet. Fang Xiuxian lifted his gun, stepping lightly, inching closer. For a while now, they had been eating pork and venison every day, and he'd long wanted to change things up. With good luck today, right as he was preparing to go home, he met a fat rabbit. Bang! After aiming, he fired immediately. The wild rabbit received a bullet in its head and fell to the ground, kicking its legs twice before passing away. Fang Xiuxian walked over and tied the rabbit's legs with a rope, hanging it on the shotgun. As he was about to leave, another prey caught his attention. It was a pheasant with colorful feathers covering its entire body, a crown resembling a bell on its head, and a long, bright tail trailing behind. It looked just like a phoenix. Pheasant meat was fresh and tender, a rare delicacy in the wild, and extremely nourishing. Naturally, Fang Xiuxian wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. After reloading his gun with bullets, he walked quietly and positioned himself behind a big tree, then lifted the gun and began aiming. At this time, a group of people arrived in the village. Leading them was a robust man with a face full of stubble, wearing a blue cloth shirt. Behind this man followed a group of men and women. They stopped in front of Fang Xiuxian's house. Open the door. The man pushed the wooden door while shouting loudly with a thunderous voice. Who is it? Xuanhuan was making shoe insoles in the hall room. Hearing the noise, she came out, opening the wooden gate to the yard. Upon seeing the man, she couldn't help but frown. Xuanhuan recognized the man. He was the butcher who slaughtered pigs, surnamed Zhang. Everyone called him Mr. Zhang. Before, Li Yukai had planned to bring Li Xiuxian back to marry Mr. Zhang. At the time, Li Xiuxian refused to return, leaving Li Yukai helpless, so this matter was eventually dropped. Now, Mr. Zhang has personally led his family to come, obviously intending to snatch Li Xiuxian away. Xuanhuan instantly understood their purpose, feeling anger rising in her heart. Li Yukai promised to marry Li Xiuxian to me. Today, I've come to take her away. Hand her over. Zhang the butcher's face was filled with anger. He had long been drooling over Li Xiuxian. Years ago, he had originally planned to go to the Li family to propose marriage, but was beaten to the punch by Fang Xiuxian. These past few years, Zhang the butcher had always harbored thoughts about Li Xiuxian. How outrageous. Li Xiuxian is my daughter-in-law. Coming here with so many people to snatch her. What kind of behavior is that? Xuanhuan was extremely furious and prepared to shut the gate to the yard. I don't care. Li Yukai has already promised to marry his sister to me. Even if I have to snatch her, so what? Zhang the butcher forcefully held the gate open. Xuanhuan kept pulling on the latch, trying to close the gate, but didn't have enough strength. Mom, who's here? Li Xiuxian was mending clothes inside the main hall. Hearing the voices, she came out holding her clothes. Upon seeing Zhang the butcher and his family, her eyebrows instinctively furrowed. Zhang the butcher saw that Li Xiuxian was even more beautiful than before. Her face was white and clean, and her figure had matured into something tempting. His eyes almost bulged as they stared at her. Xiuxian, do you still remember me? When we were kids, I helped you herd cattle. Zhang the butcher began greeting her while straightening his clothing. I don't remember. A trace of annoyance flickered across Li Xiuxian's pretty face. She couldn't believe Zhang the butcher would personally lead people to their doorstep. It doesn't matter if you don't remember. Come with me. I'll take you to a good life. This year, I raised 2 cows and harvested thousands of pounds of grain. If you follow me, you'll live well every day. Fang Xiuxian is nothing but trash. He doesn't deserve to be your man. I've heard he hits you regularly. You can't rely on a man like that. While boasting about his own capabilities, Zhang the butcher simultaneously belittled Fang Xiuxian. My husband treats me very well now. Li Xiuxian's delicate lips moved slightly. It was true that Fang Xiuxian used to beat her, and she hadn't experienced many days of happiness. But Fang Xiuxian had changed. Not only did he no longer hit her, but he treated her exceptionally well. In the village, there was no other man who treated his woman this way. Li Xiuxian had already made up her mind. From now on, she was determined to build a good life with Fang Xiuxian. She didn't leave earlier, and now she certainly wouldn't leave this household. Chapter 35, Mountain Game. You must go with me. Your elder brother Li Yukai already agreed before. We can't break our promise. When Zhang the butcher saw that being gentle didn't work, he prepared to be forceful. His purpose of bringing so many relatives and friends was to directly snatch Li Xiuxian away. This man originally didn't care about reason, liking to be aggressive in everything he did. Get out of my way. Zhang the butcher stared at Xuanhuan blocking the doorway, anger evident in his eyes. You're pushing us too far. If you want to take my daughter-in-law, you'll have to step over my dead body. Xuanhuan had no intention of moving, and directly picked up a hoe, ready to fight Zhang the butcher and his group. Zhang the butcher was infuriated to the point where his teeth itched, yet he didn't dare to strike. Zhang's relatives then rushed forward, attempting to pull Xuanhuan away. Go away. Xuanhuan's hoe swung continuously. No one dared to approach for fear of getting hit by the hoe. Do I really need to force you? Zhang the Butcher grew anxious, having come all the way to the Liu family village just to bring Li Xiumei back as his bride. Naturally, he wasn't willing to give up just like this. At this moment, quite a few villagers fond of watching commotion gathered around. Upon seeing this scene, they couldn't help but frown. None of them expected that Zhang the Butcher would be so brazen, bringing so many people directly to Fang Xingguo's home to snatch someone away. These villagers were merely there to watch the show. None came to help xuanhuan. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot echoed behind everyone, reverberating through the village. Everyone got a fright, hurriedly looking back. Fang Xingguo walked towards his house holding a homemade gun in one hand, a wild rabbit and pheasant in the other. He seethed with anger inside. He had just finished teaching the Fang Guokai family a lesson, not expecting Zhang the Butcher to bully him again. What was more infuriating was that they wanted to take his wife from him. Who could endure this? Fang Xingguo, your timing is perfect. Li Yutai has agreed to marry his sister to me, and I'm here today specifically to take her back. Quickly tell your old mother to move. Rest assured, I won't let you down. Saying this, Zhang the Butcher pulled out 200 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Fang Xingguo. Not bad money, isn't it? Upon receiving the money, Fang Xingguo glanced at it. Li Xiumei saw Fang Xingguo take the money, couldn't help but hesitate momentarily, a tinge of sadness visible in her eyes. She wondered, does he really intend to let Zhang the Butcher take me away? Recently, Li Xiumei had started nurturing subtle feelings for him, regarding him as a dependable man. Yang Chunlan was also somewhat confused, unsure what Fang Xingguo was up to, prompting her to furrow her brow. The onlooker villagers even began whispering. Fang Xingguo has caved, selling off his own wife for 200 yuan. Zhang the Butcher isn't one to trifle with. Messing with such a person brings only trouble. Previously, when Fang Xingguo beat up the Fang Jinhong family, we thought this guy was something. It seems now, he can't even protect his own wife. Fang Xingguo ignored these gossiping villagers. Being from the same village, most were familiar acquaintances, some even related by marriage. They wouldn't help already, and yet we're speaking ill here. Take your money and get lost. Fang Xingguo threw the 200 yuan directly onto Zhang the Butcher's face. Seeing this, Li Xiumei let out a sigh of relief, thinking that Fang Xingguo might indeed prepare to deliver her to Zhang the Butcher earlier. You sure are arrogant. Zhang the Butcher reached out to push Fang Xingguo's shoulder. Fang Xingguo originally intended for him to leave, but since this fellow dared to attack first. To those who disdain a clear warning, Fang Xingguo wouldn't tolerate them easily. He swiftly raised his fist and slammed it right into Zhang the Butcher's face. Though Zhang the Butcher looked robust and tall, the punch had significant strength. He took 2 steps back and fell on his butt. How dare you lay a hand on me? Zhang the Butcher was shocked. He knew Fang Xingguo was a weak man, so he was bold enough to directly bring men to seize Li Xiumei. He thought Fang Xingguo wouldn't dare retaliate, but not only did he retaliate, but he hit so hard. Who else wants a beating? Stand up now. Fang Xingguo stared at Zhang the Butcher's relatives. All of them turned cowardly. Moments ago, they were chattering endlessly. Now, scared silent. Fang Xingguo, you bastard. Just wait and see. Zhang the Butcher got up, wiped his nose, only to find it drenched in blood, making him grind his teeth in anger. Subsequently, with an unwilling glance at Li Xiumei, he angrily left, taking his relatives with him. Fang Xingguo is really a tough guy. He doesn't hesitate to use violence. I bet Zhang the Butcher was totally shocked. Zhang the Butcher isn't one to trifle with. After being beaten this time, he won't let it go easily. There will definitely be more trouble in the future. Fang Xingguo was too rash. Things could have been talked out nicely. His direct attack angered Zhang the Butcher, and who knows what kind of retaliation he might resort to now. Among the villagers, quite a few displayed a sense of schadenfreude. Fang Xingguo glanced at those villagers, silencing them all instantly, as they left one by one hurriedly. Son, good job hitting him. Let's see if he dares to mess with Li Xiumei again in the future. Yang Chunlan supported Fang Guozhing's actions wholeheartedly. If she had the power, she would have beaten Zhang the Butcher herself just now. This problem arose due to Li Yukai. Had Li Yukai not agreed to Zhang the Butcher marrying his sister off to him, Zhang the Butcher wouldn't have dared come to create such an uproar at their home. Are you alright? Fang Guozhing walked over to look at Li Xiumei. I'm fine. Li Xiumei shook her head, took the wild rabbit and pheasant from his hands, and went to the kitchen to clean them. She felt very happy inside. Fang Guozhing directly beat up Zhang the Butcher to keep her here, making her feel secure. After Fang Xingguo returned to the house and went into the kitchen, he saw Li Xiumei cleaning the pheasant and went over to help her. These feathers are so beautiful. Can I keep them? Li Xiumei touched the colorful feathers lovingly. Of course you can. Fang Xingguo smiled. After handling the pheasant cleanly, he chopped it into pieces with a cleaver, stir-fried them in the pot for a while, then added some seasonings before covering the pot. As for the wild rabbit, they'd save it for tomorrow. With such a fat pheasant, it would be enough for everyone to enjoy during lunch that day. I'll add a bit more potatoes. Xiumei washed 2 potatoes, cut them into chunks, and placed them on the chopping board, preparing to put them in when the meat was nearly cooked. Fang Xingguo looked at the potatoes, shrugged slightly. The skins hadn't even been peeled. These potatoes were sent by Li Tiniyu's wife at noon. She said that earlier, Tiniyu took 2 pieces of our meat and felt awkward, so she sent some potatoes over. After saying this, Li Xiumei stoked another fire under the stove and continued. Li Tiniyu's wife is sick. She seems pretty serious. She started talking about Tiniyu's wife, discussing her illness and how considerate she was. In the village, the person closest to Li Xiumei was none other than Tiniyu's wife, as they got along like sisters. From her words, Fang Xingguo understood she wanted him to assist the Tiniyu family, but didn't want to upset him, hence did not say it outright. Chapter 36, Rat Infestation. Let's give them another 2 pieces of meat tomorrow. Fang Xinghua naturally wanted to help. Li Tiniu had a very good relationship with him, and he would try his best to support him. If it were someone else, Fang Xinghua wouldn't care. Many neighbors like to flatter the rich and look down on the poor. The worst are those relatives. Fang Xinghua's family was bullied quite a lot in the past, especially by Fang Zhenhong's family. Half an hour later, the aroma of meat came from the pot. Fang Xinghua couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This smell was simply amazing, much better than wild boar meat and venison, extremely tempting. He opened the lid of the pot, using a spatula to move the meat into a large plate, and carried it to the hall. The whole family gathered around the table, eating heartily. After dinner, when going back to the room, he heard some noise at the corner of the wall. Walking over, he saw 4 or 5 rats of various sizes biting through a bag and devouring the rice inside. Damn! Fang Xinghua took off his shoe and threw it fiercely. This shoe was a liberation cotton shoe, thick-soled and heavy, and one of the big rats was knocked down on the ground. Zhi. The rest of the rats fled into a nearby hole and disappeared in a flash, leaving only the one that had been killed. Fang Xinghua was speechless. The newly bought rice hadn't even been eaten by himself, yet these rats got to it first. He threw the dead rat outside the yard, found some stones to block up the rat hole, and checked the other places in the room, discovering several more rat holes. This left him dumbfounded. These rats were like geniuses. There had been no rat holes before when he last checked, yet so many appeared in just one day. Fortunately, they were found in time. Otherwise, who knows how much grain would have been ruined. It's hard to prevent rats in a mud house. The walls of the house are all made of stacked soil, not as hard as cement walls. Plus, this is an old house where the soil has loosened, allowing rats to dig a hole in a day. Fang Xinghua took out 2 packets of rat poison he bought earlier, mixed it with some rice, and placed it at the corner of the wall where the rats usually passed. He placed some in every corner of all the rooms in the courtyard. The next morning, Fang Xinghua searched all the places where he had put the rat poison and found 4 or 5 rats poisoned to death. This gave Li Xiumei and Yang Chunlan quite a scare. My goodness, how can there be so many rats? Yang Chunlan knew there were rats at home, but she never expected there to be so many. Now the number of rats keeps increasing, and such things have never happened before. I get it. Li Xiumei suddenly hit her forehead, looking at Fang Xinghua. You bought so much rat poison to sell to the villagers for profit. Fang Xinghua nodded, surprised that Li Xiumei was so smart, guessing correctly right away. Is business really that easy? Even if you buy up all the rat poison on the town street, the businessmen will quickly get more from the county and bring them to the streets. Though Yang Chunlan didn't know much about doing business, she understood the situation. They won't be able to. There was certainty in Fang Xinghua's tone. Tomorrow, a heavy snowfall would start, followed by continuous blizzards for over half a month. The distance between the small town and the county is about 89 kilometers, mostly mountain roads, and it would be impossible to make a round trip before the snowstorm. Even if they could get the rat poison, villagers wouldn't be able to go to the town during the heavy snowstorm either. Not only did Fang Xinghua buy rat poison, but he also purchased a lot of rice. He already stocked up on supplies and could now live comfortably for a while. He walked to the yard, looked at the back mountain, and then picked up his homemade gun, ready to hunt for another day. Today was the last day. After today, it would basically be impossible to catch any game. It was a good chance to check on those wild boars too. Come back early. Li Xiumei and Yang Chunlan stood at the gate of the yard, watching his figure disappear in the direction of the village entrance. Hoo-hoo. The wind was strong, blowing ice chips onto Fang Xinghua's face, even making his nose drip. Thick dark clouds were moving toward them in the sky, like enormous peaks about to crush half the entire mountain range, creating an indescribable feeling of oppression. This was a precursor to the upcoming heavy snowfall. Wong Wong. Haizi barked twice toward the forest and then rushed straight into it. Fang Xinghua had brought Haizi with him today. Haizi was an experienced hunting dog, making it great to take along when hunting. In recent days, Haizi had been fed a lot of pig bones, gaining a good amount of fat. Now was the perfect opportunity to make use of him. With his homemade gun in hand, he followed Haizi into the woods. When catching up with Haizi, he saw that Haizi was staring intently at a patch of forest nearby, growling low. Did you find prey so quickly? Fang Xinghua loaded a bullet into the chamber, taking Haizi and walking briskly toward that direction. Soon, he arrived at the edge of the forest, where the sounds of snapping branches and swaying trees came from inside. This immediately put him on high alert. The commotion was significant. It might be a bear or some other large animal. It could even be something else, like a wild man. Elders in the village used to say that there were sightings of wild men in these mountains, and one old hunter had claimed to see one with his own eyes. Whether it was true or not, no one really knew. Fang Xinghua began to slowly approach. He noticed a large rock ahead and hid behind it, observing the movements within the woods. He soon discovered a large campfire in a sheltered spot beside the forest. Sitting around the fire were 4 or 5 people wearing thick cotton jackets and black fur hats. The leader was a bearded man checking his hunting rifle. There was a long scar on his face, clearly not made by a knife and not looking like a burn mark either. Beside him were 4 men in their 30s and 40s huddled around the fire, shivering from the cold. At first glance, they seemed to be hunters, but upon closer inspection, none of them were from the village. By their side were numerous bags. They appeared to be counting the contents of these bags: shovels, ropes, candles, and even geese. A messy pile of items. Frowning, Fang Xinghua wondered what these people were up to. Could they have found the cave where he kept his wild boars? At this moment, a man wearing a black fur hat emerged from the nearby forest. When Fang Xinghua saw this person, he furrowed his brows. It was Fang Zhenhong. Who would have thought that this guy was here too? Truly, fate can be cruel. Lu Senyi, How about we come back another day? It's freezing out here, and there's a good chance we'll get a heavy snowfall later. Fang Zhenhong approached the fire and said solemnly to the bearded man. Chapter 37. Hunting the Bear. No, we must go into the mountains today. Mr. Lu Sanyi stared at Fang Zhenhong. It's already the 12th lunar month now, and the weather will get colder and colder. In a few days, the heavy snow will seal off the mountain passes, which will be even more dangerous. Or are you trying to deceive me? Mr. Lu Sanyi, how could I deceive you? Fang Zhenhong hurriedly explained. Mr. Lu Sanyi's face was cold, his facial scars making people shiver involuntarily. This matter is absolutely true. My grandfather, that old man who passed away, told me himself. When he was young, he went deep into the mountains to hunt. It snowed heavily, and he couldn't return home. He accidentally discovered that cave. When he entered the cave, he found many strange sculptures and stone tablets inside. He didn't dare to explore further, fearing some danger. He stayed near the cave entrance for one night before leaving. After coming back, he became very ill and never dared to go there again. Fang Zhenhong spoke while looking towards the depth of the mountaintop. Deep within the mountains, clouds were gathering, with peaks soaring into the sky, imparting an inexplicable sense of mystery. Sanyi, we're going to make a fortune this time. That place is surely an ancient tomb. Who knows what valuable things might be inside? Just taking one piece out and selling it would be enough for us to eat and drink for a lifetime. With money, I can build a new house and marry a beautiful wife. The excitement among those middle-aged men was palpable, their eyes full of greed. Mr. Lu Sanyi was more composed and calm. His expression remained emotionless. At this moment, Fang Zhenguo was hiding behind a large rock nearby. After overhearing their conversation, he sneered inwardly. It turned out that this group of people were all grave robbers. Fang Zhenhong had led them deep into the mountains to steal from ancient tombs. There were many legends about the dense forests in the village. Some said they had seen ancient tombs, others claimed sightings of wild men or other strange creatures. Whether these stories were true, nobody knew. These tales were all passed down by the elders of past generations, making it difficult to discern truth from fiction. In this era, grave robbers were rampant, digging up graves and plundering tombs for profit from the dead. Fang Zhenguo focused his gaze on these individuals. Their decision to enter the mountains at this time was practically equivalent to seeking death, because starting tomorrow, there would be a continuous 2 weeks of heavy snowfall with extreme weather conditions. Also, the deeper one ventured, the more ferocious animals like wolves, tigers, and leopards one would encounter. There were especially numerous packs of wild wolves roaming around. The few hunting rifles they carried would have little effect. Among this group, only Mr. Lu Sanyi seemed to possess some skills. As for the other 4 middle-aged men, they were merely farmers who knew nothing besides planting crops. Moreover, these several men looked more like lazy folks who would sunbathe at the village gate after meals rather than capable explorers. Get your things ready, let's set off now. Mr. Lu Sanyi stood up from beside the campfire and shouldered the gleaming black hunting rifle. The rest of the group gradually got up as well, having prepared their belongings. They buried the campfire with soil, then urinated on it to ensure it was completely extinguished. Afterward, Mr. Lu Sanyi led everyone toward the depths of the forest. Their figures quickly disappeared amidst the vast sea of trees. After watching them walk far away, Fang Zhenguo did not immediately follow. It's freezing. He tightened his clothes, rubbed his hands, and picked up the local gun, heading toward the boar's den located in the cold weather where many animals struggled to survive, even hibernating bears seeking caves and hollows for winter rest. He was somewhat worried about the wild boars inside the cave. If they froze to death, it would be a great pity. After traversing the woods and stepping on thick layers of dry leaves, he made his way toward the direction of the cave. Woof! Woof! As he approached the cave, Blackie seemed to have sensed something, sprinting madly in that direction while barking loudly. Fang Zhenguo immediately felt something was amiss and chased after him with his makeshift gun. The path was tough to navigate, uneven all around. There was no way to keep up with Blackie, but Fang accelerated as much as possible. Since he moved too fast, he stepped on a rock and nearly fell flat on the ground. His exposed hand got scratched by a branch, leaving a long bloodstain on his skin. Although only the outer layer broke, quite a bit of blood flowed. He grabbed some unmelted snow from the ground and pressed it onto the wound to stop the bleeding. Traversing through these woods required careful attention to foot placement. A misstep could cause a tumble directly into a pit below the ground. When Fang Zhenguo reached the cave entrance, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. The wooden stakes used previously to confine the wild boars were all destroyed, seemingly knocked over by some unknown force. Woof! Woof! Blackie continued barking toward the inside of the cave. Fang Zhenguo's brow tightened further, certain there was something inside the cave. Upon closer listening, sounds of a wild boar's cries mixed with another unfamiliar sound emanated from inside. He didn't rush in immediately, but inspected the feces at the cave entrance first. They were still fresh, and judging by their size, they undoubtedly belonged to an extremely large carnivore. Moreover, some brownish hair was found nearby. It's a bear. Fang Zhenguo didn't think twice. He tightened his grip on the makeshift gun in his hand and cautiously moved step by step into the depths of the cave. The bear must have followed the scent of wild boars to this place. Bears are omnivores that eat not only nuts, but also meat. In no time, he reached deeper inside the cave. A massive dark figure came into view, completely covered with brown-black fur. It roared ferociously as it charged toward the boars. Indeed, it was a fully grown adult bear, weighing at least 300 catties. The wild boars were trying desperately to dodge, their mouths letting out cries of panic. All the boars were accounted for. One had been slashed open by the bear's claws and blood streamed from its wound. Smelling the blood, the bear became even more frenzied and attacked more viciously, its sharp teeth dripping with saliva. Bang! Fang Xinghua took direct aim at the head and fired a shot. The bear was battered bloody, most of the steel pellets having lodged deep in its flesh, causing it to howl in pain. Enraged, the bear hurled itself towards Fang Xinghua. While these makeshift guns usually kill ordinary prey with a single accurate shot, the bear's thick hide made it impervious enough that a single bullet merely wounded it. As Fang Xinghua retreated, he reloaded the bullets. Reloading couldn't be rushed, or the bullets might jam. This moment required great patience. The loading process needed to succeed all at once. Otherwise, once the bear approached, there would be no time left. At this point, the bear was already charging forward, its right claw swinging directly towards Fang Xinghua's head. If struck, his skull would surely be smashed open. Chapter 38, The Surprise to Take Home. Bang! At the moment Fang Xinghua finished loading the bullets, he fired directly, hitting the bear on its head. The bear fell down in front of him with a dull sound, its body convulsing twice before it ceased to breathe. Fang Xinghua exhaled deeply. Fortunately, the makeshift gun hadn't malfunctioned just now, otherwise, his life would have been left here. Once back in the village, he had to carefully modify this earth-made gun, or else if it failed during crucial moments, that would be a headache. After dragging the bear to the cave entrance, he chopped some more solid tree trunks and made a large wooden door to block the entrance again. This time, he used even larger trunks. Even if there were other bears, they wouldn't be able to break through. Next was dealing with this bear. He tied a rope around the bear's leg, making a firm knot. This bear weighed incredibly, not less than 300 catties. The forest wasn't far from the village. Otherwise, there'd be no way to bring such a huge bear back to the village all at once. I've earned big today. Fang Xinghua tied another end of the rope around his waist and then strained every bit of his strength to drag it forward. It was downhill along the way, saving quite some effort. Such a weight, if carried, would be impossible to handle. Thus, only this crude method could work. His hands were painfully squeezed. After dragging for just a few hundred meters, Fang Xinghua almost collapsed. It was too slow. Each time he dragged, it moved by only an inch or two. For half an hour, he managed to drag it only a few hundred meters. It took him a full 4 or 5 hours. The sky had already darkened when he finally reached the village entrance, exhausted. The village was pitch black, faintly lit by some oil lamps' glimmers. Also, echoing throughout the village were barks from dogs within. At this moment, a small figure crept out from the corner. It was Mao Xiaodou, carrying several eggs inside his pocket, stolen from some chicken coop. Mao Xiaodou, upon seeing Fang Xinghua dragging such a huge black bear, was startled into silence. After quite some time, he recovered and came over curiously examining. Did you kill this in the mountain? Help me with something. Fang Xinghua released the rope and pulled out a fruit candy. Go find Li Tiniyu for me. I want to. Mao Xiaodou grinned, holding up 2 fingers. You're quite greedy. Fang Xinghua took another fruit candy out of his pocket and threw it to Mao Xiaodou. I'll go right away. Mao Xiaodou peeled off the wrapping of one candy, placed it in his mouth, and hurried toward the village. Exhausted, Fang Xinghua plopped onto the ground, breathing heavily. Last time, it took all day from morning until night to drag a 300-gene wild boar from the mountain back to the village. This time, another bear over 300-gene. He felt like he'd nearly gone mad from exertion. A few minutes later, Li Tiniyu ran out from the village. My goodness, such a big bear. How did you manage to kill it? Li Tiniyu's eyes nearly popped out when he saw this massive bear. In previous years, during the famine in the villagers formed teams to hunt in the back mountains, killing numerous bears, significantly reducing their numbers. These days, they were nearly extinct. Very rarely had anyone seen a bear in the mountain, let alone one over 300 gene. Don't chatter, come help quickly. Fang Xinghua had recovered a bit of strength, grabbing the rope in hand. Afterwards, if there are bones left, give them all to me so I can make soup. Li Tiniyu spat saliva onto his hands twice, and together with Fang Xinghua, grabbed the rope, dragging it towards the village. With great difficulty, they finally got the bear into the yard. What a big bear. There must be quite a lot of meat, right? Xuanhuan was thrilled beyond measure. There should be at least over 200 gene of meat. Li Xiumei was astonished and delighted, rushing into the house to fetch the chopping knife and axe, as well as the baskets for holding the meat. After resting for a while, Fang Xinghua began processing the bear. Li Tiniyu helped. It took nearly an hour, finally removing the skin and cutting the meat from it. All 4 baskets at home were filled, piled up like a little mountain. As for the bones, Fang Xinghua originally planned to keep them for feeding Haizi, but Li Tiniyu cherished them dearly, taking them all away. Call your wife and your entire family tomorrow to come to our house for a meal. Fang Xinghua gave him several chunks of meat. Do I even need to say that? You absolutely have to invite us over for dinner. Li Tiniyu happily left the yard, carrying those bones and a few pieces of meat. After Xuanhuan closed the yard gate, she returned to the main room, and together with Li Xiumei started curing the meat with salt. You asked Li Tiniyu's family over for dinner. You should also invite your uncle's family, plus the village chief, and some other relatives. Xuanhuan said this to Fang Xinghua, then hung the piece of cured meat on a wooden post in the main room. Originally, Xuanhuan didn't want to invite anyone for dinner. Since Fang Xinghua had invited Li Tiniyu, it was necessary to include all the close friends and relatives. If they were inviting people, they needed to invite everyone, not just one family. It could easily cause offense otherwise. Fang Xinghua picked up a potato roasted in the fire pit, peeled it, and took a bite. He only planned to invite their close relatives and friends. There wasn't any need to invite those with whom they weren't close. I'll help too. After finishing the roasted potato, Fang Jinghua stood up ready to lend a hand, but suddenly felt dizzy, lightheaded, and extremely weak all over. Are you okay? Li Xiaomei quickly rose to support him. I'm fine, I'll just rest for a while. Fang Jinghua returned to the room, lay down on the bed, and prepared to get some rest. Today, he had exerted himself heavily bringing back the bear, sweating profusely and exposed to the cold wind for the entire day. No matter how strong a person might be, it would have been too much to endure. After boiling the medicine, Li Xiaomei brought it into the room. Fang Jinghua grabbed the bowl of medicine and drank it all in one go. It was extremely bitter, brewed from herbs like dandelion and horsehoof grass, among others. The countryside rarely bought medicine since they lived by the mountains where medicinal plants were abundant. Spending money on medicine would be wasteful. Can you take this bowl to the kitchen for me? Fang Jinghua handed the empty bowl to Li Xiaomei. His body felt so weak now that he simply didn't have the strength to move. Okay. Li Xiaomei took the bowl. You rest well. When Fang Jinghua noticed her voice choke slightly, he looked up to see tears glistening in her eyes. Foolish woman, it's just a minor illness, don't worry so much. Fang Jinghua consoled her, not realizing that just because of this small ailment, she had already worried herself into tears. Chapter 39. Inviting the wolf into the house. You are the foolish woman. Li Xiaomei shot Su by a glare. If it were in the past, she would never dare to say something like that. Once she dared to talk back, punches and kicks would immediately rain down on her. Just go to sleep. Li Xiaomei pulled the blanket over him. Then, she took some charcoal fire from the hearth in the main room and placed it beside the bed with a fire pot, warming the cold room significantly. Fang Jinghua slowly drifted off to sleep. Li Xiaomei shut the door to the room and returned to the main hall, where she continued pickling meat with xuanhuan, appearing rather distracted. Is Jinghua very sick? Seeing Li Xiaomei's demeanor, xuanhuan became somewhat worried. He is indeed quite sick. Li Xiaomei nodded. This made xuanhuan even more worried. Now that Fang Jinghua had finally stopped beating her and life at home was gradually getting better, seeing him fall ill left her feeling uneasy. The next morning, Li Tinu and Fang Guogui's family, along with some close friends from the village, all came over. The entire courtyard was filled with people, and only after everyone had eaten their fill did they return home. Li Xiaomei and xuanhuan were busy all day, but felt very happy. Fang Jinghua slept for an entire day and night, and by the third day, he had recovered. When he walked to the entrance of the main hall, he saw that both the yard and rooftops were covered with snow 2 feet deep. The sky was gray, and large snowflakes were swirling with the wind. He originally intended to visit the mountain behind to check on those wild boars, but upon reconsidering, he decided against it. His illness had just improved, and if he got sick again, it would be unbearable. Dong dong. A series of urgent knocks came from outside the courtyard gate. The door was already precarious, almost collapsing from being pushed. Who is it? Fang Jinghua shouted. It's me. Outside. The voice of Li Tinu could be heard. Fang Jinghua walked over and opened the courtyard gate, only to see Li Tinu standing there with his hair and clothes completely covered in snow, trembling from the cold. There's trouble at the land shrine. Li Tinu looked anxious as he constantly rubbed his hands together, exhaling plumes of white breath. What happened? Fang Jinghua didn't know what this guy was talking about exactly. Some outsiders ran in and occupied the land shrine. These outsiders look menacing, and each has a hunting rifle. A lot of villagers have rushed over there. Li Tinu cursed under his breath. We need to hurry over. Fang Jinghua headed toward the land shrine. The land shrine was located near the village entrance, built by the elders who revered the land god. Villagers, suffering from minor ailments, often went to pray, burning incense and paper offerings. The reason Li Tinu sought out Fang Jinghua was because this month it was his turn to watch over the land shrine. There was a rule in the village. Every household took turns watching over the land shrine for 1 month, and this month it was Fang Jingua's turn. To watch meant to casually check in now and then, ensuring that animals from the mountains weren't causing any damage. If they were, simply chase them away. How did you discover these outsiders? Fang Jinghua asked. One villager found them. That villager lost his dog and went to check if it was at the land shrine. As soon as he entered, he saw the group of outsiders. Initially, it wasn't such a big deal, but when the villager said a few words to them, these people beat up the villager. The villager's name is Li Erdu, someone you know. We used to herd cattle together as children. He has now been sent home and only has half a life left. Li Tinu picked up a stick somewhere and gripped it in his hand. Fang Jinghua felt puzzled. How could anyone run into a ruined temple on such a snowy day? Just as they arrived at the village entrance, they noticed a crowd gathered around the land shrine. In front was the old village chief. Fang Jinghua walked closer and glanced inside the derelict shrine. It turned out to be a group of grave robbers, one of whom looked injured and lay weakly on a pile of straw. The leader, Lu Sang, along with 3 other middle-aged men, held rifles pointed at the villagers standing by the entrance. Why did you beat up Li Erdu? The old village chief questioned Lu Sang. This is none of your business. Just get out of here, or I'll shoot you. Lu Sang's face darkened as he fired a gunshot towards the ceiling. Roof tiles broke, and snow fell from above. The land shrine isn't a place for you. Fang Jinghua walked to the entrance. The dilapidated shrine was extremely narrow, with several people crowded inside. Their bodies barely moved, and it would eventually collapse under their weight. Letting these tomb raiders stay there, who knows what chaos they might create. In such icy weather, we have nowhere else to go. Lu Sang put down the rifle in his hands and looked at the old village chief. Don't worry, once the blizzard is over, we'll leave. As he spoke, Lu Sang pulled out some money, over $50, and threw it from inside the temple into the snow outside. That Lu Erdu who got injured by us earlier, this money will cover his medical expenses. The old village chief was a kind-hearted man, now somewhat hesitant, feeling sympathy for these people amidst such freezing weather. Old village chief, let them stay here. They're not bad people. They're just hunters. Fang Jinhong squeezed through the crowd, picking up the money from the ground. I'll deliver it to Lu Erdu later and buy him some medicine. Other villagers murmured quietly among themselves. They really are pitiful. If we drive them away, they might freeze to death. Yes, they're just staying temporarily in the broken temple for 1 or 2 days. It's nothing much. We shouldn't be too harsh. Driving them away would be like sentencing them to death. The villagers' compassion began to overflow. Fang Jinghua was speechless. These were tomb raiders, violent and ferocious. Leaving them there would surely cause trouble. With no food or drink, the village would sooner or later suffer. No, Fang Jinghua interrupted them. Fang Jinhong nearby was about to argue back, but stopped upon seeing it was Fang Jinghua who opposed. Fearing a repeat of last time, when he got beaten up, he swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. Jinghua, this matter is decided. Everyone agrees. The old village chief tried to persuade him. All right, if that's the case, consider what I said as if I never spoke. Fang Jinghua shrugged his shoulders. He had already warned them. When they eventually suffer losses, they'll regret it then. He didn't linger, turned around, and left. Back home, he took out the musket, disassembled each part inside, and reassembled it. The gun's power was insufficient, and it was prone to malfunctions. It needed improvements. Jinghua, it's time for dinner. Today, I specially stewed venison. Your illness has just gotten better, so it's time for you to nourish yourself. Yang Xuanhuan called out from the entrance of the main room. Chapter 40. What a brute. Here. Fang Guozhen put down the earth gun in his hand, wiped his hands, came into the main room, sat on the stool, and began to eat. This meal was very sumptuous, with deer meat and pickled vegetables just taken out of the jar. Second Annie came by earlier and said she wanted to buy 2 pieces of meat for the new year. Li Xiaomei took a mouthful of rice and brought up this matter. I'll deliver them later. Fang Jinghua picked up a piece of meat, took a bite, and found it tasted good. After finishing his meal, he took 2 pieces of meat to Fang Guogui's house. When he arrived at the door, he raised his hand and knocked. After a moment, the wooden door opened. There's no need for you to personally deliver them. I can go get them myself. Fang Guogui took the meat and smiled, saying, It's cold outside. Come inside quickly. Fang Jinghua nodded and followed him into the house. The whole family was sitting around the fire pit in the main room roasting fires. Seeing him, second auntie hurriedly fetched a stool and placed it next to the fire pit. Why did you bother to personally bring over the meat? I heard you were sick. Have you gotten better? I'm already fine. Fang Jinghua sat down on the wooden stool. It's good that you're better. Second auntie took out some sunflower seeds from the room. Fang Jinghua had just finished eating and was still full, so he didn't eat. Jinghua, the money for buying the meat will be given back to you when spring comes next year. There's not much money at home now, and we need to save some to buy New Year goods. Fang Guogui's face carried a hint of helplessness. There's no need. You've helped our family plenty of times before. Delivering 2 pieces of meat is nothing. Fang Jinghua never planned to take the money. His family and theirs had a good relationship and were relatives. How could he take the money? That's not right. Your family also has difficulties. Fang Guogui insisted on giving the money. After casually chatting for a few moments, Fang Guogui mentioned the dilapidated temple. I always feel those people aren't good ones. I don't know what old village chief was thinking when he agreed to let them stay in the land temple. Fang Guogui sighed. Fang Jinghua didn't say anything. He had already warned old village chief about this, but he wouldn't listen. An incident was bound to happen sooner or later. Tomb raiders are capable of doing anything. Lu Sanyi and his group were all ferocious scoundrels, and heaven knows how much harm they would bring to the village. However, Fang Jinghua didn't intend to meddle too much in other people's affairs. Meddling costs too much energy. Just at that moment, Li Xiaomei walked into the main room from outside. Your sister has returned. Xiaohu also came. Li Xiaomei's face had been chilled by the cold wind, frozen bright red. Upon hearing these words, Fang Jinghua stood up from the stool, bid farewell to Fang Guogui and the others, and left their house with Li Xiaomei. It seems like your sister ran into trouble, Li Xiaomei said while walking. What happened? Fang Jinghua couldn't help but ask. I don't know either. After returning, she's been crying all along. When asked, she doesn't say a word. Li Xiaomei looked somewhat helpless. Fang Jinghua had already guessed roughly. They probably fought again. Fang Jinghua's elder sister was named Fang Yang. At 16 years old, she married Zhang Fugui from the neighboring village, giving birth to a son named Xiaohu, who was more than 6 years old now. Zhang Fugui sold pork in the town and always did this small business. His family could be considered to have a little wealth, but this man was an incorrigible gambler. Any money he had would always end up being gambled away completely. Moreover, this man had a bad temper and resorted to violence easily. Fang Yang usually got beaten every 2 to 3 days. Her body bore no trace of undamaged flesh. She was rather submissive by nature and wouldn't make a sound whenever beaten. Last year, due to Fang Yang staying too long at her parents' house, upon her return, she was brutally beaten by Zhang Fugui. She lay in bed recuperating for more than 3 months before recovering. To prevent worrying her family, Fang Yang never mentioned the beatings she suffered at the hands of Zhang Fugui. These matters were things that Fang Jinghua had heard from people in the neighboring village. His former self was originally weak-willed, even being bullied himself, incapable of protecting his own elder sister. Since Fang Yang had braved the heavy snowstorm to return with Xiaohu, it must mean her life there was no longer bearable, otherwise, she wouldn't choose to return at this time. Not long after, Fang Jinghua returned home. As soon as he entered the main room, he saw Fang Yang sitting on a stool, tears streaming down her face, bruises on her mouth, and deep scratch marks on her neck. Exactly what happened? Speak up, Yang Chunlan kept asking incessantly. Fang Ying cried incessantly without uttering a single word. Uncle! Xiaohu ran over, tugging at Fang Jingguo's trouser leg, with snot running down his nose and his face frozen bright red. Uncle will give you candy. Fang Jingguo pulled out 2 candies from his pocket and handed them to Xiaohu. Xiaohu's eyes lit up, and he snatched the candies immediately. Go play over there. Fang Jingguo patted his little head and then looked at Fang Ying. Sis, did Zhang Fuguei beat you again? With tears in her eyes, Fang Ying nodded and wiped them off with her sleeve. Zhang Fuguei is a brute. One of these days I will go to their house and ask for an explanation. How can he bully my daughter like that? The more Yang Chunlan spoke, the angrier she got, and she wanted to rush over and confront Zhang Fuguei right now. Yesterday afternoon, he lost all the money he made from selling pork. When I asked him for money to buy clothes for the child, he hit me straight away. He almost killed me. I couldn't take it anymore. In anger, I left with Xiaohu and stayed at a relative's place overnight. We just returned this morning. Fang Ying began to cry again. Fang Jingguo was boiling with anger inside, wanting to find the perfect opportunity to teach Zhang Fuguei, that scoundrel, a lesson. You can rest assured that as soon as the snow stops, I will go to their house and get an explanation. Yang Chunlan brought out some medicinal wine and helped her apply it on the wounds. The wounds looked alarming, and even her arms and legs were covered with bruises, indicating she had been severely beaten. Sis, let's just file for divorce. Fang Jingguo didn't want to see Fang Ying continue to suffer by returning. A divorce would free her from her torment. Fang Ying had good looks and a great personality. Finding someone new wouldn't be too hard. There was no need to hang on to one tree and die. His words made everyone pause for a moment. Because they had never thought about divorce before, this wasn't surprising. In this era, once married, you stay married for life. Regardless of how difficult it may be, one has to endure. This time you've come back, don't return to the Zhangs. There's plenty of food here at home. Raising you and Xiaohu isn't an issue. Fang Jingguo decided to keep Fang Ying at home. Even with 2 more mouths to feed, it won't be a problem. As for living space, that's not an issue either. There's another empty room. Though small, it's enough for mother and son to live in. Fang Jingguo is right. Get a divorce from Zhang Fuguei. There's plenty of food at home. Yang Chunlan also didn't want Fang Ying to continue suffering. Chapter 41, Family Reunion. But Fang Ying hesitated, still unsure about making a decision. Divorce was a major life event and couldn't be done impulsively. There's no buts about it. This time listen to me. Fang Zhenghua had already planned out for her. After the divorce, she could come back home. As for Zhang Fuguei, he needn't be cared about at all. Fang Ying often got beaten by Zhang Fuguei, and she had to face his vicious mother-in-law every day. If she kept living with Zhang Fuguei, she would eventually be driven insane. Let's talk about it later. Fang Ying didn't make an immediate decision. She knew Zhang Fuguei's temper. If they divorced, there would surely be chaos everywhere. It wouldn't matter if she or her child suffered. What concerned her more was not wanting to get her family involved. It's time for dinner. Li Xiaomei was very considerate. Knowing Fang Ying and Xiao who hadn't eaten yet, she cooked some rice and made a pot of meat. In addition, she prepared stir-fried cabbage and pickled radish. The meal was abundant. Xiao who couldn't wait to grab chopsticks, sucking 2 snots, and started devouring. Fang Ying also sat down at the table and began eating. What kind of meat is this? It smells so fragrant, it doesn't seem like pork. After taking a bite, Fang Ying found the flavor exceptional. Although the Zhang family sold pork, they rarely ate meat in daily life. At most they could only eat leftover pork after selling. This is bear meat, which your uncle Zhenghua caught from the mountain few days ago. Yang Chunlan said proudly. This made Fang Ying pause, glancing doubtfully at Fang Zhenghua. She was very familiar with her younger brother, who used to be lazy and unproductive, yet here he was capable of catching a bear. Not only has he hunted bears, but whenever he enters the mountains, he usually returns with game animals. Tiger meat, bear meat, deer meat, wild boar meat, wild rabbit meat, pheasant meat. He's hunted them all. Li Xiaomei cheerfully stated. With pride, she bragged about her husband's skills. Hearing that, Yang Chunlan opened her mouth wide in disbelief. Zhenghua, you've changed. Yang Chunlan noticed the changes in Fang Zhenghua with astonishment and delight. Always believing her brother was useless, she was pleasantly surprised at how much he had transformed. Fang Zhenghua did not explain. Even if he told them, they might not believe him anyway. Moreover, he considered this place his home now, so since you've arrived, settle down. Fang Ying felt deeply touched inside, finally revealing a trace of smile on her face. I'll go tidy up that room. That was where you lived before you were married. After finishing her sentence, Yang Chunlan went to tidy up the room. I'll help too. Li Xiaomei also followed to help with the tidying up. Xiao who continued eating the meat while admiring Fang Zhenghua with adoration. Uncle, I want to go hunting with you next time. I don't want to go back anymore. Alright, don't go back then. Your uncle will teach you how to hunt big bears. Fang Zhenghua liked this little nephew of his very much. He was cute and obedient. With their return, the house suddenly became much livelier, a reunion full of warmth among the family. Mom, can we not go back? Xiao Hu pulled at Fang Ying's sleeve. Fang Ying ignored him, instead starting to chat casually with Fang Zhenghua about daily matters. By night, Fang Zhenghua returned to his room to sleep. Just as he lay down, Li Xiaomei pushed the door open and entered, sighing. What's wrong? You don't want my sister and Xiao Hu to stay? Fang Zhenghua helped pull the blanket off for her. No. Li Xiaomei hesitated for a long time, then blushed deeply and said, seeing how cute Xiao Hu is, I want a baby too. But you can't. Hearing these words, Fang Zhenghua first looked surprised, then laughed. Who said I can't? Tonight, I'll show you whether I can or not. In one swift move, he scooped Li Xiaomei into his arms and threw her onto the bed. So embarrassing. Li Xiaomei turned bright red with embarrassment, looking like a fully ripened tomato, extremely tempting. Huff! Fang Zhenghua blew out the oil lamp, plunging the room into darkness. His previous self was incapable, not due to physiological problems, but psychological ones. The next morning, Fang Zhenghua lay on the bed, smiling as he watched Li Xiaomei getting dressed. Now, she had truly become a woman, losing her previous naivety and adding a touch of delicate beauty. I'm going to feed the geese, clean up the house, and then prepare food for sister and them. Li Xiaomei felt shy under his gaze and scurried out of the room. Fang Zhenghua didn't continue sleeping. After dressing properly and leaving the room, he just happened to bump into Xiaohu running towards him. Oh! Xiaohu fell over the threshold, crying loudly after being hurt. Did you fall anywhere specifically? Fang Zhenghua lifted Xiaohu from the ground. Don't cry. There's candy in our room. Go take it yourself. Hearing about candy, Xiaohu immediately stopped crying and ran into the room. After the meal was ready, the whole family gathered around the wooden table in the main room to eat. There was meat again today, but this time it was venison. There was only one piece of venison left, and Li Xiaomei had originally planned to keep it for making cured meat for the spring festival. Since Fang Ying and Xiaohu were visiting, she had specially cooked it to treat them this morning. How come you have so much grain stored at home, along with so much meat? Fang Ying had taken a walk around the courtyard in the morning and found a large pile of rice and other grains in the room. More than 40 pieces of meat hung upstairs. As for the meat, even though Fang Ying's mother-in-law's family sold pork, she had never seen so much meat all at once. Zhenghua said that this winter would see heavy snowfall for half a month, so we stockpiled all this. Yang Chunlan passed a piece of the best meat to Xiaohu. Fang Ying couldn't help but glance at Fang Zhenghua again. The last time she came back, there was nothing edible left at home. They were so poor they could hardly cook meals, yet now the house was full of food. Even if all these meat and grains were consumed until next June or July, they wouldn't run out. It doesn't matter if we don't finish. We can sell some. Fang Zhenghua had already figured it out. With the rat infestation in the village, coupled with the heavy snow blocking the mountain paths, villagers wouldn't be able to go to the town to buy grain. Grain prices would skyrocket, and selling to the villagers would bring in quite a bit of money. Moreover, the villages in this area would all face hardships this year. Grain and food would be highly sought after. This winter, he was sure to make a substantial profit, which would cover next year's house repair costs entirely. After finishing the meal, Fang Zhenghua took Haizi out of the yard. Just as he reached the gate, he ran into Li Tiniu and several villagers returning from the direction of the village entrance. They were all shaking from the cold, their lips trembling. Where did you guys go? Fang Zhenghua asked. We just went to the land temple to check out the commotion. The snow last night was too heavy, the wind too strong, and it collapsed the land temple. Li Tiniu pinched his nose and flicked out a glob of snot, dropping it onto the snowy ground. Collapsed. Fang Zhenghua was stunned for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. The land temple was already dilapidated, its crossbeams having decayed over the years without repairs. Given the extent of the snowfall, it was surprising it hadn't collapsed sooner. Chapter 42. Are they going to hurt someone again? Those guys went to Fang Zhenhong's house. I heard that a man called Mr. Lu gave Fang Zhenhong quite a bit of money. Li Tiniu stomped his feet in the cold. His nose dripped snot which froze instantly, taking him along while just to scrape it off. Fang Zhenghua chuckled mockingly, labeling this an act of inviting wolves into the house. From now on, there'd be no good days for the Fang Zhenhong household. Starting tomorrow, there would be heavy snow every day. Mr. Lu and his gang couldn't leave the village and would have their meals at the Fang's house. They came back so fast yesterday, they probably didn't succeed with tomb robbing. If they can't leave, they'll feast through the whole winter for free, turning even the richest household into beggars. You've had really bad luck. It was your family's turn to watch over the land temple, and it collapsed. According to the village rules, it is your responsibility to repair it. Li Tiniu turned back to take a look at the collapsed land temple. This matter troubled Fang Zhenghua somewhat, as indeed he thought he'd been very unlucky. I will go see how bad it is. Fang Zhenghua started walking toward the land temple. He found all the walls had collapsed, roof tiles scattered everywhere. The stone statue of the god of land was also buried underneath. With such collapse and heavy snow, it will take at least 2 or 3 days to fix it. But don't worry, we will help you together when the time comes. Li Tiniu had nothing to do these few days, being stuck inside due to the snow. Other villagers were close friends with Fang Zhenghua and offered to lend a hand. Well, thank you all for your trouble then. After Fang Zhenghua finished speaking, he prepared to leave. As he turned around, he inadvertently noticed something odd about the wood underfoot. Upon picking it up for a closer look, he frowned instantly. The cut marks on it were perfectly aligned. This wasn't due to the weight of the snow. Someone has intentionally sabotaged it. Fang Zhenghua threw the piece of wood to the ground, inspecting the rest. Indeed, signs of artificial damage were evident across them. This made him extremely furious. There was no need to guess who had done this. It was definitely Mr. Lu and his crew. Why they had done it would require a direct confrontation with them. These outsiders are outrageous. We let them stay in the land temple out of kindness, but look what they did to it. We must hold them accountable. Li Tiniu clenched his teeth in anger. The other villagers were also infuriated and began loudly demanding retribution from Mr. Lu and his gang. Let's find the village head first. Fang Zhenghua led Li Tiniu and others to the village head's home. Once back in the village, they reached the doorstep after a brief journey. Fang Zhenghua knocked gently on the door. Coming. A voice responded from the courtyard. A moment later, the door opened. The village head lived alone, being one of the left-behind elders. He had 3 daughters, one married into the county town, the other 2 to nearby villages. His wife passed away early, so he generally lived by himself. Only during festivals did the 3 daughters return to visit. Do you have something to ask me? The old village head took 2 puffs from his pipe, tapping its rod on the doorframe. Come inside and speak. It's too cold outside. I've baked some sweet potatoes, and your arrival is well timed. The land temple has been destroyed. Fang Xinghua intended to consult with the village head about the matter. If it had collapsed due to snow pressure, there wouldn't be much to say. His family would rebuild the land temple. But if it was sabotage, that changed things significantly. How could this happen? The village head quickly suspected Mr. Lu and his gang. This enraged the village head. Initially, Fang Xinghua had opposed keeping Mr. Lu's group at the land temple. It was due to pity that the village had allowed them to stay. Now, seeing the temple damaged by them, he regretted it bitterly. And where are those people now? The village head looked serious, coughing continuously, almost as if he were going to cough out along. At Fang Zhenhong's house. I came to you because I want to ask how this issue should be handled. Fang Xinghua merely wanted to inform the village head since it was his family's turn to guard the land temple. An explanation needed to be sought from Mr. Lu and his gang. This situation could not simply be ignored. Such silent losses shouldn't be borne. You handle it. The village head was unable to address it personally. After returning last night, he fell ill immediately, and his condition worsened daily. Fang Xinghua said nothing more and proceeded directly to Fang Zhenhong's house. Li Tiniu and those other villagers followed closely behind. The land temple was the property of all villagers in the village, now heavily damaged like this. Naturally, they also wanted answers from Mr. Lu and his gang. Several minutes later, they arrived at Fang Zhenhong's house. Open up. Fang Zhenhong tapped the wooden door with his hands. After waiting for a long while without any response, it became clear they were deliberately ignoring them. Bang! Fang Xinghua kicked the door with his leg. The wooden door was sturdy, and it took several kicks before it finally gave way. Fang Zhenhong was standing in the courtyard with a wooden stick, looking quite tense. What do you want to do? Upon seeing that the visitor was Zhang Zhenghua, Fang Zhenhong became visibly frightened, his body instinctively retreating. He had been thoroughly beaten last time, leaving a psychological scar. Now, seeing Fang Zhenghua's angry appearance, he knew trouble was coming. At this moment, Uncle Fang Gukai ran out from the main room. Upon seeing Fang Zhenghua bringing so many people to their home and having kicked their wooden door into such a state, he immediately lost his temper. Uncle Fang Gukai had become mentally unstable after being frightened by Grandma Lu not long ago, but he had improved much recently. Fang Zhenghua, don't be too overbearing, coming to our house with so many people to cause trouble. I'll fight you today. Fang Gukai searched through the yard and found a sickle, rushing over to attack. Just as he was about to reach Fang Zhenghua kicked him with a swift leg movement, sending him sprawling on the ground. Fang Zhenghua wouldn't indulge him. What sort of uncle was he, who bullied his family regularly? Murder. This beast Fang Zhenghua is going to kill me. Fang Gukai immediately began shouting and wailing as he lay on the ground. Fang Zhenghua is killing someone. Fang Zhenhong joined in, shouting along. In just a short while, many villagers were drawn by the commotion, gathering outside the courtyard to watch. Everyone, come see. Fang Zhenghua is like a beast. I'm his uncle, yet he came into my house and attacked me. Everyone, judge for yourselves if this man is any different from a wild animal. Fang Gukai continued talking while getting up from the ground. Fang Zhenghua remained silent. Seeing a pile of firewood under the eaves, he retrieved a handy stick from it. Did everyone see? He's going to harm me again. After finishing his words, Fang Gukai stepped closer. Go ahead and hit me if you dare. I'd love to see if you have the guts to hit me right here in front of everyone. Chapter 43. What a good daughter-in-law. Fang Zhenghua did not want to waste words and prepared to act. He originally didn't intend to mess around with Fang Gukai and the others, but had come just to find old Lu. However, they insisted on causing trouble. Zhenghua, don't make things worse. Uncle Tu Fang Guigui rushed in from outside, snatched the stick, and threw it on the ground. Second uncle, you'd better not get involved in this. Fang Zhenghua now wanted to beat someone up. He's your elder uncle. With so many people watching, if you hit him, people will talk behind your back, and it won't sound good for you later in the village. Fang Guigui sighed and inquired how the conflict started. Fang Zhenghua recounted the whole story. This made all the villagers extremely angry. These outsiders are really something. We pitted them and let them stay in the land temple, and they ended up destroying it. This matter must be resolved by them. They cannot go unpunished. The villagers were quite upset. Many of them stormed into the yard, demanding that Fang Gukai hand over the responsible individuals immediately. Fang Gukai and Fang Guohong had grim expressions. What Lao Lu and his people had done infuriated the entire village, and the villagers wouldn't let them off easily. At that moment, old Lu came out of the house, followed by 3 middle-aged men. It was too cold last night, and we had no firewood, so we cut down a few columns from the land temple. We didn't expect it to collapse. Old Lu gave a brief, casual explanation. Then he added, rest assured, it's our responsibility, and we'll fix the land temple as soon as possible and compensate accordingly. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhenghua decided not to pursue the matter further, seeing no need to get more tangled up with these people. Judging by the villagers' demeanor, it appeared they also had no intention to investigate further. He walked out of the yard, intending to go home. I'll invite you over for dinner at my place today. Li Tina chased after him. No need, let's do it another day. Fang Zhenghua declined politely. Subsequently, he returned home with Haizi to the small shabby courtyard. Xiaohu was playing with snow in the yard, his face red from the cold, his hands turning purple. Despite the cold, he played joyfully without noticing. You little brat, you've been out here playing in the snow again. Fang Ying rushed out of the main hall, grabbed Xiaohu by the arm, dragged him inside, and gave him 2 hard slaps on the bottom. Xiaohu burst into tears. Children are like this. Even when their parents punish them lightly, they cry anyway. Hold your tongue. Fang Ying picked up a stick from the ground. I'm not crying anymore. Xiaohu hurriedly moved away, stopped crying, and pouted while sniffing. What a dirty mess. Fang Ying brought a rag and wiped Xiaohu's runny nose. Afterwards, she looked up at Fang Jinghua and asked, I heard that the land temple at the village entrance collapsed. How could this happen? It was destroyed by old Lu and his group. Saying this, Fang Jinghua entered the main hall and sat on a stool by the hearth. That bunch obviously aren't good people. As Fang Ying came in, she threw a couple of logs onto the fire and poked it with tongs, making it blaze brightly and illuminating the room in deep red. Every household had such a hearth, used exclusively for heating. During winter when it got too cold, the family would gather around the hearth and warm themselves. In those days, there weren't any heating appliances. One could only keep warm by burning firewood. Where is my wife? Fang Jinghua looked around the main hall, but couldn't see Li Xiumei. She went to Li Tinu's place. She said she wanted to learn knitting from Iron's wife, and once she learned, she'd knit you a thick sweater. Yang Chunlan smiled and said, she works hard, though she's a bit petty sometimes. Mother, please stop saying bad things about Xiumei. I think she's great. She's industrious and takes care of everything both indoors and outdoors. Fang Ying began to persuade her. How can we not say anything? A daughter-in-law should be reminded from time to time so that she knows how to behave properly. Yang Chunlan had her own views. What kind of logic is that? Fang Ying felt rather amused yet helpless. Actually, Yang Chunlan didn't mean harm. Though she seemed to treat Li Xiumei poorly, deep down, she truly regarded Li Xiumei as part of the family. Mom, please be nice to Xiumei in the future. Fang Jinghua hoped that everyone in the family would live in harmony, without causing unnecessary conflicts. The relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is often a headache, and if not handled well, the entire household would descend into chaos. He didn't want that to happen. Moreover, Li Xiumei was indeed very good, beautiful, hardworking, and very much concerned with family matters. It was impossible to find such a good daughter-in-law even if you held a lantern to look for one. All right, as you wish. In the future, I'll treat her better and consider her as my own daughter. Would that be fine? Yang Chunlan chuckled as she spoke. Fang Ying slapped Fang Jinghua's shoulder. Looks like you're getting more and more concerned about your wife. You two have been married for so long. It's time to have a child. At the mention of having a child, Yang Chunlan began to get anxious too. For years, she had been waiting to hold her grandson in her arms, but Li Xiumei's belly remained empty. This kind of thing can't be rushed. Fang Jinghua shrugged, then stood up and went back into his room. He took a nap, and when he woke up, it was already afternoon. Li Xiumei had returned and prepared the meal. The family gathered around the table to eat. It's cold today. I made you a couple more sweaters. While eating, Li Xiumei talked to Fang Jinghua. There's no need for 2 sweaters, one will do. Fang Jinghua didn't want her to overwork herself. How is one enough? You won't even have an extra one for washing. Li Xiumei noticed that Xiaohu's bowl was empty and refilled it with another spoonful. Auntie, I want a sweater too. Xiaohu sniffed the big snot on his nose. You already have 2, don't bother your aunt. Seeing the snot on Xiaohu's nose, Fang Ying could only put down her chopsticks, drag Xiaohu outside the dining room, and wiped his nose clean before returning to continue eating. Just after they finished the meal, a squeaking sound came from inside the room. It was the sound of a rat. Fang Jinghua rushed in and found a big rat twitching its legs twice at the corner of the wall, then it died directly. He searched through every room and found 4 or 5 more dead rats. Recently, the number of rats had increased drastically. Since they had placed many packets of rat poison inside the house, their food hadn't been stolen. My goodness, the house is almost becoming a rat nest. Yang Chunmei sighed upon seeing so many dead rats. No worries, we still have 2 large bags of rat poison left. One comes in, one dies. Fang Jinghua didn't pay too much attention to these rats. There was plenty of rat poison at home. Any rat daring to come and steal food would not escape death. Chapter 44. This money must be earned. I'll go bury these rats. Blackie mustn't get to eat them. Li Xiumei threw the dead rats into a sack and left the yard with a hoe on her shoulder. Not long after, she ran back happily. What's got you so happy? Fang Jinghua asked. The old village chief has come and said he wanted to buy rat poison for our family. There are also a few other villagers who've come. Just as Li Xiumei finished speaking, the old village chief walked in from outside the yard, coughing, with a few familiar villagers trailing behind him. Yang Chunlan immediately invited them to sit inside the house. No need. We need to hurry and buy some rat poison. The old village chief sighed. I don't know what's going on lately, but the number of rats in our homes is increasing dramatically. My grain supply has been stolen from extensively, and I just can't guard against it anymore. My grain has also been eaten up significantly. The heavy snow has already blocked the mountains, making it impossible to go to the town to buy supplies. We heard that your family has 2 big sacks full of rat poison, so we've come with the village chief to buy some. The villagers said this to Fang Jinghua, all wearing expressions of helplessness. To people in the countryside, grain was extremely precious, hard-earned over an entire year, and they depended on it to sustain their families. If the grain was eaten up by the rats, the family would have nothing to rely on. The rat poison costs 50 cents per package. Do you want it? Fang Jinghua announced the price of the rat poison. This caused both the old village chief and the villagers to be momentarily surprised. This price is too high. In the town, the rat poison only costs 5 cents per package. Your price is 10 times higher. The old village chief frowned naturally. When doing business, you must make more profit. If you're buying, I'll get it out for you right away. Fang Jinghua was in the midst of conducting a business transaction. If it were just based on sentiment, then how could one make money? Then give me 2 packs. The old village chief did not haggle further. knowing that Fang Jinghua had bought the rat poison in bulk to make a profit. The other villagers each purchased 1 or 2 packs as well, but they weren't buying much because the price was too high. You collect the money. Fang Jinghua looked toward Li Xiumei beside him. Li Xiumei nodded and took the money handed over by the old village chief and the other villagers. It wasn't a lot of money, just a few dollars, but Li Xiumei was very happy about it. Old village chief, why don't you all come in and sit for a bit? Fang Jinghua warmly invited them. No thanks. The old village chief sighed. I must return home quickly to deal with the rat problem. Those rats are getting rampant, even daring to steal food in broad daylight. After finishing his sentence, the old village chief and the villagers hurriedly left. Still made quite a good amount. Li Xiumei counted the money in her hands and was utterly thrilled. By simply reselling the rat poison, she had earned 10 times the initial cost. Thinking to herself, if the 2 large sacks of rat poison were all sold, the family might become rich. Never thought you'd have such a knack for business. Fang Ying started feeling envious. That's obvious. Fang Jinghua didn't hesitate to admit his talent. There are still 2 sacks in the house. Once all of them are sold, combined with what was left over before, we'll have enough money to repair the house. Upon hearing that, Li Xiumei couldn't wait to move into a bigger house soon and became filled with anticipation. This business isn't as easy to do. Fang Ying frowned and said, there aren't many households in this village, and besides, there won't always be so many rats. At that point, those 2 sacks of rat poison may be difficult to sell. Don't worry, all the rat poison will be sold out in no time. Fang Jinghua was confident. The situation was going to worsen as rats would grow even bolder in the upcoming period. Not only in this village but also in other villages, the issue was becoming severe. The current weather conditions made it impossible to purchase anything in the town because of the continuous heavy snowfall. That night, a villager from the neighboring village braved the blizzard to knock on their door and directly asked to buy rat poison, purchasing over a dozen packages at once. Even Fang Guoguei, Fang Jinghua's second uncle, came to buy some. However, Fang Jinghua didn't charge Fang Guoguei any money. Although this was a business matter, since he was his second uncle, it wouldn't feel right charging him. On the morning of the next day, Fang Jinghua opened his eyes and saw Li Xiumei walking in from outside, holding a few dollars. Did someone else come to buy some? Fang Jinghua got dressed. Yeah. Li Xiumei nodded cheerfully. A few more villagers came earlier, and I'm sure more will come shortly. Our doorstep is almost being worn out from all the visitors. After speaking, Li Xiumei opened the old cabinet and took out all the money from yesterday and today's rat poison sales. She began counting the bills one by one. Fang Jinghua gave a faint smile. This little girl was truly money-obsessed, almost falling headfirst into the pile of cash. She had counted this money twice last night and was already at it again today. We've got over $50 now. After deducting the costs, we still made over $40. Li Xiumei carefully wrapped up the money. Though she only attended school until the 2nd grade, when it came to accounts, her skills were no laughing matter. Even complex ledgers could be glanced over and understood by her in an instant. Fang Jinghua felt a pang of regret. If her family situation had been better back then, she could have continued studying and surely would have had no trouble getting into university. This era did not yet offer 9-year compulsory education. Many rural children would attend school for just a couple of days before returning home to farm. Only those from slightly more affluent families might study until primary graduation and become minor officials in the village committee. I need to go into the mountains later. Fang Jinghua laced up his shoes. It's still snowing heavily outside, and the wind is strong. Plus, we've still got plenty of meat at home. Li Xiumei worried, furrowing her eyebrows slightly. I'll just take a walk around the nearby woods and come straight back. Fang Jinghua picked up his homemade gun and left the room. The gun had been slightly improved beforehand, and today he wanted to test its new effectiveness. If it wasn't up to par, he'd adjust it further. For a hunter, his gun was essential, not just for hunting, but also for ensuring personal safety. One wouldn't dare enter the forest without a good rifle. The woods at the rear mountain were largely primal forests, filled with wolves, tigers, leopards, and even dangerously unpredictable bears. Fang Jinghua arrived at the door of the living room, hung a machete on his waist, and grabbed a rope. I've placed yesterday's steamed buns inside, along with some pickled vegetables. Do come back early. Li Xiumei handed him a canvas bag. All right. Fang Jinghua took it, nodded in acknowledgement, opened the gate, and stepped out. A sharp cold wind slapped his face as he walked out, causing stinging pain. Chapter 45. Entering the mountain to hunt pheasants. The sky was still filled with falling snowflakes as large as goose feathers, scattering in the wind. The ground was already covered with a thick layer of snow, making a crunching sound underfoot. As he neared the village entrance, several figures were spotted standing near the land temple, their purpose unclear. Not only was it snowing heavily, but the fog was also thick, visibility reduced to just 3 or 4 meters. Fang Jinghua approached and found that it was Elder Lu San and the 3 middle-aged men, bent over searching for something. We're repairing the land temple. One of the middle-aged men smiled at Fang Jinghua and explained. Fang Jinghua simply replied with an "oh," and didn't interfere further, choosing instead to head into the woods behind the mountain with his makeshift gun. Little brother, wait a moment, said Lu San as he walked over. What's the matter? Fang Jinghua stopped in his tracks and looked back. I just want to ask you, are you going deep into the forest to hunt in this heavy snow? Lu San handed him a cigarette. I don't smoke, replied Fang Jinghua shaking his head. With such heavy snow, I can't go deep into the mountains. I'll just circle around the nearby woods and see if I can get 1 or 2 wild rabbits. Lu San responded with an "oh," refraining from further questioning, changing the subject. You can rest assured, we will quickly repair the land temple. Fang Jinghua didn't linger any longer and left immediately. This group of people led by Lu Sen appeared to be acting furtively. No one knew what they intended to do. It seemed that the issue with the land temple might not be so simple. They obviously knew breaking those wooden supports would cause the collapse of the temple, yet they still proceeded. They definitely had another objective, though only they knew what it was. Fang Xinghua didn't want to concern himself too much. As long as they repaired the land temple properly, other matters did not concern him. After some time, he entered the woods. The snow inside the forest was equally deep, the position being high enough that the wind force became extremely strong, shaking trees as wide as bowls, seemingly on the verge of snapping any moment. Worse still, there was nothing but wind howling continuously. Other than the wind, there was no other sound audible. What was even more daunting was the temperature plunging to -17 or 18 degrees Celsius. Despite wearing very thick clothes, his body felt icy cold, frozen solid. Feng Xinghua's hand holding the earth-made rifle was freezing painfully, warming up slightly only after putting on gloves. Under such weather conditions, staying outside for a prolonged period could freeze someone to death. It was difficult to walk. Every step buried one nearly to the thigh root. After walking forward for almost an hour, he finally reached the cave entrance. There were no signs of damage on the tree trunks near the cave entrance, and everything inside seemed eerily quiet. The wild pigs hadn't eaten for 2 days, so when Feng Xinghua threw in pig grass, they fought ferociously for it. He began wandering through the woods, intending to find some game to take home. In the end, all he caught were 2 squirrels, which wasn't bad given the circumstances. Squirrels had delicate meat, their taste acceptable, it counted as wild delicacy. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed beneath a rock, a plump pheasant hiding there. This pheasant was at least 4 or 5 gene in size. Due to the cold weather, it was crouched down with its neck tucked in but still vigilant, carefully observing its surroundings. Bang! Feng Xinghua fired off a shot. The pheasant flapped its wings twice, and then fell flat onto the snow. Not bad. He grinned. After the modifications, the homemade rifle had greatly improved accuracy and power at least doubled, the effective range reaching 30 meters. If he had better materials, according to his skill level, he could have enhanced the rifle's range several times over. If he were to encounter a bear and hit its head within a sufficient distance, 1 bullet would suffice to kill it. Feng Xinghua tied the pheasant around his waist and headed straight out of the forest. With great effort, he finally returned to the village entrance. No one was near the land temple anymore. Lu San and his companions had disappeared without a trace. Feng Xinghua walked closer and examined everything closely. He discovered that every spot had been ransacked. The soil and wood were scattered across the snowy ground. The stone statue of the land god had toppled over, with visible traces of damage, including a smashed arm. At that time, a few villagers came back cursing from the market route. Among them was Lu Maozi. "Isn't this Zhenghua?" Lu Maozi approached, smiling widely to greet him. "Where have you guys been?" Feng Xinghua glanced at them, noticing each carried a hemp bag, and both their hats and coats were covered with snow. "Never mind, this damn weather is terrible. We originally planned to go to the small town to buy some New Year's goods and rat poison, but we didn't expect that the snow would be too heavy, and the wind was also terrible. We couldn't even see the road, and we fell several times. We couldn't even go to the neighboring village. We had no choice but to return along the way." Lu Maozi's face looked woeful. There was originally some grain left in his home, but he never expected that rats invaded, eating a lot of it. Hence, this time he remembered to buy rat poison from the small town. The situation with the other villagers was pretty much the same. Right now, forget about buying rat poison. You can't buy anything. That's right, this blizzard is so fierce, I wonder how long it will last. I was preparing to buy couplets and firecrackers. There's nothing at all in my home for the New Year celebrations. The villagers began sighing with regret. This blizzard would continue for half a month, stopping only on the 29th day of the 12th lunar month. There wasn't much food left in my home to begin with, not enough to even get through the winter, and now it's been ruined by these dead rats. I have no idea how we'll survive. Lu Maozi shivered from the cold. To buy rat poison, look to me. Feng Xinghua started drumming up business. I have 2 large sacks of rat poison at home, as much as you need. We've long heard your family has rat poison, but it's too expensive, 50 cents per pack. In the street of the small town, that could buy 10 whole packs. Lu Maozi was reluctant to spend the money. The other villagers were also unwilling to pay such high prices for the rat poison. You should really think carefully. Rat poison is a hot commodity now. It might sell out at any moment, and then you won't be able to buy any even if you want to. Feng Xinghua kindly reminded them. Upon hearing this, Lu Maozi and the others furrowed their brows together. If you don't believe me, fine. Feng Xinghua raised an eyebrow, turned around, and prepared to leave. At that moment, a few villagers from the neighboring village came stumbling toward the village entrance through the heavy snow, looking rather bedraggled. Judging from their appearances, they'd taken more than a few tumbles. "Where are you guys coming from?" Lu Maozi couldn't help but ask. Chapter 46. Big Business. "We are from Ma Jiako village. Our home has been infested with rats, and much of our grain has been ruined. We heard that your village, Lujia village, has people selling rat poison. We set off before dawn to buy some so we can deal with those damn rats. This road is too difficult to travel. We basically stumbled all the way here, and my old bones feel like they're falling apart." The leading old man helplessly shook his head. Ma Jiako isn't far from Lujia village, just a couple of kilometers, but it still took them 2 or 3 hours to walk there. And just now, one villager almost fell off a cliff. They are still shaken by it. I'm the one who sells rat poison. How much do you need? Feng Xinghua did not expect another business opportunity so soon. At least 600 or 700 packets. The old man said. This surprised Feng Xinghua. It was a big order. 600 or 700 packets would amount to half a sack. All the families in our village have been hit by rats. They've asked us to buy as much as we can. After the old man finished speaking, he asked about the price. You've come to the right person. 600 or 700 packets are no problem, but the price is slightly higher. 5 jiao per packet. Fang Xinghua quoted the price for the rat poison. Alright, this price is quite expensive, but we have no choice now. If we don't get rid of those rats quickly, our food will be lost, and we'll only be able to endure the winter by drinking cold winds. The old man and the other villagers helplessly shook their heads. Seeing that they agreed to the price, Fang Xinghua led them towards his yard. Not long after, they arrived at the small, dilapidated courtyard. The old man and the villagers from the neighboring village rested for a while at Fang Xinghua's home, paid the money, then left with the rat poison. Just after Fang Xinghua closed the gate, there came another knock on the door. He opened it to find Lu Maozi and a few other villagers. What do you want? Fang Xinghua asked. We're here to buy rat poison. Lu Maozi brushed the snow off his body. Weren't you guys unwilling to buy? Fang Xinghua chuckled, already guessing these guys would return. Now, we have no choice. When I got home just now, as soon as I entered, I saw 7 or 8 rats stealing grain, even eating the oil in the jar. If we don't kill these damn rats, we'll have nothing to eat but the wind. One of the villagers stomped his feet in anger. The other villagers were equally helpless. Fang Xinghua sold them the rat poison, but they didn't buy too much because the price was too high. They didn't know that this snowstorm would last for half a month. They assumed it would stop in a short time, allowing them to directly purchase more later from the town market. Fang Xinghua returned to his house and handed over the money to Li Xiumei. I'll make dinner. Li Xiumei took the money, put it in her pocket, and went to the kitchen. Fang Ying prepared to help, but was stopped by Fang Xinghua. The rat poison is very toxic, and we have a lot stored in the house. You must watch Xiaohu carefully and make sure he doesn't touch it. Fang Xinghua was worried. Xiaohu was young and fond of snacks. If he touched the rat poison, it would surely cause serious problems. I've warned him, and he knows not to touch it. As Fang Ying spoke, Xiaohu ran out of the room holding a fruit candy, with several more stuffed into his pockets, making them bulge. Mom, do you want some fruit candy? Xiaohu handed a fruit candy to Fang Ying. You little brat, how dare you steal fruit from uncle's and auntie's room again? I will beat you today if I must. Fang Ying grabbed a stick from the corner and swung it without hesitation. I didn't steal them. Uncle told me to take them myself. Xiaohu burst into tears. The stick was thin and wouldn't leave marks, but it hurt when struck. In the countryside, disciplining children involved using sticks instead of physical force. You stole something, and now you're lying? Fang Ying struck him repeatedly. Xiaohu wailed in pain and ran toward the entrance of the courtyard. Looking like he was about to escape, Fang Ying yanked him back by the ear. You dare to run? I'll beat you today. At this age, you're already learning to steal things. What will become of you when you grow up? Seeing this, Fang Xinghua hurried to intervene. Sister, stop beating him. I told him he could take some. Hearing these words, Fang Ying stopped hitting him. That candy is supposed to be saved for the new year. At this rate, he'll eat it all before the festival. Don't spoil him. Fang Ying threw the stick back into the corner. No problem, it's bought for the kids anyway. Fang Xinghua smiled. Don't let him eat anymore. Quickly put it away. As Fang Ying spoke, she went to the kitchen to help prepare dinner. Fang Xinghua looked at her retreating figure and sighed. Since he married Li Xiumei, she always seemed a little reserved whenever she came back. In the past, Fang Ying wasn't so distant. As children, they had even fought over a fruit candy. Uncle, let me play with your homemade gun. Xiaohu wiped his nose with his sleeve, leaving some snot on it. That's not something for children to play with. Fang Xinghua pinched his cheek. You must never touch it randomly. If you get hurt, it would be trouble. When you grow up, I'll give it to you. It was you who said that. Xiaohu was so happy that he jumped around. Fang Xinghua nodded. Children shouldn't touch guns. If they accidentally go off, it could easily injure someone. It's an extremely dangerous thing. After the meal was ready, Li Xiumei and Fang Ying carried the food into the main hall, and everyone began eating. This meal was more sumptuous than the one in the morning, with wild chicken, squirrel meat, and wild pork pickled vegetable buns. Xiaohu directly grabbed the wild chicken with both hands and gnawed on it, eating until oil dripped down his mouth. I heard from Aunt at Uncle Tu's house today that 2 chickens were stolen from their home. These past few days, several families have lost things. It might be weasels or foxes from the mountain. Yang Chunlan started the conversation. It might be the weasels. Fang Ying took a sip of meat broth. By winter, with nothing to eat, they come into the village to steal chickens. Yang Chunlan disagreed. That's not certain. Foxes also steal chickens and geese. They were discussing the thefts of chickens in the village. Li Xiumei suddenly put down her chopsticks and ran out to the yard. Seeing that the 3 white geese were still there, she finally felt relieved and came back to eat. Seeing her like this, Fang Xinghua couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry. With Blackie around, weasels and foxes wouldn't dare steal your geese. That's not sure. Uncle Tu's family raised 2 big yellow dogs, and their chickens were still stolen. Li Xiumei felt very uneasy about it. Upon hearing this, Fang Xinghua started to ponder deeply. The situation regarding the theft of chickens and geese in the village felt somewhat suspicious. Chapter 47. Did someone break into the house? Did the dog at Uncle Tu's house not bark? Fang Xinghua placed a piece of pickled vegetable in his mouth. It tasted great. This dish was made with pork, garlic, and chili, creating an extremely fragrant flavor. The dog was knocked out. Li Xiumei put down her chopsticks and poured some meat broth into her bowl, taking a sip. She then added, also, at the houses where chickens were stolen, the dogs were all knocked out as well. Many villagers say that this is the work of the xiuxian, yellow weasel, since only the xiuxian has such ability. In this area, yellow weasels are also called xiuxian. and they are regarded as very mysterious creatures in the hearts of the villagers. There are many legends about the xiuxian in the village. Perhaps your uncle too has offended the xiuxian. So the xiuxian came down from the mountain to take revenge. Xuanhuan looked somewhat serious. Fang Ying also said, it's probably true. Otherwise, how could those dogs have been knocked out for no reason? The xiuxian must not be offended. Otherwise, the entire family will be haunted. Back when we were still part of the production team, eating together in large communal meals, Lu Zhuzi's father killed a xiuxian, and the following year on his way to the market, he fell into a river and died. His wife also drank pesticide and committed suicide, and their son Lu Zhuzi became mentally unstable. The whole family suffered repercussions. On the day Lu's grandmother's funeral took place, I still remember seeing Lu Zhuzi muttering nonsense. Alas, it was pitiful. Yang Chunlan mentioned something from over 20 years ago. Hopefully, this time the xiuxian is only stealing chickens. Fang Ying also expressed this sentiment. It's all superstition. After finishing the meat broth, Fang Jinghua put down the chopsticks in his hand and wiped his mouth. Why don't you believe? These incidents really happened. If you don't trust me, go ask the old folks in the village. After Fang Ying finished speaking, she asked Li Xiumei, Xiumei, do you believe? Li Xiumei nodded, I believe. There are similar stories in our village, though I haven't seen them with my own eyes, just heard them from the elders. See, everyone believes, except for you. After Fang Ying finished speaking, she stood up and found a cloth to wipe the snot off Xiaohu's nose. You're such a big boy now, yet I still have to wipe your nose for you. Can't you try to be cleaner? Xiaohu ignored her and focused on eating, his face smeared with oil. Jinghua, if you encounter a xiuxian while hunting on the mountain, whatever you do, don't provoke it. Yang Chunlan furrowed her brow, reminding him while still feeling somewhat afraid inside. What Fang Ying said after looking at Fang Jinghua echoed this sentiment. Mom is right. Whatever you do, don't mess around, especially not provoke the xiuxian. I understand. Fang Jinghua originally planned to use some scientific reasoning to explain things, but the explanation got stuck in his throat halfway through. The various rumors surrounding the xiuxian were deeply embedded in their minds, and any explanation wouldn't convince them. Rural areas are generally like this. Anything unexplainable by ordinary means is usually attributed to superstition. Just as they finished eating dinner, people started coming one by one to buy rat poison. By now, 2 large bags of rat poison had already sold out a third. Fang Jinghua didn't expect rat poison to sell so well. If he'd known earlier, he should have prepared more back then. The rat infestation was just beginning, and it would get much worse later on. There probably wouldn't be enough rat poison at home to cover the demand. That evening, the whole family sat by the fireplace in the living room. Outside the world was freezing cold, and heavy snow was falling. Everyone stayed indoors unless necessary because it was too cold. This weather could kill. The village had been unsettled lately, plagued by rats causing destruction to the villagers' grain stocks. Now, there were reports of weasels too, which for the villagers was truly adding insult to injury. Fang Jinghua ate 2 potatoes, warmed himself by the fire, and went back to sleep in his room. It was warm under the quilt. In the middle of the night, he was woken up by Blackie's barking. Not giving it much thought, since Blackie normally acted this way. Any slight wind or rustle set him off. He closed his eyes and went back to sleep. Not long after, he was struck by an urge to urinate. He had to climb out of bed, put on his pants, and leave the room to go to the toilet in the yard. When he passed the toilet door, he noticed a dark shadow in the corner. Holding the oil lamp, he walked closer to investigate, only to find that it was Blackie lying on the ground. Thinking Blackie had fallen asleep, he patted him gently, but Blackie didn't respond. It was then he realized Blackie wasn't sleeping but had been knocked out by something. Upon checking the surroundings, he spotted a half-eaten ox bone next to Blackie. They didn't have ox bones at home, so they must have been brought into the yard by a thief who coated it with sedatives, causing Blackie to collapse after eating it. Oh no! Holding the oil lamp, Fang Jinghua rushed to the pig pen, only to discover that the 3 geese were indeed missing, leaving only goose feathers scattered everywhere. This enraged him immensely. How audacious these thieves were, coming straight into his own house to steal. The thief had already escaped, and there was no way to catch up. Fang Jinghua muttered a curse under his breath as he returned to the room and caught sight of Li Xiumei, who was sleeping soundly under the covers. He couldn't help but furrow his brows. Those 3 geese were raised with great effort by Li Xiumei. She would be heartbroken when she learned they were stolen by a thief. The thief must be caught, and the geese must be retrieved. After returning to the room, he continued to sleep. The next morning, after getting up and just stepping out of the main hall, Fang Jinghua saw Li Xiumei standing by the pig pen, her face filled with sorrow. Rest assured, I will definitely catch that thief. Fang Jinghua walked over and offered some words of comfort. Don't provoke the xiuxian. Li Xiumei felt afraid, believing that the weasel had stolen them. She worried that Fang Jinghua would cause major trouble if he provoked the xiuxian, which could lead to the whole family being haunted. Yang Chunlan also hurried over to offer some advice. You absolutely must not act rashly. Fang Ying and Xiaohu emerged from the main hall and approached the pig pen, taking a glance inside, only to see goose feathers scattered all over the ground. Listen to Mom, don't be reckless. Fang Ying also gave some counsel. The entire family was frightened by the idea of the weasels and decided to endure this silent loss. It wasn't done by a weasel. Fang Jinghua picked up the ox bone from the corner of the wall and handed it to them. This is what the thief left behind. Last night in the middle of the night, when I got up, I saw Blackie had been knocked unconscious on the ground. A weasel wouldn't put sedatives on bones. These words made them pause, staring at the ox bone. You shouldn't scare yourselves like this. It was done by a human. Fang Jinghua stroked Blackie beside him, who kept barking last night, clearly detecting the thief at that moment. It seems it was really the work of thieves. It's infuriating that they dared to come into our home. Xuanhuan started muttering a few curses. Fang Ying scrunched her eyebrows together. We initially thought it was the xiuxian, but it turns out it was a thief, all along. How audacious these thieves have become. Finally convinced, they were all extremely upset. Chapter 48. Searching for clues. Maybe the chickens at your second uncle's house were also stolen by this little thief. Fang Ying was washing Xiaohu's face as she spoke. The missing things in the village are all related to this thief. I'll go and inquire around, see if I can find any clues. Fang Jinghua didn't plan to go to the back mountain today. First, he needed to catch the thief. Have some food before you go, Li Xiaomei said, then turned and went to the kitchen to start washing rice and cooking, while preparing some pickled vegetables to fry with meat. The family conditions were limited, and there weren't many eatables available. Each meal was just a repetition of those few dishes. However, compared to other families, their meals were not ordinary good. After dinner, Fang Jinghua put on his military overcoat and grabbed a hat before leaving the yard. At the moment he opened the wooden door, a cold wind blew, making him shiver. Looking up, the sky was still gray. The cold wind kept blowing, and the snow on the ground was thicker than yesterday. As soon as his feet touched the snow, a deep footprint was left immediately, sinking straight to his knees. After more than 10 minutes, he finally reached the home of his second uncle, Fang Guogui. Smoke was coming from the roof. They were currently cooking, and the smell of cornmeal was wafting from the house. Second uncle. Fang Jinghua raised his hand and knocked on the door, then shouted once. Coming. Fang Guogui opened the wooden door, and seeing Fang Jinghua outside, smiled. Come in quickly. He followed inside, and went into the main hall. There was a big fire burning in the fireplace of the main hall, and his younger sister and brother were sitting nearby, playing the stone-grabbing game. A quarrel broke out between them, and each one's face had turned red with anger. Go help your mom in the kitchen. Fang Guogui called out. The two younger sisters and brothers seemed unwilling, but they still ran to the kitchen to help. Sit. Fang Guogui handed Fang Jinghua a wooden stool. You can have dinner here with us. It will be ready soon. No need. I've already eaten. Fang Jinghua placed his hands next to the flames to warm up. His cold hands began to feel warm again. I came to ask about the theft of your chickens. Last night, our house also got burglarized. 3 big geese my wife raises were stolen. This thief is way too brazen. Fang Guogui thought about the stolen chickens at his place and became extremely angry. When were your chickens stolen? Fang Jinghua moved his stool closer to the fire, and he brushed off the snow from his clothes. Because of the heavy snow, after staying outside for a while, snow covered him everywhere. It was on the night of the day before yesterday. The dogs were barking nonstop at midnight, but I didn't pay much attention to it. When I woke up the next morning and went to the chicken coop to feed the chickens, I discovered that the chickens were gone. There were originally 2 eggs in the chicken coop, and they were also stolen. The dog collapsed outside the chicken coop, covered in blood. It just died, and I buried it outside in the field. Fang Guogui told the whole story and swore a couple of curses. Those few chickens, they had always been reluctant to slaughter them. Originally, they were reserved for laying eggs, but now the thief had taken them away without leaving even a feather. Did you see anything like ox bones? Fang Jinghua asked a question. Upon hearing this, Fang Guogui took an ox bone from a sieve outside the main hall and handed it over. This is what I found in the yard. Fang Jinghua looked at it in his hands and then returned it. We also found an ox bone coated with sedative at our place. Do you know which family in the village slaughtered a cow? Fang Guogui thought for a while and slowly recalled. Old Lu's family had an old yellow cow that fell sick some time ago. He sought medical treatment from the village veterinarian, but failed. Unable to do anything else, old Lu slaughtered that cow. Only his family killed a cow in the entire village. I will go and ask. Maybe I can find other clues. Fang Jing will plan to investigate this thoroughly and catch the thief. Fang Guogui nodded. When you catch the thief, let me know so that he must compensate for our lost chickens. Fang Jing stood up from the stool and re-wore his hat. All right, I will notify you when it happens. Now I'm heading to old Lu's house. Would you like some more food? Dinner will be ready soon. We're having pickled cabbage and 4 seasoned beans today. Fang Guogui invited him again. My stomach is still full. I can't eat anymore. After finishing speaking, Fang Jinghua left the main hall, went to the yard outside, and headed toward old Lu's house. Old Lu was one of the elders in the village. In his youth, he relied on traveling door to door selling beef to make a living. Now that he was older, he stayed at home all the time, taking care of his mentally ill son. Although their family belonged to Liu's village, their house was not within the village itself, but on a hillside next to it. On this hillside, they were the only family living there. They didn't interact much with the villagers on a daily basis. Fang Jinghua trudged through the heavy wind and snow for a long time before finally climbing up the hill to reach old Lu's dilapidated courtyard entrance. Piles of neatly stacked firewood lay under the eaves surrounding the yard. Next to the gate, tied to a wooden post, was a white ox skull. Several red strips of cloth were bound to its horns, fluttering incessantly in the cold wind. Is anyone home? Fang Jinghua knocked on the gate with his hand. After waiting for a long time without any response, just as he was about to knock again, a cold gust blew open the courtyard gate. Immediately, a foul smell rushed out from the yard, sharp and offensive. It smelled like herbs mixed with the stench of decaying animal carcasses. Fang Jinghua stepped over the threshold into the yard and quickly approached the entrance of the main hall. Is anyone here? The door to the main hall was half open, unlocked, but inside, the flickering glow of a fire and the smoky scent of burning wood drifted out. He pushed the door open and walked in. A pot hung above the hearth, where a fire was blazing, and water inside bubbled loudly. Yet there was no one in sight in the main hall. It contained nothing but some messy piles of junk. No human presence at all. Crunch, crunch. Suddenly, strange sounds came from the adjacent room, sounding as if something was being gnawed on by teeth, chilling and unnerving. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Fang Xinguo walked to the doorway and peered inside. This room had no windows, making it extremely dim. Following the direction of the sound, he saw a shadow crouched in the corner of the room, holding something tightly and gnawing furiously at it. Chapter 49, Catching the Thief. Suddenly, the shadow abruptly turned around. His head was covered with long hair that obscured half of his face. Beneath the hair, a pair of eyes stared at this side fiercely, and in his hand, he held an ox leg bone, with tooth marks left from where he had chewed on it. "You're a fool, huh?" The man muttered incomprehensibly as he suddenly lunged towards Fang Xinguo. Fang Xinguo jumped in fright and hastily dodged. The figure rushed into the main room, waving his hands wildly while jumping about. He mumbled under his breath, but not a single word could be understood. There were only two people in old Lu's household, father and son. This person wasn't old Lu, so this must be old Lu's deranged son. No one knew this man's actual name. Everyone in the village simply called him Crazy Lu. He was usually locked up by old Lu at home, but would occasionally escape to the village. "What are you doing out here?" A hoarse shout came from the courtyard. Moments later, an emaciated old man with a shotgun appeared in the main room. This old man was old Lu, whom Fang Xinguo had met twice before when he went to the village to exchange salt, otherwise rarely seen in public. "Get back to your room." Old Lu pulled Crazy Lu back into the room and locked the door from the outside. He then hung the shotgun on a wooden peg on the wall, giving Fang Xinguo a cold stare. "Why have you come to my house?" Old Lu's tone was rather cold and unwelcoming. "Lu Grandpa, I heard you butchered a cow. I wanted to ask if anyone has come to buy some ox bones or beef these days." Fang Xinguo inquired. "Why are you asking this?" Old Lu's tone softened slightly, less cold than before, and he pulled a stool from beside him and handed it to Fang Xinguo. "I'm just asking casually." Fang Xinguo was extremely cold, so he didn't hesitate to take the stool and sat near the hearth. Instantly, he felt much warmer. Several days ago, a man named Fang Xinhong bought 40 to 50 pounds of beef and ox bones. Said he would buy them for the New Year feast, but rats had eaten all the meat. Old Lu picked up the chopping knife on the table, checked the blade, and began cutting firewood. Fang Xinguo had doubts forming in his mind. Could this thief really be Fang Xinhong? Other than Fang Xinhong, did anyone else buy? Fang Xinguo continued questioning. Old Lu shook his head and kept using the chopping knife to cut wood. Fang Xinguo didn't linger too long, bid farewell, and stood up to leave the main room. Walking out to the yard, he always felt uneasy, like there was an indescribable chill running through him. He looked back and saw that old Lu had somehow followed to the door of the main room. His eyes fixed on him intensely, making Fang Xinguo feel quite uncomfortable. Fang Xinguo turned his head away and walked out of the yard. Now everything was clear. The thief was very likely Fang Xinhong, but it might also be Uncle Lu San and those tomb robbers. They were stuck in the village, unable to leave, without much money, and staying at Fang Xinhong's place. Upon returning to the village, Fang Xinguo immediately headed to Fang Xinhong's courtyard and kicked open the gate. Right now, he was filled with anger. Fang Xinhong happened to come out from the nearby toilet. As soon as he saw Fang Xinguo again, he trembled in fear, trying to run away. "Do you think you can still run?" Fang Xinguo rushed over, tackled him to the ground, and threw a punch. "Help! Somebody save me!" Fang Xinhong screamed in pain as the punch sent blood streaming from his nose. After hearing the shouting, Fang Guokai emerged from the main room, carrying an axe. "Let go of my son." Fang Guokai rushed forward, lifting the axe toward Fang Xinguo's head, though hesitating to bring it down. "So this is how you dare threaten someone?" Fang Xinguo wrested the axe from his hands and tossed it aside. "You're really crossing the line. A few days ago, you stormed into my house causing trouble, and now you're committing violence at our doorstep. What did we do to offend you? Had the guts today to kill us, then let you pay for it with your life." Fang Guokai seethed, trembling with rage. In his view, Fang Xinguo was deliberately seeking revenge against their family. "Your son stole our geese, yet you claim you haven't offended us." Fang Xinguo said firmly, staring straight at Fang Xinhong. "Return those 3 geese, or I'll break your hand today." I didn't steal." Fang Xinhong crawled up from the ground, denying verbally, but his eyes betrayed his guilt. "Don't deny it, huh?" Fang Xinguo had no intention of wasting any more words with him. Grabbing him by the collar, he was ready to give him a good beating. Now, Fang Xinhong became frightened. He knew Fang Xinguo wasn't joking around. Moreover, since Fang Xinguo had come directly to his house, it was clear that he had found out everything. There was no way to cover it up anymore. "How much money?" "I'll compensate you." Fang Xinhong had no choice but to offer the compensation in money. "I don't want your money. I just want those 3 geese back." Fang Xinguo released his grip on the collar. Those 3 geese had been painstakingly raised by Li Xiaomei, and there was no way they could simply resolve this matter with some cash. It wasn't going to be that easy. "The geese are gone. Where am I supposed to find replacements?" Fang Xinhong glanced back at the main room, his face contorted with distress. Now, he regretted every decision he had made after the land temple at the village entrance collapsed, and Uncle Lu San and his group came to his home asking for shelter for just one night. At the time, Fang Xinhong hadn't given it much thought. Believing the heavy snow would stop soon, he readily agreed. But unexpectedly, the snowstorm hadn't ceased even after several days, and Uncle Lu San's group stayed in his house eating without contributing. The family's grain supplies were almost depleted, so to address the situation, Fang Xinhong went to old Lu's house to buy some beef and cow bones. He coated them with sleeping powder, sneaking over the wall in the middle of the night to steal chickens for Uncle Xiuxian and his companions to eat. This way, he hoped to save some food at home. Fang Jinhong planned that after Uncle Xiuxian's group left, he'd let them take the blame for the stolen goods. The previous evening, intending to get revenge on Fang Jinghua, Fang Jinhong had sneaked into Fang Jinghua's house using the same tactic and stolen the 3 big white geese. What Fang Jinhong hadn't expected was being found out so quickly by Fang Jinghua. "I'll pay you double the value." Fang Jinhong wanted to settle this as soon as possible. If the incident escalated, it would cause enormous trouble. Every household whose belongings were stolen might come demanding answers. Moreover, having already suffered at Fang Jinghua's hands, if he couldn't satisfy Fang Jinghua, who knows, he might end up getting beaten to death. "Those 3 geese belong to my wife. If she agrees, then it's settled. But if not, I'll kill you." Fang Jinghua exhaled warm air onto his cold hands before slipping them into his pocket. Chapter 50, A Money-Obsessed Daughter-in-Law. At this moment, several villagers whose chickens had been stolen rushed into the yard, all of them furious. They were shouting curses while demanding their chickens from Fang Jinhong. Fang Jinhong was overwhelmed. Fang Guokai beside her couldn't do anything to help. After all, this situation arose because of Fang Jinhong's wrongdoing. She stole the chickens, and it was reasonable for the villagers to confront her. "How did you find out?" Fang Jinghua felt somewhat strange. He himself had just figured out what happened and caught Fang Jinhong stealing, but he didn't expect these villagers to show up so quickly. "We just heard that your house was also robbed last night, so we went over there to discuss catching the chicken thief. Then on the way, we saw you go to Fang Jinhong's place, so we followed you over. Just now, everything you said in the yard, we could hear it all from outside." One of the villagers explained this to Fang Jinghua. Upon hearing this, Fang Jinghua finally understood what was going on. After chatting with the villagers briefly, he turned around, left the yard, and walked toward the gate. "Uncle, I've finally found you." Xiaohu stood not far away, waving his hand and shouting loudly. Haizi also came running, but got stuck in the snow, with only a pair of ears sticking out above the snow. "Why have you come here?" Fang Jinghua went over, picked Xiaohu up, and patted the snow off his body. "I sneaked out. It's boring at home. I've come to find you." Xiaohu wiped his nose with his sleeve, his face frozen red. Fang Jinghua lightly slapped his head. "With this much snow, how can you run around? Your mom will beat you when she finds out." Xiaohu acted as if he didn't care. "Uncle, can you take me out to play? It's so boring staying at home every day." Fang Jinghua pinched his cheek. "Once the snow stops, I'll take you out to play." Afterward, Fang Jinghua took Xiaohu back to the dilapidated courtyard at home. As soon as they entered, Fang Ying grabbed a branch, pulled Xiaohu by his arm, and started hitting him hard, making Xiaohu cry out loud. "It's snowing heavily outside, and yet you keep running around. What if something happens? How am I supposed to handle it? This morning, I told you not to go outside, but you wouldn't listen." Fang Ying scolded Xiaohu while beating him. Yang Chunlan couldn't bear to watch any longer. She stepped in to stop Fang Ying. "Just give him a light lesson. Kids are always mischievous anyway. You were even more mischievous than Xiaohu when you were little." This comment made Fang Ying somewhat embarrassed. When Fang Ying was young, she was extremely naughty too. She used to drag Fang Jinghua everywhere causing trouble, such as fishing in rivers or chasing wild rabbits in the mountains. Once, she fell from a tree, breaking her leg, and stayed bedridden for over a month. "Mom, I'm trying to discipline him here. Please don't ruin my efforts," said Fang Ying helplessly. Yang Chunlan snatched the branch from her hand and threw it aside. "I'm just concerned about my own grandson." Having finished her sentence, she pulled Xiaohu inside to eat roasted potatoes. "Sister, where is Xiumei?" Fang Jinghua asked. "She's sleeping," said Fang Ying as she gathered some firewood under the eaves and placed it in the kitchen, preparing for cooking later. Fang Jinghua nodded and entered the room. Li Xiumei was already awake, holding that wooden box in her arms, counting money. All the money earned from selling rat poison consisted of 50-cent pieces and $1 coins, a huge pile of them. $110.50. Li Xiumei counted carefully, so engrossed in it that she didn't notice Fang Jinghua standing right in front of her. "Are you done counting yet?" Fang Jinghua laughed and asked. Li Xiumei looked up after hearing his voice, sighed deeply. "Still counting. They're all small changes, very troublesome indeed. You really are money-obsessed." Fang Jinghua teased her by pinching her nose. Li Xiumei pushed his hand away. "I'm not obsessed with money. I just enjoy the feeling of counting money. It makes me feel incredibly secure inside." After saying this, she resumed counting, but forgot where she left off. "I have to start all over again. Don't bother now. Count once we sell all the rat poison. There's no point in counting now." Fang Jinghua put the money back into the wooden box and brought up the matter of the 3 large geese. "I've caught the thief. Fang Jinhong stole the geese. He offered double the price as compensation." Li Xiumei got angry. "Fang Jinhong is a real villain. Fine, let him compensate me. I'm not losing anything." She then remembered something and turned to Fang Jinghua. "A villager just came and wanted to buy some wild boar meat. I wasn't sure if it was okay, so I needed to ask you. Sell it. If someone wants to buy, then sell it." Fang Jinghua doesn't mind earning extra money. With so much meat at home, selling some would be good too. Anyway, there are more than 20 wild boars still kept in the cave behind the mountain. Right now, what they lack the least is meat. If we earn more money this year, we can build a big house next year. This old house is too broken. It leaks wind everywhere. This year, we just about managed to hold on, but the heavy snow will definitely collapse the roof next year. It's already dangerous housing. It's unsafe to live here. If anyone comes again to buy meat, sell them as much as they want." Fang Jinghua got up and picked up the hunting rifle, aiming out of the window and preparing to go back to the mountain behind tomorrow to bring another large wild boar back. "It's too late today, there's no time left now. What if we have nothing to eat after selling everything? Li Xiaomei doesn't plan to sell too much. There are 2 more mouths to feed at home now, and we still need to make it through winter. Don't worry, I'll go into the mountains tomorrow. Fang Jinghua isn't worried about these things. There's plenty of meat. With such heavy snow, why don't you stay? Li Xiaomei is very concerned. Every time he goes into the mountain, she feels uneasy. Hunting in the mountains during winter is dangerous. Now that they finally have good lives, all she wants is peace for her family. There's no danger, don't worry. Fang Jinghua laughed. Although there was a blizzard, the cave wasn't far from the village. The next morning, after getting up, Fang Jinghua took his homemade gun, food supplies, a machete, and rope and left the yard. He braved the heavy snowstorm to head toward the back mountain. Upon entering the forest, he went straight toward the direction of the cave. The snow was even thicker today than yesterday, and every step had to be taken carefully. Today, he didn't bring Haizi. It wouldn't do any good bringing him out in such weather, mainly because the snow was too deep. Suddenly, a cry came from behind. Fang Jinghua immediately turned around and looked toward the source of the sound. He saw someone wearing a big cotton coat rolling down a small slope into the snowfield. Someone is tracking me. Fang Jinghua stepped heavily on the thick snow and walked briskly back, kicking the person's bottom. That man got up from the snow, holding a hunting rifle and raising the gun while muttering curses. Damn, why did you kick me? Fang Jinghua looked closely and realized it was one of Lao Lusan's gang. The man seemed to be called Ma Lao Wu, with a big mole on the left side of his face, about the size of a little finger, dark and rough looking. Chapter 51. I'll shoot you. Put your gun down. Fang Jinghua frowned and said, You think I just drop it because you tell me to? You put yours down first. Ma Lao Wu touched his sore, but you actually dared to kick me. Today, I must shoot you. At this moment, the snow fell from the branches and landed on Ma Teacher's hat. Ma Lao Wu lifted another hand to brush it off. This damn snow. Why does it have to fall on my head? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Jinghua snatched his gun and kicked him hard into the snow. Then, he rode on his back and started punching him. Ma Lao Wu howled in pain, struggling while cursing loudly. I'll fight you today. His strength was not small, but it was futile, all brute force, and in front of Fang Jinghua, it wasn't even worth a glance. When Fang Jinghua stopped, Ma Lao Wu's nose was already bloody, his face swollen, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Speak, why were you following me? Fang Jinghua grabbed his collar and slapped his face twice. If you don't tell the truth, I'll shoot you and throw you to the wolves. Lu San Yi and his gang were all grave robbers, so there was no need to be gentle with them. I'm not talking. Ma Lao Wu clenched his teeth, swinging his fists, ready to take back those punches. Fang Jinghua didn't tolerate him and gave him several slaps across the face that echoed loudly. Ma Lao Wu was dazed from the beating, gritting his teeth. Sen Yu won't let you go unpunished. You're finished. He brought up his protector, trying to scare Fang Jinghua. Fang Jinghua laughed, patting his bruised face. Now Lu San Yi isn't here, and even if he were, I wouldn't fear him. After saying that, he prepared to continue hitting him until he would talk. Ma Lao Wu was now somewhat afraid. Don't hit me anymore. I'll speak. Only after hearing these words did Fang Jinghua stop. Then hurry up and speak. Don't waste my time. There was still a wild boar to bring back. It got dark early, and if he kept wasting time, he would only return at midnight. It's Fang Jinhong who asked for my help to deal with you. I thought since I've been eating and drinking for free at his house every day, it felt wrong, so I agreed. Originally, I wanted to make a move in the village, but it was inconvenient. I didn't want the villagers to see, so I've been following you, planning to deal with you in the woods. Ma Lao Wu truthfully confessed the details of the incident. Upon hearing this, Fang Jinghua felt very annoyed inside, having just spared Fang Jinhong that little brat, and now he was actually sending others to bother him. He was asking for death. When he returned, he had to settle this matter clearly with him. Fang Jinghua looked at Ma Lao Wu and directly fetched some rope to tie him to a nearby tree trunk. To ensure he couldn't escape, he also bound his legs and made a tight knot. Please let me go. Ma Lao Wu was truly scared now. In such cold weather, being tied here meant he'd surely freeze to death. And there were wild beasts like jackals, tigers, and leopards around. He would be devoured completely without a trace left behind. Fang Jinghua ignored him, took his hunting rifle in hand, and headed toward the cave. It took a long time to reach the cave entrance. He killed a large wild boar weighing around 300 pounds, then securely tied it and began dragging it back. Though the path was downhill, the snow was too deep, making the effort extremely exhausting. Battling through wind and snow, nearly an hour passed before he managed to drag the wild boar back to where Ma Lao Wu was bound. Ma Lao Wu was preparing for death when he saw Fang Jinghua dragging a big wild boar back. He hurriedly shouted, Please let me go. I'll never bother you again, and I can help you go back and deal with Fang Jinhong. Fang Jinghua paid no attention to him. After brushing the snow off a stone beside him, he sat down, pulled out some dried meat from the canvas bag, and started chewing on it. It had consumed too much energy, and even though it was only noon, he was starving. Little brother, I've realized my mistake. Let me go, please. If I die here, it's a life gone, and you'll be a murderer. You'll end up in jail. Ma Lao Wu kept chattering nonstop, hoping Fang Jinghua would release him. I might let you go, but first you have to help me with a small favor. After finishing the beef jerky, Fang Jinghua grabbed a handful of snow from the ground and shoved it into his mouth. Once it melted, he swallowed it. He hadn't brought a water flask today and could only use snow to quench his thirst. What do you need me to do? I'm willing to do anything. Ma Lao Wu wore a flattering expression. Help me drag this wild boar back to the village, and then I'll set you free. Fang Jinghua proposed his condition, free labor, which would be wasted if not used. He had already beaten Ma Lao Wu earlier, and that was enough to even the score. Alright, it's on me. Ma Laowu nodded. Untie the ropes, and I'll help you drag this big wild boar back to the village. Fang Zhenghua walked over and cut the ropes with his machete. Once free, Ma Laowu dared neither resist nor flee. Fang Zhenghua held his hunting rifle, and Ma Laowu feared he might shoot him. Moreover, he knew he couldn't win against Fang Zhenghua. Here, Fang Zhenghua re-secured the wild boar and threw the other end of the rope to him. Hurry up. We need to get back before it gets dark. Once it's night, we won't be able to find our way and we'll just freeze here. Ma Laowu knew Fang Zhenghua was using him as a laborer. Though upset inside, he had no choice but to drag the wild boar toward the village despite his reluctance. Fang Zhenghua leisurely followed behind, keeping an eye on Ma Laowu. As dusk fell, they finally reached the entrance of the village. After entering the village and nearing the courtyard gate, they saw xuanhuan, xiuxian, and Fang Ying standing under the eaves by the door. Upon seeing Fang Zhenghua return safely, they breathed a sigh of relief. They had been growing increasingly worried as night approached, and he still hadn't returned. Zhenghua, have you brought another big wild boar back? Xuanhuan was delighted. Xiuxian was also very happy, estimating the wild boar to weigh at least around 300 pounds. Whenever Fang Zhenghua went to the back mountain, he always returned with surprises. Xuanhuan and Xiuxian were now accustomed to this, since Fang Zhenghua had never disappointed them once. What a massive wild boar! Fang Ying's face showed astonishment, unable to believe her eyes. After a long while, she shook her head to confirm she wasn't hallucinating. Fang Zhenghua ordered Ma Laowu to drag the wild boar into the yard, and then said to Xiuxian and the others, I have some business to take care of. We'll deal with this wild boar when I come back. Saying that, he took Ma Laowu and headed towards Fang Zhenhong's house. This debt needed to be settled clearly with Fang Zhenhong. Chapter 52, Revenge with a Cruel Hand. In Fang Zhenhong's courtyard. Dad, this time Fang Zhenghua is done for. Fang Zhenhong wore an expression of smug satisfaction, thinking that old Ma personally taking action would surely do the trick. Finally, we can let out this long-suppressed resentment. Fang Guokai was feeding the chickens, holding a bucket filled with some bran. Every time he thought about the days when they were bullied by Fang Zhenghua, father and son gnashed their teeth in hatred. Now, finally having the opportunity to deal with Fang Zhenghua, they felt that the resentment inside could finally be released. Does Lord Lu know about this matter? Fang Guokai placed the bucket on the ground, glancing toward the main house, feeling somewhat uneasy inside. Lord Lu doesn't know, it doesn't matter. Even if he finds out, so what? They've been freeloading off us for such a long time. Fang Zhenhong harbored great dissatisfaction. Up until now, all they did was eat and sleep like lords. But he didn't dare to say a harsh word, knowing who Lord Lu was. Offending him would make their whole family miserable. There's hardly any food left at home. Fang Guokai sighed. You're just plain stupid. How could you bring someone like this into our home? Now, there's no way to get rid of them. As father and son were talking, there came a sudden shout from outside the courtyard. Bang! The gate of the yard was kicked open. Fang Zhenhong was about to open his mouth to scold, but upon seeing Fang Zhenghua walk in with a bruised and swollen face, along with Ma Laowu, his face turned pale with fear. Fang Zhenghua had not a single scratch on him, whereas Ma Laowu's body was full of injuries, clearly beaten severely. The plot was exposed, and Fang Zhenghua obviously intended to settle the score with him. Bang! Fang Zhenghua delivered a kick to Fang Zhenhong, knocking him to the ground. Before Fang Zhenhong even realized what happened, fists landed on his face, followed by rain-like punches, beating him till he wailed. Finding people to scheme against me. Watch me not beat you to death today. Fang Zhenghua showed no mercy, each punch a powerful one. What gives you the right to hit my son? Fang Guokai grew anxious, grabbing the water bucket in his hand and smashing it toward Fang Zhenghua from behind. Fang Zhenghua cared nothing about whether he was older or not. Blocking the bucket with his arm, he delivered a swift kick that sent Fang Guokai falling onto the ground. His head struck the stone near the pigsty door, causing blood to flow immediately. Help, help! Fang Zhenhong seized the chance to get up and attempt an escape. Do you still think of running? Fang Zhenghua was furious, yanking him back. He picked up a wrist-sized wooden stick under the eaves and slammed it down hard on Fang Zhenhong's leg. Following this were several more sticks delivered. Begging you, stop hitting. Fang Zhenhong continuously cried out in pain and tried to dodge. This scene looked slightly comical. In the end, unable to bear the pain, Fang Zhenhong collapsed to the ground and crawled using only his hands toward the main house. At this point, the courtyard was already a complete mess. Fang Zhenhong and Fang Guokai had been utterly thrashed, one covered in injuries and his face soaked with blood, while the other had a head split open, bleeding profusely. Do you really think I am easy to bully? Fang Zhenghua kicked Fang Zhenhong's buttocks twice, then spat. It was cold, and after such vigorous exertion, he broke a sweat and warmed up considerably. Do you deserve to be beaten? Fang Zhenghua stared intently at Fang Zhenhong. Deserve it? Fang Zhenhong cried miserably, thinking how unlucky he was to have provoked such a demonic person who hits with the intent to kill. Do you know your wrongdoings? Fang Zhenghua continued asking. I know my mistake. I will never dare again. Fang's lips quivered as he raised his hand to wipe away the blood on his face, nodding continuously. Do you submit? Fang Zhenghua grinned. This man had lost all the former arrogance. When dealing with this kind of person, one mustn't hesitate and has to be ruthless enough. I submit. Fang Zhenhong dared not utter a single word of resistance, fearing another barrage of punches and kicks. Now he was thoroughly terrified. At this moment, the door of the main house opened, and Uncle Lu stepped out. Behind him, two middle-aged men followed. Uncle Lu originally arrived at the village with 4 people. Besides these two, one of them was Ma Laowu, and the last one was injured, lying on the wooden planks inside the main house. I want to have a talk with you. Subai looked toward Uncle Lu. Since he had made an appearance, they had to warn him properly. What do you want to talk about? Uncle Lu's voice was raspy and cold, his face twisted and devoid of any expression, as if wearing a human skin mask. You can harm whoever you want. If it affects my home, then don't blame me. Subai stared at Uncle Lu. Although they were in greater numbers, if it came to a fight, killing them would not be a difficult task. Now, he had to give them a reminder. The heavy snowfall would last at least 10 more days. They couldn't leave the village, and all of them were tomb raiders who were sure to bring disaster to the village. Kid, you're awfully arrogant. The tall man behind Uncle Lu stepped forward with a hunting gun toward Fang Xinghua. You beat Ma Laowu so badly, and still dared to threaten us. Are you looking for death? Ma Laowu was under Fang Xinhong's instructions to attack me. I gave him a beating, which was already lenient. If anyone has an issue with that, we can practice some more. Fang Xinghua frowned, ready to see this through to the end if they wanted to fight. You've had enough living. The tall man reached out and shoved Fang Xinghua's shoulder, taking advantage of their numbers and showing no regard for him. Slap. Fang Xinghua swiftly grabbed the tall man's arm, flipping him onto the ground. He then snatched the hunting gun from his hand and slapped him across the face with it. This left everyone utterly astonished. My arm is about to break. The tall man screamed in pain. Remember, there won't be a next time. Fang Xinghua released his arm and threw the hunting gun to the ground. Uncle Lu's eyes flickered with surprise as his gaze locked on Fang Xinghua. I'll teach them a lesson. There won't be another next time. Uncle Lu, being someone who could read people well, had already known that Fang Xinghua wasn't someone to be trifled with. This incident further confirmed his suspicions. You do well to keep your affairs in order. Fang Xinghua patted the snow off his clothes and turned to walk out of the courtyard. Everyone's eyes followed his back until his figure disappeared completely, after which they finally turned away. Who told you to start trouble? Uncle Lu lifted his hand and delivered a sharp slap across Ma Laowu's face. I didn't start anything. Ma Laowu tried to defend himself by covering his stinging left cheek. Uncle Lu raised his hand again and slapped the right side of Ma Laowu's face. I've told you countless times to stay put in the yard, but you insisted on going out and causing problems for me. Ma Laowu became frightened by the pain and dared not argue anymore. Listen up, everyone. No more troublemaking from now on. If anyone disobeys, they'll be punished according to the rules. Uncle Lu said this with a cold expression. Chapter 53. No shame indeed. Fang Xinhong and Fang Guokai, father and son, were upset. They had counted on Uncle Lu San's help for revenge, but he chose to stay as a cold spectator with no intention of helping. Go cook. Uncle Lu San looked at Fang Xinhong. With a grim face, Fang Xinhong went to cook, cursing all 18 generations of Uncle Lu San's ancestors in his heart. Not only did they eat for free every day, but she also had to cautiously attend to them. No shame indeed. Fang Guokai couldn't help but curse. Ma Laowu, standing nearby, overheard this and immediately grabbed Fang Guokai by the collar. Have the guts to say it again, see if I don't chop you up. Ma Laowu had just been thoroughly beaten by Fang Xinghua earlier and worked like a laborer for the whole day. He was full of suppressed anger. I didn't curse anyone. Fang Xinghua dared not admit because he knew these people weren't ones to mess with. I clearly heard it, yet you still say you didn't curse. Ma Laowu was about to hit him. Uncle Lu San slapped Ma Laowu on the head and then walked back into the hall room. Alas, Fang Guokai sat squatting under the eaves with a woeful expression, sighing repeatedly. How can we possibly live through this? Dad, bear with it for now. We can't drive them away now. Once the heavy snow stops, they will leave. At that time, I'll go with them and make a fortune. Our family's life will slowly improve. Fang Xinhong limped toward the kitchen direction to prepare a meal for Uncle Lu San. However, after taking just a few steps, she fell to the ground and could no longer stand up. Xinhong. Fang Guokai walked over, pulling down her pants. Her face immediately changed color. Her legs were covered with bruises and blood. Both of Fang Xinhong's legs had been completely broken. At the same time, Fang Xinghua was rushing back home. It was too cold outside, so he wanted to return to warm up by the fire. When he reached the gate, he could already hear bartering sounds inside. Walking in, he saw Li Xiumei, Yang Chunlan, and Fang Ying selling meat. Many villagers stood in the courtyard. Initially, Fang Xinghua had planned to deal with the wild boar himself once he returned. But the villagers were eager to buy the meat, so everyone helped to process it quickly. By the time Fang Xinghua returned, everything had already been prepared, and a considerable amount of meat had already been sold. There are 10 pounds and 7 taels here. Fang Ying held the wooden rod scale and showed it to the villager. All right. The villager took out the money and started paying. I'll give you 20 bucks, return 9.3 yuan. Li Xiumei took the cash, holding a wooden box while giving change to the villager. Yang Chunlan was responsible for packing the meat for the villagers. The three of them were extremely busy. Xiao, who stood by watching, munching on a piece of candy, occasionally wiping his nose with his sleeve. The courtyard was bustling with activity, much like a market, filled with noise and chatter. I'd like 2 packets of rat poison. A villager handed 1 yuan to Li Xiumei. After receiving the money, Li Xiumei prepared to get the rat poison from inside the house. I'll do it, Fang Xinghua said, walking into the room and bringing out 2 packets of rat poison to hand over to the villager. Just then, Uncle Fang Guogui arrived. Seeing how lively the courtyard was, he was somewhat taken aback. How come your family has so much meat? Fang Guogui was confused. He remembered that the Fang family did not raise pigs. They only kept a few geese which had even been stolen by Fang Xinhong. This is what I hunted on the mountain yesterday. Fang Xinghua didn't conceal this fact, saying, Uncle, why don't you take a couple of chunks home to eat? No need. Fang Guogui quickly refused. You just sent 2 pieces over a few days ago. If I accept it again, your auntie would surely scold me to death." Upon hearing this, Fang Zhenghua smiled. His uncle Fang Guogui was most afraid of his aunt. Although auntie rarely spoke, she was actually a very fierce person. The reason the Fang Guokai household didn't dare bully their family was due to their fear of auntie, who only bullied Fang Zhenhong's family. "I came to buy some rice from your family." Uncle Fang Guogui hesitated for quite a while, looking awkward. "We're out of money at home. I won't be able to pay back until next year." "All right." Fang Zhenghua went inside, using a bag to scoop around 20 caddies of rice, and brought it to the courtyard, handing it to Fang Guokai. Fang Guokai received it and felt its weight. Maybe we should still weigh it. This rice probably exceeds 20 caddies. No need. Fang Zhenghua didn't care about the extra amount. However, Fang Guokai was an honest person who insisted on weighing it. Fang Zhenghua had to find a scale and weighed it. It turned out there was more than 20 caddies. It actually amounted to 27 caddies. "I'll take it back then." Fang Guokai greeted, happily returning home with the rice. In the courtyard, villagers kept coming to buy meat, rice, sorghum, and rat poison. Yang Chunlan and Fang Ying were busy to the point of being flustered, without a moment to rest. Li Xiumei wasn't idle either. She was in charge of keeping accounts and collecting money. "I'll go make dinner." Seeing that he couldn't help much with the other tasks, Fang Zhenghua went into the kitchen to rinse the rice and cook it in a large iron pot. He also cleaned the wild boar's innards, planning to prepare a sumptuous late-night meal. It wasn't until deep into the night that the villagers finally left the yard, having bought what they needed. Fang Zhenghua served the dishes onto the wooden table in the hall room. The table was filled with food: stir-fried pork liver, clear-stewed hearts and lungs, stir-fried pig's intestines, red-braised pork, making a total of 4 dishes. There was also a side dish of pickles and one of boiled cabbage. What a feast! Fang Ying couldn't help but exclaim. Little Hu at her side was drooling incessantly. Everyone gathered around the table and started eating right away, as they had all grown hungry from their efforts earlier. Fang Zhenghua had prepared all these dishes to reward them. "What are you thinking about?" Fang Zhenghua looked at Li Xiumei next to him and placed a piece of meat in her bowl. Li Xiumei had been so engrossed in thought while eating that she had been mindlessly eating the rice in her bowl and forgetting to pick up any of the dishes. "I'm calculating the accounts." Li Xiumei snapped out of it, her face beaming with joy. "Can you guess how much we earned today?" "How much?" Fang Zhenghua smiled as he asked. This little girl had completely become obsessed with money. Yang Chunlan and Fang Ying also looked at Li Xiumei, eagerly awaiting to hear how much they had earned for the day. "After deducting all costs, we made a total of 327 yuan and 86 cents. Li Xiumei happily took 2 bites of her rice and put a piece of meat in her mouth. "It's quite a lot." Fang Zhenghua hadn't expected her to even calculate the 6-cent amount, realizing his own skills in accounting weren't a match for hers. In the past, earning so much money would have been unimaginable. "Wow, we made so much." Yang Chunlan put down her bowl and chopsticks, a broad smile on her face. Fang Ying, who was wiping Little Hu's nose, paused her hand mid-action, incredulity filling her heart. Even Little Hu called out excitedly, "We're rich now." Chapter 54, Must Get Divorced. "Eat your food." Fang Ying glared. "Don't interrupt when adults are talking." Little Hu was scolded and thus ate quietly without daring to shout again. "Next year, our family will be able to live in a big house." Li Xiumei laughed very happily. She couldn't wait to start building the big house right now. Building a house is very troublesome, and it requires a lot of money, but it's not a big problem now. The issue of money has ceased to be a problem. If this continues, it won't just be one house we can build, but 2 would pose no issue. "How come there were so many villagers buying meat today, and even some buying grain?" Fang Zhenghua asked. Besides himself, no one knew how long the blizzard would last. Now, with so many villagers starting to stockpile supplies for the new year, it feels a bit strange. The old village head said that this snowstorm would last a long time, possibly until next year. The villagers initially thought the heavy snow wouldn't last too long and planned to buy things later. Their homes didn't have much stocked up, but hearing what the old village head said, everyone got panicked, worried about not having enough grain or meat to get through winter. So they started rushing to buy. Yang Chunlan explained. How did the old village head know this? Fang Zhenghua smiled faintly. This time the old village head had done a great favor. The old village head's eldest daughter bought him a tape recorder that uses batteries. It said inside the recorder something like weather forecast. When Yang Chunlan mentioned the term weather forecast, it sounded a bit awkward. The village wasn't electrified and didn't have any televisions. The tape recorder was merely owned by the old village head's household. No one exactly knew what weather forecast referred to. In this era, towns had televisions and tape recorders in many households. But here in the countryside, far from town, the villagers over 40 or 50 rarely came into contact with such things. That big wild boar you slaughtered today, more than half of it has been sold already. There's not much left. Should we continue selling? Yang Chunlan intended to keep some fresh pork for the New Year celebration. There was quite a bit upstairs, but all of that had been preserved. As long as people want to buy, sell everything. Whatever upstairs remains should also be sold if possible. Fang Zhenghua wasn't worried at all about running out of meat. There were still over 20 wild boars on the back mountain that could fully supply all the villagers in the whole village, even meeting the demands of neighboring villages. However, the price needs to go up a little bit more, at another 50 cents per caddy. Fang Zhenghua clearly understood that they were in business. Every bit earned counted. An extra 50 cents more per caddy meant an extra 50 yuan for every 100 caddies. Isn't this too expensive? After all, we're from the same village. It's significantly more expensive than the small town's market. Yang Chunlan felt this was excessive. Nearby, Fang Ying stacked up the empty bowls and tidied the chopsticks. I think it's not expensive at all. That's how business works. Buy if you wish, sell if you dare. If they think it's too expensive, they don't have to buy. No one's forcing them. Fang Ying's husband, Zhang Gui, was a meat seller. With regular exposure, she understood the ins and outs of the trade. Now that the mountains were sealed off by heavy snow, many families wouldn't have any meat for the new year. Even the meat in the small town had gone up in price. Why shouldn't their own household's meat also increase in price? I always feel like we're taking advantage of others' misfortunes. Yang Chunlan still found it hard to bear. She had a soft heart. Mom, this is doing business. They have no meat to eat. When Zhenghua sells to them, he's helping them overcome difficulties. There's also rat poison. If not for Zhenghua selling it to them, the grain in their homes would have already been ruined by those wretched rats. According to reason, they should be thanking Zhenghua. Fang Ying opened her mouth to try and persuade. Hearing this, Yang Chunlan felt it made sense and stopped Zhou over the matter. Sister, I never realized your eloquence was so remarkable. Fang Zhenghua helped clean up the leftover dishes and food. Everyone had finished eating and was now sitting around the hearth roasting fire. All my eloquence is a result of being forced into it. Fang Ying looked helplessly. My mother-in-law often liked cursing me. In the beginning, I could only endure. Later, when I could no longer bear it, I directly argued with her. Fang Zhenghua felt sympathetic when he heard her recounting her sad experiences. After the heavy snow stops, divorce from Zhang Gui, our family doesn't lack food now. Come back, and let's all live together as a family. Don't go back and suffer anymore. We'll see when the time comes. Fang Ying didn't know what to do yet. She'd long wanted to divorce Zhang Gui, but she knew he wouldn't agree. Once the matter escalated, it would affect the Fang Zhenghua family. After a few more days when the snow stops, I'll take you to find Zhang Gui. Fang Zhenghua knew what she was worried about. If Zhang Gui refuses the divorce, they'd deal with it using other methods. In any case, we won't just watch Fang Ying go back to the Zhang family and suffer. This matter must be personally dealt with. Fang Ying's character is too weak. If she gets intimidated by a few words from Zhang Gui, she definitely won't dare to bring up divorce again. Seeing that it was getting late, everyone returned to their rooms to sleep. I'll check if the courtyard gate is locked. Li Xiaomei rushed out of the room, went into the yard to inspect the wooden gate, and then locked the main room from the inside. Ever since they were burglarized last time, Li Xiaomei checks several times every night before going to bed. After returning to the room, she placed today's money earned from selling meat together with the previous earnings and hid them under her pillow. You're quite responsible as a boss lady. Fang Zhenghua teased her. If I'm the boss lady, then who's the boss? Li Xiaomei lay down next to him casually, then scooted over and crawled into the quilt. The boss is naturally me. After finishing his sentence, Fang Zhenghua began to ponder. Relying solely on these small trades wouldn't earn much money. To make big money, other methods need to be considered. In this era, there are actually quite a few ways to earn money. However, now isn't the time to think about these things. He needs to hunt more in the mountains and enjoy a good life. This family has endured much hardship in recent years. Now, they must have some better days. There's still something we haven't finished tonight. Fang Zhenghua had a gentle smile on his face. Li Xiaomei's cheeks flushed slightly with shyness, knowing what he was thinking. But right at that moment, there came a knock on the door and someone shouting from outside the courtyard. Fang Zhenghua sighed inwardly, got up from the bed, lit an oil lamp, and walked out of the room. He reached the yard and opened the wooden gate. There stood Li Tiniu, covered in snow, shivering with cold, and chattering teeth. Instead of sleeping, why are you standing at my doorstep? Go back quickly. Whatever it is can be discussed tomorrow. Fang Zhenghua wanted to send him off sooner because this guy was ruining his plans. There's a ghost haunting the village. Li Tiniu's eyes were full of terror, constantly looking around. Chapter 55. The Earth God Shrine is in trouble. Don't ramble nonsense here. Fang Zhenghua was ready to close the wooden door. This guy must have some issues in his head, running around at night and talking rubbish. What I said is true. Li Tiniu hastily pushed the door open with his hand. If I were lying to you, may I meet a bad end. Fang Zhenghua was somewhat speechless. Then tell me what's going on. If not, I'll just go back inside to sleep. Earlier at home, I found a few dead mice that had been poisoned. I planned to bury them, worried our dog would eat them. I intended to bury them far away, carrying a hoe to bury them at the entrance of the village. While passing by the Earth God Shrine, I heard voices coming from inside the collapsed broken temple. I got curious and went inside to take a look, but found nothing there. You say, isn't it strange? Clearly hearing someone speaking, yet no one is there. Li Tiniu grew increasingly scared as he spoke. You might be hallucinating. Fang Zhenghua didn't want to deal with him anymore. This guy claims to be bold Li, but his courage is too small. He was about to shut the door and return to his room for rest. I haven't finished yet. Li Tiniu continued. I also saw blood flowing out of the eyes of the Earth God statue. Isn't that weird? How could a stone carving bleed? Upon hearing this, Fang Zhenghua felt something wasn't quite right. If what Li Tiniu said was true, then this matter would indeed be strange. This cannot be explained scientifically. Stones are merely stones and won't bleed. I don't know which bastard is playing tricks again. Fang Zhenghua frowned. It was his family's turn this month to guard the Earth God Shrine. Someone tampering with the stone statue might be targeting his family. Wait for me a moment. Fang Zhenghua went back inside, put on his military overcoat, and wore a hat and gloves, then grabbed that soil gun. Seeing this, Li Xiaomei got up from her bed. Where are you going so late at night? There's trouble at the Earth God Shrine. I'll go take a look. Fang Zhenghua didn't mention the bloody tears of the Earth God stone statue, fearing it would frighten her. You should go to sleep. I will be back soon. Without saying much more, after leaving the room, He walked out to the yard and led Li Tiniu towards the direction of the village entrance. Li Tiniu followed behind, holding a wooden stick in his hand. Where did you get that stick? Fang Xinghua took a glance. I found it under the eaves at the front of your yard. I picked the strongest one. Li Tiniu shook the stick in his hand. Remember to put it back when we return. Fang Xinghua reminded him. This made Li Tiniu pause for a second. Man, you're really stingy. Borrowing such an old stick from your house, and you still make me return it. Fang Xinghua continued walking without responding. This firewood, he carried it piece by piece from the back mountain, almost vomiting blood from exhaustion. After a while, they arrived beside the Earth God Shrine at the village entrance. The walls on both sides of the Earth God Shrine had already collapsed, with the dirt fallen onto the ground, looking like a pile of rubble. Most areas were covered by heavy snow. Only some protruding parts were still exposed outside. Fang Xinghua walked closer and took a look at the Earth God stone statue sitting in the corner. He noticed that there were indeed some traces of blood near the corner of its eye. This seems to be real blood. Fang Xinghua scratched a bit with his fingernail and pinched it between his fingers. The weather was too cold. The blood had already coagulated. I didn't deceive you, right? Li Tiniu shrank his neck. Goosebumps all over his body emerged. The wind now was very strong, roaring through the air like the wailing of a ghost. Everything around was pitch black. The oil lamp in his hand swayed wildly, barely lighting up several meters around. Ah! Li Tiniu suddenly screamed and fell on his bottom, scaring himself to move backward with a terrified look in his eyes. Why are you making those noises like a demon? Fang Xinghua was startled by his voice. Blood. Li Tiniu raised his trembling hand, pointing to the back of the stone sculpture. Fang Xinghua circled around to the back and held the oil lamp closer for a careful inspection. He discovered a very conspicuous blood handprint on the back of the stone carving. Its color was glaringly obvious. This made him even more puzzled. How could there be a blood handprint on the carving? He clearly remembered checking the carving yesterday on his way back from the back mountain, and hadn't noticed any blood handprints. Who on earth did this? Fang Xinghua racked his brain but couldn't figure it out, unsure of the person's purpose. Villagers are already superstitious, and if they see this blood handprint, it's hard to predict what kind of rumors will spread. It must be the ghost's doing. Li Tiniu climbed up from the snow, his lips trembling. Fang Xinghua didn't bother to deal with him and walked around holding the oil lamp. There wasn't a sign of anyone. He was ready to go back first, planning to investigate this matter after daybreak. Staying here in the cold breeze served no purpose at all. Suddenly, at that moment, a gust of cold wind blew, followed by a voice speaking near his ear. Fang Xinghua stopped and slightly raised the oil lamp in his hand, surveying the surroundings. Aside from himself and Li Tiniu, there was no one else. And the voice just now had clearly come from within the Earth God Shrine. Did you just say something? Fang Xinghua looked at Li Tiniu. Li Tiniu quickly shook his head. I didn't speak just now. My mouth has been closed the whole time. This place is too sinister. Let's get out of here quickly. Li Tiniu was utterly terrified now and dared not stay here any longer. It's too strange. Fang Xinghua was also confused about what was happening. There wasn't a single person nearby, yet they had both heard someone talking. At that moment, the voice started again. Fang Xinghua held his breath, trying to determine the direction of the sound. The wind was very strong, so it was hard to make out exactly what was said, but he soon located where the sound was coming from. That location was right beneath their feet. Fang Xinghua squatted down and noticed a wooden board on the ground. The board was quite thick and still had some black paint on it. Upon careful inspection, he realized it was a coffin board. A few months ago, the Earth God Shrine had collapsed once. At that time, old Lu Tu's family was responsible for guarding it, and they somehow found some miscellaneous pieces of wood to repair the shrine. This coffin board was brought by old Lu Tu. No one had paid much attention then, until this collapse revealed the coffin board. Could there be an entire coffin hidden underneath? Fang Xinghua's curiosity was piqued. On the other hand, when Li Tinu saw it was a coffin board, his legs went weak with fright. My goodness! So this really is haunted. Chapter 56. Investigating the Truth. Stop acting all mysterious, and hold the oil lamp properly. Fang Xinghua handed the oil lamp to him, then grabbed the edge of the coffin board. With a strong pull, he tore it up and threw it aside. They found nothing but a pitch-black hole beneath. The hole wasn't very large, allowing only one person at a time to pass through. It was now certain that the speaking sound they just heard came from this hole. There could be no mistake. It had been heard clearly enough. But strangely, how could there be a cave under the Earth God Temple, and even voices coming from inside? You wait for me outside. Fang Xinghua warned Li Tiniu before taking back the oil lamp from his hand, readying himself to descend into the hole and investigate who was creating this disturbance. Making such mischief in the dead of night, intentionally scaring people. If they got caught by him, they definitely deserve a good punishment. This place is too weird. Perhaps we shouldn't go in. There might be some unclean things inside. Li Tiniu's face looked as if he'd seen something terrible. He was more frightened than ever in his heart. If there are unclean things, I'll blast them with one shot from my gun. After saying this, Fang Xinghua climbed down directly. When he arrived below, he lit the surrounding area with the oil lamp and discovered that there was a passage here. It was at least 1.5 meters wide and nearly 2 meters high. The voice sounded again, emanating from the tunnel, and faint light could also be seen. This tunnel wasn't very deep, probably around 10 meters or so. Fang Xinghua instantly became alert. After loading bullets into his rifle, he blew out the oil lamp and marched forward with his rifle ready. In just a few minutes, he reached the end of the tunnel. What appeared was a stone room about 10 square meters large. Inside were piles of messy coffins, and scattered on the ground were numerous white human bones. The scene looked somewhat horrifying. The coldness here was extremely heavy, colder than outside. it felt like the chill went right down to the bone. In general, it was the kind of sinister sensation that made goosebumps crawl over your skin. Fang Xinghua felt even more perplexed inside. How could such an unusual place exist beneath an earth god temple? On top of one of the coffin boards, there were 2 or 3 lit candles. Although not very bright, the entire stone chamber could be seen clearly. Thankfully, Li Tianyu hadn't come down. Otherwise, he might have been scared stiff immediately. Near the southeast corner, there was another hole. This hole was smaller and seemed freshly dug. By the entrance of the hole, quite a lot of soil was piled up. These soils were still fresh and not old dirt. Finally, we can go out and rest. Damn, I'm exhausted. A voice transmitted from the cave. Subsequently, a head appeared from inside. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Ma Laowu. His clothes and hair were covered with much soil. Moments later, Lu Sanyi and 2 other middle-aged men also crawled out of the hole, each dripping with sweat. Ma Laowu's hands were wrapped in cloth strips, with blood seeping through. Fang Xinghua guessed that the blood on the earth god statue must have been left behind when Ma Laowu moved it. The voices they had just heard belonged to them. Now, those eerie incidents finally made sense. What are you doing? Fang Xinghua stared at them. Lu Sanyi and his group didn't expect anyone else to be outside. They didn't pay attention when they crawled out, but were startled upon hearing the voice. When they looked up and saw Fang Xinghua standing across from them, their faces darkened, their eyes flashing with murderous intent. How did you find us here? While saying this, Lu Sanyi began to feel for the hunting rifle in the corner. The others were also preparing to fight. Don't move. Fang Xinghua focused on Lu Sanyi and raised the rifle in his hand. My gun isn't accurate. I won't hesitate to use it if any of you make another move. Lu Sanyi frowned and retracted his hand. The other people dared not move recklessly anymore. This morning, we originally intended to repair this ruined temple since after all, we knocked it down ourselves. While clearing those rubble, we found this hole underneath. Out of curiosity, we decided to take a look tonight. Lu Sanyi brushed the dirt off his body and recounted the event. Is that so? Fang Xinghua didn't believe a word of their ghost story. The part about discovering the cave accidentally could be true. However, the claim that they simply acted out of curiosity, Fang Xinghua didn't believe that either. During this period, these people had always stayed at Fang Jinhong's house, digging tunnels here during the night and sleeping at Fang Jinhong's during the day. Fang Xinghua knew that they were all grave robbers, doing the dirty work of excavating tombs. He put his musket away, knowing full well these guys had ulterior motives, yet he pretended to be clueless. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Sanyi said, "This place is strange. It doesn't look like an ordinary grave, but there are so many coffins here, and these coffins are at least 200 or 300 years old. What exactly are you trying to say?" Fang Xinghua asked, though in truth, he'd already realized that the coffins dated back quite some time, being centuries-old ancient coffins. This place is probably a hideout for grave robbers. They've gathered these coffins here, hoping to find valuable items inside them. We've checked everything thoroughly, but aside from some white bones, there's nothing. The valuable things have most likely been taken away by the grave robbers. There's another stone room nearby. There might be something valuable inside it, but unfortunately, due to its age, the passage has collapsed, blocked by dirt and rocks. The things belonging to dead people are free if we don't take them. Since we stumbled upon this chance, we shouldn't miss out on the opportunity to get rich. Lu Sanyi seemed uninterested in hiding anything. I'm not interested in such things, Fang Xinghua replied coolly. I'm telling you all this because I want to discuss with you. I hope you can keep this secret. When we dig up something valuable, we'll split it among us. What do you think? Lu Sanyi opened his dry lips and continued. Rest assured, you don't need to do anything. Finding things will be our job. You just need to ensure the villagers don't know about this. I'm not interested in the wealth of the dead. Let's say I didn't see anything. Fang Xinghua planned to hold them steady for now and then report to the police station in the town once the blizzard passed, ensuring these fellows would land in jail. You're not interested in getting rich? Lu Sanyi doubted his words. As I've already said, I have no interest in things belonging to the dead. As long as you don't cause trouble for me, we'll live peacefully. Fang Xinghua turned around to leave. After taking a couple of steps, he looked back and added, the collapse of the Earth God Temple was your doing. If you don't fix it soon, the villagers will repair it, and your secrets won't stay hidden. With that, Fang Xinghua left. After leaving the passageway, he climbed directly outside into the broken temple. What's inside? Li Tianyu extended his hand, pulling Fang Xinghua back up. Chapter 57. You are not my husband. There was a group of rats burrowing in there. There's nothing. Fang Xinghua did not tell Li Tianyu what he saw. It was for his own good. Once Li Tianyu knows about this, there will be a lot of trouble. You must be fooling me? Li Tianyu didn't believe it. I clearly heard someone talking just now. Could it be that the rats have become spirits? I must have heard wrong earlier. Fang Xinghua made up an excuse casually. Li Tianyu scratched his head. If I heard wrong, then how do you explain the blood handprints on the stone sculpture? Don't tell me it's just because my eyes were playing tricks on me. This gave Fang Xinghua a headache. This guy wasn't easy to fool, so he could only say, I don't know how the blood handprints got there. Maybe someone was playing a prank. We can investigate it more carefully tomorrow. The temperature had dropped several degrees by now, and it was much colder than before. Li Tianyu couldn't stand the cold. Though he had many questions in his mind, after hearing what Fang Xinghua said, he stopped investigating further. Braving the blizzard, the two returned to the village and parted ways to go home. Fang Xinghua pushed open the yard gate, walked in, and locked it from inside before returning to the room. What happened at the land temple? Li Xiaomei was curious. Nothing serious. Someone was playing a prank. Fang Xinghua smiled and extended his hands to hug her, but she dodged immediately. My period came. Upon hearing this, Fang Jinghua could only give up and went to the kitchen to boil water with brown sugar and cooked a few eggs. After he finished, he carried it back to the room. Eat quickly, Li Xiaomei said. Oh, and started eating while looking at Fang Jinghua secretly. What's wrong with you? Fang Jinghua found her behavior a bit odd. Li Xiaomei hesitated for a moment and opened her mouth. You're not my husband. Hearing this, Fang Jinghua was stunned. You used to never be this good to me. You would hit me when you were drunk and feeling upset. Now, you are not only considerate, but also very caring towards me. And furthermore, you used to love drinking and smoking most, but now you no longer touch those things. The most important thing is, you didn't even want to touch me before. Li Xiaomei began to analyze confidently. Fang Jinghua felt dumbfounded. This little girl who usually looked naive suddenly became so smart. She guessed everything right. The previous Fang Jinghua was already dead. Perhaps there's another possibility, that you're pretending deliberately. Li Xiaomei looked at Fang Jinghua, worrying that once she exposed his identity, she might get beaten. In her hand, she was hiding a sharp pair of scissors. Why do you suddenly think about so much? Fang Jinghua wanted to figure out. Li Xiaomei's eyes carried fear. After you left the room just now, your sister came to ask me for a candle, and we chatted. She said your changes were too drastic, and she didn't feel like you were her real brother anymore. Fang Jinghua took a deep breath in his heart. He thought he had hidden everything well, but it seemed they had already started to suspect. You really are a foolish woman. I've already told you. After the incident last time, I woke up suddenly. If you don't believe me, then I can't help that. Naturally, Fang Jinghua wouldn't admit, because she wouldn't be able to accept this fact. Even if he told her the truth, she might not believe him and might instead think he's insane. Li Xiaomei bit her lips and stared at Fang Jinghua secretly, sitting silently without saying a word. If you're not my husband, then who are you? Fang Jinghua got up, closed the door of the room, and then returned to the bed. I don't know. Li Xiaomei shook her head. She had pondered over this matter, but still could not understand. This question kept disturbing her. Rustle. The broken window was blown open by the strong wind. Fang Jinghua stood up again to close it, and then wedged it shut with a wooden block from behind. This courtyard was too shabby. Even the windows were so broken. Next year, the house must be repaired. I was just asking for clarity. Actually, as long as you treat me kindly and don't beat me, I don't care who you are. I'm your wife, and I'll be your wife forever. Li Xiaomei looked at Fang Jinghua. Having figured this out, she expressed her heartfelt thoughts. Fang Jinghua was somewhat worried just now. Hearing these words, he inwardly laughed. He scared himself earlier for no reason. Hurry up and eat the brown sugar and eggs. Fang Jinghua walked over and handed her the chopsticks on the table. Okay. Li Xiaomei continued eating, looking very happy, with a smile on her pretty face. The next day, as soon as Fang Jinghua got up, he saw a guest at home. It was Lu Xiaomei. Lu Xiaomei was the most learned person in the village. After graduating from primary school, she went on to middle school, and now she alone guarded the village's only dilapidated school. Moreover, she was beautiful, known as the village beauty. Her predecessor had dreamed of marrying Lu Xiaomei, proposing several times, but each time he was rejected due to his poverty. Even after marrying Li Xiaomei, he still yearned for Lu Xiaomei. Big brother Fang, I'm sorry to disturb you so early in the morning. Lu Xiaomei brushed the snow off her clothes, a gentle smile on her face, radiating the air of a cultured person, very polite. Please sit in the hall. Fang Jinghua invited her inside, found a stool for her, then threw 2 logs into the hearth, adding a few potatoes. Xuanhuan and the others hadn't woken up yet, leaving just the 2 of them in the hall, making the atmosphere seem somewhat awkward. I won't sit. I've come to buy some meat. Lu Xiaomei had always avoided Fang Jinghua, mainly fearing harassment from him, but this time, with no other choice, she came herself. All she wanted was to buy the meat quickly and leave. While speaking, Lu Xiaomei intentionally kept her distance from Fang Jinghua, fearing he might get too familiar. I'll go get the meat for you. As Fang Jinghua spoke, he went upstairs. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Xiaomei couldn't help but pause in thought, and it wasn't until moments later that she snapped back to reality, feeling perplexed. If this were the former Fang Jinghua, he would definitely have teased her. Now, he acted as though completely disinterested in her. Lu Xiaomei felt she might have misjudged the situation. Fang Jinghua had always harbored intentions toward her. How could his nature change so abruptly? It must be an act. She speculated that Fang Jinghua's aim was to win her favor. Lu Xiaomei carried a strong sense of superiority. A dog will not change its habit of eating feces. Lu Xiaomei muttered a curse. At that moment, Fang Jinghua descended the stairs with the meat, hearing exactly what Lu Xiaomei said about him. This irritated Fang Jinghua slightly, since he had no ill intentions toward her at the time, yet she insulted him so harshly. Chapter 58. The wife gets jealous. Teacher Lu. Just as Li Xiaomei came out of the room, she hastily welcomed them. Please take a seat, don't just stand there. It's all right, I'll stand for a while. Lu Xiaomei smiled, then pulled 10 yuan out of her pocket, all crumpled change. Li Xiao brought the scale from the living room inside and handed it to Fang Jinghua, feeling somewhat upset and pouting. She knew Fang Jinghua liked Lu Xiaomei. He had chased after her plenty before, and it had caused quite a bit of gossip in the village. Here, it's exactly 10 jin, pounds. After weighing it, Fang Jinghua showed Lu Xiaomei the reading. Good. Lu Xiaomei handed over the 10 yuan, ready to take the meat. Looking at such a fatty piece, she secretly swallowed her saliva. She was an elementary school teacher, and her monthly salary barely covered daily expenses. This year, due to rat infestations and heavy snowstorms, life had been extremely tough. They'd eaten all the meat in their home long ago, and there wasn't much grain left either. These 10 yuan were borrowed from relatives and friends. My family's meat now costs 1 kwai 50 per jin. Fang Jinghua directly stated. Why did it increase by 5 mao? Lu Xiaomei was flabbergasted. Previously, villagers only paid 1 kuai per gene, and she had confirmed this price before coming over. There's no way around it. The demand has increased, so the price skyrocketed. Fang Xinghua shrugged, explaining his reason for the higher price with justification. He had originally thought, since Lu Xiaomei was someone his predecessor liked, he might offer her a discount, but her attitude made him feel unpleasant. Could you reduce the price a little? Lu Xiaomei asked reluctantly, though she had previously acted arrogantly, not taking Fang Xinghua seriously and even looking down on him at heart, believing that under no circumstances would she ever need to ask for help from someone like him. But now, she had to lower her tone. After all, in the whole village, only Fang Xinghua's house could provide meat. This isn't possible. If I sold to you at a discount, I wouldn't be able to raise prices when other villagers come. We're all from the same village. Fang Xinghua didn't want to say too much. Buy if you want, otherwise leave. This angered Lu Xiaomei greatly, who could only say, then give me 10 kuai worth of meat. She hadn't expected Fang Xinghua to disregard her entirely. Fang Xinghua cut a piece off, waited, and handed it to her, saying, it's exactly 10 kuai worth. Upon receiving it, Lu Xiaomei felt that it was a big loss. 10 kuai only bought this small amount. You remember to close the door when you leave. Fang Xinghua started to drive her out. Lu Xiaomei's expression darkened slightly, but still forced herself to smile weakly, saying thank you before turning to leave the yard. Humph. Li Xiaomei humphed and turned away with a huff, going into the kitchen. What's wrong, are you angry? Fang Xinghua followed up asking. Li Xiaomei didn't respond, throwing some straw into the stove and lighting it with a matchstick, adding some dry firewood. Fang Xinghua knew she must have gotten mad about the matter concerning Lu Xiaomei. In the past, Lu Xiaomei never came to their house. Even when passing by, she wouldn't enter. Now she initiated contact herself. Li Xiaomei didn't believe it was merely about buying meat, thinking Fang Xinghua was making advances on Lu Xiaomei again. I guess jealousy can strike anywhere. Fang Xinghua finished speaking just as he heard Fang Ying calling him. He walked out. Fang Ying was washing Xiaohu's face and looked up briefly. Today the sun is rising in the west. What's Lu Xiaomei doing at our house? She came to buy meat. Fang Xinghua hadn't anticipated that Fang Ying was also watching this matter closely. It was truly troublesome. Come on, everyone knows what you're thinking. But she doesn't even consider you worthy of her attention, so stop wasting your efforts. Fang Ying hung the towel on a bamboo rod and said with a twist of her head, you're already married. You should settle down properly and stop messing around. Can you both stop falsely accusing me? Fang Xinghua finished and returned to the room, grabbing the muzzleloader gun and provisions, preparing to circle around the back mountain. The snow had stopped, so he wanted to check if he could hunt some wild rabbits or similar game. At the forest edges near the fields outside the village entrance, he couldn't see a single trace of prey. He did spot several squirrels, but they were too far away to shoot. By the time he returned home with the muzzleloader, Li Xiaomei had already prepared the meal. The family gathered around the table and began eating. Today my second uncle's mother-in-law will repair the pig pen. We're supposed to go help. Do you want to come along? Yang Chunlan scooped up another mouthful of rice and turned to look at Fang Xinghua, who was busy chewing on bones. The bone stew was very tender, highly satisfying. So far, Fang Xinghua had eaten several pieces, leaving a heap of bones beside him. With so many of you going, I'll stay behind. Fang Xinghua planned to remain at home and keep an eye on the group of people led by Grandpa Lu San. Knowing their secrets, it would be best not to leave anyone at home. Who knows, they might seek revenge if we don't watch out. It's better to exercise caution in such matters. You don't need to go either. Maybe later a villager will come to buy meat. Fang Xinghua placed a piece of the best meat on Li Xiaomei's bowl. Sell it yourself. Li Xiaomei added some pickled vegetables, then took her bowl to the kitchen. This made Fang Xinghua feel somewhat helpless. This little one was far too jealous. And she had still been sulking all morning because of it. After everyone finished eating and tidied up the house, they all went to Annier's place. Fang Xinghua stayed behind in the now quiet yard by himself. He gathered a lot of firewood under the eaves, threw it into the fire pit, and began examining the muzzleloader gun. Since he had time today, he decided to modify the gun, increasing its power. At that moment, a knock came from outside the yard. Who is it? As Fang Xinghua shouted, he walked out and opened the wooden gate. Standing there were 6 or 7 villagers from the neighboring village, holding cloth bags, with baskets on their shoulders. They were all from Ma Family Mouth Village, and quite a few Fang Xinghua recognized. They had previously come to buy rat poison, purchasing several hundred packets in one go. Come on in. Fang Xinghua knew that this meant more big business was coming their way. With so many bags, they must be here to buy meat. These people had come from the neighboring village, walking several kilometers through the cold, shivering as they arrived. After entering the hall, they sat around the hearth, slowly warming up their bodies. We heard your family sells meat. Could you sell us some? The new year is approaching, and we can't go to the small town to buy any, and other villages are too far away. The ones closer don't sell. The snow has stopped today, and we've traveled far to reach here. Please sell us at least a bit. The leader of the group was the village chief from Ma Family Village, known simply as Lao Ma, who was in his 30s. Thanks to his education, he had been promoted to the position of village chief. How much do you want? Fang Xinghua asked. Chapter 59, Make a Fortune. Old Ma lit a cigarette and said, I'll buy as much as you have. Every family in our village is short of meat. Without it, we can't make it through the new year. Though the countryside was poor, there always had to be some meat on the table during the spring festival, no matter how little, for that was how they celebrated the new year, as per local custom. With heavy snow blocking the mountain paths, their food stores were running low, and plenty of grain had been ruined by rats. They had no choice but to purchase meat and grain everywhere. I'll go get the meat. Fang Xinghua decided to keep 2 or 3 pieces of cured pork to eat, selling the rest. Tomorrow, he would bring back a wild boar from the cave in the mountain. There wouldn't be any worry about meat at home then. Old Ma and the villagers were all pleased when they saw Fang Xinghua carry down a pile of meat from upstairs, easily 200 or 300 pounds. Do you want all this? Fang Xinghua asked. Yes, all of it. Old Ma started packing the meat with a sack. There are many people in the village who need meat. We're buying for relatives and neighbors this time. You don't know how much we need meat in these villages. The situation is the same in nearby villages. Even if there were meat from 10 more pigs, we could still afford it. Fang Xinghua was delighted. He had been worried about how to deal with the wild boars in the mountains behind. If he could sell them all, not only would it solve his problem, but he could also make a lot of money. I will prepare the meat from 10 pigs, so those who want to buy can come. Fang Xinghua took out the scale and began weighing the meat. These words stunned Old Ma. He paused his action of packing the meat. Do you really have this much meat at your house? That's none of your concern. As long as you come, I'll definitely have meat to sell you. Fang Xinghua smiled and continued. However, the price cannot be lower than $1.50. Wonderful. Just as you say, $1.50 per pound. Old Ma suddenly hit his thigh hard and tightly shook Fang Xinghua's hand. You've solved a big problem for our village. Our village of Machuku can't buy that much, but don't worry, many nearby villages lack meat. I'll notify them. Old Ma quickly thought of something else. This time, besides buying meat, we also need some rat poison. Let's decide to buy a bit more. Give us 800 packs. Fang Xinghua was somewhat surprised. Their village had already purchased quite a bit before, yet they were buying even more, a quantity equivalent to half a hemp sack. The rats have become too severe. There are rats everywhere in our homes. Many were poisoned before, but now another large group has appeared from somewhere unknown. Old Ma kept sighing, looking troubled. All right. Fang Xinghua turned around and went inside his room, dragging out the rat poison, and sold them 800 packs altogether. So far, 2 big sacks of rat poison were left with only half a sack remaining. At this pace, it would likely sell out within a few days. Things people used to pay no attention to had now become scarce commodities. After Mr. Ma and the others took away the rat poison and were about to leave, Fang Xinghua locked the yard and returned to the living room. He sat on the stool, counting the money in his hands. In such a short period of time, he'd made over $1,000. That was no small amount. After putting the money away, Fang Xinghua modified the old gun, then went back to his room to sleep. After an unknown amount of time sleeping, he was awakened by a sound. It was xiuxian returning. After dressing and leaving his room, Fang Xinghua came to the living room. Where has the meat gone? Probably stolen by thieves. Xinghua, how do you watch the house? The meat was stolen without your knowledge, and only 2 or 3 pieces are left upstairs. Yang Chunlan, xiuxian, and Fang Ying were all worried, thinking the meat at home had been stolen. I sold the meat, said Fang Xinghua. Hearing this, everyone sighed in relief. Here, Fang Xinghua handed a bundle of cash to xiuxian. Keep it carefully. This is the money for rebuilding our house next year. Seeing so much money in her hands, xiuxian was astonished. After quite some time, she calmed down and looked excited. Previously upset with Fang Xinghua, seeing all this money instantly erased her anger. How much money is there? xiuxian placed all the money on the table and began counting it sheet by sheet. Yang Chunlan was also very happy, but soon, she remembered a very serious problem. Xinghua, you sold all the meat. What are we going to eat? It's over half a month till the new year. 5 people in our family. Those 2 or 3 pieces of meat won't last through the winter. Yang Chunlan became somewhat anxious. We've sold a lot of the grain over these past few days. We only kept some to last us until spring, but with just this much food, we can't make it till the new year. The family was about to face a famine. Though they had money in hand, the snowstorm had lasted too long this year, and neither grain nor meat could be bought even with money. Don't worry, I'll find a way. Fang Xinghua had already planned everything out. He wouldn't let anyone go hungry. Yang Chunlan sighed. I heard from aunt and uncle's house that several families in the village have already started experiencing famine. They can't even afford to cook a meal. In other times, as long as there was money, everything could be arranged easily, and no one would go hungry. However, this year's situation was different. Everyone was hoarding food, and with the heavy snow preventing trips to the market, money was useless. Yang Chunlan felt her spirits sink into despair. Despite having earned a lot of money, she was concerned about how they would get through this winter. Fang Xinghua understood their worries and decided that tomorrow, he would bring back a big wild boar. The next morning, after getting up, Fang Xinghua found 2 logs under the eaves in the yard and used his machete to craft a sledge. The family didn't have many tools or enough materials, so he could only create a very simple and crude version. But as long as it worked, that was fine. Its main purpose was to drag the big wild boar. With the sledge, he could make 2 trips into the mountains each day without problem, saving a lot of time and effort. After working hard all morning, he finally made a sledge that looked quite basic. Fang Xinghua tried it out, and it seemed fine. Xinghua, it's time to eat. Yang Chunlan called out from the living room. I'm coming. Fang Xinghua responded, set down the axe in his hands, and entered the living room. The meals were not as lavish as a few days ago. There were only 2 dishes, stir-fried cabbage and pickled vegetables, no trace of meat. Even the staple food had changed, it was cornmeal instead of rice. We must start conserving. Hopefully, we can survive this winter. Yang Chunlan began sighing again. xiuxian and Fang Ying didn't say anything, both wearing expressions of worry on their faces. Chapter 60, Bring Back the Wild Boar. I just took an inventory of everything edible at home. At most, it'll last us for 10 days, and we'll have to be sparing with each meal. Yang Chunlan relayed the current situation, We don't have much rice left, and there's barely any corn or sorghum remaining either. Didn't we still have several bags? Fang Jingguo was a bit surprised. Those few bags of grain should have been enough to last until next spring. Beside him, Li Xiumei frowned. This morning when I went to put out rat poison, I noticed a crack in the outer wall that let snow water seep in. 3 bags of grain were soaked and have since molded, making them inedible. Now, we only have 1 bag of rice, 2 bags of corn, and 1 bag of sorghum left. Upon hearing this, Fang Jingguo winced. He hadn't expected such an issue. Indeed, they didn't have much food left. It seemed necessary to quickly bring back the wild boars from the back mountain. Eating more meat per meal while conserving the grain could help them survive through the winter. With worried expressions, everyone in the family fell silent. Little Hu had been worrying all day about not having food in a few days' time. After finishing their meal, Fang Jingguo tied a rope from the sled onto Heizi's body. Excitedly, Heizi leapt around and raced off dragging the sled. I'm going now. With a farewell, Fang Jingguo followed after him. After nearly half an hour, they finally entered the woods. The snowstorm had stopped, the wind had ceased, but the fog remained thick, and the weather was freezing cold. Even Heizi was trembling with cold, exhaling clouds of white vapor. After walking a bit further, Fang Jingguo arrived at the location of the cave. All he could see was a vast white expanse covered in thick snow, with the cave entrance buried underneath. Fang Jingguo thoroughly searched the surrounding area and found the cave after a great deal of effort. After opening the cave mouth, he went inside with his homemade gun. Inside, the wild boars were howling from hunger. Everything edible had already been consumed, and they looked even thinner than before. The pig feed that was prepared earlier had also been completely devoured. These wild boars wouldn't survive the winter. It seems I have no choice but to take care of you all as soon as possible, Fang Jingguo mused aloud. He planned to transport these wild boars down the mountain over the next few days and sell them to villagers in the neighboring village. Suddenly, at this moment, a 200 pound wild boar went berserk and charged toward him. The rest of the wild boars soon joined in the stampede, all desperate from hunger, attempting to escape. Bang! In response, Fang Jingguo fired directly at the lead wild boar, striking its head precisely. The wild boar immediately fell to the ground, its legs jerking twice before becoming still. Terrified, the other wild boars scrambled into the corners, growling lowly from their mouths. This shot was more powerful than usual. Fang Jingguo was quite satisfied with his homemade gun. In such situations, ordinary homemade guns might not be able to kill a wild boar with just one shot. He slung the homemade gun over his shoulder and dragged the killed boar out of the cave. Once outside, he tied it to the sled, which Heizi then began pulling forward. The descent from the mountain was mostly downhill, and earlier, Fang Jingguo had cleared away some obstacles along the way, ensuring a smooth journey. Placing the 200 boar on the sled only required 20 or 30 of force to move it. Heizi didn't need much effort at all, nor did he require Fang Jingguo's assistance. Within less than half an hour, they quickly reached the foot of the mountain. Next came relatively flat terrain, which proved harder to drag over. Heizi was frantic, using all his strength, but could only pull the load a short distance. Come on, Heizi! Fang Jingguo pushed from behind, while Heizi pulled from the front. Within moments, they had arrived at the village entrance. Just then, a group of villagers emerged from the village, each holding a hunting rifle and accompanied by a hunting dog. Uncle Fang Guogue was among them. Zhenghua, did you really hunt another large wild boar? Fang Guogue approached, eyeing the wild boar on the sled with astonishment. Every time Fang Jingguo returned from the mountains lately, he always brought back a big wild boar. Although this one weighed just over 200 it was still substantial, enough to sustain a whole family through the winter. It looks like there are plenty of game animals in the mountains this winter. Since it hasn't snowed yet, we must enter the mountains quickly too, and try to bring back a wild boar. The villagers, filled with envy and excitement, hurried towards the forest behind the mountain. Fang Guogue followed them up. Fang Jingguo wasn't worried about them discovering the cave, because it was located on Ghost Mountain. Ever since a woman's and a baby's cries were heard in that place, people believed it was haunted by evil spirits, so they dared not go there. Fang Jingguo hurried home dragging the wild boar. Li Xiumei, Yang Chunlan, and Fang Ying were warming themselves by the fire inside the hall, worrying about food for this winter. Upon seeing Fang Jingguo drag back such a large wild boar, everyone became extremely excited. Jingguo, I didn't expect you to actually kill a big wild boar. We'll have more meat to eat now. Yang Chunlan was overjoyed. Li Xiumei and Fang Ying were also very happy, their worries vanishing instantly from their faces. I'll deal with it quickly. I still need to make another trip to the back mountain later. Fang Jingguo was still a little concerned and planned to check on the cave later. Although he had been the first to discover the wild boars in the cave, after all, it was in the wilderness. If the villagers found it, not a single one would be left. After finishing up quickly, Fang Jingguo set off again towards the back mountain with Heizi. There were numerous footprints on the snowy ground of the forest, left behind by the villagers and the hunting dogs. He followed the footprints and discovered that the villagers hadn't gone toward Ghost Mountain but instead deeper into the woods. At that moment, heavy snow started falling again, and the cold winds grew stronger, making it hard to keep one's eyes open. The weather turned bad suddenly, and the footprints on the ground began to be slowly covered by the snow. By the time calculation, Fang Guogue and the villagers should already be deep in the forest. Fang Jingguo furrowed his brows slightly. If they continued forward at this point, there would definitely be big trouble, and they might even get lost. Now, he started worrying about Fang Guogue. After all, Fang Guogue was his own second uncle. He couldn't stand by and let him get into danger. Fang Zhenghua hesitated for a while and then picked up his pace to follow them, needing to catch them and bring them back quickly. What frustrated him was that after walking deep into the mountains for over an hour, he still hadn't caught sight of them. Fang Zhenghua guessed that they must have thought that after so many days of blizzards, no more heavy snow would come, so they boldly ventured deep into the forest. Now, he was hesitant. Should he continue following or go back directly? Chapter 61. A large courtyard in the forest. Suddenly at this moment, a faint cry of pain echoed through the forest. It was coming from directly ahead. Judging by the volume, it was roughly 400 to 500 meters away, not very far. Fang Zhenghua strode toward the sound's direction, hoping that the person in trouble wasn't his uncle Fang Guigui. The temperature began to drop sharply, and it was getting colder and colder. Moreover, as they moved forward, the trees grew even more lush, and the ground became increasingly uneven, making it very difficult to walk. Now the fog was extremely thick, with visibility of merely a few meters. In such conditions, it was very easy to get lost, and there was absolutely no way to determine the direction. Is he dead already? A shout came from the adjacent forest. Fang Zhenghua went over and discovered Fang Guigui and the villagers hiding under a large rock. There was no snow accumulation here as the rock shielded everything. The injured person was one of the villagers, an old man named Pang, who had no family left. He was actually not that old, just over 50, but because he looked aged, people thought he was around 70 and called him Old Man Pang. When Old Man Pang was younger, he married a wife from a neighboring village. Once during a heavy rainstorm, their house collapsed, and his wife and 2 sons were buried underneath. By the time Old Man Pang returned from the fields, his wife and sons had already died. Thus, Old Man Pang became a man without any descendants. What happened? Fang Zhenghua glanced at Old Man Pang and noticed that he had already fainted, his leg covered in blood. While we were searching for game in the nearby woods, Old Man Pang spotted a wild rabbit and couldn't help but chase after it. But his foot slipped, and he rolled down the hill, breaking his leg. Today is just filled with bad luck. So far, we haven't managed to hunt any game, and now Old Man Pang is like this. The only thing we can do now is send him back first. Today has been wasted. The villagers chattered endlessly, all of them looking dejected. Hurry up and go, or we won't be able to return later. Fang Zhenghua urged everyone to move on. A few villagers carried Old Man Pang on their backs and hurried towards the village. After walking for some distance, the villager leading the group stopped suddenly, his face showing a look of confusion. What's wrong? Fang Zhenghua asked as he approached. It seems like we've gotten lost. The guide's complexion turned grim as he glanced around. All he could see was dense fog, leaving him completely disoriented. Fang Zhenghua inwardly sighed at the incompetence of the guy responsible for guiding the group. He was supposed to lead from the front, yet now they'd lost their sense of direction. While Fang Zhenghua and the other villagers had focused on taking care of Old Man Pang from behind, this man had failed to maintain their route properly. The footprints they'd left while coming here were now covered by the snow, leaving no way to find their way back. Fang Zhenghua took a deep breath, regretting that he hadn't taken charge of leading the group himself. We need to find a safe place to survive through tonight. Fang Zhenghua surveyed everyone. Given his rich experience in survival, this seemed to be the only feasible option. It was already late in the day, and it would be dark in less than 2 hours. Even if they could find their way back, they wouldn't make it to the village before nightfall. They would still end up stranded in the forest. The wisest course of action was to locate a safe spot to shelter from the snowstorm before darkness fell, endure the night, and plan another way home once morning broke. I'll go with Zhenghua. Fang Guigui made the decision. The uncle and nephew needed to act in unison at this moment. Other villagers hesitated, however. Many of them were experienced old hunters who had their own opinions. We can't stay in these woods. Let someone else take the lead. We must get back to the village tonight. This weather is too cold to bear. Those villagers prepared to continue finding the path back. They carried Old Man Pang and continued walking. Fang Zhenghua couldn't stop them and scan the surroundings again. Apart from the trees, there was nothing useful to indicate direction. But soon, he came up with an idea. Find a low-lying area by following the mountain's terrain. Low areas were more likely to provide a cave for shelter against the severe snowstorm. Uncle, keep up closely. Fang Zhenghua turned and headed down the slope. Understood. Fang Guigui followed closely behind. One after the other, they climbed uphill and walked nearly 400 to 500 meters, yet they found no place suitable for sheltering from the snowstorm. Night was beginning to fall quickly. They were exhausted, shivering from the cold, feeling as though they'd fallen into ice water, each second unbearable. As the light faded completely, their situation grew desperate. Let's rest for a while. Fang Zhenghua sat down leaning against the tree trunk, pulling out some dried meat from his canvas bag and handing another piece to Fang Guigui. I'm starving. This time Fang Guigui didn't refuse. He took the dried meat and began gnawing on it with large bites. He hadn't brought much food this trip and had already finished what he had today. With the long walk earlier, he was now famished, feeling as though his stomach was stuck to his back. As Fang Zhenghua chewed on his dried meat, he glanced around. This area was relatively low, so the fog was much thinner, and the visibility extended about 20 meters. Suddenly, a dark mass appeared in sight, resembling a massive rock about 10 or more meters high. Let's go take a look. Fang Zhenghua stood up immediately and headed toward the large rock. Upon getting closer, they discovered it wasn't a rock at all, but a small farmhouse courtyard. The courtyard differed from those in their village. It was built entirely of stacked stones with an extremely high wall, making it impossible to see what was inside. Strange, how can there be such a yard deep in the forest? Fang Guigui muttered quietly beside him. Fang Zhenghua also felt puzzled. No one should live in these remote woods. let alone have an isolated house like this, which seemed out of place amidst the surrounding forest. There was no time to think about it now. Better to check it out first. Knock knock. Fang Xinghua tapped on the door with his hand. After waiting several minutes, no one came to open the door, nor was there any sound coming from within the courtyard. Is there no one here? Fang Xinghua murmured softly, pushing the door gently. The heavy wooden gate creaked open, releasing a wave of moldy stench. They stepped into the gate and entered the yard. It was a desolate, abandoned courtyard filled with scattered debris, as if it had been ransacked by thieves. They quickly moved toward the main hall. Inside, there were broken tables and chairs lying around haphazardly, along with old crates. Spider webs covered every corner. On a massive stone altar stood a stone carving approximately 2 meters tall. It had the head of a yellow weasel and the body of a human, giving it a rather eerie appearance. Moreover, the place exuded a chilling, sinister atmosphere. Without much thought, Fang Xinghua gathered some dry leaves that had fallen into the courtyard, lit them with a match, and then used the flame to set a pile of old chairs on fire, creating a blazing bonfire. Chapter 62. Prey delivered to the doorstep. Fang Xinghua and Fang Guogui were sitting by the fire, warming up quickly. They had finally found a safe place to get through the night. Have some. Fang Xinghua took out some dried meat, splitting it in half and handing one portion to Fang Guogui. This time we owe it all to you. Fang Guogui accepted the dried meat and ate greedily. I wonder what's wrong with those villagers? Such heavy snow. Fang Xinghua didn't respond, his gaze fixed on the outside. It was already dark, and the temperature had dropped further. The wind and snow had intensified. Many snowflakes were being blown inside by the fierce wind. There was no way to go home tonight. The family would surely be extremely worried. I'll go urinate. Fang Guogui placed his hunting gun beside him, rising and walking toward the yard. Fang Xinghua continued roasting by the fire, taking off his clothes to hang them on a tree branch next to the fire for drying. The melted snow had soaked his clothes, and roasting them would make him warmer. Sleeping in wet clothes was unbearable, likely leading to a serious cold. What is that? As Fang Guogui was urinating outside, he suddenly shouted loud, terror clear in his voice. Hearing this, Fang Xinghua immediately ran out with his musket and reached the yard. He saw Fang Guogui looking horrified, staring at the corner of the yard, eyes wide open, clearly frightened. What is that? Fang Guogui pointed with his finger at a black lump in the corner. Fang Xinghua looked in that direction and noticed a dark mass crouching, making grinding sounds from its mouth. Upon closer inspection, it was a python. This python was as thick as a rice bowl, with a length of at least 3 meters, coiled in the corner. There was also a cave nearby, part of its body sticking out. It had probably been hibernating in the cave, but came out because of hunger looking for food. Pythons this size were rarely seen. This time, they encountered a big one. Bang! Fang Xinghua fired without hesitation, hitting it right in the head. Such a delicacy couldn't be missed. Just when their stomachs were empty, a meal had delivered itself. Subsequently, Fang Xinghua and Fang Guogui dragged the huge snake into the yard. It weighed almost 100 kilograms. A snake this large was the first either of them had ever seen, which left them rather astonished. Is this python some sort of magical beast? It's too enormous. Fang Guogui gave it a kick with his foot. Let's clean it up. It should taste good. Fang Xinghua began processing it. Fang Guogui, standing nearby, came back to his senses and rolled up his sleeves to help. Dealing with this kind of python was very simple, much less complicated than wild boars. All that was required was to peel off its skin and remove its internal organs. After about half an hour of effort, the snake meat was prepared. Back inside, they skewered the meat with branches and started roasting it over the fire. Not long after, the roasted meat began sizzling and releasing oil. The entire room was filled with a fragrant aroma, making mouths water uncontrollably. Once cooked, Fang Xinghua began eating ravenously. The meat tasted like beef, quite coarse. Moreover, there was no salt or other seasonings. Though it smelled delicious, the taste could only be described as average. But he wasn't paying much attention to that. Just having something to eat was already good. They hadn't eaten more than a few pieces before both were full. This yard might have been left behind by bandits in the past. Fang Guogui began examining the surroundings carefully, observing the messy items scattered on the ground, looking deep in thought. Are there still bandits around in this day and age? Fang Xinghua became curious. There aren't bandits nowadays. It must have been before the liberation. I've heard from the elders in the village that there used to be many bandits hiding in the mountains who often raided the village. After liberation, these bandits were eliminated. Most died. Others fled deeper into the forest. They probably wouldn't survive long. Fang Guogui kept talking nonstop, though he had never actually seen any bandits himself. These were just things he had heard from the older people in the village. It was events from decades ago, when Fang Guogui was just a few years old. Even if he had seen bandits then, he likely wouldn't remember them now. Fang Xinghua examined the yard. It looked like an old house from several decades ago, now completely dilapidated. He wasn't particularly interested in this topic. Right now, he just wanted to dry his clothes and have a good sleep, planning to figure out a way to return to the village tomorrow. After drying his clothes, Fang Xinghua gathered some straw and laid it on the ground to lie down and sleep. Fang Guogui also began resting. Caw-caw. The sound of crows continuously echoed throughout the yard, sounding shrill and irritating. In addition, there were wind noises and the howls of wolves from the mountain forests. Fang Xinghua lay there for quite a while before slowly falling asleep. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, he suddenly heard voices outside the door. Fang Xinghua was startled awake, instantly grabbing the earth gun from the ground and crawling up as he fixed his gaze on the direction of the main door. Fang Guogui was still sleeping soundly, snoring thunderously. After glancing at him, Fang Jinghua moved toward the gate, feeling somewhat uneasy inside. In this deep mountain forest, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to be here. Yet, the voices had unmistakably come from near the gate. It sounded like whispering, extremely strange. He wanted to go out and find out what was going on, who could be talking. As he reached the back of the yard gate, he peered through the crack and saw several shadowy figures standing outside the gate, all holding hunting guns in their hands. What kind of haunted place is this? There's a huge yard here. It can't be a ghost house. Maybe we shouldn't go in. It's eerie, frightening. If we run into something evil, we'll be finished. How do we not go in? In this heavy wind and snow, by tomorrow morning, we'll likely turn into popsicles. Let's check it out. There are footprints at the gate. They might have been left by Fang Jinghua and his group. Most probably, they've already gone inside. Those shadowy figures started whispering amongst themselves. Fang Jinghua could hear them clearly from behind the door. He had thought it was some ghostly presence, but it turned out to be those villagers from before. Bang! The door was pushed open, and those villagers crept cautiously inside. How did you find your way here? Fang Jinghua asked aloud. Upon hearing someone speak from inside the courtyard, those villagers were so frightened that cold sweat broke out over their entire bodies. When they heard it was Fang Jinghua's voice, they gradually calmed down. Every one of these villagers was shivering with cold, covered in snow, their faces weary. It's only you. We were nearly scared to death just now. We originally intended to return to the village, but the storm was too fierce. We wandered for ages in that patch of woods without finding a way out. Eventually, after discussing, we followed your footprints downhill. Then the footprints disappeared. Just when we were about to give up and wait to die, we heard gunfire from this direction, so we followed it and found our way here. On those villagers' faces lay expressions of helplessness. Now they deeply regretted not following Fang Jinghua earlier. They wouldn't have suffered so much if they had. Chapter 63, Uncle 2 disappears. Fang Jinghua was sizing them up. These guys were pretty smart, knowing to follow the footprints up here. If they hadn't followed and couldn't find a place to shelter from the snowstorm, not one of them would have made it back alive. In such cold weather, with strong winds and heavy snow, no one could withstand it. This time we owe it all to you. While saying this, those villagers were brushing off blood-stained snow from their bodies as they followed Fang Jinghua into the inner room. Upon seeing the python skin, they all became uneasy. My goodness, what a big snake. This snake must weigh over 100 jin. That's frightening. The biggest one I've seen is only a couple of meters long. In this freezing winter, we could actually catch such a large snake. Truly miraculous. As the villagers marveled, upon seeing the snake meat on the ground, their stomachs growled audibly. They had come into the mountain originally planning to circle around and return, not bringing much food. Everything edible had been eaten, leaving them hungry for ages. Can we have some of this meat? One villager asked, his mouth watering. Fang Jinghua nodded. Everyone was from the same village anyway, and he hadn't planned on taking these snake meats home. What he needed to take home was only the snake gallbladder, which was an extremely precious medicinal herb. As for the snake skin, it wouldn't sell for much back home, and tomorrow he'd have to hurry back to the village. Carrying it would be nothing but a burden. Seeing Fang Jinghua agree, the villagers lit a fire and placed the snake meat on sticks. They sat by the fire roasting the meat while drying their clothes. Not only had they found a place to shelter from the snowstorm, but they also had meat to fill their stomachs, their frowns gradually turning into smiles. Old Pang remained unconscious, lying on a pile of straw. His eyes tightly closed, his face slightly pale, his condition very serious. Being elderly and having suffered such severe injuries, whether he could make it back alive to the village was still very uncertain at this point. Just as Fang Jinghua was about to rest, he noticed that the spot where Fang Guogui had lain before was now empty. After glancing around the house, there was still no sign of Fang Guogui. Uncle 2. Fang Jinghua called out loudly, but there was no response. This worried him. When he had gone out of the house just before, Fang Guogui was sound asleep. By the time he came back, he was missing without a trace. With no time to think further, he quickly made a simple torch and lit it, heading toward the nearby rooms. The courtyard was large, with many rooms. There were at least a dozen. The villagers also began helping search, calling out while walking. Fang Jinghua was now very troubled. This second uncle of his was far too unreliable, refusing to sleep properly, running around everywhere, making so many people look for him in the middle of the night. He was already exhausted after the day's ordeal, and now had to continue dealing with more trouble. Inside, Fang Jinghua felt angry. Walking to the door of a nearby room, he noticed the spider web on the door seemed to have been broken by something, showing signs of someone passing through. Could he be inside? Lifting his earth gun, Fang Jinghua walked in. Inside were disordered rotten beds and cabinets, completely decayed and wind-weathered. The entire room emitted a pungent moldy smell, obviously having been uninhabited for many years. After thoroughly searching every corner of the room, not a single shadow was found. Having no choice, he could only go check other rooms, deciding to search the whole yard, hoping eventually to find him. But even after thoroughly checking several nearby rooms, not sparing a single cranny, Fang Jinghua still found nothing. Finally, he returned to the previous hall. The fire was still burning. The villagers' clothes and bags were still beside the fire. He frowned, looking at the wooden doors on both sides of the wing rooms. Before, he could hear the villagers calling out for Uncle 2, Fang Guogui, while searching, but now the entire yard was eerily quiet. Even the light from their torches had disappeared, plunging the yard into darkness. Only the hall retained its glow. Even the crows' cries had vanished, leaving a deathly silence. Uncle 2, Fang Jinghua shouted loudly, kicking open the wing room doors. There was no one. This left him confused. Fang Guoguei hadn't been found, and now even the villagers were all gone, as if they had vanished into thin air. So many people disappearing suddenly, it was too strange. Who? A cold wind blew through, extinguishing the torch in his hand. Fang Xinghua could only return to the hall, making another torch. As he prepared to continue the search, he inadvertently noticed a firelight shining behind the statue. Could they be inside? Fang Xinghua walked over and took a glance, only to find that there was actually a wooden door at the back. The wooden door was not closed, and the firelight was coming from inside. He walked straight in, and a large warehouse came into view. Inside were some old-fashioned firearms and plenty of ammunition. In addition, there were piles of rotten grain, at least 40 or 50 bags. Fang Guoguei and those villagers were rummaging around everywhere. What's going on? Fang Xinghua approached to ask. Just now, I accidentally discovered a door and wanted to see what was inside. After coming in, I found it was a large warehouse, so I called the villagers in. The bandits in those years fled in haste, and didn't even take their firearms and grain. There might be gold and jewels left behind. If we could find those things, we would be rich. While speaking, Fang Guoguei pried open a wooden box, which only contained some worn-out clothes. The other villagers kept searching ceaselessly in the warehouse, hoping to find something valuable. Fang Xinghua had little interest. This place was indeed the bandits' warehouse, but no gold or jewels could be found. The bandits wouldn't have left any money behind. They were just exerting themselves for nothing. He walked to a large wooden chest, picked up a gun, and tried it out, only to discover that all the guns were useless, completely made of broken copper and iron junk. A glance at the grenades showed they were also out of commission. There was absolutely nothing of value here, mainly due to the excessive humidity in this location, which had lasted for 30 or 40 years. Fang Xinghua was extremely tired. After yawning, he turned around, intending to go out and sleep. When he got near the wooden door, his foot tripped over something. Looking down, he found a rectangular wooden box. He picked it up, planning to take it outside to use as firewood. All the dry wood outside was gone, and it would work nicely for starting a fire. Back in the outer room, Fang Xinghua opened the wooden box, intending to throw it into the fire pit. He then noticed something wrapped in oiled cloth inside. Curiosity got the better of him, so he unwrapped it. Chapter 64, Hunting Weapon. When Fang Xinghua saw the thing inside, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. It was a sniper rifle with a telescopic sight. Found a treasure. Fang Xinghua controlled his excitement. This trip was not in vain after all. Based on his experience from his previous life, this was an improved rifle made by a military factory, with an effective range of at least 800 meters. Since it was wrapped in oilcloth, it was well preserved and could still be used even after so many years. This was a hunting weapon. With this, any prey within hundreds of meters could be hit with one shot. He had the gun, but unfortunately no bullets. Fang Xinghua thoroughly searched through the wooden box and didn't find a single bullet. He stood up and went back to the warehouse, searching around where he found the wooden box earlier. Eventually, hard work paid off, and he found a large box. After opening it, inside were boxes of bullets, all unopened. We're rich. Fang Xinghua carried the bullet box out and began to count. The total number of bullets added up to at least 1,000, more than enough. At that moment, Fang Guoguei and the villagers came out of the warehouse one by one, all looking disheartened. They had thoroughly flipped through the entire warehouse, but did not find anything from before. It had all been in vain. This gun is great. Fang Guoguei and others looked at Fang Xinghua's gun, but didn't ask too much. They didn't recognize this kind of gun, thinking it was just an ordinary one, nothing particularly rare. After being busy all night, everyone was very tired. They lay down on the dry grass next to the bonfire and began to snore heavily. By the time they woke up, it was already the morning of the next day. The sky was still snowing heavily, the wind also being strong, but the fog had dispersed, allowing them to see the forests far away. Now was the best chance to go home. They needed to find their way back quickly. After finishing the remaining snake meat and tidying up, they left the dilapidated yard. Xinghua, how about you lead the way? Fang Guoguei suggested. The other villagers also let Fang Xinghua take the lead. Your age is less than ours, yet your experience is richer. If it weren't for you last night, we might have frozen to death in the forest. I'm carrying the bullets and moving too slowly. Fang Xinghua didn't want to waste everyone's time. We'll help you carry the bullets, and we only trust you for leading the group. A villager said while taking the bullets and shouldering them. After what happened last night, they now trusted Fang Xinghua deeply, knowing only he could lead everyone out. Alright then. Fang Xinghua led ahead with a makeshift gun, starting to look for the path back to the village according to the terrain. It was a snowy day, there was no sun, and without a compass on their bodies, this was the only method. And thus, under Fang Xinghua's leadership, everyone struggled to pass through the woods one by one in fierce wind and snow, with only one thought in mind, going home. For this trip, the villagers were faced with perilous situations, catching no game at all, and almost dying inside this vast mountain. Time passed continuously. After 3 or 4 hours, everyone was exhausted. Let's rest for a bit. Fang Xinghua turned back to the villagers. Hearing this, they finally stopped and leaned against the nearby big trees to rest. Everyone was not only starving and freezing, but also utterly worn out. In order to return to the village sooner, they hadn't rested since leaving the dilapidated yard. Theoretically, we should have exited the forest by now. Could we have taken the wrong direction? One villager asked. Hearing this, the other villagers furrowed their brows, full of worry. We'll exit the forest soon. Fang Xinghua walked beside a large pine tree, using his right hand to feel the traces carved before. There was a notch of about 1 centimeter, which he marked during his previous visit. Finding this mark proved they hadn't gone in the wrong direction. After resting for a while, In order to get back as soon as possible, they started walking again. About half an hour later, they walked out of the forest and saw the smoke billowing from the village far away. Finally, we're home. The villagers shouted loudly, hugging each other and crying. Though completely exhausted, they suddenly had energy and walked big steps toward the direction of the village. Arriving at the village entrance, Fang Jingwa greeted Fang Guoguwei and then returned to his own yard. Soon, cries came from inside. How come Jingwa wouldn't listen? He went back into the mountains after coming back yesterday and hasn't returned until now. We can't sit idle. We need to discuss with the village chief immediately and organize the villagers to rescue him in the mountains. So let's head there right now. We can't delay any longer. These were the voices of Yang Chunlan, Fang Ying, and Li Xiumei, filled with urgency. The next second, the wooden door was opened. When they saw Fang Jingwa standing at the doorway, unharmed, all of them sighed in relief. Jingwa, why have you only just returned? Where did you go last night? We were worried sick and couldn't sleep a wink. Yang Chunlan grabbed Fang Jingwa's arm, checking to see if he had any injuries. I got lost yesterday. Fang Jingwa hadn't expected them to be this worried about him. His heart warmed up. I'll prepare the meal. Li Xiumei turned toward the kitchen to start the fire and cook. Now that Fang Jingwa had returned safely, she felt reassured. I'll help out. Fang Ying went into the kitchen. Soon afterward, smoke rose from the rooftop, carrying the aroma of meat. After Fang Jingwa finished his meal, he returned to his room and collapsed onto the bed for a deep sleep. He hadn't rested well in that dilapidated yard last night, kept awake until late into the night, and also endured a long journey back. Now, it was time to catch up on some much-needed rest. When he woke up, it was already evening. The sky had darkened, and the heavy snow continued to fall as cold winds blew in through the cracks in the windows. When Fang Jingwa opened his eyes, he saw Li Xiumei standing by the bed, her gaze fixed on him. Why are you looking at me like that? Fang Jingwa was startled. Li Xiumei didn't say a word. Suddenly, she rushed over, tightly embracing him, sobbing as bright tears rolled down her face. Don't go into the mountains anymore. Li Xiumei wept. We've finally started to live better lives, and if anything happens to you, what will we do? If we don't hunt in the mountains, how will our family eat? Fang Jingwa wiped away her tears, not expecting this young girl to worry so much about him. When she had first returned, she hadn't shown much concern, leading him to think she didn't care about his life or death. Now, it was clear that she cared more about him than anyone else. Chapter 65. Crazy hunting. There's food at home. The meat and grain can help us get through this winter. We've earned a lot of money from selling meat and rat poison. In the future, we can do business instead of going to the dangerous back mountain. Li Xiumei had already made her plans and didn't want him to keep entering the mountains. Fang Jingwa knew she was worried about him, but in reality, it wasn't that dangerous. He had very rich hunting experience and outdoor survival skills. For ordinary people, entering the mountain might be very dangerous, but for him, it was like returning home. Well, hurry up and cook. I'm hungry again. Fang Jingwa said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Xiumei worried that Yang Chunlan and Fang Ying would laugh at her. She wiped her tears again and made sure there was no trace of her crying before leaving the room to prepare the meal. Fang Jingwa dressed properly and entered the house. Let's eat 2 roasted sweet potatoes first. Yang Chunlan put down her needlework, used the fire tongs to take out 2 roasted sweet potatoes, dusted them off, and handed them over to Fang Jingwa. They're quite sweet. After peeling the skin, Fang Jingwa took a bite. Fang Ying, who was teaching little Hu how to write, turned around and said, "These were sent by your second aunt-in-law. She also sent some potatoes. Their land is more fertile. One plant can produce several potatoes. Our family should plant more next year." From her tone, it was clear she didn't plan on returning to Zhang's family. Fang Jingwa felt extremely happy inside. Fang Ying had finally come to her senses. As long as she came to her senses, things would be easier to manage, and they could directly arrange for her divorce with Zhang Fuguei. With his frequent hunting, providing for their mother and son pair wouldn't be any issue at all. Did anyone come to buy meat today? Fang Jingwa asked. Yes, but we don't plan to sell anymore. With so much snowfall, it's too dangerous for you to go hunting. Let's wait until next spring before going. You can't continue risking your life. Yang Chunlan also didn't want Fang Jingwa to take further risks. Fang Ying didn't say anything, but shared the same thoughts. She wouldn't allow Fang Jingwa to continue hunting no matter what. He could only recount yesterday's experiences, mentioning how he followed deep into the mountain due to concerns for Fang Guogua. No wonder. When your second aunt-in-law came earlier, she mentioned that it was lucky that it was you. Otherwise, your second uncle wouldn't have been able to return safely from the deep mountain. Yang Chunlan finally understood what had happened. Although she still didn't wish for Fang Jingwa to enter the mountains, she didn't say anything further. After finishing the meal, villagers from Maya village came once more, directly purchasing 200 pounds of meat this time. Fang Jingwa prepared to head back into the mountains. The next day, when he returned to the room to retrieve the crude rifle, it had vanished without a trace. After searching the room thoroughly, even under the bed, it remained completely missing. What are you looking for? Li Xiumei walked into the room. Did you see the crude rifle? Fang Jingwa felt somewhat strange. It was clearly placed in the room and even present when he woke up. After eating, it suddenly disappeared. I'm going to borrow some salt from your second aunt-in-law. Li Xiumei did not answer, immediately running out of the room. Fang Jingwa paused briefly, quickly realizing she must have hidden the rifle to prevent him from entering the mountain again. However, this couldn't stop him. Yesterday, he found the sniper rifle deep in the mountain, and today it was just right to take it out for a try, getting accustomed to its handling. Equipped with ammunition and the sniper rifle, and accompanied by Haizi, he left the village and entered the forest. Today, snowflakes were still falling from the sky, yet there was no mist, resulting in a very open line of sight. It was indeed a good weather day. Gugu. On top of a distant tree stood a squirrel perched high up, looking around cautiously. Fang Jingguo raised the gun in his hand, aimed, and fired. Bang! After the sound of gunfire, the squirrel was hit directly, falling from the tree onto the snowy ground. This gun is indeed great. Fang Jingguo was highly satisfied. Standing in his current position, the tree was nearly 100 meters away. At such a distance, an ordinary crude rifle would never achieve this. The gun was undoubtedly a fine weapon, and there was another reason why he hit the target. That reason was Fang Jingguo's sharp shooting skills. It was no surprise. Once, he was the legendary marksman of the Special Operations Forces. Whether it's 100 meters or farther distances, it was all within his capabilities. Woof woof. Heisey dashed toward the dead squirrel, bit it in his mouth, brought it back, and threw it at Fang Jingguo's feet. Eat. Fang Jingguo patted Heisey's head. Without hesitation, Heisey started devouring the squirrel, finishing it off quickly. Without wasting time, he went to the previous cave, hunted a wild boar inside, and brought it back home. Throughout the day, he made 3 or 4 trips into the mountain, each time returning with a whole wild boar. By evening, the upstairs was already hung full of wild boar meat. Even the rooms and main hall were packed with hanging meat. In total, the amount of meat stacked up was at least 700 to 800 catties. The internal organs of these wild boars were cleaned out by xuanhuan, Fang Ying, and xiuxian. Since these parts could be eaten, none of them were discarded. Moreover, they could also be given to Heisey. Seeing so much wild boar meat, they all became extremely delighted, even forgetting to persuade Fang Jingguo not to enter the mountain anymore. Over the next few days, Fang Jingguo would go into the mountain several times daily, bringing back a wild boar each time. Villagers from nearby villages all came to his house to buy meat, purchasing large amounts every time. The house had now become almost as bustling as a marketplace. Li Xiaomei's happiest moments each day were when she counted the money, her face lighting up at the sight of all those banknotes. After enduring so many hard days in the past, their fortunes had finally turned around for the better. On the 4th day, Fang Jingguo brought home the last 2 remaining small wild boars alive, placing them in the pig pen. There were no wild boars left in the cave now. Fang Jingguo thought it best to keep this cave for future use. If he ever managed to catch live prey, he could keep them there for temporary breeding purposes. Piggies, listen well. I'll feed you something nice. Li Xiaomei tossed a little over half a basket of oxhide greens into the pig pen, and the 2 small wild boars immediately started devouring it fiercely, even fighting over the food. She had always wanted to raise pigs, and now she finally had her chance. Fang Jingguo only intended to keep them temporarily, planning to slaughter them in the spring for suckling pig meat before buying new domesticated piglets. Wild boars were difficult to raise, growing slowly, making it a waste of effort to keep them at home. Are all the meats sold yet? Fang Jingguo asked. The wild boars in the cave were gone now, and it wasn't certain if he could bring back larger game daily in the future. It wouldn't be wise to sell everything. They needed to save some to get through the winter. Now there were 5 mouths to feed in the household, and the consumption was significant. Though little who was just a child, he ate quite a lot, his mouth never stopping from eating continuously throughout the day. They had earned enough money, and the next step was to focus on storing more food. Chapter 66. Family Visit. There are still 2 pigs worth of meat left, not all sold yet. Yang Chunlan was cleaning pig intestines, preparing to render lard that evening. Just thinking about the aroma of the lard made Fang Jingguo's mouth water in anticipation of eating it tonight. Oh yes, I almost forgot. Your grandmother is ill, quite seriously. You should go visit her today. Yang Chunlan said. I and Fang Ying have to deal with these pig intestines at home. There's a lot of work to do. You take Xiaomei for a visit. Fang Jingguo took a carrying basket, went into the room afterward, and placed some fruit candies, rice, and then went upstairs to get a few pieces of pork, filling the basket to the brim. Grandma's house was located in Majiako village, very close to Lu family village, plus the snow wasn't heavy today, so going there wouldn't be a problem. Where's my wife? Fang Jingguo scanned the yard, but couldn't see Li Xiaomei. Just as he finished speaking, Li Xiaomei came out of the room, looking somewhat shy. Upon closer inspection by Fang Jingguo, he realized she was wearing a new cotton coat, new cotton pants, and new shoes. Everything was brand new. Her face was also coated with snowflake cream, making her look very pretty. Li Xiaomei never dressed up before, but now suddenly looked stunningly good, even making herself feel a little shy. Not bad. Fang Jingguo carefully scrutinized her attractive, fresh-faced appearance. Don't stare at me like that. Li Xiaomei's face turned red. Fang Jingguo didn't continue teasing her and left the yard with the carrying basket on his back. Lu Xiaomei followed him as they exited the village. They met Li Tiniu near the village entrance. Where are you 2 headed? Li Tiniu carried a hoe in his hand and walked over with a smile. Seeing Li Xiaomei dressed so beautifully, he laughed even more. Sister-in-law was already beautiful, but after dressing up, she looks even better. Li Xiaomei blushed and hid behind Fang Jingguo, like a shy young bride. I might not come back today. Please help keep an eye on our place, said Fang Jingguo, slightly uneasy about Lu San and his group. Don't worry. Li Tiniu nodded and agreed. Fang Jingguo didn't linger further and continued heading toward Majiako village with Li Xiaomei. The stuff in the carrying basket weighed at least 50 to 60 jin. Initially, it felt fine, but after walking several hundred meters, he got really tired, breaking out in sweat all over. The main issue was the deep snow, which consumed a lot of energy with each step. I'll carry it. Li Xiaomei offered her hands for the carrying basket. No need. Fang Jingguo put the carrying basket on a rock to rest for a while before continuing his journey. After resting enough, they set off again. Passing through fields, they soon arrived at a forest. This path was often used by villagers and was a major road, but now it was completely covered by snow, making it impossible to see where the road actually was. They could only roughly determine the direction by looking at surrounding trees. While crossing a slope, a pheasant ran out from the nearby bushes and perched on a rock, turning its head around cautiously watching the surroundings. Fang Xinghua felt secretly delighted. What great luck to encounter a pheasant on the way. This pheasant must weigh 5 or 6 catties and is incredibly plump. It would be perfect to bring it for Grandma to stew soup with to replenish her strength. Bang! After aiming, Fang Xinghua hit the target effortlessly. After flailing a couple of times in the snow, the pheasant stopped moving. Xiuxian ran over, picked it up, and estimated its weight. It was indeed heavy. Then they continued their journey without encountering any other game. Any prey nearby would have been hunted down by the villagers already. Today's capture was pure luck. Having just one was already quite satisfactory, enough for Grandma Fang Xinghua to enjoy for the day. Fang Xinghua's grandmother had married into Majiako village from a distant village. His grandfather passed away early, leaving Grandma to raise 2 daughters and 5 sons alone. Later on, the family separated, and Grandma lived in the old house by herself, relying on the grains provided annually by her sons to survive, living in very poor conditions. Many people advised her to live with one of her sons' families, but she refused to stay with any of them, insisting on living independently. 4 hours later, they finally arrived at Majiako village. A trip that should have taken only an hour took 4 times as long because of the numerous mountain paths and heavy snowfall. There were barely any signs of life in the village. Many villagers squatted at home by the fire pits. On such cold weather, no one was willing to go out. Soon, they reached a shabby small courtyard gate. This was Fang Xinghua's grandma's house. The yard was small, consisting of only 2 rooms and a hall. Fang Xinghua pushed the door open and walked in. In the hall, Grandma sat beside the hearth, dozing off. She opened her eyes when she heard footsteps. Seeing Fang Xinghua and Xiuxian, she hurriedly got up from the stool. "Why did you come?" "I heard you're sick, so we came to visit." Fang Xinghua placed the carrying basket on the ground and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "You are really foolhardy, coming through such heavy snow. How dangerous." Though grandmother said this, she was secretly very happy and fetched 2 stools for Fang Xinghua and Xiuxian. Fang Xinghua and Xiuxian had just sat down when Elder Aunt arrived. "Wow, why have you come?" Elder Aunt greeted them with a smile. Her name was Sun Damei. She was decent in her actions, but talkative and eloquent. After exchanging greetings, everyone sat around the fire pit to warm themselves. "Mom, I asked around, but Ma's family no longer sells meat. They said that food is scarce this winter, so they're saving it for the new year." Sun Damei looked somewhat regretful. She had asked several households, but none of them were willing to sell. What will we do for the new year? Grandma's face was filled with worry. Her sons and daughters-in-law only provided her with some grain each year and offered no further assistance. No one wanted to suffer a loss. With no meat, and no one offering any, Grandma would have to endure. "Grandma, you don't need to buy meat. I've brought some over." Fang Xinghua stood up and took out the meat from the carrying basket. Seeing all the meat, some rice, and other items filling the basket, Grandma didn't seem particularly pleased. Instead, she scolded him. "Why did you bring so much stuff? What will your family eat? Take it back when you return." Grandma knew that Fang Xinghua's family also faced difficulties and felt reluctant to accept such a large amount of meat and supplies. "Our family has enough food at home. There's still plenty left." As Fang Xinghua spoke, he pulled out 200 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Grandma. "Where did you get all this money?" Grandma refused to take it, her face full of surprise. "I earned it by selling wild boar meat. Take it. Use it for daily necessities." Fang Xinghua, fearing she wouldn't accept it, slipped the money into her bag. Beside them, Sun Damei grew embarrassed. Among Grandma's many sons and daughters-in-law, not a single one had given her even a penny, yet a grandson gave her such a generous amount in one go. Sun Damei felt quite ashamed. Chapter 67, Rampaging Zhang Butcher. "I don't want this money." Grandma took the money out of her pocket and insisted on returning it to Fang Xinghua. She knew how hard it was for Fang Xinghua's family, as they were very poor and lived frugally. Every time she visited Fang Xinghua's house, she would secretly bring some food over without telling her sons or daughters-in-law. It was precisely because of this that all her sons had grievances towards her. Grandma's regular income mainly came from gathering medicinal herbs and selling them in the small town market to buy necessities. Life was tough, especially this year, when rats damaged much of the grain at home, leaving only half a sack. As for meat, it didn't even need to be mentioned. There wasn't any meat during the New Year celebration this year. "Grandma, if you don't take it, we won't visit you again." Fang Xinghua stuffed the money back into her bag. "All right then." Reluctantly, Grandma accepted it and began pulling out bags of meat and rice from her basket, placing them in a little room beside the main hall, then locking the door. In Fang Xinghua's memory, this little room always had plenty of delicious food. As a child, he would often wait by the door, eagerly anticipating Grandma giving him fried rice cakes. "Xinghua, come to my place. Your cousins are all there." Sun Damei warmly invited him. When Fang Xinghua was younger, accompanying his mother on visits, he loved running to Sun Damei's home to play with those cousins. After starting his own family, though, every time he visited them, they seemed somewhat condescending, even ignoring him, so Fang Xinghua stopped going altogether. If a family is too poor, relatives and friends tend to look down on them. Fang Xinghua's household is a prime example. No matter where they went, they would always face disdain. But now times have changed. The situation for Fang Xinghua's household has begun to improve gradually. "No, I won't go." Fang Xinghua declined. "You've rarely come here, why not drop by?" I'll cook lunch for you later. We just boiled a pig's foot today. Come with your wife Xiaomei to eat. Sun Damei remained enthusiastic, thinking it would be inappropriate to let them leave without an invitation. Fang Xinghua understood Sun Damei's intentions. She was skilled at handling social situations. At this moment, a loud sound of someone kicking the door rang out from outside the courtyard. Fang Xinghua, get out here. Someone was shouting loudly in the yard. Fang Xinghua immediately got up and went out, finding Zhang Butcher upon arriving at the courtyard. Zhang Butcher brought a group of people, all carrying cleavers, standing in front of the gate. Zhang Butcher lived in Majiako village. Last time when he made trouble at Fang Xinghua's home, he was severely beaten. Upon hearing Fang Xinghua came to visit, Zhang Butcher quickly gathered people and rushed over, seeking revenge. Hey Fang Xinghua, you still dare to enter our village? Today, I'll definitely kill you. Zhang Butcher kicked the wooden door fiercely twice, then slashed it twice with the cleaver. The wooden door was already shaky, and its wood highly weathered, collapsing under Zhang Butcher's 2 kicks. Fang Xinghua frowned, picked up a stick from the ground, and rushed forward. How dare this bastard show up at his door to cause trouble? Today, he would thoroughly deal with him. Xinghua, don't lose your temper. Seeing the cleaver in Zhang Butcher's hand, Grandma worried that Fang Xinghua might get hurt, so she pulled him back. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Fang Xinghua did not take Zhang Butcher seriously, despite the fact that he had many people with cleavers in their hands. Once they started a fight, he could easily knock them all down with just a few moves. Big fool Zhang, you want to hurt someone? Let me see if you actually have the guts. Grandma stepped right up to Zhang Butcher. As a child, Zhang Butcher was a bit simple-minded, and the villagers all called him Big Fool Zhang. Now, only the elderly or elders dared to call him this nickname. This man was reckless and unmanageable. No one in the village dared to provoke him. This has nothing to do with you. It's between me and Fang Xinghua. Zhang Butcher refrained from attacking because Grandma was an elderly woman with multiple sons. If Zhang dared to harm her, these men would surely gang up and beat him to death. Grandma's eldest son Yang Tiankai was also the village chief, who carried some authority in the village. You're despicable. Xiaomei hasn't even finalized her divorce, yet you went to their house trying to snatch her. You deserve to be beaten. Grandma had already heard about the previous incident and scolded Zhang Butcher whenever she saw him. Zhang Butcher grew enraged, sidestepping Grandma and rushing toward Fang Xinghua. In no time, he was at Fang Xinghua's face. I'll chop you to death today. Zhang Butcher swung the cleaver straight toward Fang Xinghua's body. Everyone around was startled and frightened by the sudden scene. Even the relatives who had come over with Zhang Butcher now looked extremely uneasy. If someone were killed, that would lead to a serious blood feud and legal trouble. Some people tried to stop Zhang Butcher, but it was already too late. Truly seeking death, Fang Xinghua dodged the cleaver and dealt a fierce punch right into Zhang Butcher's face. The punch was brutal, breaking Zhang Butcher's nose and sending rivulets of blood streaming down his face, staining both his clothes and the ground. Before Zhang Butcher could even react, Fang Xinghua grabbed him by the collar and hurled another hard punch at the other side of his face. Zhang Butcher crashed to the ground, the cleaver flying out of his hands and landing in a nearby ditch. This scene left everyone stunned. With your pitiful skills, you still dare to cause me trouble? Fang Xinghua kicked Zhang Butcher twice more on the ground. I'll fight you to the death today. Through immense pain, Zhang Butcher crawled up from the ground, attempting to grab a stick lying nearby. Fang Xinghua wouldn't let this happen. He picked up the stick first and brought it crashing down on Zhang Butcher's body. Zhang Butcher became frightened and limped out of the yard. He grabbed a stone from the ground and hurled it toward Fang Xinghua. However, the stone missed and hit Sun Damei's shoulder, dislocating her arm instead. Upon seeing this, Fang Xinghua rushed over and kicked Zhang Butcher down again. Then, he pinned Zhang Butcher onto the snow-covered ground and started punching relentlessly. At the beginning, Zhang Butcher tried to resist, but later had no choice but to lie there and take the beating. Stop hitting. Out of fear for fatal consequences, Grandma hurriedly pulled Fang Xinghua away. Only after this did Fang Xinghua stop. Standing up, he brushed the snow off his body. Zhang Butcher was seriously injured, groaning as he lay on the ground. His relatives quickly came over to support him, lifting him up. They all glared furiously at Fang Xinghua. They hadn't anticipated how vicious Fang Xinghua would be. Auntie, are you alright? Fang Xinghua hadn't expected for Sun Damei to get involved. Chapter 68. Why don't you marry him? My arm hurts a bit. Sun Damei's face turned pale from the pain, and she couldn't use her entire arm. It hurt terribly even when touched. It must be dislocated. Fang Xinghua told Li Xiaomei to help her go back home. Be careful yourself. Be careful yourself. Li Xiaomei gave a word of caution, then supported Lu Damei as they walked towards Sun Damei's yard. Fang Xinghua walked over to Mr. Zhang. Don't ever let me see you again. If I see you once more, I'll beat you up again. He didn't want to fight, but this guy had come looking for trouble. Mr. Zhang was in so much pain that he couldn't say a word. With his few relatives supporting him, they hurriedly left in a flustered state. Fang Xinghua had been too harsh, and Mr. Zhang's relatives dared not help at all, fearing they might get beaten too. Many villagers liked to bully the weak. If one didn't show some ruthlessness, they'd think one was easy to pick on. Since you've beaten Mr. Zhang twice, you have to be more careful in the future. Grandma was somewhat worried, as she heard that Mr. Zhang's brother-in-law was Zhou Matzi from the nearby town. Zhou Matzi was well known. Basically everyone in the town knew him. He usually led a group of young people from nearby villages who often fought and caused disturbances, ruling the town like kings. No one dared to provoke them. It's fine. Fang Xinghua wasn't worried at all. He had already beaten Zhou Matzi. If Zhou Matzi dares to stand up for Mr. Zhang, then he'll beat him up again. I'm going to visit Aunt. Fang Xinghua said this to Grandma. then headed towards Sun Damei's place. A few minutes later, he arrived at the gate of Sun Damei's yard. Just as he was about to enter, xiuxian came out. Uncle has gone to Mr. Zhang's house, and those several cousins also went to settle accounts with the Zhang family. Xiuxian showed a trace of guilt on her face, feeling responsible, thinking that if it weren't because of her, things wouldn't have escalated like this. This isn't your fault. Fang Xinghua consoled her. It was all due to the good work of Xiuxian's elder brother Li Yukai, who originally agreed to marry Xiuxian to Mr. Zhang. Xiuxian still felt very guilty, bowing her head like a child who made a mistake, looking somewhat cute. You go to Grandma's house first. After Fang Xinghua spoke, he pushed open the wooden door and entered. Sun Damei had just applied some medicine and was sitting on a stool in the living room when she saw Fang Xinghua arrive. She quickly asked him to sit down. Take this money and go see a doctor. Fang Xinghua pulled out 100 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Sun Damei. How can I take your money? It wasn't you who hit him. Your uncle and a few cousins have gone to the Zhang's place. Their family has to give an explanation. Sun Damei refused the money. After exchanging a greeting, Fang Xinghua left and then headed towards Mr. Zhang's direction. Now the snow was falling heavily, everywhere shrouded in mist, and it was much colder than before. As he passed by a neighboring yard, he saw someone crouching in the corner crying. The figure seemed familiar. Fang Xinghua stopped his steps and glanced to the side. Turns out, it was Xiuxian. She was wearing a flowered cotton jacket, hugging her knees with both hands, her eyes red and tears on her face. Fang Xinghua hadn't expected Xiuxian to have come to Majaiku village, probably for a visit. This yard belonged to her aunt. Xiuxian noticed Fang Xinghua and turned to wipe her tears, then turned around. Are you here to see your grandma? Fang Xinghua grunted in affirmation, then walked into the snowy area. Why don't you come back to the village with me together? Xiuxian had come alone to Majaiku village because her aunt introduced her to a man, which is why she came by herself. Her aunt had previously said that the man did business in the town, had some savings, looked good, but just wasn't in great health. When Xiuxian met the man, she found out that he was not only a cripple, but also a hunchback. She had quarreled with her aunt earlier, came back, and squatted by the wall crying, and just then was seen by Fang Xinghua walking past. I'm not going back today, but tomorrow, Fang Xinghua casually replied, and then continued walking directly away. Xiuxian stood in the heavy snow, watching his retreating figure, exhaling a puff of white breath. In her heart, she wondered why Fang Xinghua, who used to always cling to her, now seemed uninterested in even speaking to her. At this time, a middle-aged woman dressed in blue cloth came out of the courtyard. She was Xiuxian's aunt. Is that person Fang Xinghua? Xiuxian's aunt gazed at the direction Fang Xinghua had walked off. Xiuxian responded coldly. I've heard he is very capable now. He sells meat and rat poison. The meat we bought for New Year's was purchased by your uncle from his family. Xiuxian's aunt regretted on her behalf. He proposed to your family many times before. If you had married him, life now would be much better, and our family could also benefit from it. Though Xiuxian didn't say anything, she was thinking in her heart that if she had married Fang Xinghua, it might have been really good. Achoo! Fang Xinghua was walking while sneezing. As he looked toward Mr. Zhang's house, he saw his oldest uncle Yang Tiankai and several cousins standing outside the wooden gate. Both sides had finished their discussion. Mr. Zhang's family agreed to compensate Aunt Sun Damei for her medical expenses and personally apologized, thus concluding the matter. Uncle, cousin, Fang Xinghua greeted as he walked over. Yang Tiankai smiled. Come to our place. With such a heavy snowfall today, the two of you definitely won't be able to go back home. We'll have lunch at our place this afternoon. Eldest cousin Yang Yong and second cousin Yang Zhong invited Fang Xinghua with words, but showed no smiles on their faces, their tone rather cold. They didn't want to deal with Fang Xinghua, just inviting him out of courtesy. No thanks, next time. Fang Xinghua didn't want to go. He certainly wasn't in the mood for it. These two cousins didn't welcome him. How could he possibly show up uninvited? It's not like his family lacked food, having to run to their house for free meals. After greeting them, Fang Xinghua turned around and left, stepping through the snow back to Grandma's yard. The next morning, after Fang Xinghua and Xiuxian finished eating breakfast, they packed their things and prepared to head home. Take care on the road. Visit me again if you have time. Grandma stood at the door, waving her hand continuously, her kind face filled with reluctance. It's cold outside, go back inside. Fang Xinghua called out, feeling somewhat uneasy. Every time he came to see her, she insisted on seeing them off at the door. If it hadn't been snowing, she would have escorted them all the way to the village entrance. I'm not cold. Grandma watched them leave until their figures disappeared into the wind and snow. When Fang Xinghua and Xiuxian were about to reach the village entrance, they encountered eldest cousin Yang Yong. Chapter 69. Encounter with wild wolves on the way. Are you going back? Why don't you stay for a few more days? Yang Yong was saying hello while glancing into the basket on Fang Xinghua's back, trying to see if there was anything inside, just like someone preventing theft. You're so curious about my basket. Here, have a good look then. Fang Xinghua took the basket down and placed it in front of Yang Yong. Now Yang Yong felt a bit embarrassed because the basket was empty, except for a hunting rifle. When leaving earlier, his grandmother had put 2 loaves of noodles and some potatoes in it. Fang Xinghua secretly put them back in the room, not out of fear of being seen, but because his grandmother also lived a hard life, and he couldn't accept her gifts. Take care on your way. Yang Yong said his farewell before turning to walk away. Fang Xinghua smirked in his heart. Every time he came to visit his grandmother, Yang Yong would wait at the village entrance to check if he brought anything back, treating him like a thief, which made him quite uncomfortable. This time, Fang didn't give Yang any face. Big brother Fang, wait for me. A crisp voice called from behind. Turning around, Fang saw Xiuxian, who also carried a basket on her back and was hurrying toward them. Li Xiaomei grabbed Fang Jingguo's arm and started walking quickly, trying to leave Lu Xiaomei behind. Fang Jingguo felt helpless. With this thick snow covering the ground, it was impossible to move fast anyway. Moreover, walking too fast was dangerous. One might easily fall. Walking in heavy snow required extreme caution. Big brother Fang, sister-in-law, wait for me. Why are you walking so fast? Lu Xiaomei caught up, a bright smile on her face. Afterward, Lu Xiaomei walked beside Li Xiaomei and greeted her with a smile. Sister-in-law, where did you buy this cotton-padded jacket? It looks high quality and very pretty. And these shoes, pants, they're nice as well. My husband bought them for me. Li Xiaomei replied with a hint of pride in her tone. How wonderful. Lu Xiaomei felt envious inside. Her own cotton-padded coat had been bought years ago. She wanted a new one badly, but she had to save every penny and simply couldn't afford it. He also bought me bracelets. Take a look, how do they look? Are they pretty? Li Xiaomei shook her wrist slightly, pulling her sleeve up to reveal the bracelet. Very pretty. Lu Xiaomei envied her even more. He says he'll buy me even prettier ones later. Li Xiaomei continued boasting. Last time we went to the market, he also bought me some snowflake cream. It smells really good. Big brother Fang is so good to you. Lu Xiaomei was thoroughly envious. No one had ever bought her such fine things. Snowflake cream wasn't extremely expensive, but country folk generally wouldn't spend money on it. It was used by wealthier people. Cosmetics were rare in this era, and items like snowflake cream were highly cherished by young women, who believed using it would make them prettier and smell delightful. My husband has bought me many things. There's a floral blouse waiting at home. It's very beautiful. I can wear it next summer when the weather gets warmer. Li Xiaomei recounted all the things Fang Jingguo had bought her, deliberately showing off in front of Lu Xiaomei. At first, Lu Xiaomei didn't feel much, but the more she heard, the more envious she became. The smile on her face now started to turn sour. She thought to herself that if only she had married Fang Jingguo in the beginning, he would surely have bought her so many good things too. Feeling regretful, Lu Xiaomei sighed inwardly about her past mistake. After walking nearly 10 minutes, they arrived at the forest they had passed through yesterday. The footprints they had left behind had already been covered by the heavy snow, everything looking uniformly white. This road was normally traveled by many people, but now, with the snow blocking the mountain paths, practically no one ventured out. Not even a single footprint could be seen on the road. Oops. Li Xiaomei tripped over a rock while talking and fell sideways. Be careful. Fang Jingguo hurriedly reached out and caught her, gently brushing the snow off her body. With care, he advised her, watch your step while walking. Don't fall. Did you hurt your ankle just now? Li Xiaomei shook her head. Standing nearby, Lu Xiaomei witnessed this scene and thought to herself that Fang Jingguo seemed surprisingly caring and gentle. Lu Xiaomei sighed repeatedly inside. She had been foolish before. If she had married Fang Jingguo, her life must have been very happy. Just then, several black creatures jumped out from the nearby bushes. On closer inspection, they were 4 or 5 starved gray wolves, their eyes glaring hungrily as they slowly approached them. The wolves, seasoned hunters, began encircling them from different directions. Stay behind me. Fang Jingguo shouted loudly. Both Li Xiaomei and Lu Xiaomei were frightened, extremely tense. They hastily hid behind him, tightly gripping the sticks in their hands, their eyes full of terror. Fang Jingguo quickly took out his hunting rifle and loaded the bullets. Fortunately, he had brought the hunting rifle this time. Otherwise, everyone might have met their end here today. There were quite a few gray wolves, all starving. They wouldn't pass up anything that was alive. Bang! Fang Jingguo raised his gun and fired at the gray wolf leading the charge. The gray wolf fell to the ground with a sound, its blood staining the white snow on the ground red. He soon fired another shot, hitting another gray wolf. The remaining gray wolves were clearly frightened by this sight and began retreating, then turned around and dived into the nearby bushes. They hadn't left but continued to hide nearby, ready to launch a second attack at any moment. These gray wolves would not give up on their prey so easily. Hurry up and leave. Fang Jingguo did not pursue them, but instead took large steps forward with Li Xiaomei, keeping watch while walking and reloading the bullets. Lu Xiaomei followed behind, her face written all over with fear. Fortunately, she was traveling with Fang Jingguo. If she had been alone, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The three of them quickened their pace considerably and dared not slow down for a single moment. Fang Jingguo didn't let his guard down at all. There must be more starving wolves than just the ones they had seen before. If they all attacked together, there would be no way to hold them off and ensure Li Xiaomei's safety. Gray wolves were very dangerous. Once they got close, they would attack instantly. Some would leap directly onto people and bite their throats, one bite being enough to take a life. Wild wolves generally don't appear in large numbers near villages. Only 1 or 2 might show up under normal circumstances. Fang Jingguo speculated that because of this year's severe blizzard and its long duration, these wild wolves couldn't find food, which forced them to leave the depths of the forest and venture closer to the village to search for it. Chapter 70. He rejected me. After Fang Jingguo walked out of the woods, the wild wolves that were following him did not pursue further. They turned their heads and disappeared into the forest. Fang Jingguo frowned slightly. It seemed he needed to be more cautious when entering the mountains in the future. Wild wolves had even wandered near the village. Perhaps there were also large birds of prey, such as leopards or tigers. I almost died of fright. Lu Xiaomei patted her chest. I've never seen so many wild wolves. Li Xiaomei was still a bit frightened. Sweat glistened on her pretty face, and she was exhausted from running too fast. Their faces had been pale white just moments ago, but were now slowly returning to normal. Big brother Fang, this time I owe you one. Come over for dinner at my place tomorrow. Lu Xiaomei's face held gratitude, but there were other thoughts hidden in her mind. Her family was struggling financially and didn't know how they would survive the winter, while Fang Jingguo's family had plenty of meat and grain. She thought that Fang Jingguo must still have feelings for her like he did before. If she found an opportunity to get closer to him and asked for some meat, he would likely agree. I will be busy tomorrow. Fang Jingguo refused and then left with Li Xiaomei toward home. Lu Xiaomei stood there dumbfounded, unable to come back to reality. Did he really reject me? Lu Xiaomei couldn't believe her ears. In the past, Fang Jingguo had always been clinging to her. Now that she had invited him over to her house for dinner, he hadn't hesitated and rejected her outright. Soon after, Fang Jingguo and Li Xiaomei returned to the dilapidated yard. Fang Ying was teaching Xiaohu addition and subtraction, holding a small branch in her hand. And Yang Xilan was making shoe pads by the hearth, preparing for Xiaohu's pair of shoes to wear during the new year. How could you be so stupid? What is 7 plus 8? Fang Ying, holding the branch, pointed at the book on the table, clearly very angry. It equals 12. Xiaohu sniffed his nose and wiped it with his sleeve, smearing it all over. Who told you it's 12? Recalculate. If you can't get it right, you're not allowed to eat today. Fang Ying struck Xiaohu's buttocks with anger. While crying and counting his fingers, Xiaohu still couldn't figure it out properly. Are you trying to kill me? Fang Ying grabbed Xiaohu's arm, ready to hit his buttocks again with the branch in her hand. Xiaohu cried out loud, mixing tears and snot, covering his nose entirely. Stop hitting him. Yang Chunlan, feeling pity for her grandson, reached out to stop Fang Ying, taking away the branch and throwing it into the yard. Fang Ying sighed. She wanted to nurture Xiaohu well and ensure he focused on studying to become successful in the future instead of having to farm every day. But Xiaohu wasn't ambitious and only cared about playing around. He had no focus on his studies. Fang Ying had scolded Xiaohu countless times before, but it was all in vain. At this moment, the wooden gate opened, and Fang Jingguo and Li Xiaomei returned. How's your grandma? Has she gotten better? Yang Chunlan asked worriedly. There's no big problem. Maybe it's just the cold weather. She has a slight cold. She should get better in a few days. Fang Jingguo put the basket down by the entrance of the main room, sat on the stool, and rested for a while. After entering the hall and noticing it was still early, he picked up his rifle and left the courtyard, heading toward the back mountain. They were conserving pork and grain at home, so now with nothing much to do, he thought he might find some pheasants or something similar. He heard the call of pheasants at the village entrance when he came back earlier. Arriving at the edge of the forest, Fang Jingguo stepped in. He noticed that many dry logs had been cut, leaving numerous tree stumps behind. All these were done by the villagers. Some families did not have enough firewood stored, so they ventured out braving the snow to cut wood. It was winter, and each day was freezing cold. From morning till night, every household kept fires burning in their hearths, which consumed vast amounts of firewood daily. Fang Jingguo looked around and realized this piece of woodland belonged to the Li Tinyu family. Back when they implemented household responsibility contracts, apart from receiving some land, the villagers also got a patch of forest. Whenever they needed firewood, they would go to their own designated mountains. Fang Jingguo's mountain plot was farther away, situated at the rear of the village, requiring them to travel long distances to gather firewood regularly. Just then, Li Tinyu walked out of the forest with a big load of dry firewood on his back, carrying a large log in his hand. Have you seen any pheasants? Fang Jingguo approached with his gun. Fat chance of seeing any pheasants. I've been cutting wood here since morning and haven't seen a single feather. But there are quite a lot of squirrels. Li Tinyu placed the basket on a rock, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and breathed heavily. Upon hearing this, Fang Jingguo felt a bit disappointed. It seemed like he had made the trip in vain, thinking there were wild chickens nearby. Perhaps he had misheard. It could have been another bird's call. There is one bird whose call is very similar to that of a wild chicken, making it hard to distinguish. Could you lend me some meat? And if you have any grain, lend me some of that too. Li Tinyu's tone carried a hint of embarrassment. In the past, it was always him who helped Fang Jingguo's family, but now his own family was penniless, with hardly any grain left at home and absolutely no meat. His children at home kept crying out for meat, and he had beaten them harshly this morning because of it. Li Tinyu had no other options. Adults could bear not eating, but children couldn't. Every day, they were demanding meat. Fang Jingguo nodded, deciding to give more meat and rice to Li Tinyu when they part. With such a good relationship, there was no need to hesitate. Just give him directly. I'll come by your house tonight to pick it up. Li Tinyu let out a helpless chuckle. This life is simply unbearable. I had saved enough food to last through the winter, but unexpectedly we suffered from a rat infestation. Rat poison can kill quite a few, but it only controls the problem to some extent. It can't eliminate all the rats. Most of my grain has been ruined. Almost every household in the village had insufficient grain this year, as most of it had been destroyed by rats. The reason why the Fang family's grain wasn't damaged was that rat poison was placed in every corner of their home, adding nearly 10 packets every other day. Other people naturally couldn't afford to be as extravagant, so their grain naturally suffered. By today's price, 10 packs of rat poison cost almost 15 yuan. Villagers naturally couldn't bring themselves to spend so much money on rat poison, so each family only bought 1 or 2 packs. Rat poison was something that Fang Jingguo's house had in abundance. They still had more than half a sack. I've heard the Fang Jinhong family is almost out of grain too. Since yesterday, they've only been able to eat sweet potatoes and potatoes. Li Tinyu said this with a sneer. Fang Jingguo didn't find it strange at all. The Fang Jinhong family originally had 3 mouths to feed, but now with old Master Lu and others added, there were 7 or 8 people eating meals together. It was impressive they'd lasted this long. Chapter 71, Hunting Wild Game. This year, there will definitely be famine in the village. I wonder if people will starve to death. Li Teniu's brows were furrowed tightly. He hardly dared to eat much food at any meal, constantly saving and economizing, yet he knew it wouldn't be enough to last through the winter. Starving to death is unlikely. Fang Xinghua took out a pair of gloves from his canvas bag and put them on. The snowstorm would at most last for another half a month. Even by gnawing on tree bark, one could survive for half a month. It would just make life a little harder. Gu-gu-gu. A series of calls resounded through the woods. It was the call of the baogu bird. This bird was quite common in the forest, with a size similar to a pigeon. Its meat weighed around half a catty, making it a delicious dish. However, this bird flew extremely high and was very cunning, making it difficult to shoot. With an ordinary muzzleloader gun, there would be absolutely no chance to hit it. Its range simply wasn't sufficient. But Fang Xinghua's sniper rifle made hitting this bird easy. Today we'll have some wild game to eat. Fang Xinghua quickly moved into the woods. Not long after, as expected, he saw a gray baogu bird perched on the top of a tree not far away. The bird kept calling out, beckoning its companions. Pang! After aiming, Fang Xinghua shot directly. The baogu bird fell onto the branches, slowing down briefly before finally dropping slowly onto the snow-covered ground. He went over, picked it up, and felt its weight. After removing the innards and feathers, there would be about half a catty left. He thought he could take it back, cook it with potatoes, make braised bird meat, which would taste incredibly fresh and delicious. Fang Xinghua didn't pause. Instead, he continued toward the northeast woods, hoping to shoot more prey. Squirrel or wild rabbit meat was also very delicious. In short, any edible prey couldn't be missed. With such cold weather now, thick snow covered every inch of the mountainside, so getting prey was already considered a good outcome. Larger prey either hid to hibernate or had migrated to warmer areas. In the future, game would get scarcer and scarcer. Even birds and squirrels would be hard to find after a while. By the time the sky began to darken, Fang Xinghua returned home. He took out all the game he'd caught that day and laid them on the snowy ground in the yard. There were 2 baogu birds, 3 squirrels, and 1 wild rabbit. The wild rabbit wasn't big, seemingly not fully grown, weighing only 2 or 3 jin. Hey, not bad harvest today. Xuanhuan walked out from the living room and picked up the wild rabbit. The amount of meat was scarce, but enough for one meal. People in the mountains worked hard every day. Over time, their appetites became enormous, unlike those in the city who ate like cats, taking only small bites. Just about any person from the mountain could eat 2 large bowls of rice in one meal, eating half a catty of meat without difficulty. After dinner, they served the food. The table was filled with dishes, while the rice served was sorghum rice. There wasn't much rice left in the house, and Yang Chunlan didn't want to waste it. These past few days, they mostly ate sorghum or corn rice. Corn rice was the most filling. Eating 2 bowls of it could keep you full for the whole day. However, it was hard to swallow, almost impossible to eat without soup. After finishing dinner, Li Teniu arrived. I'll go fetch some meat for you. Fang Xinghua went upstairs and brought down 2 large pieces of meat, along with some grain. We'll return your favor when we have more in the future. Seeing the abundance of food Li Teniu carried, he smiled broadly. Just take it and eat. No need to return anything. Fang Xinghua laughed. In the past, during tough times for his family, Li Teniu's family helped a lot. These favors were always remembered in his heart. That's unacceptable. Li Teniu didn't leave right away. He grabbed a stool and sat by the door of the living room. Did you hear? Just now, Fang Guokai and his son Fang Zhenhong got into a fight. Fang Zhenhong didn't dare to fight back and ended up bloodied. Hearing this, Fang Xinghua immediately grew interested and asked what had happened. Yang Chunlan, Li Xiaomei, and Fang Ying looked curiously at Li Teniu. Last night, Fang Guokai asked Fang Zhenhong to put rat poison in the room, but he forgot. This morning, they found all the sweet potatoes destroyed by rats. Fang Guokai scolded Fang Zhenhong harshly, who talked back, and as a result, got beaten. Li Teniu recounted the entire incident. Fang Xinghua couldn't help but laugh. Fang Guotsai's temper had never been good, and the brothers Fang Zhenhong and others had endured beatings throughout their lives since childhood. Even though Fang Zhenhong and his brothers were adults now, whenever Fang Guokai felt upset, he would immediately resort to violence, beating them mercilessly. Every time he beat them, he hit with great force. The Fang Guokai household was no stranger to quarrels and fights breaking out. At that moment, Li Teniu's wife hurried over in a rush. Pang Laura just passed away. His son came to our place to borrow tables, chairs, pots, pans, and other utensils. You should deliver them. Li Teniu's wife yanked Li Teniu off the stool, her expression showing signs of urgency. Everyone, upon hearing this news, was somewhat startled. Previously, Old Man Pang had fallen while accompanying everyone into the mountains on a hunting trip. They had helped bring him back, hoping that he would survive. But who would have thought that he would pass away so suddenly? If only they had taken Old Man Pang to the small town hospital sooner, he might have been saved. However, with the heavy snow cutting off the mountain, there was simply no way to send him for medical treatment. All they could do was helplessly watch his condition deteriorate until he took his last breath. In that case, we'll head out first. Li Teniu, carrying the meat and grain, left the yard with his wife. Li Teniu's wife, seeing such an abundance of food, was overjoyed. She thanked profusely several times before finally leaving. This year, the fortune seems unfavorable. 2 people in our village have already passed away, Old Lady Lu earlier, and now Old Man Pang. Yang Chunlan spoke with a tinge of sorrow in her voice. Let's all go help tomorrow. Fang Ying also prepared to lend a hand. With nothing much to do at home amidst the heavy snowfall, and with no farm work to be done, helping was the best way to contribute. Fang Xinghua would have to go too. It was the village custom. For every celebration or funeral in the village, one was expected to offer assistance even before the event began. By then, night had fallen. Fang Xinghua and Li Xiumei warmed themselves by the fire in the living room for a bit, before each returned to their respective rooms to sleep. The next morning, Fang Xinghua carried the family's tables and stools over to Old Man Pang's house. There were many villagers present to help, but as it stood, there wasn't much need for help just yet. Many gathered around the bonfire to warm themselves. As Li Xiumei stepped into the courtyard, many eyes turned to look at her. She now liked dressing up more, and being naturally beautiful to begin with. Her looks became even more captivating after she adorned herself. Among the crowd stood Lu Xiaomei, considered the village belle, but even she paled in comparison to Li Xiumei. Seeing so many eyes on her, Li Xiumei blushed slightly, grabbing onto Fang Xinghua's arm and hiding behind him. Chapter 72, Grain for Land. All the villagers got up, greeting Fang Xinghua enthusiastically, each more courteous than the last. In the past, they looked down on Fang Xinghua, and no one wanted to talk to him. But now it was different. They all needed something from Fang Xinghua. Many had to buy meat or rat poison from him. Annoying show-off. Fang Guokai saw how popular Fang Xinghua was and felt jealous, muttering a curse under his breath. Fang Xinghua happened to hear it and felt somewhat irritated. Say it louder. I didn't hear you. I didn't say anything at all. Fang Guokai sniffed, picked up a piece of firewood from the ground, and threw it into the fire without daring to look up. He had been thoroughly intimidated by Fang Xinghua before and knew he was someone tough who wouldn't hesitate to get physical. We should find time for our two families to have a good talk. Fang Xinghua walked over to the fire pit, picked up a roasted potato, took a bite, then looked at Fang Guokai. Fang Guokai lowered his head and said nothing. He simply dared not provoke him anymore now. As for the lands belonging to my family, it's up to your family what you want to do with them. Fang Xinghua planned to reclaim those pieces of land that had been swindled away from his family, especially the few plots near the village entrance, as railway tracks would be built there in the future, which could bring substantial compensation. Such profit couldn't be allowed to go to Fang Guotsai's family. At this time, the villagers hadn't yet realized how valuable land would become in the future. Once the village developed, prime land locations would be worth a fortune. Fang Guokai said nothing, wiped his nose, and turned around and left. Fang Xinghua stared at his back. Their family wouldn't give back the land so easily, but he had plenty of ways to deal with them. So what if he was the elder cousin? It was their family who acted unrighteously first. Do you need land? Lu Maozi came closer, grinned, and greeted. The plot of land beside the graveyard. 500 jin of grain, 500 jin of meat, plus 1,000 yuan, and it will be yours. What do you think? Fang Xinghua considered it. That plot of land was indeed decent, about 1 mu in size, and in a very good location. You should consider it carefully. This amount of grain and meat is not much. Lu Maozi's household was starving, unable even to make ends meet, so he decided to trade some land for food. Land meant little to Lu Maozi. His land had previously been cultivated by old lady Lu. After her death, he wouldn't even attempt farming. In these times, I don't have enough grain or meat to give you. We'll discuss it again later. Fang Xinghua wanted that land, but the meat and grain in his home were still needed for winter. 100 jin of grain and 100 jin of meat up front is fine too. Lu Maozi bared his teeth in anticipation, wanting to secure some food. With the grain and meat, he'd be able to survive through the winter. Yesterday, he went hungry for the entire day and helped out at Old Pang's house just to have something to eat. All right, Fang Xinghua agreed. 100 jin of grain and meat were within his means. By regularly hunting on the back mountain, the remaining grain and meat could see them through this winter. Do you think it's okay? Fang Xinghua wanted to consult Li Xiumei's opinion. After all, they were a couple, and it was important to hear her thoughts. Of course it's fine. Li Xiumei had no objections. She thought to herself that if they could endure until next year, saving a little bit along the way, they'd be all right. Their lives in the past had been harder than this. Eating meals was often uncertain. That seals the deal. Lu Maozi was delighted inside. With such an abundance of food and meat, he could manage through the winter alone. Come by my place later. Fang Xinghua smirked. This deal was highly profitable. The land might not be valuable now, but in the future, just the value of that small plot of land would allow him to buy a new apartment in the city. Though, that would be more than 20 years later. Using grain now to exchange for land was like making an investment. It would eventually pay off. After lunch at the Pang family's house, Fang Xinghua and Li Xiumei returned home. Xinghua, our family made a great deal this time. Yang Chunmei sat by the fireplace, smiling. It sure did. Fang Ying added from the side. Land is the lifeline for farmers. With land, we can grow crops. Food can run out, but land stays forever, providing year after year. Amid their joy, they began discussing how to economize and endure through the winter. At this moment, Lu Damao knocked and entered, carrying a large wicker basket. Here, Fang Xinghua handed 1,000 yuan to Lu Maozi. Lu Maozi counted the money 3 times to confirm there was no problem, then tucked it closely into his shirt. Subsequently, Fang Xinghua weighed out 100 jin of meat and placed it into Lu Maozi's wicker basket. He also fetched his own wicker basket to help carry the grain to Lu Maozi's home. They soon arrived at Lu Maozi's house. Now I don't have to worry about starving. Lu Maozi grinned smugly, moved the meat and grain into his room, and locked the door. With all this meat and grain, he wouldn't have to worry about food. The rest of the meat and grain will be given to you next year. Fang Xinghua was in a good mood now, having acquired 1 mu of land effortlessly. All right, no problem. Lu Maozi readily agreed. Fang Xinghua didn't stay long. He picked up his wicker basket and left the yard, rushing back home. The next morning, Li Xiumei, Yang Chunlan, and Fang Ying went to help at the Pang family's place, leaving as soon as it got light. Fang Xinghua didn't go. With so many people already helping, it didn't matter whether he went or not. Now he had to hurry and go hunting because there wasn't much food or meat left at home. As he passed the village entrance, he stopped, glancing toward the land temple, just in time to see Lu San and Ma Laowu standing nearby, their faces darkened. Did you find any treasure? Fang Xinghua grinned. Lu San kept a grim expression and didn't respond. Ma Laowu patted the dirt off his body, then sighed. Don't mention it. We dug up every inch of the ground beneath, but found nothing except coffins and human bones. They were almost driven crazy with anger. For days, from dusk till dawn, they worked tirelessly each night, only to end up achieving nothing. Brother Xinghua, there's something I'd like to ask you. Lu San offered him a cigarette. I don't smoke. Fang Xinghua waved it away. After making sure there was no one around, Lu San's face turned serious as he asked. I heard that last time you went into the mountains, you got trapped by a heavy snowstorm and accidentally found a big courtyard. Is that true? Yeah, it was me who found it. Fang Xinghua didn't conceal it. He wanted to see what they intended to do. Hearing that it was indeed true, Lu San's eyes gleamed with delight. Can you do us a favor and lead us to the big courtyard deep in the forest? Fang Xinghua didn't agree immediately. Among the villagers who've been to that courtyard, I'm not the only one. Lu San took a puff on his cigarette. Those other villagers don't have as rich experience in finding paths as you do. They're unreliable. With the mountain sealed by heavy snow, they could only rely on someone like Fang Xinghua with rich experience to guide them. Among everyone, Fang Xinghua was the best choice. Chapter 73, Hunting Foxes. What benefits can I get from bringing you into the mountains? Fang Xinghua didn't want to do a losing deal. Entering the mountain wasn't hard for him, but he wouldn't waste his time without reason. After thinking for a while, Old Master Lu made a decision. If we find treasures, we'll give you 2/10 of it. Upon hearing that their purpose was to look for treasures, Fang Xinghua burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Old Master Lu threw the cigarette, but onto the snow and stepped on it to put it out. Fang Xinghua looked at the snowy mountains covered in white. You'd better not go. We've thoroughly searched that courtyard. There's nothing valuable. There must be some treasure. Ma Laowu immediately contradicted beside him. He was about to continue talking when a glare from Old Master Lu silenced him abruptly, preventing him from saying more. This sparked a bit of curiosity in Fang Xinghua's mind. Could it really be that there were valuable items in that big courtyard? The last time they went into the mountain, all they found was a warehouse. Perhaps there were still hidden chambers within the courtyard waiting to be discovered. Think it over, urged Old Master Lu as he waited for Fang Xinghua's decision. All right, Fang Xinghua agreed. He had no interest in treasures, but was fascinated by the wildlife in the mountain. This trip could allow him to hunt more animals. Deep in the mountains, if one hunted wild boars or similar beasts, returning with them might require assistance, which he could ask for from Old Master Lu and others. In that case, catching a couple of wild boars would ensure his family had enough meat to eat. We will set off tomorrow, decided Old Master Lu right away. Fang Xinghua nodded, then holding his rifle, went toward the woods behind the mountain. After much effort, all he managed to catch were 2 sparrows, not nearly enough for sustenance. Fang Xinghua felt troubled, realizing it was necessary to venture deep into the mountain since there were hardly any prey left near these forests. The next day, Fang Xinghua asked Li Xiumei to prepare a few steamed buns and some pickles, then carrying the rifle, left the yard. Old Master Lu, Wang Laowu, and 2 other middle-aged men were already waiting at the village entrance, each armed with rifles and carrying cloth sacks on their backs filled with dry rations. Let's go, said Fang Xinghua leading Old Master Lu and the group across the fields into the woods. The snow on the ground was thicker than before, the weather colder still, biting painfully against their faces. After passing through several patches of forest, they reached a large hilltop. From up here, looking far and wide, the entire range of mountains lay cloaked in whiteness, the ground completely blanketed with snow. Ice hung from the tree branches, and only occasionally could one see squirrels or unknown birds flitting about. Aoyu! A howl from a distant pack of wolves echoed through the surrounding forest, reverberating in the mountain valleys, stirring an unsettling chill within them. Of all dangers in the forest, meeting a pack of wolves was among the most dreaded. Wolves were social creatures that always hunted or patrolled their territories in groups. Many hunters from their village had been killed by wolves, never leaving a trace behind. Hold on a second. Ma Laowu, who had fallen behind, called out as he placed down his rifle, undid his pants, and squatted down to defecate. Moments later, a foul stench spread. Unable to bear the smell, Fang Xinghua turned away, his gaze scanning the surroundings of the trees hoping to spot any prey. This trip was for hunting. Everything else, including guiding Old Master Lu and his party to the courtyard, was secondary. Unaffected by the stench, the group followed, moving further away. 10 minutes passed, and Ma Laowu still hadn't caught up, making Fang Xinghua increasingly impatient. What kind of person needs this long to finish pooping? At this pace, they might not even reach their destination by nightfall. You send someone to check, Fang Xinghua suggested helplessly, finding them utterly unprepared. Winter nights fell early, they needed to move faster. Based on the distance traveled during the previous trip, they had only covered about a third of the journey so far, and now it was almost 12 noon. Go and hurry him along. Old Master Lu instructed one of the middle-aged men to hurry Ma Laowu, but that man disappeared and never returned. Old Master Lu had no choice but to personally investigate. Once reaching them, he saw Ma Laowu and that middle-aged man digging something, apparently ginseng or Polygonum multiflorum, xiuxian. Third elder, this Polygonum is huge. It's worth quite a fortune. Ma Laowu kept using sticks to dig soil around the root. The other middle-aged man was helping too. What nonsense is this? Hurry up, keep moving. Old Master Lu lost his temper. With anger, he kicked Ma Laowu once and gave the other man a kick as well. Both of them landed in the snow but stood up defiantly afterward, protesting. This xiuxian is massive. It's extremely valuable. Slap. Old Master Lu immediately slapped one of them, yelling fiercely, "Whoever wastes time again, I'll shoot them dead." Seeing Old Master Lu's fury, Ma Laowu hurriedly followed along. Fang Xinghua led them onward, continuing to observe his surroundings. After walking for over an hour, they had entered deep into the mountains. The trees were more lush, with towering pines standing as high as 50 to 60 meters, their thick foliage casting broad shadows. The diameter of their trunks exceeded a meter in some places. Such massive timber could only be found deep within the mountains. Near the village, trees appeared stunted due to severe cutting by villagers who relied on firewood for daily life. Suddenly, a fox appeared on a slope 100 meters away, beneath a large tree, staring intently at a gray sparrow, its intended prey. What the fox didn't realize was that Fang Xinghua was now tracking it. Lifting the rifle in his hands, Fang Xinghua began aiming. "At this distance, you won't hit it." Ma Laowu spoke with certainty. But just as he finished speaking, a gunshot rang out and the fox fell instantly. Staring wide-eyed, Ma Laowu exclaimed, "Holy cow! That shot was unbelievably precise." And from over 100 meters, astonishment crossed the faces of the others as well. Even Old Master Lu couldn't help but look at Fang Xinghua with newfound surprise, his expression becoming increasingly complex. After retrieving the fox, Fang Xinghua tied it up with rope and slung it over his shoulder. Weighing 20 to 30 pounds, the fox had glossy fur and no shortage of meat. Today's trip had not been wasted. There was still time to hunt other game. "When will we arrive?" This was Old Master Lu's third inquiry, eager to reach their destination. Walking a few steps ahead, Fang Xinghua stopped near a massive pine tree. After inspecting it, he quickly spotted the mark he had left last time. "Soon," he replied briefly. With that, he guided Old Master Lu and the group forward once more. Time flowed on. An hour later, the mountain trail grew even more treacherous, the steep slope demanding descent down the hillside. It was exactly from this spot that Fang Xinghua remembered descending last time. Chapter 74. This stone tablet is centuries old. After walking nearly 600 to 700 meters, the dilapidated courtyard appeared in sight. From afar, it looked just like a large estate belonging to a landlord. Finally here, Old Lucen couldn't wait to lead Ma Laowu and the others in big strides toward the direction of the courtyard, elated, wishing they could grow wings to fly over instantly. It was already about afternoon. At most, in another hour or two, it would get dark. There was no way they could return today. Everyone had to stay here overnight and go back tomorrow. When Fang Xinghua reached the yard, he saw that Old Lucen and the rest were like a group of bandits, rummaging around everywhere inside the courtyard. At the beginning, their faces were full of anticipation, but gradually, they began to look dejected. They searched the entire yard but didn't find any valuable items. Fang Xinghua ignored them, gathered some dry firewood, and built a fire inside the main hall, leisurely eating steamed buns and pickled vegetables. Having walked such a long distance, his stomach was completely empty, so hungry that his chest pressed against his back. After eating his fill, Fang Xinghua took his rifle and left the yard to hunt nearby. Following the forest trail down, he found a river about 10 meters wide, with relatively calm waters. The river was frozen over and covered with thick snow. Looking at the snowy ground, there were many animal tracks on it, even wolf tracks. This location was at the confluence of a small stream and the river where the ice hadn't formed yet. The wild boars probably came here to drink water, leaving these numerous footprints. Sure enough, it's a great place for hunting. Fang Xinghua inferred from these tracks that there were quite a few prey animals in the surrounding woods. Before going back tomorrow, he needed to at least hunt a large wild boar. He didn't want to have come all this way for nothing. Now, as the sky started getting darker, night was coming fast, and staying in the woods was very dangerous. Fang Xinghua didn't linger too much longer, turning back towards the courtyard. Upon returning to the yard and just entering the main hall, he saw Old Lucen and his companions moving the stone sculpture away and using wooden sticks to pry up a huge stone slab on the ground. This was a square stone slab, engraved with some strange patterns, abstract human figures, and also some peculiar animals. There were even some small seal script characters on it. This stone slab was rather old, but showed no signs of deterioration, made of marble. Fang Xinghua squatted down, looking at the stone slab, finding it very odd. This stone slab must be over 100 years old, older than when this courtyard was constructed. Where did this stone slab originally come from? This stone tablet weighs at least several thousand pounds. Impossible to pry open. Ma Laowu started complaining. "If we all apply force together, let's see if we can lift it." Old Lucen rolled up his sleeves and, along with a few others, grabbed the edge of the stone slab and started putting their strength into it. In the end, the stone slab didn't budge an inch, while they were all almost exhausted. They didn't give up, taking a short break before starting to dig out the soil around the stone slab, making the main hall a complete mess. What exactly are we looking for? Fang Xinghua sat aside, leisurely warming himself by the fire. Old Lucen wiped sweat off his forehead, took a deep breath. This stone slab is extremely strange. It might very well cover the spot where those bandits hid valuable things. How do you know this place was once a den of bandits? Fang Xinghua was curious because only the villagers knew about this, and it was merely speculation. It couldn't be certain. Yet Old Lucen insisted that this place used to be the lair of bandits. My late father was also a bandit around this area in his day. By luck, he escaped a massive crackdown, and this courtyard is exactly the same as what he described. Old Lucen finished speaking, looking rather complex. This hideout of bandits holds many secrets. Just as Fang Xinghua was listening intently, old Lu San stopped immediately and didn't continue. We can't return tomorrow. We have to spend more time here. We cannot make this trip for nothing. Old Lu San hadn't found what he wanted yet and didn't want to return empty-handed. Naturally, Fang Xinghua had no objections. He still planned to hunt tomorrow, so he wasn't eager to leave. Chilly winds swept through from outside, carrying large snowflakes which melted instantly upon hitting the ground. There was no door in the main hall, so it was completely drafty. Life here certainly wasn't as comfortable as being at home. After resting for a moment, old Lu San and his group continued working on the stone slab, digging many pits around it. It seemed they were preparing to work all night. Fang Xinghua didn't bother with them, moved the fire stack to the corner of the wall, placed some dried grass beside it, lay down, and closed his eyes to sleep. Old Lu San and his companions' pit digging was too loud, filling the main hall with grating sounds. However, this did not affect Fang Xinghua's rest. After walking on the mountain paths all day, he was extremely tired and fell asleep shortly after. He woke up in the middle of the night, startled by a strange sound. He opened his eyes and turned his head to look. The large stone slab had already been pried open by them and was thrown aside. Beside the slab, there was a pit like a well. There was no sign of old Lu San and his group, nor any trace of the items they brought with them. It didn't take much guessing. They must have gone down through that pit. Beside the pit, there was a rope. One end was tied to the stone slab, while the other descended into the pit. After retracting his gaze, Fang Xinghua laid back down on the dry grass, closed his eyes, and continued sleeping. When he woke up again the next day, old Lu San and his companions were still nowhere to be seen. The rope inside the pit was still tied to the slab, untouched. They must still be below and hadn't come up all night. Fang Xinghua was full of curiosity. Logically speaking, if they had found the treasures left by the bandits, they should have come up from below by now. Even if they hadn't found anything, it was impossible for them to stay down there for such a long time. Could something have happened? He walked to the edge of the pit and shouted down, but received no response. It was pitch black inside, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Fang Xinghua returned to the fire stack, ate a steamed bun from yesterday, had a few bites of pickled vegetables, and barely filled his empty stomach before leaving the yard. Outside, it was snowing heavily, with thick fog everywhere. Even though it was daytime, it felt like night. The sky was extremely dark, making people feel very oppressed. Under this weather, it was basically impossible to hunt anything. With such dense fog, it was completely impossible to find traces of prey. Still, Fang Xinghua decided to go out and try his luck, as staying in the yard would just mean sitting around idly. The snow on the ground was incredibly thick. Stepping into it made your body sink directly to the thigh. The speed at which the snow melted could not keep up with the rate at which it was falling, so the snow kept getting thicker. Chapter 75, All Dead. A few hours later, Fang Xinghua returned to the yard, dragging a little wild boar weighing over 20 pounds. This was the harvest of the whole day. On this trip into the mountains, he only managed to catch a fox and a small wild boar, a very meager haul. Before leaving tomorrow, he would wake up a bit earlier to check along the river upstream and downstream. Perhaps there would be a great reward waiting. Inside the main room of the yard, there was still no sign of Grandpa Lu San and the others. This had been an entire day and night. Fang Xinghua couldn't help but feel curious and thought about going down to see what the situation was. But in the end, he gave up. Down there, it was unlikely that one could find treasures left behind by those bandits. Back in the day, many of those bandits escaped after being surrounded. If there were any real treasures here, they would have been stolen long ago. Fang Xinghua took out his machete and began processing the wild boar and the fox. Since the village was too far away, he needed to discard the internal organs and bones, thus reducing the weight so he could carry just the meat back. By nightfall, he had finally removed all the meat. He placed all the meat into bags, kept the pig liver and heart lungs, strung them with branches, and roasted them over the fire pile, sprinkling some salt on top. Eating meat without salt loses half its flavor. When entering the mountain this time, Fang Xinghua had deliberately prepared a small packet of salt for roasting the meat. 20 minutes later, the pig liver and heart lungs were cooked, giving off waves of aromatic scents. Time to eat. Fang Xinghua picked up the stick and started munching on the pig liver. Thanks to the added salt, the taste was excellent. After finishing the last piece, he let out a satisfied belch. But at this moment, Grandpa Lu San and the others were still nowhere to be seen, not having climbed back up from the cave. He wondered what kind of ghostly activity they were engaged in down there. An entire day had passed, yet they remained below. Fang Xinghua lay down on the dry straw and went to sleep. If they didn't appear by tomorrow morning, he would go back alone, regardless of them. Just as he was about to close his eyes, a strong gust of wind blew in from outside, rocking the broken doors and windows in the yard with a loud racket. Bang! Clay tiles from the roof fell, mixed with snow, onto the fire pile, extinguishing the flames. The entire house plunged into darkness. Finally, only the glowing embers emitted a faint reddish light. Damn bad luck. Fang Xinghua had to get up and move the remaining firewood to another side where the wind wouldn't reach, lighting it up again with matches. It was necessary to keep a fire pile at such a place during the night. Otherwise, one might freeze to death. The fire pile was just lit when the rope inside the pit suddenly moved twice, then began violently shaking. Half a minute later, the rope shook even more fiercely. Fang Xinghua felt something wasn't quite right, harboring a sense of ominous foreboding. For safety reasons, he grabbed his rifle, loaded the bullets, and aimed it at the pit's entrance. At this point, the rope stopped moving abruptly. He was somewhat confused, not understanding what Grandpa Lu San and the others were up to. Seeing that the rope had remained motionless for a while, he put down his rifle, only to witness a bloody hand emerging next, gripping the edge of the pit. Soon, a blood-covered shadow crawled out from inside. His face and clothes were covered with dirt mixed with blood. The shadow rolled and crawled until reaching the corner, crouching on the ground, staring in terror at the pit entrance, shivering uncontrollably. After a long while, Fang Xinghua finally recognized who it was, Ma Laowu. Ma Laowu looked dazed. Just by seeing him like this, it was clear that he must have encountered something terrifying. What happened? Where are Grandpa Lu San and the others? Fang Xinghua frowned and asked. This guy had been scared stiff. The blood on him had begun to slowly coagulate, making him look like he had crawled out of a grave. Ma Laowu did not respond, acting like a madman as he picked up the machete from the ground and rushed over to cut the rope directly, then threw it into the pit. Then, he grabbed the shovel and crazily threw soil into the pit, trying to bury it. Eventually, Ma Laowu collapsed from exhaustion and stopped. Upon seeing his actions, Fang Xinghua became thoroughly bewildered. By cutting and throwing down the rope, there would be no way for Grandpa Lu San and the others to climb back up. Regaining some strength, Ma Laowu reached for the bag on the ground, ready to throw it down. You're insane. Fang Xinghua blocked him, trying to take back the bag. Inside was the meat he had planned to take back home. If thrown down, this trip into the mountain would have been completely wasted. Ma Laowu clutched the bag tightly, and even began biting Fang Xinghua's arm with his teeth. Bang! Fang Xinghua kicked him aside with one foot and swung his fist, knocking Ma Laowu to the ground. Not long ago, Ma Laowu had been acting like a madman, but now he gradually calmed down. The eyes filled with terror slowly regained some clarity. They're all dead. Ma Laowu wailed loudly, tears and snot mixing together as he completely fell apart. What exactly happened? Fang Xinghua wanted to find out what had happened. Several people went down there, and now only Ma Laowu had returned. This involved 3 lives. Though Grandpa Lu San was a tomb raider, human life was still sacred. Ma Laowu's body continued to tremble, fear still evident in his eyes. I don't know, I just saw them dead. Fang Xinghua didn't ask any more questions. This guy couldn't give a coherent explanation, so asking him would be useless. It didn't matter. They would rest here for the night and go back to the village tomorrow. After this year's blizzard passed, they would report the incident at the police station in the small town, and then it would have nothing to do with him. Do you want to eat? Fang Xinghua pointed at the leftover pig liver and heart lungs on the ground. Ma Laowu nodded and snatched them up, wolfing them down. He had been starving after spending an entire day and night without food while following Grandpa Lu San and the others. I must go back tomorrow. If you want to stay and wait for Grandpa Lu San or come back to the village with me, it's your choice. After saying this, Fang Xinghua lay down on the pile of dry straw and closed his eyes to sleep. The fire pile nearby kept burning, yet it was still very cold. Chilly winds constantly blew in from outside, waking him up several times during the night due to the cold. Finally, morning came. Fang Xinghua glanced at the pit. There was still no sign of Grandpa Lu San and the others. Perhaps they were really dead, as Ma Laowu had said. He had to leave today. He could not stay here any longer. After packing up, dousing the fire pile, Fang Xinghua shouldered the bag and his hunting rifle and looked at Ma Laowu crouched in the corner of the wall. Are you coming? Ma Laowu nodded and immediately followed. The two left the yard one after the other, heading into the forest. It felt like they had fallen into an icy hole, cold enough to make their bodies shiver. Fang Xinghua was carrying dozens of pounds of meat on his shoulder. After walking for not too long, his legs grew weak from fatigue, forcing him to rest while continuing forward. Chapter 76. Lost all dignity. I'll help you. Ma Laowu took the sack and put it on his shoulder. His cotton-padded coat was lost somewhere, leaving him in just a brown sweater, shivering with cold. Fang Xinghua threw the fox fur from before to him so that at least it would keep him a little warm when draped over his body. The two of them took turns carrying the meat all the way until noon. Finally, they stopped at the slope where they had hunted the fox earlier, squatting by a large pine tree for a rest. This pine tree was very big and could barely shield them from the wind and snow. There was still one steamed bun left. Fang Xinghua took it out from the canvas bag and bit into it. As he looked up, Ma Laowu was swallowing saliva, staring straight at the bun. Fang Xinghua broke half of it off and gave it to him. Ma Laowu snatched it into his hand and gobbled it down in a few bites, licking his lips which were frozen purple-blue. After resting for a while, Fang Xinghua continued on his journey. This time, luck was on their side as they encountered 2 pheasants and 3 wild rabbits along the way. Although it wasn't a full load, it was still pretty good, especially since many animals hid themselves away in this devilish weather. It was only in these deep mountains that they could find some game. Around the village, there wasn't even a trace. By afternoon, Fang Xinghua finally returned to the familiar Lu family village. From afar, he saw wisps of smoke rising from his own home's roof, along with Blackie's barks. At the entrance to the village, Ma Laowu handed back the fox fur to Fang Xinghua and then headed straight to Fang Zhenhong's house. Finally back home, Fang Xinghua carried the meat on his shoulder towards his yard. From afar, he saw Li Xiumei standing by the door, looking toward here. When she saw him come back, she hurriedly ran over. Mom and sister were worried sick. After saying that, she took the pheasants and wild rabbits from Fang Xinghua's hands. They felt heavy in her grasp, making her quite delighted. Yang Chunlan and Fang Ying were cooking in the kitchen. Hearing the sound of the door opening, they rushed out and were pleasantly surprised to see all the meat Fang Xinghua had brought back. Quickly, they took it from him. This is not bad. It will be enough to feed our family for several days. With a smile on her face, Yang Chunlan took the meat out of her pocket and placed it in a bamboo tray. The larger pieces were tied with rope and hung up, while the smaller ones were simply placed in a basin to be cooked later in the afternoon. Fang Ying was busily preparing the pheasants and wild rabbits. Li Xiaomei knew Fang Jinghua must be hungry after coming back from the mountains, so she went to the kitchen and continued to prepare the meal. Fang Jinghua found a stool, sat near the front door of the main hall to rest, and ate the roasted sweet potato. Pang Laotu was already buried this morning. Yang Chunlan brought up the topic about Pang Laotu's burial. Fang Jinghua merely hummed in acknowledgement without feeling too surprised. The Pang household had hardly any food to begin with, and villagers coming daily to help mint what little grain they had wouldn't suffice. An early burial saved much trouble. Pang Laotu's grave was within their land, not far at all. Once decided, there was no reason to delay. Once the meal was ready, everyone dropped their tasks and gathered around the table inside the main hall to eat. The wooden table was old and wobbly, causing quite a lot of soup to spill out, which made Yang Chunlan heartbroken. Next year, let's invite Carpenter Wang from the village over to make 2 tables and a few chairs. Carpenter Wang was an old craftsman who earned his living by making tables and chairs for the villagers, and sometimes helped to craft coffins as well. The coffins for Grandma Lu and Old Man Pang were made by Carpenter Wang. Besides those, Carpenter Wang also specialized in paper effigies and wreaths, among other things. Because his price was relatively low, so villagers usually hired him instead of going to the nearby town to buy. I heard that Carpenter Wang has a few boards of high-quality fir wood that have been stored for many years. While eating, Yang Chunlan mentioned casually. Her health had always been poor, and she'd long wanted to get herself prepared in advance, but lacked the money due to poverty. Now that they had a little extra cash, next year they'd need it to repair the house, so Yang Chunlan hesitated to bring it up. In this era of rural China, many people prepared their coffins in their early 50s or 60s just in case. I'll take a look later. Fang Jinghua planned to visit Carpenter Wang's place to repay the debt for the bed made 2 years ago, as the money hadn't been available before, leading to the delay. After finishing his meal, Fang Jinghua took some money from the room and carried a piece of meat, then left the courtyard. Just as he was approaching Carpenter Wang's house, he could hear loud chatter from afar. When he moved closer, he realized the speakers were Lu Xiaomei and a few villagers. Lu Xiaomei's house was next to Carpenter Wang's. The 2 families were neighbors, separated only by a wall. Why are you coming over with a piece of meat? That's too embarrassing. Lu Xiaomei saw the piece of meat in Fang Jinghua's hand and thought he had brought it as a gift for her. Her face lit up with joy. The piece of meat was very substantial, weighing at least 10 jin, about 10 pounds. It had been a long time since she had eaten meat. Although she had bought 10 jin from Fang Jinghua earlier, that was being reserved for the spring festival. The few neighbors standing nearby looked on enviously. Under normal circumstances, such a piece of meat wouldn't mean much to some of the wealthier villagers. This year was different, as the snowstorms had lasted so long that they couldn't go to the nearby town to buy meat. Nearly every household was short on meat. Let me carry the meat. Come inside quickly. It's windy out here. Lu Xiaomei pushed open the wooden door and turned back to take the meat from Fang Jinghua's hands. She thought that Fang Jinghua still cared for her deep down, or else he wouldn't have personally delivered the meat to her house. This is for Carpenter Wang, Fang Jinghua said directly. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaomei immediately became flustered and hastily withdrew her hand. The other villagers chuckled and joked. Li Xiaomei, Fang Jinghua already has a beautiful wife at home, so you'll just have to step aside. Li Xiaomei wished she could find a hole to crawl into. That moment had been incredibly embarrassing, and with so many villagers around, it wouldn't be long before the whole village heard about it. Fang Jinghua didn't linger but instead headed straight for Carpenter Wang's doorstep, knocked on the door, and entered. Li Xiaomei stole a glance at his retreating figure. She felt not only embarrassment, but also sadness in her heart. The Fang Jinghua who used to pine after her no longer seemed to care about her at all now. Meanwhile, Fang Jinghua had already made his way into the main hall of Carpenter Wang's house. What's this? Carpenter Wang was warming himself by the fire when he saw Fang Jinghua walking into his home, carrying a piece of meat. He quickly fetched a stool. Fang Jinghua explained why he had come and returned the money he owed from before. Chapter 77. Nephew gets hurt by touching a gun. Alright, no problem. The planks of fir wood at home are still there. It's just that I have nothing to do during this period while staying at home. I will definitely finish it before the spring next year. Carpenter Wang slapped his chest in assurance. Then thank you very much. Here, take this meat and eat it. Fang Jinghua handed the meat to him. This is too embarrassing. Though Carpenter Wang said this with his mouth, his hands were quite honest as they directly took it and hung it on the nearby staircase. Carpenter Wang took out half a bottle of corn liquor, preparing to drink a few sips with Fang Jinghua. Since Fang Jinghua was so generous, he naturally couldn't be stingy either. He had been unwilling to drink this half a bottle of liquor, but brought it out especially to entertain Fang Jinghua today. Originally, Fang Jinghua didn't want to drink, but Wang kept pulling him and wouldn't let go, insisting he must drink a few sips. Finally, after drinking a few sips, he left. Just outside the yard, Lu Xiaomei standing by the door came into view. Lu Xiaomei was wearing a floral padded jacket, her face lightly powdered, with a red flower tied to her head, making her look more beautiful. However, Fang Jinghua wasn't interested in her, turning away his gaze and trudging through the snow back home. Fang brother, come over to my place for a bit. Lu Xiaomei warmly invited him, behaving coyly. Maybe next time. After refusing, Fang Jinghua walked away without looking back. This made Lu Xiaomei stomp her feet angrily. She had dressed up for such a long time, yet Fang Jinghua hadn't even glanced at her once. If it were his predecessor, seeing her dressed so beautifully, his eyes would not leave her. Li Xiaomei isn't as pretty as me. Lu Xiaomei felt quite bu-fu-cheat, unwilling. Afterward, Lu Xiaomei returned to the yard grumpily. You'd better calm down. Back then when Fang Jinghua proposed multiple times, you rejected him and said he wasn't good enough for you. Now, you're trying to attach yourself to him. It's embarrassing. Lu Damao, Lu Xiaomei's mother, was sweeping snow in the courtyard, sighing continuously. That was before. Now, I think Fang Xinghua is pretty good. Lu Xiaomei expressed her true thoughts. No matter how good, it doesn't matter now. Fang Xinghua has already married. You regret now, it's too late. Actually, Lu Damao also felt quite regretful inside, as she had looked down on Fang Xinghua back then, believing that Fang Xinghua would never amount to anything. But now, seeing Fang Xinghua become successful, Lu Damao wasn't feeling too well. So what if he is married? Nowadays, marriage is free. Lu Xiaomei had deliberately inquired about Fang Xinghua and Li Xiaomei. Until now, they haven't had children, so she thought it might be because Li Xiaomei cannot bear offspring. In her opinion, Fang Xinghua and her will divorce sooner or later. By this time, Fang Xinghua had already returned to the dilapidated courtyard. He looked up at the roof, noticing the heavy snow covering it, which had cracked one of the beams. With a few more days of heavy snowstorms, the roof would most likely collapse. Fang Xinghua moved a ladder over and found a shovel. Under the blizzard wind and snow, he began clearing the accumulated snow from the roof. Splash, splash. The accumulated snow on the roof fell off, dropping into the courtyard below. Very soon, the courtyard was filled with snow. Yang Chunlan, Li Xiaomei, and Fang Ying also busied themselves helping to move the snow outside the courtyard. When the sky was almost dark, Fang Xinghua had cleared away most of the accumulated snow on the roof. This significantly reduced the load, making it less likely for the roof to collapse. After finishing, everyone returned to the main house to warm by the fire. Did you drink alcohol? Sitting beside him, Fang Ying smelled alcohol on Fang Xinghua. I drank a little, it was at Wang's place earlier. Fang Xinghua didn't hide it. Li Xiaomei frowned slightly, her expression rather sour. She thought to herself that he had changed so much recently. No drinking, no smoking, being good to her. But now that he suddenly started drinking again, was he going back to how he used to be? Previously, Fang Xinghua was lazy, and after drinking, he became drunk and violent towards people. Li Xiaomei had only just begun living a good life and was now afraid, unsure of what to do. Tomorrow I want to repair the pigsty. Fang Xinghua discussed fixing the pigsty, unaware of Li Xiaomei's mood shift. Those two baby wild pigs caused a lot of trouble, gnawing through the wooden sticks around the pigsty gate and even digging several pits in the wall. It should indeed be repaired. We'll help tomorrow too. Yang Chunlan's body was much better now, not as weak as before. She wanted to help more. Everyone chatted for a while, then returned to their rooms to rest. As Fang Xinghua undressed and asked the bedridden Li Xiaomei, "Why do you look unhappy? Who offended you?" Li Xiaomei didn't say anything. She hid under the blanket and went to sleep. Fang Xinghua thought she was probably tired and didn't pay much attention. After blowing out the oil lamp, he lay down next to her and began to rest. When he woke up, it was already the morning of the next day. The sky was gray and bleak, the cold wind blowing fiercely as heavy snow continued to fall. Just yesterday afternoon, the roof had been cleared of snow, but now it was already covered with a foot-thick layer of fresh snow once again. Fang Xinghua frowned deeply. This house was in complete disrepair, essentially a dangerous building, making living inside highly perilous. The house leaked air from every side, freezing during winters and incapable of even stopping rainwater in the summer. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out inside the room. Everyone in the family got quite startled. Fang Xinghua hurriedly rushed into the room to find Huzi lying on the ground, his eyes wide open and blood all over his face, while the hunting rifle lay abandoned nearby. Huzi! Fang Ying held Huzi tightly and burst into wails. Yang Chunlan also began tearing up upon seeing this sight. He's fine. Fang Xinghua glanced at Huzi and confirmed that he hadn't been shot. Most likely, he'd been frightened, fell to the ground, and hit his head causing the bleeding. Hearing these words, Fang Ying finally stopped crying and began checking Huzi's entire body only to discover that he merely had a small scalp abrasion. A deep sigh of relief escaped her. I've told you countless times not to touch Uncle's rifle, yet you never listen. Fang Ying angrily grabbed a branch from a plum tree and began vigorously whipping Huzi's bottom. Ow ow. Huzi writhed in pain and cried uncontrollably. Yang Chunlan, who usually doted on her grandson more than anyone, didn't interfere this time around. It was indeed very dangerous for children to handle guns. They needed to learn a lesson. This time he'd escaped harm, but there might not be such luck next time. Will you dare touch it again next time? Fang Ying broke one branch and quickly found another, preparing to continue the spanking. I won't touch it anymore, I promise. Little Huzi kept begging piteously, his voice trembling with sobs. Fang Ying yanked him by the ear and dragged him out of the room, saying sternly, "From now on, don't enter your uncle and aunt's room." To prevent Huzi from handling the gun again, Fang Xinghua hung the rifle much higher on the wall, a position where even the child wouldn't be able to reach it. Though Huzi was generally obedient, sometimes he was just too mischievous. When morning came and it was time for breakfast, Fang Xinghua had barely lifted his bowl when knocking was heard outside the yard gate. Opening the door, he saw that it was his second aunt. Chapter 78, Fishing by the River. Second aunt held some eggs in her hand. Zhenghua, these were laid by that old hen. Your mom has been sick for a while, so cook these for her to eat, and let her get some proper nourishment. You take them back, it's fine. We don't need them. Fang Zhenghua knew their family was struggling financially. They couldn't even afford to eat these eggs themselves. If I say you should take them, just take them. Second aunt directly shoved them into Fang Zhenggua's hands, then turned around and left. Fang Zhenghua had lent a lot of meat and grain to her family recently. Otherwise, they would have started starving long ago. Their family is large, with 6 or 7 people altogether. Every meal consumes a lot of food. Fang Zhenghua returned to the main hall with the eggs. These were sent over by second aunt. She said they're for your health. Why didn't you invite her in for dinner? Xuanhuan took the eggs and placed them in the room where she sleeps, then came out again to continue eating. Before I could ask, she rushed off. Fang Zhenguo put a piece of pickled vegetables in his mouth, then scooped up another bite of rice. After finishing the meal, the snow outside had eased slightly, and the fog began to slowly dissipate. Fang Zhenguo took Blackie, his dog, and left the village, heading towards the rear mountain. There wasn't much game near the village in the mountains, so he planned to just wander around and see if luck would find him. This time, he took a different direction, leading to a river behind a slope. The river is called Lu Family River. The river surface isn't very wide, only about 10 meters, but its depth reaches 4 or 5 meters. During regular times, many women from the village come here to wash clothes or vegetables. But now it's winter, and the roads are difficult to traverse, so practically no one comes to this river anymore. Most wash at home. In the past, villagers caught wild grass carp here weighing 7 or 8 jin, a unit of weight. The river contains many kinds of fish, at least 20 or 30 species, all flushed down from the main river in the mountains. Also in the water are other animals like water snakes and frogs. Wang Zhenguo climbed over the hill and arrived at the riverside, taking a look at the river surface and noticing several villagers fishing there. Ice already covered the river's surface, and where they were fishing, they'd broken through with holes, their hooks and fishing lines cast down through the ice. Li Tainyo was also there, as well as Fang Zhenhong. Fang Zhenhong's family was having a hard time, and there was nothing left to eat at home, so he came here to fish as an option. Have you caught anything? Fang Zhenguo walked carefully across the icy surface, which was dangerously slippery. One misstep, and you might fall. Fishing my ass. I've been here since morning and haven't seen even a shadow of a fish. Li Tainyo sighed, losing his patience. Not only Li Tainyo but others as well. None of them had caught even a single small fish yet. At that moment, Fang Zhenhong noticed Fang Zhenguo's arrival and looked at him with hatred before turning away and continuing to fish. He resented Fang Zhenguo deeply but dared not voice it. Previously, Fang Zhenguo had beaten him several times, something he hadn't forgotten. He vowed revenge when the opportunity arose. There's a fish. Panicking, Fang Zhenhong quickly stood up, pulling on his fishing rod, maneuvering the line around, and finally dragging a 1-jin grass carp onto the shore, tossing it into a bucket. Seeing this made the villagers envious. Finally, Fang Zhenhong got lucky while everyone else hadn't managed to catch a single fish. Where did you buy your fishing rod, Fang Zhenhong? One villager stared intently at the fishing rod. I bought it at the market in the town. It's a professional fishing rod for serious anglers. All your fishing rods will never catch anything. Fang Zhenhong threw the hook back into the river, continuing to fish. The villager exhaled deeply. Looks like to really catch fish, we need a better fishing rod. Of course, I spent several yuan on this one. The quality is excellent. Fang Zhenhong began to show off his fishing rod. It was indeed the best fishing rod among everyone present, a professional angler's tool. Others' rods, however, were more makeshift. Their fishing lines were scavenged, discarded and repurposed, and their hooks were homemade from needles, very crude. Fang Zhenguo was chatting with Li Tainyo. Initially, he intended to go hunting, but there wasn't a trace of any prey in the woods. Do you want to try fishing? I'm done. Li Tainyo handed the fishing rod to Fang Zhenguo. He no longer wanted to continue, feeling that it was a complete waste of time. Even waiting the entire day would yield nothing. I'll give it a shot. Fang Zhenguo accepted the fishing rod, pulled up the fishing line and hook. There were still corn kernels hanging on the hook. He reeled out the line all the way, inspected and adjusted the hook slightly, extending the line even further. In winter, fish mostly stay in the deepest parts of the river. To successfully catch one, the fishing line needs to be extended longer. Fang Zhenguo did have experience in fishing, especially ice fishing. I'm going to fix the pigsty at home later. Can I borrow a few of your old logs? Fang Zhenguo carried a stone and sat beside the ice hole, waiting for the fish to bite. Sure, Li Tainyo agreed. He didn't leave immediately, but instead picked up a stone and stayed nearby, chatting and boasting with Fang Zhenguo. Now, the snow began to intensify, falling from the sky. In no time, their clothes and hats were covered with snow. The temperature dropped sharply, making everyone shiver with cold, yet they all kept holding on. Many families had run out of food. Unable to hunt in the mountains, their only hope was now on fishing. Damn weather. Fang Zhenguo couldn't help but curse softly, brushing the snow off his body and pulling his hat tighter over his face. The wind was biting cold, stinging his cheeks painfully. In order to catch a couple of fish to take home, they had to keep enduring. It moved. Li Tainyo called out hurriedly. Fang Zhenguo immediately stood up and began reeling in the line, distinctly feeling that the fish was strong. It must be a big one, no mistake. If it were an ordinary small fish, it wouldn't have been so powerful. It could easily be thrown onto the shore with just a bit of effort. In no time, a 6 or 7 jin fish was dragged close to the ice hole, then quickly hauled up by Fang Zhenguo. The fish kept flapping on the icy surface, its tail striking the ice and producing a loud slapping sound. Wow, this is huge. Li Tainyo shouted in surprise while searching for a stick to knock the fish unconscious. Not bad, good harvest today. Fang Zhenguo smiled despite himself, not expecting much when he started, yet within just half an hour, such a large fish was caught. This fish alone would feed his entire family for a meal. The villagers gazed enviously at the big fish. Fang Zhenhong also glanced over, clearly dissatisfied. He relocated, believing his spot wasn't ideal, which was why he hadn't managed to catch a big fish. Chapter 79, A Feast of Game. Let's see if we can catch any fish. The quality of the fishing rod doesn't matter much. One of the villagers said. The other villagers also nodded in agreement. This made Fang Jinhong's face turn sour, feeling mocked. He vowed to catch a big fish and not be outdone by Fang Jinghua. At this moment, Fang Jinghua had already fixed the fishing hook again and tossed it into the ice hole he used before. He was ready to try his luck again, hoping to catch another one. Hours passed, and the float moved again, but this time, it was only a small fish weighing about 1 jin. Staying here for hours braving the snowstorm, Fang Jinghua decided not to stay any longer. Fishing under such weather conditions was almost life-threatening. Earlier, catching that large fish was purely due to good luck. After packing up, Fang Jinghua and Li Tiniu went back to the village. They parted ways at the village entrance. I'll head home first. I'll stop by your place later to move some wood to fix the pig pen. Fang Jinghua said goodbye to Li Tiniu and returned to the yard carrying 2 fish of different sizes. Yang Chunlan and the others immediately gathered around when they saw such big fish and took them over to feel their weight. This must weigh at least 7 jin. After Fang Ying spoke, she looked at Fang Jinghua incredulously. In the middle of winter, you managed to catch such a big fish. You're really something. Yang Chunlan took the fish and planned to cook personally today. Where's my wife? Fang Jinghua glanced around the courtyard, not seeing the figure of Li Xiumei. Normally, she would have been the first to come forward to take the fish. She's at your second uncle's mother's house. Didn't they send some eggs earlier? I thought it wasn't appropriate, so I sent Xiumei over with 10 jin of rice. After Yang Chunlan finished speaking, she began preparing the fish. With a nod, Fang Jinghua stepped out of the yard, walking through the snow until he arrived at Li Tiniu's house shortly after. Is this enough? Li Tiniu pointed to 2 large logs in the yard which were taken from a building just now. It's enough. Later, call your wife and kid, and come over to our place for dinner. Fang Jinghua picked up 1 log and carried it on his shoulder all the way home. Next, it was time to repair the pig pen. Fang Jinghua fetched a saw and various tools and began processing the wood. A short while later, Li Tiniu also came over to help. After an afternoon of work, as night fell, they finally repaired the pig pen. The 2 young wild pigs could no longer escape no matter what they tried. The pig pen became more solid and sturdy, capable of holding even more animals. Dinner's ready, Li Xiumei called out, placing the dishes onto the wooden table in the main hall. Everyone gathered around and started eating. Today was lively with many people. In addition to Fang Jinghua's family, there was also Li Tiniu's whole family. There were plenty of dishes: rice, braised fish, wild boar meat, radish soup, stir-fried cabbage, and another dish of pickled vegetables, covering the entire table. Your family's food is really abundant. Li Tiniu was somewhat shocked. Every household in the area was struggling to make ends meet, yet the Fang family ate as abundantly as during a festival. Even Li Tiniu's wife couldn't sit still anymore. Rich food like this was how people were meant to live. Help yourselves. Yang Chunlan warmly invited everyone, picking a piece of meat for little Li Tiniu, Li Tiniu's 4-year-old son who would enter preschool next year and was always mischievous. From now on, I'll come to your house every day to mooch meals. Li Tiniu stuffed a piece of pork in his mouth, enjoying it immensely. It had been a long time since he'd eaten so satisfyingly. After a round of devouring everything on the table, the 2 fish were completely gone. There wasn't a trace of the pork or other dishes left behind either, leaving nothing but empty bowls scattered across the table. Burp. Li Tiniu contentedly patted his belly and let out a satisfied belch. Little Hu and little Li Tiniu imitated him seriously, making everyone burst into laughter. After warming themselves by the fire for a while, Li Tiniu left happily with his wife and child. For the Li family, a regular meal at Fang Jinghua's house felt like a festival feast. Feng Jinhong eats too much, consuming 4 full large bowls. Fang Ying couldn't resist mentioning Li Tiniu. Seeing how he ate just now, it was as if he was pouring food straight into his mouth like being in a race. While tidying up the plates, Yang Chunlan chimed in. Not having eaten meat for a month or 2, everyone is the same, especially since Li Tiniu has always been a heavy eater. They began chatting, reminiscing about the tough times of the past. Life was much better now compared to the famine in the 60s when people starved in the village, eating bark and clay just to survive. I'll take these bones to feed Haizi. Fang Jinghua gathered the leftover pig and fish bones into a bowl and carried them to feed Haizi. Haizi loved eating bones and had a hearty appetite, eating anything given to him. Sometimes, he'd even eat pig grass when hungry. What's that on your face? Li Xiumei reached out and wiped something off Fang Jinghua's face. It must be mud powder. Fang Jinghua remembered that when he was fixing the pig pen earlier, he accidentally brushed against a corner of the wall. As a result, some mud powder hadn't been wiped clean and had fallen into his eyes, causing immediate sharp pain. Let me blow it for you. Li Xiumei leaned closer, pulling his eyelid apart with her hand, then blew gently twice. The irritation in his eye subsided, and it slowly returned to normal. Fang Jinghua looked at Li Xiumei and smiled as he asked, "Are you not mad anymore?" Li Xiumei wouldn't admit it and replied casually, "I'm not mad." Fang Jinghua chuckled. Since this morning she had ignored him completely, not even responding when he spoke to her, and yet she said she wasn't angry? As they were talking, Li Xiumei took the empty bowl and went back to the kitchen to wash the dishes. It was winter, so the weather was cold, and the lard on the plates and chopsticks solidified easily, making them hard to clean. So the dishes needed to be washed while still warm. Li Xiumei was industrious and could always find things to do all day long. In the evening, the cold wind howled outside, whipping against the windows and creating a crackling sound, as gusts of chilly air kept seeping into the room. The room was as cold as an ice cellar, and even the blankets felt freezing. Fang Jinghua used a stick to prop up the window from the inside, barely managing to close it. He felt a bit annoyed. There wasn't a single good place in this dilapidated yard. They had just fixed the pig pen today, but tomorrow they would need to repair the windows again. When he got back to bed, he saw Li Xiaomei, who was so cold that her lips had turned purple. "Sleep in my arms." Fang Zhenghua held her in his arms, and she instantly felt much warmer. They slept through the night until the next morning, waking up to find that Li Xiaomei had already left the room and was grinding cornmeal by the door. The corn they had bought earlier was all in kernels and had to be ground into flour using a stone mill before it could be made into cornbread. Yang Chunlan and Fang Ying were helping beside her. Fang Zhenghua originally wanted to lend a hand, but realizing he couldn't help much, he picked up a sickle, some wire, and a handful of rice, and left the yard. He planned to head to the mountain behind their home to set up a few traps. Perhaps he could catch some pheasants or rabbits. Chapter 80. The Thief Who Steals Things. After Fang Zhenghua arrived at the back mountain, he used a machete to cut down a small tree, tied wire on it, and then pressed the other end with a few branches, making a slipknot. He placed the rice in the wire snare. This kind of snare was very practical. As long as the animal went to eat the rice, stepping on the trap would trigger the elasticity and directly catch it. In the forest at the back mountain, he consecutively made 7 or 8 traps and then left the forest to return to the village. There was nothing else to do now. All he needed to do was check the traps tomorrow morning, and then he could enjoy some wild game again. Fishing didn't work. It was impossible to catch anything. Yesterday was just pure luck. Just as he returned to the village, he saw a shadowy figure lurking around, wearing a thick cotton coat and a fur hat, seemingly dragging something. When he got a little closer, he finally saw clearly. It was Fang Zhenhong. What Fang Zhenhong was dragging was a bag of grain. There was a hole in the bag, and quite a bit had fallen out, but he paid no attention, looking rather anxious. Suddenly, after glancing forward, Fang Zhenhong hurriedly dragged the bag and hid behind a stone ridge. Right when Fang Zhenghua was confused, he saw Lu Maozi rush out of his house holding a hoe, muttering curses under his breath. "Which bastard stole my grain? What's going on?" Fang Zhenghua walked over and asked. "Just now, I was in the outhouse taking care of business when I heard some noise in the main room. When I ran into the room with my pants halfway up, 100 pounds of grain had been stolen." Lu Maozi clenched his teeth in anger. The meat was stolen last night, and now the grain this morning. The grain and meat were things that Fang Zhenghua had previously exchanged for land with him. After eating only a couple of meals, they ended up being stolen one after another, leaving nothing in the house. To Lu Maozi, these grain and meat were his lifeline, on which he depended to get through the winter. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhenghua immediately understood what had happened and gestured toward the stone ridge with his eyes. Lu Maozi wasn't stupid and instantly caught on. He stood on the stone ridge with his hoe and glanced below, just in time to see Fang Zhenhong and that bag of grain. "Fang Zhenhong, you son of a bitch." Lu Maozi instantly flew into a rage, clenching his teeth, and hurled the hoe in his hand directly towards Fang Zhenhong. "Turns out you're the thief. Today I'm going to fight you to the death, old man." Once exposed, Fang Zhenhong threw the grain down and ran away as fast as possible. "You won't get away from me." Lu Maozi did not chase after him, but instead dragged the bag of grain back to the yard, relocking it inside the house. This time, he added an iron lock. Subsequently, Lu Maozi ran towards Fang Zhenhong's house with the hoe, intending to quickly retrieve the meat. Upon arriving at Fang Zhenhong's house, Lu Maozi shouted several times, but the door was locked tight, with no one opening it. "Give my meat back right now, or I'll break your door down." Lu Maozi immediately started smashing the door with the hoe. The door was sturdy. Despite multiple attempts, it wouldn't budge. "Fang Zhenhong, you may look like a decent person normally, but you're actually a thief. You've been stealing chickens and geese from the village before, and now you've even dared to steal from my home. Doesn't your family fear intestinal problems from eating stolen food?" Lu Maozi kept cursing while never stopping smashing the wooden door with his hands. Soon, many villagers were attracted, and neighbors from the surrounding houses came out and gathered here to watch the commotion. "Fang Zhenhong is stealing again. It seems like dogs can't stop eating shit." The villagers muttered curses under their breath. A thief is despised by everyone. If caught, no one shows any mercy. Feeling guilty, Fang Zhenhong dared not come out and directly locked the door. "If you don't come out, I will keep guarding your front door today. Let's see how long you can hide." After getting tired of smashing the door, Lu Maozi sat down on a rock by the door, still loudly cursing. "If you don't give my bag of meat back, I'll make sure your household has no peace." That was Lu Maozi's life-saving meat for the year, so he wouldn't let Fang Zhenhong off that easily. Fang Zhenghua, standing a bit far away watching the commotion, thought for a moment that it was meaningless, so he turned and returned to his broken courtyard. At this exact moment, Li Xiaomei had already prepared the meal, with the food arranged on the broken table in the main hall. Fang Zhenhong has started stealing again. Fang Zhenghua walked over, scooped himself a bowl of cornmeal rice, sat on a stool, and recounted what happened earlier to Yang Chunlan and the others. "It looks like Fang Zhenhong is desperate from hunger. I heard that they finished their grain the day before yesterday, and there's nothing left in the house." Yang Chunlan took a bite of rice and noticed that her chopsticks were covered in grains. She knocked them against the edge of the table to shake the grains off. Cornmeal rice easily stuck to chopsticks, and you had to tap it a couple of times to get the grains off, so they wouldn't fall into the dishes when eating. Fang Ying continued the conversation. "I also heard from Auntie that Uncle directly passed out from hunger. We need to be careful and watch our food and meat at home so it doesn't get stolen by this guy. We always have someone in the yard. Fang Zhenhong won't dare to come steal during the day, but we need to be cautious at night." Yang Chunlan was very alert and didn't let her guard down for a moment. Fang Zhenghua took a bite of meat, his face showing a trace of a smile. It was all Fang Zhenhong's own doing, keeping old Lu San at home eating without paying. Now with no more grain left, he could only starve. There were still quite a few villagers in the village who were starving. If there hadn't been snow, they could find some wild vegetables to eat, but now with such deep snow outside, not even the shadow of any wild vegetable could be found. At this moment, a knocking sound came from outside the courtyard. Fang Zhenghua, holding his bowl and chopsticks, walked out of the hall and opened the wooden door, finding Fang Guokai standing outside. "Can I talk to you for a bit?" Fang Guokai looked listless, hungry from not having eaten for 2 or 3 days, and had already lost weight around his frame. "There's nothing to discuss." Fang Zhenghua reached out to close the door. "Wait just a second." Fang Guokai hastily pushed against the door, tears welling up in his eyes, his voice pleading. "Zhenghua, my family has run out of options. Can you lend us some grain? My whole family is about to starve to death." Fang Zhenghua became somewhat impatient. "Your son stole a sack of meat from Lao Maozi last night, and yet you're still hungry?" Fang Guokai hurriedly explained. "It wasn't my son who stole the meat. If he had stolen a big sack of meat last night, my son wouldn't have tried stealing grain this morning." Hearing this, Fang Zhenghua felt somewhat strange. How could the meat not have been stolen by Fang Zhenhong? Apart from Fang Zhenhong in the village, he never would have guessed there were other thieves, and this thief was well hidden, making Fang Zhenhong take the blame. Chapter 81, Borrowing Grain. No. Fang Zhenghua directly shut the wooden door and went back to the hall to continue eating. Back in the day, when his family had no food, they asked this family to borrow some grain. But not only did they refuse, they also mocked him. Even worse, they deliberately played tricks on his mother xuanhuan, making her stand in the snow for a whole day. There wasn't a good person in Fang Guotsai's family, each of them being cunning, harsh, and selfish. Who was that just now? Xuanhuan was curious. It was no one. The door was just blown open by the wind. Fang Zhenghua didn't tell her, worried that Xuanhuan might feel pity and lend the grain to their family. "I thought there might be someone." Xuanhuan stopped asking. After drinking a sip of meat broth, she suddenly remembered something. This morning, Lu Xiaomei came over with 10 pounds of corn. She said that on the way to Majiako village, she encountered wild wolves, and it was you who saved her, so she brought these things as a thank you. When Fang Zhenghua heard this, he didn't think much of it, and just said, "Oh." Lu Xiaomei, who was eating at the time, was very upset. She had long seen through Lu Xiaomei's ulterior motives. "I'm full." Lu Xiaomei took her bowl and chopsticks to the kitchen, looking very upset. Fang Zhenghua continued eating heartily, without noticing. The next day, Fang Zhenghua took the rifle and went to the back mountain to check the traps set up the previous night. At first, all the traps were empty. The rice on them had been eaten, and the traps had been triggered, yet nothing had been caught. Only one trap remained, which was farther away on the other side of the slope near Lu Family River. The wind and snow were very heavy, howling loudly in his ears, making it impossible to open his eyes. After walking for half a day, Fang Zhenghua finally reached the trap. Due to the heavy snowfall last night, the traps had been buried under the snow. He grabbed the wire and pulled it out from the snow. He found the tail of a pheasant. "We have meat to eat." Fang Zhenghua pulled harder on the wire, revealing a plump pheasant, which looked to weigh at least 5 jin. The pheasant was already dead, its body frozen stiff with no warmth. After resetting all the traps, he returned to the village holding the pheasant. It wouldn't be enough for one meal, but at least it would make a feast. Just before exiting the forest, he noticed a shadow crouched beside a big tree. Upon closer inspection, it was Lu Maozi. Lu Maozi held his arms tightly, trembling with cold. His clothes and cap were covered with snow, and his lips were bluish-purple from the cold. "What are you squatting here for?" Fang Zhenghua couldn't help but ask. Lu Maozi raised his head upon hearing the sound. "My old mother's grave has collapsed. I came specially to take a look. With such heavy snow, I can't repair it right now, so I'll wait until the snow stops." Fang Zhenghua looked toward Lu Laotai's grave nearby, and saw that the grave had indeed collapsed, and the tombstone was lying directly on the ground. Those people who repaired the grave were too unreliable. This new grave collapsed just a month after it was built. If it rained heavily in summer, the coffin might even get washed out by water. After retracting his gaze, Fang Zhenghua walked toward the direction of the village. "You're really skillful. You could catch a pheasant even in such weather." Lu Maozi caught up and returned to the village with him, constantly swallowing saliva. He talked a lot, chatting nonstop, and also mentioned his stolen meat. "Did you find your missing meat?" Fang Zhenghua asked. "Find it? Screw that. I left it at home, hesitating to eat it, but it got stolen, down to the last bit." Lu Maozi was angry, cursing while talking. "I know Fang Zhenhong's family didn't steal my meat, but I must demand it from them. I'm going to stick around their house. When I return to the village, I'll keep yelling at their doorstep. Anyway, I'm bored anyway." Fang Zhenghua laughed. The name Maozi wasn't called in vain. Maozi means shameless in the local dialect. It was a nickname given by the villagers. As for his real name, aside from himself, others had forgotten it, always referring to him as Lu Maozi. "You have grudges against their family, and I'm helping you out. Why don't you share some meat with me?" Lu Maozi started having thoughts about the meat again. Fang Zhenghua stopped, furrowing his brow. "Don't pull this trick with me. We had an agreement beforehand. This year, I'll give you 100 caddies of meat and grain first. The rest will be provided next year." Lu Maozi sighed and didn't mention this matter again. By the time Fang Zhenghua returned to the village and reached his doorstep, he heard noise coming from the yard. Upon entering, he saw Fang Guokai and the village chief had come over and were causing trouble. "Zhenghua, you've returned just in time." The village chief was sitting on a stool, tapping his smoking pipe, and sighed. "I looked into your uncle's family situation. They're indeed in dire straits, haven't eaten for several days now. Your families are relatives after all. Be compassionate and offer them some help." Fang Guokai had previously come to borrow grain, but Fang Zhenghua ignored him, resulting in the village chief being sent over. Chief, our family is struggling too. If we lent our grain to them, what would we eat? Xuanhuan, giving face to the old village chief, spoke with a rather gentle tone. The village chief didn't know what to say. He had only come to try mediate. If Fang Jingguo's family refused to lend grain, there wasn't much he could do. Fang Guokai was not willing to give up. Your family has so much grain and meat. How could it be not enough? We're only borrowing a little from you, and we'll repay it. There's none for your family, even if we have. Fang Jingguo cut straight to the point, refusing any small talk. The village chief wanted to continue persuading, but Fang Jingguo didn't give him the chance, preemptively saying, what kind of people the Fang Guokai family are, you as chief should know. I do know, but you can't let your own uncle and his family starve to death, can you? The village chief sighed. If they starve to death, it has nothing to do with us. When our family borrowed grain from them back in the day, not a single grain of rice was lent. Now why should we lend to them? Fang Jingguo directly asked the village chief. The village chief couldn't utter a word. Many things, in fact, the village chief knew, but as the leader of the village, he must go through the motions at least. That time I wasn't at home. I only learned later that your family had come to borrow grain. Fang Guokai started making various excuses, denying the matter entirely. Get out immediately. Fang Jingguo wouldn't waste words with him. The grain was definitely not going to be lent out. Even if Fang Guokai were to starve right before him, he wouldn't spare a glance. Fang Guokai lingered in the yard for a moment, and then slinked away. The troubles between your two families make my head ache. From now on, you do as you please. The village chief didn't want to interfere anymore, stood up with his smoking pipe in hand. Chief, would you like to stay a while longer? Xuanhuan was quite hospitable. Given that the other party was the village chief, one might need their favor someday. No, I'll visit again next time. Saying this, the village chief walked out of the courtyard. Chapter 82, Bear Tracks. Ant's family is borrowing grain again. Tell them to leave. Fang Jingguo didn't want to deal with their family. Even if they all starved to death, it would have nothing to do with his family. We know. Xuanhuan was clear about the behavior of this family and would not lend them grain easily. Early the next morning, Fang Jingguo took a hunting rifle and went to the back mountain. The sky was still gray, the snow was heavy, and several birch trees by the side of the mountain road were broken under the weight of the snow, blocking the way into the mountain. This piece of firewood mountain belonged to Liu Xiaomei's family, which was next to Li Tiniu's family firewood mountain. The two families had quite a bit of conflict over boundary disputes, and there were plenty of arguments in normal times. Li Tiniu's wife was good at arguing. She could always take the upper hand mainly because she was fierce at cursing, and she would curse anything. Her voice was very loud, and people in the village could hear her when she cursed here. Soon, Fang Jingguo reached the forest. Checking the traps, he found all the traps destroyed, but the rice in them hadn't been stolen. That was strange. According to logic, prey destroys traps to steal rice. He examined the traces nearby and found some brown and black hair. It was obvious that the bear had done this. Beside the snowy ground, there was bear feces, already frozen into ice lumps. Fang Jingguo was secretly happy inside, not expecting a bear to run to the nearby forest. There hadn't been a big enough hunt for a long time. This bear must be nearby. If the prey came to him, he couldn't miss the chance. Judging from the droppings, it should be around 200 jin, enough for the whole family to eat for a long time. Now the wind and snow became heavier, and the air was colder. His exposed hands were numb, and the bones hurt too. Fang Jingguo braved the snowstorm and began to search for the bear's tracks in the area. After circling around, he found more bear hair beside a large pine tree trunk nearby. Now he was sure that this bear was nearby. It was just unknown where it was hiding. Fang Jingguo couldn't stand the cold anymore, so he had to go back first, wait until tomorrow to get some bait, and lure this bear out, then hunt it. After returning home, he took a piece of meat upstairs and was preparing to go out when Xuanhuan returned from Ant's house. Where are you going? Xuanhuan walked over, helping Fang Jingguo brush off the snow on his body and brushing it off his hat as well. To trade an old hen with Li Tiniu's family. Fang Jingguo planned to use the chicken entrails as bait. Other than that, there seemed to be no better alternative. Xuanhuan felt strange. Why are you trading for an old hen? We don't have much meat left in the house. Whether we can get through this winter or not, I'm not sure yet. She wanted to save more. There indeed wasn't much meat in the house. They originally planned to eat through this winter, but every meal consumed a lot, worrying about having nothing later. There is a bear in the back mountain. Fang Jingguo revealed his purpose. Xuanhuan was startled. This bear might be hungry in the deep mountains, so it ran to the forest near the village. Thinking for a moment, she said, I think honey works best. Exchanging such a large piece of meat for an old hen seems a pity. Where is their honey now? Fang Jingguo also knew that honey was the best bait, but this thing was hard to find, especially now in winter. Xuanhuan thought for a moment, suddenly remembering, Liu Xiaomei's family raised 2 boxes of bees before. They should have some. Why don't you go ask? All right. Fang Jingguo carried the meat, walked on the village road in the storm. After a few minutes, he arrived at Liu Xiaomei's doorstep. Just ready to knock, he saw Liu Xiaomei's mother, Mother Liu, carrying a basket full of large radishes and holding a hoe, coming back from the field. Radishes are very cold resistant. Like cabbage, they are the only 2 vegetables in winter. But these vegetables are not very filling. However, there's no other way. Many villagers' homes have no food left, and they can only fill their stomachs with radishes and cabbage. Hey, isn't this Xinghua? Mother Liu was very glad to see Fang Jingguo come to her home, and warmly greeted. It's too cold outside. Don't stay outside. Come in quickly. As she spoke, she opened the wooden door. Especially when Mother Liu saw such a large piece of meat in Fang Jingguo's hand, she was even happier. Her smile widened. Their family has a piece of meat, but they've been saving it. intending to eat it during the spring festival. They haven't eaten meat for a long time, and the whole family craves it. This year's blizzard caused many villagers to buy meat, even if they have money. Do you still have any honey? Fang Zheng will plan to inquire clearly first before going in. If not, he'd just check elsewhere. Yes, I kept some honey this year when we collected it. If you want, I can give you some. While talking, Aunt Lu invited Fang Zhenghua to come inside. Fang Zhenghua followed her in. As soon as he entered the main room, he saw Lu Xiaomei sitting by the hearth knitting a sweater. How did you end up here? Lu Xiaomei was caught off guard for a moment. Zhenghua is here for honey. Open the jar in the room and see how much honey we still have. Aunt Lu placed the basket in the yard, found a stool for Fang Zhenghua, and threw a few potatoes into the hearth. She then poured a cup of hot water and added some tea leaves. Have some tea. It's cold out there, so warm your stomach. Aunt Lu was very richening, constantly offering him things. You take this meat. Fang Zhenghua handed over the meat to Aunt Lu and then sat down on the stool with the cup of water in hand, waiting for the honey. It feels too generous. This piece of meat is at least 20 jin. Aunt Lu took the meat while saying this and went into the room with it. Lu Xiaomei was searching for the honey jar inside but couldn't find it after a long time. Didn't I put it under the bed a few days ago? Where is it now? Let me look. Take the meat Zhenghua gave us. Go put it somewhere safe so the rats don't get it. Aunt Lu handed the meat to Lu Xiaomei. It's heavy. Lu Xiaomei looked it over when she picked it up. Eat slowly. It will last us for a few days. With that, she happily hung the meat on a bamboo rod in the room and placed a mousetrap nearby. After flipping through things for a long time, Aunt Lu finally found the honey jar. After opening it and seeing there was still quite a bit left, she said, shouldn't we give half to him and keep the rest for our family? That doesn't seem right. He brought such a big piece of meat. We should give it all to him. Lu Xiaomei was very generous. She opened the bedside cabinet, took out a bottle of snowflake cream, applied some to her face, and then stood in front of the mirror, starting to fix her hair. What are you doing? Aunt Lu frowned. Lu Xiaomei changed into her floral cotton jacket and checked herself in the mirror. Of course I want to look nice. You're wasting time. Aunt Lu sighed, took the honey jar, and left the room. Chapter 83, Pregnant Daughter-in-Law. Fang Zhenghua was sitting in the main room when he saw Grandma Lu coming out with a honey jar. He stood up and took it from her. It was heavy, and there seemed to be quite a lot. He found it strange. Grandma Lu was an extremely stingy person, so why was she being so generous now, giving all of it to him? Originally, we kept it for our own consumption, but since you want it, we'll give it all to you. Grandma Lu looked very generous, smiling cheerfully as she said this. Thanks then. Fang Zhenghua gave a polite smile. He had given them such a large piece of meat, so they weren't losing anything at all. If he hadn't brought the meat, Grandma Lu wouldn't have been willing to give him all the honey. Mom, go prepare the meal. I'll chat with Brother Fang. Lu Xiaomei came out from the room, looking more refined than before. All right. Grandma Lu responded and walked out of the main room to prepare the meal by the stove. Lu Xiaomei sat down on a stool by the fireplace. Don't stand there. Come sit. I should go back. I'll visit again some other day. Fang Zhenghua didn't want to stay too long. With the honey jar in hand, he headed toward the door of the main room. It's rare for you to come by. Stay for dinner before leaving. Lu Xiaomei followed after him. She didn't want to miss this chance for some alone time with him. She thought to herself that no matter what, she needed to keep Fang Zhenghua here. Such opportunities were few and far between. I'll eat at home. As Fang Zhenghua spoke, he continued walking toward the door. Hey! Lu Xiaomei deliberately twisted her ankle, falling into the snow pile in the courtyard, waiting for Fang Zhenghua to help her up. But when she looked up, Fang Zhenghua had already walked out of the yard, leaving only his back view behind. Lu Xiaomei could only pick herself up from the ground, stomping her feet in anger. It didn't work at all. At this point, Fang Zhenghua had returned to his broken yard with the honey. Li Xiaomei was sweeping the snow in the yard and noticed the large jar he was holding, feeling curious. What's this? Honey, just fetched from Lu Xiaomei's house. We're going to take it into the mountains tomorrow. Fang Zhenghua sat on a stool and opened the jar, discovering that it still had half a jar left, filled with the sweet smell of honey. When Li Xiaomei heard that it was obtained from Lu Xiaomei's house, she felt upset inside and fiercely swept at the snow on the ground, accidentally breaking the broom. Why are you so rough? Let me make another one. Fang Zhenghua set down the jar and found some palm leaves at the corner of the wall, as well as a rope and wooden stick. Rural brooms were very simple. They usually didn't need to be bought. Any makeshift tool would do the job. Tiger ran out of the house, and once he saw the honey, saliva dripped uncontrollably. Uncle, can I have some? Sure. Fang Zhenghua agreed. Tiger hurried to the kitchen, grabbed a pair of chopsticks and a steamed bun, and squatted on the ground eating it by dipping it in the honey. There was plenty of honey in the jar. Tiger couldn't possibly finish it, so there would definitely be enough. After fixing the broom, Fang Zhenghua found a small jar in the room and poured half of the honey into it. There was too much honey to use at once. Half would be kept for their family to consume, and the other half would serve as bait the next day. In the afternoon, after Li Xiaomei finished cooking, everyone gathered around the rickety wooden table and ate the stir-fried pork cabbage along with pickles and steamed buns. There wasn't much grain or meat left, so they had eaten simply these past few days. The dish of stir-fried pork with cabbage only had 4 or 5 slices of pork, most of which ended up in Tiger's stomach. Xiaomei, tomorrow is your birthday. Boil the eggs your second aunt gave us and have them. Xuanhuan picked up a piece of cabbage and mixed it with her corn rice before shoveling it into her mouth. Birthdays in rural areas weren't very extravagant. Sometimes they just ate eggs to symbolize celebrating a birthday. Households slightly better off might invite relatives and friends over for a feast. Mom, those eggs should be saved for you to eat. Li Xiaomei hesitated to eat them and wanted to leave them for Xuanhuan. Just eating eggs isn't enough. Tomorrow, we will set up several tables of dishes and invite everyone over for a meal, a proper birthday celebration for you. Fang Jingwo put down his chopsticks and turned to look at Li Xiaomei beside him. As for the meat, I'll think of a way to bring out the meat upstairs and make some braised pork belly and recooked pork. After these words, everyone was momentarily stunned. Li Xiaomei's chopsticks fell directly to the ground. She picked them up, wiped them, and hastily said, "How could we do that? Mom never even celebrated her birthday grandly. And me?" She was touched and surprised, having rarely celebrated her birthdays throughout her life. When she was young, eating an egg counted as celebrating a birthday. Later, after marrying into the Fang family, she not only didn't get to eat eggs, but also nobody even remembered her birthday. Now, Fang Jingwo wanted to celebrate it grandly, leaving her quite flustered. It must happen. Fang Jingwo wasn't worried about the meat. It was fine if they ate it all, as there was still a black bear waiting for him to deal with on the back mountain. As Li Xiaomei was about to speak, she suddenly felt an upheaval in her stomach and quickly put down her chopsticks, rushing to the door of the main room. Then, she began to dry heave. Could it be? Fang Jingwo hurried out and fetched a bowl of water for Li Xiaomei to rinse her mouth. What? Li Xiaomei looked bewildered, not understanding what Fang Jingwo meant. It means you're pregnant. Inside, Fang Jingwo was extremely happy, calculating that the timing fit perfectly. After being stunned for a moment, Li Xiaomei started dry heaving again. It must be. These days, Xiaomei has been like an eggplant hit by frost. I thought she was sick. Fang Ying had given birth before and immediately made the judgment. It had been similar when she bore little Tiger. That's great. Yang Xuanhuan was ecstatic, almost at a loss as to what to do. She had long hoped to hold a grandchild, never imagining the good news would come so soon. Everyone was very happy, smiling broadly at Li Xiaomei. The happiest one was still Fang Jingwo. He was about to become a father, and this was indeed a major event. Am I really pregnant? Li Xiaomei was also very happy, having waited many years since marrying into the family for such a change. Watching other women give birth to children, she too yearned to have her own baby. Of course you are. Fang Jingwo gazed tenderly at her. Your birthday tomorrow must be celebrated. All the meat and rice should be taken out, and we'll celebrate properly. Li Xiaomei wanted to say something, but just as the words reached her lips, she started dry heaving again, nearly choking. Fang Jingwo gently patted her back. Eat the eggs later, to nourish yourself. All right. For the sake of the child inside her, Li Xiaomei agreed. We should go tell our relatives and friends to join us for dinner. Yang Xuanhuan decided to go ahead, though she hadn't initially agreed to the large celebration. Upon learning that Li Xiaomei was pregnant, naturally, they had to prepare well. Yang Xuanhuan and Fang Ying barely finished a couple of bites of food before leaving the yard to invite neighbors and relatives. Chapter 84, A Heartwarming Birthday. In the evening, Fang Jingwo took some eggs from the room and grabbed a lump of brown sugar. He then went to the kitchen and started cooking. After he was done, he served it to Li Xiaomei. Eat it while it's hot. It was Fang Jingwo's first time being a father, and he didn't know what food was effective, so he just made sure that it was as nutritious as possible. Li Xiaomei looked at the bowl of brown sugar and egg, picked it up with both hands, and began to eat it in small bites. Previously, after getting married, she endured many hard times and had never imagined receiving care from so many people. Now all of a sudden, she became the center of attention for the entire family. Her heart even began to feel a little fear, though she herself didn't know what she was afraid of. Moreover, she started to become extra cautious, worried about making mistakes. Yang Xuanhuan and Fang Ying informed all their relatives and friends, returning late into the night. Everyone stayed up preparing for the next day's birthday, washing bowls and pans, soaking rice, and thoroughly cleaning the meat. The whole family kept busy until nearly midnight before they returned to their respective rooms to sleep. I can do a lot. Fang Jingwo said this while washing his feet with a grin on his face. Li Xiaomei, sitting on the bed, blushed immediately. Soon, her face showed a hint of worry. What's wrong with you? Fang Jingwo asked gently. Nothing. Li Xiaomei retreated into the blanket, her face filled with subtle sadness. She worried that if she couldn't bear a son, she would disappoint Fang Jingwo and the entire family. In this era, the thought of favoring boys over girls was very serious, and the only goal was to have sons for continuing the family name. In the villagers' minds, having daughters was considered a waste of grain because they would leave home eventually to get married. Get some sleep early. Worried that Li Xiaomei might get cold in the middle of the night, Fang Jingwo found a thicker cotton jacket to cover her. After blowing out the oil lamp, Fang Jingwo started dreaming sweetly. Li Xiaomei couldn't fall asleep. In her heart, she prayed silently, hoping that she could give birth to a son. It wasn't until midnight that Li Xiaomei fell asleep. The next morning, when she woke up, she saw Yang Xuanhuan and Fang Ying washing the meat, so she hurried to help them. You don't need to do anything today, just go to the living room and sit by the fire. Yang Xuanhuan laughed and stopped her. Fang Ying also smiled at Li Xiaomei. Today is your birthday. You shouldn't do housework, that's what the elders in the village say. So Li Xiaomei returned to the living room, swept the floor with a broom for a while, and added some fuel to the fire pit. At this moment, Li Tianyuo and his wife walked in from outside the yard. Is all this meat going to be eaten today? Li Tianyuo stared at the large basket full of meat and swallowed his saliva several times. There are bound to be many people coming today, so we have to prepare more. Yang Xuanhuan placed the washed meat into the basin. We'll cook braised pork and twice-cooked pork later. We'll also stir-fry some cabbage and perhaps make tofu. So much delicious food. Thinking of the braised pork and twice-cooked pork, Li Tianyuo almost drooled. Li Tianyuo's wife couldn't resist swallowing her saliva either, and rushed forward to help. I'll take care of the tofu. Li Tianyuo's wife was very experienced in making tofu. Whenever someone in the village held an event, they would always invite her to assist. Around this time, Uncle Air's family also came over to help. The yard suddenly became bustling with activity as everyone talked and worked simultaneously. Subsequently, more relatives and friends arrived one after another, and everyone came very early. In no time, the old courtyard was packed with people, and the loud chatter was like a bustling market. It's only your family that can afford to prepare so much grain and meat. Many other families don't even have enough food to eat. Every word spoken carried envy. Amongst all the households in the village, only Fang Jingguo's family could put together so much grain and rice this year. Seeing so many guests visiting their home, Li Xiaomei hurried out from the living room to greet them. She carried a ladle in her hand, filled with roasted potatoes and sweet potatoes. "Help yourselves, I've just cooked these." Without hesitation, everyone reached out and started eating. "Fang Jingguo truly dotes on you." Uncle Air's mother chuckled and remarked. In the village, only the elderly tend to celebrate big occasions grandly. Having a birthday banquet for such a young person like you is unheard of in our village. Everyone began talking all at once. Li Xiaomei was already anxious, but hearing what they said, she felt even more uneasy. Fang Jingguo took all the ingredients needed for cooking and arranged them in the yard. He looked up toward the back mountain, which was gray due to the heavy snowfall. He originally intended to go retrieve the bear today, but because it was Li Xiaomei's birthday, he couldn't leave. He decided to go tomorrow. There was no need to rush now since that bear must still be on the back mountain. When it was mealtime and the dishes were placed on the table, everyone began to sit around it, eating as if there were no tomorrow. So many people had come that the dining room was filled with one table, and 2 more tables were set up in the yard, yet it still wasn't enough. In the end, 2 more large tables were set up at the entrance of the courtyard. Despite the heavy snowfall, nothing could stop them from enjoying the feast heartily. The food on the table was very abundant, and for the villagers, such a feast only came once a year during the spring festival. Not far away, Fang Guokai and his son Fang Zhenhong were squatting under their own eaves, holding bowls of boiled radishes, tasteless without even a trace of oil. What's there to be proud about? Fang Zhenhong watched as the villagers devoured meat and savored delicious white rice at Fang Jingguo's home. He felt envious inside. Seeing the watery radish soup in his bowl, Fang Guokai sighed continuously. The father and son could only helplessly look on, sniffing the wafting aroma of roasted pork but swallowing saliva dryly instead. I don't believe they have so much meat and grain. Once they eat it all today, later they won't even have cabbage or radishes. Fang Zhenhong eventually found some comfort within himself. Don't know how to save. Let's see how they survive this winter. Fang Guokai joined in, his voice dripping with disdain. With each word exchanged between father and son, there was frustration, which eased their resentment slightly. Why are you eating radishes over there? Come and have some meat. Li Tiniu grinned and shouted loudly at them. It smells so good. Your mouth will be full of oil after eating red braised pork and twice cooked pork. The flavor is truly unmatched. All the villagers turned their gazes toward Fang Zhenhong and his father. It's just having some meat. What's so great about it? Fang Zhenhong huffed and turned his nose up, his improved mood suddenly sour again after hearing Li Tiniu's words. Fang Guokai simply turned his face coldly and spat hard onto the ground. Don't eat radishes anymore. Come and eat some meat. Lu Maozi stepped out of the yard holding his bowl, shouting loud enough for all to hear. But neither Fang Guokai nor Fang Zhenhong responded, acting as though they hadn't heard a thing. Chapter 85, The Missing Corpse. Oh, I almost forgot. Fang Zhenghua didn't invite your family. You 2 families had a quarrel. Lu Maozi suddenly remembered and chuckled. Huh. Fang Zhenghua spat on the ground and followed Fang Guokai into the yard, slamming the door angrily. Everyone who saw this couldn't help but burst out laughing. Li Tianyuo didn't laugh, but instead turned his gaze toward Lu Maozi. What are you here for? I don't remember inviting you. If I'm not invited, then am I not allowed to come? Lu Maozi shot back. Fang Zhenghua traded 1 mu of land with my family, so coming over here to freeload a meal, what's the problem with that? Everyone hearing this looked at Lu Maozi with strange eyes. It was only now they realized Lu Maozi had come to freeload. Lu Maozi didn't care about everyone's stares, eating meat with oil all over his mouth, devouring an entire large bowl, and still stuffing more into his mouth. This wasn't surprising. Lu Maozi was originally someone with a thick face. As soon as he heard that Fang Zhenghua was hosting a birthday banquet, he came early in the morning to help just so he could freeload a meal. Fang Zhenghua didn't mind him. After all, Lu Maozi helped out quite a bit today, chopping wood and cooking fires, and worked up until now. It wasn't as if he was eating for nothing. In fact, not just Lu Maozi, there were also a few children from the village who came to freeload after smelling the aroma of meat. Inside the main room, Fang Zhenghua and the others were also eating. Li Xiaomei, Yang Chunlan, Fang Ying, second aunt, Fang Guoguo, and many others filled the table. Lu Xiaomei and Grandma Lu were also eating inside the main room. Zhenghua, in our village, we can't find anyone who is as good to their wife as you are. It's just a birthday, yet you've gone all out like this. Second aunt wiped the oil from her lips and used her chopsticks to place a big piece of twice-cooked pork into her bowl. Xiaomei has suffered through tough times these past years. It's time to make up for it. Fang Zhenghua didn't mention Li Xiaomei's pregnancy, as it was still early. Only their family needed to know. There was no need to let the whole village find out. Second aunt smiled. Xiaomei marrying you is truly a stroke of good luck. Everyone also began to praise and envy Li Xiaomei. The one who envied the most was Li Xiaomei. She couldn't help but feel bitter inside. If she had married Fang Zhenghua back then, the one living a good life now would be her. Grandma Lu also felt embarrassed to speak and could only smile nervously beside them. When everyone noticed Li Xiaomei and Grandma Lu's expressions, they realized it wasn't a good idea to discuss this topic further and shifted the conversation to other subjects. After everyone had eaten their fill, they helped clean up the dishes before leaving one by one. The bustling courtyard finally became quiet. Did you have fun today? That evening, Fang Zhengguo lay in bed, looking at Li Xiaomei sleeping beside him. Li Xiaomei hummed in response and blew out the oil lamp, lying down to sleep. She didn't express her worries. In the middle of the night, a sound of a door being pushed open echoed from outside the courtyard. Then came a shout, Fang Zhengguo. Fang Zhengguo woke up to the voice and recognized immediately that it was Li Tianyuo. Putting on his clothes and carrying an oil lamp, he walked out to the courtyard and opened the broken wooden door. He saw Li Tianyuo shivering at the entrance, his teeth chattering from the cold. I'm done for. Li Tianyuo's face was pale, panic-stricken. Fang Zhengguo was slightly speechless. Is this guy sleepwalking or something? Not sleeping late at night, and coming to bash on my door saying nonsense. Afterward, Fang Zhengguo prepared to close the gate and return to sleep. So late at night, he really didn't want to deal with anything silly. I'm telling the truth. Li Tianyuo got anxious and explained the whole story. It turns out that Li Tianyuo was just sleeping with his wife when they were startled awake by a dog barking. Thinking they were being burglarized, he rushed to the gate, where he discovered a corpse. His family's yellow dog was attacking the body, causing blood to cover the corpse. Upon seeing this scene, Li Tianyuo was so frightened that he fell on his buttocks right there, unsure of what to do, which is why he ran over to seek Fang Zhengguo's advice. Whose corpse is it? Was it killed by your dog? Fang Zhengguo frowned. If it really was bitten to death by Li Tianyuo's dog, then that would be serious trouble. This is a matter of life and death, not something trivial. If the situation escalated, the entire Li family would be ruined. I don't know whose corpse it is. It was too dark to see clearly. Li Tianyuo, with a face full of misery, sniffled. Our yellow dog has already bitten several people. Maybe it really did bite this person to death. Fang Zhengguo thought for a moment, decided to go and check, to figure out who the victim actually was. Li Tianyuo quickly followed behind, completely panicked, already overwhelmed with anxiety inside. A moment later, they arrived at the entrance to Li Tianyuo's house. It turned out there wasn't a single person around, let alone any corpse. What's going on here? Li Tianyuo was dumbfounded. Just now, he had clearly seen a corpse lying here, but now it had vanished without a trace. Fang Zhengguo knew that Li Tianyuo wasn't lying and asked where the corpse had been lying earlier. Just now it was right here. Li Tianyuo pointed at the stone threshold by the door and kicked it a couple of times with his foot, but there was nothing except white snow. Fang Zhengguo squatted down and shone the oil lamp in his hand over the white snow on the ground, revealing some faint bloodstains. The snow had fallen heavily, covering most of the bloodstains. Only a close inspection could reveal them. Let it go back to sleep. Fang Zhengguo stood up, patted Li Tianyuo on the shoulder. Since the corpse is already gone anyway, perhaps that person is still alive. There's no point worrying. But Li Tianyuo was still uneasy. Just listen to me. After Fang Zhengguo finished speaking, he did not linger further, carrying the oil lamp back home, lying down in bed to continue sleeping. He slept straight through until the next morning when Xiaohu ran into the room, calling him for breakfast. Fang Zhengguo woke up then. After coming home last night, due to catching a cold breeze, he hadn't felt sleepy at all until just before dawn when he finally fell asleep. After breakfast, Fang Zhengguo took his hunting rifle, packed honey and food supplies into the canvas bag, slung it over his shoulder, and left the yard to head towards the mountain behind. The food and meat at home were only enough to last a day or two. Today, he must deal with that bear, or else his family would go hungry in a few days. Li Xiaomei was pregnant now and couldn't afford to go hungry. Eating meat was necessary for sufficient nutrition. That corpse still hasn't been found. Li Tianyuo walked over from the side, his eyebrows knotted together, dark circles under his eyes, looking utterly exhausted. Didn't you sleep last night? Fang Zhengguo couldn't help but ask. Sleep? Like hell. Li Tianyuo looked miserable, constantly sighing. I simply couldn't sleep. I got up before dawn this morning and searched my whole courtyard, but still didn't find that corpse. The stone in my heart keeps hanging. That event from last night had become a nagging worry for Li Tianyuo. He wouldn't be able to feel at ease until he resolved it. Chapter 86. Tracking the bear. Can't find the body. Isn't this a good thing? Stop being paranoid all day and do what you have to do. Fang Zhengguo was at a loss. Even if it's a corpse, it has nothing to do with you. It wasn't your doing. Li Tianyuo didn't hear a word of it, shaking the basket on his back. Are you going to the back mountain? I'm just going to cut firewood. Let's go together. After that, the two left the village and separated in the woods behind. Li Tianyuo went to chop wood on Firewood Mountain. Their firewood at home was almost gone, so they had to brave the heavy snow to gather more. Fang Zhengguo continued into the forest, looking for the tracks of the black bear. Half an hour passed, and there was still no sign of the black bear. Just as he was about to lose hope, he saw a trail of footprints after passing by the graveyard. These were left by the bear, and the prints were fresh. It was still snowing heavily from the sky. If these footprints weren't fresh, they would have already been covered by the snow. Fang Zhengguo was certain that these footprints were left within the last hour. Not much time had passed. Finally, I've found you. He loaded the bullets, took his rifle, and followed the footprints deeper into the forest, remaining alert all along. Following the tracks, he pursued for nearly half an hour before reaching the woods of Ghost Mountain. Looking up at the densely scattered caves in the woods made him somewhat anxious. The bear must have retreated into one of these caves to avoid the wind and snow. There were hundreds or even thousands of caves here, making it impossible to search each one. Moreover, directly rushing into the caves to look would be extremely dangerous. If the black bear suddenly launched an attack, it would be completely unexpected. After a moment's thought, Fang Xinghua didn't intend to let go of so much meat, beginning his search around where the tracks disappeared near some caves. After searching for over 2 hours, he heard crackling noises from inside one of the caves. This was the sound of an animal stepping on branches and breaking them. Deciding to go all in, he held his gun and slowly moved into the cave, every step taken with utmost concentration. At the entrance of the cave, there was still some light. However, when moving deep into it, everything turned pitch black, seeing absolutely nothing. Huff! Fang Xinghua lit a match and threw it onto a pile of dry leaves nearby. The leaves immediately caught fire, the flickering flames providing some light to the surroundings, although it was still rather dim. The prey inside noticed Fang Xinghua approaching and instantly fell silent. Silence filled the cave, not a sound could be heard, creating a very oppressive atmosphere. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dark shadow darted out from inside, incredibly fast, appearing right in front of him in the blink of an eye. Without time to think, Fang Xinghua fired 3 or 4 consecutive shots, the gunshots reverberating throughout the cave. That dark figure was struck and collapsed, twitched twice before finally becoming still. Certain that it was dead, Fang Xinghua approached with his rifle. When he reached the dark figure, upon closer inspection, he discovered it wasn't the black bear. In front of him lay a wild mountain sheep weighing around 30 or 40 pounds. The sheep had been hit in the neck with one shot, and several others struck its head. The blood was still warm, steam rising from it. Getting a wild mountain sheep isn't bad either. Fang Xinghua dragged the sheep out of the cave and into the snowy, open ground outside. It was already late afternoon, leaving no time to continue searching for the black bear. Ghost Mountain had countless caves, a great place for hibernation. Given that the blizzard hadn't yet passed, the bear would likely stay put for now. Not in a rush, Fang Xinghua decided to first bring the sheep home, planning to return the next or second day to track the bear. He hoisted the sheep on his shoulder and trudged through the thick snow back towards the village. By the time he got home, the sky was already growing dark, the cold wind continuously blowing, enveloping the entire village in fog. Pushing the wooden gate open, after walking inside, he threw the sheep into the yard. Xuanhuan and the others, hearing the commotion, rushed out from the main room. For them, the happiest thing was waiting for Fang Xinghua to come back with game. This wild sheep is quite plump. Approaching with a smile on her face, Xuanhuan's worries vanished once she saw the wild mountain sheep, thoughts of hunger disappearing instantly. Fang Lan quickly went inside the house to grab knives, basins, and any other tools they might need. Let's get to work. Using rope, Fang Xinghua tied one of the sheep's legs, then attached it to a beam under the eaves. He used an iron scraper to remove the hair and burned the skin lightly to clean it off, preparing to slit the belly. The sheep's skin and internal organs were also edible and needed to be cleaned thoroughly. Cooking a pot of mutton offal soup would taste incredibly delicious. Xiuxian was about to come over and help, but as soon as she got close, she smelled the sheep's gamey odor and started retching while squatting on the ground. You go inside and warm yourself by the fire. We can handle this. Fang Xinghua sent Xiuxian away and then took out all the innards from the sheep, tossing them into a basin. Subsequently, he untied the rope and placed the wild mountain sheep on the table to cut the meat. This wild mountain sheep wasn't very large in size, but it was extremely fat, with an excellent layer of fat giving the meat a glossy, oily appearance. The meat filled 2 basins, piled up like small mountains. After finishing handling the sheep, Fang Xinghua sat for a while in the main room. Shortly after, Fang Ying brought out the sheep offal soup and placed it on the dining table. Additionally, there was a dish of reheated pork belly. This was specially prepared for Xiuxian since the smell of mutton made her vomit. Thus, she had to eat separately. Xiuxian put down her chopsticks after eating just a couple of bites and went to rest in the room. Fang Xinghua was worried. Being so weak early in pregnancy and not eating much like this would definitely not do. After dinner, he left the yard carrying a piece of mutton, heading to exchange it for old mother chicken at Litiniu's house. He planned to raise more chickens so they could lay eggs for Xiuxian to eat. Fang Xinghua knew she liked eating eggs, and they were nutritious. A little while later, he arrived at Litiniu's yard gate, tapping on the door and shouting. Litiniu opened the door and came running out. Fang Xinghua handed him the meat. Exchange your old mother chicken for me, or sell it to me if you prefer. Are you sure you want to exchange? Litiniu bared his teeth. This big piece of wild mountain mutton could easily fetch 1.5 old mother chickens. My wife is unwell. I'll raise some old mother chickens for their eggs to nourish her. Fang Xinghua threw the meat into Litiniu's hands. Who else has mother chickens? One won't be enough. One mother chicken can lay at most 1 egg per day, so he needed to trade for several. Our former village head's family seems to have some. Shall I go ask for you? Litiniu had been to the former village head's place a few days ago and saw 4 or 5 old mother chickens being raised in the yard. Fang Xinghua didn't want to bother Litiniu further, so after greeting him, he headed toward the village head's home. Chapter 87. I'll beat you if you don't listen. Fang Xinghua walked all the way to the village chief's house, knocked on the door when he arrived. Who is it? A voice from the courtyard rang out, and soon after the wooden door was opened. Come in and sit down. The village chief greeted him warmly with a broad smile on his face. Fang Xinghua stepped inside. Sure enough, there were several old hens in the yard, each weighing about 5 or 6 catties, all of which were free-range chickens. Do you need something? The village chief took a stool over. Fang Xinghua explained his intention and expressed his willingness to pay extra money for the purchase. My chickens are supposed to lay eggs, but if you really want them, I can sell you too. The village chief tapped the smoking pipe in his hand, took a puff, and then blew out a ring of smoke. All right. Fang Xinghua didn't plan to buy too many anyway. 2 from the village chief's house, plus 1 from Li Tiniu's would be enough. The village chief found a scale and weighed both old hens. Make sure you have the money ready. Fang Xinghua pulled out the cash from his pocket, handed it over to the village chief, said goodbye, and left carrying the hens. Back at his humble courtyard, he chopped the bamboo beside the yard, splitting the bamboo into thin strips with a knife within an hour. He finally wove a simple chicken coop and locked the 3 hens inside. Afterward, he placed some corn kernels and water inside, causing the 3 hens to start scrambling around immediately, pecking at the corn greedily. Yang Chunlan, Fang Ying, and Xiaohu all gathered around to watch the hens. From now on, we'll have eggs to eat. Xiaohu sniffed, picked up a branch off the ground, and extended it into the chicken coop to hit the hens. Fang Ying snatched the branch away and smacked Xiaohu's behind. All you ever do is mess around. Just wait till I deal with you. Xiaohu winced in pain and quickly hid behind Fang Xinghua. Uncle, save me. I won't tolerate mischief either. Otherwise, I will also beat you. Fang Xinghua patted his nephew's head. This boy was indeed too mischievous and deserved a lesson. That night, when they returned to the room, Li Xiumei lay on the bed, looking extremely pale and listless. What's wrong? Where do you feel unwell? Fang Xinghua felt pity in his heart. A few days ago, she was so lively. Now she looked like a sickly person without any strength to speak. It was obvious that Li Xiumei had a problem of the heart. Tell me what exactly happened. Fang Xinghua intended to get the whole story. Li Xiumei shook her head, biting her lips, refusing to speak. Seeing she didn't want to say anything, Fang Xinghua did not press her further. Get some rest early. He then helped her cover up with a blanket, got undressed, and lay down next to her to rest. Though he hadn't done much work during this period, he still felt exhausted every day and could fall asleep instantly as soon as he closed his eyes. The next morning, he woke up very early, put on his military coat, and took the hunting gun out of the room. Subsequently, he took 2 boiled sweet potatoes from the kitchen and placed them in his canvas bag. He prepared everything: the machete, hunting gun, rope, bullets, and canvas bag. The snowstorm today is particularly fierce. Be careful. Yang Chunlan approached him and slipped a piece of dried meat into his canvas bag. She knew Fang Xinghua was going into the mountain that day, waking up before dawn thoroughly to prepare the dried meat and steamed buns. I want to go hunting too. Xiaohu rushed out from the main room, almost falling to the ground while running to Fang Xinghua. Fang Xinghua touched his head. You're too young. When you grow up, I'll take you hunting. Xiaohu was somewhat disappointed, but still obediently nodded, wiping his nose. Ever since childhood, Xiaohu had suffered from rhinitis, which couldn't be cured no matter how many times it was treated. With the cold weather, his runny nose became even worse. He always wiped it with his sleeves, making them oily and shiny. Mom, slaughter one of the hens later and give Xiumei a good nourishing meal. Fang Xinghua glanced at the chicken coop. Li Xiumei's body was too weak, and eating only eggs wouldn't suffice. Eggs were very nutritious, which could improve her complexion after consumption. All right. Yang Chunlan nodded. You go to the back mountain and bring back some goat grass, the ones that smell a bit nasty, with elliptical leaves. We don't need the leaves, but the roots underneath. Fang Xinghua agreed, shouldered the hunting gun, and walked out of the yard toward the back mountain. This so-called goat grass was commonly referred to as such. It grew everywhere in the forest and was a very nourishing herb. Fang Xinghua's grandmother often collected this kind of herb, dried it, and sold it at the market. It was very cheap, only 5 fen per caddy. Hoo-hoo. The mountain wind blew incessantly, causing some white birches near the village to sway violently. The icy breeze chilled him when it touched his skin. Fang Xinghua wore his hat and gloves, leaving only his face exposed. By the time he reached the village entrance, his hat and coat were already covered with snow, and the cold made him shiver uncontrollably. Wait for me. A voice called from behind. Fang Xinghua turned back and saw Li Tiniu approaching. He was wearing a heavy cotton jacket, with a hunting gun slung over his shoulder. His hands were rubbing together while his boots crunched through the snow as he hurried closer. The hunting gun on Li Tiniu's shoulder was borrowed from Fang Guogui, Fang Xinghua's second uncle. Li Tiniu's family used to own an old gun, which they had sold to Fang Xinghua before. Let's go, we'll hunt together today. Li Tiniu let out a puff of white breath, his face filled with resignation. There's nothing left to eat at home, so I have to come here and try my luck in the mountains. After speaking, Li Tiniu started sighing deeply. His family couldn't afford meals anymore. To prevent his wife and children from starving, he decided to head into the mountains despite the hardship. Can you even do it? Fang Xinghua knew that Li Tiniu was inexperienced and had terrible aim. Even if game walked right up to him, there was no guarantee he'd hit it. Li Tiniu forced a laugh. I've got to do it, otherwise we'll all starve. With that, the 2 men left the village and entered the forest. The snow on the ground was thick, and every step they took sank them up to their thighs. In some areas, it went even deeper. As far as they could see, everything was blanketed in white. Fang Xinghua glanced around and felt a headache coming on. How could they possibly find goat grass in such deep snow? They continued forward until they reached a small stream. The water flowed steadily and hadn't frozen yet. What are you looking for? Li Tiniu, holding the hunting gun, scanned the area carefully. Goat grass. Fang Xinghua pushed aside all the snow near the creek bank, revealing the soil underneath almost instantly. On the ground, there were dried weeds scattered around along with numerous leaves. After moving these aside with his hand, he located a clump of goat grass. Its leaves were already dried up, but that didn't pose much of a problem. He used a stick to pry open the earth and pulled out the root, about the size of a thumb, its surface brownish with rough skin. Taking a sniff, a strong, pungent odor immediately filled his nose. It was quite overwhelming. This was goat grass, known for having well-developed roots that held the best medicinal properties. Many people in the village liked to dig these up to make soup. Chapter 88, Smoked Bear. I'll help you. Li Tianyuo was not idle. He took the sickle from his waist and started digging nearby. It took nearly half an hour to dig out nearly a gene, about half a kilogram, which was enough already. The next step was to find that bear, which they must hunt down today. They relied on this bear's meat for the entire winter. It was their family's food supply. Aren't you planning to go to Ghost Mountain? Li Tianyuo glanced at the woods ahead, furrowing his brows in fear. Are you going? Fang Xinghua intended to take Li Tianyuo along, thinking if they caught a bear, they could give him some meat. But Li Tianyuo quickly backed out, shaking his head like a rattled drum. I won't dare go to that spooky place. You go by yourself. I'll check the nearby woods for wild chickens or rabbits. With that, Li Tianyuo waved goodbye, grabbing his hunting rifle and heading off in another direction. The reason Li Tianyuo was so afraid of Ghost Mountain was because he had been scared there a few years ago. That winter, while chopping wood, Li Tianyuo got lost in heavy fog and ended up wandering in Ghost Mountain until late at night. Later, he found a cave to rest in but accidentally got a face full of weasel urine, causing hallucinations and visions of eerie things. This left a huge psychological scar on him. It took him 2 weeks lying in bed to recover after returning home. Afterward, Li Tianyuo dared not even approach Ghost Mountain, fearing every step. Fang Xinghua headed toward Ghost Mountain alone, leaving deep footprints behind. About 20 minutes later, he arrived at Ghost Mountain and entered the forest. The trees in the forest were tall and thick, blocking much of the light, making the forest dim inside. Combined with the cold wind blowing incessantly, the whole forest felt eerie and terrifying. Whoa! An intermittent baby-like cry echoed through the forest. Fang Xinghua knew this sound came from the wind whistling into a cave, yet despite knowing this, it still made his scalp tingle. He walked about 100 meters forward and reached the mouth of a cave. On the previous visit, he had placed honey here as bait to set up a simple trap. At the cave entrance, he bent down to inspect the trap and found it had been destroyed. All the honey was gone. Fang Xinghua didn't expect the trap would catch the bear. Its purpose was to leave traces for tracking. Blackie, it's your turn now. Fang Xinghua patted Blackie's head. Blackie understood him immediately. It sniffed around the remains of the trap and then followed the scent forward. In no time, Blackie disappeared from sight. Now Fang Xinghua could only determine its location based on Blackie's barks. The snow was too deep for easy movement, making progress very slow. At first, Blackie's cries kept moving, but soon they stopped near a hillside. Surrounding this hill were enormous pine trees, one of which had fallen dry and blocked the path ahead. With great effort, Fang Xinghua managed to push through the trunk and branches, finally reaching Blackie standing some distance away. Woof woof. Blackie stood at the mouth of a cave, growling low and barking fiercely toward the interior. Its bark echoed throughout the forest, reverberating even inside the cave. Fang Xinghua rushed over, loaded his gun with bullets, and prepared to shoot at any moment. On the ground at the cave's entrance were many piles of bear droppings, some of which were fresh. At this point, they could confirm the bear was inside the cave. Soon after, they heard the low roar of the bear coming from within, as well as the sound of branches breaking beneath its weight. Fang Xinghua chopped a log with his machete and bound some grass onto it. Moreover, he collected sap from the surrounding pine trees. Sap was highly flammable and burned longer. To illuminate the entire cave, he gathered a large quantity of sap. Once everything was ready, he struck a match and ignited the sap. Instantly, a fierce fire roared. Plop! He threw everything into the cave where the dry leaves and branches instantly burst into flames. Then he chopped some pine tree branches and threw them onto the fire, creating a dense cloud of smoke. His plan was to smoke the bear out, considering entering directly too dangerous. Since the situation inside was unclear, rushing in recklessly would be very dangerous. If the bear suddenly attacked, combined with its fast movement speed, it might not be possible to shoot accurately with the hunting rifle. After waiting for a few minutes, still no bear emerged from inside. All that could be heard was the sound of angry growling. Fang Xinghua was patient. He picked up some more dry wood and threw it into the cave. Then, he hid behind a rock, raising his gun and aiming towards the cave entrance. As long as the bear charged out, one shot directly at its head would kill it. This gun was a divine tool for hunting, possessing fierce firepower. Growl. His stomach started to rumble after all this time. He had already become hungry. Fang Xinghua opened his canvas bag, holding his gun with one hand while pulling out a piece of dried meat with the other. After taking a bite, he realized the dried meat had frozen solid, leaving only a tooth mark on it. He then took out the steamed bun. Though also frozen hard, he managed to bite off a big chunk. Woof woof. Blackie also seemed hungry, running over wagging his tail and drooling. Here you go. Fang Xinghua threw the half-eaten steamed bun onto the snow. Blackie immediately rushed over and began devouring it. The wind grew stronger, breaking several branches on nearby trees under the weight of snow, producing a crackling sound. Pine tree branches were brittle, with poor tolerance for pressure. Once they reached a certain weight, they would break. Fang Xinghua, looking at the swaying branches above him, moved to hide behind another tree. He continued aiming his gun towards the cave's entrance. The sound of the bear had been absent for quite some time, and Fang Xinghua started to feel something was off. Normally, a bear couldn't last this long. There was only one possibility now. The cave must be very deep and have another exit. Chapter 89, Too Weird. Damn, I can't wait any longer. Fang Xinghua walked directly to the cave entrance, cleared the burning branches, and entered the cave with his hunting gun. The smoke inside had gradually dispersed, and the light began to grow dim. He took every step with great caution, ensuring it was safe before moving his other leg. The family was waiting for meat. He had to take this risk and couldn't just sit outside waiting. On the ground were some dry grass and branches, along with stones and soil that had fallen from the cave walls. The soil in the cave was very loose, and with years of erosion, the rocks were extremely fragile, falling off with even a slight touch. After walking for nearly 7 or 8 minutes, he finally reached deep into the cave. It was pitch black inside the cave, without a trace of light, and the surrounding area was completely engulfed in darkness. Fang Jingwa stopped advancing, held his breath, and listened for the breathing sound of the bear, but there was no movement. The entire cave was silent as death. Something felt immediately off. According to logic, the bear could not have made no sound at all being hidden in here. Huff! He lit a match, and weak light quickly emerged in the cave. The burning time of the match was very short, and he quickly scanned with his eyes, preparing to fire his gun once he saw the bear. But unexpectedly, the cave was empty. There was no sign of the bear. Fang Jingwa was stunned. How did such a large bear just vanish? This is too eerie. Could such a big bear have burrowed underground? The cave wasn't very large, about 20 square meters. At one glance, he could see all areas clearly. It was confirmed, the bear was not in this cave. Too weird. Fang Jingwa gathered the branches and leaves on the ground into a pile and lit them with a match. The entire cave immediately brightened up, and now he could see more clearly. Fang Jingwa examined the ground closely, discovering many fresh droppings and hairs, which belonged to the bear, but the bear itself was nowhere to be seen. Most things beyond common sense can be explained scientifically, but how could this be explained? Woof woof. Blackie suddenly ran over and started barking nonstop at a corner of the cave. Did you discover something? Fang Jingwa went over there, looked down, and saw a pile of broken stones and soil collapsed from the wall, with still fresh traces. Without much thought, he used his hands to dig out the rubble and dirt, fussing for a full half an hour. Soon, a dark hole appeared within sight, the size of the hole being nearly 2 meters wide. Cold wind blew out from the inside, emitting a foul stench. Now Fang Jingwa finally understood that the bear didn't just disappear into thin air, it had crawled into this cave. Good job, Blackie. He threw the remaining steamed bun to Blackie. Wait for me outside. I'm going in to check. Even though it was dangerous to follow in, he had no choice. His family would need the bear's meat to get through the winter. No matter what, he must hunt this bear. Suddenly at this moment, there came a strange sound from behind him, as if something was slowly approaching. Fang Jingwa lifted the rifle in his hand, turned around quickly, and carefully observed, discovering a black silhouette. This gave him a pause. The villagers of Ghost Mountain would never dare to come close. Except for himself, it was impossible for anyone else to be here. Had he encountered a ghost? Or was he hallucinating? The shadow suddenly stopped, standing motionless like a stone statue. After a while, the shadow continued moving towards him, taking very slow and rigid steps. Who's there? I will shoot if you don't speak. Fang Jingwa shouted, ready to fire at any moment. It's me, the shadow replied. Fang Jingwa recognized it. It was Li Tiniu's voice. You scare me to death just now. I thought I had met a ghost. Li Tiniu moved closer. When he got a little nearer, they could make out his face. Just then, both of them were holding their rifles, almost ready to fire. How did you end up here? Fang Jingwa felt curious. This guy wouldn't set foot in Ghost Mountain under any circumstances, yet here he was. Just now, I saw a lot of smoke in the forest here. Normally, I wouldn't dare come near this forest, but I was worried that something might happen to you, so I had to rush over and take a look despite myself. Li Tiniu said, exuding a tone of helplessness. Didn't expect you to be quite righteous, huh? Fang Jingwa smiled. Of course, we're brothers. Besides, if something happens to you, how can I explain it to sister-in-law? While saying this, Li Tiniu was looking around the cave. What are you up to here? Fang Jingwa recounted the events and mentioned the bear. Goodness gracious, there's actually a bear here? That's a heap of meat. Li Tiniu became extremely excited. At the thought of that juicy meat, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. I'll go with you to chase the bear, and all you need to do is give me a bit of the meat. Li Tiniu knew how much meat a bear could yield. Catching one would provide enough food for a long time. All right, Fang Jingwa readily agreed. An extra pair of hands would certainly be helpful. On his own, he might not be able to find the bear easily. The caves below were complex and filled with numerous crossroads, making it difficult to locate the bear. Upon hearing Fang Jingwa's agreement, Li Tiniu swallowed his saliva, unable to wait to get his hands on some meat. I'll go prepare a torch first. It's too dark inside. Fang Jingwa walked out of the cave, found a stick, and tied some dry grass on top before applying plenty of pine oil onto it. When he finished preparing the torch and returned to the cave, he realized Li Tiniu had already entered through the hole. Fang Jingwa hadn't expected Li Tiniu to be so eager. After lighting the torch, he followed him in. The walls of the cave were made of very loose soil and rocks, and many areas had collapsed, barely allowing a person to pass through. He quickened his pace, hoping to catch up with Li Tiniu as soon as possible, but still lost sight of him. That guy's shooting skills were terrible, and encountering the bear would be dangerous. Bang! Suddenly, gunshots rang out from ahead, and it was clearly from Li Tiniu's firearm. Li Tiniu! Fang Jingwa shouted while hastening his pace. Unfortunately, there were many collapsed sections, and at several spots, he needed to clear away the dirt and rocks before squeezing through. The cave was very deep, and they had been walking for almost 20 minutes without reaching the end. Li Tiniu had vanished from sight, and Fang Jingwa worried about what might have happened to him. Chapter 90. The Strange Cave. Suddenly, something was stepped on beneath his feet. He lowered the torch a little and examined closely, discovering that the ground was covered with bloodstains. Fang Jinghua's expression immediately changed, unsure if the blood belonged to the bear or Li Tinu. This guy was too impulsive. Hopefully, nothing bad happened to him. He continued walking forward for about 20 meters, finding the cave much wider though many places had collapsed, but still large enough for one person to pass through. Fang Jinghuo quickened his pace, moving further ahead. Bang! Gunshots were heard again from ahead, this time very close. After walking a short distance, he encountered a bend. When he turned around the corner, he saw a dark silhouette sitting on the ground panting heavily. As he approached, it became clear that it was indeed Li Tinu, who was drenched in sweat, looking disheveled. Are you alright? I saw a lot of blood on the way. Fang Jinghuo frowned as he asked. Li Tinu shook his head. That's not my blood, it's the big dog bear's. That beast got hit by my bullet, though it just scratched the skin without causing much harm. At that moment, a roar from the bear sounded from deep inside the cave, quite near. You stay here. After saying this, Fang Jinghuo didn't think twice before rushing off. This bear had to be dealt with. It couldn't be allowed to escape, or all their efforts would be wasted. Not long after, a huge cave came into sight. Upon closer inspection, this cave was bizarre. Its walls were made of piled stones, and the floor was paved with stone slabs. There was also a platform that resembled a coffin, layered with dust. Fang Jinghuo was startled. Originally, he thought the cave was naturally formed, but now it seemed to be man-made. He wondered what place this could be, having constructed such an enormous stone chamber. Just then, suddenly a giant black shadow lunged towards them at lightning speed. When it drew closer, he realized it was a 200-pound bear. The distance was too close to fire accurately at its head. Fang Jinghuo reacted swiftly, falling to the ground and rolling aside to avoid the bear's attack. The bear continued to lunge forward, emitting angry growls from its mouth, utterly enraged. Bang! Fang Jinghuo fired his gun, directly hitting the head. A loud and muffled boom echoed as the bear crashed onto the ground, twitching briefly before ceasing movement altogether. It's done. Fang Jinghuo got up, brushing off dirt from his clothes. Walking over to the side of the dead bear, he gave it a kick. This 200-pound bear would last for a while as food, but now there was a pressing issue. How to take the bear out. Some parts of the cave passages they just passed through had collapsed and were rather narrow, making cleanup extremely laborious. Even spending a couple of days might not get them through. Come on, you've killed it. Li Tinu caught up. Seeing the bear lying on the ground, disbelief flashed across his eyes. As he spoke, Li Tinu approached and tried lifting it with his hand. It was heavy, and chuckled. We've just struck rich. This big bear weighs no less than 200 pounds. How to carry it out is the problem. Fang Jinghuo surveyed the cave, intending to find another possible exit. Originally, he planned to cut the meat off the carcass, but doing so would waste a lot of meat. Meat was very precious during this winter. His gaze fell upon the stone platform. As he approached, he observed carefully, noticing the various lifelike carvings upon it, complete with a lid. Clearly, it was a stone coffin, not merely a stone platform as previously mistaken. What kind of place is this? Li Tinu was puzzled. I wouldn't have expected this cave to hide such a stone room. This isn't a stone house, it's a tomb. Initially, even Fang Jinghuo assumed it to be a stone room, but after spotting the stone coffin, he quickly confirmed it as a grave. Li Tinu seemed to remember something, glancing around the cave. This must be the tomb of that landlord. During the Republican era, a famous landlord emerged, surnamed Liu. This landlord used to be a bandit in the mountains when he was young, specifically robbing wealthy families, amassing a large fortune through these acts of plunder over more than 10 years. Knowing that he'd be wiped out one day if he continued being a bandit, he left the mountain with the treasures, changed his name, and moved to Liu family village where he purchased numerous lands, eventually becoming a big landlord there. By 1949, when the entire nation was liberated and a wave of overthrowing landlord wealth swept across, this landlord disappeared with dozens of his family members overnight. Even his large mansion was burned to the ground, and since then, they vanished without a trace. In that era, among the villages in this area, only that landlord could afford to construct such a lavish tomb. We've struck it rich. Li Tinu began rummaging everywhere, but after a lot of effort, he found nothing. What are you looking for? Fang Jinghuo asked. Li Tinu grinned, revealing his teeth. Of course I'm searching for the treasure left by that landlord. If we can find it, we won't have to worry about food or drink for the rest of our lives. Upon hearing this, Fang Jinghuo chuckled. After the landlord had built this tomb, he fled fearing capture. This was an empty grave. There wouldn't be any gold or jewels. It must be hidden inside that stone coffin. Li Tinu fixed his eyes on the stone coffin. He went over and bit his teeth as he pushed the heavy lid, using all his strength. It took quite a while before he finally managed to open the coffin. As Fang Jinghuo had guessed, there was no corpse of the landlord inside, nor were there any treasures. It was completely empty. Damn it, there's nothing here. Li Tinu cursed furiously, disappointed after putting in so much effort and getting nothing in return. Meanwhile, Fang Jinghuo was staring at a cave opening in the northeast direction. The cave was very hidden, covered by a stone slab nearby. He went over and pushed the stone slab away, instantly feeling a cold wind blowing out, accompanied by a howling sound. There's an exit here. Fang Jinghuo was inwardly delighted. Hearing the wind whistle confirmed that the cave's exit was very close, within no more than 20 meters. Li Tinu had woken up from his dream of wealth, following Fang Jinghuo as they tied the legs of the black bear with a rope and dragged it into the cave. The tunnel continued to twist upward, and the wind in their ears grew louder. Sure enough, after walking about 10 meters, light streamed in from outside, revealing an exit in sight. Chapter 91, Hunting the Bear. I'll climb up first. Fang Xinghua said to Li Tinu, after which he grabbed the edge of the cave opening and easily climbed out. After scanning the surroundings, he noticed that everything around him was tomb mounds. This was the graveyard of the village. Most people who passed away in the village were buried here. Moreover, the graveyard was very close to the village, less than a kilometer away. Hurry, pull me up, Li Tinu shouted from below. Fang Xinghua came back to his senses, grabbed Li Tinu's hand, and pulled him up. Subsequently, the two worked together to drag the bear out of the cave. Turns out this place is a graveyard. Li Tinu looked toward the left and pointed at a few tombs. That's my grandpa and grandma's graves. I've been there for offerings many times, yet I never realized there was a cave here. Fang Xinghua glanced and didn't find it strange. The entrance to the cave was covered by many shrubs, as well as dense weeds, making it hard to notice. Also, the cave entrance appeared rather fresh, as if it had just been dug. The only person in the village who would do something like this was Old Man Lu. We'd better go back now. Fang Xinghua retied the bear's feet. It was already getting dark. They needed to return to the village before nightfall. Once it got dark, the entire forest would be pitch black, and it'd be impossible to tell north from south. Li Tinu retracted his gaze and helped drag it along. Just as they were about to leave the woods, Haizi caught up, running up to Fang Xinghua and rubbing its head against his leg. A few minutes later, Fang Xinghua arrived at the broken courtyard of his home, drenched in sweat, and pushed open the wooden gate. Together with Li Tinu, they dragged the bear into the yard and threw it on the ground. Yang Chunlan and Fang Ying ran out immediately upon hearing the commotion. Seeing that Fang Xinghua had brought another big bear back, both of them were overjoyed. They had been worrying about not having enough meat earlier, but now there was no need to worry. This amount could last a long time. By the time they had finished processing the entire bear, it was already late at night. There was a lot of meat, as well as the bear's skin and a large number of internal organs and bones. Well, I'll head back then. Li Tinu prepared to return home. He originally wanted to ask for some meat, but didn't feel right asking for it, because although this bear was discovered by Fang Xinghua, he did not contribute much during the hunt. Li Tinu was a reasonable man and wouldn't cause trouble without reason. Take some meat home. Fang Xinghua naturally wouldn't let him leave empty-handed. Though Li Tinu did expend considerable effort bringing back this bear, Li Tinu scratched his head. This doesn't seem fair. Fang Xinghua found a basket, filling it with several dozen pounds of meat, roughly 1/3 of the bear. If so, I won't refuse anymore. Li Tinu shouldered the basket, full of happiness, and went back home humming a tune. Yang Chunlan and Fang Ying knew that Li Tinu helped bring back the bear, and even though Fang Xinghua gave quite a bit of meat to him, neither complained. The relationship between the two families was already good. Sharing some meat was nothing unusual, and you couldn't eat alone. Fang Xinghua cleaned the bear's hide and hung it on a bamboo pole under the eaves of the house. This bamboo pole was something he had prepared before for hanging animal hides to accumulate them and sell later in the small town. Hides were worth quite a bit of money. The tiger skin sold for quite a bit the last time. Now, with 2 bear skins, plus a fox skin, he was sure to make at least 1 or 2,000. Yang Chunlan and Fang Ying happily took those pieces of meat upstairs and began cleaning the internal organs. Internal organs are also meat and make excellent soup when boiled. Their nutritional value might not be as good as premium cuts of meat, but it is still pretty great. Fang Xinghua helped on the side, salting the cleaned internal organs. In this season, the weather was cold so the meat wouldn't spoil quickly, but salting it improved the flavor. There were quite a few internal organs from the bear, enough to cook a large potful, more than enough for a day or 2 of eating. When all tasks were finally done, it was almost midnight. Fang Xinghua tossed 2 bones to Haizi, closed the courtyard gate, and locked it from inside. Actually, whether the dilapidated door was locked or not made no difference since it couldn't stop thieves. It was too worn out. With just a little force, it would fall down. Back in the room, Fang Xinghua glanced at the sleeping Li Xiumei, didn't disturb her, lay down beside her, and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, after waking up, Fang Xinghua placed yesterday's slaughtered chicken into the pot, added some goat grass roots, and started boiling it. Not long afterward, the aroma of chicken filled the kitchen, causing everyone to drool. The roots of goat grass smell foul, but once cooked, they have a very unique aroma. Fang Xinghua ladled a bowl with a spoon and took it into the room. Honey, get up and eat. After hearing his voice, Li Xiumei slowly opened her eyes. Smelling the savory chicken, she got up from bed. Hurry up and eat. Fang Xinghua handed her the bowl and gave her a pair of chopsticks. After eating a couple bites, Li Xiumei placed the chopsticks on the table. I can't eat anymore. Eat just a little more. Fang Xinghua was deeply worried. She looked increasingly gaunt and had grown so weak. Continuing like this would surely make her sick. Li Xiumei shook her head, completely unaffected by Fang Xingua's coaxing. Do you prefer having a daughter or a son? Finally, unable to contain herself, Li Xiumei asked. The root of her physical condition was her worry over not being capable of bearing a son. Prolonged anxiety led to her health problems. I love both. Upon hearing this question, Fang Xinghua instantly understood. It was her underlying concern. Li Xiumei still doubted, asking again, really? If I give birth to a daughter, will you abandon me and the child? How could I ever do that? I won't abandon you. Don't think too much. Fang Xinghua couldn't help but laugh wryly at her lack of understanding. He wasn't one to favor boys over girls. Hearing this, the knot in Li Xiumei's heart finally loosened. She looked at the bowl of chicken, swallowed her saliva, and started eating ravenously. In the end, she finished the entire bowl of chicken, leaving not even a drop of soup. Fang Xinghua sighed in relief and sighed. This foolish woman kept everything bottled up inside and refused to speak. Uncle, it's time for lunch. Xiaohu ran to the door shouting. a bone in his hand as he sniffled while gnawing on the meat. All right, Fang Xinguo responded, taking the empty bowl and chopsticks out of the room and heading into the hall to start eating. Chapter 92. The Eerie Figure. Is Xiumei feeling any better? Yang Chunlan glanced towards the direction of the room, a bit concerned. She will recover in a day or two. Fang Xinguo knew that Li Xiumei's ailment was rooted in her heart, but now that the source of her sorrow had been resolved, she would gradually recover. Fang Ying took a sip of soup and said, Xiumei is pregnant. She needs to take good care of herself. We can't let her body weaken. As they chatted, everyone ate the delicious meat. Achoo! Little Hu sneezed, spraying his food out of his mouth. Some grains of rice stuck to his snot, covering his face with it. He then lifted his sleeve, wiping his face, smearing it all over his sleeve. You're disgusting. How can you be so messy? Fang Ying couldn't bear it anymore. After shouting at him, she slapped Little Hu on the arm, dragged him out of the hall, and wiped his nose with a cloth. After the mountain road clears, we'll buy some nasal allergy medicine at the town hospital. Then he won't keep sniffling. When Fang Xinguo was little, he also sniffled constantly, unaware it was from an allergy, resulting in countless beatings. After finishing their meal, everyone pitched in to wash the bowls and chopsticks, clean the main hall again, and then sat around the hearth to warm themselves by the fire. Fang Xinguo wasn't idle either. He gathered some leftover wooden planks, measured the windows' size, sawed them with a saw, and nailed them together with iron nails. In half an hour, a makeshift window was ready. The window in the room was too broken. Even when shut, wind still leaked through, waking him up several times from the cold at night. For now, they could only temporarily make do with this new window until next year when the house was repaired, and they could buy proper windows and doors. By evening, Fang Xinguo went to the yard intending to lock the gate and return to the room to rest. Woof woof. Haizi started barking furiously toward the outside, his throat rumbling low. Dogs' ears are very sensitive. They can detect even the faintest sounds. Fang Xinguo opened the wooden door and scanned the area with his eyes, seeing a shadow near a pile of hay not far away. It was night, and there wasn't much light. He could only faintly discern a human figure's outline, unable to see the person's features clearly. Who's there? Fang Xinguo shouted. The shadow stared at him for a moment, made no sound, and turned to vanish into the darkness. This person was acting suspiciously, keeping watch over his yard, definitely not with good intentions. Fang Xinguo walked over to the haystack and found many footprints on the ground leading off to the fields in the distance. These fields belonged to Li Xiaomei's family, planted with some broad beans and wheat, all now covered in snow. Fang Xinguo felt strange. Beyond the fields was the forest. Instead of heading towards the village, this figure ran toward the woods late at night. He decided to chase after and see who it was and what they were up to. He returned home, picked up a hunting rifle, and brought along Haizi. Where are you going at such a late hour? Yang Chunlan happened to be coming out of the toilet. Just now someone was lurking behind the haystack by our door, behaving strangely. I'm going to check who it is. Fang Xinguo recounted the incident. Wait a moment. Yang Chunlan rushed back into the room and grabbed a flashlight, handing it to Fang Xinguo. This was brought back by Fang Ying from the town. In such dark weather, using a flashlight is safer. Fang Xinguo took the flashlight, left the yard with Haizi, and began tracking along the footprints. This flashlight was an old brand, powered by batteries, with weak light that barely illuminated a small area. Back then, only people in towns or cities used flashlights. Hardly anyone in the village did. Primarily because they consumed too much power. If left on continuously for 4 or 5 hours, the batteries needed replacing almost immediately. Huff huff. A cold wind kept blowing, with large flakes of snow drifting down heavily from the sky like sifting chaff. The air grew extremely cold. Not long after leaving, Fang Xinguo shivered violently from the biting chill. On the ground, the footprints appeared disordered, indicating the shadow realized he was being pursued and hurriedly fled. Crossing the fields, they arrived at the edge of the forest. Those towering trees stood like massive black shadows, swaying their branches incessantly under the moonlight, producing a rustling sound. Fang Xinguo shone the flashlight on the snow-covered ground and noticed the footprints extending deep into the forest. Next, he shone the light into the woods but couldn't see a single figure. He didn't plan to pursue further. Venturing into the woods in the middle of the night was too dangerous, especially given the frigid conditions. It might prove fatal. After pausing briefly, he turned back home with Haizi. Upon reaching the door, he heard cursing coming from the direction of Li Tiniu's house. It was Li Tiniu's wife, her voice loud and clear. Fang Xinguo walked over there. Li Tiniu and his wife were standing by the door, arguing with each other. You're such a useless person. Li Tiniu's wife pointed at her husband's nose and let loose a barrage of curses while delivering 2 hard slaps to his back. I didn't expect the thief to be so bold. Li Tiniu hung his head in despair as he blocked his wife's hands with his own. When they noticed Fang Xinguo approaching, they ceased their argument. What's going on here? Fang Xinguo asked. The meat was stolen. Li Tiniu explained angrily, detailing what had happened. After hearing this, Fang Xinguo understood the situation. Apparently, earlier Li Tiniu had forgotten to lock the door, and both of them went straight to sleep once it got dark. Upon hearing the dog barking, they rushed out to discover that more than half of their meat was gone. This winter, many families in the village were lacking food, struggling to make ends meet, leading to an increase in thefts. If I catch the little son of a gun, I'll break his hands for sure. Li Tiniu gritted his teeth. The stolen meat would have lasted them for quite some time. Now, the leftovers wouldn't last long. Damn it. After speaking, Li Tiniu's wife grabbed a stool, sat at the doorway, and unleashed a string of invectives against the thief, even including the thief's ancestors for good measure. Her loud voice drew several neighbors out to see what the commotion was about. After learning what happened, everyone joined in, helping Li Teniu's wife curse the thief. Just now, there was a suspicious figure outside our yard, probably the same thief. Fang Xinghua mentioned what happened before, speculating that since the thief knew Li Teniu had meat, he might also know his family had some too and hence was watching around. We need to find a way to catch this thief. Li Teniu exhaled twice through his mouth and rubbed his hands, glancing towards the woods at the end of the field. Chasing the thief into the forest during the night wasn't practical as the thief was already hidden within its depths. Chapter 93, House Building Plan. The snow is falling even harder now. After exchanging greetings, Fang Xinghua returned to his house and went upstairs to check the meat, finding that it was all still there. I just heard someone yelling. What happened? Xuanhuan was sitting in the living room, washing her feet. The meat at Li Teniu's place has been stolen. Fang Xinghua took a stool and sat by the hearth, poking the ashes with a fire tong. The embers immediately brightened up, bringing more warmth. Xuanhuan was somewhat worried. After washing her feet, she glanced at the meat upstairs. We should be careful too. We can't let thieves steal our meat. It's all we have to fill our stomachs. For safety's sake, after finishing washing her feet, Xuanhuan rechecked the yard gate, then locked the door to the living room and secured it with a lock clip, placing a wooden stick against the door. After checking everything and ensuring there were no issues, she returned to her room to rest. Fang Xinghua also returned to his room. Just as he walked in, he saw Li Xiumei happily counting money while holding a wooden box. Seeing this scene, Fang Xinghua finally felt reassured. She seemed to be doing well. How much is it? Fang Xinghua sat down beside her and asked with a smile. Li Xiumei counted on her fingers for a moment before cheerfully replying. A total of 3,865 yuan and 80 cents. I've counted several times. Not bad at all. Fang Xinghua was secretly pleased inside. He hadn't expected them to earn so much in just 1 or 2 months. In this era, even those with stable jobs earned only a few dozen yuan per month. This money was made not only from selling meat, but also from selling rat poison and grain. We need to save this carefully. We'll need a lot of money to build a house next year. Thinking about being able to live in a large house next year, Li Xiumei was overjoyed, laughing nonstop. I want to build a brick house. Fang Xinghua voiced his inner thoughts. Building an adobe house wouldn't make sense because it would easily deteriorate, and they wouldn't last long. Brick houses are durable and cleaner, and they would save a lot of trouble. Adobe tiles are very fragile and require frequent maintenance. Even hail could break all the tiles, making repairs a big hassle. Building a brick house would save them many problems and provide comfort. Can we afford a brick house? Li Xiumei dared not even dream of having a brick house, as building one would cost a great deal of money. In their village, no one was that wealthy. All the houses were adobe ones. Materials for adobe houses are simple, mostly composed of layered dirt and stones. They didn't cost much, and there was no labor fee required. You could just ask relatives, friends, and neighbors for help. Brick houses, however, require a lot of bricks and cement. Their cost is dozens of times higher than adobe houses. It's true we can't afford one right now, but if we save more money in the future, we'll be able to build a brick house. Fang Xinghua had made up his mind. He didn't want to build an adobe house, and he wanted to build the best possible house. All right, Li Xiumei nodded, full of anticipation in her heart. It's getting late, let's sleep. Fang Xinghua was extremely sleepy, yawning continuously. He lay down, covered himself with a quilt, and fell asleep instantly. When he woke up, it was already morning the next day. The sky was bright, and outside, a heavy snowfall continued. Ice columns, as thick as wooden sticks, hung from the eaves, sparkling brightly. The water in the wash basin left outside yesterday night was frozen solid. Fang Ying was using a scythe to chip away at the ice, creating loud bang-bang sounds. Li Xiumei was cooking in the kitchen, thick smoke billowing out. Splash. The courtyard gate opened, and Yang Chunlan walked in covered in snow, puffing white breath. Damn, it's cold. It keeps snowing every day. I wonder when it will stop. She added. The elders say that heavy snow foretells a bountiful year. Our crops will be great next year. We should plant more. Fang Xinghua replied, thinking that their family's land was minimal, most of which had been swindled away by the Fang Jinhong household. Those lands must be reclaimed. They couldn't take such losses silently. After breakfast, I'll go to Fang Jinhong's house and demand the return of our land. Fang Xinghua mentioned the issue of land. Yang Chunlan frowned, sighing, that won't be easy. Anything that falls into their hands never comes back. But Fang Xinghua paid no attention to these warnings. If they don't return the land, they would make sure that family suffers endlessly. Let's eat, Li Xiumei called out, carrying the dishes into the living room. You've just recovered. Rest for a while. Fang Ying and I will cook from now on. Yang Chunlan went to help in the living room. Li Xiumei smiled. Mom, I'm already better. Li Xiumei indeed looked much better, full of energy, not as listless as before. Everyone gathered around the table to eat. On the table was the black bear meat that had just been cooked, still steaming. The entire house was filled with the aroma of the meat. After finishing his meal, Fang Xinghua headed to the village chief's house. Land disputes were handled by the village chief. It was necessary to involve him so he could serve as a witness. Arriving at the village chief's door, Fang Xinghua was about to knock when Lu Xiaomei's door opened. Lu Xiaomei wore a flowery cotton jacket and a scarf on her head, carrying a bamboo tray in her hand. She shook it slightly, scattering the chaff from the wheat onto the snowy ground. Turning around, she saw Fang Xinghua. Just then, big brother Fang, come over for a bit. Next time, Fang Xinghua declined. He had things to do, and it wouldn't be good to linger. A hint of disappointment flickered in Lu Xiaomei's heart. Are you looking for the village chief? He's not at home. He went to Li Teniu's place. Then she added, the meat at Li Teniu's place was stolen last night. Early this morning, he rushed over to ask the village chief to resolve it. There was a tone of schadenfreude in Lu Xiaomei's voice. It wasn't surprising, because Lu Xiaomei often quarreled with the Li Teniu family over forest boundaries, and their conflict ran deep. Neither family looked favorably upon the other. Fang Xinghua felt a headache coming on. Looks like he'd made a wasted trip, and would have to turn back. He took a shortcut toward the Li Teniu's house, which was closer along this route. Following the path, he cut through the village and soon arrived at Li Teniu's doorstep. Just as he was about to knock, the village chief emerged from the yard holding a smoking pipe, puffing smoke from his mouth. Chief, could you help settle our land issue? Fang Xinghua explained the whole situation. Your matter is troublesome. The chief frowned, smoked 2 puffs of tobacco from his pipe, and replied, that land was given voluntarily. There's nothing I can do about it. The issue regarding Fang Xinghua's family land had already been resolved several times by the chief. Each time ended in heated arguments, but there was never a conclusive resolution. Chapter 94, Uncle Beating continues. You just need to help as a witness. Fang Xinghua knew the village chief couldn't resolve it, and this matter still needed his personal resolution. In that case, it's fine. The village chief reluctantly followed, dreading the most about resolving land issues. A few minutes later, they arrived at Fang Jinhong's house. Open up. Fang Xinghua shouted. Soon, the wooden door was opened, and Fang Jinhong stepped out. Seeing Fang Xinghua outside, he hastily closed the door and locked it from the inside. This door had been recently repaired. Last time Fang Xinghua kicked it twice, breaking the wooden planks. If you don't open up, don't blame me. Fang Xinghua directly lifted his leg and delivered a strong kick, breaking the repaired wooden planks again. Then he gave 2 more fierce kicks. With a dull sound, the wooden door fell to the ground. Even the threshold was kicked aside. Fang Guokai and Fang Jinhong were sitting in the yard, and Ma Laowu was also there. Ma Laowu had been staying at Fang Jinhong's place for some time now, impossible to drive away. He ate and slept there like a grandpa living in their home. What are you going to do? Fang Guokai angrily carried an hoe on one hand and pointed the other finger at Fang Xinghua. As for Fang Jinhong, he stood by with a grim expression, having been beaten previously and dared not utter a single word. I'm here, of course, to claim our land back. You must return the land to my family today. Fang Xinghua stared at Fang Guokai. Fang Guokai glared coldly and cursed. That land was voluntarily exchanged by your family. It's my land now. Don't linger around here. Leave immediately. Not returning it, Fang Xinghua lost his temper. We'll be planting crops on those lands next year. If you dare touch them, I'll break your legs. If you dare plant crops, I'll rip them all out. Fang Guokai roared with anger. You, damn brat, always causing trouble at my place. I'm no soft target to bully. What did you say? Say it again. Fang Xinghua was getting angrier. They were the unreasonable ones and dared to curse him. He wasn't the old Fang Xinghua anymore. What's wrong if I scold you? You, damn son, aren't a good person. Fang Guokai didn't care about Fang Xinghua, relying on being an elder. Smack. Fang Xinghua swung a punch right on a Fang Guotsai's face, then delivered another vicious kick. Everyone was stunned. They never expected that when Fang Xinghua got angry, he would strike so harshly, beating his own uncle. Murder. Nephew beats uncle. Fang Guokai wiped his tears while crying out loud, like a woman. What if I beat you? Go complain if you have the guts. Fang Xinghua let out a long sigh, finally releasing a grudge he had harbored. Fang Guokai swore. You cursed heaven-sent killer, hitting elders. You will suffer consequences someday and be struck by lightning. Say it again. Fang Xinghua was utterly exasperated. Zhenghua, that's enough. The village chief stopped him. Beating people is illegal. If this becomes big, you will end up in jail. At this moment, Yang Chunlan, Fang Ying, Li Xiumei, and others also arrived, holding back Fang Xinghua. Let's go home. This is pointless. Yang Chunlan feared Fang Xinghua might kill someone, which would lead to a criminal lawsuit. Fang Xinghua looked at Fang Guokai. This isn't over. Wait and see what happens. He didn't want to fight directly over such trivial matters, but this family truly asked for a beating. Fang Guokai climbed up from the ground, pointing at Fang Xinghua. I will sue you. Wait and see. The village chief quickly blocked Fang Guokai. Talk things through properly. No need to shout or create chaos. You two families are relatives. Why escalate things to this extent? What relatives? My family doesn't have relatives like this. Fang Guokai had taken a beating, filled with resentment. From now on, I sever ties with their family. No contact ever again. Cutting off relations? So be it, who cares? Fang Xinghua scoffed. Having such relatives made him feel ashamed. Deceiving their close kin and swindling so much land was disgraceful. Fang Xinghua and Yang Chunlan walked out of the courtyard to the road outside. Why not come over to our place for a while? Yang Chunlan said to the village chief. Today really troubled you too much. Sorry about that. What's there to bother about? I have something to deal with at home. Another day then. The village chief turned and left, leaving behind a pungent sweat smell. Fang Xinghua and the others returned to their own courtyard. Entering the main hall, Yang Chunlan sighed. Don't act so impulsively in the future. Fighting can't solve problems. We'll find ways regarding the land later. Li Xiumei and Fang Ying didn't speak. They were also extremely angry in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. Next year, we will plant all the farmland they swindled from us. Fang Xinghua threw a piece of firewood into the hearth and added some corn stalks as well. We'll see what happens then. Yang Chunlan felt helpless inside. The land had already been deceived away for so many years. Now getting it back would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. While warming himself by the fire, Fang Xinghua thought about how to deal with the Fang Jinhong family and reclaim the land. Where is the land certificate? Fang Xinghua asked. It's in my room, inside the trunk. I'll go get it. Xuanhuan got up and went into the bedroom, opening the cabinet and searching for a while before finding the land certificate. The land certificate was the proof of ownership of the land, with very detailed records on it. After opening it, Fang Jinghua took a careful look and smiled slightly. The land certificate hasn't been tampered with. Our family's land still belongs to our family. That's great. Next year, we'll plant crops. If they dare to pull them out, we'll sue them directly. Yang Chunlan only attended the first grade of primary school, recognizing few characters, thus understanding little of the certificate. Li Xiaomei and Fang Ying also showed smiles on their faces. Now the issue of the land was not problematic anymore. I'm going to the mountain to see if I can hunt some wild rabbits. Fang Jinghua stood up from the bench, went into the room, grabbed the rifle, put on gloves and a hat, and walked out of the courtyard. Come back early for dinner. Li Xiaomei called from behind. Okay. Fang Jinghua closed the courtyard gate, turned toward the direction of the rear mountain. Before taking a few steps, he encountered Li Tianyuo, who carried a bamboo basket filled with freshly dug sweet potatoes, which were still muddy. Are you going to the rear mountain to hunt? Wait for me. I'll take these sweet potatoes home and come right over. Li Tianyuo quickened his pace heading back to his house. Last time when he hunted with Fang Jinghua, they earned plenty of meat, and he planned to continue following Fang Jinghua around. With strong winds and heavy snow making the weather extremely cold, Fang Jinghua waited under the eaves. Chapter 95, Hunting Pheasants. After more than 10 minutes, Li Tianyuo finally caught up. Let's go. I just heard the calls of pheasants in the forest at the back mountain. We're sure to catch one or two today. Li Tianyuo was already eager to begin. I actually intended to call you earlier, but I ran into you just as I returned. Did you see the pheasants? Zhang Jing was secretly rejoiced. If they really managed to catch a pheasant, there would be game for lunch this afternoon. I didn't see them because they were too far away, but I'm sure they're there. Trust me. Li Tianyuo wiped the sleep from the corner of his eye. This morning, I was in such a rush digging sweet potatoes that I forgot to wash my face. Li Tianyuo had cleaned up quite a bit recently. When he was younger, he was truly filthy. His clothes never washed for an entire year, and he always looked unkempt. Every winter, his face would crack and even bleed. Walking through the fields, they soon reached the back mountain. As soon as they entered the woods, they heard the calls of pheasants. Judging by the sounds, there were at least 4 or 5, possibly more. Did you hear that? I wasn't lying, was I? Li Tianyuo followed behind, carrying his homemade gun. Fang Jinghua moved closer toward the direction of the pheasant calls. It wasn't too far, only 40 to 50 meters away. A few minutes later, they arrived at a slope where pine trees grew very sparsely, with mostly cold-resistant shrubs instead. Even though it was winter, these shrubs still had lush green leaves. There was a thorny bush here that bore red fruit, about the size of a grain of rice. Though they were red, they tasted extremely sour. Pheasants and some birds liked to eat this fruit. The locals called this fruit rescue food. Despite its name, it seemed unrelated to the fruit itself, and no one knew who gave it such a rustic name. Fang Jinghua walked quietly, his rifle ready, eyes focused ahead as he approached slowly. A little while later, a group of pheasants appeared in the nearby shrubbery, pecking at the fallen rescue food. You circle around to the other side, and we'll surround them from both sides. Shoot when you hear my gun, then you fire. Fang Jinghua glanced back at Li Tianyuo. Got it. Li Tianyuo circled around the slope and disappeared shortly after. This method was chosen mainly because pheasants run incredibly fast. Shooting once would likely hit only one, causing the others to flee in all directions. If Li Tianyuo covered the other side, he could block their escape route and drive them into the ravine. Shoo! From the forest came Li Tianyuo's whistle, which sounded very similar to the call of a ground bird. Fang Jinghua lifted the rifle in his hand and aimed at the fattest pheasant. Bang! With a single shot, Fang Jinghua fired, the sound echoing through the woods. The targeted pheasant fell immediately, hit in the head. It flopped onto the snowy ground and died after twitching twice. The other pheasants, startled, scattered and ran towards Li Tianyuo's side. Soon afterward, the sound of Li Tianyuo's gunfire rang out, further startling the pheasants into running toward the ravine. Fang Jinghua picked up the dead pheasant and immediately began chasing after the fleeing ones. At the foot of the slope, Li Tianyuo took another shot at the pheasants, but missed every one of them, muttering curses under his breath. Seeing the fat pheasant in Fang Jinghua's hands, Li Tianyuo envied him. You're better at shooting than me. My skills are so bad. Just now, there was a pheasant less than 4 or 5 meters away from me, and I couldn't even touch a feather. Don't waste time talking. You drive them from below, while I come down from above, and together we'll herd them into the ravine. Fang Jinghua shouted and quickly pursued the escaping birds. The two rushed off in different directions, chasing after the pheasants. Ouch! Inattentive to his footing, Li Tianyuo stepped on a mossy rock jutting out of the ground and slipped forward. The slope was very steep, and Li Tianyuo tried to grab onto the branches of a shrub to stop himself. Unfortunately, the branches snapped under his weight, and his body tumbled down the slope. Within moments, he disappeared from sight. Initially, faint cursing could still be heard, but the sounds gradually faded away. Li Tianyuo, are you alright? Fang Jinghua shouted. After waiting for half a while without hearing any response, he decided to abandon the pheasants and follow the direction Li Tianyuo had fallen. Though clumsy and careless in his daily activities, Li Tianyuo often caused amusement, whether chopping wood and injuring his own hands or digging soil and hurting his feet. While such incidents might have been mere jokes before, in the mountains during a hunt, carelessness could cost him his life. Fang Jinghua descended a long distance, eventually spotting Li Tianyuo. Li Tianyuo was sprawled out on the edge of a small stream, looking completely disheveled. and even the homemade gun he'd been carrying had disappeared somewhere in the fall. I just saw a wild rabbit, a yellow-furred one. Li Tinyu got up from the snow and ran to the rabbit burrow near the stream. Grabbing a stick, he began digging into the hole. Fang Zhenguo walked over and took a look. The rabbit's burrow was under a large rock, about the size of a bowl opening, with quite a bit of rabbit fur around it. This yellow rabbit must weigh at least 6 or 7 jin. It just slipped past my feet, and I saw it dive right into this burrow. Li Tinyu was very excited and kept muttering to himself as he continued to dig the hole. Fang Zhenguo didn't hold much hope. The rabbit's burrow clearly went deep, and without a hoe or any tools, there was no way they could unearth the entrance. Let's go hunt those pheasants. You're wasting your time here. Fang Zhenguo didn't want to waste more time. The pheasants likely hadn't gone far yet, and if they hurried, they might still catch them. I have to catch this rabbit today. Go ahead by yourself. Li Tinyu continued to dig using both hands. In just a little while, he had created a sizable pit with his stick. Fang Zhenguo left without hesitation and resumed tracking the pheasants. They had already bagged one bird. If they caught another, there would be enough food for lunch later. There were plenty of footprints in the snow, all left by the wild pheasants. Half an hour later, Fang Zhenguo finally caught up with the remaining pheasants hiding in a thicket. Fang Zhenguo aimed and fired immediately, hitting his target right in the center. The other pheasants reacted similarly to before. Frightened by the sound, they scattered and fled chaotically. After picking up the dead pheasant, Fang Zhenguo decided not to pursue further, knowing that going deeper into the forest risked entering its heart. It was already afternoon, and it wasn't wise to venture too far. In just 2 or 3 hours, darkness would set in. He carried the 2 pheasants back towards the village and decided not to return for Li Tinyu, since the detour to reach him would take too long. After leaving the woods, he returned to his shabby courtyard. Li Xiaomei and the others were preparing to cook dinner when they saw Fang Zhenguo returning with 2 plump pheasants, making them extremely happy, because tonight's meal would surely be rich and plentiful. When cleaning the birds' insides, they even found several eggs. Chapter 96, Borrowing Meat. I want to eat eggs. Little Hu excitedly shouted. All you think about is eating. Go to your homework. If you don't finish today, you're not allowed to eat. Fang Ying was holding a branch and pulled Hu into the hall. You're too strict. Fang Zhenguo couldn't help but say a sentence. Fang Ying threw the branch to the side of the wall and then said, I'm doing this for his own good. He needs to study hard in order to succeed. Otherwise, he'll just end up going back to farming, facing the yellow earth and the blue sky, with no future. Fang Zhenguo smiled and carried the prepared wild chicken meat on a plate into the kitchen. There's quite a bit. Li Xiaomei, who was washing the pot, was very happy when she saw such a large dish of meat. By mealtime, the stewed meat was ready, and everyone gathered in the hall to start eating. Actually, there wasn't much meat in the wild chicken. Most of it was bones, and the meat only made up half. Brother Fang, Aunt Fang, are you home? A clear shout came from outside the yard, followed by knocking sounds. Yang Chunlan got up to open the gate. Who could that be? It sounds like a woman. Fang Ying looked around the yard and couldn't help saying, it can't be Lu Xiaomei. Her voice sounds somewhat familiar. Just as she finished speaking, Yang Chunlan brought Lu Xiaomei into the hall. You guys are having dinner so early. Lu Xiaomei's face was full of smiles as she handed over a bamboo basket. I've brought some sweet potatoes to your house. I dug them out of the field today. They grew particularly well this year. How embarrassing. Yang Chunlan took the bamboo basket and placed it in the corner of the hall, then grabbed a stool for Li Xiaomei. Have some dinner with us. Fang Ying got up and fetched bowls and chopsticks, scooping a bowl of rice and handing it to Lu Xiaomei. Eat some. What kind of meat is this? It smells so fragrant. Lu Xiaomei couldn't help but swallow some saliva upon seeing the meat on the plate. She had smelled it even while outside in the hall earlier. This is wild chicken meat. It's something Zhenguo hunted in the mountains today. Try some. Fang Ying warmly invited her. The two of them had played together since childhood. Their relationship was excellent. Later, Fang Ying married into the Zhang family, meeting less often and communicating less frequently. Let me try. Lu Xiaomei sat down on the stool with her bowl and chopsticks, put a piece in her mouth, chewed it. So fragrant. I haven't eaten wild chicken in years. This taste is incredible. If you like it, eat more. Fang Ying placed another piece on Lu Xiaomei's bowl. Don't be polite with us. Just consider it like being at your own home. Lu Xiaomei wouldn't be polite. When she returned from the fields earlier and smelled the meat coming from the Fang Zhenguo's yard, she immediately went home, grabbed these sweet potatoes, and came over. She didn't come just for the food today. She had another purpose. She was here to borrow some meat. Initially, the meat Lu Xiaomei had at home was supposed to be reserved for the New Year celebration, but with her grandmother sick and needing nutrition, they had to cook all of it. Now their home lacked even the meat for New Year, so every day at home they were eating radishes, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. Big brother Fang, you're truly amazing. Many people in our village go hunting, but return empty-handed every day. Yet whenever you go into the mountains, you always bring back game. The praise flowing from Lu Xiaomei's mouth wasn't empty. She genuinely thought Fang Zhenguo was remarkable. I just got lucky. Fang Zhenguo was very modest. Catching a few animals wasn't worth boasting about. As everyone ate and chatted, the atmosphere was very lively. Only Li Xiaomei sat silently on the side, eating quietly without saying a word. Even when Lu Xiaomei tried to chat with her, she'd just hum vaguely in response. Lu Xiaomei ate 2 large bowls of rice, along with a decent amount of meat, and felt extremely satisfied. She hadn't eaten meat for a long time, and thought that if she had married Fang Zhenguo back then, she could have enjoyed meat daily and lived a good life. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, Lu Xiaomei felt terrible inside, regretful. After finishing the meal, Lu Xiaomei was highly proactive, helping to collect the bowls and chopsticks, and assisting with washing the dishes. Could I borrow a piece of meat from your family? I was originally reluctant to ask, but there's truly no other way. Lu Xiaomei's eyes began to tear up. My grandmother is seriously ill, and she's been constantly asking to eat meat. Upon hearing this, Yang Chunlan couldn't bear it. She went upstairs and took a piece of meat, lending it to Lu Xiaomei. Thank you so much. I will definitely repay you as soon as possible. Lu Xiaomei was deeply grateful, chatting with Yang Chunlan for a while before leaving with the meat. Fang Zhenghua didn't say a word. Borrowing the meat wasn't an issue since it would be repaid eventually. Lu Xiaomei isn't the type of person to have a thick face. This time, she must have run out of options to come and borrow meat. I almost forgot. Isn't Lu Xiaomei the teacher in the village? I should have asked her if little who can study in the village school next year. Fang Ying suddenly remembered this and immediately chased after her. Fang Zhenghua originally planned to let her go another day, but before he could say anything, Fang Ying's figure had already disappeared outside the yard. After staying inside for a while, Fang Zhenghua left the yard and went to Li Tiniu's house to see if Li Tiniu had returned. That guy was digging rabbit holes in the forest today, and most likely came back empty-handed. A few minutes later, upon arriving at Li Tiniu's doorstep, Fang Zhenghua pushed the door and walked in. Li Tiniu's wife was sitting at the entrance of the main room, washing vegetables. Upon seeing Fang Zhenghua, she quickly wiped her hands on her clothes, fetched a stool, and said, "Please sit." "No need." Fang Zhenghua asked directly. "Is Li Tiniu back?" Li Tiniu's wife shook her head. Since he left with his soil gun, he hasn't returned. He's always busy for nothing, always coming back empty-handed. Hearing this, Fang Zhenghua looked toward the direction of the rear mountain. The sky was about to get dark, and that guy still hadn't returned. Could something have happened? Fang Zhenghua was slightly worried. However, Li Tiniu's wife wasn't concerned at all. She laughed and said, "Nothing will happen. He should be back soon." Fang Zhenghua didn't say anything more and prepared to go home. At this moment, the door to the yard was pushed open. Li Tiniu entered looking disheveled, covered in mud everywhere, and kept cursing. "That damn rabbit. I'll continue digging its hole tomorrow. I won't believe I can't catch it." Hearing this, it was clear that Li Tiniu had come back empty-handed, catching nothing. "You're truly useless." Li Tiniu's wife angrily cursed. "If I expect you to bring home meat, it's like dreaming in daylight. If you had half the skills of Brother Fang, I'd thank heaven and earth. Don't look down on me. Tomorrow, I'll go and grab that rabbit. We'll see what kind of abilities your man has." Li Tiniu is also a prideful person. Seeing his wife criticize him, he felt indignant in his heart. Chapter 97. The Prey of the Old Graveyard. Fang Zhenghua left Li Tiniu's house and hurried home, stepping on the thick snow. Soon he reached his doorstep, about to push the door open, when Lu Maozi and several villagers ran towards the village entrance with torches in their hands. "Where are you all going?" Fang Zhenghua asked Lu Maozi. Lu Maozi, looking flustered, said, "Just now a villager spotted a group of wild mountain goats near the old graveyard. Many villagers have already gone there, and I also want to try my luck." Fang Zhenghua felt something was odd. The old graveyard is close between Tongchenggu and Lijiakan villages. It's usually hard to see wild mountain goats, let alone during this winter. It must be a scam. He naturally wouldn't want to miss such an opportunity, but he had to find out if it was true first. Lu Maozi grinned mischievously. Who would bother to lie? Don't waste time. If we go late, there will be nothing left for us. Having said that, Lu Maozi quickly caught up with the villagers ahead. At this moment, Li Tiniu came running over with a shotgun, anxiously shouting, "Don't just stand there. Hurry up, grab your tools, and let's go. If we manage to shoot even one wild goat, we'll have food for days." Fang Zhenghua decided it might be worth checking it out as it could very well be true. After returning home, he took the rifle, slung the canvas bag over his shoulder, and also picked up his machete. The journey from here to the old graveyard is far, and there's no knowing if they'd return tonight or not. They needed to prepare everything carefully. "You should be careful and take care of your safety," Yang Chunlan called out from within the courtyard. "Understood." Fang Zhenghua replied as he ran out of the yard, catching up with Li Tiniu who was ahead. Li Tiniu glanced forward once and muttered under his breath, "These bastards like Lu Maozi run fast enough," as if rushing to eat dung. Walking alongside him with a flashlight, Fang Zhenghua laughed hearing that. This guy had lost his cool, cursing continuously. The wind and snow were intense now. The wind coming straight at them carried snowflakes smacking their faces, feeling much like pebbles. It was both cold and painful. Due to the wind direction, walking against it felt almost impossible. Every step was extremely slow. The surrounding trees swayed violently, resembling massive black shadows. Occasionally, there were sounds of tree branches snapping from the strong wind. An hour passed, and they finally reached the side of the old graveyard, but still no one had caught up to Lu Maozi and his group. Looking up, all they could see was the faint light emitted by the torches in their hands. By now, Numaozi and the other villagers probably had entered deep into the old graveyard. This old graveyard was shared by the two villages, Lijiakan and Tongchenggu. Lijiakan was farther away and rarely buried people on this hill. Many graves belonged to those from Tongchenggu. According to the older generation, this graveyard already existed during the Republic era. It was used as a mass burial ground where prisoners and captives were executed. At that time, a warlord had buried alive thousands of prisoners of war, whose decomposed bodies emitted an awful stench for years afterward. Villagers often encountered bizarre occurrences in this old graveyard. Some claimed that due to the numerous dead people buried there, the place harbored heavy resentment, causing strange phenomena. Some even said that those captured soldiers had died unjustly, so their spirits roamed without rest until finding someone to replace them, allowing them to reincarnate. In any case, many strange tales surrounded this old graveyard, known by the villagers as encounters with ghosts. Fang Jingwa never believed in these ghost stories, thinking they were nonsense, just villagers scaring themselves. Once inside the woods, Fang Jingwa followed the footprints Lu Maozi's group left behind, moving forward steadily. The old graveyard was vast, and the exact location of the mountain goats was unclear, so he aimed to find Lu Maozi and his crew. I feel uncomfortable all over. It's as if someone is secretly watching us, Li Tinu said while walking, nervously keeping an eye on the pitch-black woods around them, looking cautious. Isn't this the fearless Li? Did you get spooked just entering the mountains? Fang Jingwa chuckled teasingly. Li Tinu used to be fearless, but since being scared in a graveyard in Lijiakan a few years ago, he became more timid than most women. As they walked a few more steps, a low mound of a grave appeared nearby, covered in thick snow, leaving only the tombstone exposed. In front of the tombstone stood a broken porcelain bowl, with some half-burned incense sticks sticking out, and some leftover scraps from firecrackers. The deeper they went, the more graves there were, tightly packed together, scattered chaotically among the trees. Fang Jingwa moved through the cluster of graves, following the footprints further along. So many graves, truly terrifying. Li Tinu, building up his courage, closely followed behind Fang Jingwa, his body covered in goosebumps. He didn't really want to come, but in order for his family to have food, he had no choice but to toughen up and follow along. After walking less than 300 meters, he noticed that the footprints on the ground were a bit messy, clearly made in a state of panic. It seemed that Lu Maozi and the others might have spotted the wild mountain goats, which is why they had hurriedly increased their speed, making the footprints chaotic. Hurry up! Zhang Jingwa turned back and shouted, slinging the hunting rifle over his shoulder as he quickened his steps. In this situation, every second counted. If they arrived too late and the wild goats got spooked and ran away, tonight's trip would have been for nothing. Bang! Suddenly, there was a gunshot from a nearby grove. Then, several more shots followed. The sounds echoed through the mountain forest, blending with the wind. There was no need to guess. It was clear that those villagers had found the wild mountain goats and started firing immediately. A few minutes later, Fang Jingwa and Li Tinu arrived at the graveyard ahead. This burial ground was quite large, dotted with low mounds all around. The trees had been cut down, leaving only 1 or 2 pine trees visible occasionally. Lu Maozi and the other villagers were firing at the fleeing wild mountain goats, but they hadn't hit any, instead scaring them all off. At night, trying to chase after those wild goats was practically impossible. Not only was there a heavy snowstorm in the woods, but the frightened goats were running so fast that, given human speed, they could only helplessly watch as the goats slipped away. Why did you suddenly start shooting? Fang Jingwa asked. Among these villagers, there were several experienced old hunters who wouldn't normally be foolish enough to fire unless certain of success. We should ask Lu Maozi. We had already discussed a plan to encircle the goats before firing, but that damn Lu Maozi suddenly shot, scaring the wild goats into a frantic escape. One villager said, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. The other villagers immediately began cursing. Chapter 98, Graveyard Hunting. Liu Maozi, you son of a bitch, was it intentional? That villager rushed over and directly pushed Liu Maozi to the ground, grabbing his collar. Today, I'm gonna kill you, you little turtle egg. You've wasted our whole night. Liu Maozi hastily explained. I didn't do it on purpose. Just now, I saw a woman by the grave pile. I was so frightened that I fired a shot. Bullshit. A bunch of men here. Where did a woman come from? That villager lifted his fist and struck Liu Maozi's face directly. I'm telling the truth. After getting hit, Liu Maozi harbored resentment in his heart. He struggled for a moment and pushed that villager into the snow, then they started fighting. The other villagers could only go over to pull them apart. Go find that woman, otherwise, I won't let you off today. That villager pointed at Liu Maozi, extremely angry in his heart, as they had traveled so far to the old graveyard with the intention of hunting a wild mountain sheep, yet ended up not catching even a single hair. That woman, she was right next to that grave, leaning against the pine tree. I saw her clearly. Liu Maozi pointed at a nearby new grave, which indeed had a large pine tree beside it. Since it was about 20 meters away, coupled with the heavy fog and insufficient light from the torch in hand, they couldn't see clearly if there was actually a woman. I'll check now, and if there's no one, I'll definitely finish you off today. That villager muttered while holding the torch, heading toward the direction of the new grave. Fang Jingwa turned around and prepared to return to the village, wanting to leave this cold weather behind. It would be more comfortable to sleep at home. Li Tinu also followed up. Suddenly, a wail of terror echoed from behind. It was filled with fear and trembling. Then came a series of gunshots. The sounds broke the silence of the graveyard but were quickly covered by the wind. Fang Jingwa looked back, walking towards the source, following the other villagers to the new grave. What kind of ghost is that? That villager fell onto the ground out of fright, pointing at a red figure under the pine tree. Everyone stared, and their expressions became increasingly tense. Fang Jingwa frowned. Due to the dim light, although only 6 or 7 meters away, he couldn't make out the figure clearly. The person was slim, wearing red clothes. Judging by the build, it was certainly a woman. Moreover, this woman wore very thin clothing. In such heavy snow, that amount of clothing wouldn't be enough to withstand the severe cold. This is too eerie. How can a woman be here at this time of night? Li Tinu mumbled nervously, his eyes filled with horror. Could it be a ghost we've run into? Upon hearing this, everyone got goosebumps, shivering all over and stepping backward. They thought someone had summoned a ghost here at the graveyard, which was known for its heavy energy. I'll go take a look. Out of curiosity, Fang Xinghua decided to find out what was going on and who this woman was. Don't go over there. That must be a ghost. Let's hurry and leave. Li Tiniu was scared to death, his scalp tingling and legs trembling. It felt like he could barely stand. The other villagers were equally full of fear and dared not approach. Fang Xinghua ignored them, walking straight to the pine tree and raising his flashlight. Shining the light on the woman's body, he chuckled slightly, realizing it was just a paper mannequin. The eyes of the paper figure gazed fixedly at Fang Xinghua. Its cheeks were flushed red due to the snowy weather that had soaked its face, mixing the paint and making the facial features appear twisted and grotesque, somewhat chilling. It's a paper mannequin. Fang Xinghua called out loud, shining his flashlight on the adjacent new grave. The tombstone had some characters carved into it along with the date. This grave belonged to a woman in her 20s who was buried roughly half a month ago. Upon hearing it was a paper figure, Li Tiniu, Liu Maozi, and those villagers calmed down from their previous fear and approached cautiously. I almost died of fright, thought I encountered a ghost, but it was just a false alarm. The villager remembered his earlier fright and felt somewhat embarrassed. No, it's not right, Liu Maozi suddenly said. Take a look at this paper figure. Paper figures should avoid red color the most, but this one is red vermilion applied. One of the villagers' faces changed slightly. I remember now, on the 27th day of last month in the lunar calendar, a woman from Qingang Ridge village went into the mountains to cut firewood and fell off a cliff. She died instantly. The newly buried person here must be that woman who fell to her death. Everyone looked at the villager. Though they were scared, they couldn't help but ask, why haven't we heard about it? I heard it from my wife. The villager explained, my wife's hometown is Qingang Ridge. Her sister was sick, so she went there once. On the day she went, it happened to be the day this woman's funeral was held. I think she had the Ma surname, though I can't remember the exact name. This place was already sinister being a graveyard. After what the villager said, everyone began to feel cold down their backs. This woman met a terrible end, falling from the cliff all the way to the ravine below. By the time they found her, her brain matter had spilled out, and her body had been gnawed on by wild wolves. Her whole face was chewed up. The villager continued to talk. Just then, a cold wind blew, causing Li Tiniu and Liu Maozi to shiver uncontrollably. They stared fearfully at the new grave in front of them and took 2 steps back, trying to distance themselves. This woman suffered such a tragic death. Her grudge must be great. Let's leave quickly. This is too terrifying. The villagers didn't dare to stay any longer. Holding their torches, they prepared to leave. The cold wind became stronger, extinguishing all the flames from the villagers' torches, plunging the surroundings into total darkness. The wind whistling through the trees sounded like a woman crying. Now, the only light left was from the flashlight in Fang Xinghua's hand. Everyone immediately gathered around him. The flashlight battery was almost dead, and its beam was dim. However, at least there was a little bit of light, enough to see within 2 meters, preventing them from stumbling aimlessly in the forest. Li Tiniu pulled out matches and tried to ignite a torch, but after several attempts, he failed. The torch was soaked, and most of the pine resin on it had burned away, making it impossible to ignite. Other villagers also tried, but none succeeded. Chapter 99, The Mountain God Temple. Let's go back to the village first. Fang Xinghua was leading the way with a flashlight in his hand. The rest of the people followed behind. Though they couldn't see their feet clearly, at least they had an accurate direction and could follow the light ahead. After walking for 20 or 30 minutes, they entered another forest. To get out from here, they still had to walk for quite a long time. Now they were merely halfway through. Everyone's mood was very low. They had spent the whole night without catching a single wild mountain goat, suffering from the cold in the forest. Hold on a moment. Li Tiniu, who was walking at the back, shouted, "Didn't you guys notice that something seemed off?" Everyone shook their heads. Nothing seems wrong. What exactly do you want to say? Li Tiniu looked around at everyone and then furrowed his brow, saying, "It seems like one person is missing. There were originally 12 of us, but now there are only 11. Fang Xing was stopped, shone the flashlight over the villagers, and indeed found one person missing. Everyone felt a chill down their backs and began counting. All confirmed that someone was missing. It's Liu Maozi who's gone. Someone called out. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the missing person was indeed Liu Maozi. Everyone didn't know what to do. If they went back to look for Liu Maozi, it would waste a lot of time, and all of them would freeze to death in this cursed place tonight. The temperature was getting lower and lower. Everyone was already freezing and couldn't withstand such cold weather anymore. Moreover, the battery power in Fang Xinghua's flashlight would last no more than half an hour. Isn't there a mountain god temple nearby? Fang Xinghua glanced around the surrounding forest. One mountain god temple does exist, one villager said. It's a broken temple built of stones, not far from here. Then let's head to the mountain god temple first. Fang Xinghua led the group as they started searching near the woods. 10 minutes later, they finally found the mountain god temple on a slope close by. This mountain god temple was dilapidated, its walls made of stone and the roof covered with some broken tiles. Upon entering, they saw there was a damaged coffin inside, along with some dried vegetables, hay, and wooden boards scattered about on the ground. And the statue of the mountain god was already broken into several large pieces, lying haphazardly on the floor. There were around 10 people in Fang Xinghua's group, just enough to barely squeeze inside to take shelter from the snowstorm. It was definitely warmer than staying outside. At the entrance of the mountain god temple, Fang Xinghua cleared out a space, gathered some old wood planks and dry grass, and then lit it up with a match. The fire could not only provide warmth, but also emit light. If Liu Maozi sees the light here, he may be able to find his way over. Liu Maozi! Li Tiniu yelled loudly with all his might. His voice was loud, but it was completely drowned out by the wind. The group didn't just wait idly. They chopped the wooden boards inside the mountain god temple into sticks and scraped some pine oil from the nearby pine trees to make makeshift torches. After lighting the torches, they set out to search for Lu Maozi in the previous direction, shouting as they searched. Fang Xinghua and Li Tinu stayed in the temple, tending to the fire and continuously adding dry wood. That Lu Maozi, who knows where he ran off to? As Li Tinu warmed himself by the fire, he began cursing under his breath. That dog randomly fires his gun, scaring away the wild goats. And now he has disappeared without explanation. We have to run around looking for him. Why don't we just return to the village and let him die out there? Fang Xinghua took off the wet clothes hanging on a branch next to the fire pit. We can't go back tonight. You aren't carrying a flashlight? Or even better, a torch? Li Tinu didn't want to stay there any longer. He only wanted to quickly return to the village. Fang Xinghua pulled out a steamed bun from the canvas bag, tore it apart, and threw half to Li Tinu. The flashlight won't last more than 20 minutes, and it will be impossible to rush back to the village in time. Moreover, the wind is much stronger now. Once we step out of these woods, the torch will be extinguished instantly. Walking blindly in the dark is extremely dangerous. Li Tinu sighed helplessly, muttering curses again. Though Fang Xinghua also wished to return, it wasn't possible now, so they had to spend the night there. The road back to the village from here was almost entirely a mountain path, some parts steep cliffs. A single misstep leading to slipping could result in certain death. After a long while, those villagers returned, sighing heavily. They had searched the surrounding forest but found no trace of Lu Maozi. Given the current situation, everyone had no choice but to rest and couldn't continue searching. More than 10 people were crammed into the tiny mountain god temple, which was drafty everywhere. Even with a bonfire, it was of little help, and they all trembled violently from the cold. Someone let out a loud fart. It smelled so strong that the entire temple reeked. Flatulence is the breath of life, darting about the body. Released proudly, inhaled despondently. Li Tinu mimicked the ancient scholars, reciting while nodding his head up and down. Everyone burst into laughter. Li Tinu, you can even compose poetry about a fart. You're really talented. Did your wife teach you this? Don't underestimate me. I am an educated man too. Li Tinu snorted, thumping his chest as he said, when I was a kid, my family was poor, and there wasn't money to send me to school. If only I could have continued studying, I might be holding a secure job now. Li Tinu started boasting again. Fang Xinghua carried over a rock, sat by the fire, and took off his shoes. These were old Jiafengpai cloth shoes suitable for mountain paths, but water easily seeped into them. After walking such a long distance earlier, his shoes were already wet, and his feet were numb from the freezing cold. He needed to dry them immediately by the fire, otherwise, his toes would surely freeze. Whoosh whoosh. The icy wind howled incessantly, the snow kept falling without end, and the temperature dropped to minus several degrees Celsius. No one could sleep. They could only sit by the fire to endure the night until dawn, when they could return to the village. Initially, they still chatted to pass the time, but as the temperature continued to drop, no one wanted to talk anymore, leaving the mountain god temple deathly silent. Each passing minute seemed excruciating. The bone-chilling cold made their bodies stiffen. There was not a single warm spot left. Everything was ice cold. Gradually, their faces and exposed hair began to form icicles. They all shook uncontrollably from the cold, their teeth chattering together in unison. Chapter 100, The Marksman. I miss my wife. Li Tinu was so cold that he had curled up into a ball, hiding in the corner of the wall. Fang Xinghua ignored him. They were about to freeze to death, and he didn't have the mood to joke around with him. He kept himself awake, unwilling to let sleep overtake him, but eventually he couldn't keep it up, losing consciousness and falling into a dark void. After an indeterminate amount of time, he was awakened by a shout. Opening his eyes, he found Li Tinu shivering while kicking a nearby villager. Hurry up, let's go home. The villagers gradually woke up, all covered with frost on their clothes and hats, with piles of snow on their bodies. One villager suffered severe leg frostbite and couldn't stand up at all. With such cold weather, there would be no saving those legs. They took turns carrying the injured villager back toward the village. Everyone was cold and hungry. All they wanted was to get home quickly. The pace of the group was difficult, taking over an hour just to reach the foot of Old Grave Mountain. What is that? Li Tinu strained to lift his hand, pointing 50+ meters away to a small hillside, shouting, could that be Lu Maozi? Fang Xinghua looked towards that direction and saw a black shape on the hill. Because of the distance, it was unclear what it was. There wasn't any fog now, and they could tell that it was something moving. That guy Lu Maozi really messed us up this time. If we see him, I'll beat him to a pulp. Li Tinu rubbed his frozen hands together, thinking about checking, but he didn't have the strength anymore. All he wanted was to go home. Fang Xinghua lifted the rifle in his hand and looked through the scope, only to discover it was a wild mountain goat. Is that Lu Maozi? Li Tinu asked. No. Fang Xinghua shook his head. It's a wild mountain goat. That wild mountain goat was eating leaves. Sensing their presence, it paused its chewing, tilting its head upwards and looking at them. At such a distance, there's no way to hit it. Even chasing after it would be useless. In our current state, there's no way we could hunt it. We can only watch. Li Tinu sighed helplessly. The other villagers also shook their heads without saying a word. By this time, Fang Xinghua had already aimed at the wild mountain goat. Such a near hunting opportunity should not be wasted. An ordinary old gun wouldn't be able to shoot from such a far distance, but the one he held wasn't the same. Whether it's 50 or even hundreds of meters, as long as the marksmanship was precise enough, it could make the kill. Bang! Fang Xinghua fired the gun directly. With the sound of the gunshot, the wild mountain goat tumbled down from the hill. This shot struck the goat's neck, blood continuously spurting out. The wild mountain goat struggled to stand up, managing a few wobbly steps before collapsing again onto the ground. After a couple of convulsions, its breathing ceased. This astonished both Li Tiniyu and the surrounding villagers. An incredulous look appeared in their eyes, fixed upon Fang Xinghua. Wow, you can hit it from so far away. Li Tiniyu swallowed his saliva, hardly believing his own eyes. This is too impressive. Some of the villagers, many of whom were seasoned hunters with excellent shooting skills themselves, wiped their eyes in disbelief. Yet, none of their abilities could compare to Fang Xinghua's expertise. Moreover, they realized that the rifle Fang Xinghua held was no ordinary gun, vastly different from typical homemade rifles. No wonder every time you enter the mountains, you always return with game. You're simply a marksman. The villagers grew excited, their envy reaching new heights as they gazed upon the plump wild mountain goat. After being out the entire night, they almost froze to death and came away with nothing. Meanwhile, right after coming down from the old gravesite, Fang Xinghua had bagged a wild mountain goat. This wild mountain goat weighed at least 40 to 50 pounds, large in size, indicating a fully grown male goat. You guys go ahead first, I'll catch up soon. Fang Xinghua walked towards the hill. The villagers no longer lingered, carrying the frostbitten villager and rushing towards the village. I'll help you. Li Tiniyu followed, showing true brotherhood by not leaving Fang Xinghua behind. Very quickly, Fang Xinghua arrived at the hill. He tied the goat's legs with a rope and began dragging it forward. Cold, exhausted, and famished, his body completely frozen, it wasn't long before he started feeling unable to continue. Give me the rope. Li Tiniyu took the rope and started dragging it forward. The villagers walked farther and farther, soon leaving Fang Xinghua and Li Tiniyu far behind. Such a large wild mountain goat, Fang Xinghua naturally wouldn't leave behind. Returning late didn't matter, since they had made it through the night, and now that it was bright in daylight, they absolutely had to drag the wild mountain goat back no matter what. The two took turns dragging the wild mountain goat, and eventually returned to the village utterly exhausted. As they approached their homes, they looked up and saw Li Xiaomei, xuanhuan, and Fang Ying standing at the doorway, looking out anxiously. Upon seeing them, Fang Xinghua felt a sense of relief wash over him. Finally, he was home. He'd been hunting for such a long time, and every single trip had gone smoothly, until this one almost cost him his life. If it hadn't been for finding a mountain shrine last night to shelter from the snow and wind, he probably would have frozen to death by this morning in Old Grave Mountain. Xinghua, xuanhuan rushed over with worry all over her face. Fang Xinghua let go of the wild mountain goat and panted heavily. Are you alright? We were worried about you all night. Xuanhuan picked up the rope from the ground and started pulling the goat. Fang Ying came over to help, exclaiming, what a big wild mountain goat. It will feed us for several days. Li Xiaomei supported Fang Xinghua's arm. Seeing how worn out and disheveled he was, she bit her lips tightly. Where did you go last night? Li Xiaomei brushed off the snow on Fang Xinghua's clothes. She had been feeling uneasy all night, unable to sleep and worrying endlessly about him. We went to Old Grave Mountain. Fang Xinghua recounted the events of the previous night. After hearing the story, Li Xiaomei, xuanhuan, and Fang Ying couldn't help but frown in concern for Fang Xinghua. As they talked, they all went back inside. Li Xiaomei hurriedly went to the kitchen to prepare a meal, knowing Fang Xinghua must be very hungry. I need to head back. I'll come over later this afternoon to eat some mutton at your place. With those words, Li Tiniyu turned around and walked back home. This time, Li Tiniyu had been a great help. If it weren't for his assistance, they might not have been able to drag the wild mountain goat back. After finishing the meal, Fang Xinghua returned to the bedroom, laid down on the bed, and fell asleep. Chapter 101, The Ragged Ghost. When Fang Xinghua woke up, it was already afternoon. After a nap, his body had recovered, and he felt much more energetic. His feet had been frozen badly last night, and he had developed chilblains. His toes were swollen and itched like crazy. Li Xiaomei and xuanhuan had already scraped the hair off the wild goat and washed it. Since they didn't know how to eviscerate the animal, they left it in the yard. Fang Xinghua took the machete, walked over to the wild goat, and started gutting it. Li Xiaomei and the others were assisting on the side, preparing baskets, basins, buckets, and other things. Xiaohu also stood nearby watching, his face covered with snot, filled with curiosity. Thinking of eating mountain goat meat made his mouth water nonstop. Can you not be so dirty? Your nose always runs, it's disgusting. Fang Ying grabbed Xiaohu's arm and slapped his bottom twice. With thick cotton pants on, the beating didn't hurt him at all. Not only did he not cry, but instead, he smiled foolishly. This almost drove Fang Ying mad, so she found a branch. This time, Xiaohu panicked and ran inside to hide. Really, you're going to kill me? Fang Ying kept sighing. How could I give birth to such an unruly little brat? Indeed, Xiaohu was quite mischievous and didn't care about hygiene. Every day, Fang Ying would beat him. No matter how many times Fang Ying hit him, it didn't work. Xiaohu even became worse, refusing to listen to any advice. Is anyone home? Outside the yard, Li Tiniyu's voice could be heard, along with the sound of knocking on the door. The door isn't locked, come in yourself. Fang Xinghua looked up and called out. The moment his words faded, Li Tiniyu's family came in from outside. I'll go find some chairs for you. Li Xiaomei wiped her wet hands and prepared to fetch chairs from the hall. No need. We can find our own chairs, you busy yourself. Li Tiniyu's wife finished speaking, taking the sleeve guards from her pocket and putting them on her arms, then went to help Li Xiaomei wash the goat liver. Li Tiniyu also picked up a kitchen knife from the table and came over to help Fang Xinghua cut the meat. This wild goat is really fat. Li Tiniyu cut off the thigh, tied it with a rope, and hung it on the bamboo pole beside him. Feng Jingwo was cleaning the goat's head. Take 2 pieces back later. Are you sure? Li Tiniu grinned widely. Then I won't hold back. Feng Jingwo looked at the goat's head, realizing it was very troublesome to clean and didn't have much meat. So he threw it on the table. Let the dog eat this one. Li Tiniu quickly snatched it. Don't waste it. Even a little bit of meat counts. If you don't want it, give it to me. I'll take it back and stew it with radish. All right. Feng Jingwo nodded in agreement. If Li Tiniu wanted it, that was fine. To retrieve this wild goat, Li Tiniu had put in a lot of effort. After dinner, he would give him a few more pieces to take home. Li Tiniu happily tied the goat's head with a rope, hanging it on the bamboo pole, grinning. This is good stuff. It smells particularly fragrant when used to stew radishes. You can stew it several times. Actually, the goat's head doesn't taste very good. It has a strong gamey smell and very little meat. The villager we carried back today, I just heard that his legs are ruined now. He'll never be able to walk again in his life. Li Tiniu brought up the subject of the villager. Feng Jingwo wasn't surprised. Last night, it was below 0 degrees Celsius. If they hadn't found the mountain shrine to shelter from the wind and snow, and hadn't lit a fire, no one would have survived, frozen solid into icicles. In this kind of weather, people could be frozen to death, especially at night when temperatures plummet. Did you find Lu Maozi? Feng Jingwo remembered Lu Maozi who got lost last night. No. Li Tiniu shook his head. The village chief organized a few villagers to look for him around the old graveyard, checking everywhere possible, but there was no trace of him. Upon hearing this, Feng Jingwo furrowed his brows slightly. Wasn't he frozen to death last night, and then dragged away by the wolves in the mountain? What else could it be? It must have happened. Li Tiniu spoke loudly. I've heard that someone saw wolf tracks near the old graveyard. That guy truly met a sorry end. A while ago, his mother passed away, and now he himself perished too. No one even found his body. His family is now officially extinct. Xiuxian also mentioned Lu Maozi's affairs. The news had spread throughout the village. They were all now eyeing Lu Maozi's house and land. Lu Maozi's family didn't have any relatives, making their house and land ownerless now. You owed a few £100 of meat and a few £100 of grain to exchange for an acre of land from Lu Maozi's family before. You won't need to pay it back anymore. Li Tianyuo was happy for Feng Jingwo's family. However, Feng Jingwo couldn't feel happy. That 1 mu of land hadn't been transferred to his family's name yet. It was just a deal with Lu Maozi. If another family inherited the land, they likely wouldn't acknowledge the agreement. This matter needed sorting out with the village chief as a witness so that the 1 mu of land would truly belong to them. In the afternoon, Li Xiaomei prepared the meal and served it in the main hall. Everyone sat around the table, picking up their chopsticks and bowls to eat heartily. Li Xiaomei, being pregnant, couldn't bear the smell of mutton and could only eat the leftover chicken from yesterday. In recent days, she hadn't been vomiting as badly, though occasionally she would still throw up. After finishing the meal, everyone helped clear the dishes and sat by the hearth to warm themselves until nightfall. Then Li Tianyuo's family returned home with the meat Feng Jingwo had given them. It was enough for their family to eat for 2 or 3 days. Feng Jingwo stayed near the fire for a while inside the main hall, gathering the leftover bones into a water bucket, then carried it out to the yard to feed Haizi, Blackie. He searched for Haizi, but found no trace of him. Eventually, he noticed the gate was half open, which meant Haizi must have run out. Blackie, Feng Jingwo shouted once in the courtyard, but waited a long time without seeing Haizi return. The last time Blackie had gone missing, it took several months for him to come back. Feeling worried, Feng Jingwo grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside the yard, walking through the village to look for Haizi while shouting his name all along. After searching for nearly half an hour, he spotted Blackie in a corner by a wall. Blackie had a squirrel in his mouth. Upon seeing Feng Jingwo approach, Blackie dropped the squirrel at his feet and nudged his lower leg with his head. You little rascal, you're pretty good. Feng Jingwo picked up the squirrel on the ground for a look. Its neck was bitten through and it was already lifeless. Squirrels are very agile. It's extremely hard for most dogs to catch them. Blackie was an exception. Let's go home. Feng Jingwo gently patted Blackie's head. Chapter 102. The Smile of the Paperman. Wong Wong. Haizi barked twice, picked up the squirrel on the ground, and sprinted towards home, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Feng Jingwo followed him. Just after taking a few steps, the flashlight in his hand suddenly dimmed. The road was full of dimness, and he could only walk toward home by feeling his way. He had walked this road countless times. Returning home in the dark presented no problems at all. A little bit of dim light would be sufficient to make it home. As he passed Lu Maozi's house, he noticed that the courtyard gate was wide open, and even stranger, there were a pair of footprints on the snowy ground near the entrance. Has Lu Maozi returned? Feng Jingwo felt some confusion and glanced into the yard, but it was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. Suddenly at that moment, there came a series of footsteps from inside the courtyard, which were heard very clearly. Soon, a shadow moved around within the yard, doing something incomprehensible. It lingered for a while before walking toward the main hall, disappearing into the darkness. Feng Jingwo wanted to see who it was, so he stepped over the threshold, entered the courtyard, and lit a match, looking up toward the main hall. The door of the main hall was half open, with some snow still on the threshold, and also some mud. It was pitch black inside. The footsteps from earlier had disappeared, leaving behind a heavy silence. No sound could be heard. The match quickly burned down to its base, plunging his vision back into darkness. He couldn't see anything, as if in total blindness. Just then, a faint light appeared inside the main hall. The shadow was holding a candle, seemingly inspecting something. The shadow faced away from Feng Jingwo, preventing him from seeing clearly the person's features. However, judging by the silhouette, it definitely wasn't Lu Maozi. Fang Xinghua speculated that Lu Maozi had died on Old Grave Mountain, leaving his house empty. Likely, a thief had learned about this and intruded to steal things from Lu Maozi's home. Mommy! The shadow screamed in horror, falling directly onto its buttocks, as if having seen something terrifying. At the same time, the shadow dropped the candle in their hands, plunging the main hall into darkness once again. A short while later, the shadow scrambled out of the main hall and directly collided with Fang Xinghua, who was standing in the yard. Ah! The shadow screamed again, trying to avoid the collision but failed. Its head directly crashed into Fang Xinghua's chest. Following that, the shadow tumbled violently, completely disregarding the pain in its body, bypassed Fang Xinghua, and immediately ran toward the entrance of the courtyard. Fang Xinghua dashed forward, catching up to the shadow and delivering a powerful kick to its back. The figure was relatively lean, unable to endure such a forceful blow, resulting in a sprawling fall, his entire head buried in the snow. Finally, I've caught you. Fang Xinghua delivered 2 more kicks to the shadow, pressing it down into the snow. After hearing the voice, the shadow regained consciousness a little and said, I'm Fang Xinhong. Is it you? Fang Xinghua loosened his grip on the man's arm, lit another match, and indeed discovered it was Fang Xinhong. Fang Xinhong's face was filled with terror, his eyes wide open, and his entire body trembling. He wasn't afraid of Fang Xinghua, but terrified of what was inside the main hall. Why are you at Lu Maozi's house? Fang Xinghua questioned sternly, preparing to take Fang Xinhong straight to the village chief's house. They had been seeking an opportunity to settle accounts with him, and this was a good one, stealing from Lu Maozi's house right under his nose. Fang Xinhong didn't answer Fang Xinghua. Instead, he looked into Lu Maozi's courtyard with sheer horror, covered in goosebumps. There is something inside. Fang Xinghua frowned, thinking that this guy had probably gone mad from fear, shouting loudly just moments ago, and now speaking nonsense. What happened? Li Tiniyu approached, carrying a lantern in one hand and his trousers in the other. Earlier, Li Tiniyu had rushed outside to relieve himself, and just witnessed Fang Xinghua reprimanding Fang Xinhong. He hurried over without even zipping his pants to see what was happening. He was sneaking around, and I don't know what he was doing inside Lu Maozi's house. When I happened to pass by, I caught him red-handed. Fang Xinghua smirked, now having an additional witness. Fang Xinhong wouldn't escape this time. Upon hearing this, Li Tiniyu glared at Fang Xinhong. Tell me honestly, was it you who stole my meat 2 nights ago? He had suspected Fang Xinhong for quite some time, but never had any evidence. It wasn't me, replied Fang Xinhong with a look of grievance. 2 nights ago, I was playing cards at Mao Qifu's place until yesterday morning. If you don't believe me, go ask her, she can vouch for me. After saying this, Fang Xinhong added, don't wrongfully accuse people. Li Tiniyu wouldn't believe it for a second. He grabbed Fang Xinhong by the collar, ready to throw a punch. But in the end, Li Tiniyu pulled back his fist and released the man's collar. Was it you who was sneaking around in front of my house that night before last? Fang Xinghua fixed Fang Xinhong with a piercing gaze. That was exactly when the meat from Li Tiniyu's house had been stolen, and the shadow stood outside his own door, escaping all the way to the woods behind the mountain. It wasn't me. I swear I am innocent. A flicker of fear crossed Fang Xinhong's eyes, and his body kept retreating backwards as if fearing Fang Xinghua would immediately strike him. Fang Xinghua didn't press further. This guy seemed not to be lying, and anyway he wouldn't dare to lie. So why did you go inside Lu Maozi's house just now? Why were you shouting like that? Fang Xinghua had no intention of letting him off. As a thief, he deserved a beating and then to be handed over to the village chief for punishment. Anyway, Fang Guohong wouldn't be forgiven today. It was time to properly teach this guy a lesson and vent some anger. When it came to dealing with people like this, Fang Xinghua never hesitated. I heard that Lu Maozi disappeared on Old Grave Mountain, so I came to check, see if there was anything edible. Fang Xinhong's face looked sorrowful. For several days already, his family had had nothing to eat but radishes to fill their stomachs. If too many radishes were eaten, hunger might actually increase. Fang Xinhong couldn't take it anymore, which was why he had come to steal some food. Why did you scream just now? Fang Xinghua continued pressing for an answer. Fang Xinhong couldn't help but glance once more into Lu Maozi's courtyard, and again his eyes showed terror. He said shakily, there is a blood-soaked woman sitting in the main hall. Your mother's fart. Li Tiniyu grabbed Fang Xinhong by the collar and slapped him across the face without hesitation. Where did you see any woman at Lu Maozi's house? Do you think we're so easily fooled? Fang Xinhong got angry. Why are you hitting me? Everything I'm saying is true. If you don't believe me, then go inside and check yourself. Fang Xinghua didn't quite believe it either. There was absolutely no one else in Lu Maozi's house. From the footprints at the gate, only Fang Xinhong had entered. If there really was a woman in Lu Maozi's house, her footprints would surely have been left at the gate or in the yard. Chapter 103, it's Lu Maozi indeed. Go check what's wrong. Fang Zheng sent Li Tiniyu to take a look. There shouldn't be anyone in the main room, but Fang Xinhong didn't seem like he was lying. To find out what happened, one glance would be enough. Li Tiniyu carried the oil lamp and entered the courtyard of Lu Maozi's house, then walked towards the main room. A few minutes passed. There was no sound in the courtyard. What are you up to? Fang Zheng was shouted into the courtyard. But Li Tiniyu did not respond, nor did he come out from the courtyard. This left him speechless. He'd been inside for so long, and it was unclear what he was doing. My goodness. Li Tiniyu's panicked and distressed scream broke the silence of the courtyard. Moments later, he was seen running out of the yard in a hurry, staring at the main room in the courtyard with terror on his face. This made Fang Zhengwei somewhat dumbfounded. Li Tiniyu's current appearance was exactly the same as Fang Zhenhong's, as if they both had seen something very terrifying, scared enough to scream loudly, almost to the point of being wet themselves. Slap. Fang Zhenghua slapped Li Tiniu across the face twice, trying to wake him up. After receiving those 2 slaps, Li Tiniu slowly came to, swallowed saliva, and fearfully said, "There is really a blood-covered woman sitting on a chair, smiling at me." Fang Zhenghua felt something was off. Li Tiniu couldn't be lying. Perhaps someone really was in the main room. "I'll go take a look." Fang Zhenghua took over the oil lamp in Li Tiniu's hand and walked towards the courtyard, quickly reaching the door of the main room. A cold wind blew out, hitting the dilapidated wooden door against the doorframe, producing a cracking sound. The scene did look rather frightening. Fang Zhenghua arrived at the doorway of the main room, raised the oil lamp to the level of his chest, and took a look inside through the weak light. There was indeed a figure sitting on a chair inside the main room. From outside, it wasn't clear. Only entering inside could make things clearer. He stepped over the threshold and entered the main room. Now, he finally saw clearly. Indeed, there was a woman sitting on the chair, covered in bloody redness, her eyes fixed, a strange smile on her face. Fang Zhenghua felt his scalp tingle. Even though he didn't believe in ghosts and spirits, he was still startled. He calmed down, took a closer look, and ended up laughing. It was just a paper effigy. The effigy was wet, and the reason why it looked like it was laughing was that the ink had smudged after getting dampened, hence appearing more sinister. Fang Zhenghua moved next to the paper effigy, observing it closely and feeling quite peculiar. This was undoubtedly the same paper effigy they'd seen earlier on Old Grave Mountain. This was confirmed because one of the villagers had been so scared by this paper effigy that they shot it in the shoulder. This paper effigy had a bullet hole in its shoulder, in the exact same position, too much of a coincidence for it not to be. What was strange was how this paper effigy ended up in Lu Maozi's main room. Old Grave Mountain was several kilometers away from village Lu. Surely it didn't walk here by itself? "Are you alright?" Li Tiniu stood in the courtyard and dared not enter the main room. "It's just a paper effigy." Fang Zhenghua turned around and glanced at Li Tiniu in the courtyard. Upon hearing that it was a paper effigy, Li Tiniu was stunned for a moment, then finally ventured inside and stared at the effigy on the chair. "Damn, it really is a paper effigy. I nearly pissed myself before. This is weird. How did the paper effigy get from Old Grave Mountain to the village?" Fang Zhenghua stared at the paper effigy, very perplexed in his mind. Li Tiniu wanted to kick the paper effigy twice to vent some of the anger in his heart. He was thoroughly humiliated having been scared witless by just a piece of paper. But when he heard Fang Zhenghua's words, fear flashed in his eyes, and he pulled his leg back. Could this paper effigy have come to life? How could a paper effigy possibly come to life? Fang Zhenghua was speechless. This guy must have been scared silly. But who knows? The elders in the village say, if red cinnabar is smeared onto a paper effigy, it might become demonically possessed. This paper effigy is covered in cinnabar, definitely has become possessed, which is why it managed to travel all the way from Old Grave Mountain to Lu Maozi's home. Li Tiniu got more and more scared, drawing in a sharp breath of cold air, trembling twice. Fang Zhenghua didn't believe in ghost stories. All these were scams by religious charlatans. As for why this paper effigy was here, this matter must have another reason behind it. Creak. The wooden door of the adjacent room was suddenly flung open, followed by a shadow rushing out and directly lunging toward Fang Zhenghua. Damn! Fang Zhenghua dodged the other person, then kicked them in the knee. The person lost balance and fell to the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Zhenghua pressed the individual down onto the floor. You bastards! I was sleeping at home, and you dare to come and steal from me brazenly. The man started cursing loudly. The voice sounded incredibly familiar. Fang Zhenghua recognized the man, let go of his hand, and upon a closer inspection, indeed found that it was Lu Maozi. How are the two of you involved? After climbing up from the ground, Lu Maozi looked at Fang Zhenghua and Li Tiniu with a face full of confusion. The moment Fang Zhenghua saw Lu Maozi, he finally figured out what had happened. Li Tiniu was confused and glanced at Lu Maozi. Weren't you dead on Old Grave Mountain? May you die. Lu Maozi cursed. How dare you curse me to death? Are you crazy in the head? Li Tiniu scratched his head. That's not what I meant. Last night, on Old Grave Mountain, you suddenly went missing. And today, the old village chief organized villagers to search for you on the mountain. Not even a body was found, so everyone thought you were dead. Lu Maozi's face carried a trace of pride. I've got 9 lives. How could I die so easily? Speak plainly. Fang Zhenghua couldn't take it anymore. This guy kept talking nonsense. Only then did Lu Maozi explain. Last night, I was following all of you from behind. Just as we were about to leave that cemetery area, I stepped on a trap set for wild boars and fell into it directly. The pit was extremely deep, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't climb out. Aren't you stupid? Why didn't you shout for help? Li Tiniu scolded him. In response, Lu Maozi immediately yelled back. What good would shouting do when none of you seem to have ears? I almost screamed myself hoarse, and not a single one of you paid any attention to me. Hearing this, Li Tiniu felt a bit awkward and scratched his head. I did hear someone shouting behind me last night, but I thought it might be a mistake, so I ignored it. Lu Maozi glared coldly. From now on, I will never go hunting with bastards like you again. Chapter 104, The Truth. Say one more curse word and see if I don't slap you. Li Tiniu looked ready to strike. Last night, we searched for you in a blizzard all night, then froze our butts off in the mountain god's temple, almost dying of cold. Lu Maozi saw Li Tiniu was about to explode and didn't dare to continue cursing. Where did you go last night? Fang Zhenghua asked his question. As per logic, he shouldn't have survived such a harsh blizzard. When I fell into the trap, I noticed some dirt had collapsed nearby, leaving a hole big enough to fit a basin. Inside, it turned out to be an abandoned bear cave. It was very warm inside, so I slept there the whole night. I just came back from Old Grave Mountain, woke up after a while, heard some noise in the hall, thought it was a thief, so I rushed out from the room, only to find out it was you too. Lu Maozi recounted his encounter from the previous night. Fang Jingwa didn't expect Lu Maozi's luck to be that good. Had he not found the cave, he would have been frozen solid by now. Fang Jingwa glanced at the paper man and asked, "So what's this thing about? Did you bring it back?" Lu Maozi nodded, grimacing. "There were often thieves breaking in, so I thought this paper man might scare them off, so I brought it home from Old Grave Mountain to intentionally frighten thieves. Not everything you said earlier was the truth." Fang Jingwa caught a hint of something amiss, and sensed something was not right. Lu Maozi's eyes flickered with panic, but quickly composed himself. "Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, you can check it out on Old Grave Mountain. The cave is definitely still there." Fang Jingwa didn't have the patience for such an investigation. Whether true or false, it had nothing to do with him. Right now, he just wanted to go back and sleep. He was too exhausted. "Don't stand there, sit down." Lu Maozi brought over 2 stools and grabbed half a bottle of Red Star Erguo liquor. "I don't drink." Fang Jingwa was heading home. As he reached the doorway, he remembered something and turned back toward Lu Maozi. "Fang Jinhong was stealing in your house earlier. Make sure your things are secure. Don't let her steal again." After finishing, Fang Jingwa left. When he got home to the broken courtyard, he locked the door from the inside and turned around to see Yang Chunlan getting up at night, wearing her robe. "Make sure the courtyard gate is locked well, otherwise, we'll get robbed." Yang Chunlan gave her a reminder and headed to the latrine. Fang Jingwa checked the courtyard gate once more, confirmed it was locked, and went back to the room. Inside, Li Xiumei was still awake, wrapped in a cotton coat, sitting against the pillow knitting a sweater. Hearing footsteps, she raised her head. "Where have you been?" "Just wandered around for no reason." Fang Jingwa didn't mention what had happened, worried it might frighten Li Xiumei. She has a timid disposition. Knowing what just happened would have kept her awake for several nights. Li Xiumei hesitated to speak. "Just say whatever you want to." Fang Jingwa was curious, not knowing what this young girl was thinking. She's always been like this, tending to keep things bottled up, too many worries. "I'll say it, but you mustn't get angry." Li Xiumei placed the sweater she was working on onto the cabinet, fiddled with her hair near her ear, and said, "My brother asked a relative to pass along a message, saying Mom is sick, quite seriously, asking me to come over and take a look. Also, hoping we could help borrow some money for medical treatment." Hearing these words, Fang Jingwa finally understood why Li Xiumei had been hesitant earlier. The original him had a very bad relationship with his mother-in-law. They treated each other like enemies. Every time they met, they'd argue. His mother-in-law's name was Zheng Jinlian, who had always disliked this son-in-law, thinking he lacked ambition. Once, when they met in town, they argued fiercely, leading to Zheng Jinlian slapping him twice in front of a crowd. This incident quickly spread throughout the village, making the original him a laughingstock. Because of this, the original him harbored deep resentment toward his mother-in-law. Their relationship had always been strained, like foes, rarely associating under normal circumstances. According to local customs, visiting the mother-in-law's home was required on the 2nd and 3rd day after the new year. But after this event, the original him never visited even once. Li Xiumei knew their conflict ran deep, which is why she hadn't dared to mention borrowing money before. She knew how much Fang Jingwa hated his mother-in-law. Forget about borrowing money. Li Xiumei regretted bringing it up, fearing Fang Jingwa would be angry with her and resort to violence like in the past. She didn't want Fang Jingwa to revert back to how he used to be, so she had been very careful all along. "I'll go once tomorrow." Fang Jingwa did not object. He noticed a strand of hair on her face and reached out his hand. Li Xiumei thought Fang Jingwa was about to hit her and hurriedly dodged, then climbed off the bed, trying to keep some distance. This made Fang Jingwa feel somewhat helpless. The girl's courage was far too small, as he had no intention of striking her at all. Seeing her like this, he felt a pang of tenderness. "Go to sleep." Fang Jingwa did not offer any explanation since it would be useless anyway. She wouldn't believe him. Hearing these words, Li Xiumei didn't return to bed but remained standing by the bedside. It wasn't until after Fang Jingwa fell asleep that she returned to the bed, only daring to stay at the edge and not getting too close. Fang Jingwa could do nothing with her. He had managed to console her just recently, yet now she had become distant again. Women truly were strange creatures. Their thoughts were difficult to fathom, and they were highly sensitive. He slept all the way until the next morning. When he woke up, Li Xiumei had already prepared the meal, and everyone sat around the table, chatting idly while eating. "We'll visit mother-in-law's place later." Fang Jingwa placed a piece of wild mutton in his mouth, while chewing and enjoying its good taste. The meat contained some ginger and other ingredients for suppressing the gamey smell, making it taste almost similar to pork. Upon hearing this, Li Xiumei, who was sitting nearby, was startled and failed to react instantly. She had assumed earlier that Fang Jingwa wouldn't go. After all, Fang Jingwa and Zheng Jinlian had severed ties long ago, even uttering harsh words that even if Zheng Jinlian passed away, he wouldn't attend her funeral to mourn. Even Yang Chunlan and Fang Ying found it peculiar, uncertain whether Fang Jingwa's words were true or false. They all knew how much Fang Jingwa detested Zheng Jinlian, yet now he intended to visit her. It's better not to go. Li Xiumei worried that Fang Jingwa might be there to quarrel with her mother, which would deepen their conflicts further. Chapter 105, Villagers' Envy. How could that be possible? "We must go." Fang Jingwa's attitude was very resolute. This time he intended to mend his relationship with his mother-in-law, Zheng Jinlian. There was no need for the family to have conflicts. There was no deep-seated grudge after all. Doing this was also for Li Xiumei's peace of mind. In short, this trip was inevitable. Li Xiumei felt helpless inside, but saw no way to stop it. She regretted telling Fang Jingwa about the matter last night. Take 2 pieces of meat. Yang Chunlan did not wish the tensions between the families to continue and further said, remember to take a jar of pickled vegetables along with some embroidered shoe soles. Good. Fang Xinghua took a sip of the meat soup and put down his chopsticks. Yang Chunlan smiled and got up from the stool. I'll pack these things in the bamboo basket for you, so they aren't forgotten later. Having said that, Yang Chunlan placed 2 pieces of meat into the bamboo basket, then added a jar of pickled vegetables. Fang Ying stood up, returned to her room, and brought out a pair of boots. This pair of boots I made last year has remained unused. You may as well take them along. Fang Ying carefully wrapped the shoes and placed them inside the bamboo basket. Fang Xinghua could see everyone wanted to improve the strained relations and not let the situation worsen. Families should live harmoniously. As common folks often say, harmony brings prosperity. They might not understand grand theories, but these small truths were clear to them. After finishing his meal, Fang Xinghua tidied up the table and dishes and then went into the room to retrieve the rifle. The journey from here to Li Xiumei's hometown would be twice the distance of Ma Family Mouth Village, requiring traversing many mountain paths. Just in case, carrying a rifle ensured safety. Last time on the way to his grandmother's place, he encountered a wild wolf. Had he not been armed with the rifle then, he likely wouldn't have made it back alive. Fang Xinghua waited in the courtyard for half a day. Seeing Li Xiumei still hadn't come out of the room, he entered and discovered she was hesitating over changing clothes. Wife, hurry up and finish packing before we leave. Otherwise, it might already be dark by the time we arrive. Fang Xinghua gave her a prompt. With no choice, Li Xiumei could only steel herself and leave the room. Be careful on the road, stay safe. Yang Chunmei reminded them, escorting them to the door of the yard. Fang Ying and Hu Zi also stood at the gate, waving goodbye. Walk slowly, don't rush, you'll surely make it today. We know, you can go back now. Fang Xinghua adjusted the bamboo basket hanging on his back, which contained numerous items. The snow on the ground was thick, each step left a deep footprint. Fang Xinghua walked ahead, Li Xiumei followed behind him, with an expression full of helplessness. She was musing over how to prevent arguments when they arrived at her family home. Just as they reached the village entrance, they met Grandma Lu and a few villagers, all carrying baskets and looking dejected. Where are all of you going? Li Xiumei called out, smiling warmly. Her words were always sweet. Whenever she met any villagers, she greeted them first. Initially, we planned to head to the small town. We thought the recent blizzards had slightly lessened, checking if we could buy some New Year goods. Grandma Lu looked worried, but the roads are completely blocked. When we reached the edge of the cliff, we found many places collapsed, and the snow was extremely heavy. There's no way to get to the small town. Other villagers sighed repeatedly too. Unable to visit the town to purchase New Year goods meant nothing was prepared at home for the New Year celebrations, and there was even insufficient food. At least your house is good, never worrying about food or drink. Every day you eat plenty of fish and meat. Grandma Lu said enviously. We heard you've already bought all the New Year goods. If only we knew, our family should have purchased them earlier. Li Xiumei started chatting with Grandma Lu and the other villagers. Fang Xinghua placed the basket onto the stone embankment and rested for a bit. Oh, Xinghua, where are you heading with such a large amount of meat? Seeing a basket full of meat, Grandma Lu couldn't help asking. To my mother-in-law's place. Fang Xinghua exhaled a puff of white vapor, rubbed his hands, and within just a moment outside, his hands and feet were frozen stiff. The weather kept getting colder, and the snow on the ground became increasingly heavy. Under such adverse conditions, there was simply no way to reach the town, mainly because it was too far, passing through many cliffs, making the path very difficult. Our family hasn't eaten meat for several days now. Grandma Lu sighed heavily. She couldn't help envying them. If only you had married Lu Xiaomei to Fang Xinghua back then, your family could also enjoy a good life. You'd reap much benefit, having meat every day. It's too late now. Regrets won't do anything. You can only watch helplessly. A few villagers laughed as they joked around. Hearing this, Grandma Lu managed a bitter smile on her face. Although she understood, the matter was now past. Regrets served no purpose. Although Li Xiumei didn't say anything, she was somewhat unhappy inside. She could tell that Lu Xiaomei had been trying to steal Fang Xinghua's attention all along. Let's hurry up and go. Fang Xinghua didn't want to delay any further. Today they had a long journey ahead of them, and they needed to arrive at Li Xiumei's home before dark. Li Xiumei nodded, bid farewell to the villagers, and caught up with Fang Xinghua. What's wrong? You look unhappy. Fang Xinghua turned his head and looked at Li Xiumei beside him. This little lass had been preoccupied since that morning. Nothing. Li Xiumei shook her head and did not voice her inner thoughts. After crossing the fields, the two entered the forest. This road was a major one, now covered by snow so that it was almost completely invisible. They could only rely on their sense of direction to keep moving forward. There were some footprints left by villagers in the snow, many of which had already been covered by the heavy snowfall, leaving only faint outlines visible. I wonder when this snow will stop. Li Xiumei gazed up into the sky. It was gray overhead, and huge snowflakes like goose feathers fell from above, some landing on tree branches, others dropping to the ground, and still others swirling around in the air. This was winter in the countryside. Although winter was beautiful, it was tough for the villagers, as the cold weather made life more difficult in every way. By afternoon, the couple finally braved the snow and arrived at the village where Li Xiumei's family lived. The village was large, with nearly 100 households, similar in size to Lu family village. All were close to the forest, and the villagers relied on farming or hunting for their livelihood. However, due to years of excessive hunting, there were few animals left in the forests around the village. They had all fled deep into the mountains. It was winter now, and because of the lack of game, Villagers were forced to survive on the remaining grain stored at home. In previous winters, villagers had managed to endure the harsh conditions, but this year was different. With both blizzards and rodent infestations, the villagers' lives had become exceedingly difficult, with food supplies running low. Xiuxian's home was located toward the left side of the village. It was a 3-room tiled house that had been newly built 2 years ago. Xiuxian's family consisted of 5 members, plus xiuxian, making 6 people total. The food supply was limited. The rice container was nearly empty, and the corn and sorghum would only last a few more days. As for meat, there wasn't even a need to mention it. The family hadn't eaten meat in half a month. Chapter 106. Visiting the mother-in-law's house. Mom, brother, are you home? Xiuxian knocked on the wooden door with her hand. Who is it? Xiuxi's voice came from the yard, and a moment later, with a creak, the old wooden door opened, and Xiuxi came out. Why did you come? Xiuxi led them into the yard, and then into the main hall. Xiuxi's wife was warming herself by the fire in the main hall with their 3 children. Upon seeing brother Fong, she frowned, looking unwelcoming. Fong Zhenghua felt a bit helpless. His predecessor's relationships were so bad that no one liked him. Where is mom? Xiuxian asked. She's sleeping in the room. She was sick a few days ago, but after taking some herbal medicine yesterday, she feels a little better. Xiuxi looked worried. A lot of money had been spent, borrowed from relatives and friends, yet her illness wasn't completely cured. Their family was now as poor as church mice and deeply in debt. Xiaomei, is that you? A woman in her 50s wearing blue cloth clothes walked out of the room, her face haggard, appearing unwell. She was Fong Zhenhua's mother-in-law, Zheng Jinlian. Mom, do you feel better? Li Xiaomei went over and helped Zheng Jinlian sit on a stool beside the fireplace. I heard you were sick, so I came to see you. Zheng Jinlian used tongs to pick a sweet potato from the hearth and handed it to Li Xiaomei. You must be hungry after walking so far. Eat quickly. I'm not hungry. Li Xiaomei got up and took out the meat from the basket. We brought these from our home. Take it and eat. There's also a jar of pickles and shoes your sister sent. Seeing all this, Zheng Jinlian, Xiuxi, and Xiuxi's wife couldn't help but glance at Fong Zhenghua. The previous Fong Zhenghua would never have been so generous. Especially those 2 pieces of meat. They would last their family several days, enough to satisfy their craving. There's meat to eat. Xiuxi's 3 children rushed over, eagerly staring at the 2 pieces of meat, drooling. A bunch of gluttons. Zheng Jinlian scolded, but then pulled Li Xiaomei's hand and said, your family doesn't have it easy either, just keep it for yourself. Why bring so much meat? Li Xiaomei smiled. There's still some at home. Zhenghua often goes hunting on the mountain and brings back plenty of meat. We don't lack for it. Zheng Jinlian didn't believe her at all. In her mind, Fong Zhenghua was lazy and wouldn't hunt. He'd usually hit Li Xiaomei when drunk. The last time in town when Zheng Jinlian slapped Fong Zhenghua twice, it was because he had struck Li Xiaomei. She was so angry that she gave him 2 hard slaps. I'm telling the truth, I haven't lied to you. He has changed a lot. Not like before. Li Xiaomei spoke up for Fong Zhenghua, saying what was true. Xiuxi snorted, thinking Li Xiaomei was intentionally defending Fong Zhenghua and speaking kindly about him. This time, Xiuxi had already decided to find a way to keep Li Xiaomei and prevent her from returning to Fong Zhenghua's house. He and Zheng Jinlian had discussed it beforehand, pretending her mother was sick to deceive Li Xiaomei into coming. What they hadn't expected was that Fong Zhenghua came too this time. Fong Zhenghua was upset inside. Having been here for half a day, no one in his household paid attention to him. They all seemed disdainful and wished to shoo him away immediately. After lingering in the main hall for a while, he turned and went to the yard. Then he opened the gate and stepped out, carrying his hunting rifle. When entering the village earlier, he noticed wild rabbit tracks near the trees at the village entrance. He wanted to check it out, hoping to shoot 1 or 2. The rabbit's meat was minimal, but it was still meat. Uncle, Xiuxi's eldest son chased out from the yard, curiously staring at the rifle in Fong Zhenghua's hands. Xiuxi had 2 sons and a daughter, named simply Li Lao Da, big brother Li, Li Lao Er, second brother Li, and Li Lao San, third brother Li. The youngest was a girl around 4 or 5 years old, dressed in a flower-patterned dress, with 2 braids. She looked very cute. Li Lao Da wiped his nose with his sleeve. I know these mountains well. I've been here many times and seen lots of wild rabbits, pheasants, and golden pheasants. Golden pheasants. Upon hearing this, Fong Zhenghua was even more eager to take a turn in the mountains. Maybe he'd really catch quite a bit. You won't be able to catch any. Li Lao San giggled innocently. Dad says you're a good-for-nothing, not even as good as a dog. At least a dog can catch rabbits, but you can't do anything. Li Lao Da and Lao Er also laughed mockingly. Fong Zhenghua's face darkened as he realized that Xiuxi and his wife, along with that mother-in-law, all looked down on him. Now even their 3 children had caught the same attitude. Did this family always think of him like this? The mountain is dangerous, so you kids stay here and roast by the fire. I'll go hunt some pheasants and make a stew for you. Fong Zhenghua patted Lao San's little head. All of you go back inside. The 3 kids had no intention of going back to the yard. They stayed close behind him. If you go back, I'll give you fruit candy to eat. Fong Zhenghua took off his gloves and pulled out a few pieces of fruit candy from his pocket. I want fruit candy. The 3 children jumped up and down with excitement, staring intently at the candies in his hand. Their eyes sparkled with desire. They usually only ate 2 meals a day and rarely enjoyed any snacks. For them, fruit candy was irresistible. Go back quickly. Fong Zhenghua handed each child 2 candies. They were so hungry for sweets that as soon as they got them, they immediately tore open the wrappers and popped the candies into their mouths. Is your auntie's husband good to you? Fong Zhenghua grinned, trying to win over these little ones. Yes. The 3 kids chimed in unison, nodding continuously. Li Yukai had instructed them not to pay attention to Fang Zhenghua, but now a few pieces of candy had bought their loyalty. Hurry back. After saying this, Fang Zhenghua left without lingering any longer and headed toward the back mountain. This village was close to the forest. It was just about 200 or 300 meters past the village entrance. The trees there grew lush and dense, with many towering ancient trees casting shade over everything. When he reached the edge of the forest, he loaded the bullets into his rifle and then entered the woods once everything was ready. It was his first time entering this mountain area, so he wasn't familiar with the surroundings, but it was similar to the forest near Lu village. He walked more than 100 meters ahead when he noticed some wild rabbit tracks on the ground and followed them closely. The footprints were fresh, indicating that there must be plenty of wild rabbits in the woods. He couldn't leave empty-handed after coming all this way. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking branches behind him. Was something behind him? Chapter 107. Buying off nephews and nieces. Fang Zhenghua looked back once, but found nothing. Just as he was about to continue walking forward, he noticed a shadow hiding behind a large pine tree. He immediately became alert. The other party was acting suspiciously, definitely not up to good. He turned his head and walked towards it, approaching step by step while readying himself to act at any moment. Stop hiding and come out now, or I will shoot. It's me, uncle. Li Lauda ran out from behind the pine tree. Fang Zhenghua sighed inwardly. He had just told him not to follow, yet this guy secretly trailed behind. The mountain forest is very dangerous. Even adults need to remain constantly vigilant. A wild wolf could suddenly appear at any time. I won't cause any trouble, uncle. Li Lauda feared Fang Zhenghua would send him back and pleaded with his red, frozen face. Just stay close behind me later. Fang Zhenghua could only take him along. It wasn't safe to let him return alone. All around were dense old forests, with a steep cliff nearby. If anything happened to this kid, how would he face Li Xiumei's family? Li Yukai might go berserk. What annoyed Fang Zhenghua most was dealing with mischievous kids who don't listen, always disregarding adult advice, letting words in one ear go out the other. Alright, seeing Fang Zhenghua agree, Li Lauda jumped up and down happily. Zhenghua gave Li Lauda 3 clear rules before picking up the rifle and following the footprints left by the hare, continuing his pursuit. Li Lauda was around 13 or 14 years old. The family being poor, the food they ate was lacking in nutrition, making him short and skinny, unlike Li Yukai. In the past, Li Yukai had even suspected that his son wasn't his own, which led to a major fight between the couple where they both ended up injured. Li Youcai's wife directly returned to her parents' home and stayed for 2 or 3 months. In the end, after Li Yukai knelt down to apologize, she agreed to return home. After traversing a patch of forest, the mountain path began to become steep. At a certain bend in the mountainside, there was an earthen grave. This grave belonged to Fang Zhenghua's father-in-law. 2 years ago, during his way home from drinking at a small town pub on a rainy night, he slipped and fell into the river ditch where water levels were rising. The body was found more than 10 kilometers downstream, having already decomposed beyond recognition. They identified him through the ID card found in his pocket. Fang Zhenghua had seen him only a few times, so he barely retained any memory of him now. At the day of his father-in-law's funeral, Fang Zhenghua had quarreled with his then-wife, Zheng Jinlian, stormed off in anger, and didn't participate in the funeral arrangements. At this time, Zheng Jinlian's house. Grandma, what should I eat? Li Laosan opened his little palm and showed Zheng Jinlian the fruit candy, licking one still stuck in his mouth. Li Laoer started showing off too. I have some too. Zheng Jinlian glanced and asked sternly, where did you get these candies? Immediately, Li Youcai's wife came running over and slapped Li Laoer's bottom with her hand. Did you steal the money from home? Wicked boy. You are already turning into a thief so young. I'll beat you black and blue today. I didn't steal any money. Li Laoer quickly fled to the courtyard outside to keep distance. Li Youcai's wife picked up a branch from the ground. You return here and confess honestly. Where did this candy come from? Uncle Fang gave it to us. Afraid of getting hit, Li Laoer hurried to explain. Li Youcai's wife simply wouldn't believe him. Today, you'll have a beating to make you confess. You never tell the truth, lying every day. He really did give it to us, Li Laoer insisted. Uncle Fang gave each of us 2 candies. Meanwhile, Li Laosan licked the candy wrapper that he'd been reluctant to throw away. Xiumei chuckled. Maybe it was Zhenghua who gave them. He went to the market at the start of the month and bought 10 jin, caddy, of fruit candies. So much. Li Laoer quickly ran into the hall and tugged at Xiumei's arm. I want to go to your house for the New Year celebration so I can eat candy every day. Li Laosan's little mouth formed an O shape. I also want to celebrate the New Year with Uncle Fang. Why not? Xiumei lifted Li Laosan into her arms and caressed her little cheeks. We'll leave tomorrow, and you can eat fruit candies and peaches every day. The 2 children were thrilled and couldn't wait to rush over to Fang Zhenghua's place, continuously nodding. Where is your uncle anyway? Where has he gone? Xiumei questioned. Li Laosan raised her finger and pointed toward the direction of the mountain peak. He's over there. He said he wanted to hunt rabbits and promised to cook rabbit stewed with potatoes for us. Xiumei heard this, but wasn't particularly worried. Zheng Jinlian wore a sneer on her face. It's all a waste of effort. Hunting prey isn't that easy. He might catch something. Li Xiumei still had some confidence. After all, every time Fang Zhenghua went into the mountains before, he never came back empty-handed. Li Yukai snorted. He would only be able to if the sun rose from the west. It was winter now, and there were naturally fewer prey in the mountains. Even if there were any, they'd be extremely cunning creatures that are nearly impossible to catch. Li Yukai had been running to the mountains daily these days, managing to bag only a wild chicken. The rest of the time, he returned home empty-handed. Even that one wild chicken wasn't enough for their family to feast on in one sitting. He naturally didn't believe that Fang Zhenghua could have such skills. He had seen Fang's gun techniques before. They were utterly terrible, absolutely abysmal. Xiaomei, don't go back. Zheng Jinlian pulled Li Xiaomei's hand tenderly. Fang Xinghua is idle all day long, good for nothing, and often beats you. Then Zheng Jinlian told Li Xiaomei, I've asked my younger brother-in-law to look out for a match while he's in town, a nice young man. After the new year, get divorced from Fang Xinghua, and my younger brother-in-law will take you to meet this young man's family. Li Yukai also persuaded her. Just listen to us this time. We won't harm you. All we wish is for you to lead a good life. That's right. Li Youcai's wife also added. The room has already been prepared for you. Don't go back anymore. Although the household is tough, you'll not starve here. Her words lacked conviction as the house had nothing left to eat. They could only subsist by eating sweet potatoes and radishes each day. I'm not divorcing him. Li Xiaomei shook her head. If it were the past, she would certainly have considered divorce. Now, she no longer entertained such thoughts, only wishing to properly live her life with Fang Xinghua. Why can't you listen? What's so great about Fang Xinghua? Zheng Jinlian continued persuading. Think carefully about your life through these years. How could you continue with a husband like that? This is all my fault. I shouldn't have married you off to him, letting you endure such hardships. For many years, Zheng Jinlian felt deeply guilty, not wanting Li Xiaomei to continue being treated like an overworked beast at Fang Xinghua's place and suffer such grievances. Chapter 108. Forced divorce. That was all in the past. During this time, Li Xiaomei felt that Fang Xinghua had changed a lot. He was now a man who knew how to take care of a household. Zheng Jinlian had been speaking for a long while, but noticed Li Xiaomei wasn't listening to any of it, which made her feel quite helpless. Still, she did not intend to give up so easily. Uncle Xiaoya is a good person. Li Laosen pouted her little mouth and loudly rebutted, her young voice sounding very loud. Li Lao was licking a candy wrapper while saying, I'm just like my sister. Uncle Xiaoya is an extremely good person. You two brats, you've been bought by Fang Xinghua with just a couple of candies. If we were back in wartime, you two might have become little traitors. Li Youcai's wife laughed despite being angry. At this moment, outside the village in the mountains, Fang Xinghua followed the wild rabbit's footprints into a very lush forest. This patch of forest had fewer pine trees and was mostly shrubs. Even though it was winter, it remained lush and full of vitality. Soon, the footprints disappeared. Fang Xinghua broke open a rock beneath a bush and discovered a hole inside. Without a doubt, the rabbit was hiding in there. Unfortunately, he had no tools at hand to dig out the hole. Moreover, the hole was very deep, and even if he spent all day on it, he likely wouldn't catch that rabbit. Fang Xinghua looked disappointed, sitting on a nearby stone, ready to take a rest before continuing his hunt. It's so cold. Li Laoda curled up under a big tree, his hands wrapped around his chest, his body trembling with cold. His teeth chattered as they let out creaking sounds. I told you not to come, but you insisted, and now look at you, freezing like this. Fang Xinghua pulled 2 fruit-flavored candies from his pocket and tossed them to him. Eat these candies first. Once I catch some prey, I'll bring you home to eat. Upon seeing the candies, Li Laoda helped pick them up, tore off the packaging, and threw them into his mouth. Good thing I came along with you, or else I would have missed out on these candies. This remark caused Fang Xinghua to pause for a second, amused. This guy had endured the cold weather just to get some candies. What a sweet tooth he had. But upon further reflection, it wasn't strange at all. Kids always loved snacks and sweets. In this era, children in the countryside didn't have many snacks, and fruit-flavored candies were one of the rarest items. As for peaches and rice cakes, those were luxuries only affordable by families in the city. I have a question. Fang Xinghua approached and squatted beside Li Laoda. I heard your grandmother was very ill, but earlier, it didn't seem too serious. It was just a common cold. Are they deliberately lying? Li Laoda hesitated, gritting his teeth, unwilling to speak. If you don't want to say, then never mind. Fang Xinghua stood up, preparing to continue hunting. Afraid that he wouldn't receive candies anymore, Li Laoda revealed everything. They are lying. My grandma discussed deceiving Auntie Xiao into marrying a wealthy man from a nearby town, so our lives could improve. After finishing, Li Laoda added, You can't tell my grandma about this, or they will beat me. Fang Xinghua raised an eyebrow. It seemed he was right after all. This kind of scheme was most likely cooked up by Zheng Jinlian. He wasn't overly concerned, because there was no way they could keep Li Xiaomei. Tomorrow, Li Xiaomei would surely go back with him. He was confident of that. Hurry up and follow closely. Wang Xinghua called out to Li Laoda, holding a rifle and heading off in another direction, planning to stroll around the area before returning. Since there was a small kid following, he couldn't afford to be careless and ventured too deep into the mountains. After wandering through the woods for half an hour, Fang Xinghua began walking toward the forest's edge, deciding to come back the next morning. Uncle Xiaoya, Li Laoda softly called out. What's wrong? Fang Xinghua stopped his steps, looking back. What's that thing over there? Li Laoda squatted on the ground, pointing to a nearby slope. There's something dark and moving over there. I don't know what it is. Could it be a wolf? Hearing this, Fang Xinghua looked towards the slope and saw a shadow moving slowly within the bushes, as if searching for food. You stay here and don't move. I'll check it out. Fang Xinghua warned Li Laoda before taking the gun and slowly approaching the area. The spot where the shadow was located was completely covered with thick shrubs, making it unclear what it was. He needed to get closer. If it turned out to be a wolf, he'd need to leave quickly because wolves usually travel in packs, meaning more could be nearby. At a distance of over 20 meters from the dark shadow, Fang Xinghua stopped and laid down behind a rock to begin observing carefully. This time, with closer proximity, it was quickly apparent. It was a wild boar weighing over 100 jin, approximately 110 pounds, covered in brownish black hair with 2 large tusks protruding from its mouth. Hum hum. The boar was gnawing on leaves from the bushes, muttering as if very hungry. It hadn't noticed Fang Jingwa yet, enjoying its meal while also defecating at the same time. Fang Jingwa's heart leaped with joy. He was fortunate to have circled around here earlier, or else he might have missed such an excellent prey. A wild boar over 100 gene is already considered a great catch, with at least 70 or 80 gene of meat on its body. Uncle Xiaoyi, Li Lao secretly followed up and called out. Seemingly hearing the noise, the boar stopped feeding, lifting its head to look in their direction, and soon spotted Fang Jingwa. Fang Jingwa was somewhat annoyed. This little troublemaker really knew how to cause chaos, ignoring his command to stay put. The boar bolted into the nearby mountain ditch at an astonishing speed. Fang Jingwa immediately stood up, lifted his rifle, and aimed at the fleeing boar. Now was the only chance for one shot, so he had to hit it or else watch the boar escape right before his eyes. The forest was extremely lush, with heavy snowfall from the sky and even strong winds blowing, all which would affect the precision of his aim. Bang! Fang Jingwa took a deep breath, then fired the gun directly. The bullet pierced through the wind and snow, swiftly catching up to the boar and striking it on the back. The boar let out a pained roar as it tumbled over, but quickly got up again and continued running. Don't run around recklessly, just stay put. Fang Jingwa warned Li Lao and proceeded to chase after the boar with his rifle in hand. The wound on the boar was massive, leaving quite a lot of blood wherever it passed. Chapter 109. The Pain of Slapping. The injured wild boar ran nearly 100 meters and finally collapsed under a big pine tree, still struggling, kicking its legs frantically to try to get up from the ground. Within less than a minute, the boar finally breathed its last and lay straight on the ground, blood still flowing from the wound. Finally caught it. Fang Jingwa walked over and patted the wild boar. There wasn't much meat on it. This could only be considered a half-grown wild boar. A fully grown wild boar would weigh at least 200 catties, about 270 pounds, with very long tusks and a large body. Looking at this wild boar, he was somewhat troubled as he had no other tools on him besides his rifle. A wild boar weighing over 100 catties, 135 pounds, would be too heavy to carry out of the forest, especially since the snow was deep, the ground uneven, and rocks were abundant. However, this did not pose a problem for Fang Jingwa. He looked around at the surrounding trees and quickly spotted a paper mulberry tree. He went directly over to it, broke off the branches, stripped the bark, and began making a rope. This kind of tree bark was very resilient and relatively thick. Many people in the village used this type of bark to make ropes. Uncle-in-law, you're so amazing. Li Laoda's face was full of admiration. From such a great distance, and this wild boar running so fast, you took it down with one shot. I've never seen anyone shoot that accurately before. He often secretly borrowed Li Youcai's rifle to hunt in the mountains and knew that moving targets were basically impossible to hit. Yet, Fang Jingwa hit it with one shot. Do you want to learn? Fang Jingwa smiled and asked. Yes, I want to learn. Li Laoda hurriedly nodded, extremely excited. I'll teach you later. Fang Jingwa then broke several more branches, tore off the bark, and made a rope about 5 or 6 meters long. He tied up the feet of the wild boar. Afterwards, he dragged the wild boar out of the mountain forest. Li Laoda quickly came over to help, being very proactive. Although young, he still saved Fang Jingwa a lot of strength. Dragging it became less exhausting. Finally, we have meat to eat. Li Laoda swallowed his saliva and kept pulling hard forward. Their family hadn't eaten meat for a long time. The dish is cooked without even a drop of oil. Children are naturally greedy for food. They dreamed of eating meat every day and have been longing for it for a while now. Now, with Fang Jingwa here, they would finally have meat to eat. It took nearly 2 hours of effort to return to his mother-in-law's house. Grandma, open the door quickly. We've brought back a big wild boar. Li Laoda excitedly pounded on the wooden gate, filled with excitement. A moment later, Li Laosan stumbled over and opened the door. Upon seeing the big wild boar, his small eyes widened. Wow, what a big boar. Now there's meat to eat. Saying that, he tried to pull the pig's tail but couldn't move it due to his lack of strength. His grip slipped, and he fell flat on his bottom. But he didn't give up. Climbing back up, he continued trying to pull the pig's tail. Seeing the cute expression on this little guy's face, Fang Jingwa liked him even more. Of the 3 children from the Li Youcai household, only the youngest, Li Laosan, was this cute. I should also have a daughter. Fang Jingwa grinned. At this point, Zhang Jinlian, Li Xiumei, the 2 parents Li Youcai, and Li Lao Er all stepped out from the yard. Seeing that Fang Jingwa had returned with a wild boar, everyone couldn't help but pause momentarily in surprise. When Li Xiumei first came out, she had just heard Fang Jingwa say that he wanted a daughter. This comment eased her worries and made her heart happy. Even so, Li Xiumei still preferred having a son, as she favored boys more. Did you hunt this one? Zhang Jinlian glanced at the wild boar and then looked at Fang Jingwa, a bit disbelieving. Li Youcai's expression was grim. Just earlier, he'd said Fang Jingwa lacked the ability to catch game, and now he was proved wrong. Not only did Fang Jingwa succeed, but he managed to bring down a boar over 100 catties, 135 pounds. He understood perfectly well that wild boars were extremely cunning. Without an extraordinary level of marksmanship, you could only watch them escape helplessly. It was uncle-in-law who hunted it. Li Laoda, seeing that nobody believed, flushed bright red and argued loudly. Uncle-in-law's aim is incredibly precise. With just one bang, he hit this boar. After finishing, Li Laoda started describing vividly how it happened. There was definitely no way this achievement could be fake. Everyone just took some time to process it. It's just good luck. Li Youcai didn't want to be overshadowed by Fang Jingwa. Earlier, he had called Fang Jingwa useless. If he admitted he was outmatched, it would mean that Fang Zhenghua was better than even a waste. That would make him lose face entirely. Li Lao De continued saying, as soon as uncle-in-law came, we have meat to eat. Uncle-in-law is the best to us. Your brother-in-law even bought me fruit candy to eat. After Li Lao finished speaking, he shook Zhang Jilian's hand. Grandma, don't drive your brother-in-law away, alright? Zhang Jilian shook her hand free. When did I say I was going to drive him away? You did. You just said that when your brother-in-law comes back, you'll send him back and not let him stay in our house. You also said he was a lazy good-for-nothing. Li Lao said everything. This made Zhang Jilian very embarrassed, and she scolded him. Shut your mouth. You only know how to talk nonsense. Zhang Jilian had indeed wanted to drive Fang Zhenghua away before, but it couldn't be openly displayed, because if this got out, the family's reputation would suffer. Zhang Jilian was someone who cared deeply about face and reputation, knowing how powerful gossip could be in a village. It could spread throughout the entire place in the blink of an eye. Moreover, now that Fang Zhenghua had brought back a wild boar, it wouldn't look good to chase him away again. The atmosphere became quite awkward, leaving Zhang Jilian unsure what to say. Let's all help drag the wild boar inside. One sentence broke the silence. Everyone scrambled to lift the wild boar into the courtyard. I'm not feeling well. Li Yukai felt too ashamed to stay in the yard and found a random excuse to go back to his room and sleep. Zhang Jilian pulled him back. Everyone is helping out. What are you doing hiding in the room? Hurry up and get this wild boar processed. Having no other choice, Li Yukai gritted his teeth and came over to help. Fang Zhenghua wasn't idle either. He took out the innards and started chopping the meat. Li Yukai could only stand by on the sidelines and offer assistance, not being much help at all, leaving him standing there awkwardly. Fang Zhenghua knew that this family didn't have ill intentions. The reason their attitude towards him wasn't good was because his previous incarnation had done many despicable things. Otherwise, with Fang Zhengua's temperament, even if he threw away the wild boar, he absolutely wouldn't give it to them. Besides, for the sake of Li Xiumei, he didn't want to quarrel with them. Chapter 110, a daughter-in-law to boast about. Today we're cooking pig stomachs and livers. We should eat the meat sparingly, otherwise, we'll have no more soon. Li Xiumei was very happy inside. Her man had talent, and she was proud of him. How can that be? Zhang Jilian's face bloomed with laughter as she said to Li Xiumei, this wild boar was hunted by Zhenghua. We must cook the best parts for you. When you go back, take a big ham with you. Beside them, Li Youcai's face darkened slightly. He thought in his heart, how quickly his mother's face changed. She didn't used to like Fang Zhenghua, but now that Fang Zhenghua brought home this wild boar, she called him so familiarly, even using just Zhenghua. Previously, Zhang Jilian would call Fang Zhenghua by his full name, omitting the surname now. He could see clearly that Zhang Jilian's attitude towards Fang Zhenghua had changed, swayed completely by one wild boar. Zhang Jilian paid no attention to Li Youcai's look, continuing to talk to Li Xiumei. Stay at home longer this time. Take some more meat when you leave. Li Xiumei's smile never stopped. No need. Our house has food. You keep it, and eat it yourselves. She could sense that Zhang Jilian's attitude had shifted. The change was most obvious in Li Youcai's wife, who directly started chatting with Fang Zhenghua. Why don't you stay and celebrate the new year with us? It would be fun having the whole family together. It's still early, Fang Zhenghua replied casually. Not really. Today is already the 15th day of the 12th lunar month. In half a month, it will be the 30th. Li Youcai's wife was very enthusiastic. This made Li Yukai unable to bear it. His anger flared as he threw the meat in his hand into the basket and turned to start the fire in the kitchen. Fang Gukai smiled and ignored him. With such amazing gun skills, you must have hunted quite a few animals, right? Li Youcai's wife looked at the full basket of meat and felt pleased inside. Before Fang Zhenghua could respond, Li Xiumei jumped in first. He goes into the mountain every day and always catches something. He once caught a tiger and 2 bears weighing hundreds of pounds. Wild boars are nothing new, dozens of them. But he sold them all to the villagers. Just the day before we came, he caught a wild goat. Li Xiumei kept talking happily. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jilian and Li Youcai's wife stopped their actions and couldn't help but look at Fang Zhenghua. My goodness, you've even hunted tigers and black bears? That's too impressive. Li Youcai's wife's eyes lit up immediately, fixed on Fang Zhenghua. Zhang Jilian was also startled. She thought, is this the same Fang Zhenghua from before? They all knew that tigers were no joke, no one dared mess with them, and there wasn't anyone in the village with that much skill. As for the black bears, even experienced old hunters couldn't guarantee they'd hit one, yet Fang Zhenghua had shot down 2. Fang Zhenghua remained calm-faced, feeling there wasn't much worth bragging about. With his technique and experience, there was nothing he couldn't catch. How big was the tiger? Zhang Jilian couldn't resist asking. It was huge, weighed hundreds of pounds. Li Xiumei smiled and said, bigger than the black bears. Its head was as big as a wash basin, and the meat must have been several hundred pounds. Li Xiumei went on and on. Zhang Jilian and Li Youcai's wife couldn't stop peppering her with questions, glancing at Fang Zhenghua repeatedly. Fang Zhenghua was busy cutting the meat. It was too cold, and he wanted to finish early to go into the living room and warm himself by the fire. It wasn't until nightfall that everything was done. There were many internal organs of the wild boar, and they were stewed into a large pot. Everyone gathered around the table, eating meat in large bites. Li Youcai's 2 sons were holding the meat with their hands, gnawing away, clear signs they hadn't eaten meat in a long time. Even little Li Lao San mimicked them, holding the meat with both hands. Eat with chopsticks. Don't be so messy. Li Youcai's wife felt embarrassed, a look of helplessness on her face. The 3 kids, worried about being beaten, unwillingly picked up their chopsticks and stuffed food into their mouths continuously. When they couldn't fit anymore, they kept putting meat onto their bowls. Their way of eating was like being in battle. You act like bandits. Li Youcai's wife sighed. She understood why the children acted this way. They hadn't tasted meat for a long time and were famished. Not only the children, the adults were craving it too, just not showing it as much. Where's brother? Is he not eating? Li Xiaomei looked around the hall and couldn't find Li Youcai's trace. Never mind him. Li Youcai's wife placed a piece of meat in her mouth and chewed. He said he had a bad headache and is lying down in the room. Li Xiaomei was a bit worried. Did he take any medicine? Li Youcai's wife shook her head, slightly embarrassed. It's a heart problem. Medicine won't work. She stopped halfway, unwilling to continue as it would be too shameful. Li Xiaomei prepared to press further, but Zheng Jinlian quickly changed the subject. It's cold tonight. We'll put the brazier in your room later to keep warm. Oh, Li Xiaomei picked up a piece of meat and continued eating. Fang Jinghua inwardly smirked. Li Youcai was sulking, feeling overshadowed and uncomfortable inside. Moreover, he didn't have the face to eat the wild boar meat that Fang Jinghua had hunted, so he used an excuse to go to the room and sleep, not even having dinner. That's just how Li Youcai is. He values face more than anything. Fang Jinghua didn't take it seriously. Wanting to eat or not was up to him. If not, so be it. Such people weren't worth paying attention to. After finishing their meal, everyone sat by the hearth roasting fire, with several potatoes and sweet potatoes still burning inside. The wood smoke was heavy, filling the hall with a sharp smell, choking Li Xiaomei into incessant coughing. Go rest in the room. Fang Jinghua supported her arm, ready to take her back to the room. Li Xiaomei ran out of the hall and squatted in the yard, vomiting, throwing up quite a bit of the meat she had eaten earlier. I'll get you a bowl of water to rinse your mouth. Fang Jinghua went to the kitchen and fetched a bowl of water. Zheng Jinlian saw Li Xiaomei vomit so severely and walked over to support her. Could you be pregnant? Li Xiaomei took the bowl and began rinsing her mouth. Zheng Jinlian's face immediately turned grave. She had originally planned for Li Xiaomei to divorce Fang Jinghua and had already resolved this time. But now that Li Xiaomei was pregnant, divorcing wasn't feasible. After hesitating for a long while, Zheng Jinlian decided to temporarily abandon her plan and figure out ways to let Li Xiaomei divorce later. After warming themselves by the hearth for a bit, Fang Jinghua and Li Xiaomei returned to the room. The room wasn't very large, merely 7 or 8 square meters, barely enough space for a bed. Inside, there were also some sweet potatoes and potatoes piled up, making it feel cramped. Chapter 111. The Eccentric Brother-in-Law. Will you divorce me? Fang Jinghua closed the door to his room, sat on the bed, and began to take off his shoes. Li Xiaomei shook her head, biting her lips and said, I won't. Is it something my mom told you? Fang Jinghua smiled and shook his head. She didn't say anything, but I can tell that everyone in this family wants you to divorce me. After finishing speaking, Fang Jinghua folded his army overcoat and used it as a pillow on the bedside. Today while hunting, your eldest nephew told me that they have found you someone in the small town, apparently very wealthy. I haven't agreed to them. Li Xiaomei hastily explained, so anxious that her eyes reddened. She wondered what she would do if Fang Jinghua did not believe her. I trust you. Fang Jinghua was just talking casually and did not take the matter too seriously. If Li Xiaomei wanted to get divorced, she could have done it last time. Besides, now that she is already pregnant, there's no possibility of a divorce. No matter what Zheng Jinlian or others try, it will be ineffective. Fang Jinghua clearly understood Li Xiaomei's personality. I was worried you didn't believe me earlier. Upon hearing his words, the stone in Li Xiaomei's heart finally dropped. It wasn't early anymore. Fang Jinghua hugged Li Xiaolan and went to sleep. He fell asleep within minutes of lying down. By midnight, he woke up needing to urinate. He climbed out of bed, put on his coat after lighting the oil lamp with a matchstick. To avoid waking Li Xiaolan, he slowly got up from the bed, took the oil lamp and left the room, heading into the courtyard outside. Snowflakes were dancing in the sky, covering the yard with a thick layer of snow. The fog was very dense, shrouding the courtyard. Their earthy dog lay in the corner near the wall, trembling coldly, its body curled up into a ball. Upon seeing Fang Jinghua, it got up and joyfully jumped around him. He crossed the yard to the latrine, urinated, and then returned to the yard. It's really freezing. Fang Jinghua shivered and walked towards the direction of the room. As soon as he reached the entrance, he heard strange sounds coming from the nearby kitchen. The kitchen door was wide open, evidently allowing some creature inside. Listening carefully, it sounded like it was overturning plates and bowls. However, the sound disappeared quickly. Then there came a munching sound, obviously eating something. In the courtyard, apart from their dog, they also raised a piglet which was confined in a pen. There was no other animal here in the courtyard except these two. The sounds from the kitchen were likely made by a larger animal, certainly not a rat. The most plausible explanation was that it might be a weasel or a wild cat. Fang Jinghua stepped quietly, approaching the kitchen door where it was almost pitch dark inside. Lifting the lantern in his hand, he managed to see clearly. Beside the stove crouched a black shadow voraciously devouring the meat from a plate. This made Fang Jinghua hesitate for a moment. Was the village thief becoming so bold that he would break into homes in the dead of night to steal food? How come you're standing here? You gave me a shock. Zheng Jinlian appeared dressed in clothes, emerging from the living room, intending to use the latrine when she saw Fang Jinghua standing at the kitchen door. There's a thief inside stealing meat. Fang Jinghua pointed at the kitchen. That bastard. Stealing into my home. Let's see if I don't beat him to death today. Zheng Jinlian scoured the courtyard and found a wooden stick at the wall corner. Carrying it, she rushed towards the kitchen. The black figure, realizing it was discovered, hurriedly ran out, only to collide straight into Fang Jinghua. In the process, the oil lamp fell, plunging the yard into darkness. Grab the thief. Zheng Jinlian screamed loudly. Li Youcai's wife rushed out from her room, grabbed a stick from the living room, and ran into the yard to help. Both of them swung the sticks furiously at the black shadow, putting all their strength into it. The shadow dared not retaliate, retreating into the living room, which was equally dark. Zheng Jinlian and Li Youcai's wife chased the black figure back into the living room and continued to swing their sticks without pause. Fang Zhenghua, hurry up and help us. Don't just stand there. Zheng Jinlian struck the shadow on the head with a stick and yelled out loudly across the yard. Fang Zhenghua did not move forward to assist, as he felt something was off. Logically, if a thief had entered the house, the earth dog should definitely have barked and attempted to bite. But the dog hadn't called out at all, indicating it must be someone familiar. Soon, Fang Zhenghua guessed who it was, unable to suppress his amusement. How ironic it was for the guy to care about face even at such a miserable state. He picked up the oil lamp by his feet, took out a match from his military overcoat, and relit the oil lamp. Then, with the oil lamp in hand, he walked into the main room, immediately filling it with light. The black shadow had no idea how many sticks it had endured before collapsing onto the ground. Li Youcai's wife was tall and very strong. She pinned the shadow down on the ground and grabbed its hair. Zheng Jinlian wasn't idle either, furiously kicking the black shadow twice as she continuously cursed. You come to our house to steal. Today you won't get away with it. Let's see where you'll run now. The commotion in the room woke Li Xiumei and Li Youcai's 3 children, who ran out of the room to stare at the black shadow. Father, are you playing a game? Li Laosan squatted on the ground, tilting his little head curiously as he looked at the shadow on the ground. The man was lying face down, his head tightly pressed against the muddy floor. He was bleeding profusely, his clothes and hair smeared with dirt, some flowing onto the floor. When everyone heard Li Laosan call the man father, they were stunned for a moment. After letting go, they looked closely and found that it was indeed Li Youcai. How could it be you? Zheng Jinlian was dumbfounded. Everyone was also shocked. Earlier, Zheng Jinlian and Li Youcai's wife had thought he was a thief and beaten him fiercely, almost breaking their sticks. Now, Li Youcai was bloodied and bruised, his clothes torn apart like rags hanging off his body, his hair disheveled. He wanted nothing more than to find a hole in the ground and crawl inside. His pride had been shattered after being so hungry that he snuck out of the room quietly to look for meat in the kitchen and ended up being mistaken for a thief. Why do you sneak around in your own home? Zheng Jinlian felt both anger and sympathy seeing Li Youcai beaten this way. Also, why didn't you say anything when we were beating you? Were you mute? Go to sleep. Li Youcai darted back into the room, closing the door behind him. He couldn't bring himself to speak earlier, enduring the blows despite the pain. Fang Zhenghua wanted to laugh, but held it back. Li Youcai truly was an odd character, completely willing to suffer just to save face. Chapter 112 Brother-in-law's Tantrum. Stop looking on. Go back with the kids and sleep. Zheng Jinlian said, looking at Li Youcai's wife. Li Youcai's wife was also very embarrassed, and with those 3 children, she turned back to the room. Then, Zheng Jinlian found some herbal medicine and went into the room to apply it to Li Youcai's wounds. Seeing that there was no one else in the main hall, Fang Zhenghua couldn't help laughing. Stop laughing. Li Xiumei felt extremely ashamed and dragged Fang Zhenghua back to the room, closing the door behind them. She then said, how can this person be like this? This afternoon when I called him to eat meat, I shouted several times, but he didn't come. Yet late at night, he secretly came to steal meat. He's truly disgraceful. Li Xiumei sat down on the bed angrily. He was just caught as a thief. Look at how his whole body is bloody now. He's deliberately throwing a tantrum. Fang Zhenghua took off his army overcoat, laid down on the bed, and glanced toward the next room. Li Youcai had quite a miserable night. His mother and wife beat him up badly. I'll go take a look. Li Xiumei threw on her padded jacket and left the room. It was already midnight. Fang Zhenghua was so drowsy that he closed his eyes and fell asleep directly. The next morning, upon waking up, just as he opened his eyes, he saw Li Laosan standing by the bedside, hands stretched out, her chin propped up, staring longingly at him. Little guy, you're awake pretty early. Fang Zhenghua sat up in bed and patted her little head. Li Laosan pushed away his hand, and then took out a few walnuts from her pocket and handed them over. Are these for me to eat? Fang Zhenghua took them, broke open the walnut shells, placed the kernel inside his mouth, and quickly ate it all. Li Laosan extended her tiny hands, opened her palms wide, swallowed saliva, and drool trickled down from the corner of her mouth. You gave it to me. Are you asking me to return it? Fang Zhenghua touched her chubby cheeks. Li Xiumei came in from outside, gave Li Laosan a kiss while holding her in her arms, then spoke to Fang Zhenghua. She used walnuts to exchange for candy. She has been waiting by your bed since before dawn for you to wake up. What a little greedy thing. Fang Zhenghua rummaged through his pocket and handed a few candies to Li Laosan. Li Laosan received them with excitement, her face beaming with happiness, fearing that someone would snatch them away. She put them in the little pocket on her pants, then took one out, unwrapped it, tossed it into her mouth, savoring it deeply while emitting giggles. At that moment, Li Laoda and Li Laoer ran in from outside. Seeing Li Laosan eating the fruit candy, they hastily reached their hands out to Fang Zhenghua. All of them are for you. Fang Zhenghua took all the fruit candies from his trouser pocket and distributed them among the 3 kids. After arriving at the living room and roasting fire for a while, the meal was ready, and everyone gathered around the table to start eating. Li Youcai also sat beside the table, holding chopsticks in his hand, continuously eating pickles and stir-fried cabbage, without touching even a piece of meat. Dad, aren't you eating the meat? Li Laoda asked Li Youcai. Don't feel like eating. Li Youcai's face was cold, his eye sockets had bruises, and his face was swollen severely. Li Laoda had a puzzled expression. If you don't want to eat meat, why did you steal meat last night? Getting beaten like this by mom and grandma. Li Youcai's face was already red with shame when Li Laoda mentioned the incident last night. He scolded, "Eat your food. Why so many words?" Zhang Jinlian and Li Youcai's wife didn't have much to say either. They knew Li Youcai was stubbornly saving face. It wasn't convenient to talk about it in front of Fang Xinghua, so they could only try to avoid mentioning last night's matter. "We have to go back today." Li Xiaomei picked a piece of meat and placed it in Zhang Jinlian's bowl. "Mom, your illness hasn't recovered yet. Eat more." Zhang Jinlian felt reluctant to let them go. Why not stay a few more days? There's nothing to do at home anyway. It's hard to come here. Probably won't come until after the new year next time. Li Xiaomei shook her head and lightly tapped the chopsticks on the edge of the table, taking a bite of cabbage. "There's so much work to do at home. Staying here for too long isn't an option. We will visit you again next time." With no choice, Zhang Jinlian added, "Take some meat back with you. Take more." "No need." Li Xiaomei's face showed a hint of satisfaction. "We still have a lot at our place. We cannot eat so much. Just leave them for you to eat." After speaking, Li Xiaomei added, "It's snowstorming outside, such a long distance, it wouldn't be feasible to bring it back anyway." "All right then." Zhang Jinlian still felt somewhat uneasy. Giving all this meat to their family seemed excessive. Fang Xinghua drank a bowl of meat soup without saying anything. The Zhang family were still scheming to force Li Xiaomei to divorce him. He felt very annoyed inside. If it hadn't been for the snowstorm, the meat wouldn't have stayed with them, and he would have taken everything away. Originally, he had intended to improve relations with their family. However, their attitude made Fang Xinghua quite uncomfortable. After the meal, Fang Xinghua pulled out a wad of money from his pocket and placed it on the dining table. "Isn't that hundreds of yuan?" Li Youcai's wife couldn't help but comment as she stared at the money. Li Laoda took it and counted it. "It's 1,000 yuan, so much money. We can buy a lot of fruit candies with this." "Put it down immediately." Li Youcai's wife snatched the money back and returned it to the table. Zhang Jinlian looked at the money, then turned to Fang Xinghua. "What do you mean by this?" "I admit, I owe Xiaomei in the past. After marrying me, she hasn't lived an easy life. This money is my way to compensate her." Fang Xinghua decided to lay everything out clearly today. Zhang Jinlian didn't say anything. The main hall fell silent for a moment. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. "If you still regard me as your son-in-law, then we're a family. But if you keep pressuring Xiaomei, don't blame me for losing patience." Fang Xinghua handed the money over to Zhang Jinlian. "After all, you are Xiaomei's mother. Everyone knows what's going on. There's no need for me to state everything openly, just so we all save face." Zhang Jinlian understood the meaning behind his words and refused the money. "I don't want this money." "Why?" Fang Xinghua left the money on the table. "Xiaomei is my daughter. All I've done is for her to live a good life, not for your money. At this point, I might as well reveal my thoughts too. If you treat Xiaomei well, I will stop forcing her to divorce me. Otherwise, even if I lose my life in the process, I won't let her continue to suffer because of you." Zhang Jinlian began to change her attitude towards Fang Xinghua. She didn't dislike him as much as before. Fang Xinghua glanced at Li Xiaomei and said in return, "She is my wife. Naturally, I must treat her well. I've said what I wanted to say, and I won't elaborate further." Chapter 113, Gu family's daughter-in-law. Everyone knows how to say nice words. Zhang Jinlian snorted and began tidying up the bowls and chopsticks, not even raising her head. "Who knows if you're just pretending?" Li Xiaomei worried they would argue. "Mom, don't say these things anymore. I'm doing this for your own good." Zhang Jinlian took the bowls and chopsticks to the kitchen, washed them, and then returned to the main hall. She went into the room, grabbed some persimmons and some yams, and placed them in a basket. "Take these home with you. I wanted to take more, but the wind and snow are too strong, making it hard to walk. Come back when you've eaten them all." Li Xiaomei glanced at the money on the table, then furtively looked at Fang Xinghua, and finally picked up the money from the table. Hesitating for a moment, she shoved it into Zhang Jinlian's bag. "Take this money. You're not well. Buy some tasty food. Eat something nutritious." "I don't want this money." Zhang Jinlian took the money out again and pushed it back into Li Xiaomei's hands. "You're pregnant now. You should be the one buying tasty things. I haven't given you a single penny. How could I accept yours?" "All right then." Li Xiaomei stopped being polite and put the money back in her pocket, patting it several times, fearing someone might snatch it away. Fang Xinghua was torn between laughter and tears. This little girl, how could she possibly give back money that had been given to her, truly valuing wealth like life itself? It was clear that Zhang Jinlian was only being polite. Li Xiaomei either did this deliberately or misunderstood it entirely. Li Youcai's wife looked utterly disappointed. Watching so much money become hers only for it to be given back seemed cruel. In those days, 1,000 yuan was no small amount. Several big, heavy pigs could be bought with hundreds of pounds. If their family had this kind of money, their living conditions could improve significantly. "Xiaomei, follow me into the room. I have a few words to say to you." After saying this, Zhang Jinlian turned around and walked into the room. Li Xiaomei responded with an "oh" and followed her into the room. No one knew what they were talking about, but they remained inside for nearly 10 minutes before coming out. "It's getting late, let's go home." Fang Xinghua stood up from his stool, pulled the basket up, and slung it over his shoulder. Li Xiaomei nodded, looking towards Zhang Jinlian. "Mom, also tell brother and sister-in-law to visit our place when you have time. Take your time leaving." Zhang Jinlian put down the broom she was holding and walked them to the courtyard gate. Li Youcai's wife and their 3 children also stood by the courtyard gate. Li Laosen tugged on Fang Xinghua's trouser leg, gazing earnestly. "I want to come spend the new year at your house." "All right." Fang Xinghua patted her little head. "Once you come to my house, you can't return. You'll stay at my house forever after." Li Lao-san kept nodding enthusiastically, full of joy. I'm not coming back. In your house, there's candy every day, and we can eat meat. Fang Xinghua chuckled at her response. What a little glutton. Just a few candies and she was convinced to leave. We'll go after the new year. Li Youcai's wife lifted Li Lao-san into her arms. We can't go now. You must be a good girl, and listen. Wow. Li Lao-san burst into tears on the spot, struggling fiercely to follow Fang Xinghua. Li Youcai's wife could only keep comforting her. Don't cry. Mommy will buy candy for you in a few days, as much as you want. Upon hearing this, Li Lao-san wiped her tears and stopped crying. Let's go. Li Xiumei happily walked over to Fang Xinghua, wrapping her scarf around her head and touching the money in her pocket. Did you give the money to your mom? Fang Xinghua paused, thinking that she had already handed the money over to Zheng Jinlian while they were in the room. Li Xiumei smiled and said, I gave her 100 yuan, and she accepted it. Fang Xinghua didn't know what to say. Li Xiumei continued, my mother is getting better. We don't need so much money. We still need to build a brick house. We have to save. All right then. Fang Xinghua didn't add anything else, smirking slightly. This daughter-in-law is pretty good. She's focused on taking care of her own household, really frugal and thrifty. What are you laughing at? Li Xiumei stared at Fang Xinghua. Nothing, let's go. Fang Xinghua carried the basket, walking towards the village entrance. Li Xiumei held a bundle of vermicelli in her hand, exhaling white clouds of breath as she followed behind him. Zheng Jinlian and the others stood by the courtyard gate, watching Fang Xinghua and Li Xiumei leave until their figures disappeared into the snowstorm. Only then did they turn away. What's so great about them? Li Youcai came out of the yard, staring in the direction where Fang Xinghua had left, clearly unhappy. Are you ever going to stop? Do you think your antics aren't embarrassing enough? Li Youcai's wife couldn't take it anymore. What are you getting so worked up about? If Fang Xinghua has skills, isn't that a good thing? Your sister's life will be better in the future. Are you hoping that Fang Xinghua turns back into the lazy person he used to be? This left Li Youcai speechless for a moment, and with a snort, he said, but that guy is too cocky. Just because he hunted down a wild boar, he keeps bragging. You are being completely unreasonable. Li Youcai's wife was furious. When has Fang Xinghua ever boasted? It's always your sister talking endlessly. Zheng Jinlian could no longer tolerate it. Will you stop arguing over such trivial matters? Mom, how come you've turned this way now? Li Youcai directed his glare at Zheng Jinlian. I can't understand what's going on inside your head. Fang Xinghua offers such small benefits, and already you're swayed, siding with him. Afterward, he added, Fang Xinghua is clearly tricking you all, yet you believe him without using your brains. Zheng Jinlian was angered by this. I am your mother. How dare you speak to your mother like this? Fang Xinghua will eventually reveal his true nature. Just wait and see if I'm wrong. Li Youcai stormed back into the courtyard angrily. Upon hearing this, Zheng Jinlian started to doubt herself. By this time, Fang Xinghua and Li Xiumei had already walked out of the village and entered the forest ahead. In the distant mountains, the continuous howls of wolves sent shivers down their spines. Li Xiumei felt scared and glanced towards the direction of the sound, quickly withdrawing her gaze and speeding up her steps to follow Fang Xinghua. The two pressed forward through the wind and snow toward Lu family village. They didn't encounter any wolves or game on the way. They only saw a couple of squirrels as they neared the village. Squirrels offered little meat, and Fang Xinghua didn't want to waste ammunition. By afternoon, they finally reached outside Lu family village. In the distance, smoke rose from many rooftops. It was time to prepare dinner. Dog barks echoed repeatedly throughout the village. Fang Xinghua looked toward the yard where his family lived and heard Haizi's bark. Haizi's voice was loud and unmistakable, even from afar. Chapter 114, A Lesson for Uncle. Is something wrong at home? Fang Xinghua quickened his steps. The sound of Haizi was strange, and it had been barking nonstop for a long time, which only happened when danger was present. At this moment, in front of the courtyard gate of Fang Xinghua's house, Fang Guokai was carrying a hoe in his hand and digging the land by the entrance. This plot of land originally belonged to Fang Xinghua's family. A few years ago, Fang Guokai exchanged it with a barren piece of mountain land. Worried that Fang Xinghua might take the land back, Fang Guokai was planting potatoes despite the heavy snow. Yang Chunlan and Fang Ying stood by the door, helpless. Woof woof. Haizi kept barking fiercely at Fang Guokai. You beast, why are you barking? One more word, and I'll kill you with a stone. Fang Guokai picked up a rock from the ground and threw it directly at Haizi, hitting its back. Haizi let out a painful scream, but continued to bark at Fang Guokai. Do you even have to bully an animal like this? Fang Ying couldn't contain her anger. If Xinguo were here, he would have already dealt with you. Fang Guokai began cursing. Do you really think I'm afraid of him? If he has the guts, let him come and hit me. I'll give him my life if he dares to do anything. After finishing, he threw another stone at Haizi. This time he missed, which made Haizi bark even louder. From far away, Fang Xinghua saw everything. He handed the basket over to Li Xiumei and walked briskly towards the scene. Haizi, bite him. Fang Xinghua shouted loudly. Upon hearing Fang Xinghua's voice, Haizi stopped barking and charged forward. It pounced on Fang Guokai and bit his thigh hard. Blood flowed from the wound, soaking through his pants. Haizi's teeth were extremely sharp. If Fang Guokai hadn't been wearing cotton pants, this bite would have likely torn off a big chunk of flesh. You beast. Fang Guokai grabbed the hoe in his hand and swung it towards Haizi. Haizi moved swiftly, stepping back to dodge and then circling around to the back, biting onto Fang Guotsai's pants and pulling them forcefully. Fang Guokai was pulled down again and, enraged, picked up another rock and hurled it at Haizi. By now, Fang Xinghua had arrived and snatched the rock from Fang Guotsai's hand, throwing it to the ground. I will fight you today. Fang Guokai started struggling with Fang Zhenghua, but was pushed down, landing flat on his back. Fang Zhenghua ignored him and turned to Fang Ying. Go inside and fetch a bucket. Fang Ying knew what Fang Zhenghua intended to do. She ran into the yard, fetched the bucket, and handed it over to Fang Zhenghua. Fang Zhenghua picked up the hoe and dug out all the potatoes Fang Guokai had planted, throwing them into the bucket. We'll stew these potatoes with pork later. Good. Fang Ying came over to help, feeling extremely satisfied. As Fang Guokai got up from the ground, intending to stop them, he was rammed into the ground by Fang Zhenghua using his shoulder. This is our land. If you dare to plant crops here again, every time you do, I will dig it up. You can try if you don't believe me. This land was voluntarily exchanged between our families. Now it's ours, and you're unreasonable and simply a thug, said Fang Guokai angrily, knowing he could not win against Fang Zhenghua, and continued to curse while sitting on the ground. Go check your land ownership document and see whose land it actually is. Fang Zhenghua dug up all the potatoes and filled them into the small bucket. With these potatoes, they could feast for several days. Just then, the village chief arrived and sighed after seeing both sides arguing again. Village chief, you've come just in time. Let me tell you how unreasonable Fang Zhenghua is. I planted potatoes on my own land, yet he dug them all out. And he ordered Haizi to bite me, and my leg is still bleeding. He's a thug, rude, and without reason. I am his uncle, and he still dared to hit me, complained Fang Guokai first. The village chief was exasperated. Walking beside Fang Zhenghua, he glanced at the potatoes in the bucket. Zhenghua, why must you act like this? What you did this time is a bit too much. Fang Zhenghua didn't want to argue. He returned home and took out the land title deed, handing it to the village chief. You take a look. Is it my fault or Fang Guo's size? After looking at the title deed, the village chief took 2 puffs of tobacco and spat out 2 smoke rings before saying to Fang Guokai, based on the deed, this land belongs to Fang Zhenghua's family. They hold the right to use the land, and what you did is seizing others' property illegally, which is against the law. Fang Guokai was shocked. That's impossible. Would I lie to you? The village chief tapped his tobacco pipe on his shoe and pointed to the land title deed, saying, this clearly states everything. Moreover, the lands your family exchanged years ago from Fang Zhenghua's also belong to them. You should return it immediately. It is your family that is unreasonable. Fang Guokai was bu-fu cheat, unyielding. We've been farming this land for so many years. It belongs to us now. The village chief's tone turned cold. Do you understand what the land law is? This land title deed serves as proof of land ownership, protected by the law. Return their land quickly. If they go to the town to report you, you might end up in jail. What you're doing qualifies as a legal appropriation of someone else's contracted land. Fang Guokai was devastated inside. He had thought that once he tricked the land away and planted crops on it, the land would naturally become his. Having only studied until 2nd grade, with little education and understanding of the regulations concerning land ownership, he didn't comprehend such matters. Fang Zhenghua couldn't help but glance at the village chief, never expecting that this old man actually knew the land law and the legal aspects of things. It was truly surprising. In that era, there were not many people in rural areas who understood the law. Aside from knowing that murder could lead to execution, they knew nothing else. This land is ours, and no one can take it away. Fang Guokai wasn't planning to swallow his frustration quietly. He worked hard to deceive all these fertile lands and was unwilling to return them to Fang Zhenghua's family. So, decide how you want to handle it yourself. Fang Zhenghua smiled, knowing that no matter how Fang Guokai acted out, it would be useless. The land title deed was in Fang Zhenghua's possession, and if Fang Guokai dared to plant crops on his family's land again, Fang Zhenghua would dig them up every time. He would make sure their family compensated for any losses thereafter. In any case, Fang Zhenghua wouldn't be the one suffering the consequences. Fang Zhenghua, just wait for me. Fang Guokai glared fiercely before picking up the hoe from the ground and limping away. All right, I'll wait for you. Fang Zhenghua raised an eyebrow. If Fang Guokai created trouble, then he'd have a legitimate reason to deal with their family. Chapter 115, a wife carried back from the mountain. Blackie, you've done a great job today. I'll reward you with a bone in a while. Fang Zhenghua carried the potatoes into the yard and found a bone in the kitchen to toss to Blackie. Blackie happily jumped around, dragging the bone to the corner and began gnawing on it with his front legs. That was so satisfying. Fang Ying directly took the potato to the kitchen, washed it thoroughly, and prepared some meat for braised pork with potatoes. Li Xiumei also followed to the kitchen to rinse rice and cook dinner. Did Zheng Jinlian give you any trouble? Yang Chunlan squatted in the yard washing clothes. Her hands were frozen red due to the cold weather. Washing clothes in winter in the countryside is troublesome. There's no hot water available, only cold water. If they were to boil hot water, it would require much more water than they have the conditions to afford. No. Fang Zhenghua shook his head and took out the items from his basket. Inside were vermicelli, potatoes, some sweet potatoes, all sent by Zheng Jinlian. So that's good. Yang Chunlan sighed. We've done everything we can. Based on their family's attitude, if they don't want to reconcile, then that's fine. Fang Zhenghua thought the same way. If it weren't for Li Xiumei's face-saving gesture, he wouldn't even bother interacting with them. After the meal was ready, the whole family gathered around the table to eat. Zhenghua, take a piece of meat to Lu Maozi's house later. Yang Chunlan said. Fang Zhenghua nodded in agreement. After finishing the meal, he went upstairs to grab a 20-plus pound slab of pork and headed toward Lu Maozi's house. When Fang Zhenghua was close to Lu Maozi's home, he noticed a crowd of villagers gathered at the entrance, including Li Tianyuo. What's going on? Why such a big fuss? Fang Zhenghua approached. This guy Lu Maozi, he picked up a wife when he went chopping firewood in the mountain this morning. He also picked up a son for free. Li Tianyuo recounted the events. Apparently, this morning Lu Maozi didn't have any firewood left at home, so he went to their family forest looking for some. He saw a woman lying unconscious in the snow with a child nearby. Lu Maozi carried the mother and son duo back to his place, not only feeding them, but also offering his own room to them. Just now, Lu Maozi bragged to everyone that the mother and son were willing to stay, and the mother even agreed to marry him, planning to live together in the future. That pair seemed strange. Li Tianyuo appeared lost in thought. They are hiding inside, refusing to see anyone, faces covered with cloth, so it's hard to tell what they look like. The kid seems mentally slow and doesn't even speak. Finishing his story, Li Tianyuo smirked and added, Lu Maozi has been a bachelor for so long, and finally, he's found a wife. But who knows where she comes from? She might be some monster from the mountain. Otherwise, how could she end up there? Fang Jingguo didn't dwell on that too much and walked through the courtyard gate into Lu Maozi's home, quickly reaching the living room. Lu Maozi was happily simmering some medicine. Seeing Fang Jingguo bringing over the meat, he accepted it with a grin. Count this meat on the account. Sit down, please. Lu Maozi hung the meat on a bamboo pole in the living room and found a stool. Aren't you going to weigh it? Fang Jingguo sat on the stool. Previously, they exchanged meat and grain for an acre of land with him, still owing several hundred pounds of meat and grain. There's no need to weigh it. I trust you. I believe you wouldn't deceive me. Lu Maozi kept smiling throughout. Could your family spare a bit more meat for me? I plan to invite relatives and friends over for a meal in a few days to celebrate finally getting married. I can give you another 100 caddies of meat. No more extra right now. Fang Jingguo couldn't help but glance towards the room direction. The door wasn't closed completely, and he saw a woman wearing coarse linen clothing sitting on the bed, hugging a little child in her arms. Because of the dim light in the room and the fact that the woman had her face wrapped in a cloth, it was impossible to make out her features clearly. All Fang Jingguo could roughly identify was that it was a female, with long hair, around 40 years old. If you have time tonight, come to my place to pick up the meat. Fang Jingguo stood up, preparing to leave. Don't go yet. There's another thing I want to discuss with you. Lu Maozi went over and shut the door to the room before turning around to say, let's settle the remaining meat and grain as money instead. Are you sure? Fang Jingguo chuckled and asked. Yes. Lu Maozi nodded and looked at the shabby house. Now that I've gotten a wife, I can't keep living in this broken down courtyard. I need to renovate the house and add a side room. All right, come to my place later, and I'll give you the money. Fang Jingguo felt this way was better. It would be more convenient to directly settle the debt in cash. This guy has finally managed to get himself a wife. It seems like he'll settle down and live properly from now on, unlike before when he just idled around day by day. There are still quite a few bachelors in the village, about 4 or 5 similar to Lu Maozi. In the village, men who couldn't find wives were seen as useless by everyone. Well, I'll take my leave first. Fang Jingguo turned to leave, but after just taking 2 steps, the door to the room opened. The child ran out, crouching beside the fireplace, grabbing a potato and gnawing at it non-stop, his snot dripping onto the potato. Soon, the woman came out, holding the child and preparing to return inside. The child squirmed a little and accidentally pulled the cloth covering her face off. The woman quickly recovered her face with the black cloth and hurried back into the room. Fang Jingguo had seen clearly. It was indeed a 40-year-old woman whose face showed nothing unusual, just an ordinary middle-aged woman. Yet it was strange why she kept her face covered with black cloth if there were no scars or other peculiarities. For some reason, Fang Jingguo felt something wasn't quite right. The woman's eyes were extraordinarily strange, filled with panic and a trace of fear. It's unclear what she might be afraid of. Fang Jingguo didn't dwell on it further, greeted Lu Maozi briefly, and turned to leave the yard. The villagers who'd come to gawk had already dispersed, leaving only Li Tianyuo standing by the doorway. Seeing Fang Jingguo emerge from inside, he walked over and asked, "Did you see that woman and her child?" Fang Jingguo wrapped his military coat tighter around him. Lu Maozi is going to have a banquet in a few days. Looks like they've settled matters. Li Tianyuo snorted disdainfully. Lu Maozi is so poor, yet he's hosting a feast. When the time comes, I won't bring anything and we'll just eat 2 bowls more than usual. He'll be bankrupted by us. Just as Fang Jingguo was about to speak, he noticed someone lurking near the corner of the wall nearby, peeking toward this direction. When he got closer, the person had already disappeared. This reminded him of the shadow hiding near his doorstep among the straw pile a few days ago. The figures were very similar. It must be the same person. I must catch you today. Fang Jingguo followed the footprints and went straight after them. Where are you going? Li Tianyuo came running from behind, his face full of confusion. I just saw a shadow sneaking around. It might be the thief. Fang Jingguo picked up speed and after chasing for some distance, he realized the person was circling around inside the village. Li Tianyuo's anger flared up instantly, and he followed in pursuit. We must catch him. The meat from my house must have been stolen by that guy. When we grab him, I'll break his legs. Fang Jingguo picked up a stick from under the eaves nearby and held it in his hand. Nothing had been stolen from his own home, but this guy seemed to be stalking, and he needed to find out what was going on. The speed of that person was fast. After walking around the village for a circle without entering any yard, they directly left the village and ran toward the forest like last time. Damn it, let him escape. Li Tianyuo stopped and didn't plan to continue chasing. It would soon get dark. If they got lost in the woods, they'd be frozen to death. Fang Jingguo also did not chase and stared at the direction where that person had left. This person was strange. Last time, when they escaped into the forest, how did they survive in the mountains without freezing to death? Also, based on the route of their escape earlier, the person was very familiar with the environment of the village. It was highly likely that this person was from the village. But who could it be? It should not be Fang Zhenhong. That guy didn't dare leave his house after being scared by the paper figure 2 nights ago at Lu Maozi's place. Moreover, Fang Zhenhong wasn't this cunning. There must be a way to catch this person and see what exactly they were up to and why they kept following himself. As the sky began to darken and the temperature dropped, the snow fell even harder than before. After separating with Li Tianyuo, Fang Zhenghua returned to his family's dilapidated courtyard. He had barely sat down by the hearth when Lu Maozi arrived, carrying a basket on his back. Fang Zhenghua weighed out 100 pounds of meat for him. Additionally, he converted the remaining pork and grains into money and handed it over to Lu Maozi. Starting now, we're even. Fang Zhenghua found a stool for Lu Maozi. Once the blizzard passes, go to the town and get the land transfer certification done. Just do as you say. I won't stay seated, my wife is waiting for me. Lu Maozi happily went home carrying the meat. Fang Zhenghua walked to the courtyard and casually closed the door. Just as he was about to turn around, he saw that shadow again, standing next to the straw stack. This guy actually came back. This time, he couldn't let him escape. He immediately went back to the room, grabbed his hunting rifle and flashlight, and then rushed after him. Now that it was completely dark, dense fog filled the area, visibility was very low. With the light from the flashlight, he could only vaguely make out the figure's back, a murky lump of blackness. Again, this person headed towards the woods. Fang Zhenghua chased right after. He'd already been played with several times, he must catch him. Soon, he entered the mountain forest. All around were towering trees, looking like enormous ghostly shadows. They swayed in the wind, making a rustling sound. The snow on the ground was so deep that stepping on it buried Fang Zhenghua all the way up to his thigh. At first, he could still identify his position through the surrounding terrain, but after chasing for a while, he completely lost his sense of direction. Primarily due to the pitch-black surroundings, one couldn't see more than 10 meters ahead in this environment. It was easy to lose orientation. That's why previously, during hunting trips, they always returned home before nightfall. Forget with such heavy snow, most wouldn't even dare wander around these big mountains randomly when there was no snow. Fang Zhenghua stopped, glanced at the footprints ahead. He'd been walking for a long time. Exhausted, he decided to rest for a bit. Next to him was a large tree that could shield him from the wind and snow. He sat near the tree and started inspecting the hunting rifle in his hand, which was already loaded with bullets. Crack! A sudden snapping sound of breaking branches came from behind him, extremely close. Fang Zhenghua turned around, seeing not far away a shadow standing there, wearing a thick cotton coat, a hat on its head. Its face was hidden, unable to make out any features. He had been tracking the person ahead, but unknown to him, someone had been trailing behind him. Finally, let me catch you. Now tell me, where will you run this time? The shadow quickly strode forward. Fang Zhenghua judged by the voice that it was Li Tianyuo. He hadn't expected him to follow. How did you come here? Fang Zhenghua shouted a question. Li Tianyuo also recognized him, and after being stunned for a moment, he pulled off his hat. How is it you? I thought it was that thief, making me come all the way here for nothing. After saying this, Li Tianyuo asked, what are you doing here at such a late hour? Fang Zhenghua recounted the events, then without further ado, followed the footprints to continue pursuing. Li Tianyuo relit the torch and followed behind. After walking forward for more than 20 minutes, the footprints vanished at the entrance of a cave. This location was Ghost Mountain. Unexpectedly, they were chasing all the way to Ghost Mountain. Now it finally made sense why that person could survive entering the forest at night, because Ghost Mountain was full of caves where one could take shelter from blizzards. Should we chase inside? Li Tianyuo had already noticed that this was Ghost Mountain, which immediately reminded him of an incident on Ghost Mountain several years ago. He got so scared that he started shivering, and his legs went weak. Of course, we must go inside and catch him. Fang Zhenghua didn't want to give up just like that. After such a long time struggling in the cold, and just when they were about to grab him, he naturally wouldn't leave like this. He looked back at Li Tianyuo. If you're afraid, you can wait outside for me. I'd rather follow you inside. Li Tianyuo didn't dare stay alone here. Fang Zhenghua lifted his hunting rifle, stepping carefully over the withered grass and leaves inside the cave as he approached deeper step by step. After moving forward for a distance, he discovered there was a light deep within the cave. Taking another dozen steps forward, he saw that it was a vigorously burning campfire, with a person sitting beside it. The person's back was toward them, seemingly chewing something, making a crunching sound. Li Tianyuo picked up a stick from the ground and cautiously moved toward that person. When only 2 or 3 meters remained, he raised the stick in his hand and smashed it down. The person turned around directly, grabbing Li Tianyuo's wrist. What are you doing? It's you. Li Tianyuo was somewhat confused. This person was old Lu Tu, whose sullen face lacked any expression. Chapter 117. Believe it or not. At your age, you still stealing meat from my house. You shameless old man, return our meat. After Li Tianyuo broke free from the grip, he was ready to continue his action. Nonsense. Old Lu Tu didn't pay attention to Li Tianyuo. He took a walnut out of his pocket, picked up a stone to crack it open, and then ate it on his own. Fang Zhenghua stopped Li Tianyuo. It wasn't him who stole it. This old man doesn't seem like he's lying. His family is not short of food. There's no need for him to be a thief. Li Tianyuo scratched his head, a bit confused, still thinking about the meat. Then who is the thief? Fang Zhenghua walked to the fire pile, sat down, and warmed his frozen hands. Uncle Lu, why did you follow me and sneak around my house? What do you want to do? He wasn't after our meat. There must be another purpose. I have to figure out what he wants. I'm trying to help you. Old Lu Tu's dim eyes stared over. Help me. Fang Zhenghua couldn't help but laugh at this statement. Old Lu Tu looked serious, his forehead slightly furrowed, as if disaster was about to fall upon Fang Zhenghua. You've been possessed by something unclean. Fang Xinghua looked at old Lu Tu with his solemn appearance and couldn't stop laughing. Then tell me, what kind of unclean thing has possessed me? Old Lu Tu's dark eyes continued to stare straight into Fang Xinghua. You frequently go in and out of Ghost Mountain, and even went to the old Graveyard Mountain. These places are extremely filled with Yin energy. Li Tianyuo standing beside felt a chill run down his back, fear showing in his eyes. So, did I also offend something unclean? I've been to Ghost Mountain and Old Graveyard Mountain. That's why I've been so unlucky these few days. Li Tianyuo was afraid, goosebumps all over his body. Old Lu Tu is the village protector, having the ability to exorcise evil spirits and tell fortunes. When villagers got sick or similar issues arose, they would seek out Old Lu Tu. His skills in this area were very powerful, with an immense reputation, and even people from neighboring villages would seek his help for exorcising evil spirits and fortune-telling. Originally, village protectors were usually people who were a bit crazy or mentally unstable. After the last village protector passed away, Old Lu Tu volunteered himself to become the new one. Thus, whatever he says, Li Tianyuo naturally trusts without doubt, believing it to be true. I don't believe in this stuff. Fang Xinghua wouldn't buy it. Don't try to scare me with this. Just explain why you were following me. Your explanation earlier was a bunch of nonsense. Believe it or not. Old Lu Tu snorted, picked up some dry firewood off the ground, and threw it onto the fire. The fire immediately became more vigorous. These are pine tree branches, rich in resin, and burn easily. If you won't answer my previous question, then tell me why you came here. Fang Xinghua still felt that Old Lu Tu wasn't telling the truth, definitely hiding something. Old Lu Tu pulled out some dried tobacco from his bag, rolled it together, placed it inside his pipe, lit it, and smoked twice. In addition to being the village protector, I am also the forest guardian. I need to patrol the forest every day, both at night and during the day. What's strange about me being here? Fang Xinghua knew he was the forest guardian, chosen by the village to guard the mountains and forests. He always found this old man peculiar, mysterious, walking around the forest late at night, never knowing exactly what he was up to. Moreover, he had previously gone to the village and deliberately tried to lose himself and Li Tianyuo. There's heavy Yin energy here, don't stay in the woods at night. Old Lu Tu lay down on the dry grass beside the fire, holding a hunting rifle in his hand, closed his eyes, and started sleeping. Li Tianyuo, fearful inside, asked Uncle Lu, did I also get tainted by something unclean? Please take a look for me. Uncle Lu didn't lift an eyelid, turned his face to the other side, ignored it completely, as if he hadn't heard. Why won't you respond to me? Li Tianyuo was a bit upset, completely ignored. Let's go. Fang Xinghua didn't want to keep going through all this anymore. There was nothing much to ask from the old man. It was already midnight. They needed to quickly return to the village. Li Tianyuo hurriedly followed, his face full of worry, still pondering over what old Lu Tu had said before. They quickly exited the cave. Outside, snow danced wildly, and cold wind blew continuously through lush forests, making the air exceptionally frigid. Even with thick cotton jackets, the cold was enough to make one shiver incessantly. After walking for 2 hours in the snow, they finally returned to the village. I will go find old Lu tomorrow. Li Tianyuo was scared inside, worried that he had really been possessed by some sort of unclean entity. In those times, whether elderly or young, their minds were relatively traditional. They believed in ghosts and spirits. Fang Xinghua yawned, separated from Li Tianyuo, and returned to the broken courtyard of his home. After locking the yard gate from the inside, he turned around and went back to the room, only to find that the main room door was locked. He pushed it a couple of times, but couldn't get it open. Honey, could you open the main room door? Fang Xinghua walked over to the window and called out. Coming. Li Xiaomei, in the room, put on her cotton jacket, picked up the oil lamp from the table, and went to the main room where she opened the wooden door. Did you catch the little thief? Why are you back so late? We didn't catch him. Fang Xinghua noticed there was still a steamed bun on the table in the main room. He grabbed it, took a bite, and his stomach, which had been grumbling after all the earlier commotion, began to settle. Li Xiaomei patted the snow off his clothes and hat. We should be more careful too. Always lock the door when coming and going. Can't afford to be careless. After saying this, she went to the kitchen and fetched chopsticks, pickled vegetables, and some dried meat, placing them before Fang Xinghua. Do you want to eat? Fang Xinghua handed Li Xiaomei a steamed bun. She shook her head, then got up and returned to the bedroom. Hurry up and sleep. We need to help Lu Xiaomei tomorrow. After eating a few bites, Fang Xinghua cleaned up the dishes and went into the bedroom. Why are we helping at Lu Xiaomei's house? Fang Xinghua pressed further. Back in bed, Li Xiaomei pulled the blanket closer. Last night, the snow was so heavy that their side room collapsed. They're going to rebuild it, and asked for help from people in the village. Uncle Second is going tomorrow too. She didn't want Fang Xinghua to go, but there wasn't much she could do about it since Lu Xiaomei herself came to invite them. In the village, if one family had trouble, everyone would come to help. It was a matter of mutual support. The next morning, just as the sky began to lighten, Fang Xinghua got dressed and informed young xuanhuan and the others before heading toward Lu Xiaomei's home. On the way, he met his second uncle, Fang Guogue. What accursed weather. It's freezing cold. Fang Guogue tightened his cotton coat, rubbed his palms, and continuously exhaled white breaths as he looked up at the sky with a sigh. This blizzard has been going on for so long without stopping. I don't know when it will end. I'm afraid it's going to last for another 10 days or so. Fang Xinghua was shivering and stomping his feet with cold. He had worn 2 pairs of socks, but still felt very cold, right down to the bone, even causing bone pain. This terrible weather made people feel very hard to bear, as it had been half a month since they had seen the sun. Alas, Fong Guoguei sighed regretfully. We should have listened to you before and brought the New Year supplies home earlier. There are no supplies for this year's spring festival celebrations, and I don't know what to do. What troubled Fong Guoguei most was that there was neither incense nor paper money at home, not even firecrackers. Fong Guoguei was someone who placed great emphasis on rural customs. On the eve of the Lunar New Year, when calling family members for dinner, and during the first part of the year when paying respects at ancestors' graves, items like firecrackers and paper offerings were essential, and not one could be missing. In fact, it wasn't just Fong Guoguei's home. In the entire village, apart from Fong Jinggua's family, none of the others had bought any. The storm arrived too early, and they all thought it wouldn't last long. At the time Fong Jinggua bought the supplies, many laughed at him. Now, those who laughed at him then have nothing for their festivities and have no idea how to celebrate. Did you hear? Lu Maozi has married a wife, and also gained a son for free. Fong Guoguei mentioned the matter of Lu Maozi getting married. Fong Jinggua grunted affirmatively. Yesterday afternoon, after dinner, I went to their house and saw the mother and her son. Curiosity stirred within Fong Guoguei, and he sniffed. Do you think this strange? With such a big snowstorm, how did that mother and child end up deep in the forest? And then meet by Lu Maozi as if they were intentionally waiting for him? The elders say there are demons in the mountain. That mother and child probably. He stopped talking halfway through. Fong Jinggua smiled. Where did demons come from? All nonsense. Fong Guoguei immediately took it seriously. Don't disbelieve it. What the elders say is always right, mostly true. How can there be no demons in this deep forest? It's just that you haven't met them yet. Fong Jinggua didn't know what else to say and did not continue arguing. As they spoke, they reached the front of Lu Xiaomei's house. A group of villagers were chatting and warming themselves by a fire, including Lu Maozi. Everyone was discussing the matter of the mother and her child, continuously questioning Lu Maozi. In the past, Lu Maozi's presence was very low-key. Now that everyone surrounded him, he was feeling proud. Lu Maozi, what does your wife look like? Is she beautiful? The villagers teased. Lu Maozi held his head high, boasting in his tone. That goes without saying. How could my wife not be beautiful? Another villager asked again. If she's beautiful, why does your wife cover her face with a black cloth? Perhaps it's because she doesn't want to show her face. After hearing this, Lu Maozi grew irritated instantly. You damn liar. Your wife must not want to show her face. If you insult my wife again, believe me, I'll give you a good punch. Seeing Lu Maozi get angry, everyone burst out laughing. You're here. Lu Maozi spotted Fong Jinggua and eagerly came over to greet him with a smile. Remember to help at my place the day after tomorrow, and don't forget to bring Aunt Fong and your wife. Bring my sister and Xiaohu too. All right. Fong Jinggua nodded in agreement and glanced at Lu Maozi. This guy had experienced good fortune, looking much more spirited than before. Moreover, Lu Maozi was not as sloppy as he used to be. His clothes were clean, and his face and hair were washed. In the past, Lu Maozi was extremely sloppy. His hair unwashed for half a year, and his face not cleaned for several months until the gunk near his eyelids almost stuck his eyelids shut. Jinggua, buy me 2 packets of rat poison later, and I'll pick them up from your place. I heard you killed a wild goat. Sell me some meat for the New Year celebration. If you have pig heads, I'll take one too. Invite me for drinks sometime. We used to play mud games together when we were young, but we haven't connected much these years. A few villagers greeted Fong Jinggua, talking at once. In the past, no one would bother greeting Fong Jinggua when they met him, but now everyone became friendly. There was really nothing strange about this. Now that Fong Jinggua made a lot of money selling rat poison and meat, his status rose significantly among the villagers. As the elders often said, capable people are welcome everywhere, while incapable ones will only be disliked by everyone. Quite a crowd. A rugged voice rang out in the wind and snow. Turning their heads, the villagers saw Zhang Butcher approaching. He wore a gray thick cotton coat, a fur hat on his head, and carried a piece of pork, weighing around 7 or 8 pounds. Move aside. Zhang Butcher pushed Fong Jinggua aside impatiently with his hand. Why are you blocking the road? Fong Jinggua furrowed his brow and gave Zhang Butcher a glance. Was this guy blind? There was such a wide road nearby, yet he insisted on coming toward me. When Zhang Butcher realized whom he had pushed, it was Fong Jinggua. Zhang quickly stepped back, for before he had tried to take advantage of Li Xiaomei by leading his relatives in an attempt to kidnap her from the Fong household. However, Fong Jinggua had beaten him twice, which left him somewhat fearful inside. What are you doing? Don't tell me you're thinking of scheming after Li Xiaomei again. Lu Maozi eyed Zhang Butcher. With a sneer, Zhang Butcher replied, I've come to your Lu village to help build Lu Xiaomei's house. Stop spouting nonsense here, or I might beat you. Zhang Butcher now had his eyes set on Lu Xiaomei, leaving his home just as the sky began to brighten, rushing over to Lu's village while carrying a piece of meat as a token of his goodwill. As for Li Xiaomei, Zhang Butcher didn't dare approach her anymore. Those 2 beatings taught him that Fong Jinggua wasn't someone to mess with. Hey, everyone's come so early. Lu Xiaomei emerged from the yard with a full smile and greeted everyone warmly. Come on in, don't stand out here, it's cold. Lu Xiaomei looked very beautiful in her floral padded coat, with her hair tied into 2 braids. She even applied snowflake cream on her face and hands, and from a distance, the scent could be smelled. A few single men from the village, upon seeing Lu Xiaomei, stared with their eyes wide open. Zhang Butcher couldn't even bear to close his eyes. He wanted nothing more than to rush over and kiss Lu Xiaomei a couple of times. After quite some time, Zhang Butcher finally came back to reality. Do you still remember me? I'm from Ma Family Mouth Village. We've met at the village entrance when you visited relatives. I heard your house needs repairing, so I especially rushed over to lend a hand. And look, I've brought along the finest piece of meat. You take it and eat it. Saying this, Zhang Butcher stretched out his arm to hand Lu Xiaomei the piece of meat. But Lu Xiaomei ignored him, instead walking over to Fang Xinguo with an inviting smile. Big brother Fang, it's wonderful you've come. Come inside the room and sit down. There's a fire burning in the main hall where you can warm yourself. All right, Fang Xinguo nodded, following Lu Xiaomei into the courtyard. Zhang Butcher stood rooted in place, feeling extremely awkward. Despite his initiative in being servile, Lu Xiaomei did not give him the time of day, not even looking once in his direction. Instead, she treated Fang Xinguo warmly. Chapter 119, Embarrassing Moment. Could it be that they have a thing going on? Zhang Tufu, watching Fang Xinguo and Lu Xiaomei's retreating figures, began to mutter under his breath. Lu Maozi frowned and swore. Did your mouth eat shit? Can you say such things carelessly? Other villagers also told Zhang Tufu. The two families have always been close. It's natural to be warm and friendly. Hearing this, Zhang Tufu thought he might have overthought it. Subsequently, Zhang Tufu walked into the yard carrying the meat. The villagers at the gate followed him into the yard. Zhang Dama, seeing everyone had arrived, invited them to sit in the living room, fetched many stools, and prepared some potatoes and sweet potatoes roasted by the fire pit. Take a rest. Warm yourselves by the fire. Thanks for your hard work today. Zhang Dama smiled at everyone, then turned her head toward Lu Xiaomei, who was pouring tea. Go to the kitchen to cook. Brother Zhang has sent us a piece of meat. Let's cook it so everyone can eat. Lu Xiaomei turned around and went to the kitchen. Zhang Tufu looked at Lu Xiaomei's alluring back, eyes almost stuck there, smiling toothfully. You're really working hard, coming from so far away to help, even bringing along a piece of meat. Lu Dama poured Zhang Tufu a cup of tea, smiling. She could tell that Zhang Tufu liked Lu Xiaomei, and she was naturally pleased about this inside. After all, Lu Xiaomei is not young anymore. Women of her age in the village are mostly married, some even having children as old as 2 or 3 years. She sets her sights high and looks down on ordinary men. The threshold has been worn down by those who came to propose marriage, but through all these years, not one person has matched with her. Lu Dama worried that if Lu Xiaomei kept choosing, she would end up an unmarried woman forever. Zhang Tufu might not look good, but he kills pigs, sells meat, does business, and has some money at home, also owning no small amount of land. Compared with the average villager, he is naturally wealthier. Don't be polite with me. Our families are still related by marriage. My father's great-aunt's cousin is Ms. Lu from the Lu family, who is a cousin to Aunt Lu Xiaomei's aunt-in-law. So helping each other out is only natural. Zhang Tufu tried to appear gentle because he assumed Lu Xiaomei, being a primary school teacher, would like someone refined. Lu Dama was slightly confused, feeling that the kinship relationship was stretched too far. Thinking about it for a long time inside her heart, she still couldn't figure out exactly what kind of relatives they were, but still took the words with a full smile. That's right, our two families are indeed related. Fang Xinguo found it hard to suppress a laugh in his heart. Clearly, Zhang Tufu fancied Lu Xiaomei and intentionally brought up the relative connection. Everyone rested for a while, then came to the courtyard to start repairing the side room. This side room, near the living room, collapsed under the weight of the snow. Wooden planks and tiles fell all over the ground, and one of the walls even crumbled into rubble. Fang Xinguo, having no experience in building houses, helped by organizing the scattered tiles and clearing up the wooden planks. Many people came today, so the repair job should be done by afternoon. Among all the workers, Zhang Tufu was the most proactive, insisting on carrying stones over 100 pounds all by himself, and doing everything first without hesitation. This guy Zhang Tufu truly has feelings for Lu Xiaomei. After placing the organized tiles on the ground, Lu Maozi looked at Zhang Tufu ahead, who was carrying a large stone, then asked the nearby villagers, "Do you think Zhang Tufu has a chance?" One of the villagers shook his head. It's hard to say. Marrying and getting married. Just like when a turtle sees green beans, if both see eye to eye, anything is possible. Other villagers were discussing quietly. Zhang Tufu's intentions were already clear. Just at that moment, Lu Xiaomei came out of the kitchen with a bowl of hot water in hand. Rest for a while, you're all drenched in sweat. Zhang Tufu was extremely delighted to see Lu Xiaomei finally paying attention to him, and specifically bringing him a bowl of hot water, showing how considerate and gentle she could be. If it wasn't inconvenient due to the crowd, Zhang Tufu probably would have expressed his affection immediately. Not tired at all. This bit of work doesn't count. Zhang Tufu wiped the dirt off his hands, then extended them. I like drinking hot water most. I drink 2 big bowls every day. After drinking, my body warms up. Zhang Tufu smiled so wide that he couldn't close his mouth. He thought all his efforts hadn't been wasted since he started helping early before dawn from a distant place called Majiako. Looks like Zhang Tufu will make it, a villager whispered. Other villagers nodded in agreement. What a pity. Our village beauty won't escape Zhang Tufu's grasp. However, the next second, the villagers froze. As Zhang Tufu was about to take the bowl in his hand, Lu Xiaomei directly bypassed him and handed the bowl to Fang Xinguo instead. Big brother Fang, drink quickly before it gets cold. Lu Xiaomei looked at Fang Xinguo, who was carrying roof tiles, her face full of a gentle smile. Thank you. Fang Xinguo wiped his hands, took the bowl, and had a sip before he realized that it wasn't plain boiled water in the bowl. It was the broth used for cooking meat. If you're tired, take a rest. I'll get a stool for you. Lu Xiaomei walked to the entrance of the main room, took a wooden stool, placed it next to Fang Xinguo, and then wiped the dust off it with her hand, showing much enthusiasm. Without hesitation, Fang Xinguo sat down on the stool, drinking the meat soup. After being busy for such a long time, his stomach had become slightly empty. Zhang Tufu felt so awkward that he wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide in, hastily pulling his hand back. He originally thought Lu Xiaomei had given the meat soup to him, only to find out it was for Fang Zhenghua. Do you want some? Lu Xiaomei turned her head toward Zhang Tufu. I'll bring you a bowl. Zhang Tufu didn't want to lose face further, forcing a smile onto his face. No need. I'm not thirsty right now. I'll drink later. After saying this, Zhang Tufu hurriedly continued moving stones. Many villagers secretly chuckled inside, whispering quietly. It seems Lu Xiaomei has no interest in Zhang Tufu. We were thinking too much. Lu Maozi glanced at Fang Zhenghua and Lu Xiaomei, who were chatting. Unable to stop himself, he muttered under his breath. Lu Xiaomei couldn't have hooked up with Fang Zhenghua, could she? The other villagers heard this, also realizing that Lu Xiaomei's attitude toward Fang Zhenghua was different from how she treated others. Since Fang Zhenghua entered, Lu Xiaomei had been particularly warm towards him, which clearly went beyond mere neighborly relations. This happened to be overheard by Zhang Tufu, whose gaze locked on Fang Zhenghua. Internally, Zhang Tufu felt so angry that his teeth were itching with hatred. Once Lu Xiaomei returned to the kitchen with the empty bowl, Zhang Tufu approached Fang Zhenghua. Let's chat outside. What do you want to talk about? Fang Zhenghua had always disliked this guy, especially since he had caused trouble multiple times today. Chapter 120. In-laws come for a visit. Fang Zhenghua, I've set my eyes on Lu Xiaomei. Don't think I won't do anything to you. If you piss me off, I'll do anything. Just wait and see if you don't believe me. Zhang the butcher looked furious. You're insane. Fang Zhenghua was somewhat annoyed. He hadn't done anything except drink a bowl of meat soup that Lu Xiaomei had served him when he was hungry. Zhang the butcher seethed with anger. Don't pretend in front of me. I saw through your game. Fooling around with two women at once. You're nothing but a rogue. Bang! Fang Zhenghua raised his hand and delivered a punch, knocking Zhang the butcher to the ground. Zhang the butcher had already been a bother for days, and Fang Zhenghua had no patience for his baseless cursing today. Naturally, Fang Zhenghua wouldn't endure it, so he acted without hesitation, not bothering to care too much. You dare hit me, bastard. Zhang the butcher picked up a hoe from the ground, lifted it over his head, and smashed it toward Fang Zhenghua. Lu Dame just came out of the hall. Seeing this scene, she rushed over to mediate, grabbing the hoe in Zhang the butcher's hand. We can talk about things calmly. There's no need to resort to violence. Other villagers also hurriedly came over to mediate, pulling Zhang the butcher away. At this time, Lu Xiaomei heard the commotion and came out from the kitchen holding a spatula. She saw the chaos in the courtyard and was bewildered. What's going on here? Fang Zhenghua beat up Zhang the butcher. Lu Maozi laughed as he said this. He had been bullied by Zhang the butcher before and harbored resentment, but didn't dare retaliate. Now seeing Zhang the butcher beaten up by Fang Zhenghua, he felt relieved. Everyone thought Lu Xiaomei would side with Zhang the butcher, but instead, she directly began scolding him. Big Brother Fang wouldn't casually attack anyone. You must have done something excessive first, prompting Big Brother Fang to act. Zhang the butcher panicked, hastily explaining. This man who has a wife is eyeing you. I reprimanded him slightly, and he attacked me right away. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaomei secretly glanced at Fang Zhenghua, her eyes gleaming with a trace of happiness, then turned to Zhang the butcher. Why did you speak irresponsibly? Zhang the butcher didn't know how to respond. Fang Zhenghua sighed, shrugged his shoulders, thinking Zhang the butcher's mind must be broken. When did he ever make advances towards Lu Xiaomei? The stupid fellow doesn't even know how to speak properly, causing everything to turn completely upside down. Judging by Lu Xiaomei's reaction, there must have been some misunderstanding. Fang Zhenghua realized this incident would be impossible to explain. The more one explains, the more suspicious it becomes. Villagers were notorious gossips. Within 3 days, everyone in the village would know about this event. Nevertheless, he didn't overly concern himself with it. As long as he didn't do anything inappropriate, they could say whatever they wanted. It was irrelevant. My pot still has vegetables frying inside. Li Xiaomei smelled something burning and quickly ran back into the kitchen. The villagers continued working, all casting peculiar glances at Fang Zhenghua. They had believed every word Zhang the butcher had said. Fang Zhenghua paid them no attention, continuing his work. Being upright, there's no fear of crooked shadows. Meanwhile, Zhang the butcher wasn't ready to give up on Lu Xiaomei yet, and planned to come by to propose within a few days, having made up his mind. By afternoon, the side room at Lu Xiaomei's home had finally been repaired. After finishing their meal, Fang Zhenghua returned to his own dilapidated yard. Entering the main room, he saw Yang Chunlan, Li Xiaomei, Fang Ying, and Xiao Hu eating. On the table were only stir-fried cabbage and boiled radish, along with some pickled vegetables. Even when he wasn't home, they didn't eat meat, which seemed overly thrifty. Xiaomei, are you home? A woman's voice sounded outside the yard, somewhat familiar. Fang Zhenghua stood up from the bench, left the main room, and opened the creaky wooden gate, discovering Li Youtsai's wife standing at the door, hugging Li Laoshan. Li Youtsai's wife carried a woven basket on her back. Her clothes and cap were covered in snow, her lips frozen bluish-purple. Li Laoshan had rosy cheeks, bundled warmly in a thick cotton jacket. Seeing Fang Zhenghua, he happily called out, Uncle. Fang Zhenghua responded with a nod, patting Li Laoshan's little head. He then told Li Youtsai's wife, please come in. Mother and son followed Fang Zhenghua into the yard and entered the main room. Yang Chunlan and the others immediately set aside their bowls and chopsticks, finding benches and utensils for their guests. I'll cook some meat. Li Xiaomei went upstairs to fetch a piece of meat and took it to the kitchen to cook. The house became lively as they ate and chatted. I want fruit candy. Li Laoshan blinked his innocent eyes at Fang Zhenghua, filled with anticipation. I'll get it for you right away. Fang Zhenghua got up and went back to the room, grabbed a large handful of fruit candy, and put it into Li Laoshan's little pocket. He patted her small cheek. Eat them. They're all yours. Li Laosan couldn't wait to tear open the wrapper, popping the fruit candy into his mouth and savoring it. Afterward, Fang Xinghua took out some peach pastries and placed them on the table. At this moment, there was another knock at the door outside the yard. Fang Xinghua walked to the courtyard and opened the door, discovering that Li Tiniu was standing there. Quickly grab your rifle and follow me to the back mountain. I just saw a fox when I came back from chopping firewood earlier. Li Tiniu's face was full of excitement. That thing is at least over 30 pounds and has very shiny fur. Hearing these words, Fang Xinghua didn't hesitate. He returned to the room to grab his rifle and set off for the back mountain with Li Tiniu. Fox fur was valuable, and the meat tasted good as well, like chicken. Fang Xinghua had been collecting the pelts of various animals. There were quite a few hanging on the bamboo pole by the hall entrance. After the storm passed, he could take them directly to the small town to sell. If he saved enough money, he could build a brick house. Money could be earned bit by bit, making life at home much better. Half an hour later, Fang Xinghua and Li Tiniu arrived at the edge of the forest. Now, it was already dark, and the forest was pitch black with nothing visible except for the sound of the mountain wind howling and the cries of wolves. Fang Xinghua shone his flashlight ahead into the woods, trudging through the snow to enter. This was private timberland. Most of the pine trees had been cut down, leaving white poplar trees and walnut trees along with other kinds of trees. It was winter now, so all the leaves on these trees had fallen off, leaving only bare branches swaying in the strong wind. Where did you see that fox? Fang Xinghua glanced back at Li Tiniu. Li Tiniu looked around and then pointed toward a mound not far away. It was where his grandparents were buried, a double grave, slightly larger than ordinary graves. From its construction until now, it had been about 10 years. A lot of moss had grown on the gravestone, and a few earthen bowls were placed beside it, filled with snow. Chapter 121, Hunting the Fox. Grandpa, Grandma, please don't blame us. We didn't mean to disturb you. Li Tiniu kept muttering under his breath and bowed toward the grave. Fang Xinghua was looking around, trying to find the fox's footprints. But after searching for a long time, there were no footprints at all, not even the shadow of a fox. That's strange, did you see wrong? Fang Xinghua glanced at Li Tiniu beside him. Li Tiniu's tone was very firm. It's impossible that I made a mistake. I saw it clearly. There was a fox squatting by the grave. It stared straight at me. It was only about 10 meters away. I picked up a stone from the ground and threw it to scare it away. After dodging, it came back and continued guarding the grave. After speaking, Li Tiniu pointed to the place where the fox had been sitting. Right here, perhaps because the snow fell too heavily, covering the footprints. Fang Xinghua took his hunting rifle and started searching in the nearby woods. But he didn't hold much hope since so much time had passed. The fox might have run far away already. After walking a distance, he noticed Li Tiniu wasn't following, and turned back to look. But strangely, Li Tiniu had disappeared completely. There wasn't a single trace of him around. This left Fang Xinghua somewhat confused. The guy had just been behind him. How could he vanish with just a turn of his head? In such a short time, even if someone left, you should still be able to see their silhouette. Yet this guy had disappeared right in front of his eyes. Fang Xinghua walked to the position where Li Tiniu had stood before, and shone the flashlight on the snow, noticing numerous footprints, most of which were left by Li Tiniu. Li Tiniu, he called out loudly. Apart from the wind sound, there was no response from Li Tiniu. Fang Xinghua searched around while calling out, hoping to find the guy as soon as possible. Since finding the fox seemed hopeless now, he needed to get back quickly. The temperature was beginning to drop again, making the environment colder as time passed. However, after more than 20 minutes of search, scanning nearly all the trees within 100 meters, he found nothing. A living person couldn't simply disappear into thin air like this. How unreliable, thought Fang Xinghua. If only he hadn't brought Li Tiniu along. But now without him, he had no choice but to wait. With nothing but a torch in hand, Fang Xinghua was vulnerable. Encountering wolves would surely complicate matters. I'm down below, come down. Suddenly, a hoarse voice broke the silence. Following the direction of the sound, Fang Xinghua shone his flashlight towards it and realized the voice was coming from the grave's direction. Due to the heavy wind, though, he couldn't tell if it was indeed Li Tiniu's voice. All he felt was that the voice sounded quite strange and even slightly eerie. Where are you? Fang Xinghua shouted. That hoarse voice did not reappear afterward, leaving only the winds in its wake. Fang Xinghua wondered if he'd imagined hearing it. After a few quiet minutes, the same voice once again called out from the direction of the grave. Why haven't you come down yet? This time, the voice sounded even stranger, more hoarse, even carrying an icy chill. Shining the flashlight onto the grave in front of him, Fang Xinghua determined that the voice definitely originated from inside the mound. Could he really have encountered a ghost? The corpse buried there had been decomposed into mere bones for over a decade. How could it possibly speak human words? Fang Xinghua circled around the burial mound but found nothing unusual. This mound looked exactly like any other normal gravesite. Hurry and come down. The voice from inside the grave came again, but much weaker this time. It sounded as if someone were whispering secretly. Where exactly are you? Fang Xinghua asked aloud. Down here. The voice whispered faintly. At this moment, Fang Xinghua clearly heard that the sound was coming from beneath his feet. He bent down and looked closely at the snow-covered ground, but found nothing. Suddenly, both legs plunged deep into the ground. His body dropped rapidly until he landed inside a cave located right next to the tombstone. His knees hit some stones, causing immense pain, beads of cold sweat breaking out across his forehead. After catching his breath, he got up from the ground and retrieved the fallen flashlight. Shining the flashlight around, he discovered that this cave wasn't small. It was about 4 or 5 square meters in size. Not long after, Fang Xinghua spotted Li Tiniu crouching in the corner of the cave. He was clawing furiously at a hole in the ground about the size of a water dipper. What on earth are you doing? Fang Xinghua shone the flashlight at him. That fox ran into this hole. Li Tiniu was scooping away the dirt with his hands, tossing a pebble to the side as he said, I lost my footing just now and fell down from above. I saw a pair of green eyes that almost scared the wits out of me. After lighting a match, I realized it was a fox. It gave me one last glare before disappearing into this hole. After speaking, Li Tiniu gritted his teeth and said, this hole isn't deep. If we just dig out some more dirt, we can catch it. Let me take a look. Fang Xinghua walked over, squatted down, and shone his flashlight into the hole. Sure enough, he saw the tip of a fox's tail, about 2 meters away. The fox kept digging inside the hole, its hind legs continuously throwing out clods of earth, moving very quickly. In just a short while, it had thrown out a large pile of dirt. Li Tiniu couldn't keep up with its pace. There was no way this fox wouldn't escape through the tunnel. Let's just shoot it. Fang Xinghua loaded a bullet and fired into the hole, producing a muffled sound. The fox let out a cry of pain inside, and after a moment, all became still. His shot had struck it right at the neck. Li Tiniu lay down on the ground and took a look, then turned around and grinned at Fang Xinghua, saying, how about we strike a deal? I'll dig out the fox, and we'll split the meat evenly. I'll give you all the meat. I only need the fur. Fang Xinghua didn't want to take advantage of Li Tiniu. After all, this fox was discovered by him, and he himself hadn't contributed anything. All right, that's how it's settled. Li Tiniu resumed digging the hole. If he could just make the entrance larger, he could reach in and drag the fox out. At first, the soil was loose near the entrance, but as he dug deeper, more stones appeared, making it extremely difficult to dig. Li Tiniu's fingertips were nearly worn raw, and after nearly 15 minutes of laboring, he still couldn't open the tunnel. Fang Xinghua found a wooden stick, sharpened it with a knife, and then went over to help. After nearly an hour of effort, they finally managed to dig the fox out of the hole. It weighed at least 30 or 40 kilograms, and it had abundant flesh. Its fur was glossy, vibrant, and quite beautiful. Chapter 122, The Contest for Chao Mountain. Huff, huff. The gale in the mountain forest roared incessantly, and the heavy snow kept falling. All the footprints left behind were completely covered by the fresh snow. Fang Xinghua was leading the way against the blizzard, holding a flashlight in his hand. Li Tianyuo, carrying the fox on his shoulder, trailed behind with his face frozen red, gritting his teeth as he said, this fox is what I caught. Let's see if that woman dares to look down on me in the future. Finally, he would be able to show off to his wife now. When they arrived at the village entrance, Li Tianyuo exhaled great bursts of white vapor. The fox wasn't very heavy. Mainly, it was too exhausting walking through the snow. Each step buried him up to his hips, making it extremely strenuous to pull himself out each time, expending a lot of energy. I'll take it. Fang Xinghua hoisted his rifle onto his back and held the flashlight in his mouth, reaching out to help. No need, I can carry it. It's not tiring. Li Tianyuo chuckled heartily, feeling overjoyed after finally catching prey. Naturally, he didn't feel tired at all. Seeing this, Fang Xinghua couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This guy's shooting skills were deplorable, and he could never hit anything on his trips into the mountains. But having caught a fox this time, he felt incredibly accomplished. Once they entered the village, the two went their separate ways. Fang Xinghua reached the gate of his broken yard, shook all the snow from his clothes and hat, then pushed the wooden door open and walked in. Xuanhuan and the others weren't asleep yet, sitting by the hearth inside chatting. I'll pour you a cup of hot water. Li Xiaomei picked up the kettle and poured a cup of hot water, handing it to Fang Xinghua. Then, she glanced into the yard, but saw that Fang Xinghua had brought no game home. Didn't you catch the fox? Li Xiaomei fetched a stool and placed it next to Fang Xinghua. Fang Xinghua sat on the chair and took a sip of hot water, instantly feeling much warmer. I did. Li Tianyuo took it back. Then, he recounted the experience of capturing the fox earlier. Tomorrow, he will bring the fox pelt over. The fur has a fine luster, and will stockpile it to sell in the town next year. How big was that fox? Li Youcai's wife was curious. Probably 30 or 40 jin. Fang Xinghua could only roughly estimate. The exact weight wasn't clear. Li Youcai's wife was surprised. This fox is really quite large. That fox pelt must be worth a fortune. After finishing her sentence, she looked toward the door of the hall and noticed many animal hides hanging on the bamboo rods there. These hides alone could fetch quite a bit of money. Li Youcai's wife envied them deeply, thinking how truly useless her own husband was. Often entering the mountains all year round, but managing to hunt down only some wild chickens and rabbits, without even hitting a single wild boar. Compared to Fang Xinghua, she felt even more disheartened. Li Youcai's wife is named Sun Chunyan. Her family was from another small town. She married Li Youcai at the age of 18 and, over the years, gave birth to 3 children one after another. She was a rather straightforward person with a temperamental side. Li Youcai was always under her thumb and obeyed whatever she said. Mom, I want to eat peach crumble. Li Laosen swallowed hard, pulling on Sun Chunyan's cotton jacket. Sun Chunyan shot her a glare. You just think about eating. After eating so much just now, your mouth craves more already. You can't eat now. If you eat too much, you'll complain about a stomachache tonight. I want it. Li Laosen pouted, saliva almost dripping. Fang Xinghua patted Li Laosan's little head and then got up to go inside the room, bringing out the peach crumble. Go ahead and eat. There's nothing wrong with it. Children digest quickly. Li Laosen took it into her hands, hugged it, and started munching, looking like a little mouse, incredibly adorable. Her other nickname is Shadow Ding. In rural areas, people name children casually, sometimes naming them things like broom or stool to supposedly make them easier to raise. Everyone warmed themselves by the fire for a while and then returned to their rooms. Due to limited space, there were only 3 rooms available. Sun Chunyan shared a bed with Yang Chunhuan. Xiao Ding slept with Fang Xinghua and Li Xiumei. This made Xiao Ding ecstatic. Sprinting into the room, she quickly took off her shoes and clothes and climbed onto the bed. Apparently exhausted, she fell asleep within minutes. Looking at Xiao Ding sleeping beside him, Fang Xinghua couldn't help but say, "If only I had such an adorable daughter. I think boys are better." Li Xiumei preferred boys. She touched her slightly swollen belly gently. Though she'd been pregnant for only a few months, her body began showing signs of mild swelling, her belly slowly rising. Still, when dressed, it wasn't very noticeable. Lying down, Li Xiumei softly chatted with Fang Xinghua. "This visit from my sister-in-law might be because she wants to give Xiao Ding away to someone else." To give her away? Fang Xinghua felt as if he had heard wrong. Xiao Ding was their own flesh and blood. How could they bear to give her away? Their family is already struggling, and with 3 children, they simply can't afford to raise them all. These children will need schooling in the future, various expenses that they can't handle. And my brother-in-law and sister-in-law do favor boys over girls somewhat. Li Xiumei touched Xiao Ding's little cheek, feeling heartbroken. Xiao Ding had no idea yet that she would soon be given away. Upon hearing this, Fang Xinghua asked, "Who are your sister-in-law planning to give Xiao Ding to?" Li Xiumei shook her head. "I don't know. The family is from the neighboring village. They seem to be surnamed Zhu. I've heard that the couple are in their 50s without a child, so they plan to adopt Xiao Ding." Fang Xinghua looked at the sleeping Xiao Ding. "What a pitiful child. Why don't you speak with your sister-in-law and let us raise her?" This made Li Xiumei pause for a moment before happily asking, "Do you really mean it?" "Yes." Fang Xinghua nodded. Raising her themselves would be better than letting strangers take care of her. If Xiao Ding was adopted by the Zhu family, who knows what hardships she might endure. Besides, he also wanted to raise a daughter. Xiao Ding was cute and obedient. Li Xiumei liked Xiao Ding very much too. She had previously considered adopting her, but hadn't dared to mention it, fearing Fang Xinghua wouldn't agree. Now that Fang Xinghua had agreed, she was delighted. "Then I'll talk to my sister-in-law tomorrow, see if she agrees." The next morning, everyone sat around the hearth warming themselves. Xiao Ding was still asleep, not yet up. Li Xiumei hesitated for half a day before asking Sun Chunyan, "Sister-in-law, Xiao Ding?" Before she could finish speaking, Sun Chunyan apologized somewhat sheepishly. "This child is naughty and troublesome, always causing trouble. She disturbed your rest last night. Today, I'll take her to the Zhu's." "That's not what I meant," Li Xiumei quickly explained, worried that Sun Chunyan misunderstood her. Chapter 123, Pitiful Xiaoting. Sun Chunyan's eyes reddened. "This child is doomed to hardship. When she was in my belly, the whole family suffered. Her grandma broke her leg, her older brother almost drowned in the river, and I nearly lost my life when giving birth to her. Later, a blind man told our fortune, saying she was born on a day of ill omen in an unlucky month and year, meaning she would bring misfortune to our family. Many people suggested we give her away, but I couldn't bear to part with her. She's my own flesh and blood, though there was nothing I could do." After finishing her words, Sun Chunyan's eyes were filled with tears as she began to cry. Seeing her state, everyone began to console her. "There's really nothing that can be done." Yang Chunhuan sighed deeply. Sun Chunyan wiped her tears. "The Zhu family sent someone to inform us. Today I will take Xiaoting over." Li Xiumei had prepared to speak up, but upon hearing this, she kept her mouth shut. Fang Xinghua felt somewhat disappointed. Sun Chunyan had already discussed matters with the Zhu family. Speaking now would already be too late. After finishing their meal, Sun Chunyan left with Xiaoting for the Zhu family in the neighboring village. It wasn't far from Lu's village, just about an hour or two's walk. Fang Xinghua grabbed his hunting rifle, preparing to head into the mountains. Just as he was about to step out of the yard, Li Tinu came, carrying a fox pelt and a piece of thigh meat. "I've brought the skin, and here's some meat for your family to eat. The taste is pretty good. Try something fresh," said Li Tinu, handing the meat to Li Xiumei. Li Xiumei hesitated to take it, feeling uncomfortable. "We have meat at home." "Go ahead and take it," Li Tinu insisted as he directly pushed the meat into Li Xiumei's hands. "Last night, Fang Xinghua and I worked all night." Hearing these words, Li Xiumei went straight to the kitchen, planning to stew it with turnips later that afternoon. "If you're going hunting in the mountains, I'll go with you. Give me a few minutes," Li Tinu told Fang Xinghua, then rushed home to fetch his hunting rifle. Each time Li Tinu hunted with Fang Xinghua, he managed to get some meat to take back home. Now, finally able to eat meat, he naturally wanted to stick close to Fang Xinghua. "All right, go quick then." After speaking, Fang Xinghua slightly cleaned the fox pelt, stretching it out on a branch and hanging it on the bamboo rod outside the main room before stepping out of the courtyard, waiting for Li Tinu by the door. About 10 minutes later, Li Tinu arrived with his hunting rifle, carrying a sickle and some rope. The two set off one after the other towards the forest at the back mountain. As they passed through the firewood mountain, they spotted a figure in the woods crouching behind a rock, holding a hunting rifle in hand, staring intently at a hill not far away. On the hill, there was a wild rabbit about 3 or 4 pounds in size, tiptoeing to nibble on leaves from a tree. Bang! That person fired a shot, the sound echoing through the woods, reverberating through the forest. This kind of gun was a homemade hunting rifle with relatively low power but a loud bang, sounding much like fireworks. Its range, however, was fairly good, reaching approximately 20 meters, making it quite an excellent hunting rifle. But the wild rabbit wasn't hit. Frightened, it sprinted madly into the distant forest, disappearing within the blink of an eye. Wild rabbits are notoriously cunning and very timid. The slightest sound would make them flee instantly, especially with the deep snow making pursuit nearly impossible. Who's there? What are you doing on my family's firewood mountain? Li Tinu shouted. The person turned around, lifting the edge of their cap to reveal themselves. This person was Lu Xiaomei. Lu Xiaomei had come into the mountain because her family was short of food, taking her hunting rifle along. Her aim was average, but far better than Li Tinu's. Who says this firewood mountain belongs to your family? This is clearly ours. Lu Xiaomei's tone carried anger. You have no shame. Look carefully at the boundary marker. That stone right there is the border. Li Tinu flared up instantly. What boundary are you talking about? Your family has secretly moved this stone onto our family's firewood mountain. Take it away quickly, or I'll throw it myself. Lu Xiaomei, who was about to curse, caught sight of Fang Xinghua and decided not to argue further with Li Tinu. I don't want to waste my breath arguing with scum like you. We'll settle this matter when the village head comes over in a few days. Whom are you calling a scoundrel? Say it again if you dare. Li Tinu glared at Lu Xiaomei furiously. The two started shouting at each other, nearly coming to blows. Over the years, the two families had fought many times over the boundaries of their respective firewood mountains. For more than 2 or 3 years, disputes over the boundary never ceased. The village head had intervened several times, yet neither family was satisfied with any of the resolutions. They always found reasons to argue. Fang brother, help us resolve this. Li Tinu is shameless. He deliberately grabs our firewood mountain and then lies, claiming we stole theirs. Lu Xiaomei looked at Fang Xinghua for assistance. I don't know. Fang Xinghua did not want to get involved. It wasn't wise to side with either party, so the best course of action was to say nothing at all and let them argue if they wished. Not even the village chief could resolve the boundary dispute between these two families, much less an outsider like himself. In fact, no one truly knew the exact location of the boundary anymore. Several years ago during summer, a heavy rainstorm caused a landslide that buried the previous boundary markers beneath the rubble. There was simply no way to resolve this issue. It was impossible. The best solution would be to take out their land deeds and remeasure the wooded hills based on specific areas to establish a new boundary line. Fang Xinghua didn't linger any longer. Today he came here to hunt, not to watch them quarrel. Big brother Fang, wait for me. Seeing Fang Xinghua walking further away, Lu Xiaomei stopped arguing with Li Tinu and followed him with her hunting rifle. Li Tinu looked unhappy. Why are you following us? Lu Xiaomei snorted. It's you who's following me and big brother Fang. Go back where you came from, and stop being such a pesky little bug. It's unbearable. Li Tinu was greatly angered. Who are you calling a pesky little bug? Do you have any shame left in you? As Lu Xiaomei continued walking forward, she kept muttering insults under her breath. You're a pesky little bug. Your whole family has no shame. You're just a big brute, strong-armed but simple-minded. Li Tinu was utterly speechless, his frustration evident as he puffed up his cheeks and glared. All he could say was, you call yourself educated, even working as a primary school teacher, yet someone like you corrupts students. The two of them followed behind Fang Xinghua, their arguments continuing unabated, their voices echoing through the entire forest. Can you two just stop it for a moment? Fang Xinghua couldn't take it anymore. If they kept making such a racket, any game nearby would surely flee in terror. Many animals have extremely sensitive hearing. Even the slightest sound from far away could be detected. Only after hearing Fang Xinghua's words did the two fall silent. Though they stopped their verbal spat, they continued glaring at each other, silently expressing their dissatisfaction. Chapter 124, Team Hunt. A few minutes later, after leaving Sha Mountain and entering the forest, there were many more pine trees around, and they were much more lush. Basically, they were all towering trees, with various types of shrubs, most of which were covered by heavy snow, looking like small white mounds. At a glance, aside from the trees, everything was a vast expanse of white, as if they had entered a white world. Crack! A pine branch could no longer bear the weight of the snow and broke, bringing down a large amount of snow with it. Fang Xinghua narrowly avoided being hit, stepping back 2 steps to dodge, but still ended up with quite a bit of snow on his head and coat. Are you okay? Lu Xiaomei quickly came over to help Fang Xinghua brush off the snow from his clothes and hat. Fang Xinghua shook his head. I dodged in time. I'm fine. After finishing, he took off his hat, cleared all the snow off it, and then put it back on his head. They continued moving forward into the surrounding forest, hoping to find 1 or 2 wild rabbits or pheasants. After walking for nearly half an hour and circling around the lush forest, they saw only a few squirrels and found no other prey. The weather was unusually cold, so even many animals had found warm places to hide from the blizzard, making it difficult to find any prey. It seems like we've wasted our time today. Li Tianyuo looked disappointed. When he had come earlier, he had confidently assured his wife that he would definitely bring back some prey. Li Tianyuo worried about going home empty-handed, imagining that he would once again be scolded by his wife, his face filled with helplessness. Lu Xiaomei, however, was very anxious inside. There was nothing left to eat at home. If they couldn't find any prey, they would have to endure hunger for the next few days. Since entering the mountains, they had been wandering in the forest for more than 3 hours, feeling both cold and hungry. Let's take a break. Fang Xinghua saw a cave not far away and decided to rest there for a while before continuing their hunt for prey. This cave was located below a slope, looking rather deep, with a very large opening, making it a great place to shelter from the blizzard. Once inside the cave, he gathered some dry wood and grass to start a fire, the vigorous flames warming his body slightly. Fang Xinghua took out some dried meat from his canvas bag and shared some with Lu Xiaomei and Li Tianyuo. Both were already famished. Seeing the dried meat, they immediately ate it greedily, savoring every bite. Brother Fang, what if we go to Black Dog Mountain? Lu Xiaomei took a bite of her dried meat and said, It's not far from here and may have a lot of prey. We might be able to get a couple. Li Tianyuo immediately opposed the idea. The trails to that place are bad and very steep. In such a huge blizzard, we might lose our lives if we're not careful. You can go alone if you want, don't drag us along. Fang Xinghua glanced toward Black Dog Mountain. The place was closer to the south, with rather steep terrain, and rarely visited by people because it was too dangerous. Last year, a villager had fallen to his death there. If you won't go, fine. Lu Xiaomei added more dry wood and grass to the fire, and then said to Fang Xinghua, Brother Fang, let's go together. Some people aren't even as good as me, just cowards, and would only slow us down. Hearing this, Li Tianyuo got angry and stood up from the ground. You dare call me a burden? Say it again if you dare. Lu Xiaomei wasn't afraid of him at all. What do you want me to say? You're just a coward. Is it that hard to talk about Black Dog Mountain? Just go home. Don't embarrass yourself. Lu Xiaomei was clearly trying to provoke him, and Li Tianyuo indeed fell for it. What's so scary about Black Dog Mountain? Let's go. Who's afraid of whom? Their eyes then turned toward Fang Xinghua. Ultimately, it was still up to him to decide, since he was the most experienced among the three. If he didn't agree, neither Lu Xiaomei nor Li Tianyuo would dare to go either. Let's go. Fang Xinghua felt rested enough and prepared to make the trip to Black Dog Mountain, thinking that perhaps they could indeed find some prey there. The three extinguished the fire, covered it with dirt to ensure it wouldn't reignite, and then left the cave, heading towards the direction of Black Dog Mountain. At first, the mountain forest was relatively flat, but the farther they walked, the steeper the snowy areas became, with various slopes and cliffs appearing. When they reached a straight cliff, Fang Xinghua stopped, looked ahead, and furrowed his brow. To get to Black Dog Mountain, one must take a narrow path along the cliff. This cliff was extremely steep, with a drop of nearly 100 or 200 meters. If someone were to fall from here, they would end up in the mountain ravine below, their body shattered into pieces. The path was very narrow, only about half a meter wide, tightly hugging the side of the cliff. Now it was covered by heavy snow, and only the outline of the road could be barely seen. Let's go through here. Fang Xinghua led the way, his back pressed against the cliff wall as he cautiously tested the ground with his right foot before stepping onto the path and slowly moving forward. To cross this point, they needed to traverse nearly 30 meters until they reached the edge, where Black Dog Mountain's forest awaited. Lu Xiaomei slung her hunting rifle over her shoulder and followed Fang Xinghua's lead to move forward. Li Tianyuo brought up the rear, glancing down at the sheer cliff beneath him as he carefully advanced toward the front. Not only was there heavy snowfall, but the wind was also howling fiercely, making their faces feel as if they were being slashed by a knife. 10 minutes later, the three had successively crossed the narrow path and entered the woods ahead. Just as they looked up, they spotted a wild pheasant. Bang! Fang Xinghua quickly fired, hitting the pheasant square in the head. It flailed twice before falling motionless to the ground. It seemed that Black Dog Mountain was indeed abundant in game. They had managed to catch one as soon as they arrived here, and there were sure to be more prey deeper in the forest. Perhaps even wild goats or boars were lurking within, which, if caught, would provide enough food for several more days. Seeing this, Lu Xiaomei and Li Tianyuo couldn't help but feel envious and hurriedly grabbed their rifles to head further into the woods. Fang Xinghua wasn't in a rush. He placed the wild pheasant into his canvas bag, reloaded the gun, and then continued moving forward. The surrounding forest was lush, with not only various trees, but also some unnamed vines. These vines were thick, some as large as an arm, entwining around the trees and climbing upwards. Many of them had already withered away, waiting to sprout again in the spring. We'll split up here. We'll meet back at this spot later. Be careful on your own. Fang Xinghua said this to Li Tianyuo and Lu Xiaomei up ahead. Both nodded and headed off in different directions. They knew that staying together wouldn't yield many kills. Chapter 125, The Prey of Black Dog Mountain. After making the arrangement, Fang Xinghua headed to a location close to the foot of the mountain. Below was a stream, and despite the biting cold, prey tends to stay at slightly lower positions where they can better withstand the chill. The way down the mountain wasn't easy because the slope was too steep, and every step had to be carefully taken. Otherwise, a slip could cause someone to tumble all the way down. Mimi, about 40 or 50 meters downhill, the bleating of a wild goat rang out, the sound very distinct. Fang Xinghua estimated from the direction of the sound that the location was near the ravine, which was by the stream. Walking beside a large pine tree, he stopped, observing downhill towards the ravine, quickly spotting a wild goat feeding on fiddlehead ferns next to the stream. This kind of grass thrives most in areas with water such as ditches or streams, remaining green even in winter. It could be considered one type of wild vegetable, saving the villagers in the early 60s during the famine when there was nothing else to eat. Even now, many people still hunt for it, especially the tender parts used for stir-frying meat, offering an excellent flavor. Some villagers find these ferns in the mountains, carrying them to the town market for selling, earning some pocket money. Fang Xinghua lifted his rifle, aiming before preparing to shoot, but then noticed several more goats, all plump wild goats. He picked the largest one, quickly aimed, and fired directly. Bang! The bullet pierced through the wind and snow, hitting its target precisely. That wild goat let out a mournful cry, tumbling down onto the ground, rolling down the slope until it landed in the ravine below. The other goats, frightened, fled in all directions. Fang Xinghua didn't take another shot, considering the distance too far and the bullets fighting against the wind, making the chance of hitting unlikely. He needed to conserve ammunition. Besides, carrying just the one already hit goat would require much strength, so he shouldn't get greedy. He followed the direction the wild goat had fallen, walking into the ravine, and soon found it. The goat was lifeless, lying stiff in the ditch, its blood staining the creek red. At least this trip wasn't wasted. Fang Xinghua tied the goat's feet with a rope, dragging it uphill. This wild goat was extremely fat, with its fur weighing at least over 100 pounds, qualifying it as one of the larger goats of its kind. An hour later, he finally dragged the goat back to their arranged meeting point, sitting next to a large pine tree, waiting while taking shelter from the wind and snow for Lu Xiaomei and Li Tianyuo. Brother Fang. Lu Xiaomei's voice came from afar in the mountain forest. Though the wind was strong, Fang Xinghua still heard clearly and looked in that direction but saw nothing but gray mist. Judging by her voice, something must have happened to Lu Xiaomei. Without further thought, he took his rifle and moved swiftly toward that direction. Despite accelerating, his pace was still slow. After a long walk, he spotted a shadow squatting in a muddy ditch. Fang Xinghua approached, finding it was indeed Lu Xiaomei. Looking utterly terrified at the front forest, her body curled up tightly, almost completely covered by snow. Upon seeing him, Lu Xiaomei hastily stood up, gripping his arm tightly, pointing ahead. Just now, I saw a dark figure. Thinking it was Li Tianyuo, I called out twice, but the person ignored me, so I followed along wanting to check who it was. Fang Xinghua found this peculiar. In theory, aside from himself, Lu Xiaomei, and Li Tianyuo, no one else should be in these woods today. How could another person suddenly appear? Lu Xiaomei's voice trembled. When I pursued it here, the man suddenly turned around, staring at me fixedly, and showed an eerie smile. Due to the thick fog, I couldn't clearly see what the man looked like, but I am sure that the man was indeed laughing eerily at me. The laugh was quite terrifying. Fang Xinghua looked in the direction she pointed, but saw nothing except dense fog. Lu Xiaomei's face had gone pale. I was scared and dared not move, staying crouched here calling you. Fang Xinghua glanced at the snow-covered ground in front, but didn't find any other footprints except Lu Xiaomei's. It simply doesn't add up. If anyone else was around, their tracks would have been left in the snow, leaving no trace at all. Did you misjudge? Fang Xinghua asked. Lu Xiaomei shook her head persistently. I didn't make a mistake. That really was a figure, walking in a very strange posture. It was as if he was floating instead of walking. Lu Xiaomei's account was becoming more and more far-fetched. If it truly was a person, it would be impossible for them to float. The fear in Lu Xiaomei's eyes intensified even further. Could we have encountered a ghost? Fang Xinghua found himself caught between laughing and crying. Where would a ghost come from? Lu Xiaomei looked extremely certain. A villager fell to their death on Black Dog Mountain before. It might be the restless spirit of that villager wandering around the woods. Let's head back quickly. Fang Xinghua didn't want to engage in idle chatter. In 2 or 3 hours, it would be dark, and they had to find Li Tianyuo and get back to the village. They couldn't stay here any longer. Lu Xiaomei got up and tried tiptoeing forward but cried out in pain, almost tearing up. I can't go back. While chasing that shadow earlier, I tripped and twisted my ankle here. Fang Xinghua checked her foot and discovered her ankle was indeed swollen, quite badly. Additionally, the skin on Lu Xiaomei's forehead had been broken. She must have hit her head on a nearby tree trunk when she fell. I'll carry you. There was no other option for Fang Xinghua but to bring Lu Xiaomei back as soon as possible. Time was running out, and they needed to get back to the village before nightfall. Okay. Lu Xiaomei smiled happily as she climbed onto his back, hugging his neck tightly. Fang Xinghua sighed inwardly. Despite being hurt so badly, she still seemed cheerful. He stopped thinking too much about it, and carried Lu Xiaomei toward the slope, stepping with utmost caution. If he stumbled once, they would both fall. Getting injured in such deep mountain forests could be very troublesome. After an hour, they finally reached the agreed-upon meeting spot. Fang Xinghua glanced around and saw that the wild goat was still there, but there was no sign of Li Tianyuo. This left him puzzled. The agreed time had already passed, yet Li Tianyuo hadn't returned. They'd just have to wait a little longer. If he didn't return soon, then they'd be in serious trouble. Chapter 126, Carrying the Village Beauty Home. Li Tianyuo. Fang Xinghua shouted at the top of his lungs, but after waiting for a long time, there was still no response from Li Tianyuo. Only the sound of the wind whistling. He regretted it deeply. Knowing what he knows now, he shouldn't have brought these 2 people with him. Now one is injured, and the other is nowhere to be seen. Lu Xiaomei glanced at the goat lying beside her and said enviously, "You're really good. In just a short while, you've already hunted a large wild mountain goat. This must weigh more than 100 pounds. Today had been a wasted trip for her. She hadn't managed to hunt anything, and on top of that, she'd twisted her ankle." Fang Xinghua was about to speak when a figure appeared out of the fog, muttering under his breath. When the figure came closer, they recognized it as Li Tianyuo returning empty-handed. Goodness, such a big goat. Li Tianyuo approached and grabbed the goat's leg, trying to lift it with his hand. There's quite a bit of meat here. How do you always manage to get game? Your luck is too good. Beside him, Lu Xiaomei retorted. It's not just luck. It's because Brother Fang has an incredible aim. Li Tianyuo gave Lu Xiaomei a glance. Looks like you were completely useless. You didn't even manage to catch any animals. Lu Xiaomei wasn't about to let that slide. My foot is injured. If I weren't hurt, I'd definitely be better than you. At the very least, I could have caught a wild chicken or a rabbit. You didn't catch anything. Who says I didn't? Li Tianyuo shook his hunting rifle. On it, tied with a string, was a sparrow weighing about 2 taels, an ancient weight measurement. See? I'm better than you. Lu Xiaomei laughed so hard tears almost rolled down her face. This is ridiculous. Catching a little sparrow, and you still have the audacity to show off in front of me. Li Tianyuo snorted. And what if it's just a sparrow? Sparrows are still meat. Take it home, and we can at least eat a couple bites of it. That's better than you, who returns empty-handed. Fang Xinghua couldn't help but chuckle. Clearly, the sparrow hadn't been shot by the hunting rifle. It had no wounds and appeared to have died from the cold weather. If he brought this bird home, his wife would definitely scold him. It might be better to return empty-handed instead. Li Tiniu glanced at Lu Xiaomei's foot and sighed deeply. Why would a woman go hunting? You should stay home and take care of things there. Now look, this has made you nothing but trouble. Anyway, I'm certainly not going to carry you back. I'll leave shortly. Lu Xiaomei wasn't bothered at all. I don't need you to carry me anyway. Brother Fong will take care of me. Fong Xinghua looked towards the distant forest. The mist was too thick to see anything, and the light had dimmed significantly compared to before. We can't afford to delay anymore. We should head back to the village immediately. After hearing that, Lu Xiaomei stood up without waiting for Fong Xinghua to say anything. She directly climbed onto his back. The three walked to the edge of a cliff and returned along the path they had taken earlier. All the tracks they left before were covered entirely by fresh snow. I'll go first. Carrying Lu Xiaomei on his back, Fong Xinghua carefully treaded along the narrow road, tightly gripping the dry grasses growing from the rock walls. He moved slowly and took breaks frequently, exhausted by the effort. Li Tiniu followed behind, carrying the wild goat on his shoulder. As they crossed the narrow path, the sky began to grow darker. Finally, they returned to the village. You help bring the wild goat back to my house, and I'll take Lu Xiaomei home. Fong Xinghua told Li Tiniu this. All right, Li Tiniu responded, lifting the goat onto his shoulders and walking toward Fong Xinghua's home. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Fong Xinghua finally brought Lu Xiaomei to the gate of her courtyard. Just then, Grandma Lu happened to come out of the yard, holding a basket. Seeing Fong Xinghua carrying Lu Xiaomei on his back, she paused, furrowing her brow. What exactly are you doing? Lu Xiaomei explained how she twisted her foot. Grandma Lu understood the situation now. I told you not to go into the mountains, but you insisted. If it weren't for Zhenghua, who knows what might have happened. It's making me worry to death. Lu Xiaomei smiled. With Brother Fong here, how could anything bad happen? Stop worrying all the time. Fong Xinghua didn't linger, as he still needed to deal with the wild goat. After bidding them farewell, he turned and left. Lu Xiaomei kept watching his departing figure, smiling sweetly. Only after he disappeared did she shift her gaze back inside. Seeing this expression on her daughter's face, Grandma Lu sighed deeply. You should stop acting foolish. Zhenghua is already married. If you keep getting close to him, people in the village will inevitably start gossiping. And that talk can be unpleasant. They can talk all they want. I don't care. Lu Xiaomei didn't seem affected at all, continuing to smile. Speaking of Fong Xinghua, after passing through the village, he returned to his own small, broken courtyard. As soon as he entered, he saw Li Tiniu cleaning the wild goat, already having opened its belly. Yang Chunlan, Li Xiaomei, and Fong Ying were helping out nearby, each of them beaming with joy. This wild mountain goat was sizable enough to feed a family for several days. With this meat, there would be no shortage of food throughout the winter. Li Tiniu looked toward Li Xiaomei, who stood not far away, then lowered his voice and said to Fong Xinghua, Rest assured, I'll keep it a secret for you. Fong Xinghua felt somewhat puzzled. What secret? We didn't do anything that we should feel ashamed about. Li Tiniu whispered. You carried Lu Xiaomei all the way back, essentially sharing intimate contact. If your sister-in-law finds out, she will undoubtedly quarrel with you again. This left Fong Xinghua speechless. What kind of intimate contact was this? It was just a simple act of carrying someone, nothing worth making a fuss over. What are you two talking about? Li Xiaomei approached curiously, picked up a piece of freshly chopped meat from the table, and placed it into the basket beside her. Li Tiniu grinned widely. He just invited me, my wife, and son to eat some mutton, but I declined because I felt shy, yet he insisted on treating us. With that, Li Tiniu left the yard and hurried home to fetch his wife and son for the feast. Fong Xinghua smiled. That Li Tiniu really cared about his wife. Even when enjoying mutton, he didn't forget to invite her along. A few minutes later, the sound of knocking reverberated outside the gate. Fong Xinghua walked over and opened the door, expecting to see Li Tiniu and his family. Instead, standing in front of him were Sun Chunyan and little Do Ding. Come in, Fong Xinghua called, welcoming Sun Chunyan into the yard and finding 2 stools for them. Yang Chunlan hurried over as well. What did the Zhu family say? Sun Chunyan's face carried a hint of frustration. I don't know where the Zhu family heard that little Do Ding brings bad luck to families. When I brought him over, they outright refused to adopt him and asked me to take him away immediately. I got into an argument with them. I can't believe they reneged on their promise. Chapter 127, Not Taking Xiaoding Home. Crack. With a slight sound, the broken wooden door of the room was pushed open slightly, and a little head peeked out. It was Xiaoding. Xiaoding rubbed her eyes and ran out of the room. She glanced at everyone, and then collapsed into Sun Chunyan's arms, closing her eyes as if she were still asleep. Fong Xinghua looked over. This little guy was very cute. Even though she was a country child, her skin was as white and tender as frost, beautifully sculpted, with eyes as bright as stars in the night sky. Mommy will braid your hair. Sun Chunyan held a wooden comb. After combing, she tied 2 small braids with a rubber band. Xiaoding was also vain. She went to the mirror and looked at herself, giggling with a bell-like pleasant sound. Mommy, can I stay at Uncle's place forever? Xiaoding's little face was filled with anticipation. He has a lot of meat. We eat meat every day, and there are fruit candies and peach pastries. Sun Chunyan rolled her eyes at her. You little thing, all you think about is eating. I'll take you back tomorrow. Xiaoding puckered her lips. I don't want to go back. I want to stay and eat meat. Xiaoding began pestering them unceasingly, which made Sun Chunlan very awkward. If you keep making a fuss, I won't bring you to Uncle's house anymore. I'll just stay here at my place from now on, and never go back. Fong Xinghua smiled at Xiaoding. Xiaoding was delighted when she heard this. Okay. Sun Xuanhuan was stunned for a moment, but quickly came back to her senses, somewhat embarrassedly said, "This child always thinks about eating. Her mouth is never idle." Fang Xinghua didn't find it strange. Children naturally have cravings and like to eat good things. Children from all families are the same. We have to go home tomorrow. Sun Xuanhuan sighed, helplessly. I don't know what to do when we get back. This child suffers from discrimination by everyone in the village. Even the children won't play with her. Those kids call her a monster, and every time she plays with them, she comes home crying after being bullied. I dare not let her go out. In fact, the situation was more severe than Sun Xuanhuan had said. This year there were rat plagues, followed by over half a month of snowstorms. Disasters continued, and the ignorant villagers blamed everything on xiaodoubting, calling her a curse, saying she brought disasters to the village. Although Sun Xuanhuan, Li Yukai, and Zheng Jilian's family didn't say much, they deep down thought xiaodoubting was an unlucky person. Xiaodoubting was pitiful. She was only 4 or 5 years old, but because of coincidences and the nonsense talk of a blind fortune teller, at such a young age she experienced an extremely unfair life. You take xiaodoubting to the room. I have something to say to your sister-in-law. Fang Xinghua looked at Li Xiumei. Okay. Li Xiumei took xiaodoubting to the room. I'll find some peach pastries and fruit candies for you. Xiaodoubting, hearing that, swallowed her saliva while following Li Xiumei into the room. Sun Xuanhuan was curious, not knowing what Fang Xinghua would say, so she deliberately sent xiaodoubting away. Fang Xinghua glanced at xiaodoubting's retreating figure and then said to Sun Xuanhuan, I really like xiaodoubting. If you agree, give this child to me to raise. This left Sun Xuanhuan rooted in place for quite a long time without coming to her senses. Yang Chunlan and Fang Ying also froze in surprise. They hadn't expected Fang Xinghua to adopt xiaodoubting. Fang Xinghua said, Don't worry. I will treat xiaodoubting as my own daughter, and I will raise her well. Unable to contain herself, Sun Xuanhuan asked, Are you really planning to adopt xiaodoubting? I have no other intentions. I just want to make sure. Yes. Fang Xinghua nodded. It's true. There's no need for jokes about such things. Both me and Li Xiumei really like xiaodoubting. Sun Xuanhuan immediately beamed with joy. If you truly plan to adopt xiaodoubting, that would be great. Sun Xuanhuan appeared greatly relieved. She didn't want to keep raising xiaodoubting anymore. Her whole family hoped to send xiaodoubting away as soon as possible so that their family could be freed from the villagers' disdainful gazes. Fang Xinghua didn't expect Sun Xuanhuan to be happy like this. Who knows if xiaodoubting was truly Sun Xuanhuan's biological daughter? Sun Xuanhuan hastily said, Then this matter is decided. This time we won't take xiaodoubting home. Let her stay here directly. I believe you will definitely take good care of xiaodoubting. Sun Xuanhuan didn't even think twice before agreeing, fearing that Fang Xinghua might change his mind. Alright then. Fang Xinghua felt deeply sympathetic towards xiaodoubting, who had even been abandoned by her biological mother. Sun Xuanhuan only seemed kind to xiaodoubting on the surface. In reality, she disliked the girl immensely, lacking any semblance of a proper mother's demeanor. That. Sun Xuanhuan hesitated as if she had something to say, but kept holding back. After a while, she finally gathered the courage and said, Xiaodoubting is my biological child after all. When I was negotiating with the Zhu family before, they gave me some money. As soon as Fang Xinghua heard this, he immediately understood. How much do you want? Just name a number. Sun Xuanhuan hadn't really expected much. She just asked out of desperation. But to her surprise, Fang Xinghua agreed to give money. So she secretly rejoiced inside and quickly replied, Since we are relatives, 2,000 yuan would be fine. Yang Chunlan and Fang Ying, standing nearby, couldn't help frowning when they heard this, thinking that Sun Xuanhuan was demanding far too much money. Fang Ying gave Fang Xinghua a subtle wink, signaling him not to agree. Fang Xinghua didn't mind though. Money wasn't the most important thing. If it was gone, he could always earn more. Did I ask for too much? Sun Xuanhuan hurriedly asked. Fang Xinghua responded, It will be 2,000 yuan. However, you must provide a written proof stating that due to financial difficulties in your family, xiaodoubting is being entrusted to my care for adoption. Additionally, we need the village chief to be a witness. Once the blizzard is over, we'll go to the town to transfer xiaodoubting's household registration to our family. Sun Xuanhuan appeared troubled and said, Isn't this too troublesome? You only need to give me the money. There's no need to make things so complicated. Fang Xinghua took a deep breath and said seriously, This is not something to joke about. Without proper documentation and registration, it would simply amount to human trafficking. Fang Xinghua wanted to think long-term. If Sun Xuanhuan's family ever changed their minds, at least they would have evidence and legal documentation. Besides, adopting xiaodoubting must be done through official procedures. Alright then. To get the 2,000 yuan, Sun Xuanhuan reluctantly agreed. I'll go and bring the village chief right now. Fang Xinghua stood up and left the courtyard. Outside, the wind had stopped, but the snow was still falling heavily. The view stretched out wide as far as the eye could see. Chapter 128. Watching a drama and getting caught in it. I'll go with you. Fang Ying came running out of the yard, exhaling warm breath as she walked. The two went one after another toward the village chief's house. Fang Ying sighed. Why did you rush to agree with Sun Xuanhuan? It's not that we don't like xiaodoubting, but Sun Xuanhuan is asking for too much money. That's 2,000 yuan. After finishing, Fang Ying frowned. If we had negotiated properly, we could have saved half the money. Fang Xinghua smiled. There's no need. I genuinely want to adopt xiaodoubting, so it doesn't matter how much money it costs. He had his own considerations, not thinking in terms of profit or loss. The matter of renovating the house could be postponed. Adopting xiaodoubting was more urgent. Other things were secondary. Fang Ying didn't say anything further. Since 2,000 yuan had already been promised, there was no point talking about it now. Just don't tell Xiumei what I said earlier, otherwise, she might be unhappy. After all, Sun Chunyan is her sister-in-law. Fang Ying disliked having conflicts with Li Xiumei. Family harmony was most important. Fang Jingwa chuckled. I won't tell anyone. And anyway, Xiumei isn't that petty. Don't worry. Fang Ying was cautious by nature and would always think twice before speaking or acting, afraid of offending others. A few minutes later, they arrived at the village head's home. As they approached, they saw Zhang Butcher standing outside Lu Xiaomei's house with several relatives and friends. Lu Xiaomei and Grandma Lu were also there, seemingly discussing something. It wasn't until Fang Jingwa moved closer that he realized clearly. Zhang Butcher had come to propose marriage. He held large and small packages of gifts, along with quite a lot of pork. Xiaomei, I will definitely treat you well, Zhang Butcher vowed, patting his chest. If you marry me, I guarantee that you won't suffer any hardships and will live an enviable life admired by all. Lu Xiaomei showed no interest, turning her face away, completely disinterested in Zhang Butcher, who didn't even make the cut. Thinking to herself, Lu Xiaomei thought, how can I marry someone so ugly? Moreover, he's a pig butcher. I'm a primary school teacher, so how can I show my face marrying someone like him? Grandma Lu was smiling broadly, telling Zhang Butcher, that's settled then. Zhang Butcher grinned from ear to ear, feeling thrilled at the thought of taking the beautiful village girl as his own, unable to help strutting proudly. Upon lifting his head, Zhang Butcher noticed Fang Jingwa and wore a smug expression, saying provocatively, your aunt has agreed to marry Xiaomei off to me. You've missed your chance. Don't forget to attend our wedding banquet. Fang Jingwa ignored this statement. What a fool. Why was this guy boasting? Wasn't this a pointless thing to brag about? Besides, why did he mention himself as having lost his chance? In fact, he never intended to pursue Lu Xiaomei. Who says I'm going to marry you? Lu Xiaomei was visibly unhappy. Hearing this, Zhang Butcher immediately became enraged. Why are you backing out? Aunt Lu just agreed. Lu Xiaomei gave a derisive humph. The sight of his arrogance and his repulsive looks infuriated her. It's my mom who agreed, but I didn't. Whom I marry is up to me, and no one else has a say. Zhang Butcher immediately refused to accept this, turning to Grandma Lu. How can a decision be changed so easily? Anyway, I don't care. Once it's agreed upon, it cannot be retracted. I'll try to persuade Xiaomei. Grandma Lu said helplessly to Lu Xiaomei. Listen to me on this. Although he isn't very good looking, he is capable and comes from a wealthy family. Marrying him will ensure a better life for you. It's all for your benefit. Lu Xiaomei refused adamantly. I will not marry him. If you really want me to, then you should marry yourself. Seeing Lu Xiaomei's attitude made Grandma Lu angry right away. What nonsense are you speaking? Marriage arrangements between parents and matchmakers decide these things. Parents always have the final word over their children's marriages. Lu Xiaomei paid no heed to that. This is the new era where people choose their own spouses. So, I refuse unless I personally approve of him, in which case, nothing you say will change my mind. Afterward, she glanced at Fang Jingwa secretly. Are you trying to kill me with anger? How old are you anyway? People your age usually already have several kids. If you keep rejecting proposals, you will end up being unable to marry when you get older. Grandma Lu burst into anger and started berating Lu Xiaomei harshly. Do you think I care if no one marries me? Lu Xiaomei responded indifferently. If I don't marry, so be it. Not getting married is not against the law. Aunt Lu was so angry that she stomped her feet. Lu Xiaomei, listen to what you're saying. This is outrageous. I don't care. This time, you must get married. You are already this old and still unmarried. Everyone in the village is laughing at our family, and I can't bear the shame. I'm going to cook. After finishing her words, Lu Xiaomei returned to the yard directly. You come back here. Aunt Lu shouted. Pretending not to hear, Lu Xiaomei closed the door of the yard. Having no other choice, Aunt Lu turned to Butcher Zhang and said, Xiaomei has a particularly stubborn temperament. Go home first. I will persuade her well. After saying that, Aunt Lu went back into the yard to argue with Lu Xiaomei, and soon after, the sound of quarreling came from inside the yard. Butcher Zhang's face fell. All his earlier excitement was wasted as he had foolishly thought someone like Lin Daiyu would fall into his lap. Soon, his gaze fell on Fang Jingwa, anger flashing in his eyes. Fang Jingwa, this isn't over between you and me. Fang Jingwa was annoyed inside. Is there something wrong with your head? What does this have to do with me? With clenched teeth, Butcher Zhang said. How dare you say it has nothing to do with you? Just now, originally Lu Xiaomei would have agreed to marry me, but when you suddenly showed up, she refused. Then, Butcher Zhang seemed to think of something. I see. You must have known I was coming today to propose, so you deliberately came to ruin my plans. This made Fang Jingwa burst out laughing. Your brain really is broken, and badly at that. Go get some medical help quickly before it completely deteriorates. Ruin my plans, and now you dare to mock me. I'll fight you to the death today. As Butcher Zhang rushed forward to start a fight, he was held back by relatives and friends nearby. Under their persuasion, he eventually left with an unsatisfied grunt. Fang Jingwa had originally wanted to use the opportunity to warm up with a fight, but now there was none. Are you and Lu Xiaomei really? Fang Ying suddenly interjected. Speechless, Fang Jingwa retorted. Do you not trust me too? There's nothing between me and Lu Xiaomei. Chapter 129, Adopting Little Doubting. Fang Ying glanced at Lu Xiaomei's courtyard and said, turning her head, the last time you came to help repair the house, you ended up hitting Mr. Zhang the butcher for Lu Xiaomei's sake. Everyone in the village is already talking about it, and now there's quite a stir, with everyone gossiping, saying some really nasty things. How can you believe those words? After Fang Jingwa finished speaking, he didn't want to explain too much and walked to the village chief's house, knocking on the door. Fang Ying frowned deeply. Just as she was about to continue, the door of the village chief's courtyard opened. "Why have you come? Come inside and sit down quickly." The village chief, who emerged from inside, was very warm and welcoming. "No, we've come to ask for your help." Fang Xinguo wanted to find the village chief as soon as possible to act as a witness and then hand over the money to Sun Chunyan, after which they would be able to adopt Little Doubting. The village chief thought they had come to handle land issues and sighed. "Xinguo, don't make things difficult for me. You and your uncle's land dispute should be handled at the township office." "It's not a land issue." Fang Xinguo explained the entire matter. Upon hearing this, the village chief sighed in relief and took his smoking pipe, following them to the Fang family residence. 20 minutes later, they returned home. Under the assistance of the village chief, Sun Chunyan wrote out the necessary documents, pressed her thumbprint on it, and then signed her name. "Here's 2,000 yuan, please count carefully." Fang Xinguo handed over the prepared money to Sun Chunyan. Sun Chunyan eagerly started counting, her heart blooming with joy at the sight of so much money. She was somewhat greedy, regretting not asking for more, thinking that 2,000 yuan was too little. Fang Xinguo asked, "Is anything missing?" Sun Chunyan shook her head and smiled, saying, "Not a penny is missing, it's exactly right." Fang Xinguo felt relieved. From now on, Little Doubting has no relation to your family, but is my child. Of course. Sun Chunyan maintained a smiling face, feeling like she made a great deal today. Not only did she send off Little Doubting, a burden to her, but she also gained all this money without effort. She planned to save the money and use it for her elder son's education. "Mommy, are you not taking care of me anymore?" Little Doubting suddenly came out from the room, her small eyes full of tears. "I am no longer your mother." Sun Chunyan's voice was cold. Even seeing Little Doubting almost crying, she remained indifferent. "Starting from now, we have no relationship whatsoever." "Wah!" Little Doubting burst into tears, rushing towards Sun Chunyan and tightly grabbing onto her arm. "Mommy, I'll be a good girl in the future. Please don't abandon me." "Let go." Sun Chunyan forcibly pried Little Doubting's hands off. "I've already said it. I'm not your mother anymore." There wasn't even a shred of pity or reluctance in her. Her thoughts were entirely on the money in her pocket. Little Doubting cried even more bitterly, trying to grasp Sun Chunyan's coat corner, but Sun directly dodged, even showing disdain on her face. Seeing Little Doubting's tear-streaked face, Fang Xinguo's heart suddenly softened. Was what he was doing too cruel? But when he saw Sun Chunyan's attitude toward Little Doubting, the bone-deep indifference, such thoughts of guilt disappeared. Sun Chunyan and her family treated Little Doubting as an unlucky person, neglecting her and letting her suffer many hardships. In helping Little Doubting escape from this miserable life, Fang Xinguo believed he was indeed aiding her. Moreover, if he didn't adopt Little Doubting, Sun Chunyan would give her away to someone else anyway. "I must go back today." Sun Chunyan felt uneasy, worried that Fang Xinguo might change his mind later. After chatting casually for a few moments, she left hurriedly with her basket without eating anything. "Mommy!" Little Doubting cried out and chased after her, falling onto the snow-covered ground as soon as she reached the courtyard. Fang Xinguo quickly picked Little Doubting up from the ground and gently brushed the snowflakes off her padded jacket. Little Doubting's padded jacket was very old, patched with various bits and pieces, leaking wind from many places. He remembered that the last time he visited Sun Chunyan's home, her eldest and second son were both wearing warm padded jackets, while only Little Doubting wore ragged clothes. It was clear that her family cared nothing for Little Doubting. "When the road to the town reopens, I will buy you a beautiful new padded jacket, okay?" Fang Xinguo gently touched Little Doubting's small head. In the next moment, Little Doubting stopped crying and wiped her tears with her small hands. Her sadness turned into laughter as she revealed her two little tiger teeth and began bouncing around excitedly. "Can I wear new clothes?" From birth, Little Doubting had never worn new clothes. Whatever she had on were previously owned by her older brothers, passed on to her when they no longer needed them. Hearing that she could have new clothes, her small eyes sparkled with boundless expectation. "By then, I'll buy you 2 pieces. Fang Xinguo smiled as he said this. 2 pieces? That's great. I'm going to have new clothes, and not just 1 but 2. Little Doubting hopped around the main room, completely forgetting that her mother had abandoned her. Li Xiaomei, Yang Chunlan, and Fang Ying found Little Doubting's adorable behavior heartwarming. With another person now added to the household, along with Fang Ying and Little Hu, the dilapidated yard was livelier than ever, filled with laughter in the main room. From the original 3 people, the family had grown to 6, and there was still 1 more on the way in Li Xiaomei's belly. Though the family life seemed perfect, Fang Xinguo felt an even heavier burden, being the sole provider for so many people by hunting alone. That evening, Fang Xinguo and Li Xiaomei talked about house repairs in their room. "The house can't be repaired next year." Li Xiaomei sighed regretfully. "Don't worry, I'll find a way." Fang Xinguo didn't want to disappoint her. "They must build a brick house next year. Forget it, we can make do with this place. We'll repair it when we have more money later." After saying this, Li Xiaomei covered Little Doubting with a blanket, then lay down beside her to sleep. Fang Xinguo knew what she was thinking. They had saved quite a bit of money, nearly several thousand yuan, but much of it was spent on adopting Little Doubting, leaving no funds for renovations. For the next half-month, Fang Xinguo went into the mountains every day to hunt, returning with game almost every time, mostly wild rabbits and pheasants, though occasionally he managed to bag a mountain goat or 2. This winter finally came to an end. Little Doubting gradually grew accustomed to her new home, where everyone treated her like family, pampering her as if she were a little princess. The person who loved Little Doubting the most was Fang Xinguo. He had fully taken her in as his own daughter. At times, Little Doubting would miss her old home, but this clever little girl could always be cheered up with just a couple of fruit candies. Time flew by, and before anyone knew it, it was the end of the year. On the 30th day of the 12th lunar month, Fang Xinghua, Yang Chunlan, and Fang Ying got up early in the morning to clean the broken-down courtyard. Chapter 130. Year-End Ancestral Worship. Here, the year-end and the beginning of the year during Spring Festival are the most important. On this day at year-end, all the delicious food is taken out to make a full table. In the afternoon, every family will bring their prepared dishes to the ancestral hall for worship. The ancestral hall is shared by everyone. As long as one belongs to the village, the ancestral tablets and relatives can be placed in the hall. They are worshipped on festivals and holidays to express remembrance of ancestors and loved ones. During each year's ancestral worship, every household brings much wine and meat. But this year, with natural disasters, most families barely have enough food, so naturally, the feast isn't as sumptuous as before. Inside the ancestral hall, many villagers arrive gradually, placing the wine and dishes on the wooden tables in front of the tablets before starting the ancestral worship. The village chief's family was the earliest to arrive. They came by noon, finished the worship, and then started maintaining order. Following that, families like Li Tianyuo, Lu Xiaomei, Fang Guokai, Fang Guogui, and even the Green Hat family came one after another to offer sacrifices. They placed the food on their own tables, some already beginning to eat, others still worshipping. Fang Dage's family doesn't seem to have come. Lu Xiaomei muttered under her breath. Li Tianyuo overheard from not far away. After putting a piece of meat in his mouth and taking a sip of liquor, he said, "Their family must have made a lot of dishes. Probably the dishes aren't done yet. I'll get to piggyback on their meat later." Many people envied them deeply, eyeing the pitiful few slices of meat in the bowls on the table, too reluctant to pick up chopsticks and eat. In previous years, the Fang Guokai family always had a big spread with plenty of meat and fish on such days. But this year, there wasn't even a trace of meat on the table, just boiled radishes, sour cabbage potatoes, and stir-fried cabbage. Moreover, no drop of oil could be seen in their dishes. Each year, Fang Guokai would boast loudly about his offerings. This year, though, upon entering the ancestral hall, he didn't say a word, keeping his head down, his face grim. Meanwhile, in Fang Xinghua's dilapidated courtyard, Li Xiaomei finishes cooking the last dish and places it carefully on the table in the main room. Fang Xinghua packs all the dishes into a wicker basket, which becomes heavier with each additional bowl. Yang Chunlan and Fang Ying help nearby, sweating profusely but smiling happily. In past years, when our family was poor, we brought only a few sad dishes to the ancestral worship, and our ancestors surely weren't pleased. This year, with so many dishes, we can finally make up for it. Yang Chunlan looked at all these dishes and felt very satisfied. After everyone packed up all the dishes, they locked the yard and hurried to the ancestral hall. Little Dojing pulled Fang Xinghua's hand while munching on candy, skipping along like a little sparrow, humming a nursery rhyme. Little swallow, wearing flowered clothes, comes here every spring. I ask, why do you come? The swallow says the spring here is the most beautiful. Dojing's bell-like voice rang through the snowy wind. After nearly 20 minutes, they reached the entrance of the ancestral hall. The Fang Xinghua family has arrived. Someone shouted. A number of people inside the hall glanced toward the gate while picking at their rice, murmuring, "My goodness, they've carried the dishes using a basket. There must be so much food." Everyone became very curious, looking at Fang Xinghua and Fang Ying's laden baskets. Li Tianyuo stood up directly from his stool, walked over, and peered into the basket, drooling instantly. "It smells so good. So much meat." Fang Xinghua put the basket down and began taking out the dishes one by one. The table for the worship was large, a substantial square wooden table made of sturdy timber coated with a layer of thin varnish, accommodating numerous dishes. Isn't this pork? Such a large pig elbow. And there's deer meat, fish, bear, fox, wild chicken, rabbit, chicken, roe deer. For every dish Fang Xinghua brought out, Li Tianyuo announced the name of the dish. No one in attendance could stay seated. Altogether, there were over 20 different kinds of dishes, each a different kind of meat. The entire table was filled. Villagers looked down at their own tables, shaking their heads and sighing in regret. Some villager families managed to put 1 or 2 dishes of meat, but the quantity was pitifully small. Observing Fang Xinghua's family, each bowl of meat was brimming, and the rich aroma could be smelled from afar. Some families had merely radishes, cabbages, and potatoes without even a single piece of meat. Many villagers secretly swallowed saliva, trying not to feel awkward and hastily returned to eating their own food, but it instantly lost its flavor. Fang Big Brother really has skills. From a distance, Lu Xiaomei watched Fang Xinghua and the full table of abundant meats. Old Lady Lu sighed softly as she ate a mouthful of cornmeal rice. Mr. Zhang the butcher can't compare. He's too far behind. Little sister Lu also sighed. It's all my fault for lacking foresight back then, but there should still be a chance. At the same time, Fang Guokai and his son Fang Jinhong looked grim, with jealousy in their eyes. Fang Guokai spat on the ground. Show off. What's so great about that? This was overheard by Li Tianyuo, who glanced at Fang Guotsai's table and said pointedly, "If your family lacks ability, don't criticize others for showing off. It's disgraceful." Fang Guokai threw the bowl in his hand onto the table and stood up, pointing at Li Tianyuo. "Who are you talking about? Say it again if you dare. Am I wrong?" Li Tianyuo took another big bite of his meal, stood up from his stool, and faced Fang Guokai. "Isn't it true? Your family doesn't even have meat to eat anymore, and the cabbage on your table is stolen from my house. Don't think I don't know." These words caused many people to look at the Fang Guokai father-son duo with odd expressions. "You're full of crap. Prove it if you dare." Fang Guokai slammed the table hard. Li Tianyuo didn't back down one bit. Of course there's proof. It's on the cabbage itself. It's ironclad evidence. Fong Guokai sneered. What's so different about this cabbage compared to ordinary ones? You're slandering us. If you don't bring out the evidence today, I won't let you off. I'd rather skip celebrating the new year than deal with this. Li Tianyuo calmly replied. 2 days ago when I went to the field, I saw many bugs on the cabbages. So, I sprinkled a lot of insecticide on them. That's the proof. Go ahead and eat. You'll all lie down flat once your whole family eats it. Puchi, sitting on the stool eating, upon hearing that insecticide had been applied to the cabbage, Fang Jinhong immediately spit out the stir-fried cabbage that he'd just put in his mouth. The insecticide was extremely toxic and effective for 10 days. Before the toxicity dissipates, if someone consumes it, they will be poisoned, and hospitals won't be able to help. Seeing this, everyone understood. Fang Jinhong dared not continue eating, clearly proving that their cabbage had indeed been stolen from Li Tianyuo's field. Chapter 131. I want to be friends with you. Li Tianyuo grinned. Now that we have evidence, what else do you have to say? Your whole family are thieves. Fang Guokai refused to admit it. Don't blame us here. Empty words are no evidence. What kind of proof is this? Li Tianyuo said. Then why did Fang Jinhong spit out all the cabbage just now? Clearly, he knew the cabbage was poisonous and therefore dared not eat it. This left Fang Guokai speechless, unable to defend himself. At this moment, Fang Jinhong stepped forward. I just ate a bug, so I spat it out. All right then, if your family eats the plate of cabbage, that will prove your innocence, Li Tianyuo confidently said. Fang Guokai and Fang Jinhong didn't dare touch their chopsticks because the cabbage had indeed been stolen from Li Tianyuo's field. What are you waiting for? Eat quickly. Li Tianyuo continued to urge them, his voice getting louder each time, echoing throughout the ancestral hall. Fang Guokai and Fang Jinhong sat there in silence, dark faces, without saying a word. The villagers, witnessing this scene, all understood. The plan you suggested is really smart. Look at how miserable those two father and son look. It's satisfying. Li Tianyuo chuckled and told Fang Jinghua. Fang Jinghua didn't respond but hurriedly prepared for the ancestor worship ceremony, burning paper money, lighting 3 incense sticks, and bowing deeply 3 times by the table. These were old customs, rituals of respect passed down by the elders, not superstition, but a cultural practice showing reverence to the ancestors. It was your idea, wasn't it? Lu Xiaomei looked at Fang Jinghua and smiled. That's why I thought a man as strong and clumsy as him couldn't be so clever. I initially thought his brain was finally working. Li Tianyuo felt agitated. Lu Xiaomei, I haven't offended you. Why insult me? Lu Xiaomei smiled faintly. I am not insulting you. I'm complimenting you. The relationship between the two families was originally poor, and they started arguing openly. Aunt Lu and Mrs. Li Tianyuo also joined in. For a while, the entire hall echoed with voices of quarreling. This lasted nearly 10 minutes. Everyone shut up. The village chief could no longer tolerate it, roaring loudly. Today is Ancestor Worship Day, the New Year's Eve. Can't you give it a rest? If you don't want to celebrate the new year, others do. Hearing these words, the two families stopped arguing, but their faces remained full of anger, seemingly preparing to settle the score after the holiday. On Fang Jinghua's side, after finishing the ancestral worship, the family gathered around the table, eating meat heartily. This is good. It would be nice if every day were like the spring festival, little Dowsing said, holding a bowl, continually putting meat into her mouth until she drank water to swallow. She went on eating without stopping, acting as an adorable little foodie. When she was at the lease, she had never eaten so much meat. She stared wide-eyed at the sight. Since arriving at Fang Jinghua's house, she had enjoyed meat daily. In just half a month, she became slightly plumper and no longer looked skinny. Little Hu also ate incessantly while shouting loudly how good it tasted. Many children from the villagers surrounded Fang Jinghua's table, staring intently and even drooling over the food. They saw the fatty, tender meat and wished they could rush over and grab it. Half an hour later, after Fang Jinghua's family finished their meal, looking at the remaining food, they felt regretful. According to rural customs, anything brought for ancestral worship, whether meat or wine, couldn't be taken back home. It's such a waste leaving this much. Wife and son, come over here. Li Tianyuo beckoned his wife and son, carrying chairs and cutlery to sit next to Fang Jinghua's table, beginning to feast heartily. These are the leftovers from our meal. Is it right to eat them? Yang Chunlan couldn't help but say. Li Tianyuo picked up a piece of bear meat, his face full of oil as he chewed, saying, "We're country people. There's no need to follow too many formalities." His wife laughed and added, "What's wrong with leftovers? They are way better than what we usually eat unless you don't want to share with us." Having no other choice, Yang Chunlan awkwardly responded, "Then please go ahead and eat. This meat cannot be taken back." Li Tianyuo's family showed no restraint, feasting voraciously. Especially Li Tianyuo himself, who deliberately hadn't eaten enough earlier, was now enjoying the fang's meat, knowing there would definitely be plenty left over. There was still a lot of meat left on the table, certainly too much for just Li Tianyuo's family to finish. One of the village children mustered the courage to approach, grabbed a piece of meat, and put it in his mouth. Seeing no one complained, he began to eat freely. Other kids soon gathered around and started eating the meat from the table. After half an hour, having eaten to their satisfaction, Li Tianyuo's family observed the leftover food, feeling it wasteful to leave it behind. "You little brats, stop saying ing for me," Li Tianyuo shouted loudly. The children were not afraid of him at all. More kids joined in, making the scene very lively. The parents of those children hurriedly shouted, "Are you reincarnated hungry ghosts? How could you do such a shameful thing on New Year's Eve?" But the children completely ignored them and vied for the meat enthusiastically. The parents had no way to stop them. only being able to curse awkwardly. Let them eat, xuanhuan said. Hearing this, the parents stopped talking. Zhang Zhenghua felt an urgent need to relieve himself. After leaving the ancestral hall, he went to a toilet outside. He walked in and comfortably finished his business, then walked out without noticing that someone was standing at the door, almost bumping into them. Upon closer inspection, he saw it was Lu Xiaomei. Lu Xiaomei's face carried a tender smile. Big brother Fong, how are you now? Hearing this, Fong Zhenghua was startled for a moment, as he had no idea why she suddenly said this. He had always been fine. I want to be with you. Lu Xiaomei's face slightly reddened, showing 2 rosy patches, appearing rather shy. This made Fong Zhenghua speechless. What kind of joke was this? He already had a wife. Wasn't she suggesting an affair? Fong Zhenghua had no thoughts about her at all. To be honest, compared to Lu Xiaomei was still lacking in looks. Besides, he was a proper man. How could he possibly get involved with someone else while having a wife? At this moment, a shadow suddenly jumped out from the corner of the wall. All right, I finally caught you two doing such indecent things. Fong Zhenghua immediately recognized the voice as belonging to Fong Zhenhong. Was this guy asking for a beating? It had been a few days since he last beat him. Maybe his skin was itching. You have the guts to say that again. Fong Zhenghua prepared to throw a punch. Even though it was New Year's Eve today, he intended to give him a good thrashing. Seeing Fong Zhenghua getting ready to hit him, Fong Zhenhong ran towards the ancestral hall, intending to tell everyone about this. Today, all the villagers were in the ancestral hall, which Fong Zhenhong considered the best opportunity to take revenge on Fong Zhenghua. If this matter was confirmed, according to village rules, Fong Zhenghua would be put in a pig cage. Smack! Fong Zhenghua kicked up his foot directly. The kick landed squarely on Fong Zhenhong's butt, causing him to fall flat on his face. Fong Zhenhong quickly got up, preparing to escape, but Fong Zhenghua gave him no chance, immediately throwing a series of punches. Murder! Fong Zhenhong kept shouting, trying to attract everyone in the ancestral hall over. Chapter 132, I'll break your legs. In the ancestral hall, the villagers were chatting and gossiping about trivial matters. I seem to hear someone shouting for help. Mrs. Li Tianyuo glanced toward the gate, but saw nothing. Nonsense. Where is there any sound? Mr. Li Tianyuo patted his full stomach contentedly. It had been a long time since he had eaten so much, feeling very comfortable. After speaking, he added, do you know what kind of life Fong Zhenghua leads? We all live frugally every day, tightening our belts, but his family indulges in fish and meat. Mrs. Li Tianyuo sighed involuntarily. That's because you're not capable enough. Am I not capable? When Mr. Li Tianyuo heard this, he felt boo-foo cheap, indignant. Is it that none of us villagers have any ability? Fine, we are all waste, all right. The villagers inside the ancestral hall glared at him when they heard this. Their quarrel involved all the villagers, cursing everyone. Outside the ancestral hall, Fong Zhenhong was beaten until his nose bled and his face was bruised. He was covered in mud, looking utterly wretched. Fong Zhenhua stared at him. If you dare to spread nonsense again, I'll break your legs. Fong Zhenhong wiped the blood from his nose with his sleeve and noticed some wind blowing through his mouth. Touching his mouth, he realized one of his front teeth was missing and blood flowed out. Every time he caused trouble for Fong Zhenghua, he never gained any advantage, just like this time. At this moment, the village chief came out and, seeing Fong Zhenhong in a battered state, asked curiously, what happened to you? How did you end up like this on New Year's Eve? Fong Zhenhong, having decided to gamble everything, pointed at Fong Zhenghua and said, I just saw Fong Zhenghua behaving secretly with Lu Xiaomei. They were committing adultery. I intended to tell everyone, but he immediately started beating me. Chief, you must uphold justice. This isn't the first time I've been beaten. The injuries from last time haven't even healed yet. The chief smoked 2 drags of his tobacco pipe and asked Fong Zhenghua and Lu Xiaomei, is this true? Lu Xiaomei quickly shook her head. Fong Zhenhong is just spreading lies. Fong Dage, older brother Fong, and I have a clear relationship. Nothing like this has happened. I personally witnessed it, insisted Fong Zhenhong. Shut up, snapped the village chief irritably. Everyone knows you bear a grudge against Fong Zhenghua. Can't you stay quiet even on New Year's? Today's the Spring Festival Eve. Don't bring such trivialities to me. Saying this, the chief directly went into the restroom. Fong Zhenhong almost bit his back molar off with anger, as he had seen it with his own eyes, yet the chief refused to believe him. He rushed inside the ancestral hall, loudly shouting, I personally saw Fong Zhenghua and Lu Xiaomei commit adultery outside. Upon hearing these words, the room fell silent, and everyone turned their gaze toward Fong Zhenghua and Lu Xiaomei, who had just entered from outside. However, soon after, no one paid Fong Zhenhong any attention, continuing to crack sunflower seeds and chat leisurely. Why won't you believe me? Fong Zhenhong shouted aloud. Still, no one acknowledged him. Li Tianyuo looked at Fong Zhenhong as if he were an idiot. If you intend to slander someone, think about it logically. Everyone in the village knows that Butcher Zhang already proposed to Lu Xiaomei's family, and Grandma Lu agreed. How could she possibly do such a thing? You're truly stupid. I personally witnessed it, protested Fong Zhenhong bitterly. It can't be wrong. Fong Zhenghua couldn't endure it anymore. He had to beat Fong Zhenhong's mouth to pulp today because the earlier hit wasn't hard enough. He grabbed the stool on the ground and threw it at Fong Zhenhong. Fong Zhenhong was scared stiff and dodged hastily, but tripped over a table beside him and landed on his back. He quickly scrambled up and fled far away while pushing the nearby tables aside. Inside the ancestral hall, chaos reigned, and the place was in disarray. What are you doing? Seeing the scene, the village chief walked in, fuming with rage. A pleasant reunion dinner for the New Year's Eve was ruined this way. Fong Zhenghua replied, his father does not discipline him, so I will step in to teach him a lesson. Hearing this, Fang Guokai yelled obscenely. Do you think you are who? And you actually dare to teach my son a lesson, and now look what you've done to him. I'll fight you today. With that, he picked up a stool intending to hit, although it was merely bluffing. He didn't dare to really fight Fang Jinghua, because once a fight broke out, Fang Jinghua would disregard whether or not Fang Guokai was an elder. What are you doing? The chief seized the stool from Fang Guotsai's hand and tossed it to the side, saying, Fang Jinhong is causing trouble, and how come you, being past your 30s, follow suit? Aren't you ashamed? Fang Guokai was dissatisfied. Fang Jinghua went too far. He injured my son like this and wants to continue harming him. The chief had a headache. He stopped Fang Jinghua. Let it go for my sake. Let's all spend the new year peacefully. In the future, you can deal with Fang Jinhong as you wish, but today is New Year's Eve. Fang Jinghua, considering the village chief's face, intended to let it go today and temporarily spare Fang Jinhong, leaving him for future retribution. Under the chief's persuasion, the matter finally came to an end. Although Fang Jinhong was not content in his heart, he realized that continuing the commotion would serve no purpose and only invite more beatings. Therefore, he slunk away from the ancestral hall. I'll report you to the town sooner or later. Fang Guokai glared at Fang Jinghua with anger, but his mouth moved in front of Fang Jinhong. Fang Jinghua didn't give it a second thought. This was not even close to being a major issue. The police station in the small town might not care about such matters anyway. It was already late into the night. Fang Jinghua and Li Xiumei placed the empty bowls in a basket and carried them home. Many villagers stayed behind to spend the New Year's Eve vigil there. After returning to their dilapidated courtyard, Fang Jinghua's family gathered around the fire pit roasting themselves by the warmth. They ate fruits, candies, peanuts, and sunflower seeds while chatting. You should be careful not to hit so hard next time. If you cripple Fang Jinhong, we'll have serious trouble. Yang Chunlan expressed some worry, fearing that Fang Jinghua wouldn't know his own strength and create a big incident. Beside her, Fang Ying cracked a sunflower seed. The entire Fang family deserves a good lesson. They need to be beaten, and if they get crippled, so be it. Fang Ying knew how despicable they were. Before she got married, she once went to the back mountain to look for pig fodder and was pushed down from a rock ledge by Fang Jinhong, breaking her arm. Later, Yang Chunlan went to argue with the Fang Guokai family, but they retaliated, claiming that Fang Ying had intentionally framed them, having fallen on her own, unrelated to Fang Jinhong. They further accused Fang Ying and Yang Chunlan of deliberately trying to extort money from their family. Yang Chunlan couldn't hold her ground against them, so she could only swallow her resentment silently. There had been many similar incidents over the years, with the Fang Guokai family frequently bullying them. I think none of their family members are good either. Li Xiumei held Little Do Ding in her arms and peeled peanuts. Little Do Ding didn't eat them but ran to Fang Jinghua and shoved them all into Fang Jinghua's hands. Chapter 133. Paying respects on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Such a good girl. Fang Jinghua patted Little Doubting's little head and took out 10 yuan from his pocket. Here, this is your New Year's money. Little Doubting was ecstatic. After receiving it, she opened her little padded jacket and placed it inside her inner clothing. This was the first time Little Doubting had ever received New Year's money. Xiaohu, this is for you. Fang Jinghua also gave Xiaohu 10 yuan as New Year's money. Xiaohu hastily accepted it, but before he could even feel its warmth, Fang Ying had already taken it away. I'll keep this for you, for later. Give it back to me. Xiaohu quickly stretched out his hand to grab it, tears brimming in his eyes, and began to cry. Don't cry. Fang Ying's tone was severe. Xiaohu could only suppress his crying and looked pitifully discontented. He'd been looking forward to New Year's money before the holiday, and finally when it was within reach, it was gone. Fang Ying said, children can easily lose money. I'll hold on to it for you and give it to you later. Xiaohu didn't believe it at all. You always say that, but you've never given me my New Year's money. Every time you take it, not a cent is left. Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Even Fang Ying herself couldn't help but laugh, rolling her eyes at Xiaohu. Your food and clothes? All require money to buy. Isn't that enough? It's different. Xiaohu clung to Fang Ying, trying to grab the money back. His hand got slapped, and he eventually calmed down. Tonight was the night for staying up late to welcome the new year. Initially, everyone was spirited, but as the clock approached midnight, everyone started feeling drowsy. I'm going to set off firecrackers. Fang Jinghua went into the room and took out the firecrackers bought earlier. He then came out to the courtyard, hung them on a wooden stake under the eaves, and lit the fuse. The sound of firecrackers in the yard was deafening. The acrid smell of gunpowder spread around, and there were firecracker fragments scattered everywhere on the ground. Everyone stood by the front door of the main hall, covering their ears with their hands, waiting until the noise stopped. With the arrival of the new year, everyone was happy, their hearts filled with anticipation for better days ahead. Go to sleep now. We still have to pay respects tomorrow morning, so get up early. Yang Chunlan locked the courtyard gate from the inside and urged everyone to return to their rooms to sleep. The next morning, Fang Jinghua got up early. He put firecrackers, alcohol, and incense paper into the basket. He also carried half a bottle of liquor and a few wine glasses. Besides these items, there were peanuts, sunflower seeds, and fruit candies. Nothing was forgotten. Additionally, Yang Chunlan brought some pig head meat, pig feet, and pig liver. Once everything was prepared, the family headed to the rear mountain to visit the graves. Today the storm had subsided, there was no wind, and the heavy snowfall had ceased. The mist in the sky dispersed, and the long-awaited sunlight shone down, relieving some of the oppressive atmosphere that previously enveloped the village and forests. The snow on the ground was still thick and just beginning to melt slowly. It was especially cold during this melting period. The temperature was at least around -10 degrees Celsius. Everyone was dressed warmly in thick cotton jackets. The one wearing the most layers was xiuxian. She was pregnant and had a weaker constitution, so Fang Xinghua forced her to wear 2 cotton coats. Villagers in the area had gradually started heading out to pay respects, carrying offerings as they moved towards the graves. On the way, Fang Xinghua's group encountered several villagers who decided to walk together. The road leading to the back mountain was marked with footprints left by the villagers. The mix of snow and mud made the path very slippery. Upon reaching the graveyard, Fang Xinghua put down the basket, took out the offerings, and placed fruits, candy, and meat in front of the tombstones. Then he poured a glass of wine and set it aside. Next, using matches, he lit the joss paper and stuck 3 sticks of incense in the cracks of stones beside the gravestones. Xuanhuan and xiuxian bowed respectfully before the tombstones one after another. Seeing that they had finished, Fang Xinghua hung the firecrackers on a nearby tree branch and lit them. The sharp crackling of firecrackers echoed across the entire cemetery. Little Doubting and Xiao, who loved watching the firecrackers explode the most, standing far away and intently staring at the explosions. They then paid respects at the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th graves. These tombs belonged to Fang Xinghua's father, grandfather, and grandmother. They were visited every year. Among these, there was one particularly small grave, almost like a little mound, without even a gravestone, only a pile of rocks built upon it. Whose tomb is this? Fang Xinghua couldn't help but glance at it. It was too simple and plain. Yang Chunlan burned a couple of sheets of joss paper and added 3 incense sticks. This is your Uncle Yeo's grave. He froze to death while hunting in the mountains. When we found him, his body had been mutilated beyond recognition by wolves. He was only 18 years old when he died. Upon hearing this, Fang Xinghua took out more joss paper from the basket and burned extra quantities. You're quite early. Li Tianyu, along with his wife and son, climbed up from the foot of the mountain. In his hand was a bamboo basket containing a meager few pieces of meat and a small half bottle of liquor. Upon seeing how much meat Fang Xinghua's family had brought, Li Tianyu hurriedly finished worshipping with his wife, then joined Fang Xinghua's group sitting by the hay pile to chat. Fang Xinghua built a fire on an open patch of ground, gradually warming his body. Today was the first day of the Lunar New Year, so no one worked. It was just for eating, drinking, and enjoying oneself. Until the 7th day of the new year, the villagers would have leisure time. Didn't your uncle's family come? Li Tianyu was eating the meat from Fang Xinghua's bowl, piece after piece, wolfing it down as though he feared others would snatch it away. Seeing this, Li Tianyu's wife felt ashamed and nudged him. Why are you pushing me? What for? Li Tianyu seemed somewhat impatient. His wife was embarrassed. Are you reincarnated as a starved ghost? Leave some behind. Don't eat it all. Li Tianyu picked up another bowl, stuffing the meat into his mouth, smearing grease all over his face. Do you know anyone who takes back the food or meat that was brought for grave worship? We can only go home after everything has been eaten. Fang Xinghua's family brought so much they won't be able to finish it. It'd be a waste to throw it away, so I'm helping them out. Li Tianyu is right. Yang Chunlan smiled at Li Tianyu's wife and said, you and your child should also eat some. Consider it lending us a hand. Hearing Yang Chunlan's invitation, Li Tianyu's wife didn't refuse anymore, and she led her child to roast by the fire while chatting and eating with everyone. Fang Xinghua's group was also enjoying themselves by the bonfire, feeling very comfortable. Brother Fang, you're here too. Lu Xiaomei greeted them. Xiaomei, bring your auntie over to warm yourselves by the fire. Yang Chunlan called out. Sure. Lu Xiaomei came with her several younger brothers, followed by Grandma Lu. At this moment, Uncle Fang Guoguo's family also arrived, filling up the area around the fire pit. Everyone ate and drank while chatting warmly. Besides, a few more villagers came over to join in, happy not only to roast by the fire but also to enjoy the food provided, naturally making the gathering lively. Chapter 134, Hunting Appointment. Zhenghua, after the New Year celebrations are over, let's go deep into xiuxian Mountain for a hunt. One of the villagers said. The other villagers also chimed in. This time we're going to prepare for a big one. There are a lot of wild boars deep in xiuxian Mountain. Although it's a bit dangerous, with all of us going together and supporting each other, there shouldn't be any problems. How do you know there are so many wild boars deep in xiuxian Mountain? Fang Xinghua was curious. Few people went to xiuxian Mountain, so logically the villagers shouldn't know much about the area. The villager who spoke earlier looked mysterious. I heard this from a relative in the neighboring village. That relative went hunting with some villagers, and they ventured deep into xiuxian Mountain. They saw a lot of wild boars another game. They went in with more than 10 people and were stuck in the mountains for a night. 2 people froze to death that evening. If it's so dangerous, isn't that just looking for death? Li Tianyu snorted. The villager continued. Look at what you're saying. They went in during a blizzard. Now the snow has stopped, and soon it will melt, making it safer to enter the mountain. All right, I'll go with you when the time comes. Fang Xinghua agreed. Last time, he easily hunted an animal on the outskirts of xiuxian Mountain. If they ventured further in, there would surely be more game. Such a good opportunity is something he wouldn't want to miss. His whole family relied on him to provide through hunting, so he must try every possible way to catch more prey. Fang, big brother, take me along when the time comes. Lu Xiaomei also wanted to join. Li Tianyu burst out laughing. You better not come again. Last time, because of you, we almost didn't make it back to the village. Lu Xiaomei retorted. Last time was my mistake. Next time, I'll definitely pay more attention and won't hold Fang, big brother, back. Lu Xiaomei wanted to go not only to get some game, but also to find out who the person they encountered in xiuxian Mountain was. This question had been keeping her up at night. Each time she thought of that person, she broke out in cold sweat, and the more scared she got, the more curious she became. While everyone was talking about hunting in Haiguzi Mountain, Lu Maozi walked toward the direction of the graveyard, holding a bamboo basket. Yesterday during the ancestral worship at the temple, every household in the village attended, except for Lu Maozi's family. Lu Maozi, where are your wife and son? Why didn't you bring them to offer sacrifices to the ancestors? Li Tiniu called out to Lu Maozi. Lu Maozi simply glanced up once without responding or speaking to anyone. After offering his sacrifices, he turned around and left directly. Fang Xinghua felt that Lu Maozi was acting strangely. In the past, he always smiled and greeted people if he noticed them, but lately, it seemed like he was deliberately avoiding all the villagers. Why doesn't this guy even acknowledge others? Li Tiniu scratched his head, unsure. Fang Guogue looked at Lu Maozi's retreating figure and then whispered. He hasn't stepped outside for a while now. He stays inside every day. At night, strange sounds can often be heard coming from his yard. I don't know what he's up to. Fang Zhenghua couldn't help but ask. What about his wife and son? Fang Guogue shook his head. I don't know. Fang Guogue's house was next door to Lu Maozi's. The two families were separated by a single wall. Strange noises could be heard every night. Lu Maozi completely changed after getting married. That woman might as well be a demon in the mountains. Li Tiniu confidently analyzed. Perhaps Lu Maozi's soul has been taken by that woman, which is why he's become like this now. Everyone started chattering away after hearing these words. Nonsense. Lu Xiaomei, who was somewhat educated, naturally didn't believe Li Tiniu's claims. Fang Zhenghua wasn't interested in these things. He had just idly asked a question or two due to boredom. He took a glance toward the deeper part of the forest, where endless mountains echoed with howls of wolves and various sounds made by animals. It was already decided, after the new year, he would have a big hunting trip and hunt more game to feed his family, earn some money, and within this year, build brick houses. After spending a day on the Grave Mountain, the afternoon brought mountain winds, and the sun's warmth turned icy. Everyone returned home. Li Xiaomei and the others went to the kitchen to cook food, filling the air with the scent of dishes. As for Fang Zhenghua, he squatted in the yard sharpening his machete. This machete had been used for many years, its edge curled up, filled with many nicks. It was very blunt. That machete won't sharpen quickly anymore. It's practically useless. I've heard Zhao Tiexiang's knives are especially good. You should ask him to buy a new one. Zhao Chunlan walked out of the kitchen with a dish and placed it on the broken table in the main room. I'll take a look later. Fang Zhenghua threw the machete aside and went inside the kitchen to help. After finishing the meal, he picked up the machete and headed over to Zhao Tiexiang's place. Just as he arrived at the door, he heard the sound of hammering coming from the courtyard and smelled the iron odor emanating from within. Uncle Zhao, Fang Zhenghua called out. Push the door open and come in. A voice from the courtyard responded. Fang Zhenghua pushed the door and entered. He saw Zhao Tiexiang making sickles, his hands gripping a hammer, striking relentlessly at a piece of iron. Go sit in the main room for a moment. After I finish tempering this iron, I'll come talk to you. There's a fire going inside. It's warm. Zhao Tiexiang kept pounding the iron, muscles bulging in his arms. Sparks flew every time he struck. Fang Zhenghua walked closer, glanced over, and held up the machete. Uncle Zhao, could you make me a better machete? This one can't be used anymore. Zhao Tiexiang took a quick look at the machete, shook his head, and said, your machete really can't be used anymore. Last year during the 12th lunar month, I got some scrap iron from a steel mill that was discarded. It's very good quality, tough and strong. If we use it for a machete, it would be perfect. If you want, I'll make one for you, but it will cost extra. 30 yuan per machete, not a cent less. Can I take a look? Fang Zhenghua had some knowledge in this area and wanted to check the quality of the iron. Zhao Tiexiang pulled out an iron plate from beside the furnace and tossed it onto the ground. Here it is. Fang Zhenghua squatted down and tapped the iron plate with his hand, producing a crisp ringing sound. This is scrap from the steel mill? You're not joking with me, right? I'm not sure. Zhao Tiexiang shook his head again. Some guy from the neighboring village sold it to me. He said it was scrap from the steel mill, so he bought it and resold it to me. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. Chapter 135, Making a Machete. Fang Zhenghua didn't pursue the matter further. This wasn't ordinary steel, it was precision steel, specifically used for making military knives, a truly excellent material. If it were used to make a machete, the blade would neither dull nor lose sharpness, and its durability would be extremely strong. It was unimaginable that he had encountered such good steel. He must obtain it. Sell me this piece of iron, then help me forge a machete and a dagger. Fang Zhenghua said. The quantity of this steel was rather limited, just barely enough for use. All right, Zhao the blacksmith agreed. I'll charge you 20 for the dagger. In total, give me 50 yuan, and I'll need a few days. Once it's done, I'll bring it over. Rest assured about my craftsmanship. Wang Zhenghua nodded and immediately pulled out 50 yuan from his pocket, handing it to Zhao the blacksmith. Being an old artisan with ancestral blacksmithing skills, Zhao's work was naturally trustworthy. You really are straightforward, paying right after agreeing. Zhao stashed the money away, his face breaking into a smile. To him, this was quite a big deal. After covering the cost, there would still be substantial profit. Fang Zhenghua bid farewell and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Zhao the blacksmith picked up a ready-made hoe nearby. You're passing by anyway when you go home. Could you help deliver this hoe to Lu Maozi? He asked me to forge one for him a few days ago. I've tried delivering it several times, but couldn't find him. Since it was along the way, Fang Zhenghua agreed and left carrying the hoe. Passing through a few village roads, he soon arrived at Lu Maozi's doorstep. Knocking on the door, Lu Maozi, are you home? There was no response from the yard, and the wooden door was firmly shut, unable to be pushed open after multiple attempts. The sky had grown dark, and the night wind began to blow, chilling the air. Fang Zhenghua stood there for a moment, holding the hoe, and decided to return home and try again tomorrow. However, as soon as he turned around, he heard strange sounds coming from the yard. It sounded like whispers, or perhaps an argument or heated discussion. Due to the wind, the exact content could not be clearly heard. Lu Maozi, Zhang Jing was stopped in his tracks, shouting loudly again. After a long while, there was a creak as the wooden door opened, releasing a strong medicinal smell from inside the courtyard. The odor was very pungent and nauseating. What is it? Lu Maozi walked out, looking weary with furrowed brows, appearing somewhat odd. Fang Jinghua handed him the hoe. This is from Zhao the blacksmith. Without speaking, Lu Maozi took the hoe with a cold face, didn't say a word, turned back into the yard, and slammed the door shut behind him, locking it. This left Fang Jinghua momentarily perplexed. If it had been before, Lu Maozi would have warmly invited him in for drinks. Now, he completely ignored him, even acting as though worried about Fang Jinghua coming over. Fang Jinghua did not meddle in others' affairs and turned back toward his own yard. In the living room, he warmed himself by the fire briefly before returning to his room, where he saw Li Xiaomei knitting a sweater for Little Ding with yarn. Little Do Ding lay on the table, her chin resting in her hands, staring listlessly at the sweater in Li Xiaomei's hands. Seeing Fang Jinghua enter, she ran over and grabbed his hand. Uncle-in-law, when are we going to the town fair? Little Do Ding's bright little eyes brimmed with anticipation. She remembered Fang Jinghua's promise to buy her a new cotton coat. Fang Jinghua picked her up, kissed her forehead, and pinched her chubby cheeks. The snow hasn't melted yet, so we can't go to the town now. When the snow melts in a few days, I'll take you to the fair and buy your cotton coat. Okay. Little Do Ding listened obediently and didn't press the issue further. Fang Jinghua glanced at Li Xiaomei. She looked more bloated lately. During their visit to the cemetery earlier today, the wife of Uncle Li Tiniu noticed her pregnancy immediately. News of Li Xiaomei's pregnancy would likely spread in no time. He was already eager to go hunting in the mountains to stockpile meat and earn more money. A child would be born this year, and they'd also need to prepare for the full moon celebration, which wouldn't come cheap. When you went to Zhao the blacksmith's place earlier, Lu Xiaomei came by. Li Xiaomei paused knitting and looked over at Fang Jinghua. What did she want? Fang Jinghua was not foolish. He knew Lu Xiaomei had set her sights on him. Li Xiaomei lowered her head and continued knitting. Your sister sent her over. She plans to enroll Little Tiger in school within the village and wants to discuss things with Lu Xiaomei. Fang Jinghua was secretly delighted because if Fang Ying decided to let Little Tiger attend school in the village, it meant she wasn't planning to return to Zhang's family. It was a good thing. Once the road to the town was passable, they could directly have Fang Ying file for divorce with Zhang Fugui. From then on, she wouldn't have to endure suffering at the Zhang family. Let Do Ding go to school together with Little Tiger. That way, the two will have company. Fang Jinghua finished speaking and looked at Little Do Ding. Do you want to go to school with Little Tiger? Little Do Ding nodded her little head. She was already 4 years old this year, eating food for someone who was turning 5, and at this age, she could attend school. It was better to start early. Li Xiaomei naturally had no objections and agreed. Then I'll find Lu Xiaomei tomorrow and let her know. The school in the village was a very small elementary school with only more than 10 students. The entire school had only one teacher, Lu Xiaomei. She taught all the classes from 1st grade through 6th grade. In rural schools during this era, there were only a few classes, Chinese and math, along with a music course. There were only 5 classes per day, 3 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. School usually ended around 3 or 4 p.m. Seeing that it was getting late, Fang Jinghua and Li Xiaomei blew out the oil lamp and took Little Do Ding to bed. Tomorrow is the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year. We need to visit my mom for the New Year's greeting. Li Xiaomei mentioned the New Year's visit. Fang Jinghua nodded. Then I'll leave early tomorrow. You don't need to come since you're pregnant. Just stay home. Li Xiaomei couldn't go now even if she wanted to. In her current condition, she needed to stay at home. Although the blizzard had stopped, the snow hadn't melted yet, making the roads difficult to traverse. The weather was also extremely cold. Li Xiaomei said, you shouldn't give them money anymore. Our family needs to save some money. In the future, we'll need it to repair the house, and Little Tiger and Do Ding will still need schooling. This large household has many expenses. Hearing this, Fang Jinghua couldn't help but smile. But it's your maternal home. Li Xiaomei bit her lip. Even so, there's nothing we can do about it. Even if we need to help them, we must consider the situation. After chatting for a while, they realized Little Do Ding was already asleep, sleeping soundly. Fang Jinghua was also feeling drowsy. He pulled the covers over himself and began to sleep. Chapter 136, Really Stingy. The next morning, Fang Jinghua took a ham and 2 pieces of meat, packed them in a bamboo basket after finishing his meal, then set off for Ma Jiaku village. The road was tough to navigate, full of footprints from the villagers, extremely slippery, and one could easily fall. It wasn't until the afternoon that he arrived at Zhang Jilian's house. As soon as he entered, Zhang Jilian and son Chunyan warmly greeted him. Only Li Yukai looked unfriendly with a cold face upon seeing Fang Jinghua. Fang Jinghua didn't want to deal with this man's attitude. After staying for one night, he got up early the next day and prepared to go home. Why don't you stay a few more days? Zhang Jilian's attitude had improved considerably. No, there are still many things to do at home. Fang Jinghua wanted nothing more than to return as soon as possible. There was no point in staying here. Seeing she couldn't persuade him to stay, Zhang Jilian took some eggs from inside the house and placed them in his bamboo basket. We don't have much to give, but we can offer you some eggs. When the snow melts, I'll visit Xiaomei at your place. After exchanging a few words, Fang Jinghua shouldered his bamboo basket and headed straight back home. As soon as he returned to the village, he met Li Tiniu at the village entrance. The latter was carrying a large basket of radishes and hoe on his shoulder and sweating profusely. Guess who I just saw? Fang Xinghua found it difficult not to laugh or cry at such a nonsensical statement. He had no idea what this guy was talking about. Li Tiniu placed the basket on a stone ledge and wiped the sweat off his forehead. I saw old Lu San. That old man came out of the mountains looking disheveled, heading to Fang Jinhong's house. Fang Xinghua couldn't help but frown. Was old Lu San still alive? The last time old Lu San led a group deep into the forest to investigate that strange courtyard, only Ma Laowu had returned, leading everyone to believe that Lu San was dead. This old man must have a long lifespan, having survived in the remote forest for so long, nearly half a month, and now he had come back safe and sound. And he went straight to Fang Jinhong's house. It seemed like old Lu San wouldn't stop unless he dug something valuable, so he would continue to stay at Fang Jinhong's house without leaving. In the future, life for the Fang Jinhong family would certainly become difficult. Once he reached the village, Fang Xinghua parted ways with Li Tiniu and made his way home. From far away, he saw little Doubting standing at the door, looking in this direction. Auntie's husband. Little Doubting ran over upon seeing Fang Xinghua. Walk slowly. Don't trip. Fang Xinghua pulled little Doubting back home. Yang Chunlan and Fang Ying were busy cooking in the kitchen, while Li Xiumei sat by the hearth in the main room knitting a sweater. She would retch whenever she smelled the oil, so Yang Chunlan didn't let her go near the kitchen. As for Xiaohu, he was sobbing while doing his homework on the stool, wiping his tears every now and then. It was obvious he'd been beaten by Fang Ying again. The little rascal was always mischievous and often got hit. Upon seeing Fang Xinghua come back, Li Xiumei put down her sweater and walked over to the basket. Looking inside, she saw only a few eggs and frowned as she sat back down. What's wrong? Fang Xinghua chuckled as he asked. Li Xiumei sighed. They're so stingy, they only gave a few eggs. Fang Xinghua was amused but didn't say anything else. Right then, Yang Chunlan and Fang Ying carried the dishes into the main room. Everyone gathered around the table to eat. At Zheng Jilian's house, Fang Xinghua hadn't eaten any meat during 2 meals, feeling listless throughout. After eating a few pieces of meat, he instantly felt invigorated. Over the next few days, he ventured into the mountain daily, bringing back only chickens and wild rabbits each time, just enough for the family to eat for a day. If this continued, they would barely manage to get by, with no way to earn extra money. On the 10th day of the first lunar month, Fang Xinghua visited Master Sun, the blacksmith. Master Sun had already forged the machete and dagger. I was just about to finish my meal and send these over. Fang Xinghua accepted the machete and dagger, inspecting them closely. These are pretty good. Master Sun grinned. Of course, I've been forging iron all my life. This skill has been passed down through our family. If you ever need hoes or such items forged again, feel free to come find me. Alright, satisfied, Fang Xinghua left the yard. Under the eaves, he found a piece of firewood and tested both the machete and dagger. They were very sharp indeed. With a single slash, the firewood split neatly into 2 parts. At this moment, a string of curses echoed from the nearby road. Upon walking closer, Fang Xinghua saw it was Lu San, kicking and hitting Ma Laowu as he cursed loudly. You're not a real person. You abandoned us and ran back alone. I should have shot you right on the spot. Ma Laowu dared not speak under the beating, wincing and howling in pain. Fang Xinghua heard clearly that Lu San had seen him before and was using this incident as an excuse to criticize indirectly. The last incident has nothing to do with me. Fang Xinghua replied indifferently. Ma Laowu crawled out of that cave at the time, acting crazily and saying that all of you were dead. So, I returned to the village. Upon hearing this, old Lu San realized he had misunderstood Fang Xinghua and kicked Ma Laowu's butt. You bastard, you were cursing me to die, weren't you? Ma Laowu looked mournful. I saw blood everywhere around me back then, so I thought you were dead. Old Lu San lunged forward and slapped him twice. Nonsense. I have great fortune and a strong destiny. How could I die so easily? Ma Laowu dared not speak further. What exactly happened during that incident? What was inside the cave? Fang Xinghua became curious. Old Lu San's expression turned sour. After we entered the cave, the torch suddenly went out. We didn't know what it was, but something attacked us abruptly, leaving us unprepared. We got injured, and once we crawled out, we couldn't leave. We had no choice but to stay in that courtyard to recuperate. Then, he added another sentence. The other 2 have gone back to their hometowns. After going through that experience, they were all scared stiff. Fang Xinghua knew the old man wasn't telling the truth. There were too many loopholes in his story. If he had spent nearly half a month in the depths of the forest, there was no way he wouldn't have figured out what was inside that cave. Also, the 2 grave robbers who had accompanied him into the mountain cave certainly would not risk braving the blizzard to return to their hometowns. They most likely met their end inside the cave. Fang Xinghua didn't want to meddle in others' affairs, so he didn't pursue the matter any further and simply turned around to head home. That night, Li Tiniu came running to his house, deciding to go with Fang Xinghua deep into Haiguzi Mountain for hunting. Originally, Li Tiniu hadn't wanted to go, but now he had changed his mind. The next morning, Fang Xinghua woke up early, bringing along a hunting rifle, a machete, a dagger, and a canvas bag containing dry rations. The snow had melted, except in places where the sun did not shine or where it was sheltered by the wind. The weather had also become much warmer. The trees had begun to sprout buds, and peach and apricot trees were quietly welcoming the arrival of spring. Chapter 137. Hunting in Black Dog Mountain. At the village entrance, the villagers who were going hunting gathered one after another. Li Tinu and Lu Xiaomei stood by the roadside at the village entrance, waiting with their rifles on their backs. In total, there were 12 people, all fully prepared, carrying everything they needed, just waiting to enter the mountain. Let's go. Fang Xinghua wanted to enter the mountain quickly. There are still a few people who haven't arrived. Let's wait a little longer. One of the villagers said. At that moment, three figures walked out from inside the village. It was Old Master Lu, Fang Zhenhong, and Ma Laowu. On New Year's Eve, Fang Zhenhong had been severely beaten by Fang Jinghua. There were still bruises on his face, and he walked with a limp. What are they doing here? Fang Jinghua frowned. Old Master Lu was a tomb raider, and it wasn't as simple as hunting for them. Going deep into Black Dog Mountain might mean grave robbing instead. Soon, the three approached. Old Master Lu explained their intentions this time. We also want to bring back some game this time. We've been eating and drinking at Fang Zhenhong's place for so long. We feel somewhat uneasy about it. We heard you're going into the mountain, so we figured we'd come along too. Catching some game would repay this debt of gratitude. Fang Jinghua didn't say much. His goal was to hunt in the mountains. What Old Master Lu and the others intended to do was their own business, as long as they didn't cause him any trouble. Old Master Lu's explanation sounded reasonable. The villagers had no suspicions and chose to trust them. Then let's follow the old rules. Whoever catches the prey owns it. A villager suggested. The others had no objections either. Everyone understood this rule well. How much one could catch in the mountains depended entirely on individual skill. Let's head out. Li Tinu shouted as he took the lead, walking ahead. The rest followed closely behind, marching grandly into the forest. Fang Jinghua was also among the group. Fang big brother, I'll stick with you. Lu Xiaomei carried her rifle over her shoulder and trailed behind. She was dressed in snug cotton clothes, looking neat and sharp, almost like she had transformed into someone else. Fang Jinghua now just wanted to avoid her. He feared she'd declare her feelings for him again, as she did last time. Lu Xiaomei sighed. Mr. Zhang's face is thicker than a corner of a wall. I won't agree to marry him. I've already set my heart on someone. As she finished speaking, a hint of shyness flickered across Lu Xiaomei's face. Fang Jinghua hurried to change the subject. Little Duzi and Little who will start school soon. Please help look after them when the time comes. Little Duzi was young, and everyone believed she brought misfortune. He worried that Little Duzi might be bullied. Lu Xiaomei nodded and quickened her pace to stay closer to Fang Jinghua. Don't worry. I won't let other classmates bully Little Duzi. Naturally, Lu Xiaomei didn't believe in fortune-telling and deeply sympathized with Little Duzi's plight. Then, Lu Xiaomei seemed to recall something. Big brother Fang, is your wife really pregnant? She had heard this from Aunt Lu but thought it unlikely. She reasoned that Fang Jinghua and Li Xiaomei had been married for years without conceiving. It must be due to Li Xiaomei's health issues. Therefore, it was impossible for her to suddenly be pregnant now. Fang Jinghua responded affirmatively and succinctly. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaomei immediately stopped in her tracks. A bitter expression crossed her face, and she felt a pang of pain in her heart. Fang Jinghua glanced back at her and breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing this news, she probably wouldn't pester him anymore in the future. Sure enough, Lu Xiaomei remained silent after that, quietly trailing behind the group. The group quickly entered the forest. The snow had melted, exposing the ground. The mountain path was now easier to traverse compared to before. However, the wind was very strong, so everyone wrapped themselves tightly in their coats and tried to cover their faces with hats as much as possible. By the cliff edge, the group gradually made their way through the narrow path leading into the forested area of Black Dog Mountain. They didn't stop for breaks along the way. Everyone eagerly anticipated catching prey sooner rather than later. Winter had passed, yet life remained difficult for the villagers, as food was still scarce in their homes. They ate nothing but radishes and cabbage every day, not even a bit of meat, leaving them listless and unmotivated. Farmers were different from city dwellers. City folks didn't have to farm, so eating vegetables all the time didn't affect their bodies much. But farmers were different. They had to perform heavy physical labor in the fields, so they couldn't afford to go without meat. Fang Jinghua looked up towards the distant forested mountains. These vast ranges stretched endlessly to the horizon, making humans seem minuscule in comparison. After continuing forward for more than 2 hours, they finally reached the edge of the deep regions of Black Dog Mountain. Black Dog Mountain wasn't a single mountain, but an entire range consisting of dozens or even hundreds of mountains stretching toward the south. We'll split up here and regroup here in the afternoon. An old hunter shouted loudly. The villagers gradually dispersed, heading off in different directions with anticipation as they searched for game. Old Master Lu, accompanied by Fang Zhenhong and Ma Laowu, made their way towards the mountain in the southeast direction, appearing quite anxious. The mountain there had a very steep terrain. From afar, you could see numerous cliffs and rock faces, dotted with various sized caves, all seemingly naturally formed. Viewed from the side, it resembled an enormous coffin, emitting a chill even from a distance. What are you looking at? Li Tinu approached, following the gaze toward the large mountain. This mountain is too steep. There won't be much game here. Old Master Lu and his group must be fools. Fang Jinghua glanced at Li Tinu and Lu Xiaomei. Aren't you two going hunting? Li Tinu grinned. My marksmanship is terrible. I can't hit anything. I'd like to tag along with you. You just bring down the game, and I'll handle the rest. Just give me some meat when we get back. Fine. Fang Jinghua agreed. Li Tinu's shooting was pitiful. He wouldn't hit anything, and traveling with Fang Jinghua would at least ensure he didn't return empty-handed. I want to join too. Lu Xiaomei had already made up her mind. Her marksmanship wasn't bad, but she didn't want to separate from Fang Jinghua. Then let's go. Fang Jinghua led the way towards the northeast, where the terrain was lower and the trees were lush. This area was at the base of Black Dog Mountain. There would definitely be a river in this spot. It was where game frequently appeared, so there was a good chance of catching something. However, this position was closer to that coffin-like mountain, separated from Old Master Lu's group by only a ravine. I heard more than 10 years ago, someone found 100-year-old wild ginseng in Black Dog Mountain and sold it for a lot of money. Li Tinu continued walking ahead, while using a wooden stick to poke through the thick layer of leaves on the side. Finding a 100-year-old wild ginseng was no easy feat. The last time Fang Xinghua stumbled upon 2 wild ginseng roots was purely by luck. At this time of year, the wild ginseng leaves had withered, and they would only regrow in the spring. Li Tinu was clearly wasting his effort. Chapter 138. Not even as good as a woman. Lu Xiaomei walked at the back, not speaking throughout the journey. She looked back at the woods behind her from time to time, holding her hunting rifle tightly. Half an hour later, they arrived deep into Haiga Mountain. This was a primeval forest untouched by human feet. In the last month of the previous year, hunters from the neighboring village had come to Haiga Mountain, but they got lost before reaching the depths and were trapped for a night, with 2 people freezing to death. Even after the blizzard had passed, caution was still necessary. Such deep mountains and old forests harbored danger everywhere. One careless move could cost a life. Maybe we should rest for a while. Li Tianyuo was feeling hungry and eyed Fang Xinghua's canvas bag. You brought quite a bit of dried meat, right? I only brought a few steamed buns today, along with some pickles. Then let's take a break. Fang Xinghua found a moss-covered stone and sat down. He took out the dried meat from his canvas bag and gave some to Li Tianyuo and Lu Xiaomei. Li Tianyuo devoured it in large bites, finishing it all in no time, licking his fingers afterward and not missing any crumbs on his face. Lu Xiaomei ate the dried meat while keeping a watchful eye on the forest behind her, full of vigilance. Fang Xinghua, noticing her strange behavior, asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Xiaomei shook her head. "Nothing." Seeing she didn't want to talk about it, Fang Xinghua didn't press further. After resting for a while, everyone picked up their rifles and continued into the deeper parts. The further they went, the more lush the trees became. The ground was covered in thick layers of fallen leaves, along with some dry vines and branches, making every step difficult. Fang Xinghua walked ahead, using his machete to clear the way. His progress was extremely slow, managing to walk only a few dozen meters in 15 minutes. Li Tianyuo broke a branch, went over to help. "Let me do it." As he spoke, Li Tianyuo used his sickle to cut the obstructing vines, moving forward quickly. When he heard wild chickens calling not far away in the woods, he became excited, moving faster with greater strength. Li Tianyuo worked very hard, sweating profusely but not stopping. Suddenly, Li Tianyuo seemed to see something, frightening him so much that he hurriedly stepped back, almost falling down. Damn. Fang Xinghua gripped his machete tightly and cautiously walked to his side. Looking down, he discovered a snake with black and white patterns. This was a very common kind of cauliflower snake. Since its skin resembled cauliflower, the villagers named it the cauliflower snake. Though it looked scary, it wasn't poisonous. "It's just a snake. Scared like this." Lu Xiaomei finally saw an opportunity to make fun of Li Tianyuo and naturally didn't want to miss it. Li Tianyuo replied indignantly, "If you suddenly saw a snake, you'd probably pee your pants too, and you're mocking me." Lu Xiaomei said nothing, simply walking over and grabbing the snake by its vital point, holding it firmly in her hand, looking at it, then playing with it in her hands. "This snake is pretty big." The snake's body wriggled and coiled around her wrist, the dense black and white scales following its movements, occasionally flicking its forked tongue, which was flesh-colored. Feeling the threat, the snake began to thrash and roll, attempting to escape her grip, but to no avail. One of the biggest weaknesses of a snake is its vital point. Holding it there ensures it can neither escape nor bite. "Brother Fang, shall we throw this snake away?" Lu Xiaomei inquired. Seeing her handling, Fang Xinghua couldn't help but look at her with new eyes. Most people wouldn't dare touch a snake, and even looking at one would send shivers down their spines, yet she grabbed it straight away. Li Tianyuo was utterly stunned, unable to believe his eyes. "Keep it. We'll eat snake meat later." Fang Xinghua felt throwing it away would be wasteful. This was a protein-rich animal, particularly its gallbladder, which could cure diseases. Its meat prevented rheumatism, and its skin could be used for aero materials. Every part was valuable. Coming to his senses, Li Tianyuo retorted, "Are you even a woman?" Lu Xiaomei scoffed, "You're not even as good as a woman." With just these few words, Li Tianyuo was left speechless and humiliated, wishing there was a hole in the ground to crawl into. Lu Xiaomei stuffed it into her bag, closing it and patting it with her hand. "We'll barbecue the snake meat later. I've brought salt this time." At the mention of food, Li Tianyuo couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Those pieces of dried meat earlier were only enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Now the path was much easier to traverse, with fewer vines. Fang Xinghua continued leading at the front, glancing sideways at the snake in Lu Xiaomei's bag. It felt odd. During such cold weather, snakes should hibernate in caves and shouldn't come outside. This situation was rather rare. One usually doesn't see snakes in winter. Lu Xiaomei caught up. "Big brother Fang, my shooting skills are actually really good. Can I shoot a game when we encounter some?" Fang Xinghua nodded and said, "Of course you can, but only when I give the signal to shoot. Otherwise, we might scare away the prey." "Good." Xiaomei Lu happily nodded, preparing to showcase her marksmanship shortly. Fang Xinghua walked forward to a dirt slope, looked up, and spotted a wild chicken perched on a branch not far away. The branch wasn't very high, just 2 or 3 meters, and nearby there was a steep slope. The wild chicken had glided onto the branch from the steep slope. Its flying ability was rather poor. "Shoo." Fang Xinghua made a silent gesture. Li Tianyuo and Lu Xiaomei immediately quieted down, stopping in their tracks as they stared at the wild chicken. Bang! After aiming, Fang Xinghua shot and hit it directly. Before he could say anything, Li Tianyuo immediately ran over, picked up the wild chicken, tied it with a rope, and hung it on his shoulder. "There's another one," Lu Xiaomei quickly shouted, pointing to a nearby location. Fang Xinghua immediately raised his rifle, but then noticed it was blocked by a few large trees. He turned to Lu Xiaomei. Fire. Lu Xiaomei had already aimed. After hearing Fang Xingguo's command, she prepared to shoot, but the wild chicken moved extremely fast, rushing over 20 meters away. With numerous dry grasses around, hitting it would be quite difficult. Bang! Lu Xiaomei fired anyway, striking the wild chicken right on its head. This left Fang Xingguo somewhat surprised, as he hadn't expected Lu Xiaomei's marksmanship to be so good. Far superior even to many veteran hunters, truly making him look at her differently. Li Tianyuo widened his eyes, sticking out his tongue. Am I seeing things? How could she hit that? Earlier, Li Tianyuo had somewhat looked down on Lu Xiaomei, but now her skills utterly intimidated him. Lu Xiaomei smiled faintly. Didn't I tell you earlier? You're not even as good as me, a woman. Li Tianyuo had already felt humiliated before, but this time it was a direct blow, leaving him incredibly awkward without any counter-arguments, because the facts stood clear. His shooting skills were no match for Lu Xiaomei's. They simply had too much of a gap. Chapter 139, One-Shot Hit. Pretty good shooting skills. Fang Xingguo said with a smile. Lu Xiaomei was delighted to have received Fang Xingguo's approval, and a hint of pride showed on her face. I learned this from my dad. I followed him hunting when I was little. He would often take me along with him when he went into the mountains. As soon as Lu Xiaomei mentioned her father, there was a flicker of sorrow in her eyes. Her father worked in a small town. A few years ago, he had an affair with a widow, which was found out by Aunt Lu. They had a huge argument after that. From then on, Lu Xiaomei's father left with that widow. It was said they even had a son together. For 4 or 5 years now, he never returned home once. Lu Xiaomei's father was a very capable old hunter who used to go hunting in the mountain with Fang Xingguo's father. During one trip, Fang Xingguo's father died in the mountain, his body never found, while Lu Xiaomei's father came back to the village severely injured. Since then, Lu Xiaomei's father never went into the mountain again. Our harvest today isn't bad. We've just entered the mountain and already hunted down 2 wild chickens, Li Tianyuo said excitedly as he hung the 2 wild chickens on his shoulders and grinned stupidly. Let's keep going forward, Fang Xingguo shouted, continuing to walk ahead. After nearly half an hour, they finally reached deep within the mountain. The snow on the ground had melted, exposing a lot of dried grass with wild boar droppings on them. Fang Xingguo quickened his pace. Only 2 more hours of hunting were possible in the forest before it became necessary to leave. It was around 2 p.m. already, approximately 5 hours until nightfall. Without a watch, time could only be discerned by the sun, with an error margin of about half an hour at most. We'll temporarily split up, but remain within 50 meters of each other. Just don't go too far. Fang Xingguo looked at Lu Xiaomei and Li Tianyuo. If anyone finds prey, yell out. Both nodded and walked in different directions, their eyes searching the woods for game. Fang Xingguo continued walking straight ahead, scanning the surrounding woods while also observing the ground for any fresh droppings left by animals. After walking nearly 50 meters, there appeared ahead a wide water ditch with extremely large and turbulent water flow. The melting snow in the mountains turned into snow melt, flowing continuously towards the gullies and lowlands, thus increasing the water ditch's volume. Suddenly, not far away behind a rock, came the sound of a breaking branch, intermittent sounds. Fang Xingguo approached from the side, hiding behind a large pine tree. Glancing sideways, he discovered a big black wild boar, no small size, about over 200 pounds. The boar seemed to sense something, stopping what it was doing, looking towards Fang Xingguo's position. His location had been exposed. He thought the boar would immediately flee, but instead, it charged toward him, emitting angry growls. Fang Xingguo shot with one swift move, hitting the boar in the stomach. The boar let out a pained scream, yet did not stop, still charging towards him, moving very quickly. Wild boars are quite aggressive. When they detect danger, most choose direct attack. Seeing the distance was too close to shoot again, Fang Xingguo circled around the giant tree trunk to the other side, evading the boar's attack. The boar's head rammed into the tree trunk, making the trunk shake violently, and many leaves fell off. Pretty ferocious. Fang Xingguo quickly tightened his grip on his machete. While leaping towards the boar from behind, he plunged the machete into the boar's neck, precisely the artery position. The wound on the boar bled profusely, covering the ground completely with blood. It quickly collapsed, kicking its legs twice before dying. Fang Xingguo kicked it lightly with his foot. The meat was very thick, at least 3 fingers wide. One wild boar alone wouldn't suffice. He still needed to hunt another. Just as he was about to blow his whistle to call Li Tianyuo over, Li Tianyuo appeared almost instantly. I heard the gunshot and knew you must have surely hit some game. Seems like I wasn't wrong. Li Tianyuo strode over, and seeing the big boar in front of him, his face lit up with joy. Such a fat, big boar. There must be over 100 pounds of meat. Take this boar back to where we split up. I'll go check if there are any other animals around. Fang Xingguo gave his instruction, then went further into the nearby woods. After walking only dozens of meters, he heard the sound of Lu Xiaomei's gunshots nearby. Fang Xingguo hurried over and found Lu Xiaomei standing disappointed in the forest, watching a large wild boar running further away. This wild boar weighed at least 300 catties and was even larger than the previous one. I didn't hit its vital spot. What a pity, such a big wild boar. Lu Xiaomei looked very disheartened. Fang Xingguo remained silent, lifting his hunting rifle to aim in the direction the boar was fleeing. Lu Xiaomei shook her head. It's no use. It's at least 200 meters away. There's absolutely no way you could hit it. We should check somewhere else. As she finished speaking, Fang Xingguo had already fired. Bang! The bullet traveled through the woods, striking the boar directly in the head. The boar rolled down the slope and stopped against the trunk of a large pine tree, preventing it from continuing downward. Lu Xiaomei stood frozen on the spot, stunned for a long time as she stared unblinkingly at the boar. At a distance of over 200 meters, one shot, and it hit. She simply couldn't believe it if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. "You're incredible." Lu Xiaomei snapped out of her daze, exclaiming in astonishment. She had known that Fang Jingguo was an excellent marksman, but she hadn't expected him to be this accurate. Moreover, the rifle in Fang Jingguo's hands was extremely powerful, still managing to penetrate the boar's skull from so far away. Fang Jingguo kept a calm expression as he stowed his rifle, then strode toward the direction of the boar. Lu Xiaomei quickly followed, admiring his back with a hint of reverence in her gaze. She thought to herself, the man I like really is different. Even his marksmanship is exceptional. In reality, this was just normal performance for Fang Jingguo. If the terrain and wind direction didn't affect him, hitting prey from 400 or 500 meters would be easy. Such a fat wild boar. Fang Jingguo gave a slight smile, though worry soon appeared on his face. Adding up both the current boar and the previous one, their combined weight approached nearly 500 caddies. Carrying over 500 caddies of wild boar out of the deep mountains on Black Dog Mountain with only 3 people was simply impossible. The best option was to cut the wild boar meat into pieces, discard the internal organs and bones, and take only the meat back. Just as Fang Jingguo was about to discuss this with Lu Xiaomei, he noticed on the adjacent hillside a very large moose slowly moving towards the side woods. This moose was massive, at least 2 meters tall, and weighing around 500 or 600 caddies. Fang Jingguo felt secretly delighted, never imagining he'd encounter a moose in the depths of Black Dog Mountain. His luck was unmatched today. Is this an elk? Lu Xiaomei was extremely excited and couldn't help but raise her gun, but soon put it down again. I'm worried I won't hit accurately. Fang big brother, you should take the shot. Fang Jingguo lifted his hunting rifle and aimed at the elk's head. It must be hit with one shot, otherwise, there wouldn't be a second chance. The most effective method is to aim directly at the head, which could kill it instantly. Where are you guys? Li Tinu's voice came from a nearby forest, echoing throughout the woods. After being startled, the elk immediately sped up and dashed madly toward the distant woods. Lu Xiaomei stomped her foot in frustration. The elk's speed was very fast, equivalent to a quickly moving target, making the probability of hitting it very low, almost impossible. Lu Xiaomei had already given up completely. Fang Jingguo took a deep breath, focused all his spirit, and fired as soon as everything was ready. This bullet struck the elk right on its back. The elk's body staggered, falling to the ground, but it quickly got up again and continued its frantic run toward the distance. In a short while, it ran out 40 to 50 meters, its figure gradually disappearing into the woods. It's hit. Lu Xiaomei cried out in surprise. Fang Jingguo didn't have time to think much, quickly slinging his gun over his shoulder and rushing after it. They must catch this elk. Letting it go would be too regrettable. Tonight they won't return. They will stay overnight in the mountain. The blizzard has passed, and although the weather is extremely cold, there are plenty of caves on the adjacent mountain. These caves' lower positions allow for slight protection against the cold. Chasing for about half an hour, they finally saw that elk. Now exhausted, it knelt down on the ground. Seeing Fang Jingguo coming, the elk struggled to get up from the ground and attempted to escape further. Fang Jingguo gave it no further chances, standing on a rock nearby, the best position to fire from. Bang! He pulled the trigger without hesitation. This bullet successfully struck the elk's head, blood splattering everywhere. The elk fell to the ground instantly and quickly lost its life. Blood surrounded its body, dyeing the leaves around it bright red. Fang Jingguo walked over, looking at the giant elk before him. He secretly rejoiced, finally having managed to kill it. Glancing up at the sun, he realized it was gradually setting. Hunting this elk had taken more than an hour. It was now impossible to make it back to the village before dark. At this point, Lu Xiaomei and Li Tinu had arrived. Looking at such a large elk, both were ecstatic. This was hundreds of pounds of meat. If they brought it home, it would last a long time. We're rich. Li Tinu's face lit up with excitement. Walking beside it, he tried to drag the elk away by gripping its leg, using all his might, but could only move it an inch or two forward. Exhausted, he gave up. Li Tinu was quite frustrated. What rotten luck. We've killed such a big elk, but there's no way to bring it back. All we can do is watch helplessly. Lu Xiaomei's smile also gradually faded. Big brother Fang, what do we do now? Besides this elk, there are also 2 large wild boars. Just the 3 of us. There's simply no way we can carry them all back. Fang Jingguo replied. There is a solution, but tonight we won't be able to return. We need to spend the night in the mountains. Li Tinu immediately responded. Isn't spending the night in the mountains no big deal? I've spent plenty of nights in these mountains in the past. This elk and those 2 wild boars must be brought back, otherwise it'd be too regretful. Lu Xiaomei also nodded in agreement. If that's the case, I won't return to the village tonight. Fang Jingguo drew the machete from his waist. Before it gets dark, we will process all this meat and place it in a relatively safe spot. In the morning, we'll take some back and come again later for the rest. After their plans were aligned, Fang Jingguo stayed behind to handle the elk. Li Tinu went to deal with the 2 wild boars, and Lu Xiaomei set off to look for a suitable cave nearby for spending the night, as well as a storage area for the meat. When they left, Fang Jingguo took out the machete and sliced open the elk's stomach, removing all its internal organs before chopping up the meat. Although the elk had been dead for a little while, it was still warm and releasing heat. Fang Jingguo tried his best to chop the meat into larger chunks for easier transportation back. Now, every minute counted, and they were racing against time. The harsh weather wasn't the biggest issue now. The most troublesome were the packs of wolves, which were the hardest to handle. Time flowed continuously, and 2 hours soon passed. All the meat was cut off the elk and placed on its fur, forming a pile like a small mountain. I found a cave on the neighboring mountain. It's quite hidden, beside a cliff. Lu Xiaomei walked back from the woods and looked at the huge amount of meat, her face full of delight. How long will this last? We won't have to worry about meat for several months. Let's bring this meat to the cave first. Fang Xinghua tied a few chunks with vines and slung them over his shoulder. Lu Xiaomei also carried 2 pieces in her hands and led the way. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the base of the nearby mountain where a concealed cave entrance appeared in sight. The area around the cave was covered with thick shrubs and dense vines, making it indeed well hidden and a pretty good spot. Lu Xiaomei had already lit a fire inside the cave, glowing with a fierce warmth. Fang Xinghua glanced around. The cave was fairly large, nearly 20 to 30 square meters, with walls made entirely of hard rock, naturally formed. It was much warmer inside here than in the woods. You can stay here and watch over this meat. I'll continue carrying more. After Fang Xinghua spoke, he returned to move more meat. He made 2 or 3 trips back and forth before finally moving all the meat. It was more difficult on Li Tinu's side since it was further away, taking a long time each round trip. Not until dusk did they manage to move all the meat into the cave. Both Fang Xinghua and Li Tinu were drenched in sweat and rested by the fire. Lu Xiaomei had already grilled the meat, which sizzled with oil, filling the entire cave with a delicious aroma. The 3 of them immediately dug in, enjoying the fruits of their labor after a day of hard work. The one who ate the most voraciously was Li Tinu, holding a big chunk of meat in both hands and biting into it with wide open mouth. He ended up covered in grease on his hands, mouth, and even his clothes. Although Lu Xiaomei was hungry too, she cared about her image and only nibbled delicately. Chapter 141, Wild Wolf Attack. Leaving the meat inside this cave is not safe. Fang Xinghua scanned the cave. At this location, animals were frequently spotted, and outside there were many footprints left by wild wolves. If the meat was left in this cave, it would certainly be gone by nightfall. What should we do then? We can't carry all of it back at once. Li Tianyuo began to panic. Fang Xinghua quickly came up with a good idea. This is what we'll do. Leave one person here to keep watch, and let the other 2 go back to the village for help. Tomorrow, find a way to move all this meat back within a day. Li Tianyuo suggested. That's a good plan. Then you stay here, and I will go back to the village with Lu Xiaomei to seek help. Lu Xiaomei opposed the idea. Let Li Tianyuo return to the village alone. I will stay with Brother Fang. Why? Li Tianyuo asked. My shooting skills are decent. If we run into a pack of wolves, I could be some help. Lu Xiaomei revealed her thoughts. Li Tianyuo nodded. That's true. Since that's the case, you 2 stay here. I'll go back to the village early tomorrow morning and find people to help us carry the meat. Fang Xinghua said nothing. He knew that there was another reason Lu Xiaomei wanted to stay. She wanted to investigate the matter of the strange man from before and didn't want to return just yet. After having eaten their fill, Fang Xinghua walked to the mouth of the cave and glanced up the mountain. Grandpa Lu San had entered this very mountain earlier, but they hadn't heard any gunshots throughout the entire day. Their goal obviously wasn't hunting. Now the sky was completely dark, the moon obscured by thick black mist, casting no light at all in the mountains, only darkness. From time to time, the ear-splitting howls of wolves could be heard, growing louder and more frequent. There must have been quite a few. Big Brother Fang, what are you looking at? Lu Xiaomei emerged. Nothing. Fang Xinghua drew his gaze away and handed over the flashlight to Lu Xiaomei. Can you shine it on this area for me? After receiving the flashlight, Lu Xiaomei shone it on an adjacent pine tree. Fang Xinghua chopped down some branches, placed them at the mouth of the cave, and lit 2 big bonfires. The purpose was to prevent the wild wolves from coming near. Tonight would surely be a sleepless one. The strong smell of blood from all the meat piled inside the cave would inevitably attract wild wolves. Back inside the cave, Fang Xinghua arranged shifts for keeping watch during the night. Lu Xiaomei would take the first shift, Li Tianyuo the middle part of the night, and Fang Xinghua the last. It was already late. Tired after such a long day, Fang Xinghua lay down on a pile of dry grass inside the cave and fell asleep immediately. Li Tianyuo also began to sleep. Sitting at the entrance of the cave, Lu Xiaomei turned back, propping her chin with both hands as she looked at the sleeping Fang Xinghua, worried that he might feel cold. She added more wood to the fire. Suddenly, footsteps and breathing sounds were heard from the woods outside the cave. Lu Xiaomei quickly rushed to the cave entrance, raised her rifle, and cautiously observed the surroundings, ready to fire at any moment. Fang Xinghua was sound asleep and woke only when startled by a shout. Opening his eyes, he saw Li Tianyuo and Lu Xiaomei staring intently at the forest outside. Who's out there? Come out, or I'll shoot you. Li Tianyuo shouted toward the forest. Fang Xinghua approached. What's going on? Lu Xiaomei's face was pale. I just saw a dark figure in the forest. It looked exactly like the one we saw before. I don't know who it was, but it's been tracking us. Li Tianyuo also chimed in urgently. I saw it too. That guy was staring at me from the woods, and his gaze made my scalp tingle. It was so sinister, like the stare of a dead person. Fang Xinghua switched on the flashlight and walked toward the forest, searching for quite some time, but found not a trace of anyone. There were only the chirps of crickets and the rustling of leaves in the wind. No human shadow could be found. Just as he was about to turn around and head back into the cave, suddenly he spotted a pair of greenish eyes staring at him, quickly approaching. It soon became clear. A large wolf appeared, its size far exceeding that of an average wolf. Clearly, it was a leading wolf. Moments later, more wolves appeared, numbering 17 or 18. They were all famished, their eyes filled with viciousness. Fang Xinghua's expression turned serious for the first time. He didn't open fire right away, but started stepping backward. Being surrounded by these wolves in the woods was extremely dangerous. He had to retreat back to the cave before firing. As the pack advanced step by step, Fang Xinghua continued retreating step by step. It was only when he reached the entrance of the cave that Fang Xinghua stopped. Li Tianyuo and Lu Xiaomei, upon seeing so many wild wolves, were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and they hurriedly raised the rifles in their hands. Damn it, Li Tianyuo couldn't help but curse. Where did all these wild wolves come from? This is going to be trouble. Fang Xinghua aimed at the leading wolf, ready to fire a shot. If he could kill the leading wolf, the other wolves would scatter and flee. The leading wolf was very cunning. Sensing the danger, it retreated back into the woods and began directing the other wolves to approach the cave. Oh! The leading wolf gave the command to attack. The wolves started to move toward the cave from different directions, using the cover of darkness. Bang! Fang Xinghua fired a shot with his rifle, taking out a wolf on the left. Lu Xiaomei and Li Tianyuo also fired their guns one after another. Lu Xiaomei hit the leg of one of the wolves, but it wasn't a serious injury, just a slight scratch. It wasn't that Lu Xiaomei's marksmanship was poor, but these wolves were too cunning. They moved incredibly fast and used the night to conceal themselves. As for Li Tianyuo, it was even worse. He didn't know where his bullets had gone. In just a few short seconds, the wolves were already within 7 or 8 meters of the cave. They were about to rush to the entrance of the cave. Once they arrived, the rifles would be completely useless. There would be no way to hit them. You two go back inside the cave first. Fang Xinghua shouted. After shooting one of the wolves dead, he tightened his grip on the machete in his hand and slashed it at another wolf. In the blink of an eye, he felled 2 wolves. Suddenly, a wolf from the right lunged at him, aiming for Fang Xinghua's throat. Bang! Fang Xinghua kicked out with his leg, knocking the wolf down to the ground. At the same time, the machete in his hand stabbed straight into the wolf's belly. The wolf let out a mournful cry and died on the spot. By now, he had slaughtered 4 wild wolves. This left both Li Tianyuo and Lu Xiaomei staring in amazement. Fang Xinghua's movements were incredibly agile, and each of his attacks hit the vital spots. If anyone else were in this situation, they wouldn't have stood a chance to fight back. Chapter 142, Blasting the Mountain. Ow! The lead wolf let out a howl and disappeared into the dark forest. The lead wolf knew that it wouldn't get any advantage from Fang Xinghua's hands. The other wild wolves, upon receiving the command from the lead wolf, took several steps back. After a low roar, they turned around and plunged into the woods. At this moment, Li Tianyuo and Lu Xiaomei regained their senses and breathed a sigh of relief. Fang brother, luckily you were here. Otherwise, we would have been done for today. Lu Xiaomei looked at Fang Xinghua with even more admiration in her eyes, feeling an indescribable sense of security being by his side. Fang Xinghua scanned the forest for a moment. These wild wolves won't give up easily. When keeping watch, make sure to stay alert all the time. Don't be careless. Li Tianyuo hurriedly asked, will they come back? Fang Xinghua nodded. Wild wolves rarely give up on prey once targeted, especially when they were starving like earlier. They hadn't gone far. Surely, they were still lurking nearby in the woods, seeking an opportunity to attack again. In this forest, besides wild wolves, there are many large carnivorous animals, such as leopards and tigers. You go rest first. We'll take care of things next. Fang Xinghua glanced back at Lu Xiaomei. Lu Xiaomei was already exhausted and fell asleep almost instantly after lying down on some dry grass in the corner of the cave, half lying and closing her eyes. Fang Xinghua sat by the fire at the mouth of the cave and added some firewood to it. There was no shortage of firewood in the forest. It could be found everywhere, making it easy to gather plenty of dry wood. Aren't you going to sleep? Li Tianyuo was hungry again now, so he roasted a piece of meat over the fire, sprinkling some salt on top. Fang Xinghua stared at the pitch-black woods ahead. I can't sleep. We must keep a constant watch tonight and not give those wild wolves any chance. Li Tianyuo wasn't very reliable, so Fang Xinghua had to personally ensure vigilance. If they got through this night, there'd be no problem tomorrow, and they wouldn't need to stay here anymore. Li Tianyuo looked back at Lu Xiaomei, then grinned and said, you've really hit the jackpot. Lu Xiaomei definitely has feelings for you. Fang Xinghua ignored him. Lu Xiaomei's intentions were too obvious. Even someone like Li Tianyuo could see it. Boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from the mountain slope, followed immediately by countless pieces of soil and rocks of various sizes tumbling down from the mountain, crashing into the forest with a loud racket. This was the sound of detonation caps going off. The power was significant. Such dynamite caps were often used in the village for stone quarrying or road construction. It was quite common. The noise was probably caused by Old Man Lu and his group, but it was unclear what these tomb raiders were planning to do. Fang Xinghua and Li Tianyuo quickly retreated inside the cave. Just as they entered, a massive boulder rolled down the mountain, extinguishing one of the fires before rolling another dozen meters before stopping. Right where the boulder stopped rolling was exactly where Fang Xinghua and Li Tianyuo had just been sitting. If they hadn't returned to the cave, they might have already been crushed into pulp by the rock, which weighed thousands of pounds and broke several thick trees in half during its descent. What in heaven's name is Lu Xinyi doing? Li Tianyuo cursed loudly. Once the stones stopped falling, Fang Xinghua exited the cave, raised his flashlight toward the slope, but the distance was too great to see anything clearly. Even with the flashlight's beam, the area was too far away, about 400 or 500 meters, and much of the light was obstructed by the trees. Leave them alone. Fang Xinghua decided not to bother. He'd report them when they visited town next time, using this incident as leverage against Fang Zhenhong to let him rot in jail for a few years. Desecrating graves was a criminal act worthy of imprisonment. Severe cases could result in execution. After Fang Xinghua emerged from the cave, he gathered some dry tree trunks and relit 2 fires in the previous positions, serving both to fight the cold and deter wolf attacks. After finishing his work, he noticed that Li Teniu had already fallen asleep on the dried grass, snoring thunderously and echoing throughout the entire cave. Li Teniu was thoroughly exhausted today, having carried loads of wild boar meat to the cave, covering long distances over 4 or 5 trips. He even brought back the bones and internal organs of the boars along with lard, leaving behind only the intestines. As the night passed, the wolf pack did not mount another attack, but remained close, pacing within the nearby forests. Dawn broke slightly bright, and Li Teniu and Lu Xiaomei woke up. Everyone started roasting meat, hunger driving them to eat. Thanks to the salt brought by Lu Xiaomei, the roasted meat tasted much better. Eating grilled meat outdoors had an absolutely unparalleled taste. Fang Xinghua felt that eating outside was better than at home. It was like a barbecue in the wild. Li Teniu took a bite of the meat, wiped the oil off his mouth, and frowned as he said, "It's troublesome to ask for help carrying the meat. Not many people want to come to Black Dog Mountain. Besides, there's at least 1,000 jin, about 500 kilograms, of meat here. We would need 10 people to carry it all, and where do we find so many?" Lu Xiaomei cut a piece of meat with her dagger, glanced at it, and then put it in her mouth. "It's indeed hard to gather so many people, but it's not a problem. If we can't take it all back today, we'll come again another day." Li Teniu agreed. "Anyway, all this meat needs to be taken back. It's too wasteful to throw it away." This was the first time they reached an agreement. Normally they would argue for half a day and always be at odds with each other. There's no need to go through such trouble. Fang Xinghua stood up from the ground, brushing the wood ash off his clothes. "Try to take as much back as possible and sell the rest at a low price to the villagers, but only if they're willing to come up into the mountain themselves." Li Teniu shook his head upon hearing this. "That won't do. Selling at a low price is too wasteful. I'll carry it myself. 1 day if I can't finish, 2 days, 2 days if I can't, then 3 or 4 days. I'll get all the meat back eventually." Fang Xinghua replied. "We can't stay in the mountain forever, can we? Who could last 3 or 4 days?" The main concern was still the wolf pack, which might attack again any time. All the meat must be taken back today. Whatever couldn't be carried needed to be discarded. There were numerous wolves on Black Dog Mountain, along with other large carnivorous animals. Staying here was very dangerous. Moreover, running back and forth inside the mountain gave the wolf pack more chances to attack. It wouldn't make sense to risk human lives just for such a small amount of meat. It would be too costly. All right then. Li Teniu finally compromised, knowing Fang Xinghua must have good reasons for his decision. In short, following Fang Xinghua's advice was never wrong. After finishing their meal, Li Teniu tied up several large pieces of meat with ropes. Fang Xinghua went over and, together with Lu Xiaomei, placed the meat on Li Teniu's shoulder. Despite his great strength, Li Teniu's waist bent under the weight. Chapter 143, A Figure in the Woods. "Let's carry a bit less, shall we?" Fang Xinghua roughly estimated that this meat would weigh at least 120 or 30 caddies. Li Teniu would soon need to take the mountain paths back, which were treacherous and long, requiring at least 2 or 3 hours to reach the village. Most importantly, when leaving Haiga Mountain later, they would pass through an extremely steep cliff. Carrying so much meat made it very dangerous to navigate that narrow trail. Any mistake could result in a fatal fall. "No problem." Li Teniu gave a call out, shouldering the meat and departing from the cave into the woods. His figure quickly disappeared. Thick fog enveloped the sky, casting a heavy gloom that made everyone feel suffocated. The sun had been out yesterday, yet today was already cloudy, and by the look of it, there might even be snow. Fang Xinghua glanced toward the distant mountains. "I hope it doesn't snow today." Lu Xiaomei added some firewood to the fire and then tidied up the cave, neatly stacking the dry wood in a corner. "It probably won't snow, but rain is possible. Rain would complicate things further. Everything would get soaking wet, and the mountain paths would become even more perilous. If only we could stay here forever." With a smile on her face, Lu Xiaomei finished cleaning the cave and then began clearing away the leaves at its entrance. "I'll take a walk around the surrounding woods." Fang Xinghua picked up his hunting rifle and entered the forest ahead. After walking just a few steps, he heard rustling coming from the bushes nearby. Treading lightly, he walked forward and spotted several vultures pecking at the carcass of a wild wolf. This wolf was the one Fang Xinghua had killed last night. Also scattered in the area were the bodies of a few other wolves, all of which had been half-eaten within the span of a single night. Fang Xinghua grimaced in frustration. If only he had moved these corpses farther away. Otherwise, they'd attract too many predators, possibly even tigers, leopards, or wolves. Bang! He raised his rifle and fired a shot. The sound echoed through the woods. Terrified, the vultures took flight, while the crows perched on branches also scattered in panic. All that remained was the half-eaten carcass of the wild wolf. Fang Xinghua dragged the carcasses to a nearby cliff and tossed them down. Soon after, the sound of snapping branches reached his ears. With another loud bang, the carcasses finally hit the dense forest at the bottom of the cliff. Suddenly, a startled fox not far off bolted in fear, fleeing into the distance. Without hesitation, Fang Xinghua aimed and fired again, hitting the fox directly. After being struck, the fox fell to the ground with a couple of agonized whimpers before going still. Fang Xinghua approached the dead fox, waited for the blood to drain, and then picked it up to continue searching for more game. There were quite a few people in the cave. Even if he set aside some meat for Li Teniu and Lu Xiaomei, there would still be plenty left over. They wouldn't lack meat. Currently, Fang Xinghua simply wanted to hunt more animals and collect their pelts, planning to sell them in town later to earn some money. Money was desperately needed at home now, for building a brick house this year and throwing a birthday banquet. The family didn't have nearly enough funds saved up yet, so saving money was their immediate goal. What he most hoped for was to encounter a bear or even a tiger, especially a tiger, as tiger skins were extremely valuable. He felt somewhat regretful about the sale price of the tiger skin he sold last time. He spent over an hour patrolling the surrounding woods, but saw no additional game. There were still a fair number of hawks and crows though. This indicated that the wolf pack still lingered close by, keeping other prey animals away at a distance. After more than 2 hours, Fang Xinghua turned to head back to the cave. Just a short distance from returning, he looked back and noticed a wild wolf standing atop a hillside, its fierce eyes glaring at him. He checked around and saw that several other wolves lurked in the woods, forming a semicircular attacking position. Fang Xinghua took aim and fired a shot at the wolf on the hill, hitting it directly. Bloodied, the wolf rolled down the slope. As he prepared to target the other wolves, they reluctantly turned and disappeared into the woods. He didn't chase them, but returned toward the cave instead. Reaching the mouth of the cave shortly after, Lu Xiaomei had already roasted the meat, and its savory aroma wafted out of the cave. Fang, big brother, the meat's ready. Lu Xiaomei removed the cooked meat from the fire, placed it on a rock, and cut it into pieces with a knife. Fang Jing was squatted by the campfire and began eating, having grown hungry once again after his round of exploration. What a beautiful fox pelt. Lu Xiaomei reached out and touched the fur, finding it thick and soft with an excellent feel. This could sell for quite a bit of money. I've heard that several more fur traders have arrived in town, and the prices for pelts keep going up. A single fox pelt like this one would fetch at least 1 or 200 yuan. Fang Jinghua felt secretly delighted inside. Several pelts were hanging on the bamboo poles in front of their main hall at home. They'd probably fetch a good amount of money. After having his fill, he skinned the fox, giving it a simple cleaning before drying it on some firewood to prepare for taking it home later. Once done, he looked up and saw Lu Xiaomei standing at the cave entrance, as motionless as a stone statue, staring straight ahead into the woods. Puzzled, Fang Jinghua called out, "What's wrong with you?" Lu Xiaomei remained frozen in place, neither speaking nor turning around, unmoving. Something felt off to Fang Jinghua, so he moved closer toward the cave entrance. He noticed Lu Xiaomei's eyes brimming with fear, her body slightly trembling. He peered into the woods, but saw nothing. What exactly happened? Did you see something? After a long while, Lu Xiaomei slowly snapped back to reality and spoke in a quivering voice. "I just saw someone. I'm absolutely certain I didn't misidentify them. Who exactly did you see? Was it someone so terrifying?" Fang Jinghua's mind was full of questions. If it really had been a person, there was no reason for Lu Xiaomei to be scared to such an extent. "That man, it's your father." Swallowing hard, Lu Xiaomei pointed toward a large pine tree deep in the forest. "Just now, he was standing right there, staring at me. There was even a very unnatural smile on his face, one that seemed like it had been carved there. It made my skin crawl." Then she continued, "I'm positive it was him. Last time when we came to Haiga Mountain, the dark figure I saw, it was also him." Upon hearing these words, Fang Jinghua couldn't help but frown. From Lu Xiaomei's expression, she didn't appear to be lying. She had no reason to deceive him. Yet none of this made any sense. His father had died many years ago in the mountains. He couldn't possibly still be alive. This matter was too bizarre. How could someone who was dead come back to life? Chapter 144. Villagers enter the mountain to carry meat. Fang Jinghua consoled them. "Don't scare yourself. It could be other hunters in the mountain. He just looks like someone I know. It can't possibly be my dad. That person is indeed your father." Lu Xiaomei's voice was full of certainty. "Your father has a birthmark on his forehead. I remember it clearly. Also, the clothes he's wearing are the ones he wore before going into the mountain years ago. A light blue canvas shirt with 4 pockets, and a black hat on his head. The last time Fang Jinghua's father entered the mountain, he went together with Lu Xiaomei's father. At that time, Lu Xiaomei and her mother were still at the village entrance seeing them off, and she remembered their clothing very clearly. "You stay here, I'll go take a look." Fang Jinghua decided to chase after him and figure out if he could catch up with this man to clarify the matter. This situation was too bizarre. If he didn't uncover the truth, he couldn't settle down. "Be careful." Lu Xiaomei expressed some concern. "It's fine." With a hunting rifle in hand, Fang Jinghua walked into the forest, reaching the pine tree that Lu Xiaomei had mentioned earlier. Upon carefully examining the ground, there were several broken branches, indicating that someone really had been standing in that exact spot just now. Without hesitation, he quickened his pace to follow forward. He continued walking for more than 10 minutes, but saw no human figures, only spotting a few wild wolves circling around nearby trees. These wolves were extremely hungry but dared not attack, as they had already suffered 2 defeats at Fang Jinghua's hands. Fang Jinghua took a deep breath, ready to return to the cave. That person had long run far away or hidden in an extremely secluded place. No matter what that person intended to do, one day Fang Jinghua would find and catch him. Just then, all of a sudden, a shadow appeared from a distance within the woods. The back of the person was facing this side, seemingly chewing on something. Fang Jinghua quickly approached and realized it was Li Tianyuo, greedily gnawing on a sweet potato. Moreover, Li Tianyuo's wife and other villagers were present. Everyone carried a wicker basket on their back, about 7 or 8 in total. Li Tianyuo stood up from the ground, stuffed the sweet potato into his mouth, and said while eating, "I've gathered everyone. I've discussed with them. As long as they help carry the meat back, I'll give each of them 30 caddies of meat." Fang Jinghua laughed. "How come you brought your wife along?" Li Tianyuo exhaled a puff of white breath. "There's no choice. We simply couldn't find others to help. My wife is strong, and it doesn't cause any trouble." As they chatted, they entered the cave. Seeing the large pile of meat inside the cave, everyone's eyes almost popped out. "You guys are truly amazing. You managed to obtain so much meat." Li Tianyuo's wife's face filled with excitement. Those hunters who went into the mountain with you yesterday returned in the afternoon. Several of them came back empty-handed. Others merely caught a couple of rabbits or wild chickens. It turned out to be all wasted efforts. Li Tianyuo smirked. What skill do they possess? How could they compare with us? They're only good for glaring. Li Tianyuo's wife gave him a sidelong glance. Stop showing off here. Who doesn't know your lousy shooting? This must all be thanks to Brother Fong. This statement left Li Tianyuo feeling rather awkward. At that moment, the forest blew with strong winds, accompanied by wailing sounds, resembling a woman crying. The villagers, scared, broke out in cold sweats. We should hurry back. Black Dog Mountain is haunted. Even if it weren't for those 30 caddies of meat, we'd never dare set foot in such a place. After saying that, the villagers scrambled to pack the meat, placing it in baskets, covering it with burlap bags, and securing it with ropes. Li Tianyuo and Lu Xiaomei hurried over to help. Fang Jingguo wasn't idle either, using dirt and rocks to cover the firewood, extinguishing it slowly until smoke filled the cave. There were numerous legends within the village regarding Black Dog Mountain. Some said there were demons, others said there were ghosts. In the past, older hunters in the village claimed they saw strange corpses in Black Dog Mountain, suggesting heavy resentment, making it easy for supernatural events to occur. Other old hunters even said they spotted monstrous creatures with human faces. In short, Black Dog Mountain terrified the villagers more than Ghost Mountain behind the village. All these legends remained tales, and nobody knew if they were true. Some elderly hunters liked exaggerating and telling scary stories to children. You all go ahead first. I'll hunt for a bit longer, and then return to the village. Fang Jing will plan to stay temporarily, since it was still early. There might be a chance to hunt another fox or two. Alright then, I'll go back first. Li Tianyuo and his wife left with the villagers, carrying the meat. Their figures disappeared among the trees. After watching them leave, Fang Jingguo picked up his hunting rifle and took a machete, continuing to walk in another direction of the mountain forest. As he crossed a water ditch, a sound of footsteps came from behind. He turned back and saw Lu Xiaomei. Fang Jingguo couldn't help but ask, "Why haven't you gone back yet?" Lu Xiaomei walked up to him and tucked the hair on her forehead behind her ear. "I want to go back with you. There's nothing to do if I return now. It might be better to stay in the woods for a little while longer." "Alright then, just stay close to me and don't get separated." Fang Jingguo reminded her once before continuing forward. The forest was large, and now it was filled with thick fog everywhere. A slight mistake could lead to getting lost. Getting lost in the mountains was very dangerous. Many hunters had entered the mountains only to lose their lives due to being disoriented, their bodies never found. Lu Xiaomei, who trailed behind, was still thinking about what happened earlier. "Do you think there are ghosts in this world? The person I saw earlier looked exactly like your father. Perhaps it's really his ghost. His soul is lingering here in the mountains because of some unfinished business." Fang Jingguo didn't know what to say. There's no such thing as ghosts. It's just you scaring yourself. How come Lu Xiaomei, an educator, still believed in ghosts and deities? So how do you explain what happened? Lu Xiaomei's face revealed deep thought. Just now, when Li Tianyuo mentioned it, all the villagers who came with us yesterday returned to the village. There shouldn't be anyone else around. Fang Jingguo chuckled. 3 people haven't returned to the village yet. Hearing this, Lu Xiaomei remembered. Are you talking about Uncle Lu San, Fang Zhenhong, and Ma Laowu? But none of them look like your father. Fang Jingguo didn't want to argue with her any further. Let's focus on hunting instead. Lu Xiaomei stopped bringing up the topic and held her hunting rifle, following behind while vigilantly staring at the surrounding trees. Her appearance was entirely unlike someone who was out to hunt. Chapter 145, Strike It Rich. After walking for nearly an hour and circling through several patches of woods, they had failed to find a large prey, having only managed to hunt down a few wild rabbits and pheasants. Fang Jingguo decided to head back. It was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and they could make it back to the village before nightfall. The 3 of them, including Uncle Lu San, had used detonators to blast the mountain, making too much noise and scaring all the animals away. There he is again. Lu Xiaomei suddenly shouted and pointed towards a cliff ahead. Fang Jingguo looked, and sure enough, there was a shadow standing on the edge of the cliff. Too far away and shrouded in heavy fog, he couldn't make out who it was, but he could confirm that it was indeed a person. "Wait for me here." Fang Jingguo strode toward the cliff. It took almost 10 minutes to finally reach below the cliff, which was steep with many vines and pine trees growing from rock crevices. Grabbing onto the vines, he began to climb upward. From the bottom to the top of the cliff, it was about 40 or 50 meters high, and he wasn't sure if that person was still up there. Halfway through the climb, Fang Jingguo was already drenched in sweat, resting briefly by stepping on a tree trunk before continuing upwards. "Big brother Fang, be careful." Lu Xiaomei shouted loudly. Fang Jingguo was too exhausted to respond, and continued climbing while gripping the vines tightly and gritting his teeth. The surface of the vines was extremely rough, and his hands were close to being rubbed raw, causing excruciating pain. When he was almost completely drained, he finally made it to the top. There were many big trees, but after searching around, no one was there. Fang Jingguo was so angry he almost swore. When he had seen this earlier, noticing that the cliff had sheer walls on all sides, he thought the person would be unable to escape. But upon reaching the top, he realized one part of the cliff wasn't very steep at all, and it was certain the person had escaped from that position. All this trouble had amounted to nothing. He still hadn't caught that person. Fang Jingguo sat down on a rock, preparing to rest a bit longer before heading back down the mountain and straight to the village. There wasn't much time left, and they couldn't afford any more delays, or they'd have to spend another night deep in the mountains. Looking up, he noticed some dry grass nearby. its leaves looking remarkably like those of old ginseng. In a hurry, he stood up, walked over, and crouched down to take a closer look. His heart filled with joy instantly. These indeed were the leaves of old ginseng. Although they had withered, they were still identifiable. Counting them, there were at least 3 or 4 plants, each spaced about 4 or 5 meters apart and not growing together. However, the exact age of the ginseng remained uncertain, as they would know only once dug up. Without wasting a moment, he cut off a branch with his machete, trimmed one end, and started digging. It took nearly 7 or 8 minutes to dig up the first old ginseng. Judging from its roots and patterns, it was at least 40 or 50 years old. He kept going, excavating one plant after another. Finally, he unearthed the last wild ginseng root, a total of 4. One of them had an exceptionally vigorous root system with thick, pronounced patterns. Clearly, this was over 100 years old. This is hitting the jackpot. Fang Xinghua placed all the old ginseng into the canvas bag and fastened it. Arriving at the previous grove, he found Lu Xiaomei. How did you take so long? Lu Xiaomei hurried over. I'm just glad you're fine. I thought something had happened earlier, and I was so worried. Fang Xinghua said, I saw a few wild ginseng plants. Digging them up took some time. Let's go back. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaomei was filled with admiration. You're so lucky. You even stumbled upon wild ginseng. The two continued their conversation while cutting through the woods on the other side. After 1 or 2 hours, they finally reached the cliff leading into Black Dog Mountain. The wind was fierce, blowing one gust after another. Walking along the narrow path on the cliff, it felt like their bodies were about to be lifted off the ground, eyes unable to stay open. About halfway through the journey, a few rocks suddenly broke loose from the cliff above. One of them weighed several thousand pounds at least. This cliff was particularly steep, devoid of much vegetation except for some grass. Constant exposure to the elements had caused the surface to erode, making it prone to falling rocks. Once that massive boulder detached from the wall, it tumbled down swiftly and hit the path, destroying it, and causing a section of roughly 10 meters to collapse. We're doomed. We can't go back now. Lu Xiaomei was visibly upset, stamping her feet in frustration. This was the only way back to the village, and now that the road was gone, they couldn't leave Black Dog Mountain. They'd be trapped inside. Fang Xinghua glanced around. There was no way to get past this cliff, and even with a rope, it would be impossible. The rocks had already been weathered, and the large-scale collapse that just occurred caused many rocks to become precarious and could roll down at any moment. It was too dangerous to return by this route. The only option is to go around it. Fang Xinghua led Lu Xiaomei towards the side of the cliff, hoping to find a way out of Black Dog Mountain. Lu Xiaomei followed closely behind. The air began to turn cold, with the temperature dropping rapidly. The wind stung their faces, like being slapped repeatedly. Lu Xiaomei's cheeks were ruddy from the wind, and her hair had started to become disheveled. After walking for a long time, they reached a higher slope and realized they were getting further away without going around the cliff at all. Fang Xinghua scanned the surroundings and spotted an easily climbable large pine tree. He placed his hunting rifle and machete at the base of the tree and began climbing with both hands gripping the trunk. Just before reaching the top of the tree, he stopped and looked around. He discovered that the cliff extended endlessly in the distance, making it impossible to go around. Now they were really in trouble. Even if they walked along the cliff for a month, there might be no way out. We have no choice but to stay in the mountain tonight and think of another way to go back tomorrow. Fang Xinghua climbed down from the tree and pulled off the spider webs that had clung to him. Lu Xiaomei didn't worry at all. She knew that Fang Xinghua would definitely find a way to bring her back to the village. As long as he was there was nothing to fear. Fang Xinghua noticed a serious problem. The sky was beginning to grow darker, and so far, they hadn't found any place to shelter from the cold wind. Spending the night in the mountains, the best choice would be a cave. However, they hadn't seen a single one along the way. Furthermore, this side of the mountain was all sloped terrain facing directly into the wind. The wind at night would be extremely strong and bitterly cold. Staying in such a place for the entire night would cause a continuous drop in body temperature, and even starting a fire would be impossible. The body simply couldn't withstand it. It was too late to return to the previous cave, mainly because it was too far, over 2 hours away. Could they freeze to death here tonight? Chapter 146, The Cave on the Cliff. Lu Xiaomei was now shivering from the cold, her arms crossed as she crouched on the ground, her back facing the direction of the strong wind. Swoosh! A gray shadow flashed by in the woods. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a fox with a squirrel in its mouth. The fox, upon noticing Fang Xinghua and his group, sped up and ran into a thicket by the cliff edge without hesitation. Fang Xinghua immediately chased after it. After passing through the thicket, he discovered a deep abyss right at his feet. This confused him. He had clearly seen the fox enter the thicket, but now there was no sign of it. Looking up toward the cliff face, he noticed a very hidden cave about 6 or 7 meters down. This cave wasn't large, roughly around 1.67 meters in diameter, located in a position sheltered by 2 huge rocks. This cave would be an excellent place to spend the night. Not only could it protect them from the cold wind, but it would also keep them safe from wolves. How to enter this cave was a big problem. 6 or 7 meters is the height equivalent of a 2-story building. If they had a rope, that would be easy. They could just tie it to a tree trunk nearby and climb down. Unfortunately, Fang Xinghua had originally brought a rope when entering the mountains, which was used earlier in another cave for hanging meat, but it had been taken back by Li Tinyu's group. There were no vines nearby either, so climbing down without aid was impossible, especially since the surface was too steep and smooth to stand on properly. I have some rope. Lu Xiaomei opened the canvas bag on her back and pulled out a bundle of rope. Great. After taking the rope, Fang Xinghua tied one end around a nearby tree trunk. We'll climb down from here. Lu Xiaomei let out a startled, ah, and moved to the cliff's edge for a look. She immediately felt dizzy and spun her head away. Isn't this too high? Can we even climb down? I'll try going down first. Fang Xinghua fashioned a simple safety harness around his waist, and then began slowly descending by gripping the rope with his hands and using his feet against the rock wall. Every move was made carefully and deliberately, allowing no room for error. The constant wind blowing made every movement difficult, particularly for his hands. They not only had to bear a lot of weight, but were also being continuously battered by the freezing wind, gradually losing feeling. Finally, he reached the entrance of the cave. It was pitch black inside, and he couldn't see anything. Fang Xinghua gathered some dry branches and leaves and lit them with a matchstick. The dark cave finally lit up. The interior of the cave was narrow, but it stretched a long way forward. However, due to the firelight, they couldn't tell how far it extended inward. This cave was certainly a good place for spending the night, protected from both the cold wind and wild animals. Big Brother Fang. Lu Xiaomei's voice came from the cliff's edge. By the time Fang Xinghua reached the entrance, it was already completely dark outside. He shone his flashlight upward at Lu Xiaomei and said, "You can come down now. Follow what I did. Make a simple safety harness, grip tightly, and descend." Lu Xiaomei hesitated for quite some time before mustering up the courage to begin climbing down. Fang Xinghua used his flashlight to provide her with illumination, never taking his eyes off her. After a few minutes, Lu Xiaomei finally made it to the cave entrance. Her face was bright red from the cold mountain breeze, her lips bluish purple, and her teeth chattering. Seeing the fire, Lu Xiaomei quickly crouched beside it, her body gradually warming up. "Are we going to sleep here tonight?" When Lu Xiaomei asked, a hint of embarrassment tinged her cheeks, as though she might have phrased the sentence incorrectly. Fang Xinghua nodded and took his flashlight deeper into the cave. He found that the cave extended further still, walking quite a distance without reaching the end or discovering any trace of the fox. He wondered where this cave might lead. Soon enough, he noticed a very gentle wind coming from deeper within the cave. It seemed plausible that traveling through this cave could lead them away from Black Dog Mountain. However, it was already late, so they decided to rest overnight and continue exploring tomorrow. After returning to the fire, Fang Xinghua took out the wild rabbit they had caught earlier, cleaned it thoroughly, sprinkled salt on it, and started roasting it over the fire. How deep does this cave go? Lu Xiaomei was curious. Fang Xinghua shook his head. "I don't know, but there must be an exit. We'll explore deeper tomorrow morning." After eating the roasted rabbit, they collected some leaves and dry grass, laid them down, and went to sleep. Since the cave was rather narrow, their sleeping areas were separated by less than half a meter. The wind howled fiercely outside the cave, while inside it was eerily quiet. Fang Xinghua felt sore all over after a day's hard work. He closed his eyes and fell asleep almost immediately. When he woke up, it was already the next day. Opening his eyes, he looked around the cave and noticed that Lu Xiaomei was nowhere to be seen, but the fire was still burning with meat roasting above it. Lu Xiaomei hadn't been gone for long. Just as Fang Xinghua was about to go look for her, she appeared with a water flask from the depths of the cave. "This cave is really deep. I found a small stream inside. Have some water." Lu Xiaomei handed the water flask to him. Fang Xinghua took a sip. It was extremely sweet, though freezing cold. His tongue and teeth tingled painfully as soon as the water touched them. After finishing the roasted meat, Fang Xinghua and Lu Xiaomei gathered everything they had, made a makeshift torch, lit it, and began exploring the cave. The cave was very narrow and also very long. They walked for a long time without reaching the end. "Ah!" Lu Xiaomei, who was walking behind, suddenly screamed and rushed forward, tightly hugging Fang Xinghua. "There's a dead person." Fang Xinghua was taken aback. How could there possibly be a dead person in this cave? He shone the torch on the ground by their feet, and then saw a pile of white bones. Upon closer inspection, he smiled. "These are goat bones, not human bones." Hearing this, Lu Xiaomei slowly calmed down. She turned back and confirmed that they were indeed goat bones, finally letting out a sigh of relief. "I was so scared just now. Could you let go of me first?" said Fang Xinghua. Lu Xiaomei realized she was still tightly hugging Fang Xinghua and quickly released him, feeling embarrassed and a little shy. "Let's continue moving forward." Fang Xinghua turned and held the torch as he continued to walk ahead. About an hour later, light started appearing near the cave entrance, along with a strong gust of wind. They quickened their steps and reached the entrance. Looking outside, they saw a lush forest. Lu Xiaomei followed and took in the sight of this new forest. Chapter 147. Hunt the tiger next time. Fang Xinghua was preparing to find a higher vantage point to determine his exact location. If this were still xiuxian, then it would really be over. After walking for some distance, he noticed quite a few caves nearby, and these caves were very similar to those on Guishan. Could this be Guishan? Fang Xinghua quickened his pace. Soon, he discovered a familiar cave. This cave had been where the wild boars were fed before. At the entrance of the cave, there were many logs. Finally out, Fang Xinghua let out a sigh of relief as he glanced back at the previous cave. It was truly unexpected that the cave from the ghost mountain behind the village connected with the cave on the cliff of xiuxian. In the future, hunting on xiuxian would be more convenient. One could travel directly through the cave to xiuxian, which not only brought them much closer, but also saved a lot of time. How did we end up at Guishan? Lu Xiaomei looked somewhat bewildered, quickly came back to her senses, and exhaled deeply. Finally, we can go home. Then, turning her head, she cast a glance in the direction of xiuxian, slightly frowning. Uncle Lu San and the others might not be able to find this cave. I wonder how they'll return. Fang Xinghua wasn't concerned. He didn't want to waste energy being good for nothing. After leaving the rear mountain, they returned to the village. Big brother Fong, don't forget me next time you go hunting, Lu Xiaomei called out, preparing to leave. At this moment, her younger brother ran over. Sister, you're finally back. Butcher Zhang has come to our house again, bringing lots of delicious food, saying he wants to marry you. Him? Dream on. Lu Xiaomei stormed off towards their home angrily. Butcher Zhang kept pestering Lu Xiaomei incessantly, always visiting her home when he had time. This time, he even specifically brought many things. Lu Xiaomei was beautiful, a well-known village beauty, with plenty of people who fancied her. Upon returning to his family's broken courtyard gate, Fang Xinghua heard cries from inside. Xiaohu's crying mixed with Fang Ying's scolding voice. Walking inside, he saw Fang Ying hitting Xiaohu. Mom, stop hitting me. Xiaohu was running around the yard, tears streaming down his face, snot all over. Yang Chunlan stood at the hall door. Fang Ying, just give him a light scolding. Don't hit so hard. Fang Ying ignored her. After catching Xiaohu, she slapped his bottom twice. I've often told you not to bully little Dowsing, yet you never listen. I didn't bully her. She tripped herself earlier. Xiaohu wiped his nose with his sleeve, the right side of which was pitch black and shiny, like it had been painted with varnish. Little Dowsing, who was crying earlier, upon seeing Fang Xinghua return, hurriedly ran over and flung herself into his arms. Uncle-in-law, did you kill a big tiger? Fang Xinghua touched her little head gently. No, not this time. Next time, I'll bring back a big tiger for you. Good. Little Dowsing giggled and ran inside the hall, shouting, Uncle-in-law is back. Li Xiaomei walked out from the hall and took Fang Xinghua's rifle, along with the wild chicken and rabbit, placing them by the hall door. Her eyes were red. I'll cook for you now. As she said that, she went into the kitchen and began cooking. Yang Chunlan poured a cup of water and handed it to Fang Xinghua. Drink some hot water. You've been away for 2 days. Everyone has been worried about you. Fang Ying stopped hitting Xiaohu and started processing the several wild rabbits and chickens while muttering. The one who worries about you the most is probably Xiaomei. Yesterday, after Iron Ox mentioned that the path on Black Dog Mountain had collapsed, trapping you inside, Xiaomei almost cried. Hearing this, Fang Xinghua couldn't help but look toward the kitchen direction. It turns out this little girl always cares for him. With the concern of family members, he felt warm inside. Each time going into the mountains to hunt filled him with great motivation. Candy. Little Dowsing peeled a piece of candy and handed it to Fang Xinghua's mouth. Eat it yourself. Fang Xinghua pulled at her little braid. This girl was adorable and knew how to share. You eat. Little Dowsing shoved the candy into Fang Xinghua's mouth, and upon seeing him eat it, jumped happily up and down. She was still wearing an old little cotton jacket, and the edges of her cloth shoes had already split, exposing her feet. And her pants, washed until they turned white, were covered with large and small patches, looking as if stitched together from different pieces. Fang Xinghua felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the town market and buy new clothes. Fang Xinghua held little Dowsing in his arms and squeezed her thin little cotton jacket. It barely provided any warmth. Good. Little Dowsing was ecstatic, laughing and revealing 2 cute dimples. Fang Xinghua planned to take the fox fur and black bear skin to the small town tomorrow to sell, along with those old ginseng roots. They could fetch a good amount of money. What's in your canvas bag? Yang Chunlan saw the canvas bag lying on the ground and picked it up. It's wild mountain ginseng. Fang Xinghua replied. Upon hearing that Fang Xinghua had found wild mountain ginseng, Yang Chunlan was delighted. She hurriedly opened the bag and carefully took out the ginseng roots inside, placing them on the table. When she heard that Fang Xinghua had found wild mountain ginseng, Fang Ying rushed into the courtyard from outside. Even Li Xiaomei, who was cooking in the kitchen, came to the hall, her eyes fixed on the ginseng roots on the table as she excitedly asked, Did you find wild mountain ginseng again? And so much of it. Li Xiaomei knew that wild mountain ginseng was valuable and worth a lot of money, giving hope for building their brick house. This time you went into the mountains. Our family is about to get rich. Fang Ying said, recovering her composure. Not only did you bring back so much meat, but also for wild mountain ginseng roots. Fang Ying mentioned the meat. The meat that Tiniu and his group brought back from Black Dog Mountain yesterday. 2/3 went to Fang Xinghua's family. The rest was divided between Tiniu and Lu Xiaomei's family, and the remaining portion was shared with villagers who helped out. Fang Xinghua's family received the largest share since both wild boars and the moose were all hunted by Fang Xinghua. Could there really be something wrong with Black Dog Mountain? Yang Chunlan sighed. Several of the villagers who went to carry the meat from Black Dog Mountain fell ill yesterday. Even Tiniu became severely sick. This morning, I saw him, and he looked like his soul had been lost. Fang Xinghua began to explain. That's because the environment on Black Dog Mountain is harsh. Add to that the strain of carrying heavy meat through such a long mountain path, fatigue, excessive sweating, and then getting chilled by the cold wind. These are why they got sick. Fang Ying laughed on the side. You only finished 3rd grade in primary school, yet it seems like you know everything. Fang Xinghua casually gave an excuse. I just heard it from someone. Hurry up and put the old ginseng away. Make sure to hide it well. Yang Chunlan said. Li Xiaomei agreed with the sound, then wrapped the ginseng in cloth before taking it back to the bedroom and locking it inside the cabinet, securing it with a lock. Only after finishing this did she return to the kitchen to continue cooking. Chapter 148. A beating will do. Half an hour later, the food was finally ready. It was now dinner time. Everyone gathered around the old table with their bowls and chopsticks, beginning to eat hungrily. Tomorrow I will go to the town to sell the wild ginseng, and then visit the Zhang family. Fang Xinghua looked at Fang Ying. This time, we'll get the divorce done directly. After hearing this, Fang Ying sighed. Divorce is not that easy. It's not something you can just do on a whim. The Zhang family won't let this go easily. Besides, I don't want to part with Little Tiger. Once they divorced, who would Little Tiger live with? That was a problem needing resolution. The Zhangs would definitely not give Little Tiger to Fang Ying. We'll have a talk with the Zhang family when the time comes. Fang Xinghua said calmly. If the Zhang family doesn't make sense, then we'll teach them a lesson. Yang Chunlan tried to reason. Yingzi, what Xinghua says is correct. This marriage must end. After the divorce, come back home, and we will all live happily as a family. Fang Ying was still hesitating in her heart. She had many concerns. Fang Xinghua. An angry shout came from outside the yard. Just hearing the voice revealed, it was Fang Guokai. Fang Xinghua put down his bowl and chopsticks. He left the main room and entered the courtyard. Reaching out, he pulled open the damaged door and stared at Fang Guokai standing by the gate. There were others at the entrance apart from Fang Guokai, village chief, and a lot of neighbors had arrived as well. However, those neighbors were just there for the spectacle. Where's my son? Fang Guokai, full of rage, held an iron hoe in one hand and pointed the other finger at Fang Xinghua. Several days have passed, and my son hasn't returned from the mountains yet. If anything happens to him, you will be fully responsible. Fang Xinghua frowned. Are you sick? What does my life or death have to do with your son? Fang Guokai kept accusing. Why wouldn't it concern you? He went into the mountain to hunt with you all, and you led the group. If not you, then who should I find? Fang Xinghua was almost driven mad by anger. Who said I'm leading? Yes, we did go hunting together, but no one invited your son. It was him who shamelessly followed Uncle Lu to Black Dog Mountain. At this moment, Tiniu appeared from somewhere and cursed outright. Do you have any shame? Even if your son hunted with us, the consequences are entirely his own affair, completely unrelated to Fang Xinghua. Fang Guokai snorted. I don't care. My son went into the mountain with Fang Xinghua, so any issue that arose must be handled by him. You're simply being unreasonable, Tiniu cursed. Fang Guokai pointed at Tiniu again. I am here to bother Fang Xinghua. What has it got to do with you? Tiniu directly replied. Of course, it's related. If you trouble us, you're essentially troubling all the villagers who entered the mountain that day. Even the village chief couldn't bear it anymore and spoke to Fang Guokai. What you're doing right now is indeed disgraceful. It wasn't Fang Xinghua who forced your son to go hunting in the mountains. Why are you finding Fang Xinghua for problems? Earlier, I thought you wanted me because of land disputes, but it turns out you're here because of your son. A few villagers nearby also felt indignant. Fang Guokai, people should have some dignity. You shouldn't be like this. Fang Guokai didn't plan to drop the matter so easily. I must create trouble for Fang Xinghua today, and make him provide an explanation. At this point, Yang Chunlan, Fang Ying, and Li Xiumei all emerged from the yard. Hearing how shameless Fang Guokai was, they were all quite upset. Even if your son dies in the mountain, it has absolutely nothing to do with Zhenghua. Yang Chunlan usually had a good temper, but this time, she was truly angered. Fang Guokai paid no attention to any of this and continued pointing at Fang Xinghua. You were the last person to return from the mountain. Perhaps, my son has already been killed by you. An eye for an eye, see what you do about it. Fang Xinghua laughed coldly in irritation. People can lack a sense of honor, but they can't lack it to this extent. Give my son's life back. Fang Guokai reached out to grab Fang Xinghua's clothes. Now come with me to the police station in the small town. I will demand retribution for my son. Smack. Fang Xinghua raised his hand and landed a punch straight on a Fang Guotsai's face. Go far away from me. Fang Guokai fell directly to the ground. You killed my son, and now you want to kill me? You murderer. Fang Xinghua could really not take it anymore. He intended to go over and teach him a thorough lesson, with anger bubbling up inside his chest. Whether or not Fang Zhenghong went to Black Dog Mountain had absolutely nothing to do with him, yet Fang Guokai insisted on acting unreasonably, wanting to blame everything on him. He wasn't that soft pair anymore. This was looking for trouble. Don't move. Yang Chunlan immediately grabbed Fang Xinghua's hand, preventing him from making any more moves. Killing someone would lead to imprisonment after all. Fang Xinghua sighed deeply, glancing at Fang Guokai. You want to bring me to the police station in the small town, right? Fine, let's go tomorrow. This caught Fang Guokai off guard. Going tomorrow works too. After all, I won't let you off the hook. Fang Xinghua smirked. Then we'll see who doesn't spare whom. Your son is a tomb raider. We might as well file a report at the police station when we get there. You're talking nonsense. How can my son be a tomb raider? Fang Guokai thought this was intentionally slandering his son. Fang Xinghua chuckled. Stop pretending not to know. The gang with old Lu San were tomb raiders, not some out-of-town businessmen. They've been acting suspiciously ever since they arrived in our village. After finishing, he continued. Your son has been tagging along with old Lu San, so he's also a tomb raider. What's more, you invited them to stay in your home for an entire winter. Hearing this, Fang Guokai suddenly became pale. He had suspected there was something wrong with old Lu San and his gang last winter, once accidentally overhearing them discussing plans to dig up graves in the mountains. At the time, Fang Guokai hadn't paid much attention, but upon reflecting now, it was clear that old Lu San and his crew were indeed tomb raiders. Fang Xinghua stared straight into Fang Guotsai's eyes. Since your family harbored them for such a long time, you're practically half tomb raiders yourselves. Let's see who ends up in trouble tomorrow when we head to the police station in the town. Fang Guokai immediately panicked. The villagers around them all wore solemn expressions. Old Lu San's group are definitely tomb raiders. They even destroyed our Earth God Temple. I also need to go to the town tomorrow to report this matter. At this point, the village chief spoke up. Fang Guokai, there's clearly something wrong with your entire family. Starting from today, you're not allowed to leave the village. Once everything gets sorted out, proper actions will be taken accordingly. Regulations against tomb raiding were very strict, and anyone associated with tomb raiders would face serious consequences. Chapter 149. Picking up stones only to drop them on one's own feet. Feng Guokai had no strength to quibble. Everyone in the village knew that old man Lu San and his gang had stayed at his house last winter, and it would be impossible to clear up the situation with 10 mouths. This matter had been completely blown out of proportion, and Feng Guokai didn't know what to do. He originally intended to take advantage of Feng Jingguo's household, but ended up picking up stones only to drop them on his own feet, causing such a major calamity. Your family is done for. Tainyo stood by smirking with schadenfreude. Feng Guokai was dazed and confused. He remained silent after standing there for a moment, turned around, and walked away looking disheveled and embarrassed. Old man Lu San and his group are tomb raiders and desperate individuals. We cannot allow them back into our village. I will arrange for a few people to take turns guarding the entrance to the village. If we discover their traces, everyone must work together to catch them. It would be considered a great deed. And as for that Feng Zhenhong, he cannot be spared either. There's no telling that perhaps old man Lu San's group was led here by him. The village chief looked grave as he began organizing arrangements. Everyone knew that old man Lu San and his gang were tomb raiders, so there was a bit of panic within each person's heart. After all, these were desperate characters who could do anything. The village chief's eyes then shifted to Feng Zhenghua. Tomorrow, follow me to the town and report this matter. You are a witness, and with your testimony, they'll believe us. Feng Zhenghua nodded in agreement. It was already too late tonight to make it to the town. They could only head out tomorrow. The villagers started talking about old man Lu San and Feng Zhenhong, worried if their ancestral graves would be dug up. As the sky grew darker, the village chief and the other villagers went back to their respective homes. Aren't you supposed to be sick? Feng Zhenghua looked at Tainyo. I took some medicine and slept for a day and night. I feel much better now. Tainyo replied. Feng Zhenghua said, come warm yourself by my fire. Another time, Tainyo chuckled. Next time you go hunting in the mountains, don't forget to bring me along. Eating meat when following you into the mountains suits me perfectly. During this period, Tainyo had experienced a taste of the benefits, wanting to keep associating with Feng Zhenghua for more hunts. Sure, Feng Zhenghua naturally agreed to bring him. This guy was strong, and when they hunted animals, he would help carry them back to the village when necessary. After chatting a little, Tainyo finally returned home. Yang Chunlan had a look full of worry on her face. You have to be extremely careful. She was concerned that Feng Zhenghua might get retaliated against after reporting old man Lu San and his crew to the village chief. Don't worry. Feng Zhenghua didn't take it seriously at all. If these tomb raiders dare to meddle with him, it would mean they were asking for death. After heading home, Feng Zhenghua sat in the living room warming himself by the fire for a while before going to bed. Li Xiaomei followed inside and said, teach me how to hunt. Feng Zhenghua paused. Why would you want to learn how to hunt? As a woman, taking care of the children at home should suffice. I can support all of us through my solo hunts. Li Xiaomei retorted. Isn't Lu Xiaomei also a girl? She can hunt. Why can't I? Just sleep. Feng Zhenghua was very tired. He lay down on the bed and quickly drifted off to sleep. With a pout, Li Xiaomei tucked Xiao Doubting under the blanket carefully, blew out the oil lamp, and laid down beside him. The reason she wanted to learn how to hunt was because during this time, Lu Xiaomei kept accompanying Feng Zhenghua into the mountains. Seeing their closeness upset her. Recently, people in the village had been spreading rumors, saying that Lu Xiaomei and Feng Zhenghua were becoming close. This made Li Xiaomei suspect something, yet she didn't dare to ask directly. The next morning, just after Feng Zhenghua washed his face after getting up, the village chief hurried over. Why don't we wait until after breakfast? Feng Zhenghua thought it was too early to leave now. The village chief was in a rush. An event this big can't be delayed. We must report it immediately and catch tomb raiders like old man Lu San and Feng Zhenhong. The longer it drags on, the more harm the village may suffer. Well then, let's go. Feng Zhenghua changed clothes, packed the 4 old ginseng roots, fox fur, and bear skin in a basket. He got ready to depart with little Do Ding tagging along, excitedly jumping around expecting new clothes from the market despite not even being fully light out yet. You go with little Hu to the town, and, once we deal with this, then we'll head to the Zhang's. Feng Zhenghua glanced at Feng Ying, still washing her face. Feng Ying said, let's consider this issue later. Divorce is serious business. I need to think clearly. Judging by her appearance, Feng Zhenghua realized she hadn't fully resolved her thoughts, implying that the matter couldn't be rushed, so they'd have to wait. After leaving Lu's village, Feng Zhenghua and the village chief headed toward the town. Just at the village entrance, they ran into Tainyo. Tainyo knew Feng Zhenghua was going to the town, so he had waited for half an hour at the entrance. I need to buy some salt for curing meat today. Tainyo jumped down from the cart and helped Feng Zhenghua place the basket on the cart, smiling as he said, we now have too much meat at home to eat it all, so we need to salt cure it for long-term storage. Feng Zhenghua, little Do Ding, and the village chief all climbed onto the cart. The cart wasn't moving very fast, but it saved a lot of energy and spared them from walking a great distance. All the snow on the ground had melted by now, leaving muddy puddles everywhere, making the road quite difficult to navigate. Upon reaching the town, Feng Zhenghua handed over the basket to Tainyo temporarily before following the village chief to the local administrative office. Upon hearing the details of the matter, the staff members immediately reported it to the director. The director then contacted the police station and dispatched workers along with the director to Lu's village. This matter was taken seriously by the police station. After that, Feng Zhenghua no longer needed to be involved. He left the office and found Tainyo. Tainyo began inquiring. What did the police say? Are they going directly to arrest people? Isn't that obvious? Fang Xinghua raised an eyebrow. Capturing Old Man Lu San and his gang might require some effort. Old Man Lu San and his group were still at Black Dog Mountain. The road to and from Black Dog Mountain had collapsed, trapping everyone inside. And given how vast Black Dog Mountain was, Old Man Lu San's group might try to escape instead of sitting back passively. They won't get away. After saying this, Tainyo waved goodbye and went off to buy salt. Fang Xinghua pulled Little Do Ding through the streets and found several fur traders. He first sold the fox skin and the black bear skin, after which he planned to sell the ginseng. Uncle-in-law, are sugar figurines tasty? Little Do Ding looked at the stall beside the street where an old man was blowing sugar figurines. Several children stood around him. I'll buy you one. Fang Xinghua walked to the stall. How much for a sugar figure, old man? The old man handed a sugar figure to a child. 10 cents each. How many do you want? Little Do Ding hurriedly opened his mouth. I want 2. One Sun Wukong and one Zhu Beiji. Chapter 150, A Big Profit. Alright. The old man started blowing sugar figurines, working very quickly. In just a few minutes, he had finished 2 sugar figures. Little Doubting was delighted after taking them into his hands. Fang Xinghua paid and pulled Little Doubting to walk towards the other side of the street. Big brother, what good stuff have you brought this time? A loud voice called out from behind. He turned back for a glance and found it was the middle-aged woman they encountered last time, with a wallet on her waist and a brick-sized mobile phone in her hand. Fang Xinghua didn't know her name, only that everyone called her Ma Sister. I went up the mountain and found a few ginseng roots, Fang Xinghua said. Upon hearing this, Ma Sister hastily replied, let me take a look. The 2 old mountain ginseng roots you sold me last time were quite good. I made quite a bit of money from them. This time won't let me down either. Fang Xinghua wasn't in a hurry. Later. This time I also brought some fox skins and bear skins. Let's go sell these first. Ma Sister worried someone else would snatch the wild mountain ginseng away. You give me the fox skins and bear skins, I'll take them to the county town to sell. We can get higher prices. These fur traders in the small town don't offer decent prices. Selling to them is too much of a loss. Fang Xinghua naturally agreed. She was telling the truth. These fur traders in the small town couldn't offer high prices. He put the wicker basket on the ground and took out the fox skins and bear skins inside. There are only these. Ma Sister picked up one of the fox skins for a look and touched it with her hand. These fox skins are pretty good. All quality goods. Afterward, she carefully examined the bear skin. This bear skin isn't bad either. If you trust me, I'll sell it for you. After all, we're familiar acquaintances now. Fang Xinghua was more than willing. She helping him sell them could fetch good prices in the county town. When the time came, he would give her some commission. Fang Xinghua knew she was a businesswoman who wouldn't do losing trades. The reason she was willing to help was that she wanted to buy the old mountain ginseng in his possession. Let's go talk at the lamb restaurant. Ma Sister pointed to a nearby lamb restaurant. This lamb restaurant was quite famous in the small town, with cheap prices and generous portions. Many people came here to eat lamb, and Ma Sister was a regular customer. Fang Xinghua was just hungry, so he nodded and pulled Little Doubting, following Ma Sister into the lamb restaurant. The lamb restaurant wasn't large. There were a few wooden tables inside along with many long wooden benches. Quite a few people were enjoying the fragrant lamb, making it quite lively. Boss, bring us a plate of lamb, plus 3 bowls of offal. Ma Sister shouted out. All right. The lamb restaurant boss hollered and took out several big bowls, scooping 3 large bowls of offal from the iron pot onto the wooden table, then soon brought over a plate of lamb as well. Fang Xinghua and Ma Sister sat on the wooden bench. Little Doubting climbed onto the bench too, seeing the fragrant lamb, almost drooling. Big brother, is this your daughter? So cute. Ma Sister glanced at Little Doubting. She's my niece, Fang Xinghua said, taking out a canvas bag and placing it on the table. He undid the clasp and took out those 4 ginseng roots from inside. Ma Sister couldn't wait to take them in her hands and inspect them closely. Good stuff. Out of these 4, 3 are decades-old ginseng, and 1 is at least a century-old mountain ginseng. I'll buy them at the price we agreed on last time. Can the price be raised a bit? Fang Xinghua felt that last sale was too disadvantageous for him. This was a 100-year-old mountain ginseng. Even though money was valuable in this era, it might not be possible to buy such old mountain gins even with money. Ma Sister thought for a moment and said, how about this? I'll pay you 1,500 yuan for the 100-year-old mountain ginseng, and 800 yuan for each of the other 3. Fang Xinghua ate a piece of lamb. How about giving me 5,000 in total? You can take all 4 of these ginseng roots. Ma Sister hesitated for a long while, then slapped the table. Since we're old friends, let's do it your way. After saying that, Ma Sister took out her wallet and started counting the money. Fang Xinghua started regretting it internally. It seemed the price would once again be too low, otherwise, Ma Sister wouldn't be so willing. But now that the price had been stated, there was no way to ask for a higher price. Soon, Ma Sister finished counting out 5,000 yuan and handed it over to Fang Xinghua. Check it again. Fang Xinghua received it and began checking the amount while inspecting the authenticity of the bills. The amount is correct. After counting, Fang Xinghua packed the money away. Ma Sister looked at those ginseng roots, feeling quite satisfied, and carefully placed them in an exquisitely crafted box. Big brother, if you find more of such good goods next time, make sure to come find me first. We can negotiate the price. All right. Fang Xinghua nodded and took a sip of the lamb soup. Today, just from selling the old mountain ginseng, I made a solid 5,000 yuan. That's quite a bit of money. In the future, I should go deeper into the mountains to hunt more game and bring some fur pelts to sell in the small town, make some more money. Then we'll have funds to fix up our brick house. I buy more than just old mountain ginseng. I also purchase other herbs like good quality Polygonum multiflorum. If you can dig them up, bring them to me for sale. Sister Ma took large bites of mutton while her mouth made sizzling noises. Fang Xinghua nodded, finished eating the mutton in his bowl, put down his chopsticks, and glanced at little Doubting beside him. Little Doubting had eaten an entire full bowl of mutton and was now left with only soup to drink. This couldn't help but surprise him slightly. It turned out little Doubting was indeed a little foodie who could consume so much mutton, her small belly now swollen round and full. Fang Xinghua took out his money to pay the bill but was stopped by Sister Ma. Big brother, how could I let you pay this? I'll treat you today. Sister Ma didn't give him any chance, quickly grabbing to settle the bill herself. Fang Xinghua exchanged a few words with Sister Ma, then brought little Doubting out of the lamb restaurant and onto the street. Next, he needed to buy new clothes for little Doubting because her current outfit was no longer suitable to wear. It didn't provide enough warmth. There were very few clothing stores on the streets in this era. Those who sold clothes usually set up small stalls by the side of the road and hung the garments on bamboo poles to sell. Big brother, are you looking to buy clothes? Come over and take a look at my wares. Good quality and reasonable prices. One of the vendors called out to him. Fang Xinghua went over, glanced through the selection, and patted little Doubting's head gently. What kind of padded jacket do you like? Little Doubting pointed to a flowery cotton padded jacket covered with bright peony patterns. Young girls always favor jackets with vibrant colors like this one. Fang Xinghua immediately purchased 2 pieces, as otherwise little Doubting would have nothing to change into. He also bought one for Xiaohu, Fang Xinghua's nephew. Since Xiaohu was his own niece's son, he had to treat both fairly. Even though Fang Ying wouldn't say anything if he didn't, it might still seem awkward if he skipped buying for Xiaohu. Chapter 151, Rat Meets Cat. Fang Xinghua walked around the streets with little Doubting and bought her 2 pairs of pants and 2 pairs of shoes. The quality was very good, but the price was slightly expensive. All the clothes, pants, and shoes added up to a lot of money, but Fang Xinghua didn't care. Fang Xinghua also bought some daily necessities, filling up an entire backpack. After confirming that he didn't need to buy anything else, Fang Xinghua came to Iron Ox's cart and waited for him to return to the village together. Fang Xinghua, do you even have the guts to come to the market in this small town? Butcher Zhang stepped out from the crowd, glaring at Fang Xinghua. Fang Xinghua smiled faintly. What? Do you want to fight? Butcher Zhang hummed. Don't get too cocky. Just wait. I'll make sure you pay later. Don't run if you've got the guts. Then, Butcher Zhang turned and walked toward a nearby mahjong parlor. This mahjong parlor belonged to Zhou Matzi. Last time, Fang Xinghua beat up Zhou Matzi inside the place. Moments later, Butcher Zhang returned with Zhou Matzi from the mahjong parlor, followed by a group of young men, about 6 or 7 of them, each holding a stick. Zhou Matzi had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, a large cotton robe draped over his shoulders, and one hand on his hip. Where's that guy? There ahead. I'll take you there. Butcher Zhang pointed in the direction where Fang Xinghua was standing. Big brother, you must help me give him a proper beating today. Break both of his legs, and let him pay me back. Zhou Matzi slapped his chest confidently. Don't worry, this is all on me. I'll guarantee that he gets disabled. How dare he undermine your business? That's the same as opposing me. On this street, there's no one I can't handle. A young man nearby began to flatter him. The boss is truly formidable. Anyone who catches his eye usually ends up missing limbs, and none escape the grip of our boss. Standing about 15 meters away from Fang Xinghua, Butcher Zhang pointed at Fang Xinghua and said to the side, that bastard, take care of him. When Zhou Matzi saw it was Fang Xinghua, he stopped suddenly, revealing a look of fear in his eyes. Even the henchman behind him dared not move any closer. Zhou Matzi's face turned grim, still remembering how badly he was beaten the last time he messed with Fang Xinghua. It took all winter to fully recover. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Butcher Zhang, seeing him stop abruptly, couldn't help but ask. Let's leave it for another day. Forget it for today. Zhou Matzi dared not proceed further. Butcher Zhang didn't understand what was going on. We can't let him go today. You aren't scared, are you? At these words, Zhou Matzi found himself stuck between advancing or retreating. He didn't want to deal with Fang Xinghua, but neither did he want to lose face. By now, Fang Xinghua had already spotted Zhou Matzi, so he chuckled and said to Butcher Zhang, Hey, you've gathered people so quickly. Butcher Zhang gritted his teeth angrily. This is my big brother Zhou Matzi. His name should ring a bell. Today, even if you apologize, it won't help. Is that so? Fang Xinghua jumped off the cart and patted little Doubting's head. Stay here quietly. Okay. Little Doubting obediently nodded. Fang Xinghua focused his gaze on Zhou Matzi and the young man, ready to stretch his muscles properly. Having more people didn't mean much. They were an easy target to be taken down. With no choice, Zhou Matzi had to walk over reluctantly. Just when Butcher Zhang thought Zhou Matzi would attack, instead, Zhou Matzi pulled out a pack of cigarettes, took one out, and handed it to Fang Xinghua. Here, have one. I don't smoke. Fang Xinghua replied coolly. Butcher Zhang stood stunned on the side. They were supposed to fight, right? Why offer a cigarette? Fang Xinghua looked at Zhou Matzi. You're the person Butcher Zhang invited? If you want to fight, just start. Don't waste my time. I need to head back to the village soon. Zhou Matzi forced a laugh on his face. Don't misunderstand. I'm not here to fight you. Fang Xinghua hadn't expected this guy to become so timid compared to last time. Clearly, people like him need a thorough lesson before they will behave properly. So why bring all these people then? Surely not just to offer me a cigarette. Fang Xinghua smirked. Zhou Matzi looked somewhat awkward. Isn't this a coincidence we met? Just came over to say hello. Beside him, Butcher Zhang scratched his head, completely confused. Big brother, weren't you supposed to help me? He couldn't imagine that upon seeing Fang Xinghua, Zhou Matzi immediately became intimidated. Ignoring Butcher Zhang, Zhou Matzi warmly offered to Fang Xinghua. Brother, it's such cold weather. Why don't you come over to my mahjong parlor for a couple of drinks? No thanks, I have things to do. Fang Xinghua declined. Then next time. After saying that, Zhou Matzi turned around with the few young men behind him and walked away. Zhang Butcher stood in a daze for a while at the original spot before hurriedly catching up. Big brother, what's going on? Why didn't you move your hands? Zhou Matzi's face was cold as if he wanted to kick Zhang Butcher right away. Has your head been kicked by a donkey? Why bother with anyone when you can just stir trouble with this guy? Zhang Butcher wouldn't admit defeat. With so many people on my side, am I supposed to be scared of just one person? Zhou Matzi scolded. What use are more people? Forget about it. This matter is none of my business. You can ask whoever you want for help, but don't drag me into it. He continued to say, it's best not to provoke such a person. Avoid him from now on. I won't be able to help you. Zhang Butcher was dumbfounded. He had thought that today Zhou Matzi would help him give Fang Xinghua a good beating. But who would have thought that upon seeing Fang Xinghua, Zhou Matzi was scared like a rat encountering a cat? What about my wedding? Zhang Butcher couldn't let it go easily. Zhou Matzi got really angry. There are plenty of women out there. Why focus only on one? Let me introduce someone else to you later. Zhang Butcher was still stubborn. I've set my eyes on Lu Xiaomei. Those you introduced were all ugly. How could they compare with Lu Xiaomei? She is the wife I want. Your nonsense troubles are none of my business anymore. Zhou Matzi cursed all the way back to the mahjong parlor. Zhang Butcher stood in the same spot, his face looking as gloomy as an overcast day. At the cart, Fang Xinghua continued waiting for Iron Ox on the cart, not knowing what he was doing, taking so long just to buy some salt to cure meat. We'd better go first. Fang Xinghua shouldered his basket, ready to take Little Doubting and leave first. Little Doubting hugged her little cotton coat tightly, afraid it might be snatched away. Fang Xinghua originally intended to help her carry it, but no matter how much he tried to persuade her, she refused to let go and insisted on holding it herself. I'm back. Iron Ox ran back with the salt. I met my mother-in-law coming to the market earlier, so we chatted for a while. Chapter 152. There's still time. How is the progress? Fang Xinghua asked. Pretty smooth, Tiniu said cheerfully as he sat on a stool and poured himself a cup of water. The next day, Xinghua, do you want to eat some steamed buns? As long as you buy me face cream, sister-in-law, I will satisfy your request. Don't be afraid, there's no one here. Fang Xinghua was practicing in the woods at dawn when he saw this coquettish woman approaching. He fell silent. Xinghua, stop staring. Look at how intently you're staring. It's embarrassing me, sister-in-law. Xiuxian wore a floral short shirt, a pair of cloth pants with many patches. Even so, her voluptuous figure couldn't be concealed. In particular, her proud bosom was particularly eye-catching. She was now leaning against a rock, one hand over her chest, and the other flirtatiously pushing Fang Xinghua. Fang Xinghua took a deep breath. Bai Guifu, what's wrong with you? He grabbed her wrist. What? Bai Lianxiang blinked in confusion, rolling her eyes. Xinghua, what are you talking about? You're being disrespectful, calling me Bai Guifu. Cut the nonsense. Fang Xinghua tightened his grip. Ouch, you're hurting me. Bai Lianxiang shook off his hand and complained. Fang Xinghua, something bad has happened. Go check on your sister. A shout came from afar, prompting Fang Xinghua to rush over. His sister Fang Rou, who had married into the Zhang family in the neighboring village, had just given birth not long ago. In order to produce milk for her baby, she secretly ate half an egg. However, her mother-in-law discovered it and slapped her multiple times. Her in-laws had never treated her well, and during the struggle caused by her standing up for herself, they threatened to drown her newborn baby. Because the child was a girl, in this famine era where male preference dominated, especially in rural areas, girls were considered worthless. Fang Rou, fiercely protecting her child, resisted. But having barely left her lying in period, her frail body was no match for them. Unintentionally, Fang Rou lost her life. The following day, her in-laws returned her remains. Alongside Fang Rou's body was the child in her arms. They claimed the child had starved to death due to lack of breast milk. In reality, it was their doing. But to these people, these two lies were nothing more than a money issue. Xinghua, what's wrong with you? Acting strange. Bai Lianxiang noticed Fang Xinghua's silence and pouted. Oh, you coward, are you scared? Relax, nobody comes to this small forest. The villagers are all busy reclaiming land. Well, give me a clear answer. Will you buy me the face cream or not? The steamed buns made by your sister-in-law are fragrant. With large watery eyes, a curvaceous waist, and seductive demeanor, Bai Lianxiang lured him further. But Fang Xinghua remained unmoved. His eyes flashed with a cold intent. He wasn't buying it. Although this widow might be pretty, she wasn't good news. Day after day, she would flirt with Fang Xinghua while covertly engaging with the son of the village chief. He clearly remembered that today was when the whole village team went out to reclaim land. Taking advantage of the absence, Bai Lianxiang had come once again to tempt him. Claiming that in the West, it was Christmas, she demanded he give her face cream as a token of affection. In his previous life, Fang Xinghua had fallen under this widow's spell like a hypnotized person. Anything she wanted, he risked his life to get for her. And yet throughout their interactions, the widow never truly gave Fang Xinghua what he desired. She only dangled promises. But even then, Fang Xinghua willingly endured it. Until his older sister and her daughter passed away, until his old mother fell sick, until he neglected his youngest sister Liu, who was merely 5 or 6 years old. As a result, his little sister got abducted by human traffickers, leaving no trace behind. It was only after losing all his loved ones did Fang Xinghua fully awaken. He decisively left this sorrowful place and headed south to work, earning his first bucket of gold amidst the wave of reform and opening up, rapidly becoming a famous wealthy businessman far and wide. Amidst countless luxurious cars and beautiful women every day, Those past events were etched deeply in his heart like brands, causing immense pain. Once, he had suffered through a deep depression because of it. But fate offered another chance, reincarnating him back at the moment tragedy struck. There's still time for everything. Go to hell by Guifu. Your buns weighing 2 tails can go feed Li Liangbin. I don't care for them. Fang Xinghua kicked Bai Lianxiang, sending her sprawling onto the ground. Ow! Bai Lianxiang screamed in pain, falling down and angrily cursing, Fang Xinghua, have you gone mad? Fang Xinghua had no time to deal with her empty talk. There'd be plenty of opportunities to settle scores with her later. Now, his priority was to save his older sister Fang Rou. He picked up his machete and ran off. In those days, transportation in the countryside was limited, and most commonly used were donkey carts. Finding one immediately wasn't possible. So, Fang Xinghua simply decided to use his legs. Dahek's village, where he lived, was not far from Zhang family gully, about 5 or 6 li away. Still in time, definitely in time. Fang Xinghua ran with all his might. The wind howled past his ears as the surroundings blurred like fleeting light and shadow, carrying his burning tears aloft. Zhang family gully. Inside a courtyard wall made of a mix of blue bricks and earthy loam, sounds of violent struggle erupted. Woman, you dare not listen to me? Wanting me to deal with you, right? Mother, why even bother wasting words on her? Everyone knows that if one steals needles as a child, they steal gold as an adult. She now dares to eat eggs secretly. Probably next she'd steal men. We must punish her. The two sharp-tongued women stared at Fang Rou with furrowed brows. Fang Rou, wearing thin clothing, held her newborn daughter close with sorrow etched on her face. Mother-in-law, sister-in-law, since I got pregnant until giving birth to Yaya, I never ate decent food. My body lacks nutrition, and I can't produce milk. I just wanted to eat some eggs. What are you saying? That our family abuses you and doesn't give you food? Mother-in-law Lu Xiuhuan, around 50 years old, spat wildly. Her deeply sunken eyes seemed ready to devour someone alive. If you had given us a boy, eating those eggs would have been fine, snapped Lu Xiuhuan. But you gave birth to nothing more than a money-draining burden. That's purely wasteful. Sister-in-law Zhang Meihua, clad in a thick floral cotton coat, was short but sturdy, giving orders arrogantly. Now with food shortages at home, in my opinion, drowning her would be best. I agree exactly, Lu Xiuhua said, extending her hand. Give me the baby. Let me handle this. No, I won't give the child to you. Fang Rou instinctively stepped back. It's not your turn to decide. Zhang Meihua moved forward and grabbed at her. Fang Rou, already weak in body, stumbled and fell to the ground. Not only did Zhang Meihua not help her up, she instead pounced on her and slapped her twice, then reached for the baby. Fang Rou felt dizzy and disoriented, unable to resist. A deep sense of despair rose within her. Why was her fate so cruel? Enduring hardship after marrying into the Zhang family was one thing, but now she couldn't even protect her own child. Why? Chapter 153, and I'll beat you. Bang. Suddenly, the 2 wooden doors in the yard collapsed with a loud crash. In the midst of the dull sound, a figure rushed in at lightning speed. Fang Xinghua had long known that Fang Rou was being bullied at her mother-in-law's house, but seeing it firsthand ignited his pent-up anger, which surged all the way to his temples. Fang Xinghua, how did you get here? Lu Xiuhua and Zhang Meihua were startled for a moment, showing a trace of guilt on their faces. Fang Xinghua had rushed over without taking a break, nearly bursting his lungs. After several deep breaths, he finally caught his breath. You bastard. He glared at Zhang Meihua and kicked her in the stomach. Ah. Zhang Meihua fell back from Fang Rou's body. Fortunately for her, her 200 pounds prevented her from falling completely. Big sister. Fang Xinghua helped Fang Rou and her child up. Are you alright? Is the child hurt? Brother? Fang Rou was a bit stunned, a flicker of hope flashing in her mind. Brother, I'm fine. They. Fang Xinghua, you how dare you hit me? At this time, Zhang Meihua, who had just crawled out from the ground, clutched her stomach and screamed angrily. What kind of madness have you come down with? Do you want to die? Do I want to die? I damn it, want you dead. Fang Xinghua swore. Dare to bully my sister like this. Do you really think she has no family support? Who is bullying her? Zhang Meihua shouted even louder. It's because of her dirty hands and feet, stealing eggs from home. What does a big sister like me teaching her a lesson have to do with it? Fang Rou couldn't help but interject. A big sister should also have some conscience when speaking. I've married into the Zhang family. This family belongs to me too. Isn't it unfair that during my confinement, I can't even eat half an egg? Wrong. You absolutely don't deserve it. Zhang Meihua showed utter disdain on her face. What qualifications do you have to count as part of the Zhang family? Aren't you just a servant we bought with 10 pounds of cornmeal? And you, unambitious servant, giving birth to a little slave. All you are worth is money lost. And as for you, Fang Xinghua, if it weren't for our cornmeal, you, your mother, and your little sister would have starved to death. Whoever gave you the guts to come here and shout, daring to hit me? I'm telling you, unless you kneel down and bang 3 heads on the floor today, I won't let your brother and sister go. Fang Xinghua's anger hadn't subsided yet. Hearing these words, his rage surged to new heights. Picking up Zhang Meihua by the collar, he slapped her hard across the face. Slap, 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 slap. 5 or 6 slaps landed in quick succession, making Zhang Meihua wail loudly. To hell with your mother, you worthless bitch. Fang Xinghua scolded harshly. 10 pounds of cornmeal, and they consider it a deal to take a wife. Where else could you find such a cheap bargain? Had enough of your nonsense already, pushing your luck. All you're good for is a rotten heart. Back in those days, Fang Xinghua's family conditions were actually quite decent. His father, Li Jianguo, had exceptional hunting skills, often going into the mountains to catch pheasants and hares, collecting wild mushrooms and fruits to bring home and improve the diet. Though not overly wealthy, they ate better than most others in the same village. But one day, Li Jiangguo encountered a starving bear in the mountains and didn't manage to escape in time, losing his life. Without the backbone of the household, the family's fortune plummeted drastically. Fang Jingguo was inexperienced, and both of his sisters were still young, so only his mother Du Hohat supported them all, but it was almost unbearable. Finally, there was no other choice but for the family to sell their eldest daughter Fang Rou for 10 pounds of cornmeal to Zhang Riming from Zhang family gully. That person would later become Fang Jingguo's brother-in-law. This family's reputation in Zhang family gully wasn't good. They were known for their rudeness and lack of reason, only interested in acting tough. Since Fang Rou stepped into the door, she had been treated like a maid. Not only did she have to work the fields for points, but she also took charge of all the household chores inside and outside the home. Everything from washing clothes and cooking meals to sewing and mending was left entirely to her. This time, after childbirth, before her rest period was completed, her in-laws urged her out of bed. In the dead of winter, she washed clothes by the river. Her hands froze, cracked, and bled incessantly while her in-laws remained indifferent, merely lying on their beds warming themselves lazily. Fang Jingguo vaguely remembered, in another lifetime, Fang Rou confiding her suffering to him a few times. But back then, he himself was someone who cared little for family matters, always wandering far, never paying any attention. Later, he was thoroughly bewitched by Widow Bai, caring even less. Reflecting now, he truly deserved death. While his sister suffered worse-than-death conditions in her mother-in-law's home, he lived carefree. Fang Jingguo, I'll fight you to the death. Zhang Meihua, as the elder sister-in-law, used to be haughty and domineering, with even her own younger brother Zhang Riming deferring to her. How could she endure such humiliation? She wildly clawed towards Fang Jingguo's face. Slap, 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 slap. You fat pig. What else can you do besides eating? Fang Jingguo struck her again without hesitation. You call my sister's child a loss-making burden. Aren't you yourself a woman? When you were born, why didn't your mother just drown you? And it's right too, a fat-headed and big-eared dead fatty like you. How could you be considered human? No wonder you're almost 40 and still unmarried. Even no one would buy you as a sow. Zhang Meihua was extremely sensitive about being called fat. Fang Jingguo's words cut straight to her heart. She was stimulated to the point of screaming and jumping around like a madwoman. Fang Jingguo, you scum. I'll kill you. Mother, with someone trying to kill your daughter, how can you just stand there dumbfounded? Help me. Lu Xiuhua had been shocked by Fang Jingguo's imposing presence earlier, but now regaining her senses, she charged at him while shouting. Smack. Fang Jingguo swung his stick and returned with a resounding slap. Old witch, don't think that because you are older, I won't dare hit you. Without your incitement, would your family dare to bully my sister like this? Splash. Lu Xiuhua, being older, couldn't match Zhang Meihua in robustness. This slap sent her spinning for 2 rounds before she fell backward. Fang Jingguo, you actually dare to hit an elder? Oh dear heaven, I can't live on. I refuse to live on. Meeting such a family of beasts. That year, out of kindness, we gave them 10 pounds of cornmeal to keep them alive. And Fang Rou has been freeloading at our place for years, only to end up with this. Ungrateful wolves, heartless bastards, bullying us widows and orphans. Do you really think my Zhang family lacks men? When my son and his father come back, they'll shove you into the cesspool for sure. Chapter 154. Let's go home. Zhang Jiqiang, Lu Xiuhua's husband, and their son Zhang Riming went to the town market early in the morning to exchange for food tickets. They haven't returned yet. It was better not to mention it at all. Whenever it was brought up, Fang Jingguo would recall the odious face of his brother-in-law, Zhang Riming. When he first married Fang Rou, Zhang Riming used to call him dear elder brother-in-law, pretending to be so polite. Not long after, his true colors showed. Drinking, gambling, doing nothing productive. At the slightest disagreement, he would beat Fang Rou, every time almost killing her. You old bastard, you should be grateful your son isn't here today. Otherwise, if he were standing before me, I would have broken both his legs. Fang Jingguo swung the hatchet in his hand and pointed at Lu Xiuhua and Zhang Meihua, saying, I'm too lazy to waste more words on you. Official notice, I'm going to take my sister and my niece back to our mother's place. Please convey this message to Zhang Riming for me. This life is over between us. Soon, find a time to come to my house and handle the divorce with my sister. Fang Rou, pack your things, let's go home. Fang Rou was extremely shocked by Fang Jingguo's actions. In all the years she had suffered under the Zhang family, her brother had never stood up for her. This time, however, he seemed exceptionally determined. Why had he suddenly changed? Still, she and her daughter had almost been killed by her in-laws. She no longer wished to stay. She stepped into the room without another word. You, what are you doing going inside? Aren't we returning to mother's place? All these items belong to my family Zhang. You must not take anything. Lu Xiuhua shouted. Rest assured, not a single thread belonging to the Zhang family will I take. I'll just take 2 pieces of clothing for myself and my child. Biting her lips, Fang Rou quickly packed a bundle of belongings. Fang Jingguo took her and turned to leave immediately. Fang Jingguo, you wait for me. When my father and younger brother return, they will definitely skin you alive. The people from Zhang's ravine are not easy to provoke. Zhang Meihua clenched her teeth, full of resentment. Humph, as long as you have the guts to come, I'll always be ready. Fang Jingguo chuckled coldly, refusing to look back. Seeing Fang Rou's weakened body, he offered voluntarily. Let me carry the child. It's several miles away. Brother you. Fang Rou opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't. Fang Jinghua understood deep down and scratched his head, saying, "Sister, it was me who was a disgrace before. I owe you an apology. You can rest assured, anyone who dares to bully you again, I will fight them. Do you, big sister, feel bitter about White Widow? Is that why you've decided to change?" Fang Rou had heard enough of her mother complaining about Fang Jinghua and the White Widow situation, so naturally she knew. Fang Jinghua blushed and awkwardly laughed. "Are you deliberately embarrassing me? What do White Widows or Red Widows matter? They're none of my concern. All I want is to take care of my family. Make sure they are well-fed and warmly dressed, especially my niece. She must grow up chubby and healthy." A rare smile appeared at the corner of Fang Rou's mouth. By the time they reached Dahek's village, it was already nearly dark. The lights flickered faintly in each household within the village. 2 mud brick houses enclosed a wattle fence yard, where one large and one small figure were looking around anxiously. Fang Jinghua saw them far off and hurriedly approached. "Mother, how much I've missed you. And Xiaomei, let me give you a kiss." Jinghua, Yang Chunlan, wearing a thin shirt patched with holes, looked gaunt and was startled by this sudden move. "Ah, what are you doing? Don't scare me. Mother, he must have possessed by some evil spirit." Li Xiaomei screamed. "Haha, little girl, your father is just fine. He simply misses you." Fang Jinghua couldn't help feeling thrilled upon reuniting with his own flesh and blood. "Brat, what's gotten into you?" Yang Chunlan rolled her eyes. "Who's the baby in your arms? It can't be with Bai. Mother, don't babble nonsense. She is your granddaughter." Fang Rou followed behind. "Elder daughter." Yang Chunlan's eyes lit up. "My granddaughter. I was planning to visit you in Zhang Ravine these few days. Why did you come back yourself?" Fang Rou found herself momentarily speechless. Fang Jinghua felt there was no need to hide anything. "Mother, elder sister's in-laws aren't good people, abusing my sister, even attempting to drown my niece. I've brought them back. Henceforth, they will live with us." Yang Chunlan's face showed immediate distress when she heard this. She had long heard about her daughter's unreasonable treatment by her in-laws, who frequently bullied her. But given the family's limited means, she could offer little assistance, feeling utterly helpless. "Back home is also good. Wah." Just then, Yaya in the swaddling clothes began crying out loud. "Quick, give me Yaya. She hasn't eaten all day and must be starving." Fang Rou carried the baby indoors to breastfeed. Yet, no matter how hard she squeezed, only a little milk came out. Her cheeks turned crimson from embarrassment. "Mother, my weak body can produce no more milk. Can we prepare some porridge for her to eat?" Yang Chunlan also looked anxious. This month's ration hasn't been distributed yet. There are only some coarse grains left in the house. The child is too young to eat that. She gritted her teeth and said, "It's all right. I'll borrow some from our cousin uncle's family next door." Fang Jinghua had always been unimpressed by their so-called cousin uncle's family, who were nothing more than a family eager to take advantage at every turn and never let go of an argument. If mother went to borrow grain from them, she'd surely be scolded, and there would be no end of gossip afterward. He opened his mouth, but finally swallowed his words back. What mattered most was that the child ate. He could always pay them back with more later, shutting their mouths for good. After a long while, Yang Chunlan returned. In her hands were 2 liang of flour and another 1 liang of meat. The faint traces of tears were not easily noticeable, but Fang Jinghua saw them. He clenched his fists secretly, determined to improve their living conditions as soon as possible so they wouldn't suffer any longer. "Mother, you make porridge for Yaya. I'll cook the meal." A little over half a bowl of stir-fried meat with pickles was made, along with a few sweet potatoes that were half-rotten. This was their dinner. Though somewhat meager, it was rare to have this moment of warmth together as a family. Yaya became much livelier after drinking the porridge, giggling incessantly at 5-year-old Li Xiaomei's antics. Fang Rou paused for a moment. "Mother, brother, I should pack up and go back early tomorrow morning." Of course, she knew how hard things were at home. As a married daughter, bringing her child back to her parents' house for food and shelter wasn't right. Having just come back, why rush off again? How could Yang Chunlan not understand her intentions? "Daughter, if we hadn't been unable to afford food back then, we wouldn't have given you away to the Zhang family. It's all because your mother was incapable. The Zhangs aren't worth a damn, treating you like property. If I don't quickly step in now, what face will I have when looking for your father later? Stay without worry. In the worst case, your mother will work harder. I'm still strong enough to provide for all of us." "Mother, no way. You're all alone here. Brother isn't married yet. He's still young. I can't be a burden on you." Tears streamed down Fang Rou's cheeks. "We're a family. What nonsense about burdening each other." Back and forth they argued, showing no sign of stopping. Fang Jinghua slammed down his chopsticks. "Mother, elder sister, what do you mean by completely ignoring me like I'm heir? I am 20 this year, and I've long since become responsible. No more arguments. Elder sister, you and my niece stay at home and rest well. Mother, please don't overwork yourself either. From today onward, I, Fang Jinghua, will take charge of this family." Chapter 155, Relying on the Mountain for Food. Mother, elder sister, as the saying goes, after the husband's death, the wife should follow her son, and the eldest brother is like a father. Now I will take charge of things at home. No need to say anything else. Let's have dinner first, then get a good night's sleep. As long as I, Fang Jinghua, am still breathing, the women in our family will not go hungry, and you will not be bullied even a little bit. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Fang Jinghua demonstrated a maturity and decisiveness beyond his years. His mother was a rural woman from the old society. She was weak-willed and indecisive. Elder sister Fang Rou's personality followed her mother's. She accepted everything passively and lacked initiative. No matter how much they argued, by morning, there would likely be no results. The three women looked at Fang Xinghua incredulously, filled with indescribable emotions. Was this really the same idle Fang Xinghua, who didn't know to pick up a fallen soy sauce bottle? Good lad, you've finally grown up. If my elder brother could see this moment, how wonderful it would be. At this moment, a coarse voice came from outside. Then, a middle-aged man entered the house. Older brother Gao, what brings you here? Seeing her late husband's sworn brother Gao Changho arrive, Yang Chunlan quickly invited him to sit down for a chat. No need to sit. I'll leave after dropping off these items and speaking a few words. Gao Dashan placed 2 cloth bags he had been carrying at the edge of the Kong bed stove, and with a heavy hand, patted Fang Xinghua's shoulder. Boy, a real man's word is as good as gold. If you're going to take care of the family and protect the womenfolk from being bullied, you need to act like the head of the household. Don't behave like before, living off others' generosity. Before Fang Xinghua could respond, Gao Dashan turned his gaze towards Yang Chunlan. Sister-in-law, you know my situation. Half-grown boys eat their fathers into poverty. My 2 sons are gluttonous. There's a piece of pork belly in the bag, about half a caddy. There's also a kilo of flour in the other bag. Don't rush to refuse. Let me finish what I have to say. Why did Xiao Rong and Yaya come back? Some things are clear in all our hearts. In my opinion, it's good that they returned. Staying any longer in that house full of beasts would eventually kill them. It's not for anything else. With more mouths to feed, your family must keep these things, whether you want to or not. As the only carpenter in the village, Gao Dashan's family was doing relatively well. Unfortunately, his 2 growing boys were incredibly hungry. Being able to send half a caddy of meat and 1 kilo of flour was already the limit. And all of it was done secretly without his wife knowing. He didn't know yet how much trouble he'd face upon returning home. Afterward, Gao Dashan warned Yang Chunlan multiple times to return the items borrowed from the Lius early the next morning. This family wasn't exactly commendable either. Compared to Zhang Jiqiang's family, which lacked integrity, they were pretty much evenly matched. Modern-day versions of Huang Shiren and Zhou Bapi. If today they lent them an ounce of meat, who knows, soon enough, they might demand a whole pound back. After finishing his instructions, Gao Dashan gave Fang Xinghua a meaningful look. Out in the yard, Gao Dashan said gravely, Xinghua, you're an adult now. Remember this. A person may starve, but they absolutely cannot allow themselves to be bullied to death. The Zhang Jiqiang family is notoriously ruthless and disgraceful. As for the character of your maternal uncle's family, I don't need to explain further. Since you intend to support the family, your backbone needs to toughen up. Hearing these words, Fang Xinghua felt warmth in his heart. If anyone truly cared about the Li family in Dahu village, it was undoubtedly the Gao Dashan family. His mother's funeral arrangements were handled by Gao Dashan. It was also because of Gao Dashan's beating that the suicidal Fang Xinghua woke up. Uncle Gao, thank you. I remember everything. One day I will. Stop. After complimenting you just a little, look at you, getting all emotional like a woman. If I hadn't seen you realize your mistake, I wouldn't have bothered sneaking food and meat over here from under the nose of the tiger in my own house. And even then, you'd probably just be feeding someone ungrateful anyway. Previously, Gao Dashan sent food to the Li family many times. Every time, within hours, the food ended up in the hands of the White Widow. Rather than eating himself, along with his mother and sister, he kept supplying by Lianxiang. This infuriated Gao Dashan, so he decided never to give any more. Instead, he started inviting Yang Chunlan and Li Xiumei over for meals every so often. That afternoon, Gao Dashan saw Yang Chunlan going to her relative, the Lu family, to collect grain. Not long after, a derogatory shout came from the Lu family courtyard. Through the dialogue, he learned about Fang Xinghua's rampage at the Zhang household, during which he had taken back his older sister and Yaya. Gao Dashan felt greatly relieved after hearing the news. Finally, the young rascal had come to his senses and knew how to act humanly again. Oh, Gao Dashan, I really feel sorry for you, having to endure me, this tiger, all these years. Gao Dashan's heart skipped a beat. Big and strong as he was, fearless of heaven or earth, the only thing he feared was his wife. Nervously, he turned around. Your wife, you. Humph. Aunt Gao stood with her hands on her hips and sneered. Gao, you ungrateful man. In front of people, you call me your wife, but behind my back, you scold me as a tiger. Tell me, have I ever said no when you gave things to Aunt Gui Fang's house or invited her and her daughter over for meals? Dashan quickly shook his head. Xinghua, your aunt heard what you were just saying. Don't blame me for being ruthless. These are hard times for everyone. That meat and flour can be considered as a welcome gift for Xiaoru. How to live from now on is up to you. Though sharp-tongued but soft-hearted, Aunt Gao firmly told Fang Xinghua that even heaven wouldn't let sparrows starve. If men want others to respect them, they must first be able to support a family. Relying on others help time and again means never holding your head high. What are you standing there for? Go home. With her hand gripping Dashan's ear, Aunt Gao marched confidently back home. Back at the house, Fang Xinghua brought out the dusty hunting tools. Aunt Gao was right. It's better to rely on yourself than depend on heaven or earth. Mom, younger sister, you don't need to wait up for me. I'll go handle some things and won't be back tonight. Worried that his family would miss him, Fang Xinghua moved the hunting tools out into the yard beforehand. Relying on the mountains if near them, relying on water if by it. With a mountain like this nearby, how could they starve? In the previous life, Fang Xinghua had learned his father's hunting skills pretty well, around 8 or 9 out of 10. Even though many of those skills had fallen out of use. Catching wild rabbits or pheasants wasn't a problem. Nighttime was when animals were most active. Hunting at night brought far greater rewards than during the day. After dozens of minutes, fully equipped Fang Xinghua arrived at the rear mountain. Halfway up the slope, Fang Jingwa crouched down and carefully examined the ground, searching for tracks left by moving beasts. SSSH, SSSH. Suddenly, rustling sounds came from a patch of grass not far away. Accompanying faint sounds, Fang Jingwa swiftly lay down, pressing his ear to the ground. Damn, luck comes in such abundance that it cannot be resisted. It's a big one. With the Li family's legendary hearing skills, Fang Jingwa determined that the sounds originated from a beast. It wasn't small, located approximately several meters away. Unexpectedly, it was likely to be a wild deer. Wild deer are typical nocturnal animals. They frequently appear in the middle or top parts of the mountain, and autumn, with its pleasant weather, is the season when wild deer are most active. The moment seemed slow yet fast. Fang Jingwa swiftly climbed onto a tree beside him. He took down the bow and arrow inherited from his father and aimed at the bush. You damn. Not long after, the prey calmly walked out of the bushes. Fang Jingwa's heart rate surged wildly. He nearly fell off the tree. Chapter 156, The Pork Feast. At this moment, Fang Jingwa was at a loss for words. His skills had been neglected for too long. Even the basic ability to determine position by sound had gone wrong. To hell with that wild deer. The beast that emerged from the grass turned out to be a wild boar. There's an old saying among hunters in the mountains. 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. When encountering a wild boar, you'll be confused. If ordinary people were asked, the hardest animals to deal with in the mountains would undoubtedly be tigers and bears. In fact, they're dead wrong. Wild boars are the most difficult beasts to handle. A fully grown wild boar can weigh between 200 to over 300 kilograms. Its tusks are 7 or 8 centimeters long, sharp like knives. It can run very fast, even keeping pace with a small car. When Fang Jingwa was a child, he once encountered a wild boar with Li Jianguo. That scene still haunts Fang Jingwa to this day. A fully grown wild boar could even fight a tiger, evenly matched. Hida village was a poor place, plus Li Jianguo didn't know how to flatter people. Other hunters managed to upgrade their tools through various connections, obtaining rifles. Li Jianguo continued using his outdated bow and arrow. Next moment, Fang Jingwa vigorously rubbed his eyes. Something wasn't right about the size. Under the moonlight, Fang Jingwa carefully observed the wild boar on the ground. What bad luck. He had come across the pig tyrant of the mountain. Talking about luck, it wasn't entirely bad either. The wild boar below was obviously a piglet, much smaller than an adult wild boar. I almost died. Fang Jingwa wiped off the cold sweat caused by fear. An adult Mulu weighs approximately 80 to 90 kilograms, and the current little wild boar's weight is more or less the same. You may be able to beat your parents, but I'm sure I can take you down. Fang Jingwa took a deep breath. He wiped his sweat-drenched hands forcefully on his clothes. After drying the sweat off his skin, Fang Jingwa further rubbed his hands against a tree trunk, drawing his bow and preparing to shoot. Absolutely, no slipping allowed. Young wild boars generally do not act alone. Fang Jingwa wasn't sure if its father or mother was nearby. One failed shot might result in losing the opportunity to cripple this boar. Elsewhere, the little wild boar which sneaked out to feed has no idea that calamity is about to descend upon it. It slowly searched for edible items without noticing the sharp arrowhead above. Whoosh! The arrow flew like a meteor piercing the night sky, precisely striking the wild boar's face. Ouch ouch! The wild boar fell to the ground instantly after being hit in the head, emitting shrill cries of pain. Fang Jingwa quickly climbed down from the tree, pulled out his sharpened hunting knife, and started chopping madly at the wild boar's neck. There was no choice but to chop madly. The pig cried way too loudly. Should it attract a herd or its parents? Fang Jingwa wouldn't survive here. As the hunting knife repeatedly slashed towards the neck, even more heart-wrenching screams echoed across the mountainside. So loud was the sound that it even caused Fang Jingwa's ears to ring. Huff! Unaware of how many cuts he had made. Finally, the boar's head rolled off, landing with a gurgle at Fang Jingwa's feet. Blood surged out from the severed neck arteries like a fountain, soaking Fang Jingwa as if he were a blood-covered man. Adhering to the principle that every part of the wild boar is valuable, Fang Jingwa retrieved some hemp ropes and tied the boar's head around his waist. Then he concealed most of his hunting equipment in the bushes. Pulling out another piece of hemp rope, he deftly tied up the headless boar. The scream might have attracted other wild boars, while the pungent smell of blood would surely draw even more beasts. If there's no time to retreat now, when will there be? In the dead of night, a terrifying sight appeared in the village. Covered in blood, Fang Jingwa trudged heavily under the burden of a headless wild boar weighing over 100 catties, taking one step forward at a time, heading toward home. Alas, there's nothing better than a mother's care. Reaching the wattle and daub yard gate of his own house, just as Fang Jingwa was thinking about using a knife to lift the latch, unexpectedly, the gate wasn't latched. It opened easily with a gentle touch. Realizing it was his mother who left the door open for him, Fang Jingwa dragged the wild boar lying on the ground into the courtyard. Initially intending to stay outside overnight in the yard, then reconsidering, Fang Jingwa thought it wouldn't work. If he slept until morning, his sister and mother would see his tribute, surely causing one of them to faint. Spitting twice into his hand, Fang Jingwa walked towards the water well in the courtyard, lowered a bucket to fetch water for washing. Heavens Lord! Brother, did you kill this wild boar? Hearing the commotion outside, Fang Ro, who hadn't slept all night, plucked up her courage and stepped out of the house with a kerosene lamp to check the situation. Without expecting what she saw, a headless wild boar lying on the ground, and Fang Jingwa wearing floral shorts. Shoo! Not bothering to explain, Fang Jingwa swiftly rushed over to cover his older sister's mouth. If she shouts, all the nearby households would light up their lamps. The wild boar is from my hunting on the mountain. Don't make a fuss, or if the Lu family bastards see it, we'll have no end of trouble. Fang Zhenghua leaned close to Fang Rou, who was in panic, and roughly explained tonight's hunting expedition. Lord Heaven knows our household has increased in size, and specially sent us this little wild boar for a feast. Dear sister, we all know what those villagers are like. Do you really want Yaya, second sister, and mother to go without meat? Hearing this, Fang Rou immediately understood. She nodded repeatedly. Her brother was right. If they made any noise, it would surely attract a mob of hungry ghosts. When will we deal with this wild boar, brother? In Fang Rou's eyes, the gory, terrifying carcass was clearly like a small gold mine. Needless to say, the pork and innards, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, were all top-notch delicacies. The lard might not yield as much oil as that from domestic pigs, but something is better than nothing. As for the strong smell or coarse texture, in an era when cornbread is considered a treat, being able to eat several meals of meat is worth more than being village chief. Every part of the pig can be put to good use, the skin, bristles, and bones. How about we do it overnight? That was exactly what Fang Rou had been waiting for, so she quickly rolled up her sleeves. There was still a bit of time before dawn. If they started now, they could just make it for the first meal of the morning. Prepare a sumptuous pork banquet for mother and Xiumei. Long deprived of such delicacies, Fang Rou felt a surge of strength coursing through her body. Right then, the siblings divided their labor efficiently. One drained the blood while the other removed the fur. Sympathizing with his sister who was still recovering after childbirth, Fang Zhenghua took on most of the work. Those who haven't suffered hunger will never know what potential a full meal can unleash in a human. Gobble gobble gobble. As the east turned bright and roosters crowed across the village, the two siblings, exhausted after their all-night effort, collapsed onto the ground. They had managed to thoroughly clean a 170 to 180 gene wild boar. Sister Wang sheds tears thinking of her second brother in confusion. What is this smell? Outside another household not far from the lease, a drunken Fang Zhenghua's second uncle by marriage, Luan, prepared to return home for some sleep. Confused, he turned around and looked at his surroundings. Sniffing, there was no mistake. It was a sharp, pungent smell of blood. Following the scent to outside Fang Zhenghua's wattle-and-daub fence, Luan peeked through the cracks into the yard. This glance almost made him fall down. When he saw the meat, all over the courtyard, pork. You deceitful xuanhuan, hiding so much meat at home, and coming to me crying poor to borrow some. Damn, if I don't raid your entire house, we share the same surname. Luan scrambled to his feet using both hands and feet, and bolted toward his home. Chapter 157, The Meat-Grabbing Incident. Elder 2, I must say this even though I am your sister-in-law. If you saw Fang Zhenghua's house full of meat, how come you came back with empty hands? Could it be that you were afraid Fang Zhenghua wouldn't give you any, and you got beaten? Lu family living room. Sister-in-law Qian Guilan sarcastically criticized her younger brother-in-law for his incompetence in everything except eating. A few minutes ago, Luan hurriedly ran back home, shouting that he had seen a yard full of pork at Fang Zhenghua's house. Upon hearing this news, Luan's mother, father, elder brother, and sister-in-law Qian Guilan were all utterly shocked. It was hard to believe that their relatives, who were almost poor enough to sell their pants, could actually hide so much meat. Seeing everyone doubting him, Luan swore by his life that if there was one false word in what he said, he would be struck by lightning on the way out. Am I afraid of them? Elder sister, you are joking. By family seniority, I am Fang Zhenghua's second uncle, and speaking of strength, I can beat 3 of him. Luan confidently retorted against the accusations. Father, mother, elder brother, over these years, our family has not helped the least family less. Not mentioning long-term matters. Just yesterday, we kindly lent them flour and meat, but these bastards deliberately claimed poverty when they actually have meat in their home, yet insisted on borrowing things from us. They're clearly playing tricks on us. The poorer they pretend to be, the less likely others suspect they're hiding meat. In my opinion, we should just take it all. After realizing there was a lot of meat in Fang Zhenghua's yard, Luan's drunkenness had dissipated considerably. The reason why he hadn't gone to claim it wasn't because he was afraid of the Li family, but because he realized that alone he wouldn't be able to take much. If others found out and followed to grab, it would be like slicing meat off the Lu family. So, either not taking anything or taking it all was the plan. Mom, what do you think? Luan's father, who was also Fang Zhenghua's grandmother's elder brother, looked towards his old partner, Li Lanji. We leave them a small portion, and we take the rest. I'm Fang Zhenghua's deceased father's own aunt. If they don't honor me as their elder relative with good things, it is sheer disrespect. Li Lanji wasn't known for being a quiet person since her youth. Meat? Grandmother, I want to eat meat. In her arms, several-year-old grandson Doggy cried loudly, begging for some meat. Not long after, the entire Lu clan had made their decision. Leave a dozen or so pounds of meat to the Fang family, and take the rest to their own household. As for the reason, well-off people should first show respect to their elders. Who could argue with that? Immediately, the whole Lu family set out. Qian Shuilan carried her son along, Lu Ping, the eldest son of the Lu family, and Luan carried a few coarse hemp bags. Li Lanji and Lu Kuanyu also held bags. It was clear that winter was about to arrive. With so much meat stored, they would definitely have a rich year ahead. On the other side, Yang Chunlan and her daughter just got up and immediately saw the weary appearance of Fang Zhenghua and his sister. Before Yang Chunlan could ask, what followed next shocked the mother and daughter, nearly causing them to faint. Heaven! An entire courtyard full of pork. Growing up, Yang Chunlan had only ever witnessed such a scene once, when she was a child. Back then, villagers would slaughter pigs during the New Year celebrations. As an adult, times became harder for everyone, let alone a pig for the new year. It was already considered prosperous to eat a plate of large meat dumplings during the holiday. You little rascal, are you trying to kill your mother with fright? Such a big thing is going hunting in the mountains, and you didn't mention it to me even once. When Xuanhuan heard that the pork came from hunting, her astonishment quickly turned into worry and fear. Those ferocious beasts in the mountain, none of them were easy opponents. Even Li Jianguo, who learned hunting skills from his elders since childhood, met his end at the hands of wild animals. Mother, I've grown up now. I can support the two of you with my own hands. As long as I'm cautious, nothing will happen. Seeing her eyes brimming with tears, Fang Jingguo quickly wiped her tears with his sleeve. He knew exactly what his mother worried about. Fang Jingguo repeatedly assured her that he would be extremely careful in the future while going into the mountains. Since he had read books, was young, his mind was sharp, and he reacted swiftly, he believed he knew how to handle dangerous situations. Mother, elder brother has truly changed. You didn't see yesterday how he single-handedly hunted down a wild boar without sustaining a single injury. He's truly impressive. Fang Rou took the chance to console their mother on behalf of Fang Jingguo. Young Li Xiaomei, around 4 or 5 years old, also started speaking nicely, her little eyes continuously glancing at the different-sized chunks of meat. Crystalline droplets of saliva flowed from her mouth. Ever since Li Xiaomei could remember, she had never eaten a full meal. Yang Chunlan choked with emotion and said, Zhenghua, you've suffered too much. Mother, don't talk nonsense. As the sole male child of the family, it is my duty to support the two of you. There's no question of suffering or not. Little sister, go cook the meat. Today, we'll have a full meat feast. Mother, later you return the 2 ounces of flour and 1 ounce of meat borrowed from the Liu family yesterday. Let's avoid being criticized behind our backs. After I wake up, I'll pick a few pieces of good meat to send to Uncle Gao's place. Fang Jingguo demonstrated his resolution as the mainstay of the household. He assigned Fang Rou to go to the kitchen to cut and stew the meat. Remove the bones and organs, estimating the remaining pure meat to be around 100 pounds. With so much meat, it had to be preserved immediately. Otherwise, it would spoil in 2 or 3 days. Preserving the meat required a large amount of salt. With only the small amount left at home, not even a single piece of meat could be properly salted. For this reason, Fang Zhenguo planned to visit the commune around noon and sell 15 to 20 pounds of meat, in exchange for salt and various living necessities. Additionally, there was another major task awaiting Fang Jingguo: to buy a gun. It wasn't until after the 1990s that relevant authorities officially started collecting guns. Prior to that, a significant number of civilian and standard firearms were scattered among the populace. Times have changed. Traditional hunting methods like bows, knives, and traps are too dangerous. Once equipped with a hunting rifle, there's no question about encountering wild boars. Even if faced with a wolf pack, Fang Jingguo would stand a chance. Buying a gun is easy. Just take money to the town supply cooperative and make the purchase. The problem lies in obtaining an introduction letter. Please don't call me for meals. I'm going to sleep for a bit. Wake me up when it's noon. While speaking, Fang Zhenguo let out a yawn and went back inside to rest. In difficult terrain and impoverished areas, the local customs become more complex. The village head, Li Yukai, and his son, Li Liangbin, are no good individuals. Asking them for an introduction letter? Those two would surely demand an exorbitant fee. If not worse, they might exploit this matter to get leverage over him. With a hunting gun, bullets would also be needed. Each time he goes to obtain an introduction letter, they will probably skim off some benefits. Lying on the bed, Fang Jingguo thought aloud, strategizing. Besides purchasing a hunting gun and bullets, he also wanted to buy some nutritional supplements for his young niece to regain her strength. Due to malnutrition, his elder sister has had no milk. Even if they keep replenishing her nutrition, it would still take some time for her to recover. During this period, Yaya, who was just born a few days ago, couldn't survive on just rice soup. Could she? I've got it. As he thought deeper, an event surfaced in Fang Jingguo's mind. Yesterday was October 25th. By November 1st, a big event will occur in the town where the commune is located. Chapter 158. How can they eat the meat of extinction? Chunlan, you must have a conscience when doing things. Our family was so poor, but we still helped your family. Look at your family now. You shut the door and eat alone, hiding so much meat without leaking any wind at all. Click, click, click. Eating secretly will be condemned by heaven. A group of people from the Liu family stormed into the small yard of the Li family with an air of hostility. Their aggressive manner scared Mei, who was playing in the courtyard. Qian Suelan's face full of bitterness mocked Chunlan for lacking virtue. Luan was even more rude, rummaging around everywhere. Shit, what a fast speed. In the blink of an eye, the meat has been hidden. Chunlan laughed awkwardly and said, Big aunt, uncle-in-law, you misunderstood. Zhenguo went to the mountain last night and hunted a wild boar. I just found out about this matter. You guys wait a moment. I'll let Ro give you 2 old people some good pieces of meat to take home. By the way, this is the flour and meat we borrowed from you yesterday. I was just about to return it to your family. The weak-tempered Chunlan called her daughter Ro, who was cooking, and asked her to quickly find a piece of wild boar meat with more fat and less lean to give to the Liu family. A piece of meat? Du Hongfang, what are you trying to do to us felons? Luan snatched the bag containing the flour and meat. Whatever is divided and whatever is left is not up to you as a housewife to decide. Your man isn't here. My mother is the oldest senior of the Li family. The division should be decided by her elder status. Luan smirked coldly. Lu Ping chimed in. Chunlan, I'm not criticizing you. No matter if these meats come from hunting or from trading, you need to inform our family. My brother and Lu and are cousins of your husband. My mother is your only elder. Since ancient times, major and minor events should always be handled by elders. There's no reason for juniors to make arbitrary decisions. Many troubles occur before a widow's doorstep. If our family wasn't keeping an eye on things, those bachelors would have already kicked down your door. These two brothers, one violent and the other petty, criticized young Xuanhuan for being disrespectful to elders and arrogant. Fang Rou couldn't bear it anymore and rebutted. Eldest uncle and second uncle, don't go too far. My father might not be here, but there are still men in our home holding up the household. We don't need your concern to get through life. Girly, how dare you interrupt adult conversations? Xiuxian scolded. Husband's family abandoned you, clinging to your money and returning to your parents' home to survive. If I were you, I'd have long bumped my head against a wall until death. Daughters once married are like spilled water. Leave family's affairs are none of your business. Speak again, and I will slap you. As fellow women, xiuxian showed no sympathy or pity towards Fang Rou's situation. Instead, she thought all this was Fang Rou's own fault. Why didn't her belly cooperate? Why could she only crow but not lay eggs? It was only right that she was abused by her husband's family for failing to produce a son. She couldn't blame others. As she spoke, xiuxian pulled her son Guzi's hand, as if to intimidate Fang Rou. Since having her son, xiuxian had evidently become the grand lady of the Lu family. Changguo's wife, though what Xuanhuan said was a bit harsh, it's true. I am Changguo's aunt, and it's up to me to decide how this meat is divided. Do you have anything to say? Before Yang Xuanhuan could answer, Lanji had already made the decision. Among several people in the Li family, there was only one male, Fang Xinghua. The rest were all female members. Leaving behind 10 caddies of meat would be enough to last until the new year. The Lu family had more men, especially little grandson Guzi, who was in his growing years. All the remaining meat would be handed over to the Lu family. If you're still hungry, you can go to our house. As long as the Lu family has food, your family won't starve. Lanji gestured to her two sons to hurry up and move it away. Tom was almost up for work. Once discovered, many greedy individuals would certainly appear wanting to take advantage. In this era where hunger dominates, and eating a full meal becomes a luxury, the allure of dozens of pounds of meat was no less than that of dozens of pounds of gold. What are you doing? Seeing the brothers rushing inside, Rose suddenly summoned courage and stood firmly at the doorway. Go to hell, little wretch, how dare you block our way? And slapped Rose, sending her falling to the ground. How dare you hit someone, second cousin? Watching her daughter's red cheek, Yang Xuanhuan rushed over immediately to check on her condition. The big girl from your family defied the elders, deserved punishment. Lanji responded coldly. What's wrong? Are you also going to defy your elders? I. Xuanhuan's eyes reddened, and unwilling tears rolled down her cheeks. Brought up under the strict education of 3 obediences and 4 virtues in the old society, respect for elders is as important as heaven. To defy elders deserves a beating. Even if you die from the beating, you could only blame yourself for not listening. No one else is at fault. What are you standing there for? Go inside and get the meat. Lanji of the Li family waved her walking stick and pointed toward the door. Mother, just wait. Luan strode over the threshold in one swift step, rushing towards the kitchen. Ow. The next moment, a blood-curdling scream like that of a pig being slaughtered rang out from inside. Then, Luan scrambled out on all fours. Want to eat the meat of extinction? First ask if my knife agrees. Xinghua Fang gripped a hunting knife, slashing it towards Luan's shoulder. In an instant, a bright red patch appeared on his shoulder. Xinghua, stop it at once. As Yang Xuanhuan saw Xinghua ready to strike again, she quickly grabbed hold of his arm. Fang Rou followed by hugging Xinghua's leg. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and leave. Recalling the recent changes in her elder brother over the past few days, Fang Rou worried that Fang Xinghua might really kill several members of the Lu family. Murder. This beast Fang Xinghua is going to kill people. The still shaken Luan screamed. At this moment, he no longer cared about grabbing the meat, but only wanted to summon people to apprehend Fang Xinghua, this madman. Just moments ago, the arrogant Luan had barely stepped into the kitchen when he was met with a sudden slash. Thankfully, his quick reflexes saved him. Otherwise, he would have been struck by Fang Xinghua's blade. He never imagined that Fang Xinghua would dare to attack. That boy was absolutely insane. Don't shout. You'll bring the whole village here. Lu Ping quickly covered his younger brother's mouth. Lu Kuanyu, who had remained silent, winced seeing his son's shoulder injury. Infuriated and humiliated, he cursed. Fang Xinghua, how dare you cut an elder? Son of a dog without a mother to teach you manners. I dare you to kill us all. Infuriated beyond measure, Lan Ji of the Li family yelled. Yang Xuanhuan, look at the fine son you've raised. He's no different from a rabid dog. Today he dares to brandish a weapon against elders. Tomorrow he will be robbing people on the street. You cursed vermin, kneel down right now. Relying on her status as an elder, Lan Ji began taking advantage of her seniority. She ordered Yang Xuanhuan to snatch the knife from Fang Xinghua's hands, and demanded Fang Xinghua to kneel and apologize. Mother, this matter cannot end so easily. Little Second's arm has almost been cut off. A few bows aren't enough. They must give us all their grain in compensation. Even if they keep a single grain of rice or piece of meat, we won't let them off. Taking advantage of the situation, xiuxian made outrageous demands. Since the meat came from the wild boar, surely other parts of the boar had also ended up in the Li family's possession. Pig skin, pig hair, the pig's head, and its hooves. All were valuable items. Wow, I thought it was the landlords returning to reclaim property, but it turns out to be Sister Lu scraping wealth from others' homes. Sister Lu, why don't you make the Fang family your tenant farmers instead of asking for things? That'd be much easier. Chapter 159, The Li family's pillar. Accompanying the harsh and sarcastic ridicule, a graceful and lively voice entered the courtyard. They turned their heads for a glance. The two Lu brothers immediately showed their infatuated gazes. Bai Lianxiang was cracking sunflower seeds while winking coquettishly at them. Lianxiang, how did you come here? Luan seemed to have forgotten his pain, staring lewdly at Bai Lianxiang's curvy figure. You were shouting so loudly, I couldn't help but hear. Bai Lianxiang lightly opened her cherry lips and spat out the shell in her mouth. She gave Fang Xinghua a peculiar look. A weak person turning fierce is just like a meek man turning into a leopard. This phrase really isn't wrong. In rural areas, the more honest someone is, the more likely they are to be bullied. However, sometimes, honest people are the most terrifying. They rarely get angry, but once they do, it might lead to someone's death. This is my family's business, little witch, go away. Seeing her second son's pitiful appearance, Li Longji was infuriated with no outlet for her anger. She hit Luan on the leg with her walking stick. She cursed Bai Lianxiang as a fox spirit, a bringer of misfortune, and an incarnation of the star of death. Your man has died because of you, yet now you're starting to become unclear with other men. Old hag, you'd better clean up your mouth. If you dare to babble nonsense again, I'll report you to the village chief. Bitch, who doesn't know that the village chief's eldest son is your paramour? The only one still in the dark is Fang Xinghua. If you want our meat, just say it openly. Stop pretending to be a good person in front of me. Without needing to guess, Li Longji knew exactly why Bai Lianxiang had shown up. It was definitely due to hearing the commotion earlier, intending to come and take advantage of the situation. Everyone in the village knew that Bai Lianxiang wasn't a proper woman. Fang Xinghua foolishly kept clinging to her. Not only did he not benefit from this, but all his few belongings were almost moved out by her. Bai Lianxiang glared fiercely at Li Longji. You old thing, you'd better wait for what's coming to you. Xinghua, you're really a man. Why should you give away your own things to others? Sister-in-law will defend you. Let's find the village chief for justice. Bai Lianxiang kept signaling at Fang Xinghua with her eyes. The matter of using a knife to cut someone would undoubtedly be exaggerated by the Lu family. To pass safely through this, there was only one way: gaining the protection of the village chief. As for how to make the village chief help, it depended on whether Fang Xinghua knew how to deal with people. Are we done talking? Fang Xinghua calmed his mother and younger sister with a glance, reassuring them that he was not losing his mind. Subsequently, he pushed aside the two holding onto him and took the hunting knife to the center of the yard. Bai Lianxiang cooed flirtatiously. We're done talking. Xinghua, come, let me take you to the village chief for justice. Since we've finished talking, then please leave my house. Upon hearing these words, Bai Lianxiang's seductive smile froze immediately. You're telling me to leave? Not just you, all of them too. Fang Xinghua pointed at the Li Longji family with his hunting knife. All of you listen carefully. My dad is gone, but I'm still alive. Our Li family matters don't require any of you demons to make decisions. Xiuxian, you said marrying out is like spilling water outside. Stepping out of the door means you're no longer part of this family. If that's the case, what about your mother-in-law? Upon hearing this sentence, Xiuxian froze. Was this the same wretched Fang Xinghua? Not only had his character become domineering, but his tongue had also become sharp. Previously, Fang Xinghua was regarded by everyone in the village as worthless mud. Neglecting his widowed mother and young sister, he spent his days being affectionate with Bai Lianxiang. Not only did he work for free for her, but whenever he got something good, he sent it over right away to show respect to Bai Lianxiang, more frequently than showing respect to his own parents. What kind of stimulation had Fang Xinghua endured that made his personality change so drastically? Not only was he capable of slashing people, but he even disregarded Bai Lianxiang's face. Old hag, I'm giving you a final warning, leave right now. Otherwise, next time, the one who'll be slashed is you. Good people are often taken advantage of, just like horses that are nice get ridden more. This statement accurately represented the most prominent characteristics of rural interpersonal relationships at that time. Fang Xinghua's apparent lack of care for his relatives didn't just stem from the Lu family's bullying. He intended to make an example of them. From today onward, the Li family would have its pillar. Whoever dared to bully them had better first ask if Fang Xinghua's knife agrees. Listening to Fang Xinghua calling her old hag repeatedly, Li Longji gritted her teeth and shouted, Young beast, you've turned against me. I'll see what you can do to me standing here. Old hag, you said it yourself. Down below, don't forget to tell my grandparents hello. Before anyone could react, Fang Xinghua raised his hand to swing the knife. Ouch! Facing Fang Xinghua wielding the knife, Li Longji panicked entirely. Trying to run away, she tripped and fell to the ground. Xinghua Fang, damn it, I'll fight you till the end. Where Luan had found the courage, he picked up the washing board on the ground and struck hard at Fang Xinghua's head. There are countless men who lust after the beautiful white widow. Fang Xinghua is her servant under the skirt, and Luan also has intentions towards Bai Lianxiang. If it weren't for Li Longji watching him tightly, Luan would have already conspired with Bai Lianxiang. Now that Fang Xinghua was biting people like a mad dog, it was exactly his chance to show manly courage. You don't deserve to even touch me. Fang Xinghua sidestepped to avoid Lu and surprise attack, then kicked him squarely in the knee joint. Luan stumbled forward due to the missed blow. In pain, Luan plop knelt down before Fang Xinghua. With another kick, Luan was sent flying. His vision blurred with golden stars, blood streaming from nose and mouth. He lay there grinding his teeth and screamed in agony. Fang Xinghua looked coldly around and said, Lu Ping, old Lu, if you're not afraid of dying, come over here. When called by Fang Xinghua, Lu Kuan-yu and Lu Ping stepped back rather than forwards. They anxiously retreated to the door. Their faces were only expressions of shock and fear, nothing else. The established image everyone had of Fang Xinghua suddenly collapsed. Unbeknownst to all, a crowd of villagers gathered outside the yard. Among them was village chief Liu Kai. Now that all the fellow villagers are here, I have a few words to say. Our Li family may be poor, but poverty has its dignity too. Things not meant for me. Mountains of gold won't sway my heart. But if someone covets what is ours and thinks we are easy to bully, then something needs to be said. Some people have families, businesses, children, and grandchildren, but I, Fang Xinghua, am just a bachelor. Fang Xinghua scanned the crowd. With an amused expression, his eyes stopped on Lu Ping's son, Doggy. Xiuxian trembled, quickly shielding her son behind her. That's enough. Everything that needed to be said has been said. All of you, disperse. Fang Xinghua said. Village chief, this little brat of Fang Xinghua. Mother, let's go home first. Xiuxian hurriedly pulled Li Longji back, preventing her from complaining to the village chief. Everyone has weaknesses. Xiuxian's weakness is her son. What if she completely provoked Fang Xinghua, and he hurt her son? In a blink of an eye, all the curious villagers left without a trace. It's not that they didn't want to know more about the gossip. It's just that Fang Xinghua was terrifying, grinding his knife on a stone in front of everyone. The ferocity on his face made anyone watching feel uneasy. Elder sister, please pack the wild boar gallbladder for me. I will need it greatly this afternoon. As the farce ended, Fang Xinghua's mind became exceptionally clear. Perhaps today, he could get the procedures for purchasing a hunting rifle finalized. In the 21st century, money is a man's boldness. But now, having a gun in hand gives him peace of mind. Chapter 160, Forming Relations and Gifts. What a little smart kid. After eating lunch, Fang Xinghua, carrying 10 jin of wild boar meat, went to the Gao family first. Xinghua, having this thought is better than anything else. This meat was obtained at the risk of your life. Uncle can't accept it, take it back quickly. Before Fang Xinghua could explain his intentions, Gao Dashan shook his head repeatedly. Deho village isn't that big, but it isn't small either. Whenever there's some trivial matter, within an hour, it will surely spread from the start of the village to the end. The villagers already knew that Fang Xinghua had gone up the mountain alone and hunted a young wild boar. Gao Dashan didn't need to guess. He knew that Fang Xinghua had come to repay their kindness. Hunting the wild boar can just be considered luck. There's no guarantee that next time I get such a big prey. A heavy snowfall will soon block the mountains, leaving less game afterward. Besides, your family has 2 more mouths to feed, with expenses everywhere. Listen to me. Take the meat back, and focus on your own life. Gao Dashan glared fiercely at his 2 drooling sons, and accepted Fang Xinghua's gesture of goodwill. But he couldn't accept the goods. The Gao family, including the wife, has 3.5 laborers. In contrast, the Li family can only rely on Fang Xinghua for income. At home, there are old people and young children. For women depend on Fang Xinghua to make a living. It's difficult. Xinghua, you should still take it back. When your family's circumstances improve, helping our family will not be too late. Aunt Gao longingly looked at the wild boar meat on the ground, but still echoed her husband's words. Aunt Gao, Uncle Gao, let me finish what I wanted to say. This meat is not a free gift. Your family must do work for our family in return. Before arriving, Fang Xinghua had foreseen that the Gao family would not accept these things. So he prepared an entire set of reasons. Before either of them could open their mouths, Fang Xinghua explained why they had to accept it. To help protect the womenfolk of the Li family. The Lu family wouldn't let the matter drop after the beating. That group of beasts from Zhang family ravine may come to cause trouble soon. Fang Xinghua needed to often go out hunting and figure out ways to supplement household income. If these 2 groups came to stir up trouble while Fang Xinghua was away, even if Fang Xinghua knew about it, it would be like trying to reach faraway trouble, impossible. Uncle Gao is a carpenter. Fang Xinghua would certainly require Gao family's carpentry skills in the future. As the saying goes, even close brothers should keep clear accounts. If you don't accept it, how could I have the face to ask for your help? This. Mr. and Mrs. Gao exchanged glances. Finally, Aunt Gao made the decision. Accept. Being able to say so many rational arguments proves that Fang Xinghua has truly grown up. From the perspective of reciprocating favors, if they continued to refuse, it would indeed be embarrassing for Fang Xinghua to seek help from the Gao family in the future. Xinghua, next time when you're not at home, just let us know, and Annie will come over and help watch your place. Aunt Gao displayed the audacity of a formidable woman. Even tough men dare to fight physically with Aunt Gao. If some nosy gossips came to pick a quarrel, Aunt Gao promised to beat them till they cried out for daddy and mommy. Having bade farewell to the Gao Dashan family, Fang Xinghua could finally go to town with peace of mind. Director Su, there's a villager outside looking for you, who said he's here to visit you. White River Town, Community Office. Su Haitao, responsible for security work, was stunned for a moment. Upon seeing this, the clerk who came to report spoke softly. This person brought quite a lot of stuff. I smelled something like meat. Let him in. Life isn't easy below, and neither is it easy at the commune office. Though they eat the emperor's food and receive monthly wages and grain tickets. The problem is the shortage of supplies. Money and ration tickets can't buy things where there's nothing to buy. Not long after, Fang Xinghua entered with a smile on his face, holding a gunny sack and clutching a small cloth package tightly. Are you Director Su? Nice to meet you. My name is Fang Xinghua. I live in Deho village. Putting down the items, Fang Xinghua introduced himself politely. Fang Xinghua comrade, I don't think we've met before, right? Su Haitao sniffed. There was a pungent smell of blood coming from the sack. Only freshly chopped meat would give off such a scent. You haven't met me, but you've met my father. His name is Li Jianguo, a hunter in our village. In 1 year, you lent my father 10 yuan to see a doctor. You are noble-minded, doing good without seeking fame. But my father always remembered this. Before he passed away, he especially instructed me to find the benefactor. Uncle Su, I finally found you. After saying this, Fang Xinghua took 2 steps back and bowed deeply to Su Haitao. Li Jianguo, did I lend him money? Su Haitao was confused. There were plenty of people named Jianguo, Jianjun, and Jianqi back then. Among the people Su Haitao knew, there were at least more than 10 Li Jiaguos. But none of them lived in the countryside. Moreover, none of them had ever been hunters. Uncle Su, I heard your child suffers from a serious illness. I happen to have something here which might treat your child's disease. Fang Xinghua opened the small cloth bag and took out something a few centimeters in size. Is this a pig gallbladder? Su Haitao suddenly stood up. It's a pig gallbladder, but it's from a wild boar. I've heard that the medicinal effects of a wild boar gallbladder far exceed those of an ordinary pig gallbladder. Fang Xinghua placed the item on the table. Without batting an eyelid, he recounted how the wild boar gallbladder had miraculous abilities to treat conditions like pertussis and epilepsy. Hearing this, Su Haitao vaguely understood Fang Xinghua's intention. He had met people who came bearing gifts before, but never someone as sharp as Fang Xinghua. With sheer audacity, Fang Xinghua contrived a fabricated reason for repaying a favor. On top of that, he obtained what Su Haitao desperately needed, a wild boar gallbladder. This kid was clearly gifted. All those years ago, I'd forgotten about it. I didn't expect old Li to remember so long. Unfortunately, he is no longer with us. Otherwise, I would have surely thanked him properly. As Su Haitao spoke, he opened his drawer and placed the wild boar gallbladder inside. How are things at home these days? Alas, there's too much to tell. Seeing Su Haitao accept the item, Fang Xinghua sighed heavily. He then recounted the passing of Li Jianguo and the various misfortunes his family had faced since then. Fortunately, heaven still watches over us. I managed to hunt down a wild boar, Uncle Su. If you don't mind, here are 3 genes of sliced wild boar meat. Please take it home for Auntie and the kids to try. The wild boar gallbladder is my way of repaying the money my father owed you. And this piece of meat is just a token of gratitude from me, as your junior. Then, Fang Xinghua opened the gunny sack, took out a slice of meat, and placed it on the chair. You may not look old, but I've learned everything there is to know about hunting from my father. Don't laugh, but if I had a rifle, even a bear wouldn't be my match. Upon hearing this, Su Haitao glanced at the gunny sack on the floor. He sensed Fang Xinghua's hidden meaning, planning to sell the meat in town and hoping the public security team would turn a blind eye. Moreover, selling the meat was to save up money to buy a hunting rifle. Ordinarily, buying a rifle required only a village certificate. Given the lengths this young man had gone through, it suggested his family didn't have good relations with the village leadership. Perhaps they even had conflicts. They feared being obstructed by the village authorities. Feeling the moment was ripe, Fang Xinghua slowly said, Uncle Su, I've heard that oxbile can also treat epilepsy. I might be able to help look for some, perhaps. Su Haitao's eyes lit up. If he could get his hands on oxbile, he'd surely make significant progress. Chapter 161, Domestic Divine Gun. Xinghua, how confident are you in obtaining Bizor? Having served as the head of public security for many years, Su Haitao had met all kinds of people. But he had never met a young man from the countryside as smart as Fang Xinghua. Every word he said carried an underlying meaning. Su Haitao's children were healthy and free of illness. On the contrary, it was the son of the newly arrived high-ranking official from the county who suffered from epilepsy for years. Due to his epilepsy, the 20-something young man was still unmarried. I've heard there's a place where I might be able to get some Bizor, but how sure I am about this would probably need to be tested. Living 2 lifetimes, Fang Xinghua not only knew what would happen in the future, but also knew how to turn being prescient into actual benefits. Even the smallest matters concerning the leadership are big deals for those below. If someone could help treat the epilepsy afflicting the son of the #1 official in the county, they would surely gain the attention and promotion from their superiors. With demand, naturally comes the opportunity for cooperation. If that's the case, I'll leave the matter of the Bizor to you. Su Haitao kindly patted Fang Xinghua on the shoulder. Fang Xinghua said, Uncle Su, what about the meat-selling matter? Wait a moment. Through brief contact, Su Haitao concluded that Fang Xinghua was no ordinary young man from the countryside. Which young man from the countryside could come up with such a thoughtful way to present gifts? The face and the propriety were both taken care of. Using repayment with goods avoided the possibility of being criticized by others. At the same time, Fang Xinghua repeatedly mentioned epilepsy, proving that he knew the son of the county leader suffered from this condition. By mentioning that he had a way to obtain Bizor, he further indicated that Fang Xinghua could offer help. The reason why no definitive answer was given must be due to thoughts like not letting go until seeing results. Don't go anywhere until I return. After saying a few words, Su Haitao took out a newspaper and placed a pack of cigarettes in front of Fang Xinghua. If bored, read the newspaper or have a smoke. Then, Su Haitao left the office. After roughly an hour, the office door opened. Xinghua, do you recognize this item? Su Haitao placed a rifle on the desk. Fang Xinghua looked at it in astonishment. Isn't this our country's own 56-style semi-automatic rifle? Ha ha ha, excellent eyesight. Upon hearing Fang Xinghua immediately naming the gun and its origin, Su Haitao became even more certain that Fang Xinghua was definitely a worldly wise individual. The 56-type semi-automatic rifle was the first domestically produced standard semi-automatic rifle. 3 years ago, in 1956, it began equipping the troops. In order to strengthen law enforcement against enemies, improve militia training, and combat scattered hostile elements within the civilian population, the local armed forces issued a certain quantity of 56-type semi-automatic rifles to the militias. In addition to this 56-type semi-automatic rifle, Su Haitao also pulled 3 fully loaded magazines from his pocket. Each magazine held 10 rounds. Fang Jinghua comrade. Seeing Su Haitao suddenly become serious, Fang Jinghua instinctively straightened his back. He vaguely guessed why Su Haitao had brought the 56 type semi-automatic rifle and 3 magazines before him. In order to increase grain production and deal with difficult periods, village brigades started organizing hands for land reclamation, resulting in numerous incidents of wildlife attacking people. Su Haitao asked, Fang Jinghua comrade, these things should have happened in your village too, right? After listening, Fang Jinghua quickly responded, report to Director Su, you're absolutely correct. In our village, we've also encountered cases where people were harmed by wild animals. To respond to the national call for self-help and production, the village brigade mobilized large numbers of laborers to clear the land, and because our village is located deep within the mountains, there were far more wild beasts than in other villages. After my father passed away, our village lost its dedicated hunter. Though I've learned most of what my father taught me, without proper weapons, I can only handle small beasts. When it comes to boars and bears, I can only flee. Adult boars have thick skin and roll around in mud pits, covered with a layer of thick mud. Mud dried under the sun can become hard like armor. Considering so many human injuries caused by wild animals, I, as the director of commune security, cannot evade responsibility. Thankfully, it's never too late to make up for mistakes. Later, I will issue you a permit. This 56 type semi-automatic rifle and 30 bullets are temporarily yours to use as a hunting rifle to ensure the safety of our villagers during land reclamation. As for whether or not to appoint you as a full-time hunter, that decision still needs some study from the communes. Work hard and don't let down the hopes that the commune and I have for you. Su Haitao smiled knowingly. Fang Jinghua is an intelligent person and should be able to grasp the implied meaning of his words. Thank you, Director Su, for your trust. I certainly will not disappoint you in the organization. Picking up the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle from the desk, Fang Jinghua felt a burst of joy inside. Compared to a hunting rifle, a standardized military rifle was truly a much more lethal weapon. Due to limitations in technology and era, the hunting rifles sold at supply cooperatives were outdated single-barreled rifles. Not only were they less powerful, but the process of reloading ammunition was also extremely complicated. It wasn't until the 1970s that more advanced hunting rifles appeared domestically. For animals like rabbits, pheasants, or wild deer, an ordinary hunting rifle would suffice. But if one encountered large wild beasts, especially ones with tough hides like black bears, wild boars, or tigers, the importance of firepower became apparent. If the bullet couldn't penetrate their thick skin, even the best hunting rifle would be useless. Though Fang Jinghua understood the unspoken rules clearly, whether he could continuously possess this rifle depended on whether he could obtain the bezoar Su Haitao needed. Once the bezoar was in hand, everything would be easy to resolve. Not only could the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle become Fang Jinghua's exclusive hunting tool, but ammunition for it could also be replenished continuously. The Type 56 semi-automatic rifle wasn't just standard equipment for militiamen and armed forces. It was also exported in large quantities to third-world countries. In the previous life, due to business matters, Fang Jinghua frequently traveled abroad. Knowing that Fang Jinghua came from a family of hunters, many foreign business partners often invited him to go hunting. Among various hunting rifles he had used, the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle stood out prominently. Even though Fang Jinghua hadn't served in the military, he was exceptionally familiar with the Type 56 rifle. As for the meat you brought, I'll have the canteen come over soon to weigh it. You don't need to sell it outside. The commune will take it all. Thank you, Uncle Su. Fang Jinghua smiled so broadly, he couldn't close his mouth. When things went wrong, even drinking cool water could feel unpleasant. But once good luck strikes, walking down the street might even make you trip over gold. The current gains far exceeded Fang Jinghua's expectations. By offering wild boar bile, he gained the legal right to sell goods. After smoothing relationships and asking the commune to help issue a certificate, he legally purchased a hunting rifle. He hadn't expected that Su Haitao would solve all the problems. With the assistance of 2 chefs, Fang Jinghua's pork was carried into the kitchen. According to the price of 67 cents per pound, they acquired the 41 pounds of wild boar meat that Fang Jinghua brought along. Wong, wong, wong. Suddenly, an unexpected incident occurred. A fierce large black dog charged out from behind the cafeteria kitchen and lunged ferociously towards Su Haitao, who stood next to Fang Jinghua. Chapter 162, A Rewarding Expedition. The big black dog came charging in, and the 2 cafeteria master chefs were so scared that they ran off. Things happened too suddenly. For a moment, Su Haitao actually stood frozen on the spot. Bang! With a gunshot sound, the fierce big black dog fell to the ground. Su Haitao looked back behind him, still startled. Fang Jinghua held the rifle steady with both hands, concernedly asking, Director Su, are you alright? The Type 56 semi-automatic rifle uses 7.62 mm intermediate power bullets. Not only is it accurate, but its short-range lethality is also very strong. The closer the distance, the greater the lethal force. Let alone a dog. Even if a wild boar appeared, one shot could take it down. Who's shooting here? Good grief. How did this dog escape? Director Su, are you okay? Did it hurt you? At the sound of the gunshot, a large group of people rushed into the cafeteria. They surrounded him with warm inquiries. Su Haitao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This big black dog was too vicious. It scared Su Haitao so much that his legs felt heavy as lead. He almost became this dog's prey. If Fang Jinghua hadn't fired the gun in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Where does this stray dog come from? How do you watch the gate of the commune? Su Haitao vented his anger at the staff. This was the canteen of the people's commune. So how could there be a stray dog? Director Su, it's not a stray dog. It's confiscated merchandise. Confiscated goods? Su Haitao furrowed his brows and said, what nonsense is this? The duty of the commune security team is to maintain public order and crack down on speculation and profiteering activities. When did it become a dog hunting squad? Someone quickly offered an explanation. In the morning patrol, the commune security team found an old man selling a dog on the street. Besides this big dog, there were 3 smaller dogs. The puppies for 3 yuan each, and the big dog for 10. Because these animals were clearly marked for sale, it was deemed speculative behavior. Everyone confiscated all 4 dogs, recorded the old man's name and village, then sent him away. That's why the big black dog ended up in the cafeteria. They planned to slaughter it for a feast. Therefore, they temporarily tied it in the kitchen awaiting cooking. Unexpectedly, the dog was so ferocious. Not only did it break free and escape from the kitchen, it targeted Su Haitao without biting anyone else. After hearing the full story, Su Haitao waved impatiently. He ordered someone to carry the dead dog away. Fang Xinghua, I didn't expect your marksmanship to be so good. That was truly close earlier. If you hadn't fired the gun in time, I would have surely been bitten by this ferocious dog. If rabies set in, there'd be no place to cry about it. Su Haitao sighed. You shouldn't say that, Director Su. Actually, it wasn't me saving you. It was you who saved yourself. Fang Xinghua humbly responded. Think about it. If you hadn't handed over the semi-automatic rifle to me, I wouldn't even have been able to help you. You're quite clever. Su Haitao chuckled, tapping Fang Xinghua on the shoulder. At the same time, Su Haitao had an odd thought. Fang Xinghua seemed like his lucky star. First, he brought the wild boar bile for treating epilepsy. Su Haitao gave Fang Xinghua the semi-automatic rifle under the guise of acquiring ox bile and gaining his loyalty. Unexpectedly, this rifle proved useful immediately. Director Su, what should we do with this dead dog? Should we throw it away, or are all of you pig-headed? Upon hearing the question about handling the dead dog, Su Haitao almost fainted from frustration. Being able to eat meat was already the biggest happiness in this era. Throw it away? Are their heads filled with water entirely? Alongside the 3 little dogs besides this one, stew them all together. If they're puppies, they probably don't have much meat anyway. Even if we stew all of them, it won't be enough to fill our mouths. Director Su, could you sell them to me? Fang Xinghua suddenly asked. Su Haitao shrugged, saying nonchalantly, since you want them, let's forget about buying and selling. You saved me, so the 3 little dogs can be considered my thank you gift. By experience, Fang Xinghua judged that the big black dog rushing towards Su Haitao was definitely an adult hunting dog. Hunting dogs have a sharp sense of smell. There was an 89% chance the reason it went after Su Haitao was because of the wild boar bile in his pocket. The pungent scent caused the hunting dog to perceive Su Haitao as prey. Soon after, 3 little milk dogs were let out by commune staff. The largest one was approximately 30 centimeters long. The remaining 2 were about 20 centimeters. The 3 little dogs barked, woof woof woof. Their round eyes alertly watched their surroundings. Xinghua, are you going to raise these to become hunting dogs? If so, I suggest raising just one. Raising 3 hunting dogs simultaneously would affect your family life. After what had just happened, Su Haitao's liking for Fang Xinghua increased significantly. Out of goodwill, he suggested that Fang Xinghua take the largest puppy with him. The remaining 2 dogs could be taken home for a tooth-breaking feast. As they say, half-grown boys eat their fathers into poverty, referring to teenagers who can eat more than adults in one meal. This applies equally to animals. As the 3 puppies grew day by day, their appetite would gradually increase. Nowadays, just filling human stomachs was a luxury, let alone having extra grain to feed dogs. Thank you for your reminder, Director Su. I'll discuss it with my family to see if we should raise all of them or just keep one. Fang Xinghua looked at Su Haitao, who then asked a master chef to bring out the basket used for buying vegetables at the canteen. Fang Xinghua would surely need to buy things from the supply and marketing cooperative soon. Placing the 3 dogs inside the basket would make transporting them more convenient. 20 minutes later, Fang Xinghua walked out of the commune compound feeling like everything he saw was particularly pleasing. A 56 semi-automatic rifle hung on his shoulder, 2 clips of bullets were tucked into his pockets. And behind him, the basket carried 3 barking milk puppies. It was truly a rewarding trip, every bit worth it. Not long after the ticket system was introduced. Not all items required tickets for purchase. Though carrying quite a load, even if Fang Xinghua wanted to go on a shopping spree, his energy fell short of his ambition. Given this, he only bought a bag of flour and several dozen pounds of coarse salt at the supply cooperative. Mother, come out quick. Big brother, big brother. What happened to your brother? At the Li family courtyard, Xuanhuan sat cross-legged on the Kong bed, busily stitching. Big brother brought back a gun. Gun. Xuanhuan's face turned pale with shock. She didn't bother putting her shoes on and rushed barefoot into the yard. Upon closer inspection, Ding Du Gui's eyes widened in disbelief. When Fang Xinghua left, he carried a sack of wild boar meat on his shoulder. When he returned home, a rifle was added to Fang Xinghua's belongings. On the ground, the 3 small milk puppies were running around and playing merrily with little daughter Li Xiumei. Besides these, there was also a bag of flour on the ground. Upon recognizing the words, "Number 1 flour," Xuanhuan took in a sharp breath. There were 4 grades of flour sold at the supply cooperative. Number 1 flour was the finest white flour, also known as refined flour. Its price per pound was as expensive as meat. No. Xuanhuan shook her head. How could she care whether the flour was too expensive? Where did Fang Xinghua get the gun from? Chapter 163. The taboo of seeing firelight while hunting. Brother, can you really get gallstones for the leaders above? I heard that gallstones are more valuable than gold and extremely hard to find. After about 10 minutes, Yang Chunlan and Fang Rou finally managed to digest all the various news Fang Xinghua had brought back. They could not even dream that Fang Xinghua would be so bold as to go to the town commune to build a relationship with the security chief, Su Haitao. Even more unimaginable was that Su Haitao would give Fang Xinghua military-grade weapons to use as a hunting rifle. Not only did he provide the gun, but also bullets. Had they not seen the firearm permit issued by the commune, mother and daughter would have never believed Fang Xinghua's words. Mother, this is called having the right connections. If we want to avoid being bullied, we must not only harshly punish those who take advantage of us, but also let some people know that our family has its own influential background. Fang Xinghua was comforting his niece who was less than a month old. Rural interpersonal relationships are simple in one way, but complicated in another and cannot be explained in just a few words. Kissing up to those in power while belittling the lowly, bullying the weak while fearing the strong. The more honest a person is, the more likely they are to be bullied. It's better to inspire fear than respect. Hatred of others' possession and mockery of others' poverty are common attitudes in rural areas. As the Li family situation gets better, the number of shameless people looking to take advantage will surely increase like rats crossing a river. With only Fang Xinghua's fists, it is difficult for him to deal with so many small people alone. Whether it's relatives like the Lu family or families like Zhang Jiqiang and Zhang Riming, at best, they are all minor characters. The real trouble comes from the village head Li Youcai's family. Both Li Yukai and his son Li Liangbin are bad apples. The father has a narrow mind, overeats, and abuses his powers for personal gain in every possible way. The son, Li Liangbin, surpasses his father in depravity. He is the kind of mischievous kid who lacks morals. There is an old saying that perfectly explains the ecological environment of rural life. Don't look down on the village head as if he's no official. In this era, the village head has even more terrifying power. Assigning labor tasks, checking whether the work meets standards, and how much money is earned from working are all decided by the village head. Building a house, marrying a wife, going to the market. All these trivial matters can be interfered with by the village authority. Should you dare say no, the militia under the control of the village could drag you out any time to be criticized. I initiated a relationship with Su Haitao not only to secure backing for our family, but also because it relates to Big Sister's issues. Do I have any connection? Fang Rou asked, completely confused. What does this matter have to do with me? Big Sister, think carefully. As our family becomes more prosperous, do you think the Zhang family will agree to your divorce? Fang Xinghua earnestly said, you surely understand the Zhang family better than me. Even if a manure cart passes their door, they'd stop it to check its contents. If they refuse the divorce under any circumstance, what should we do? Fang Rou suddenly felt lost. Big Sister, my careful plan proves once again that understanding the reality of our situation with the powerful commune officials ensures the Zhang family won't overcharge us. Living most of her life, Yang Chunlan knew all too well how vicious people could be. Seeing the Li family start to improve, the Zhang family, even though agreeing to the divorce, would undoubtedly demand substantial wealth. Realizing her mother understood the gravity of the situation, Fang Xinghua continued, Big Sister, I know my own limitations when handling matters. You focus on helping our mother with domestic affairs. Take care of raising Yaya and nurturing her growth. Don't worry about other things. The 3 puppies I brought back will also be of great use. Breed them up properly, and they can help me hunt in the mountains, guard the home, and protect all of you womenfolk from being bullied. When I'm not around, these 3 dogs will be our household deities. Whoever dares to cause trouble will be bitten into pieces. Although Gaodishan's family often visits, helping shield the Li family from troublemakers, they're still not blood relations. Surely Fang Xinghua couldn't ask Aunt Gao to watch the house each time he steps out? With guard dogs, many problems will naturally solve themselves. The 3 little puppies were just born. They haven't formed dependencies on humans yet. Raising them would be akin to securing 2 bodyguards for Yaya and Xiaoyu. One child is less than a month old, and the other is merely 5 or 6 years old. If anyone targets them, they'll first have to contend with whether the hunting dogs will approve. Big Sister, I'll rest a bit now. Wake me up at midnight. Big Brother, you're still planning to go hunting on the mountain? Seeing Fang Xinghua nod, Fang Rou worriedly said, you haven't rested for several days, and today you just slept for a little while. I suggest you skip tonight, and instead conserve your energy to hunt during the day tomorrow. Yang Chunlan was equally worried about her son and joined Fang Rou in advising Fang Xinghua not to go tonight. Take a good rest overnight. There will be enough time to try the gun in the mountain tomorrow. Whenever you want to rest, there'll be time. Winter is coming soon. In another 1 or 2 months, heavy snow will block the mountain passes. The wild animals won't hibernate, but their appearances will decrease. While we still have time, let's make several trips into the mountains so we can have a good year. Fang Xinghua gently placed Yaya back into Li Lao's arms, stretched his arms, and moved closer to the heated wall. He gestured for Fang Rou to find him a quilt. After sleeping for a few hours, Fang Xinghua stepped out brimming with energy under the dark night sky. Without a watch, he could only estimate the time by the position of the moon. It was now around 11 at night. The world was utterly silent. All the households had entered slumber. Bang bang. The military rifle was precise and powerful, giving Fang Xinghua more than tenfold the courage compared to the last time. In the blink of an eye, 2 mountain chickens were killed by the gun. Fang Xinghua didn't rush to collect his prey, but instead drew his machete and slit the throats of the 2 mountain chickens. Holding 1 chicken in each hand, he stood near a bush while the chickens dripped blood. Next, Fang Xinghua tossed a thoroughly dead mountain chicken onto an open space on the halfway point of the mountain. He himself hid inside the bushes. Pushing aside a gap in the foliage, he fixed his gaze on the spot where the blood dripped. Time passed second by second. The mountain was deathly quiet, without a sound. Fang Xinguo reached into his pocket and pulled out a cigarette, bringing it to his nose to sniff forcefully. Seeing firelight is the biggest taboo when hunting. This is because wild animals are naturally afraid of firelight. Once they see firelight, most wild animals will flee at the sight. Also, abnormal smells must be avoided. Thus, even though Fang Xinguo was bored out of his mind, he could only rely on the smell of the cigarette to stay alert. Not long after, sparse sounds reached Fang Xinguo's ears. They're coming. Fang Xinguo's heart leapt with joy as he quickly tucked the cigarette behind his ear. He grabbed the automatic rifle and aimed it forward. The sparse sounds continued for about dozens of seconds. A figure shot out from the grass at incredible speed. It looked around at the bloody spot, checking for safety. Once everything was confirmed safe, the figure moved toward the dead chicken ahead. Fang Xinguo held his breath, aligning the sights of the rifle perfectly. His eyes never left this figure. Chapter 164. The Thief Who Stole Flour. If Yang Xuanhuan and Fang Rou were present, they would absolutely be stunned by Fang Xinguo's Fengzhidong. Other villagers would surely curse Fang Xinguo as a madman. Not only has he lived his fill, but he is also bringing disaster to his family. But for Fang Xinguo, there is nothing in the world he wouldn't dare to do. After all this effort to lure the prey out, letting it escape would be considered unforgivable. Bang! After the gunshot, the vermilion figure fell on the ground, struggling a few times before becoming still. Fang Xinguo was like an arrow leaving the string. While running, he put the rifle on his back. He drew the hunting knife and vigilantly observed the surroundings. After 1 minute, Fang Xinguo bent over to pick up the prey on the ground. The red fox, one of the most common wild animals in the northeast region. Also the thing that even ignorant women and children are most afraid to see. Hunters regard tigers, black bears, and boars as the 3 most troublesome wild animals. For ordinary people, what they truly fear are several other kinds of animals. Foxes, weasels, snakes, hedgehogs, tigers. These 5 animals are collectively known as the home protectors. They belong to the folk beliefs of northeast China, deities that should not be desecrated. Among the 5 masters, the fox ranks first. It's also called xiuxian, fox immortal. Even though there have been repeated campaigns to eliminate illiteracy, spread scientific knowledge, and strike against feudal superstitions, many families in the village still worship the shrines of fox immortals, yellow weasel immortals, and other spirits. If my memory serves me right, Lu Quan's family worships Xiuxian Te and Xiuxian Taipo. Ordinarily, when people see foxes, weasels, or snakes, they don't harm them. Instead, they wait respectfully until the animals leave. Others believe in these things, but Fang Xinguo doesn't. Just like with boars, there are also plenty of good things about foxes. A fur coat made from its pelt works perfectly for keeping warm. Though fox meat tastes sour, compared to having no food at all, who cares? Even bark and clay have been eaten. To wild animals, blood scent is a natural bait. If Fang Xinguo loses his guard and focuses solely on the ground, other hidden beasts will surely attack him in unison, biting his neck and legs. Once knocked down, your life will no longer be yours. All of the above. Each one is a hard-earned hunting experience, bought with countless lives. Seeing the dawn beginning to break, Fang Xinguo yawned. His eyelids started battling against each other uncontrollably. Despite being young, his body isn't made of iron after all. After staying awake through 2 consecutive all-nighters, Fang Xinguo was really feeling it. Unable to resist the sleepiness, Fang Xinguo decided to end well. He bundled up the prey, then went to the place where he buried his tools yesterday to retrieve the hunting equipment buried in the soil. Feeling cheerful, he headed downhill to go home. Near the courtyard, Fang Xinguo stopped and ducked behind a tree. Li family's courtyard lay ahead, the gate wide open. Before leaving, Fang Xinguo had specifically instructed his mother to lock the gate. He himself knew how to get inside. It was still dark outside, so it definitely wasn't opened by family members. Soon enough, the answer appeared. A short, thin man furtively ran out, carrying on his back the flour Fang Xinguo had bought from the commune the day before. Pang Dagua, you stop right there. Upon closer inspection, Fang Xinguo recognized the thief. It was the son of White Widow, only 14 years old, Pang Dagua. Hearing Fang Xinguo's angry shout from behind, Pang Dagua didn't stop, but rather ran faster. In a fit of anger, Fang Xinguo rushed to the door in a few steps. He tossed all the prey and tools into the yard, shouting loudly, "Sister, there's a thief in our house. Take care of these things while I go chase him." After shouting twice, Fang Xinguo sprinted forward quickly. Pang Dagua was only a teenager, and Fang Xinguo was confident that he could catch him halfway. Unexpectedly, Pang Dagua was just as shrewd as his mother, the White Widow. Hearing the approaching footsteps getting louder, Pang Dagua picked up a stone, turned around, and threw it at Fang Xinguo. Fang Xinguo dodged quickly. By the time he pursued again, Pang Dagua had already gained some distance between them. After a while, Pang Dagua rushed into his own house carrying the sack of flour. He quickly closed the door and locked it. Fang Xinguo kicked the door and yelled angrily, "Pang Dagua, I'll count to 3, and you'd better open the door yourself. Daring to steal my flour. Are you tired of living? I wonder who it is. It turns out to be Zhenghua. The sky hasn't even lit up. Who angered you so much? Are you coming to show off power at my house?" Bai Lianxiang opened the courtyard gate, complaining coquettishly, "Zhenghua, let's say we're somewhat familiar lovers. Can't we discuss any issues properly without resorting to shouting and cursing? My boy Dagua is still a child, and you're an adult quarreling with a child. Aren't you ashamed?" Fang Xinguo replied bluntly, "Stop your foul mouth and nonsense. Li Liangbin is your lover. Tell your son to return the sack of white flour to my house right now." Or else, don't blame me for not being nice to you. White flower. What white flower? Bai Lianxiang began her performance. Xinhua, stop making jokes. I'm just a poor widow with nothing but poverty in my home. Not to mention white flour, there isn't even a single grain of rice in the jar. Seeing that Bai Lianxiang was about to act shamelessly, Fang Xinhua said with restrained anger, since you deny it, let's call your son Pang Dagua out and confront him together. Pang Dagua hasn't woken up yet, so please don't cause trouble here. Bai Lianxiang said with a smirk. Xinhua, are you really someone who can't do without a bag of white flour? Stop fooling around and go back to sleep. White widow, have I been too nice to you? Fang Xinhua cursed. If you keep pretending ignorance, don't blame me for being rude. Rude? So what? Are you going to eat me or beat me to death? You show off. Bai Lianxiang deliberately bumped into Fang Xinhua, looking seductive as she said, Xinhua, your auntie knows what you want. Isn't it just wanting some steamed buns? Auntie will fulfill your wish. After having breakfast, we'll meet at the usual place. Auntie will surely make you comfortable. Get lost. Fang Xinhua slapped Bai Lianxiang, throwing her to the ground. You little brat, dare to steal from my house. Regardless of how stubborn Pang Dagua might be, Fang Xinhua would ensure he confessed everything truthfully. Help! Fang Xinhua has gone mad. He's going to kill my son. Bai Lianxiang screamed, wailing in despair. Mother, save me. Fang Xinhua, don't hit me anymore. Ouch. I took the white flower, please stop hitting me. Outside, cries continued without end. Inside, chaos reigned like chickens flying and dogs jumping. Fang Xinhua yanked Pang Dagua off the bed, where he was feigning sleep. The boy's body was cold, proving he'd clearly been up and about, not sleeping on the heated brick bed as claimed. Fang Xinhua grabbed a stick by hand and whipped Pang Dagua 3 times until the latter cried out for his father and mother. Li, you bloody bastard, stop it. Li Liangbin rushed into the inner room with murderous intent. Following closely, Bai Lianxiang led a group into the room. Upon seeing her son battered and bruised, Bai Lianxiang was greatly shocked. Fang Xinhua had actually dared to lay hands on her treasured son. Don't you dare harm my child. Chapter 165. The favor-playing village chief, shameless mother and son. White widow, your big bed is pretty impressive, not only for having illicit affairs, but also for sneaking out to steal things. Fang Xinhua threw the entire quilt on the ground. Inside the blanket was a bag of number 1 flour. Fang Xinhua, what in tarnation do you mean by that? Hearing the word illicit affair, Li Liangbin immediately blew up. Li Liangbin, who is still under 30 this year, had been hooking up with Bai Lianxiang early on and even more than once, had his way with her. Killing isn't worth losing one's dignity. Fang Xinhua, you're being too overbearing. Bai Lianxiang sat on the ground and cried her heart out. Crazed, everyone was crazed. The Fang Xinhua who used to let himself be bullied has completely transformed. Beating up a group from the Liu family can be considered as a long-suppressed revenge. And yet I am Fang Xinghua's older affectionate sister. How dare this beast of Fang Xinhua force me to my limits like this? What happened? At this moment, the onlooking villagers voluntarily cleared a path. The outwardly righteous village chief Li Yukai walked into the house with his hands behind his back, smoking. Who did this? How did Daguo come to be beaten like this? Li Yukai pretended to be surprised. How could it be anyone else? That brute Fang Xinhua, over a bag of white flour. Look how he beat Daguo cowled hardly move. Li Liangbin exaggerated, telling how Fang Xinhua didn't care about right or wrong, kicked open the widow's door, rushed inside, and viciously beat Pang Dagua lying on the Kong. Pang Dagua was only around 14 years old. How could he endure such cruel beating? With a glance at Pang Dagua on the floor, crouched and begging for mercy, Li Liangbin feigned concern and said, Dagua, with my father speaking for you, Fang Xinhua won't dare hurt you. Are you feeling pain all over? Ouch, it hurts me to death. Grandpa Li, I feel pain everywhere. No place is good. Little brat Pang Dagua wailed loudly, crying that every organ of his body hurt. It must have been internal injuries caused by Fang Xinhua. Xinhua, not to scold you openly, but your actions were far too excessive. Dagua stealing your white flour was indeed his mistake, but look at your age compared to his. In terms of seniority, Dagua should call you uncle. As an elder, where is your sense of respectability? This is simply unacceptable behavior. These are hard times indeed, but we meet each other day after day. Not only did you kick down the widow's door, you beat the child as well. If this news spreads, how will White Widow show her face again? The fellow villagers from the neighboring areas will definitely blame us as a village of tyrants. He is still a child, committing such grievous errors, but adults shouldn't treat children the same way. In my opinion, you should use this bag of white flour as compensation to Budao's family. Let's consider this matter resolved. Instantaneously, the surrounding crowd spoke in unison, criticizing Fang Xinhua. If a kid is misbehaving, doesn't Fang Xinhua know better? Why can't words be exchanged properly instead of resorting to violence and threats? Look how the White Widow's family is suffering now, the woman crying and the child screaming. Fang Xinhua said nothing. He coldly glanced around at these people talking without feeling the burden themselves. If it were them, they would hit even harder than him. By the end of the 1950s, food shortages were widespread across the country, with people waiting desperately to be fed. No exaggeration. A bag of white flour was enough to marry several wives. Remember next year, when Wu Lair married a wife in the village, he only used 5 pounds of local flour. Everyone stop yelling. There are national laws and village rules. Pang Dagua did indeed steal, but Fang Xinhua hitting someone was also wrong, let alone him being an adult and hurting the child so badly. The village decided after research. This bag of white flour will be given to xiuxian as compensation for medical expenses. Li Yukai coughed twice, cutting off the clamor of the crowd. Xiuxian, any objections? I'm just a housewife. I don't have any objections. I'll follow whatever the village chief arranges. Xiuxian secretly rejoiced. Li Liangbin also couldn't hide his happiness. Last night at midnight, Li Liangbin crept silently into Bai's home, intending to enjoy a midnight snack, tasting some steamed buns. Halfway through, he sent Pang Dagua away with a bit of bread. He planned to return when the rooster crowed at dawn. Unexpectedly, such good fortune came. Pang Dagua accidentally passed by the Li residence, hearing a dog bark from the courtyard. Though only 14, Pang Dagua started stealing chickens and dogs at a young age. Judging from experience, the sound made certainly wasn't by a big dog. More likely, it was newly born puppies, and there were at least 2 of them. Without thinking about the situation at home, Pang Dagua returned and pestered by Lian Xiang to find Fang Zhenghua during the day, to ask Fang Zhenghua for a dog to bring back and stew. Li Liangbin, having finished their business, seized the opportunity to offer an idea. Rather than asking, why not steal? Not to mention whether Fang Zhenghua would give Xiuxian face. Even if he did, he would at most give 1 dog. Pang Dagua directly went to steal, intending to take the entire pot from the Li family. Even if he were caught, Fang Zhenghua wouldn't have done anything to Pang Dagua. After all, Pang Dagua was the only son of the White Widow. Who would have thought? Instead of stealing a dog, he accidentally stole a bag of white flour. To avoid being cornered by Fang Zhenghua at home, Li Liangbin sneaked out over the back wall and left. That's why Li Liangbin was the first to arrive at the scene. White flour was good stuff. With this, young maidens and housewives would definitely scramble to ingratiate themselves. And as for saying it was compensation for the White Widow, please. If Li Liangbin had demanded it, Xiuxian wouldn't dare refuse. Since you don't have any objections, let's do it this way. Hold on. Fang Zhenghua sneered coldly. Village chief, you haven't even asked for my opinion yet, have you? Upon hearing Fang Zhenghua talk back with such questioning tone, Li Yukai said unhappily, you beat up Dagua like this. Shouldn't there be compensation? Killing demands a life. Debts must be repaid. Injuring someone so they're almost dying requires reparation. But if I can cure Pang Dagua's injuries, village chief, do I still need to compensate? Fang Zhenghua asked. Ouch, I'm in so much pain, Mom. I hurt everywhere. Quietly, Li Liangbin nudged Pang Dagua, lying on the ground with his foot. To get that white flour, you better keep acting. My poor son, your heartless father walked off alone, leaving us orphans behind. Grandma's useless, she couldn't protect you. If anything happens to you, I won't go on living either. The White Widow embraced Pang Dagua, sobbing dramatically. You've beaten him this bad, but you're reluctant about giving up 1 bag of white flour. If you could really heal Dagua's injuries, then forget about compensation. It'd be fine for Dagua to kneel down and knock 3 heads to the ground. Li Liangbin said sarcastically. As long as Pang Dagua sticks to claiming he's nearly dead, even if Fang Zhenghua brings doctors from the county hospital, it'll be absolutely useless. Son, no matter what methods Fang Zhenghua uses to treat you, you can't get up. Meanwhile, Xiuxian took the opportunity while holding Pang Dagua to whisper instructions on how to act stubbornly. All settled, I'll go get the tools to heal now. Without waiting for a reply, Fang Zhenghua strode confidently out the door. Chapter 166. Cure all. Seeing Fang Zhenghua's confident demeanor, everyone followed him out. Li Yukai walked at the back and said, my family should get 80%. Village chief, you can't. Father, rest assured, I'll handle it. Li Liangbin quickly covered Xiuxian's mouth. Subsequently, Li Yukai left the inner room. You damned man. It was my son who took the items, and it will be my son who gets beaten. Why should we only get 2 out of 10 shares? With this amount of flour, who would be satisfied? Xiuxian, who had just acted desperate, now twisted her slim waist and stretched her white hands to hold Li Liangbin's neck. Pang Dagua lying on the ground muttered as if he didn't see any of this. Brotherly, this bag of flour is 20 pounds. Your father is too stingy. He only gave us 4 pounds. That's barely enough to make 2 pots of steamed buns. That's enough. Don't forget your manners. Without my father, neither of you could even touch a finger to the flour. Li Liangbin embraced Xiuxian tightly with a lustful look and said, besides, if I have 1 bite to eat, I wouldn't dare let you and our child go hungry. Liangbin, there's something I don't understand. Didn't you say the People's Commune is currently cracking down on petty traders? One person selling goods at the commune will certainly be caught by the security team and all the supplies confiscated. How did Fang Zhenghua manage to avoid punishment? Not only do I not understand it, but I still can't figure it out. Those security team members have sharp eyes. Whether it's open trading or secret transactions, none escape their notice. As he thought about it, Li Liangbin gradually lost his thoughts on pleasure. How could Fang Zhenghua, someone with no power or influence, trade wild boar meat for white flour? Not only did he exchange it for a whole sack of top-grade flour, but he also brought back a few puppies. It might be that the heat has passed. If that's the case, can I go to the market in the commune? Upon hearing that the risk of being checked for speculators had passed, Xiuxian immediately became energized. Through various seductive tactics, Xiuxian had obtained quite a number of interesting items. If the commune really wasn't checking for speculators anymore, she could take these items to town to sell and exchange them for money, and then buy back that bottle of cream she had been longing for. Should be possible. Let me sniff first. With a beauty in his arms, Li Liangbin couldn't contain himself any longer. Regardless of the crowd of villagers standing outside, he grabbed Xiuxian and started kissing her uncontrollably. Pang Dagua shouted, Mom, I want to eat meat-filled dumplings, and I also want to drink sweet water. Don't forget to buy some when you go to the market. Humph. Returning inside once again, Li Yukai nearly blew a fuse in anger. Great heavens. What kind of son was he raising? A group of people were waiting outside for Fang Zhenghua to return and treat the patient. Yet He Xiuxian and Li Liangbin were doing that in the inner room. Father, has Fang Zhenghua returned? Li Liangbin wiped the saliva from his face and looked toward the window. Don't talk nonsense. All of you stand up. Li Yukai pulled Li Liangbin up, berating him. Are both of you crazy? Doing such things in broad daylight. If someone sees, they parade you around wearing a broken shoe as punishment. I'm just the village chief, not the county chief. I don't have the ability to clean up your messes. Father, stop scaring me. In our Dahex village, you're the emperor. If you say Coke is black, who would dare to say it's white? Li Liangbin said carelessly. The way I am now is because I learned from you. You shut your damn mouth. Li Yukai was so furious his hair practically burst into flames, and he raised his hand to strike. Go ahead and hit me. If you do, watch out. I'll tell Mom to visit you in your dreams at night and drag you down with me. You. Li Yukai slapped his own thigh. What sins have I committed? The Liangbin before his eyes was essentially a younger version of Li Yukai. Father and son shared a common trait. Both were sex-starved devils. The old man caused trouble, and the son learned exactly like him. In a fit of anger, Liangbin's mother had taken her own life. Regarding his mother's death, Li Liangbin was completely indifferent, and Li Yukai was even happy, wanting to set off firecrackers in celebration. Since there was no woman to manage them, father and son both thoroughly unleashed themselves, each playing their own games without affecting the other. Suddenly, voices erupted outside as one of the Li family's lackeys rushed into the house and blurted out, almost unconscious, something happened to the village chief. To you. After having been argued with by his son earlier and encountering this unobservant idiot now, Li Yukai was absolutely infuriated. Having committed too many unethical deeds, what Li Yukai feared most was hearing the word incident. It's not you, it's Fang Zhenghua. Wait, that's wrong too. It's not that he got into trouble. He's coming here with a gun. What? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone inside froze in shock. Fang Zhenghua cannot possibly have a gun in his house. Li Liangbin could not believe it at all. There was no way Fang Zhenghua could get his hands on a gun. In this era, guns were not entirely banned among the general populace. But that doesn't mean anyone can easily get one. Except for the militiamen in the town and the armory department. Only the state-owned factories in the county still have access to guns. What are you standing up for? Get down quickly. Seeing Pang Dagwa stand up to take a look outside, Li Liangbin irritably told him to lie back down. Li Yukai asked semi-disbelievingly, Are you sure Fang Zhenghua has a gun? The villager who came to report nodded repeatedly. That's strange. How could it be? Holy shit. The next moment, Li Yukai and his son were almost scared out of their wits. He Xiuxian almost peed her pants. Fang Zhenghua rushed in from outside with a long rifle in hand, and there was a bayonet attached to the front of the rifle. Pang Dagwa, I've come to treat your illness. After these words, Fang Zhenghua aimed at Pang Dagwa lying on the ground and lunged forward. Seeing that Fang Zhenghua was serious, Pang Dagwa immediately wet himself and crawled up while using his hands and feet to hide behind He Xiuxian. You, where did you get that gun? Li Yukai was shocked and flustered. This is the hunting rifle given to me by the commune, village chief. Take a look, isn't Pang Dagwa's injury all better? Fang Zhenghua gave a cold laugh. Before the truth, no disease cannot be cured. Could these people's little tricks really deceive Fang Zhenghua? Relying on being the village chief, Li Yukai said whatever he wanted, and no villagers dared to contradict him. Even if it meant going against their conscience, everyone would just follow the flow and echo what Li Yukai said. Just now, as soon as Fang Zhenghua made a face-to-face challenge, he would likely have been beaten up. Now with the truth in hand, the power of speech shifted into Fang Zhenghua's hands. Commune gave you a gun. Li Liangbin's brain buzzed. This was impossible. The gun was personally issued by the director of the public security office of the commune, assigning me temporarily as a specialized hunter for land reclamation, tasked with protecting the safety of our fellow villagers. Briefly explaining the origin of the gun, Fang Zhenghua stretched out his hand towards He Xiuxian. Hand them over. At this point, even if unwilling, He Xiuxian had no choice but to bring down the sack of white flour from the Kong bed, confronting Fang Zhenghua with the gun pointed. Who wouldn't tremble in fear? Seeing that the flour was intact, Fang Zhenghua remained unmoving and said, There's also 15 yuan. He Xiuxian went blank upon hearing this, casting an odd look at Pang Dagwa. Mom, I didn't steal money. I only took food. Pang Dagwa shook his head vehemently, swearing by oaths that he had only stolen a sack of white flour. Chapter 167, Deliberately Provoking a Conflict. Fang Zhenghua, you're being too unreasonable. Pang Dagwa has already admitted his mistake. There's no need to be so relentless. Li Liangbin cautiously observed Fang Zhenghua's reaction. 15 yuan? What a joke. Even selling the entire Li family together probably wouldn't fetch more than 10 yuan. Fang Zhenghua sat on the Kong, a traditional heated bed, smirking as he placed the gun at the edge of the Kong. He then pulled out the permit issued by the commune proving that the gun was legally obtained. Following this, Fang Zhenghua took out a receipt. Village chief, you've attended literacy classes and know how to read. Could you please read aloud what's written here? Upon hearing this, Li Yukai took the receipt. It stated that the commune canteen had purchased 41 pounds of wild boar meat from Fang Zhenghua for $0.67, totaling 27.47 yuan. I spent 12 yuan buying flour, leaving the remaining 15 yuan at home. When I went back to look for medical tools, it had vanished. Pang Dagwa admitted to stealing food from my house. If these funds weren't stolen by him, then who could have done it? After this statement, everyone's eyes turned toward Pang Dagwa. Pang Dagwa's face turned red with frustration as he loudly argued, I didn't take your money. If I did, May my hands and feet rot. Do you think the words of a thief are credible? Seeing other villagers coming in, Fang Zhenghua sneered coldly. Everyone, help me evaluate this matter. Since Pang Dagua can stand up, it shows his injuries have healed. Let's forget about the incident with the flower. Now let's talk about the money he stole. If it wasn't Pang Dagua who took the 15 yuan that I hid under the mat, then who could it be? 1 working point is worth 2 cents. A strong laborer would work all day and earn only 10 points, which amounts to just 20 cents. How many working points do 15 yuan represent? Exactly 750 points. Someone would have to work for 2.5 months without eating or drinking to save this much money. Not only did Pang Dagua steal my grain, but now he's trying to take all my money. Isn't this sheer madness? It's driving us to ruin. The crowd exchanged glances. Everyone knew that Pang Dagua hadn't been a good influence since childhood, often getting into trouble. But they never expected his boldness to increase to such an extent. Why am I home? Hold it back. Seeing Bai Lianxiang trying her usual tactic of crying, making a scene, and threatening suicide to get away with everything, Fang Zhenghua's eyes revealed a fierce glint. He picked up the rifle, fiddling with its trigger. His intimidating demeanor frightened everyone. Even xiuxian's lover, Li Liangbin, dared not make a sound. Village chief, you are the backbone of our village. Give me a fair judgment. Who should I hold responsible for this? Fang Zhenghua put the gun down again, and the ferocity vanished from his face as if nothing had happened. As if nothing ever happened, he said nonchalantly. If you can't handle this, it's fine. We'll report it to the authorities. Fang Zhenghua adjusted himself into a more comfortable position before speaking slowly. You all say that Pang Dagua is still a child, and that I shouldn't pick a fight with a kid. That's all right. We can pass it over to the relevant departments. This way, everyone should have no objections, right? We cannot report this, absolutely not. Bai Lianxiang became frantic, utterly confused. If they reported it to the authorities, whether or not Pang Dagua had indeed stolen Fang Zhengua's 15 yuan, the issue with the flower alone would certainly bring consequences he couldn't avoid. Zhenghua, we're all neighbors. If we can resolve this ourselves, we shouldn't bother the higher-ups. Li Yukai also opposed reporting the case. There was one reason for this. He feared Bai Widow losing control completely. If Pang Dagua were arrested, xiuxian, driven by maternal instincts, might use her relationship with Li Liangbin to blackmail Li Yukai. And how would Li Yukai handle the situation? Even though Li Yukai ruled over Dahan village like a tyrant, he was ultimately a local warlord with no real power to rescue Pang Dagua from prison. Village chief, it's not that I don't respect your authority, but you've seen how stubborn Pang Dagua is, refusing to admit stealing my money even when pushed against the wall. I can't torture him either, without seeking help from the upper authorities to investigate. Does that mean I should just accept this loss quietly? At this moment, Li Yukai found himself caught between a rock and a hard place. Damn it, had he known things would get this complicated, he should have never come over to meddle. Returning the flower peacefully would have avoided all this fuss. Bai Lianxiang tearfully looked toward her lover. Li Liangbin furrowed his brow deeply. He vaguely guessed that the Lis might not have actually lost any money. They almost beat Pang Dagua for a bag of stolen flour. Had they truly lost 15 yuan, he'd have shot the thief dead on the spot. However, knowing that Fang Zhenghua was intentionally extorting them left Li Liangbin powerless to counter. What happens if we simply overlook this now? Isn't it equivalent to allowing a master thief to roam free across the whole village? Fang Zhenghua glanced towards the murmuring villagers. After returning home today, everyone should check the items in their homes carefully to ensure they haven't been stolen. It's not good being so foolish as to speak for a thief. Pang Dagua, did you steal the chick from my house a few days ago? I just remembered. One night, I heard some sound in the yard. Could it have been a burglar? Pang Dagua, you little scoundrel without virtue, just wait for me. If something is missing from my house, we won't be done. Fang Zhenghua's words had an effect. Half of the villagers ran home to count if anything was missing. The other half attributed any missing items in their homes to Pang Dagua. Even the rustling of leaves in the wind was considered a pre-raid reconnaissance by Pang Dagua. White Widow, I'm giving you 5 days to pay back the money. When that time comes and I don't see it, don't blame me for being unsympathetic. Not even the emperor could stop me then, and I'll report this matter for sure. The situation was heating up now, so he figured it was time to leave. Having said these words, Fang Zhenghua placed his rifle over his shoulder, picking up the sack of flour as he headed home. White Widow, return my water dipper. You young whelp, I'll make sure you cry, having the nerve to be a thief and still crying. Village chief, you must do something for us. As Fang Zhenghua stepped out of Bai Lianxiang's door, a raucous clamor arose behind him, almost as festive as the dragon dance during New Year's celebrations. A group of opportunists like them deserved a lesson or two. Brother, did you get our stuff back? In the Li family courtyard, Yang Chunlan and her daughters gathered around eagerly. Yes, every bit of the white flour has been recovered. Fang Zhenghua placed the bag of flour on the millstone, then handed the gun to Fang Cha to store safely inside. Mother, as you've seen, this thing works. There's no fairness without it. Upon hearing this, Yang Chunlan sighed. You come here. Hearing Fang Zhenghua call her, second sister Li Xiumei hugged Dehuyi tightly as she scurried over. Yesterday, seeing 3 tiny puppies, Li Xiumei couldn't stop marveling. Based on size, she named them Dehuyi, Ariai, and Sanhai. Brother, what's up? Do you want to eat shrimp? I do, Li Xiumei answered decisively. In the afternoon, I'll take you to the river to catch shrimp and let the dogs stretch their legs too. Looking at Ariai and Sanhai playfully nuzzling against Li Xiumei, Fang Zhenghua smiled with satisfaction. Bringing home the 3 little dogs would help protect the family property, assist with his hunting and fishing, and also safeguard the womenfolk at home. Zhenghua, can you get some rice and cook some porridge to nourish big sister and Yaya? Thinking about how her eldest daughter didn't produce a drop of milk, xuanhuan felt overwhelmed with sorrow. Formula was an extremely rare commodity in those days, something not even available in county towns, let alone provincial capitals. I know just the thing. A bold plan formed in Fang Zhengua's mind. Immediately stepping into the room, Fang Zhenghua lay down for a nap. Chapter 168. Is this a torpedo? Big dragon, big tiger, come out for a moment. At noon, Gao Dashi's two sons, Gao Long and Gao Hu, returned home for lunch when they suddenly heard someone calling them from behind. The two brothers were just 18 years old. In the countryside, they were already considered strong adult laborers. They all had powerful backs and bear-like waists. They looked tough. Brother Zhenghua, we've all heard about this morning's event. Could we touch that gun? Gao Hu, the younger brother, stared at Li's house enviously. Fang Zhenghua was very skilled in kung fu, and there was a lot of talk around the village. The gun that Fang Zhenghua carried was very impressive. According to the militia company commander who had served in the army, it was called a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. It was a domestically designed semi-automatic weapon. Not only did it shoot accurately, but its power was also great. Although it couldn't continuously fire like a submachine gun by holding down the trigger, but compared to the Type 38 rifle with bolt action, it was dozens of times better. No need to manually load bullets after each shot. There was no need to operate the bolt every time. In short, it was a good gun. What is there to discuss? The next time I go hunting, I'll bring you along and let you touch it as much as you want. He then handed the two brothers 4 white steamed buns. White flour buns. The brothers couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They knew Fang Zhengua's family situation was getting better, but they didn't expect that Li's family was so wealthy that they could give away white buns as gifts. Take these. Each of you get 2. If you're still hungry, just bear with it until nightfall. I will treat you to a big feast tonight. How big is this big meal? Gao Hu asked excitedly. In recent days, Fang Zhengua's family had completely shaken up everyone, eating meat and possessing guns. This morning, Fang Zhenghua even made Pang Dagua cry, leaving Liao Yukai and xiuxian speechless. The two brothers regretted not seeing it firsthand. To eat a big meal depends on how much effort you can put in. Fang Zhenghua said with a laugh. Brother Zhenghua, are you planning to take us to do something bad? Hai Long, the more straightforward and honest brother, felt there was some hidden meaning in what Fang Zhenghua said. Look at what you're saying. If I take you to do bad things, Uncle Gao and Aunt Gao would kill me. Fang Zhenghua signaled for the two brothers to come closer. After hearing Fang Zhenghua's plan, Gao Long was greatly surprised. On the contrary, Gao Hu looked thrilled and asked, Brother Zhenghua, is that thing really as amazing as you say? You'll know soon enough. Fang Zhenghua glanced at the sun overhead and said, Eat quickly. After eating, we will split up to find things. Whoever finds it first, wait by the big stone at the reservoir. After instructing them on what needed to be done, Fang Zhenghua also reminded them not to tell Uncle and Aunt Gao first. Older people would definitely worry. If we waste time, today will be gone. Next, Fang Zhenghua patted his pocket and walked into a nearby household. At 2 p.m., Dehe Reservoir. Dehe Reservoir got its name because of its abundant water sources. In 1955, relevant departments invested heavily in constructing the Dehe Reservoir. Rich in water resources, fish, softshell turtles, shrimps, and crabs were also plentiful. Brother, when are we going to catch shrimps? Li Xiaomei squatted by the reservoir's edge, her hands propped on her cheeks as she stared at the calm surface. 3 puppies were playing happily nearby. Just wait a bit longer. Fang Zhenghua looked around. Huff, huff, huff. Brother Zhenghua, we're here. Coincidentally, just as they were mentioned, far away, the Gao brothers, each carrying a basket with handles, ran towards them. Interestingly, Fang Zhenghua also had 2 baskets beside him. Brother Long, Brother Hu, what's in the baskets? Li Xiaomei turned back, wanting to reach out and touch. Fang Zhenghua got a shock and quickly pushed the 2 brothers aside. Sister 2, what's inside will bite people, especially little girls. 1 bite, and your whole hand could be bitten off. Fang Zhenghua deliberately scared her. Xiaoya won't touch it. Li Xiaomei turned pale and immediately moved aside. Put down the stuff. Both of you stand aside. Upon hearing this, the Gao brothers put down their baskets and stepped back a few meters. 1/3 explosives, 2/3 soil. That should be right. Fang Zhenghua squatted down, carefully taking the collected glass wine bottles from his own basket. Then he took the borrowed brick knife from the basket, recalling the rhyme from mixing explosives. Placing the explosives brought by the Gao brothers into the bottles, he then added soil into it. After confirming the ratio was correct, Fang Zhenghua took out a detonator to use as the fuse. Thanks to mountain excavation and field reclamation, explosives and detonators flowed abundantly into the village teams and production teams, used to clear roads through mountains and blast rocks. Compared to the ubiquitous explosives, the more than 10 wine bottles in the basket were truly rare. It cost 80 cents. The militiaman in charge of the construction site explosives was the younger brother of Aunt Gao's own family. That would be the brothers Gao's uncle. Taking out a cigarette box, Fang Zhenghua lit the cigarette with a match. Step back 20 meters. Fang Zhenghua instructed. Upon hearing this, everyone stepped back quickly. Noticing the puppies still nearby, Fang Zhenghua told the Gao brothers to hold them in their arms. Once he was certain everything was safe, Fang Zhenghua used the cigarette but to light the detonator fuse. Take that. In the next second, the wine bottle smoking white fumes was thrown forcefully towards the water by Fang Zhenghua. Bang! A few seconds later, an ear-splitting sound shocked the 3. Arf, arf, arf. The 3 little puppies held by Li Xiaomei and the Gao brothers kept yelping nonstop in fear. Clearly, they were utterly scared by what they had seen. A column of white water shot up to the sky. Lifting their heads, they could see the water jet was at least 10 meters high. Heavens! Second sister, the explosive packages that xiuxian's group used to bomb the Japanese bastion couldn't be more powerful than this, right? Should be about the same. Gao Long looked toward his younger brother. Gao, whose face was blank with confusion. Why are you just standing there? Get the fish, Fang Xinghua shouted. Regaining their senses, the two brothers witnessed an unbelievable scene before them. As the water column scattered, a large number of fish, shrimp, turtles, and crabs appeared on the once calm water surface. One after another, the fish floated on their backs on the water, slowly moving downstream in the reservoir. Realizing what needed to be done, the two brothers quickly stripped off their clothes and dashed into the river in swift steps. Brother, look, so many fish, also some crawfish. Li Xiaomei, running as fast as her short legs could carry her, was immediately scooped into Fang Xinghua's arms. Xiaoye, be good. Little kids can only watch, not go into the water to collect. Within moments, various types of fish and shrimps were being thrown onto the shore like rain pouring down in a pitter-patter fashion. The three little puppies moved swiftly and leapt forward. Each one clutched a small fish in its mouth. In a comical manner, they started to nibble at the delicious feast fallen from the sky. Fang Xinghua looked around at all the fish and shrimps lying on the ground, searching for crucian carp among them. Hey, you several people, stay right where you are. Several reservoir staff dressed in work uniforms ran over. Just now, it was the staff patrolling the reservoir equipment who heard the thunderous boom. They instinctively thought of a word. Enemy sabotage. If Day Reservoir collapsed, everything nearby would become a vast ocean. Chapter 169, Long-Term Cooperation. Comrades, don't misunderstand us. We are villagers from Dahu village, not bad people. Seeing the reservoir staff rushing over, Fang Xinghua explained their identities while gently placing Lu Yu on the ground. At the same time, the Gao brothers also swam ashore from the water. For the country-fed staff members, villagers harbored an instinctive respect and envy. The foremost staff member stopped his rush, carefully inspecting the attire of these few individuals. They wore coarse cloth clothing, had patched rubber shoes on their feet, calluses on their hands. Their expressions were tense and uneasy. Indeed, they looked like villagers. Once certain that they weren't saboteurs trying to damage the reservoir, Captain Zhang Daong of the Day Reservoir Militia relaxed. Did you cause that explosion? Our village has had poor harvests in recent years. To fill our stomachs, we came to catch fish at the reservoir. The explosion was indeed caused by us. Fang Xinghua explained. Catch fish? You call this catching fish? The expressions of those who arrived afterward were exaggerated as they stared at Fang Xinghua. The deafening explosion, the various fish scattered on the ground and the water surface. Bighead carp, crucian carp, grass carp, common carp. How could this young man have the nerve to say they came to catch fish? Clearly, it was using explosives to bomb fish. The militia captain said seriously, what did you use to blow up the fish? Was it an explosive package or a hand grenade? Fang Xinghua bent down and took out an empty glass bottle from the basket. With a specific proportion of dirt and explosives, paired with a detonator and fuse, throw it into the river. Upon hearing this, the militia members glanced at each other. They had seen fishing, netting fish, but never bombing fish with explosive bottles. Captain, what about these fish? A militiaman swallowed hard. Your words alone aren't enough. Do it again for me to see. The militia captain ordered. Fang Xinghua didn't argue but immediately started assembling the explosive bottle. Everyone fixed their eyes on him as he first placed a small amount of explosives in an empty wine bottle and then added a certain amount of dirt. Subsequently, Fang Xinghua inserted a detonator at the bottle's mouth, lit the fuse with a nearly burnt-out cigarette, and with great force, threw the explosive bottle far into the water. Boom! The militia captain involuntarily sucked in a breath of cold air. Is this thing made by ordinary people to fish, or is it a military bomb? Its power is way too strong. The workers were dumbfounded. A single glass bottle created a water column over 10 meters high. If this had exploded among everyone, there would be no one who could leave alive. Reckless without fear. The militia captain suddenly turned sour, scolding Fang Xinghua and the others for being lawless. Blowing up fish is illegal behavior. Not only will the spoils be confiscated, but all of them would also be sentenced to prison. The Gao brothers became scared out of their wits after hearing this. It's just blowing up some fish. How could it land them in jail? Fang Xinghua said without a trace of fear. Do you know what the biggest matter under heaven is? Hearing this, the militia captain paused for a moment, subconsciously asking, what is it? Eating until your belly is full. Fang Xinghua walked to the militia captain and calmly stated, I'm not well versed in much, but I only know that nothing, not even heaven and earth, is bigger than having a full stomach. The reservoir can confiscate our belongings and send us to jail, but if other villagers start coming here to bomb fish, are you really going to lock them all up? Captain Comrade, everyone just wants to make ends meet. There's no need to elevate such trivial matters to higher principles. Could I have a word in private? After hesitating for a moment, the militia captain followed Fang Xinghua several dozen meters forward. Captain Comrade, tell me your terms. Fang Xinghua stopped walking. Tell me how to mix the explosive bottle, and you can take half of the current haul of fish. Even if I told you, wouldn't you worry about any trouble happening? Anticipating the other party's intentions, Fang Xinghua countered. People sent by higher-ups to guard the safety of the reservoir must have undergone some military training and understand the power of explosives. If the proportions aren't right, it might not be the fish getting blown up. The militia captain's eyebrows furrowed. There was no explicit order against fishing with explosives, nor was it decreed that doing so meant imprisonment. Thinking these villagers were inexperienced, The captain had tried to intimidate them into revealing information, but he didn't expect that Fang Xinghua wasn't only bold but also exceptionally clear-headed. Within moments, he'd exposed the captain's intent. Fang Xinghua continued, "Every time we come to fish, regardless of the haul size, we'll give you 2 baskets of fish goods. Think about it, Captain Comrade. Wouldn't it be more beneficial and safer for you to simply enjoy all kinds of delicious fish from the reservoir instead of taking the risk yourself? What's your name?" "Fang Xinghua. I remember your village chief's surname is also Li. Are you related?" Due to work relations, the captain of the joint defense team had visited Dahu village several times and dealt with the village chief, Li Yukai. "Our families both share the Li surname, but there is no kinship. Whether I am related to the village chief or not actually isn't important at all." Fang Xinghua gave a faint smile, putting the joint defense captain's mind at ease. He assured him that the technology wouldn't be leaked to other villagers. And even more so, it wouldn't lead to the whole village mobilizing for collective fish bombing. One must adapt when reaching different mountains. Fishing from the reservoir guarded by others was absolutely impossible without paying some cost. Each time they came to bomb the fish, 2 baskets of fish would be sent as tribute. If the reservoir had needs, Fang Xinghua could also help preserve the fish as salted fish and process the shrimp into shrimp paste. Mutual benefit for everyone involved. No one loses out. Assembling an explosive bottle involves dealing with explosives and detonators. The materials may be easy to obtain, but the mixture is difficult to get right. Even a slight miscalculation in proportions could result in losing hands or feet, or worse. The joint defense captain had witnessed the powerful explosion just moments ago. Improper mixing could indeed cost lives. "You are quite talented, coming from your village. That's truly rare. Let's go ahead with your proposal." Then, the captain introduced himself. Zhang Daong. His main responsibilities were patrolling key areas of the reservoir and guarding against enemy sabotage. If needed in the future, he could always lend a hand. With their cooperative agreement finalized, Zhang Daong brushed away the previous tension and actively introduced Fang Xinghua and his group to his subordinates. Hearing that they wouldn't have to do anything in return, yet still receive 2 baskets of fish every time Fang Xinghua brought his team to bomb fish, they became ecstatically excited. Not only were rural folks troubled by the issue of having enough food to eat, but even the city folks among them could barely afford to eat full meals each day. "Comrades, we can't simply accept the benefits given by our fellow poor and lower-middle peasants without reciprocating. Those who know how to swim, dive down and fetch the fish." Zhang Daong shouted loudly. Hearing this, several members of the joint defense team quickly stripped off their clothes. With these people joining in, the speed of catching the fish clearly increased. 20 minutes later, Fang Xinghua threw the 3rd explosive bottle into the water. With a boom, a massive creature surged skyward alongside the water column. Moments later, the giant fish crashed heavily back onto the water surface. In an instant, the Gao brothers, Zhang Daong, and everyone else present were stunned by the sight before them. "Brother, fathead fish. What a big fathead fish." Li Xiaomei kept pulling at Fang Xinghua's trouser leg, her little face beaming with joy. Just moments ago, a huge flower carp was blasted out of the water. "It's really a fathead fish, Brother Xinghua. We've hit the jackpot." The Gao brothers were so excited they started dancing around. The elders often say that catfish stewed with eggplant is so fragrant it could make an old man drool. In reality, fathead fish tastes even better. Whether stewed with tofu or sour cabbage, it's mouth-wateringly delicious. On top of that, fathead fish can also be red braised. That flavor is absolutely incredible. In northeastern folk terms, the flower carp is also called fathead fish. Such a big fathead fish, not only had the Gao brothers never seen one, even the militiamen from the city had never seen anything like it. By intuition alone, the fathead fish must weigh at least 50 pounds. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and haul the big guy up." Fang Xinghua gave his command as he came to his senses. The Gao brothers ran faster than anyone. One dived into the water, both vying to catch the fathead fish. Not long after, the massive fathead fish was jointly thrown ashore by the 2 brothers. Zhang Daong bent down and cupped it with his hands. My goodness, it was no ordinary heavy. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that the reservoir has such a big fathead fish. "Comrade Fang Xinghua, this time you've done it. This fish must weigh at least 40 pounds, enough to feed your whole family for months." "Xinghua, can we discuss something? Let me throw the 4th explosive bottle. I want to try my luck and see what kind of things can be blasted out." A few young militiamen eagerly looked at Fang Xinghua. Human competitiveness and gambling instincts come naturally. Seeing Fang Xinghua blast out just a huge flower carp with 3 explosive bottles, the others believed their luck wouldn't be bad either. Let's see if they could blast out bigger fish. "Look at how clueless you all are, Xinghua. Ignore them. The explosive bottles are very dangerous. They're too young to know their limits. The 4th explosive bottle will still be thrown by me, your captain," Zhang Daong boasted boldly. After hearing this, everyone rolled their eyes. Saying that everyone lacks knowledge, Zhang Daong knows less than the rest. In a good mood, Fang Xinghua said, "Brother Zhang, comrades, don't rush, everyone gets a turn." Counting Zhang Daong, there are 6 staff members working at the reservoir. The remaining detonators and explosives can be made into about 7 more explosive bottles. 1 for each person, no one is left empty-handed. Today's harvest has far exceeded Fang Xinghua's expectations. Just 1 fathead fish already makes it worthwhile. He decided to give them a favor. Subsequently, explosions echoed continuously. Compared to previous attempts, the fish caught by several people were fewer, perhaps due to the continuous explosions scaring away the surrounding fish schools. When the explosive bottles in their hands were used up, Zhang Daong arranged for someone to go back and fetch more tools. The militiamen swiftly ran back to the reservoir duty room, grabbing buckets and basins. Fang Xinghua placed the 50-pound fathead fish separately into a basket. The Gao brothers were strong and responsible for catching the fish and carrying it. Brother, let me help too. Xiaoya wants to pitch in. Seeing she had nothing in her hands, Li Xiumei immediately became unhappy. She insisted on lending a hand when pestering Fang Xinghua. No work means no food. All the kids in the village knew this rule. Unable to resist his sister's persistent begging, Fang Xinghua emptied a basket, putting small fish like shrimps and crucian carp inside. Feeling its weight, it was approximately 5 or 6 pounds. Li Xiumei should be able to carry it. Xiaoya, run slowly and be careful not to fall. Holding the small basket, Li Ziyumi dashed off as fast as her legs could carry her. The 3 puppies followed behind, barking happily, creating a delightful scene. Xiaoya is already 6 years old and can help out with chores. She'll definitely be a virtuous young woman when she grows up. Brother, do you even realize who Xiaoya's older brother is? Even city people speak politely to brother Xinghua. With such a capable brother, how could the sister be any worse? The Gao brothers teased each other, lamenting why they themselves don't have a sister. Li Xiumei carried the basket running quickly. The 3 little dogs woofed while chasing after her tirelessly. Before long, the little adult like Li Xiumei was the first to return to the village. Girl, what do you have in your basket? Why are you running so fast? A farming woman who had just finished her work saw Li Xiumei rushing across with a basket, asking curiously. Breathlessly, Li Xiumei stopped and replied in a childlike voice. Auntie, the basket holds the fish cargo my brother caught. Look, there are so many fish and shrimp. Our family will eat meat again tonight. Oh, you went fishing at the reservoir. Let me take a look. After the farming woman took a close look, she was quite surprised and said, Wow, you and your brother are really good at catching, but it's a pity there aren't any big fish. You won't have much meat to eat. There are big fish. We caught an incredibly huge fish. Li Xiumei placed the basket on the ground and gestured with her small hands to describe the size of the fathead fish. Apart from the fathead fish, the group also fished out a great number of fish from the reservoir. There were fish and shrimp, and even an old soft-shell turtle. Just then, Fang Xinghua and 2 others came walking from afar. The farming woman looked up and was so shocked that she almost passed out. Thinking children's words weren't reliable, she believed Li Xiumei and Fang Xinghua could at most catch some crucian carp. But who would have thought? In their hands, the baskets were brimming with fish. Especially in Fang Xinghua's wicker basket, it contained a gargantuan fathead fish. The size of the fathead fish was almost as big as Li Xiumei herself. It was precisely the end of work time, and surrounding villagers saw this and rushed over like bees swarming to honey. Heavenly Lord, did you take all the fish from the reservoir? For people, one being a child, how did you manage to catch so many fish? Xinghua, my wife has just given birth. Can you give me a few crucian carp to make soup? Also give me some. Let our family indulge in a feast and add some grease to our diet. And me too, I want 5. If neighbors help neighbors, if you give them, you can't possibly ignore me, right? As more and more people gathered, some began shamelessly asking for free fish. These words sparked greed in others. Uncle Nyo, in the morning, someone said adults should set examples. Yet now here you are, asking us kids for fish. Aren't you embarrassed? Gao Hu mocked these elders disrespectfully with sarcastic remarks. When it comes to reaping benefits, they were all eager and positive. When trouble happened to the Li family, did anyone come to help? When it was known that Li Jiangguo was killed by black bears in the mountains, not a single person volunteered to go into the mountain to retrieve the body. In the end, it was Gao Dashan who led his brothers into the dangerous mountains, bringing Li Jiangguo's remains back for burial. At that time, what were they thinking? Fang Xinghua went fishing with explosives with the Gao brothers because Gao Dashan had helped the Li family multiple times. Good deeds bring good rewards. Seeing Fang Xinghua remain silent, Gao Hu thought Fang Xinghua considered it beneath him to quarrel with them. Though Fang Xinghua didn't care, Gao Hu certainly wouldn't put up with them. Chapter 171. Who would have thought a bottle could turn into a grenade? When Uncle Li died, all of you pretended to be deaf and dumb. When the Lu family bullied Aunt Li, none of you said a word for justice. But now that brother Xinghua has caught so many fish, all of you suddenly come asking for shares. 2 for you, 3 for me. Fine, take them all. Gao Hu, how dare you talk to your elders like this? Neighbors helping each other is the norm, isn't it? Boy, if you continue to disrespect your elders, I'll teach you a lesson. Gao Long, control your younger brother immediately. If your father, the carpenter Gao, were here, he would have slapped you by now. The villagers paid no heed to Gao Hu. Instead, they shouted angrily at him for being disrespectful to his elders. Fang Xinghua, you've got guts. Do you know what this is called? Undermining the community and taking advantage of the nation's resources. Taking so many fish from the reservoir is illegal. Confiscate everything, all of it. From outside the crowd came Liang Bin's angry voice. Moments ago, these villagers who had looked greedy quickly stepped aside. They waited gleefully for Liang Bin to deal with Fang Xinghua. Fang Xinghua stared coldly at everyone. Not bad. Living up to your father's reputation, always framing others with charges, undermining community assets, taking national advantage, etc. In fact, I could accuse you of having an affair with White Widow. You are making false accusations. Liang Bin yelled furiously. After committing wrongs yourself, you accuse others. Fang Xinghua, do you think you've grown too big for the village to hold? The reservoir is guarded by specialized personnel. Stealing so many fish from it surely constitutes taking advantage of national resources and undermining community interests. After hearing this, Fang Xinghua sneered in his heart. This bastard Liang Bin doesn't learn his lesson. He was trembling earlier in fear of Fang Xinghua, but, seeing Fang Xinghua catch so many fish from the reservoir, couldn't resist jumping in to try and seize everything. Gao Hu exclaimed angrily. If the reservoir hasn't complained, why should you interfere, Liang Bin? Your dad might be the village chief, but you're not. Shut your mouth, brat. We'll settle accounts later. Liang Bin arrogantly declared. My father is the village chief, and I am his son. Seeing someone do something wrong, naturally, I must act on behalf of my father and stop them. Fang Xinghua, are you deaf? Hand over your basket and the fish. As for handling, leave that to the village committee. Yes, the fish in the reservoir belong to everyone, not just to you, Fang Xinghua. Quickly hand them over as property of the public. Liang Bin, how will the village distribute them? I want 10 carp. A fathead fish of this size is rare. I've lived decades without seeing one. Let's taste it. Seeing everyone siding with Liang Bin, Gao Long anxiously said, Xinghua, what should we do? What should we do? Fight them to the end. Gao Hu dropped his basket and picked up a stone, shouting, Let's see who dares touch our fish. If you're not afraid to die, step forward. If I don't crush your skull, from now on, I'll change my name to Gao Scaredy Pants. Boy, you've gone too far. Send a few people to grab Gao Hu. As Liang Bin spoke, he stepped back several steps. He wouldn't take the lead or face the risks himself. Hold on. Fang Xinghua suddenly interrupted. All you want are the fish, right? All right, I'll give them to you, but wait a bit. Who's he? Pass me the last bottle. Hearing this, Gao Hu nodded knowingly. He handed the bag with the bottle over to Fang Xinghua. Neighbors, I'll give the fish to you soon. Don't say you don't want it then. Fang Xinghua pulled out something with a sardonic smile. Detonator. How did you get a detonator? Everyone focused their eyes on it, and immediately felt shocked as though struck by lightning. In addition to matches, Fang Xinghua had pulled out a detonator. Liang Bin loudly said, Don't be afraid. A single detonator won't explode. A single detonator might not explode, but if paired with this. Quickly completing the assembly, Fang Xinghua chuckled coldly. You all wanted the fish, didn't you? I'll show you how I caught them. With that, Fang Xinghua lit the match and ignited the fuse of the detonator. He then threw the explosive bottle forcefully into the distant threshing field. Next moment, Fang Xinghua held his sister down close to the ground. Seeing this, the Gao brothers also crouched down. Boom! The explosion startled everyone, causing dizziness and ringing in their ears. Mud splattered everywhere on the flat, threshing ground. Fang Xinghua stood up and brushed off the dirt from his sister's clothes. All of you, feel free to take any fish. Just take as much as you can carry. Though spoken this way, the crowd was no fools. Not a single person dared to make a move. Who would have thought that a bottle could turn into a grenade? Even more surprising was the fact that it had such great power. The last bottle and its explosive contents were originally intended by Fang Xinghua for hunting in the mountains, as an emergency measure, in case of encountering a large wild animal. If the rifle failed, the bomb could still kill it. Now, instead of killing beasts, it had exploded and revealed a pack of human beasts. Seeing no one move, Fang Xinghua sneered. Take it. Fellow villagers, why don't you take it? A few bold villagers reached out, but were quickly pulled aside by their families. Fang Xinghua had seemed like a changed man over the past few days. Wildly aggressive, he had stormed into White Widow's home with his gun, almost killing Pang Degua. Now, accompanied by the Gao brothers and his sister Li Xiumei, Fang Xinghua had fished several baskets full from the reservoir. These fish weren't caught by rod or net. They were blown up by the bottles. Softness fears hardness, and hardness fears someone who doesn't care about their life. Who could guarantee that Fang Xinghua wouldn't maliciously retaliate against everyone? In the dead of night, Fang Xinghua could secretly come to some household's yard and toss out these explosive bottles. By then, no one would know how they'd died. At the same time, the villager who sold the bottles to Fang Xinghua suddenly realized. No wonder Fang Xinghua had paid money for empty bottles. It was to make bombs. Since all of you don't want it, I'll just take it back. Don't say later that I kept good things for myself and didn't share. The crowd immediately stepped aside. They helplessly watched as Fang Xinghua and the Gao brothers picked up the baskets of fish and proudly walked toward their home. A timid man turns fierce. We must not offend Fang Xinghua anymore in the future. My grandmother. I was so scared earlier. I've lived 40 years and was nearly frightened out of my wits by a half-grown boy. Don't talk about him. I was about to wet my pants. You guys, tell me, is Fang Xinghua under some kind of influence? Not only did he get a gun from the commune, but he also turned wine bottles into grenades. Stop talking. Be careful Fang Xinghua hears you and throws one of these into your house at midnight. One sentence scared everyone off. The condition of gaining profit is that one remains unaffected themselves. Fang Xinghua's ferocity no longer needed to be explained by others. Chapter 172. My family is eating meat, so why are you just standing there looking? Big brother Xinghua, next time we go fishing, you have to call us. Today was amazing. Look at those bastards. When they meet the father and son Liu Kai, they are obedient like quails, but when they see us, they suddenly act like elders and take advantage, always saying something about respecting elders. Phew. Upon arriving home, Gao Hu spat a few times in anger. Second brother, you're back right on time. Just now, my goodness. Hearing her second son's voice from outside, Aunt Gao opened the yard gate intending to ask about the explosion. Suddenly seeing the big-head carp in the basket, she slipped and fell to the ground with a yelp. It must be the spirit of the big-head carp. At the same moment, the villagers scattered in all directions. Li Liangbin was seething with anger and swore he would get rid of Fang Xinghua. He went home to consult his father and insisted that they had to severely punish Fang Xinghua. Dad, this son of a bitch, Fang Xinghua, is getting more arrogant every day. If he stays in Dehe village, I will leave. If I stay, he will leave. You decide. Kicking the door open, Li Liangbin sprawled out on the Kong bed imperiously. With such a huge matter happening, Li Yukai could still sit calmly at home drinking. Is this old man really paying attention? You bastard. Do you talk to your father like this? I've already told you that dealing with Fang Zhenghua cannot be done by brute force. This kid is not the same as before. Beating him up requires some thinking. After drinking a glass of wine, Li Yukai said sinisterly, just wait. In a few days, there will naturally be someone who will handle Fang Zhenghua for us. Fang Rou has been back in the village for several days, holding her child. Any astute person can see that Fang Rou doesn't intend to live with Zhang Riming anymore. The He village and Zhangjiago belong to two different villages, but they do interact often. Li Yukai understands the behavior of the Zhang Jiqiang family well, and so does Li Liangbin. They are the typical troublemakers, stirrers, and impossible to deal with. Upon hearing that Fang Zhenghua's family is doing better, the Zhang family wouldn't let it pass easily. Foolish boy, do you know why I've been able to be the village chief for so many years? Because I am better at thinking than others. Putting down his wine glass, Li Yukai boasted proudly. Why among hundreds of people in the whole village is only Li Yukai able to remain as village chief for more than a decade? And why do rivals dare not mess with the Li family? Li Liangbin, growing impatient, said, Father, stop teasing me. What exactly happened? If it's not the Zhang Jiqiang family coming over, then why do you say Fang Zhenghua will soon be in trouble? How did a lifetime smart person like me produce a fool like you? That gun of Fang Zhenghua's. He cheated to get it. Upon hearing this, Li Liangbin was greatly shocked and hurriedly asked, Father, are you joking with me? A rifle is no ordinary thing. Who would dare give it away? Li Yukai was completely speechless. His son had been like this since childhood, 8 holes connected, but one remained blocked. He was good at wrongdoing, chatting up young women, learning everything without a teacher. But once it came to matters requiring brainpower, he became an idiot immediately. Ever since seeing Fang Zhenghua's gun, Li Yukai immediately regarded it as the top priority investigation. Being the village chief for many years, Li Yukai still had connections within the commune. Through various inquiries, he got an important piece of information. Recently, Xiu from the commune security group had been busy finding various herbs to treat epilepsy. The gallbladder of a wild boar happens to be an ingredient in Chinese medicine. Fang Zhenghua definitely tricked Director Su into believing he could obtain medicine to treat epilepsy, so Director Su gave him the gun. After hearing this, Li Liangbin replied half believing, half doubting. It's not easy to cure epilepsy. Director Su from the security committee isn't someone with weak resolve. If he agreed to give Fang Zhenghua the gun, it must mean that Fang Zhenghua has indeed found an effective treatment. Li Yukai coldly laughed. You're right. These days, keep a close eye on Fang Zhenghua until he goes off with the medicine to claim credit. Then ambush him along the way and snatch the medicine. Father, I understand now. You are truly brilliant. Ambush, I get it. Li Liangbin couldn't help smiling. This is what's called waiting to reap where one hasn't sown. Meeting Su Haitao empty-handed. Considering Su's temper, surely Su won't let Fang Zhenghua off easily. I'll go and monitor Fang Zhenghua immediately. It's dark outside. How are you going to monitor anyone? Wait until tomorrow morning. Out of hundreds of households in the entire village, everyone bows respectfully to Li Yukai, calling him chiefly. People come bowing and offering gifts. Except for this little bastard Fang Zhenghua, who not only questions Li Yukai's decisions, but also hunts wild boars, gets flour, and doesn't even give any respect. Even if he didn't hand them all over as tribute, at least he should offer half of it. To live in peace in the village, one must pass Li Yukai's test. If they cannot deal with Fang Zhenghua, then Li Yukai will consider himself a failure. In the future, other villagers will surely follow suit. Everyone will go their own way, no longer paying attention to him as the village chief. The gun targets the bird that leads out. If Fang Zhenghua dares to act arrogantly, Li Yukai has ways to discipline by example. The He village will not tolerate Fang Zhenghua's continued arrogance. Mom, you are getting older. Let us take care of these chores. You go back inside and keep entertaining the child. Elder sister, hurry up and bring out the firewood. These crucian carp are what I caught for you. As for this grass carp, we'll put it in the water vat for now. I'll think about how to handle them when the time comes. In the small courtyard of the Li family, all members came out bustling around. Fang Zhenghua arranged for Fang Rou to prepare the crucian carp soup while he built a simple earthen stove in the yard. While heating water, he also slaughtered the chicken and drained its blood. The pheasant hunted last night was cleaned and matched with a bit over half a pound of beach mushrooms sent by Aunt Gao. Stewed chicken and mushrooms is a highly nourishing dish. Together with milk-inducing crucian carp soup, Fang Rou's postpartum weakness could be effectively alleviated. After the water boiled, Fang Zhenghua skillfully plucked the feathers and removed the innards. Compared to domesticated chickens, wild chickens have tough meat, smaller size, and lighter weight. It would need to stew for an hour to an hour and a half. On another note, the fish in the basket also needed immediate handling. Last time at the commune, he bought quite a bit of coarse salt, much of which remained after curing the wild boar meat. The leftover coarse salt was just right for pickling fish. Not long afterward, delicious smells wafted out from the Li family's home, just as they did from the neighboring Gao family. As if on cue, both families had improved their diet at the same time. Villagers living nearby, or those passing through, started grumbling with hunger. Just a little while ago, not a single one of the fish Fang Zhenghua had caught would have made it to his hands. Before he even got halfway home, the villagers would snatch everything away. Nowadays, Fang Zhenghua is no longer that timid little guy but the local bandit in the village, who dares to come demanding food. Even if not beaten and driven out by Fang Zhenghua, they certainly wouldn't get any benefit either. Don't just stare. We're eating meat. What do you expect? Hurry up and go cook your own meals. Seeing a large group gathered outside his door, Fang Xinghua tossed the innards of the pheasant to Sanhai, who barked happily. The three little dogs devoured them with glee, leaving the crowd outside fuming so hard their noses were twisted. Hey, isn't that Xinghua? Come on over and have something to eat. The next morning, at the cafeteria of the Joint Defense Team's quarters, Captain Zhang Daong was laughing and joking with his subordinates while eating breakfast when he suddenly caught a whiff of fried fish. Following the aroma, he turned around to see Fang Xinghua walking in with a basin in hand, smiling cheerfully. Xinghua, your family must be living pretty well if you can afford to fry small carp. Upon seeing the contents of the basin, a few team members who had dealt with Fang Xinghua yesterday quickly gathered around. Good heavens, more than half a basin of fried small carp. Golden brown, one could tell without even eating it that it would be fragrant and crispy. Small carp actually refers to small-sized carps. Some carps are too small to make soup or stew vegetables, so they are called small carp. Brother Zhang, even if you don't say it, I intended to join for a meal here. This basin of fried small carp is my contribution. Upon hearing this, several team members were overjoyed. Small carp paired with alcohol is truly like living the life of the gods. Fang Xinghua confidently placed the basin of small carp on the table, inviting everyone to feast heartily. Seeing how his subordinates gobbled it up like wolves, Zhang Daong faintly smiled and said, Xinghua, you didn't come here early just to bring us extra food, did you? Speak up. Are you going to do some more fishing today? Brother Zhang, can we talk outside? Fang Xinghua smiled as he suggested. Hearing this, Zhang Daong didn't think much about it, reminding everyone to leave him a bit. He didn't want to come back and find nothing left in the basin. Life wasn't easy in these times for anyone. Even though the team members worked for the state and received monthly grain coupons, having them didn't necessarily mean you could buy meat. Also, the quotas for various tickets were very limited. A team member could only receive 4 ounces of meat tickets each month. Brother Zhang, I plan to visit the nearby Victory Forest Farm today. Could you lend me a bicycle? As Fang Xinghua asked, he handed over a cigarette. A box of Wudan, Mundane, cigarettes given by Su Haitao became Fang Xinghua's best tool for establishing connections. You're heading to the forest farm? Oh, selling fish, right? At first surprised, Zhang Daong then guessed Fang Xinghua's intention. No wonder you brought us fried fish early this morning. You, huh? You've got a brain that doesn't belong to a simple villager. It couldn't be denied. This young man, Fang Xinghua, wasn't an ordinary person. Not only did he manage to create explosive bottles that could catch fish, he also courageously negotiated under intimidation from others. Now, he has thought of going to the forest farm to sell fish. I don't mean to embarrass Brother Zhang, but I have no other way. There are 4 female dependents in my family. The youngest is less than a month old, and my mother is already over 50. Every day, 5 mouths need to be fed. If I don't find ways, what am I supposed to do? Sighing, Fang Xinghua continued. The commune has recently been strictly investigating speculators, and you might know, our commune is so poor it rings hollow. To sell all these fish, it will take days. The only customers capable of paying big sums to buy fish are workers from the forest farm. That's indeed tough. Here's a deal. After thinking it through, Zhang Daong said, I wouldn't take your fried fish for free. We have 2 bicycles at the Joint Defense Team. You ride one, and I'll ride the other. I'll accompany you to sell fish. If someone asks, I can also help cover for you. Is this really okay? Fang Xinghua didn't expect Zhang Daong to be so generous. Initially, he was hoping to borrow a bicycle, load up the remaining fish at home, and cash out as soon as possible to implement the next important plan. But now, Zhang Daong was going to accompany him himself. Thus, everything would be more certain. There's nothing wrong with that. As the saying goes, eating someone else's food makes you indebted to them, and using someone else's things makes you short-handed. We ate your fish. Helping you is only fair. Having said that, Zhang Daong stepped out of the cafeteria. Fang Xinghua was talented. He knew the importance of giving gifts when seeking favors. If Zhang Daong helped him now, Fang Xinghua would surely reciprocate in the future. Not long after, Zhang Daong tossed Fang Xinghua a key. Leading Fang Xinghua to the reservoir dormitory behind the quarters, he used the keys to unlock one of the bicycles. The 28-inch bikes were produced in 1955. They served not only as transportation, but also as significant cargo carriers. The main reason the central government provided vehicles to the joint defense teams was to facilitate their trips to the commune to procure daily necessities. Carrying 200 to 300 pounds of goods felt as light as playing a game. Returning home, Fang Xinghua carefully tied the fish bundles onto the bike. After dinner last night, the entire Fang family came together, removing the internal organs and rubbing salt into the fish overnight to preserve them. Several burlap bags of salted fish were strapped onto the bike, and there was no abnormality in the tires of the 28-inch bike. Xinghua, with your brains, if you were born 20 years earlier, you'd definitely be a notable figure. On the road to the Victory Forest Farm, Zhang Daong chatted casually with Fang Xinghua. Upon learning of Fang Xinghua's plan to raise a donkey the next day, Zhang Daong was certain he hadn't misjudged the man. Fang Xinghua was absolutely a man of talent. Who knew? He might even do extremely well in the future. Brother Zhang, you're being too generous. The village doesn't allow raising large livestock. Horses and carts belong to the production resources, whereas donkeys are categorized as small livestock, which can be personally owned. Having relived his past life, Fang Xinghua had a clear memory of some policies and events from that time. All production resources belonged to the village collective. This was an unquestionable decision for anyone. However, there were still quite a few loopholes one could find. For instance, people were not allowed to raise large animals, but they could keep a few small ones. The donkey was one of them. Also, not all places would severely crack down on speculative trading or peddlers. Forest zones, mining areas, reservoirs. These state-owned units far from human habitation generally had a more relaxed internal environment. On one hand, the staff received national wages and had relatively abundant money. On the other hand, due to their long distance from living areas, there were often partial shortages of supplies. Take this Victory Forest farm for example. Though it was said to be near the Big River village, it was actually 80 miles away. The farm employed over 1,000 workers, equivalent to a large village. More than 3 hours later, the two finally arrived at the location of the Victory Forest farm. Looking around, forests and high mountains stretched endlessly. Come take a look, come have a glance. Fresh and healthy fish straight from the reservoir. Limited quantities. Miss this chance, and there'll be no store left. Zhang Daong was about to light up a cigarette for a rest, when Fang Xinghua already began shouting nearby. Following him was the reservoir staff. What did Fang Xinghua fear? With mountains surrounding and scarce water nearby, eating a single fish was almost impossible. At the sound of the hawking, a crowd of forest farm workers holding working tools swarmed over. As Fang Xinghua opened the jute sack full of fish, all sorts of fish slid onto the ground. Carp, grass carp, black carp, and numerous crucian carps, shrimp crawfish. The eyes of the forest farm workers shone brightly. Workers, when these crucian carps and shrimp crawfish are fried with oil and paired with a little alcohol, you'll forget all the laborious work. Everyone has seen how much I've brought. Once they're gone, there'll be nothing left. Fang Xinghua kept shouting out loud. He introduced each dish in detail like a treasure. It mainly emphasized unequal commodities exchange. Here at the forest farm, there wasn't a shortage of meat, but fish was difficult to obtain. Self-sufficient, with piles of cash in hand. Chapter 174, Opening Another Sales Channel. Half an hour later, the several jute bags of fish that Fang Xinghua had brought were completely sold out. Only a small half bag of fish remained, which Fang Xinghua refused to sell no matter what. Zhang Daong watched the entire process with amazement. Damn, could Fang Xinghua have been a capitalist or a wealthy landlord in his previous life? He's really too damn good at business. Rely on the mountains to eat from the mountains. Rely on the water to eat from the water. The employees around the Dahu Reservoir certainly don't lack for fish. Every few days they catch a few fish to improve their lives. On this side of the forest farm, they live off the extensive forests. During daily logging operations, they occasionally hunt wild animals. Wild fruits, wild vegetables, mushrooms, and tree ears pile up. Wild game is also abundant. However, due to transportation issues, it's difficult to get fresh fish here. Without direct roads, using horse carts or other non-motorized vehicles leads to spoilage halfway through delivery. Only during winter can they occasionally eat frozen fish. The several jute bags of fish he brought were sold out clean at prices ranging from 2 to 4 cents each. Fang Xinghua also introduced how to cook them to make them more delicious. His smooth talk won hearty laughter from the forestry workers. Brother Zhang, please wait a moment. I have some things to do. With that, Fang Xinghua picked up the remaining half bag of fish and walked ahead. Watching Fang Xinghua leave, Zhang Daong lit a cigarette. Excuse me, is this Director Yang Yonggui's office? After inquiring briefly, Fang Xinghua arrived at a row of bungalows. You have something to do. Were you the one selling fish earlier? Inside the office, a middle-aged man dressed as an official extinguished his cigarette upon catching the fishy smell emanating from the jute bag. Director, hello. My name is Fang Xinghua, and I come from Dahu village, dozens of miles away. Just now, it was indeed me who was selling the fish. I still have half a bag of unappealing ones left unsold, and I'm not willing to bother carrying them back. Could you possibly buy all of them for 1 yuan? Fang Xinghua set down the jute bag in his hand and handed over a cigarette. The fish inside the bag were the leftovers from the sale. No one wanted them, so they were being sold at a reduced price. As he spoke, Fang Xinghua untied the thin rope closing the bag. Oof! Yang Yonggui took a look inside and immediately felt startled. When he heard Fang Xinghua plan to sell him the unsold fish goods at a low price, Yang Yonggui felt somewhat displeased. But after glancing at the fish inside, Yang Yonggui began to view Fang Xinghua differently. These were no ordinary unsellable defective products. They were clearly large, well-conditioned fat fish, one after another. Director Yang, it's not easy for us peasants to sell things. You're a party leader. Everyone says when you're in trouble, you find the leaders. So could you please help me out? Fang Xinghua pleaded earnestly. Comrade, since you don't want to take them back, I'll take them then. Understanding Fang Xinghua's meaning, Yang Yonggui shook his head and smiled slightly. Just before, Yang Yonggui was considering how ignorant people from the countryside could be, selling fish at the Victory Forest farm without consulting whether the management approved. Although tempted to interfere, he worried about being scolded by the staff. After all, eating relatively fresh fish at this time was unprecedented. Whether chasing away Fang Xinghua or confiscating his belongings, both actions would lead to gossip and rumors. Who knew? Fang Xinghua turned out to be quite adept at handling situations. Lifting the jute bag on the ground, it wasn't light. At least 20 to 30 caddies. Little comrade, if there are more fish next time, don't go elsewhere. Bring them directly to our Victory farm. Taking out a single yuan note and handing it to Fang Xinghua, Yang Yonggui smiled warmly and patted his shoulder. All right, director, you rest assured. No matter how much money others offer, I'll only sell to your forest farm. That time isn't early. I should take my leave. Having achieved his purpose, Fang Xinghua took his leave. Be careful on the road. Yang Yonggui personally escorted Fang Xinghua out of the office. Looking back at the jute bag, Brother Zhang, let's go. Subsequently, Fang Xinghua and Zhang Daong mounted their bicycles and returned to Dahu Reservoir. This trip, Fang Xinghua originally brought over 200 pounds of fish. Aside from giving 20 to Yang Yonggui, He made a profit of 63.6 mao cents from the rest of the fish. By evening, the two successfully returned to Dahu Reservoir. So much money. Bro, did the folks at the forest farm give you any trouble? That night at home, Fang Xinghua spread the money out on the Kong bed. The colorful banknotes dazzled the eyes of several women present. Fang Ro counted again and again, having never seen so much money in her lifetime. If they hassle me, they'll never get to eat fresh fish. Sitting cross-legged on the Kong, Fang Xinghua ate a white steamed bun and sipped mountain chicken soup. A bit of wine would make it even better. Yang Xuanhuan said, Xinghua, you can support the family now, and mother sincerely feels proud of you, but eating meat every meal without sharing anything with the neighbors might bring resentment. All day, Yang Xuanhuan heard countless rumors and snide remarks. Witnessing Fang Xinghua's dominance, the villagers didn't dare to provoke him directly, but started spreading nasty words about the women of the Li family instead. They secretly cursed Fang Xinghua for keeping everything for himself and accused him of doing dirty deeds behind closed doors, preferring to feed the meat to dogs rather than share it with his fellow villagers. The sentiment was clear. His character was worse than that of the old landlords. Brother, mother is right. If we want to live peacefully from now on, we'll need help and support from our neighbors. Fang Ro, recovering from her joy, joined Yang Xuanhuan in advising Fang Xinghua not to constantly oppose the villagers. Even though these people showed no care or concern for the Li family, they were still close-knit neighbors who saw each other daily. Little sister, as I'm the one supporting this family, I'll make the decisions. If feeding the good people doesn't pain me at all, giving stuff to those ungrateful bastards, I'd rather throw it to the dogs. With that said, Fang Xinghua whistled softly. 3 little puppies immediately came running into the house from the yard. Fang Xinghua tossed several pieces of wild boar bone onto the ground using chopsticks. As for chicken bones, he skipped them. Chicken bones could easily get stuck in their throats. Dahei, Ehei, and Sanhai fiercely competed for the bones, happily wagging their tails. Mother, little sister, take a look. Our Sanhai knows to wag its tail to thank me after eating my bone. Those folks eat our food and then curse us the moment they put down their chopsticks. Fang Xinghua said disdainfully, giving someone a small amount earns gratitude, but give more and you invite resentment. Give them an ounce of meat, and once they finish chewing, they start cursing you for not giving a whole pound. All right, don't mind what others say. Be obedient and there'll be meat to eat. Want to mess around with us? I'll beat their teeth into the dirt. It wasn't that Fang Xinghua was merciless and cold-hearted. Reality simply wouldn't allow him to act otherwise. The rural area was different from the city. To avoid being bullied, first, you had to have how many strong men in your household. Second, how solid was the backbone of the head of the family. Third, how ruthless could your hands get? Why do obstinate people come out of impoverished areas? If you're not obstinate, you won't survive. In the city, when you get bullied or hit, you can find the factory, residence committee, or police station for justice. In the countryside, you entirely depend on yourself to fight for respect. After finishing the meal, Fang Xinghua put on his shoes and went outside to check if the fathead fish in the water tank were still alive. Tomorrow, another significant event awaited him. Could he gain even greater strength? Half of his hope rested on this fish. Chapter 175, Selling Fish in the City, a public-private partnership time-honored brand. Morning. Fang Xinghua brought 2 large black 10 yuan notes and a 5 yuan small united note, and once again went to the Dahu Reservoir. Borrowing Zhang Dayong's bicycle, he also gathered some aquatic grass around the reservoir. Fang Zheng was sped back to the village like the wind on his bike. He went to Gao Dashan's house and retrieved the wooden box made yesterday. The square wooden box had many holes around its sides for the grass carp to breathe during transportation. Below the box, he laid down some water grass and poured in an appropriate amount of water. This ensured that the grass carp would not die during long-distance transport. After about 4 hours of cycling, Fang Zhenghua arrived panting at the largest transportation hub and former commercial center in the area. Danshan City. Defy heaven. Fight the earth. Man conquers nature. Surpass Britain. Catch up with America. Mass-produce steel. Greetings and respects to our elder brother nation. Getting off the vehicle, Fang Zhenghua looked at the slogans around him and felt profound emotion. As the headquarters of the specialized administrative office, Danshan City back then was full of vitality and prosperity. Ahead, the old train station was tirelessly shipping supplies to various places day and night. Coal, timber, mine sites, all sorts of herbal medicines. To put it simply, today's Danshan City is one of the most important trade cities in northeast China's southeast region, renowned as having 9/10 scenic beauty and 1/10 arable land. Forest coverage rate at 60%. It's also the best place in the whole region in terms of living standards. Rich in forests and mountains, there are over 2,000 species of wild plants. Comrade, would you like to come in and have some food? Our restaurant offers excellent value for money, can prepare dishes of various flavors from both North and South cuisines. You choose how lavish or simple, no deceit here. Walking towards a Japanese-style 2-story building not far from the train station, Fang Zheng was stopped and looked inside. Soon, a neatly dressed middle-aged man wearing an arm guard came out. He eloquently introduced the skills of the restaurant and their price list. Whether it be peasants, merchants, students, workers, or soldiers, everyone could afford a meal. Excuse me, I am the manager on the private side of this restaurant. Comrade, please come in and take a look. We just made the iron pot stewed dish. Only 2 fen per bowl. Manager comrade, let's not worry about eating first. I've heard your Wuha Tower restaurant specializes in fish dishes. I happen to have a large fish here. Is your restaurant willing to buy it? Upon hearing the price of 2 fen for a bowl of iron pot stewed dish, Fang Zhenghua thought quietly to himself. No wonder this place, being the regional administrative center and commerce hub, has high prices. Too fun. That's equivalent to a person's daily work point in the village. You're here to sell fish? Let me take a look. Manager Wang from Wuha Tower glanced at the wooden box attached behind the bicycle. The reason he personally came out to greet was mainly due to respect for the quality of the bicycle. A second-8 large frame costs about 200 yuan. People who ride such bikes are either cadres or surely senior technicians in factories. Having worked in the restaurant business for half his life, rising from a small attendant to become the owner, Manager Wang understood very well not to judge people based solely on age and attire. A really big grass carp. With the lid opened, Manager Wang was greatly shocked. Although he wasn't unfamiliar with dozens of pounds worth of grass carp, that was all in the past. Since the Wuha Tower became a public-private partnership restaurant, all ingredients needed were delivered by the public party, i.e., relevant departments. Manager Wang, this fish weighs a total of 53 catties. If you're unsure, you can weigh it again with our store scale. If you want it, it's 7 fin per catty. To make it even, give me 40 yuan. How much? 40 yuan? Comrade, this isn't selling fish. You're practically robbing money. Even calculated per catty, it's only around 35 yuan. Asking for 40 at once. Where in the world do you conduct business this way? Manager Wang shook his head repeatedly. Being someone who came from the old society, Manager Wang was deeply familiar with the rule of haggling. After 30+ years dealing with all kinds of people, Manager Wang wouldn't allow himself to get fooled by xuanhuan. Good fish. But the price couldn't be determined like this. I didn't expect after decades of running Wuha Tower, this is what it's come to. Claiming no deceit, but actually doing something different entirely. Xuanhuan feigned dissatisfaction and said, regular fish may be priced by weight, but a grass carp this size cannot be valued purely by weight. In recent years, Dan City became the location of the regional government office. Numerous leaders and important figures come here, including quite a few from the Soviet Union. Hearing your restaurant acquired such a large fish, will there be a lack of customers wanting to try it? Better business means higher dividends for your private equity. Manager Wang was stunned. This young person, despite not looking particularly extraordinary, talked convincingly. Not only did he understand that there were plenty of wealthy diners in the area, he also knew about matters related to private equity dividends. With these thoughts in mind, Manager Wang looked Xuanhuan up and down before pulling out a cigarette and handing it to him. Little comrade, may I ask where exactly you work? Manager Wang, I've come here to sell fish today, not to make friends with you. Are you buying or not? Xuanhuan refused the cigarette. Selling a 50+ catty bighead carp separately would be impossible. No one in the commune could afford it, and even in the county, there'd be no buyer. If he cut it into pieces and sold by the weight, it wouldn't be worth its impressive size. After much deliberation, Xuanhuan targeted the public-private partnership restaurant that hadn't yet become fully state-owned. Public-private partnership referred to state-owned units investing in private businesses, also known as increasing public shares. The state, through stock investment, obtained half of the management and control rights of time-honored private brands. A dispatch cadre served as the public manager, working alongside the private manager in managing and operating the business. At the end of each year, the public side gave a certain amount of dividends to the private side. It wasn't until 6 years later that public-private partnerships officially disappeared, becoming entirely state-owned units. Could you please help me bring the goods inside? If the weight is correct, let's do a cash transaction. For someone so young to know so much, Xuanhuan must either be working for the state or have family members employed in relevant departments. Such people are best left undisturbed if possible. Besides, paying 40 yuan for a big fat bighead carp was definitely not losing money. With his 50th birthday just around the corner, not selling it and saving it for the birthday banquet would certainly be a memorable event. They weighed it twice and confirmed the accuracy. Manager Wang handed over 4 large black 10 yuan notes to Xuanhuan. Comrade, speaking of which, guests are always welcome. I'll personally cook a couple of my signature dishes for you, as a token of friendship. Transportation, lodging, eateries, brokers. Each occupation had its own way of making a living. Following the old society's lower-class principles, Manager Wang valued making more friends and fewer enemies. He warmly entertained this newly acquainted young friend. Damn, is that little bastard really eating already? On the street across from Wuha Tower, Li Liangbin and a few of his buddies drooled at the sight. Per Li Yotsai's instructions, they secretly followed Xuanhuan, waiting for him to find something to curry favor with Su Haitao, so they could swoop in halfway. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine Xuanhuan would go to Wuha Tower for a feast. Liangbin, we want to eat stir-fried dishes too. Do I look like someone who can provide stir-fried dishes to you? Li Liangbin kicked his nagging cousin off balance. To eat stir-fried dishes, they'd need ration tickets too. Chapter 176, Li Liangbin's resentment. Look at him strutting around just because he has a bit of money. Inside the Five Rivers building, Manager Wang had cooked 2 dishes for Xuanhuan and brought out a bottle of Laobai wine. He sat down and drank 2 cups with Xuanhuan. Meanwhile, outside the Five Rivers building, Li Liangbin and a few others were surrounding a cart, munching on cornbread. Yesterday, as soon as Li Liangbin saw this, he began to follow Xuanhuan. Since Xuanhuan and Zhang Daong were riding bicycles, Li Liangbin, no matter how hard he tried, lost them. This morning, upon learning that Xuanhuan had borrowed a bicycle again to go to the reservoir, Li Liangbin decided to smarten up this time. He had someone hitch the village's horse cart. With 3 cousins and the carriage driver tagging along, they began trailing Xuanhuan. Not being the first time Xuanhuan came to Dan City, he naturally knew the shortcuts well. However, Li Liangbin and his group got lost as soon as they entered the city. After wandering aimlessly across the city, they finally spotted Fang Jingwa's bicycle. Cousin, this cornbread isn't tasty. Goodness, Liangbin, you can't do this. A few of us followed you all over the place for half a day, and in the end, we only have cornbread to eat and cold water to drink. That's far too stingy of you. Why don't you buy us some pickles? That would be good enough, wouldn't it? The murmuring continued, as everyone thought Li Liangbin was miserly to an extreme degree. Seeing Fang Jinghua inside enjoying fried dishes and sipping wine, their hands felt tasteless with their own cornbread. After we go back, if you want pickles, I'll send you as many as you want. The city stuff is outrageously expensive. I simply can't afford it. Indeed, Li Liangbin was incredibly frugal. Just looking at the menu hanging outside, Li Liangbin was visibly angry, his face turning green. A bowl of sour cabbage and blood sausage dared to cost 2 mao. If swapped for other dishes, it might even be more expensive. Had Li Liangbin come alone into the city, no matter the price, he would have tasted anything. But with these useless followers, he wasn't about to be the one who foots the bill. They'd eat whatever he orders without a second thought. Manager Wang said, "Thank you for your hospitality. Next time there's something good, I'll bring it to you. Comrade, here are the cigarette tickets you requested. Let's meet again by fate." Before long, Manager Wang escorted the men to the gate. Instinctively wanting to bow farewell, Manager Wang quickly switched to shaking hands, mindful that it was a new era. Having eaten and drank his fill, Fang Jinghua hopped onto his bicycle, burping contentedly as he rode towards the People's Store. The restaurant operated under public-private partnership, but the People's Store was purely state-run. It recognized only coupons, not people. To buy cigarettes, one must have cigarette coupons. Hurry, keep up. Seeing Fang Jinghua leave, Li Liangbin immediately instructed the carriage driver to follow closely behind. Following for just a moment, everyone watched helplessly as Fang Jinghua walked into the store. What the hell is Mr. Li doing in the city? Dining, visiting stores, just because he's got a little money. Look at him strutting around. Li Liangbin cursed loudly. As the only son of the village chief, Li Liangbin had been to the county seat only once. There was nothing he didn't want to buy, but unfortunately, he lacked the necessary coupons and could only satisfy himself visually. At this moment, Fang Jinghua came out carrying large and small packages. Opening the wooden box that contained fish, Fang Jinghua placed his purchases into it one by one. 50 boxes of matches costing 5 mao, 20 jin of coarse salt, 10 jin of fine salt, totaling 3.5 yuan. A few yards of floral fabric, 2 small bags of white and brown sugar, and 10 packs of Fima brand cigarettes. Li Liangbin and his brothers stared wide-eyed, realizing that Fang Jinghua truly behaved like a richer landlord. Without hesitation, he purchased so much. On the other side, after packing his things, Fang Jinghua suddenly felt uneasy all over. It was as if someone was watching him. Turning back, he noticed nothing unusual. Deciding to head home, he mounted his bicycle. Taking into account the income from these last few trips, it would now almost suffice to buy the item he desired. Let's go. No sooner had Fang Jinghua left than the carriage driver cracked his whip to drive the horse onwards, remarking, "Fang Jinghua has left. Damn it, the little brat is still pretty cunning." Li Liangbin rose from lying inside the carriage. "Cousin, since Fang Jinghua has bought so much, he must be going back to the village. We rarely come to town. Why don't we take a stroll before leaving? At least show us around Dan City properly. We will then have some great tales to tell back home." None of them were willing to leave right away. Li Liangbin seemed like a simpleton chasing after Fang Jinghua everywhere. Wherever Fang went, Li Liangbin took everyone there. Even though they couldn't afford to buy anything or be treated to a meal, merely strolling around was worth it. A visit to such a grand place should provide them some talking points when they returned. All of you are wasting too much time. If I get the chance, I'll take you all for a proper tour, but surveilling Fang Jinghua is serious business. Anyone who complains further can walk back themselves. Spurring the carriage driver forward, Li Liangbin turned irritably. Listening to these people talk any longer, Li Liangbin was considering staying behind. That afternoon, they returned to the village. Fang Jinghua went home first, unloaded all the items, and took 2 packs of Fima cigarettes to the reservoir. "Daong, Datager, will you dare to accompany me to take a trip to Zhangjiagu tomorrow?" In the field, the Gao family brothers stopped their work, hesitating as they looked at Fang Jinghua. "Brother Jinghua, is it because the Zhangs have sent word for Sister Xiao to come back?" Gao Hu asked. "Back? Nonsense." Fang Jinghua opened the remaining pack of Fima cigarettes, took out 3 sticks, lit them after placing one in his mouth, and then handed over 2 more to the Gao brothers. "The news that our family has improved will eventually reach Zhangjiagu. After hearing it, the Zhangs will surely cause some trouble. Instead of letting them ambush us, I'll give them a taste of what's coming by making an example out of them first." Fang Jinghua squatted on the ground while puffing smoke rings and said, "Zhang rhyming, his father, his mother, and his vicious sister, they're all sly characters. Tomorrow, I plan to teach the Zhang family a lesson so they know not to cross us. After we settle this, the divorce matter can proceed smoothly." Hearing this, the 2 brothers nodded in agreement. They understood the saying, "No one cares about the poor in bustling markets, but wealth brings unexpected relatives even in secluded mountains." Both had already heard about yesterday's fish selling at the lumberyard. Fang Jinghua smoking Fima cigarettes now indicated he'd earned quite a bit of money. Zhangjiagu wasn't far from Da village. It was likely the Zhang clan would come over to freeload any day now. "Brother Jinghua, whatever you say will do." Gao Hu readily agreed, followed shortly by Gao Long with a nod. "Father, Fang Jinghua plans to stir up trouble in Zhangjiagu tomorrow. Should we inform the Zhangs in advance so they can be prepared?" Having eavesdropped on Fang Jinghua's plan for the next day, Li Liangbin hurried back home to seek advice. This little brat thinks he's something now, considering himself the third most powerful person after heaven and earth. He's already bullying everyone in our village like a tyrant, and now he wants to wreak havoc in the neighboring village too. I want to see how this fellow manages to get away with it. Li Yukai coldly laughed and said, let him go crazy. We'll pretend we don't know anything. Pride runs high in Zhangjiagu. All the men there walk around arrogantly. Listening to Li Yukai reciting the local rhyme mocking Zhangjiagu, Li Liangbin grasped the meaning behind his father's words. There was no need to warn the Zhangs beforehand. All they had to do was wait for Fang Xinghua to step into a dragon-infested abyss or tiger-infested lair. Even if he didn't get killed, breaking a few bones seemed inevitable. Chapter 177. Want to sever ties? No way. Brother Xinghua, is this really okay? What if the people from Zhang Family Gorge are completely unreasonable? The three of us might all leave here lying down. Brother, can you stop being such a coward? If those people really only side with relatives regardless of reason, then we'll just fight them. Grab one or two and beat them to death. I don't believe others will dare play life and death games with us. On a dirt road not far from Zhang Family Gorge, Fang Xinghua and his two companions hurried forward. To be honest, Gao Long didn't admire Fang Xinghua's plan at all. It was too reckless. Not only did Gao Long hear it, and kept shaking his head in amazement, but probably anyone else would call Fang Xinghua a live bandit. As for the second brother, Gao Hu, he not only had no worries, but he even gave his full approval. He believed it should be handled this way. A wicked person must be tamed by another wicked person. There's no need to talk about reason when dealing with the Zhang family. One word, beat that bastard. Big Dragon, just put your heart at ease. I've considered every possible factor and guarantee that neither of you brothers will suffer any losses. If you don't believe me, we could make a bet. While walking, Fang Xinghua joked, if I beat the Zhang father and son, and afterward we three can leave Zhang Family Gorge safely, then you alone will be responsible for slaughtering the cow, while my brother Gao Hu and I take it easy. How does that sound? Alright, let's go with that. After hearing these words, Gao Long felt somewhat relieved from his tension. As for what happens if Fang Xinghua loses, it's simple. Each of the three gets hurt so badly they'd have to leave Zhang Family Gorge lying down. And it won't be just a broken hand or leg. Under the commune, there are 11 villages. Zhang Family Gorge may not have the most villagers, but their skills in brawling are definitely the best. Half the families in the village have the surname Zhang. There are both direct relatives and distant ones beyond the 5th generation. They stick together in fights. When there's trouble, everyone joins in. Before long, the three arrived at the Zhang family's doorstep. You little bastard. How dare you show up? Zhang Jiqiang, who was smoking in the yard, became enraged upon seeing them and shouted back, son, grab your weapon. Fang Xinghua was here. The damn hellhole. Fang Xinghua, I'll kill you. With a roar, Zhang Riming grabbed a stove hook and rushed into the courtyard, ready to discipline Fang Xinghua. Hold it. Gao Hu yelled loudly. Zhang Riming, don't act like a rabid dog. Even if your family has men, my brothers aren't pushovers either. Brother Xinghua came here today not to pick a fight with you, but to negotiate with you. If you lay a finger on Brother Xinghua, we will absolutely fight you to the death. Negotiate what, chicken feathers? Fang Xinghua beat my mother and sister. I'll kill him, otherwise I wouldn't have face left. Though the words were fierce and tyrannical, Zhang Riming put down the stove hook in his hand. At the same time, Zhang Riming's mother Lu Xiuhuan and his younger sister Zhang Meihua walked out. Enemies meeting each other naturally made eyes glow red, encouraging Zhang Riming not to waste words with Fang Xinghua and just beat him. This place was Zhang Family Gorge, not their Da village. Even beating Fang Xinghua thoroughly wouldn't make anyone say a word of objection. Fang Xinghua coldly said, Zhang Jiqiang, when did your Zhang family become ruled by women? Yuli family guy, don't come here making trouble. Tell me, what do you mean coming here today? Zhang Jiqiang's face turned cold. He wished nothing more than to kill the little brat Fang Xinghua. Taking advantage of him and his son going to the market, the little rabbit caused chaos at the Zhang family. Not only did he kidnap Fang Rou, his daughter-in-law, Fang Xinghua also personally assaulted Zhang Jiqiang's wife and daughter. For the Zhang Jiqiang family, which has always profited without losing, this was nothing short of a great disgrace. In accordance with Zhang Jiqiang's temper, he should immediately seek revenge at Da village. But plans changed quickly. An unexpected piece of news interrupted his action. Fang Xinghua got a gun, not an old shotgun, nor a common homemade hunting rifle. Rather, it was a military rifle. Suddenly, the situation became uncertain. What if Fang Xinghua gets provoked and fires the gun? You can bully someone who has nothing as much as you want. But once he's armed, that changes everything. These past few days, Zhang Jiqiang had been pondering how to get this humiliation off his chest, never imagining that before he could cause trouble for Fang Xinghua, the little bastard himself showed up. If this continues unchecked, the Zhang family would lose face forever in Zhang Family Gorge. Divorce. Impossible. Zhang Riming rudely responded. Family Li, don't think getting a gun means everyone will yield to you. If you've got guts, bring the gun to our Zhang Family Gorge and slaughter my entire family. And if you're afraid, stop spouting nonsense. Little bastard, I hear things have been going well for your family recently. At this point, you want to sever ties? Not a chance. Lu Xiuhua's face was full of disdain as she mocked Fang Xinghua for thinking too wishfully. Not only do bad deeds travel 1,000 miles, but good deeds also spread far and wide. Ever since they acquired a gun, the Li family had never been short of meat to eat. It was said that the Lis had become so extravagant that they even started feeding meat to their dogs. Fang Rou is a woman my family bought with 10 caddies of cornmeal. She belongs to us whether alive or dead. If you want my brother to divorce her, Fang Xinghua, forget about it. We'll go to your village early tomorrow morning to take Feng Rou back. Zhang Meihua chimed in, reinforcing the message. Severing ties wasn't something to be done lightly. Unless, of course, Feng Jinghua could offer them enough compensation. To be fair, there were advantages to being shameless and obstinate. Thanks to this unscrupulous nature, the Zhangs enjoyed one of the best lives in Zhang Family Gorge. While others ate bran and drank watery porridge every day, the Zhangs ate meat at least once a month. They always had food in the pot and grain in the barrel. If not for the local feng shui master saying that Feng Rou would be fertile and that her birth date matched Zhang Raiming's Baidu, 8 characters, promising to bring at least 3 fat sons into the family, the Zhangs wouldn't have spent 10 caddies of cornmeal to buy her. Unfortunately, the feng shui master must have been blind. Feng Rou turned out to be nothing more than a rooster who crowed but laid no eggs, a useless chicken. All your words boil down to one thing. You want money. Name a price. What will it take for you to agree to a divorce? Feng Jinghua remained expressionless, his peripheral vision sweeping over the surroundings. At some point, all the neighbors had gathered nearby, watching the spectacle unfold. At the very least. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Jiqiang let out a series of forceful coughs, glaring fiercely at his wife. What a wasteful woman. She didn't know the first thing about doing business. When you're extorting from someone, how could you possibly name a price up front? Immediately, Zhang Jiqiang spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the ground and said, when we bought Feng Rou, it cost us 10 caddies of cornmeal. Over these years, we've fed her like a horse, given her fine meals every day, served her delicious meats, and bought her new clothes during festivals. All of this adds up to quite a substantial amount. Upon hearing this, the onlookers couldn't help but laugh or cry. No wonder Zhang Jiqiang was known as an iron rooster and a notorious scoundrel in Zhang Family Gorge. Only the Zhangs could make such brazen lies without batting an eyelash or losing face. Feng Jinghua coldly smiled and took the initiative to walk toward Zhang Jiqiang. In the next moment, Feng Jinghua made a move that greatly surprised Zhang Jiqiang. Chapter 178. The Rolling Pin for Teaching the Wicked a Lesson. Surnamely, what are you up to again? Seeing Feng Jinghua suddenly withdrawing his right hand into his sleeve and then extending it towards Zhang Jiqiang, Lu Xiuhua and Zhang Meihua were completely confused. Zhang Raiming hesitated, his eyes focused on his father Zhang Jiqiang. What does Feng Jinghua mean? Judging by his posture, it seems a bit like the hidden deal in the sleeve among traders. In business, modesty and caution are important, and one should not flaunt wealth. If negotiations take place in a crowded area, saying too much or too little can draw others' attention. Thus, this type of transaction method was born, known as hidden deal in the sleeve. Also called gold hidden in the sleeve, the buyer extends their sleeve and hides their hand, while the seller inserts their hand inside. Through finger gestures, they negotiate prices and complete the entire transaction. This way of trading exists both in cities and in the countryside, primarily used for herb trades, livestock deals. The Zhang family, who frequently attend fairs to do small businesses, is very familiar with this kind of trade practice. Unexpectedly, Feng Jinghua also understands it. After a few seconds of silence, Zhang Jiqiang inserted his hand into Feng Jinghua's sleeve. The next second, Zhang Jiqiang's expression turned extremely grim. You bastard, if you're only willing to give 20 bucks. Immediately, Zhang Jiqiang made an offer using his fingers within the sleeve. 200 yuan. A single cent less, and there will be no divorce. Feng Jinghua shook his head slightly. A series of peculiar scenes drew more people to watch. Someone familiar with the situation explained that this was called hidden deal in the sleeve. Neither spoke a word, yet an intense negotiation was taking place under their sleeves. After about the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, Zhang Jiqiang withdrew his arm and cursed. Kid, don't let your arrogance ruin your face. This amount isn't even enough to feed a beggar. That price cannot be changed. Feng Jinghua also pulled out his hand, leaned close to Zhang Jiqiang's ear, and said, apart from this money, I will give you another treasure. What treasure? Zhang Jiqiang was startled. The hidden deal in the sleeve can only discuss prices. Other matters cannot be conveyed through finger gestures. Do you really want me to take it out right here? Feng Jinghua whispered. This. Looking at all the people outside, Zhang Jiqiang started to hesitate. If Feng Jinghua reveals some valuable items right now, others might start coveting them. An old saying goes, no fear of theft, but fear of being coveted. Since the Zhang family lacks virtue, they naturally worry about being targeted by those even less virtuous. Let's go inside. After some consideration, Zhang Jiqiang called the whole family to enter for detailed discussions. Without moving a muscle, Feng Jinghua replied, they cannot come in. What? Why not? Zhang Meihua angrily said. Feng Jinghua, you're overstepping boundaries. Zhang Jiqiang, didn't you hear? Your wife and daughter keep cursing. How could any reasonable discussion be achieved with them around? You two stay outside. Zhang Jiqiang paused for a moment, agreeing that this made sense. Women would only chatter incessantly and wouldn't provide any great advice. Besides, someone has to stay in the yard. If no one keeps an eye, surely villagers will peek over the walls to eavesdrop. Dalong, Erdiger, you two wait outside. Feng Jinghua cast a meaningful glance at Gao Hu. Gao Hu nodded. However, Gao Long looked elsewhere. Diagonally across the yard stood a simple cowshed made of straw. Inside was an old yellow ox looking sick and lacking spirit. Though all production resources belong collectively, this is true only when the collective can manage the villagers underneath. Otherwise, talking all day is useless. Now that there is no one else around, you can take the item out. Inside the house, Zhang Jiqiang saw Feng Jinghua blocking the door with a wooden latch and felt even more eager. Such caution suggests that the item must be worth a considerable amount of money. Fang Zhenghua shook his head and said, "We should talk in the inner room." Acting mysterious, Zhang Riming reluctantly walked into the inner room with bad temper. "Fang Zhenghua, don't say we haven't given you face. 200 yuan cannot be further reduced. If the item you present doesn't reach this value, just return my sister early. Fang Ro has eaten our food, worn our clothes, and the money spent on her over the years certainly adds up to dozens when compounded with interest, including compound interest and additional returns. Asking you for 200 yuan is not excessive." Father and son took turns speaking, treating Fang Zhenghua like a tenant farmer from the old society. Fang Zhenghua chuckled and said, "If the commune people heard this, they'd surely investigate whether the two of you have ever lent money at usurious rates. I've always wondered how such an unethical family as yours got classified as peasants during the land reform. I reckon, even as middle peasants, your family doesn't quite meet the criteria. Fang Zhenghua, you mustn't still want my son to divorce your sister." Upon hearing these words, both father and son changed their expressions drastically. Damn, it must be that damn Fang Ro who can't keep her mouth shut and leaks the Zhang family secrets. Enough with your nonsense. Where's the treasure? Zhang Riming reached out to claim it. Ho ho ho, what's the rush? Here it comes. The next moment, Fang Zhenghua pulled out a hard wooden rolling pin. You damn lunatic. How is a rolling pin considered a treasure? Seeing this, father and son were so angry their noses nearly twisted sideways. Fang Zhenhua's rolling pin was about 1 arm's length. Its purpose, for making noodles. Could a rolling pin used for disciplining villains not count as a treasure? In the blink of an eye, Fang Zhenghua struck at Zhang Riming. Caught off guard, Zhang Riming was squarely hit by the rolling pin. A piercing pain shot through his shoulder into his brain. You damn. Ow. Seeing his son beaten, Zhang Xiuxian instinctively spoke up. Before he finished speaking, Fang Zhenghua swung back another blow. When it came to fighting, it emphasized speed, accuracy, and severity. Swift movements and precise strikes were crucial. Once one started a fight, there could be no hesitation. Both hands and heart needed to be merciless. One moment of doubt could lead to a counterattack. Especially when outnumbered, one must adopt a desperate posture. The room wasn't large, perfect for short-range weapons. Fang Zhenhua's right hand swung the rolling pin down forcefully onto Zhang Riming's head. His left hand then threw a punch aimed straight for Zhang Jiqiang's face. You two bastards, ever since my sister married into your family, she has been waking up early and staying up late to serve you and your whole household. At every little displeasure, she was either beaten or cursed at. She ate less, but worked more. Even landlords and cruel gentry in the old society didn't treat their servants this badly. Today, I'm here not only to cut all ties between my sister and your family, but also to avenge her. You bastards. Back when we were struggling against landlords and rich peasants, your family somehow escaped punishment. Today, if I don't beat you both until your faces are covered in flowers, I'll write Fang Zhenhua's name backward. After a few strokes with the stick, the Zhang father and son were bloodied all over. Cunningly, Fang Zhenghua grabbed the quilts from the Kong bed, throwing one each over the pair to muffle their screams and prevent attracting others. With the door closed and the quilts covering them, even if the Zhangs cried out loudly, their screams wouldn't carry beyond the yard. About 3 or 4 minutes passed, and both father and son had fainted. Upon seeing this, Fang Zhenghua took out several 100 yuan notes. Dipping them in the blood on the ground, he shoved them into the unconscious Zhang Riming's pocket. He pressed hard on the Rinzhong acupoints of both men. Chapter 179. The situation reverses. Village chief, Fang Zhenghua, is in serious trouble. Murder. Fang Zhenghua has killed someone. Zhang Riming and his son Zhang Jiqiang woke up to see Fang Zhenghua standing there covered in blood. Recalling the previous scene, father and son were utterly terrified. The moment they entered the house, before even speaking a few words, Fang Zhenghua took out a rolling pin and started hitting people, ignoring their own injuries. The two pushed Fang Zhenghua away simultaneously and shouted as they fled from the inner room. The crowd outside saw an incredible scene. They watched as the Zhang father and son, with blood all over their faces, crashed through the door and collapsed on the ground. Boss, what happened? Lu Xiuhua was startled. Murder. Fang Zhenghua tricked us into the room, then attacked us with a rolling pin. If we hadn't run fast enough, he would have beaten us to death. At this moment, Zhang Riming and Zhang Jiqiang were both in worse condition. Their faces were bruised, and they were covered in blood. 2 of Zhang Riming's teeth were even knocked out. My heavens! How dare Fang Zhenghua come to our village and attack people like this? Look at what happened to the Zhang family. It's terrible. Not just terrible. Look, Zhang Riming's front teeth are gone. He's worse than the Ritterny teams from years ago. Damn it. That little bastard comes here to show off his power. But first let's restrain these 2 weaklings. Someone shouted. The onlookers immediately surrounded the Gao brothers. Gao Long was sweating bullets on his forehead, while Gao Hu said, "You're full of crap. There's only one of Brother Zhenghua. Even if a fight did happen, how could one man make the 2 of you completely defenseless? To take a step back, Brother Zhenghua isn't crazy. This is Zhangjiago where the Zhangs hold the majority. You don't even harass us, showing a bit of respect. How could Brother Zhenghua possibly beat someone up unless something intolerable happened to him?" Hearing this, everyone stopped their tracks. It made sense. No matter how fierce Fang Zhenghua might be, he should consider the place. Everyone within 10 or 20 miles knew that Zhangjiago was infamous for its ferocity and group solidarity. Even bringing 20 people wouldn't guarantee leaving Zhangjiago unscathed. You guys are obviously favoring Fang Zhenghua. My dad and brother already said. Fang Zhenghua had tools to attack them. Don't listen to their nonsense. Come with me and kill Fang Zhenghua inside. After Zhang Meihua's incitement, a mass of villagers rushed into the room. Upon entering, everyone was completely baffled. Fang Xinghua lay motionless on the ground, face covered in blood. Brother Xinghua, are you okay? At the same time, Gao Hu pushed his way through the crowd, shouting loudly as he ran to Fang Xinghua lying still on the ground. Hey! On the other side, Gao Long also walked out. Seeing Fang Xinghua on the ground, Gao Long turned around and yelled furiously, Zhang Jiqiang, your hands are too cruel. He's faking it, we didn't hit him. Zhang Jiqiang, supported by others, was so angry his nose was twisted. Village chief, they're blaming us for what actually happened. We never touched him. The village chief of Zhangjiago, Zhang Baohua, arrived at the scene with a face darker than a pot bottom. When he heard about Fang Xinghua coming to kill, Zhang Baohua hurriedly rushed toward Zhang Jiqiang's house. He did not expect the situation to be this chaotic. The Zhang father and son looked worse off than ever. Zhang Riming's arm hung limply as if broken, and Zhang Jiqiang's legs trembled. Clearly, he wasn't doing much better either. Little brat, stop faking it. Get up for me. Zhang Baohua went forward and gave Fang Xinghua a powerful kick. Who gave you the guts to start trouble in Zhangjiago? Not even Li Yukai from Dahan village would dare do such a thing here. Chief Zhang, Brother Xinghua, was beaten half to death by them. Instead of checking on him, you're helping them gang up and beat him again. Are you happy only when Brother Xinghua is dead? Gao Hu said angrily. Beat someone, then pretend to faint. Thinking you can fool me with such sleight of hand? Your skills are still too green. Zhang Baohua bent down and suddenly grabbed Fang Xinghua's arm. In rural areas, medical conditions are almost non-existent. Yet falls, bruises, skin wounds are common due to daily field work and hunting. So, each village has a few self-taught herbalists. Zhang Baohua studied traditional Chinese medicine for 2 years and could tell at a glance whether someone was truly unconscious or pretending. Placing his fingers on Fang Xinghua's pulse, he was ready to expose this young man's tricks. The next second, Zhang Baohua's expression changed abruptly. He immediately grabbed Fang Xinghua's other arm and continued to feel his pulse. You. After a while, Zhang Baohua gazed bewilderedly at the Zhang father and son. Fang Xinghua's pulse was faint, intermittent. Zhangjiago is known for favoring relatives over justice. Regardless of right or wrong, whenever someone comes to stir up trouble, the villagers will always unite and attack. It was only last time that Fang Xinghua and Fang Rou managed to escape quickly enough. If they had been cornered, they would have definitely been beaten half to death. There's no reasoning with outsiders causing trouble in the village. They're simply driven out by force. But this time, the situation was far more serious. Beating someone doesn't equate to killing them. Zhang Baohua hadn't anticipated that Fang Xinghua wasn't pretending to be unconscious. He really might not make it. His pulse came and went. This indicated that he could die at any moment. Old Five, you also know how to check a pulse. Come over here and feel his. Hearing this, Old Five, a relative of the Zhang family, bent down to check Fang Xinghua's pulse. Village chief, Fang Xinghua isn't going to make it. Old Five, unaware of the severity of the situation, exclaimed, Fang Xinghua's pulse is so weak. It's almost undetectable. Zhang Jiqiang, you ruthless bastard, didn't you think about possibly killing someone? And then facing capital punishment? These words caused the onlookers to draw in a sharp breath of cold air. Brawls are common occurrences in the village. Even armed conflicts between two villages aren't considered major incidents. When there's no formal complaint from civilians, officials don't get involved. They usually instruct the village head to keep the villagers under control and ensure similar incidents don't happen again. However, once a death occurs, it's an entirely different matter. The local commune can't possibly cover it up. Representatives from the county would come directly to investigate. The biggest difference between the new society and the old society lies in one fact. Killing someone truly means you'll pay with your life. I didn't hit him. Village chief, I swear to heaven, we two didn't strike Fang Xinghua at all. Fang Xinghua must be faking being dead. He was attacking us the whole time. We didn't even lay a finger on him. Everyone, look, if we were the ones hitting him, wouldn't we look worse off than this? Zhang Jiqiang immediately grew anxious, pointing at his and his son's heads. Who has ever seen the aggressor looking like this? Brother Xinghua, how are you? It's me, Gao Hu. Can you hear me? Gao Hu embraced Fang Xinghua's body, lifting his hand to press his fingers. Gao Long squatted to the side, blocking everyone's view. A small object slipped quietly into his sleeve. Report the case. Suddenly, Fang Xinghua opened his eyes. With his last breath, he said, call the authorities. They should immediately contact the commune and send people over to mediate justice. I'll go back to the village, gather some people, and contact the commune. Gao Hu stood up to leave. Wait a moment. Zhang Baohua swiftly blocked Gao Hu's way. Chapter 180 Framing Others, All Tactics. Zhang Baohua, my brother is almost beaten to death by you guys. Are you going to silence him too? Gao Hu showed no fear and named Zhang Baohua specifically to step aside. Fang Xinghua was exhaling more than inhaling, and his face was covered in blood. It was obvious that he had suffered unimaginable torture. A fight without fatalities can be easily resolved. But if there's a fatality, no one would be able to shoulder the responsibility. Being pointedly called out by a junior, Zhang Baohua's face alternated between green and purple. However, thinking of Fang Xinghua's current state, Zhang Baohua couldn't help but suppress his annoyance. Fang Xinghua, how do you feel now? Painful. There isn't a single place on my body that doesn't hurt. Fang Xinghua said weakly. Return my money. What money? Zhang Baohua asked in confusion. Their father and son greedily snatched all the money I had on me. Dozens of yuan altogether. I refused to give it to them, so they beat me. Fang Xinghua's acting skills were at full play as he told an entirely different story from what happened with Zhang's father and son. The real intention this time around was for Fang Xinghua to have his sister divorce Zhang Riming quickly. Everyone, including Fang Xinghua himself and the village head of Zhajiago, who knew exactly what the Zhang family was like, knew that they could extract oil even from stone crevices. They'd stop passing dung carts in front of their house unless to taste its saltiness. Because of this, Fang Xinghua took out dozens of saved-up yuan, trying to buy peace quietly to help his sister break free from her suffering marriage to Zhang Riming. Unexpectedly, the Zhang father and son wanted 200 yuan outright. Having no other choice, Fang Xinghua went inside to discuss further. Despite Fang Xinghua's desperate pleading, the two men made not the slightest compromise and instead tried to snatch the money from him. During the struggle, the father and son suddenly pulled out a rolling pin and viciously attacked Fang Xinghua. "You bastard are fabricating nonsense." Before Fang Xinghua could finish speaking, Zhang Jiqiang was already fuming. "Director Zhang, if you don't believe me, you can ask the villagers whether Zhang Jiqiang and his son brought me into the room. By the way, the money should still be in Zhang Riming's pocket." After decades of ups and downs, Fang Xinghua knew all too well how complex human nature could be. To deal with these scoundrels, unless they were beaten to death, as long as they were left with even a breath, they wouldn't be easily subdued. "Two of you, search Zhang Riming's clothes pockets." Hearing this, Zhang Baohua increasingly felt the situation was getting complicated. Without letting Zhang Riming explain, someone had already started patting him down. Money. He really has money in his pocket. A villager pulled out several bloody large black 10 yuan notes. Not more, not less, exactly 60 yuan. The amount matched perfectly with what Fang Xinghua mentioned just now. I vaguely heard before I lost consciousness that they were talking about some suffering strategy, yelling thief, while being the thief themselves. The rest, I don't remember. As people chattered and speculated, Fang Xinghua added. Gao Hu smiled secretly in his heart. Playing tricks against brother Xinghua. One could only wonder whose tricks were immature. It was clear Fang Xinghua himself had concocted the plan, a false accusation paired with framing others for revenge. Now all of this had been pinned on the Zhang father and son. "Director Zhang, you're the leader of the village and the elder of the Zhang family. Tell us, why should I give them money when they refuse the divorce? They're not asking for money, they're stealing. Not only did they steal my money, but they also intended to kill me. I cannot swallow this indignity. We must settle this legally." Struggling to stand up, Fang Xinghua wobbled toward the door. "Zhang Riming, Zhang Jiqiang, is that what happened?" Zhang Baohua was torn in two directions. If Fang Xinghua blew the whistle at the commune, the Zhang father and son would certainly end up in prison. Forget half-killing Fang Xinghua. Even just the matter of stealing money under everyone's eyes, it couldn't remain concealed. There are rural customs. Robbery, theft, troubling widows, exhuming graves, assaulting elders. All of these acts violate unwritten codes. "You come with me." After pondering for a while, Zhang Baohua supported Fang Xinghua and walked separately into the yard. "Boy, what will it take for you to let this go?" For some reason, Zhang Baohua always felt something was off. Everyone in the village knows the character of the Zhang Jiqiang father and son. They behave exactly as Fang Xinghua described. Unreasonable but arguing fiercely, seizing benefits recklessly. And everyone could see how much Fang Rou had suffered over the years at the Zhang household. Out of deep brotherly affection, Fang Xinghua came with money to negotiate the divorce. In principle, this explanation seemed reasonable. Offering too little, the Zhang family wouldn't agree. Besides, judging from Fang Xinghua appearing close to death, the scenario where the Zhang father and son falsely accused others wasn't impossible either. But here's the problem. The Zhang father and son shouldn't be that stupid. Could the richest family in the village truly be unaware that robbery was a serious taboo? Every matter has its own course. Since they've taken the money, it's as good as agreeing to divorce my sister. Sounds reasonable. Zhang Baohua nodded. Forcing things doesn't end well. If the couple can't go on together, they should get a divorce when it's necessary. I'll take care of persuading Zhang Jiqiang. The whole divorce issue is on me. Upon hearing that Fang Xinghua was still thinking about his sister's lifelong happiness, Zhang Baohua felt a strange taste in his heart. Life is like grass and trees. Who could remain without emotions? The days Fang Rou had spent at the Zhang family. To be honest, even dogs raised by villagers were treated better than Fang Rou. In addition, you need to compensate me with this ox. What? Just a moment ago, Zhang Baohua was still moved by their sibling bond, but now he suddenly got confused. Fang Xinghua looked towards the cattle pen where the sickly yellow ox lay and said, Director Zhang, everyone lives for face. Your village needs its dignity, and I, Fang Xinghua, also need some respect. The Zhang father and son have beaten me into this state. In the end, just agreeing to a divorce isn't enough. How am I supposed to continue raising my head and live as a man? If you feel compensation sounds bad, then use this ox as medical expenses. Zhang Baohua's lips twitched. What the hell? Who is the tough bastard here? Who is the dirty scoundrel? This old yellow ox in the cowshed was bought not long ago by the Zhang father and son for 150 yuan as a plow animal. By all accounts, large livestock shouldn't be privately traded and should belong to the collective. However, there are ways around rules. 10 yuan and a few packs of cigarettes. Zhang Baohua gave Zhang Jiqiang's family a breeding quota, specifically tasked with feeding cows on behalf of the village team. Fang Xinghua spoke softly, 20 jin of beef. Okay, Zhang Baohua blurted out. You little guy actually plans to butcher the work ox and eat the meat? Why bother sending it home when it might not even make it to me? Better to kill it and eat it myself. Fang Xinghua insinuated, 20 jin for you. Other cadres in the village team, 10 jin each. Zhang Baohua swallowed saliva. What Fang Xinghua said made perfect sense. Like Zhang Baohua himself, Li Yukai was also the kind who couldn't help taking advantage. Unless Fang Xinghua gave some bribes. Otherwise, The bull would certainly be confiscated by the big river village as communal property. Slaughtering work cattle is illegal, but if it dies halfway, there will be plenty of excuses. I want 40 Jin, Zhang Baohua whispered. Maximum 30 Jin. You also need to write a statement saying that this ox was sick. Fang Zhenghua added, plus half a bull's head. Deal. Chapter 181. Losing a cow? That doesn't make sense. Zhang Baohua was powerless against Fang Zhenghua, who came over to cause trouble, but he easily manipulated the xiuxian family. With a mix of deception and intimidation, he finally brought out the unyielding authority of the village chief. An old yellow ox weighing nearly 500 pounds became the sacrifice in Zhang Baohua's deal with Fang Zhenghua. After signing the agreement, the xiuxian family compensated for medical expenses by giving up this ox to Fang Zhenghua. Fang Zhenghua then signed as well. He would no longer pursue any responsibility from xiuxian and his son for assaulting him. Seeing the three of them happily leading away the big yellow ox, Lu Xiuhua fainted on the spot, and her daughter Zhang Hongmei sat on the ground weeping bitterly. The sky has fallen. In exchange for 60 yuan from Fang Zhenghua, they not only lost a big yellow ox, but Zhang Riming also had to divorce Fang Rou at an appropriate time. Village chief, Fang Zhenghua. That's enough, old Zhang. Fang Zhenghua didn't report you to the county, so your family should consider yourselves lucky. Let me tell you, this guy is tough. If he really wanted to make a big fuss, no one could stop him. Besides, it was originally your fault. Everyone knows money is good stuff, but you and your son shouldn't have grabbed it. Zhang Baohua impatiently reprimanded Zhang Jiqian for being blinded by greed. There's nothing wrong with wanting money, but grabbing money causes serious problems. In this area, only the bandits dare to openly snatch money. Everyone go back home. Is anyone not planning to work the fields and not care about their work points? Then keep standing around watching the show. With a glare from Zhang Baohua, the onlookers quickly dispersed. I tell you, even though the Zhang Jiqian family isn't the best kind of people, they are still surnamed Zhang and count as distant relatives of ours after all 5 generations. You shouldn't favor outsiders and help them harm our own people. Just returned home. Zhang Baohua's wife muttered complaints about her husband helping outsiders rather than his own kin. Everyone knows, in Zhang Family Valley, they always help family regardless of justice or fairness. Without asking if something is reasonable, it's simply about whether the person is from the village or not. Filthy woman, stop talking before someone mistakes you for mute. What do I gain from helping the Zhang Jiqian family? Besides hearing some free compliments, will they give me grain or meat? Zhang Baohua picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip, grumbling, mind your own business next time. Take care of the kids and wash my clothes, cook my meals. Stop saying these nonsense that scratch the throat without letting out gas. Just wait. In a few days, I'll let all of you enjoy some beef. Eat beef. His wife, startled, said, Is Fang Zhenghua planning to butcher that ox? Does he really have the guts? This guy has far more courage than you. Now I see clearly. This kid is ruthless. Zhang Baohua smirked coldly. What weak pulse? Sometimes present, sometimes absent. What story of the father-son duo teaming up to rob? All bullshit fabricated by Fang Zhenghua. If Fang Zhenghua were truly on the brink of death, would he still be thinking about getting divorced and demanding compensation? He'd already be crying for help and making everyone send him to the health center. Having the energy to haggle. It proves this kid had set a trap right from the start. He was just waiting for the Zhang Jiqian family to jump in themselves. His wife, stunned, exclaimed, My goodness, isn't he too evil? In this era, those who aren't fierce and evil are doomed to be bullied. Why can the Zhang Jiqian family live such good lives? Hard work leads to wealth? Bullshit. Say what you want. Only 2 things matter in this era. Money in your pocket, food in your stomach. Everything else is nonsense. Taking care of cattle isn't easy. You have to wake up before dawn and stay up late into the night attending to them, and prepare a certain amount of fine feed. Buying a cow isn't easy. Raising a cow is even harder. To get more than 100 pounds of meat for free, Zhang Baohua felt no dissatisfaction. On the other side, the 3 of Fang Zhenghua walked cheerfully toward Dahu River Village. Gao Long, while walking, lovingly stroked the back of the big yellow ox, unwillingly saying, Zhenghua, can we not kill it? My mother said that oxen are spiritual animals. Killing them will bring retribution. Brother, why do you sound like an old lady? Gao Hu countered. If killing cattle brings retribution, then those butchers would have been struck first. Stop worrying. Look at how thin this old yellow ox is. Either it's sick or it hasn't been taken care of properly, underfed and overworked. Killing it would actually be a mercy, brother Zhenghua, am I right? You've said everything there is to say. What can I add? Fang Zhenghua couldn't help but laugh. One of the Gao brothers was honest and straightforward, while the other had a more flexible personality. This indeed verifies the saying, the same rice raises different people. The ox must definitely be killed. Otherwise, the gallstone inside won't come out. Speaking of gallstones, Fang Zhenghua looked around left and right. There was no one else nearby in the vast emptiness. In the previous life, this ox still could not escape the fate of being slaughtered. At the slaughter site, a massive piece of bezoar was discovered by someone, and its weight was measured. Goodness gracious, it was a little over 2 pounds. Zhang Baohua, who had some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, knew the value of the bezoar. He took it away using a semi-threat and semi-purchase method, intending to sell it in town. Unfortunately, he was caught red-handed by the public security team. This over 2-pound bezoar was something the villagers of Zhang Family Hollow had never seen before. Even in town, it became the #1 news story. Zhang Baohua, known for his cleverness throughout his life, ended up tripping because of this piece of bezoar. The bezoar was confiscated by the commune, and Zhang Baohua was arrested for speculative profiteering. Because he was also the village chief, his crime was considered more serious. He was directly sentenced to 15 years. Due to losing the Bezor, Zhang Jiqiang's family unexpectedly escaped trouble. Father, Fang Zhenghua brought back an ox from Zhang family hollow. He said it was compensation for medical expenses paid by the Zhang Jiqiang family. What? An ox as medical expenses? In the office of the village team, Li Yukai suddenly stood up after hearing this while drinking tea and enjoying music. Li Liangbin harshly stated, "The father and son Zhang Jiqiang are truly two stupid pigs. Publicly beating Fang Zhenghua. Aren't they just asking for trouble?" What exactly happened? Li Yukai was getting more confused with every word he heard. Fang Zhenghua went to Zhang family hollow with the Gao brothers to reason things out. It was certain that someone got beaten. The question was, how did the Zhang Jiqiang family end up giving an ox to compensate Fang Zhenghua? That didn't make any sense. Oxen were important tools for production and transportation, managed uniformly by the collective. Ordinary families couldn't even afford to raise an ox, let alone a mule. I'm not entirely clear about the details either. All I know is what the Gao brothers have told me. Father, why don't you give Chief Zhang Baohua of Zhang family hollow a call to ask about the situation? Where's the ox now? It's in Fang Zhenghua's courtyard. Let's go take a look. Due to the numerous doubts, Li Yukai decided to first investigate the situation. If everything remained unclear, it wouldn't be too late to call Zhang Baohua later. What are you two doing? The father-son duo hurried to Fang Zhenghua's fence-enclosed yard. Upon seeing the scene, Li Yukai nearly suffered from a stroke. Chapter 182, Dominant Ox Slaughter, not for production, but for food. Outside the courtyard was a crowd of people. Seemingly the entire village had come out. Inside the yard, Fang Rou and Gaodishan's wife were busy heating water. Fang Zhenghua, Gaodishan, and the Gao brothers were sharpening knives, carrying basins, and placing various butchering tools around the area. The big yellow ox knelt on its front hooves. Its nose was tied to the millstone in the middle of the courtyard. Village chief, they're going to slaughter the ox. Seeing her lover come over, xiuxian angrily added fuel to the fire due to Fang Zhenghua's insolence. Lu Kuanyu and Li Longji's family also chimed in to exacerbate the situation, just back from wherever he was. Fang Zhenghua had called his next-door neighbors, the two from the Gao family, saying he was going to slaughter an ox and eat beef. The sudden appearance of an ox left everyone utterly confused. Now, Fang Zhenghua's claim to be slaughtering the ox was as if trying to rip open the heavens themselves, constrained by limited productivity and feudal traditions. The locals viewed the slaughter of a work ox as an unforgivable sin. Before the commune was established, all livestock belonged privately. At that time, anyone who needlessly slaughtered an ox would not only get their spine pointed at, but also be condemned by the entire village. There was only one acceptable situation for killing an ox: if it had already died. Fang Zhenghua, have you grown tired of living? Who gave you the guts to kill a farming ox? Upon hearing the account, Li Wenbin assumed he'd found fault with Fang Zhenghua and kicked the gate open without a word. He rushed forward to take Fang Zhenghua to the village committee for questioning. To hell with you. Faced with Li Liangbin's aggressive demeanor, Fang Zhenghua wasn't accommodating. With one elbow, he knocked Li Liangbin to the ground. "I'll slaughter my own ox. What business is it of yours?" said Fang Zhenghua confidently. "Laws be damned." With their precious son struck down, Li Youcai's face turned red as he fumed, berating Fang Zhenghua for becoming increasingly bold. The commune had repeatedly decreed that all production resources belong to the collective. Not even Fang Zhenghua has the right to kill the ox. Even the village collective wouldn't have that authority. "Little bastard, I'll teach you a lesson." Li Longji thought bitterly. This rabbit has finally reached the end of his rope. Everyone, including young children, knows how grave a crime it is to kill an ox. Glancing at his nervous mother and older sister, Fang Zhenghua smiled faintly and calmly said, "Village chief, you accuse me of disregarding the law, but I could say you don't distinguish right from wrong. You don't even know what kind of ox this is, and you're yelling nonsense. This is a sick ox." Fang Zhenghua shifted his tone mockingly. Recently in the city, there's a popular saying, "Ignorance is truly terrible," and that's exactly describing certain know-it-alls. This ox is diseased, and worse, it carries a contagious illness that can spread to other livestock. I could let it live, but if something happens to other livestock or plowing cattle, don't come complaining to me. With those words, the villagers recoiled. Phew, Fang Zhenghua, we're no 3-year-old kids. Stop trying to fool us. Li Liangbin wiped the blood from his mouth as he stood up. There was no way he believed that was a sick ox. Poor judgment on Fang Zhenghua's part. He actually came up with such an outlandish excuse just to eat some beef. Illiterate. Fang Zhenghua pulled out the receipt issued by Zhang Baohua and displayed it in front of Li Liangbin. "Open your dog eyes wide and see what's written here. If this ox isn't sick, why is a fully grown yellow ox so thin? Look at its owners. Why would they willingly trade their ox to me?" Saying you're uneducated doesn't seem to bother you at all. Fang Zhenghua launched into full force, leaving Li Liangbin dumbfounded. On the receipt was a stamp of approval from the Zhengjiagu village committee, verifying the ox's severe health condition. Fang Zhenghua loudly announced, "A while ago, when I went to the town to handle some matters, I heard that once an ox contracts a contagious disease, it must be slaughtered immediately to prevent the illness from spreading to other livestock. If anyone doubts it, go ask the experts at the commune or the county government." Gao Hu looked at his brother Gao Long. Among the young men in the village, Fang Zhenghua was the most cunning. He lied without batting an eye and deceived everyone effortlessly. "Dad, don't trust him. He just wants to eat meat," and made up this lie. Li Liangbin still didn't believe it, frequently signaling his father to intervene. "Seize the role of village chief and confiscate the ox," Li Yukai sternly said. Even if this ox is really sick and should be killed, it's not your place to do it. Don't you know that all production materials belong to the collective? I know, but it's not a production material. It's food. Without wasting a second, Fang Xinghua grabbed a large iron hammer nearby. Aiming at the forehead of the old ox, he swung it with all his might. Instantly, the old ox cried out painfully. After mooing twice, the ox collapsed helplessly onto the ground, starting to convulse. Uncle Gao, come on. Hearing the call, Gaodishan pulled out a long screwdriver from his carpentry bag. Fang Xinghua held the ox's head steady, while Gaodishan took the screwdriver and forcefully plunged it into the center between the buffalo's horns. Moo! The anguished cry sent chills down everyone's spine. Fang Rou and Yang Chunluan couldn't bear to watch and closed their eyes. Gao's aunt covered young Li Xiumei's eyes with her hands, but watched intently herself. The 10-centimeter screwdriver had mostly penetrated the ox's brain. Gaodishan's face remained serious as he began stirring it around. Compared to slaughtering a pig, slaughtering an ox required higher technical skill. A strong man was needed to swing the hammer, aiming for the ox's head and delivering a hard blow. Ideally, one powerful strike would crush the ox's skull and destroy its brain's neural network. If not, another person would step in to finish the job by thrusting a sharp object deep into the brain and violently destroying its structure. After only a short time, the old yellow ox was completely lifeless. Fang Xinghua wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Village chief, any more issues?" Li Yukai wished he could strangle Fang Xinghua. After serving as village chief for so many years, he'd never encountered such a brazen troublemaker, saying kill and then killing without giving him even a sliver of chance to benefit. Coldly, Fang Xinghua laughed and said, "If there's nothing else, folks, please don't just stand around here. Go back home for dinner or take a stroll. Watching a cow being slaughtered isn't much fun anyway, and none of you will get any beef." This statement angered the crowd. Fang Xinghua took out a cigarette, lit it, rolled up his sleeves, and sat on the millstone. He stared defiantly at the discontented villagers. "Boy, if your family eats meat and doesn't share with others, that's fine, but why not give us even a little piece?" Taking advantage of her seniority within the Li family, Li Lanji demanded the ox's head. "Old hag, you haven't taken a look at your own character. You don't deserve even the oxtail," Fang Xinghua sneered. Fang Xinghua wasn't a broad-minded man, but neither was he an ungrateful petty person, who treated the Li family kindly and who tried to exploit them when they were down. He kept track of everything. When the Li family had meat, Li Lanji remembered she was family. But when the Li family struggled, Li Lanji wanted nothing more than to sever all ties. Once again, they made meat dumplings filled with egg. Li Xiumei went near her doorstep to catch a whiff of the aroma. Upon seeing this, Li Lanji not only scolded and beat the child, but also poured cold water over her. In the freezing winter, Li Xiumei was soaked from head to toe. Had Gao's aunt not seen her and brought Li Xiumei home to warm her up, the girl might have gotten seriously sick. "A tiger, get me some empty wine bottles tomorrow." "Sure thing." Hearing this, Li Lanji, who was about to burst in, was startled. Chapter 183. Harvesting a fist-sized bezoar from the stomach. In recent days, Fang Xinghua has gained several nicknames. The living bandit, Li Yanwang, beast. All of these nicknames indicate one thing. Fang Xinghua is not someone to be messed with. First, he managed to get his hands on a gun from the commune. Then, this kid created explosive glass bottles, cursing elders and hitting juniors alike. Whoever dares to bully or offend the Li family will absolutely not be tolerated by Fang Xinghua. Still hanging around? Waiting for free meals at my place. Fang Xinghua took a deep puff of his cigarette and flicked the butt far away. Seeing this, everyone left quickly. Heaven knows what this little rascal might do next if they stayed longer. Who? In the future, you two should learn more from Xinghua. A man like him, full of guts, is worth entrusting one's whole life to. Aunt Gao said appreciatively. The second son is still okay, having some guts, but only the eldest. Exactly like his father. They always hesitate and procrastinate when doing things. Always unwilling to confront others, saying that it's a blessing to suffer losses and take a step back for broader horizons. Go to hell with that attitude. Auntie, after the meat is cut, take 10 caddies over to Uncle Tu's house. Struggle requires strategy. Establishing authority in the village also demands tactics. Aunt Gao's younger brother is the commander of the militia in the village, which counts as an official post, big or small. Ganging up on one side while striking another is the best strategy. You kids are really righteous. Auntie thanks you on behalf of your Uncle Tu. Aunt Gao showed a demeanor akin to a heroine, accepting Fang Xinghua's favor without any reservation. Then Aunt Gao pulled Fang Xinghua aside and said, "Xinghua, even though you're bold today, you've probably offended a lot of people too. Li Youcai's family or your wasteful relatives probably won't leave you alone. Aren't you connected to the higher-ups in the commune? Follow Annie's advice. Send a few dozen caddies of meat to them, and they will definitely ensure no harm comes to you." "Auntie, you're truly a wise woman. We're thinking along the same lines. If Uncle Gao says watching the folk plays waste time again, I'll support you." Fang Xinghua grinned slyly. "Stop making fun of me, boy." Aunt Gao laughed while scolding. Entertainment in the countryside is scarce. Xuanhuan, a traditional performance art, is among the most popular forms of amusement available. As an ardent fan of Xuanhuan, Aunt Gao learned much wisdom from the plays she watched. Having connections in court helps officials rise. Likewise, maintaining relations within the commune ensures a peaceful life in the village. As long as Fang Xinghua tightly holds onto the leadership of the commune, even if 10 more Li Yukais exist, none would dare to bother him. Even if all the villagers talk about the Li family, what can be done? It's not like they'd lose a piece of flesh or money. Men, women, young, and old all joined forces. As soon as it got dark, the hundreds of pounds of the yellow ox was divided. After fetching a large scale to weigh, with organs included, the total weight amounted to 290 caddies of meat. Leaving everyone outside continuing to work in the yard, Fang Xinghua went indoors holding a large wooden basin filled with innards. Under the light of an oil lamp, Fang Xinghua carefully used a bone knife to gently cut open the gallbladder, softly removing a yellowish bile stone. My goodness, this is real wealth. Looking at the fist-sized bile stone in his hand, Fang Xinghua couldn't help but smile broadly. 1 liang of bezoar equals 2 liang of gold. For traditional Chinese medicine, this thing is undoubtedly a priceless treasure. Legend has it, the life-saving Ngong xuanhuan pill uses natural bezoar. Thanks to the times, it would take another 12 years for artificial bezoar to be invented. Did you take it out? Unbeknownst to anyone, the Gao brothers had entered the room. I did. Fang Xinghua turned and held up the fist-sized bezoar. The previous evening, Fang Xinghua had already explained to the two brothers the functions and value of bezoar. Using a random excuse, he claimed that before passing away, Li Jiangguo had taught him the secret techniques to observe animals' stomachs for hidden treasures. Beef contains bovine bezoars, dogs have canine bezoars. Even wild boars may occasionally have porcine bezoars. Last time, during the raid on Zhang Jiqiang's home, he accidentally noticed something amiss with the old ox in the courtyard. Based on experience, he judged that there must be bezoar inside the old ox. The two brothers didn't suspect anything unusual, cooperating seamlessly with Fang Xinghua to put on a grand show. As for why the pulse was intermittent, it was all thanks to one thing. Potatoes. Fang Xinghua had secretly placed a small potato under his arm in advance, creating an illusion of erratic pulses for the two local healers. Subsequently, the Gao brothers, taking advantage of the chaos, silently retrieved the potato tucked under his arm. The reason for going through all this effort was mainly due to knowing that Zhang Baohua possessed medical skills. Pretending to faint or get injured wouldn't fool this old trickster, so they had to resort to more devious methods. Gao, whose face brimming with excitement, asked, "Brother Xinghua, does this mean it's done?" Fang Xinghua had promised to treat the two brothers to a meal of stir-fried dishes at the state-run restaurant in town once the task was accomplished. Moreover, he would find a way to secure another gun for Gao Hu. Don't rush. The freshly harvested bezoar still needs to be dried for a while. If you just take it as it is, people will definitely know it's newly extracted. Fang Xinghua smiled faintly and said, "About 5 or 6 days should do it. Eru, rest assured, since I promised to get you a gun, I won't break my word. With the gun, plus enough bullets, we can gallop freely in the forest." Upon hearing this, Gao Hu became even more excited. If there were really plenty of bullets, it wouldn't matter whether they encountered leopards, lynxes, black bears, or tigers. Even if they came across brown bears or large wild boars, they could still take them down. The mountain ranges around Dan City harbored numerous ferocious beasts. The deeper into the mountains, the larger the animals. Wild boars weighing 700 or 800 pounds, and brown bears weighing over 1,000 pounds, all ruled the wilderness. Because they lacked effective tools, even 3 or 5 hunters working together dared not venture easily into the depths of the great mountains. By the way, if you're not busy outside, why did you come in? At this moment, Fang Xinghua remembered to ask about their purpose. Gao Long, caught between laughter and tears, said, "Xinghua, don't tell me you lost your mind in excitement. You personally instructed us to inform you once the cow skeleton was ready so you could show off your skills." Oh, right. I completely got carried away. Fang Xinghua laughed and patted his forehead. That sentence truly did come from him. After hiding the bezoar, Fang Xinghua followed the Gao brothers out of the door. A complete ox skeleton lay in the middle of the yard. Yang Chunlan and others stopped their work and watched Fang Xinghua with unanimous curiosity. Before going inside, Fang Xinghua had boasted that he would display an incredible skill, turning the unwanted ox skeleton and hooves into delicious dishes. "Uncle Gao, give me the axe." Right away, Fang Xinghua rolled up his sleeves again. Receiving the carpenter's axe, he began splitting the bones one by one. The ox bones and hooves were rich in nutrients, benefiting both adults and children, especially someone like Fang Rou who had just given birth. The ox bone soup was a natural nourishing supplement. As Fang Xinghua busied himself chopping the bones, the Gao brothers couldn't just sit idle. Starting the fire, plucking hair, cutting the nails off the ox hooves. "Big sister, go knead some dough and prepare noodles. When served with the soup, it will guarantee you'll want more than just one bowl." Considering the cooking range at home couldn't handle the meal for so many people, Fang Xinghua sent Gao Hu to fetch his pot. With the two families merging for tonight's feast, the celebration would last until everyone was completely sated. Chapter 184. A difficult choice. Should we save the son of a landlord? Take a look at Fang Xinghua's family. They're living like celestial beings. Damn, it smells so good that I can't eat this meal anymore. The lease must be doing it on purpose. There are 2 big pots cooking meat, enough to make anyone burst. 2 hours later, the rich aroma drifted from the Li family's home and spread across half the village. The villagers living near the lease could only suffer in silence. That irresistible fragrance was like an alluring maiden, teasing their hearts and leaving them itching for more. Inside the Li family's courtyard, 2 cauldrons were boiling ox bones and beef. Fang Xinghua's family and Gao Dashan's family sat in the yard, eating heartily. Ox bone soup, noodles, chunks of cooked beef, for crispy and tender ox hooves. 9 people from the 2 families had their mouths greased with oil as they feasted away. "Elder sister, eat slower, be careful not to choke." Seeing Li Xiumei greedily gnawing on the tendon of an ox hoof, Fang Xinghua felt immense satisfaction within his heart. Even the 3 little puppies had a grand feast today. The pile of bones in front of them became their own personal playground. Not just one each, but also wanting to chew and lick another piece. Brother, these ox tendons taste so good. Li Xiaomei ate until her mouth glistened with grease, feeling that the ox tendons were the most delicious thing she'd ever eaten. Gao Dashan put down his chopsticks, picked up his wine cup, took a sip, and said with a sigh, "With what we've eaten today, I don't think even the commune leaders would have it better than us. This is life. Give me heaven itself, and I wouldn't trade it." Gao's wife and her 2 sons were focused solely on the meat. It was the first time they knew the feeling of being full after eating meat. Whether it was Gao's wife, the Gao brothers, or young xuanhuan and her daughter, from the moment they were born, they never experienced true fullness. Being 6 or 7/10 full was already their greatest satisfaction. As for being truly full, in the surrounding areas, probably only landlords could afford such luxury. After dozens of minutes, everyone was thoroughly stuffed. Even Feng Rou and Yang Chunlan were no exception. Gao Dashan belched and said, "Zhenghua, the first snow is coming soon. While the weather is still holding up, let's go hunting more often, catch some fish, and earn some money. By next spring, it'll be time to rebuild your house." Your uncle is right. Building a house is a big matter. Besides spending a lot of money, various preparations must be made ahead of time. Gao's wife chimed in. Once the problem of food was resolved, housing became the top priority. The autumn harvest had already finished, leaving plenty of free time ahead. In northeast China, harvesting starts in September and planting begins in April. From the end of October until March of the following year, there are 6 whole months of agricultural downtime when no family really sits idle. No work means no labor points. So the men use their special skills, hunting, doing carpentry jobs, and helping repair communal facilities in the village. The women busy themselves sewing shoe soles, making handicrafts, which are then handed over to the village committee, which delivers them to the people's commune in exchange for necessities. Elders focus on shelling corns, sifting beans, and preparing soy sauce cakes. Children help cut pig grasses and gather firewood. Now that Feng Zhenghua inherited his father's career as a hunter, he planned to take advantage of this agricultural off-season to hunt more animals and earn some extra money. He aimed to pay back debts and save for building a house next spring. Feng Zhenghua nodded and said, "I plan to enter the mountains again these couple of days and see if I can capture several large beasts. I'll use their fur to make winter clothes." Also, as he spoke here, a bold idea formed in Feng Zhenghua's mind. To acquire a donkey cart or mule cart. Donkeys and mules don't fall under the category of large livestock, and individuals are allowed to keep them. Still, it's worth noting that these 2 creatures don't eat meat but require various fodder, especially donkeys who prefer black beans. This way, another issue arose. The collective in the village also owned large livestock that needed similar fodder. "Big brother Zhenghua, please save me." Just then, a voice of urgency came from outside the door. Everyone turned around and saw a young girl with braided hair rushing in, her attire differing from the typical countryside residents. Feng Zhenghua looked at her with recognition but couldn't immediately place where he'd met her before, hesitantly asking, "Young miss, do we know each other?" "Big sister, aren't you Guo Wenxiu, the eldest daughter of Mr. Guo, the landlord?" Gao's wife stood up and recognized her. "It's Auntie. It's me, Dia. My younger brother had a quarrel with my parents and ran into the mountain alone." Guo Wenxiu, crying, informed everyone that her younger brother, Guo Wenbin, went into the mountain overnight to collect medicinal herbs. After learning the situation, Guo Wenxiu realized her brother had been gone for quite a while. "Big brother Zhenghua, I've heard that your family has a gun. Can you accompany me into the mountains to find him?" Guo Wenxiu pleaded tearfully with Feng Zhenghua for help. The boy was the sole offspring of the Guo family. If anything happened to him, her sickly father might not survive the blow, nor could her frail mother bear such a shock. Moreover, her brother ventured into the mountains to gather medicine for none other than his elder sister. It would be unthinkable for Guo Wenxiu to stand by and watch her younger brother take such a big risk. "Don't say anything. I will accompany you. Dia, don't panic. Your younger brother is already 18 or 19 years old, not a 3-year-old child. How could he not know how dangerous it is to go into the mountains in the middle of the night?" Aunt Gao kept giving Feng Zhenghua meaningful glances, trying to dissuade him from going. She consoled Guo Wenxiu to return home first, suggesting that maybe Guo Wenbin was just sulking and would come back soon. "Auntie, my younger brother isn't sulking. He really went into the mountain. I saw his cigarette butts at the foot of the mountain. Once he gets stubborn, he will do anything." Guo Wenxiu burst into tears, pulling out all her money in one go, ready to kneel down and beg Feng Zhenghua for help. The village only had one hunter's family, the Lise, and if they went up the mountain at night, there was still some hope. Moreover, Feng Zhenghua had a gun. Sigh. Aunt Gao sighed deeply, then pulled Feng Zhenghua forcefully into the room. "Zhenghua, think it through carefully. The Guo landlords, they are." Aunt Gao used her finger to dip some soot from the stove. "You're a tenant farmer while they are landlords, solid black 5 types. Once you get involved with them, it's impossible to clear your name afterward." Aunt Gao swiped her finger over Feng Zhenghua's white jacket. The black smudge on his clothes stood out glaringly. What made matters worse was that the Guo family had recently been labeled with another cap. Rightists. Years ago, big sister Guo Wenxiu got admitted to university and went to the capital city to study. They said she'd gotten herself into trouble due to talking too much, getting summoned by several departments for criticism. Not only did she lose her status as a university student, but her records also got tarnished. They said her fate turned out to be even worse than old man Guo, the landlord. "Auntie, what you said is all true, but we simply can't watch her brother get eaten by wolves, right?" Hazy memories flooded Feng Zhenghua's mind. He recalled an almost forgotten event from long ago. After the death of Big Sister, Fang Zhenghua fell into a daze. He heard someone ventured into the mountain in the middle of the night and ended up being eaten by wolves. The end was absolutely gruesome. Because it wasn't related to him, Fang Zhenghua didn't ask for further details. Now reflecting on it, that victim must have been Guo Wenxiu's younger brother. Aunt Gao grimaced bitterly. Why do so many people choose not to interfere? They fear repercussions. If you offer to help, it's like handing Li Yukai a knife willingly. Of course, Aunt Gao knew deep down that one shouldn't look the other way when someone is dying. Had it been someone else, Aunt Gao wouldn't just approve of Fang Zhenghua immediately going to rescue. She'd send both of her sons along as well. However, the Guo family was simply too troublesome. Their father was a landlord. Their daughter bore the label of a bad element. Just today, Fang Zhenghua managed to offend the entire village. Then he became entangled with Guo Wenxiu. If anyone chose to cause trouble, Fang Zhenghua would suffer grave consequences. Chapter 185. Betting to save lives, rickshaw wheels. Wenxiu, your brother Wenbin is such an honest kid. All these years you've been gone, he's been the one doing all the work for your family. What could have possibly made Wenbin get angry with you all? On the other side, Yang Chunlan held Guo Wenxiu's hand and consoled her not to overthink things. Good people naturally have divine protection. Even if Guo Wenbin really went up the mountain at night, it's not certain that he would encounter danger. Besides, Guo Wenxiu only saw the cigarette butts thrown by Guo Wenbin at the foot of the mountain. It doesn't necessarily mean that he really risked going up the mountain. Wenxiu's sister, eat something first to calm down. My brother has his own difficulties. Climbing the mountain in the middle of the night gives even seasoned hunters the creeps. At the same time, Fang Rou served a bowl of meat, soothing Guo Wenxiu to eat something first. To be fair, though the Guo family were landlords, they had a little humanity left in them, compared to landlords in other villages. When disasters struck and harvests were poor, the Guo family sometimes reduced the land rent. If any family was in trouble and needed to borrow money, the interest charged by the Guo family was less than from other landlords. At least they wouldn't force you to sell your children or melt down your pot to pay the debt collector. It was also because of this. During the land reform, some villagers spoke well on behalf of the Guo family. This spared the two of them from execution. Although they lived, their lives fell apart. A family of 4 was driven out of the village by the work team and settled in a land temple located 2 li away from the Dahu village. Fortunately, the gods don't starve blind sparrows. Both children under the knees of landlord Guo were quite admirable. She's daughter Guo Wenxiu graduated from university a few years ago, while the younger son, Guo Wenbin, was an obedient child. He was honest and straightforward, always doing what his parents asked him to do. Chopping wood and farming were acceptable tasks for him. There wasn't a trace of being a landlord's offspring. It's all because of my father's illness. Guo Wenxiu burst into tears, sobbing as she said, in order to treat my father's disease, my mother came up with a bad idea. My brother refused to comply after knowing it, which is why he got angry and ran up the mountain to gather herbs. Alas, every household has its own troubles. Yang Chunlan sighed. Your parents originally hoped you'd graduate from university, return home, and bring glory to the family, but who could have expected? Mom, don't talk about it. Fang Rou shook her head. The Guo family is already in enough chaos. Talking about this again would only rub salt in the wound. Being expelled from university has already broken Guo Wenxiu's heart. Bringing it up again, wouldn't that just be piling on more hurt? Wenxiu, look at how things turned out. Wei Dong ate a lot of meat tonight, probably causing indigestion. He was fine just moments ago. Now he has terrible stomach pain. After a moment, Aunt Gao walked out of the inner room alone. What? Zhenghua ate something that upset his stomach. Is it serious? Gao Dashan showed concern. Not dying. Aunt Gao rolled her eyes at her husband. They've been married for so many years, yet there's no mutual understanding whatsoever. Didn't you see I'm deliberately trying to divert attention from Wenxiu? Auntie, Wenxiu, it's not Zhenghua's fault for not helping you. He really has a stomach ache. While speaking, Aunt Gao felt embarrassed. With a clear conscience, landlord Guo's family didn't bear blood debts. Both Guo Wenxiu and Guo Wenbin were good kids. But alas, just recently, Aunt Gao took on the role of an elder, ordering Fang Zhenghua to stay squatting inside, without going anywhere. We haven't enjoyed the good life long enough. We can't ruin it like this. Why don't you ask someone else? You don't necessarily need a hunter to guide you when looking for people in the mountains. Everyone in the village has been up there before. Maybe they can help you find your brother. Hearing this, Guo Wenxiu became dizzy. Ever since finding out her brother angrily went up the mountain, Guo Wenxiu searched and cried along the way, knocking on door after door seeking help. None of the first dozen households even opened the door. Later families did open the door, but each showed a helpless attitude. Not until Li Liangbin's arrival did Guo Wenxiu see a flicker of hope. Li Liangbin suggested Guo Wenxiu go find Fang Zhenghua, saying Fang Zhenghua has a gun and his family knows best how to search for people on the mountain. Li Jianguo is an experienced old hunter with very rich experience in navigating the mountains. Fang Zhenghua has learned 7 or 8 parts of his father's skills. Finding people was almost as easy as playing a game. Weia, Auntie, could you let me meet Zhenghua Ji privately? Wenxiu, seeing him won't change anything. Why don't you try asking others? Aunt Gao cruelly turned her head aside. Fang Rou wanted to help lift the kneeling Guo Wenxiu, but Yang Chunlan quickly pulled her daughter back. She gently shook her head. Having been neighbors for so long, how could Yang Chunlan not know that Aunt Gao had a sharp tongue but a soft heart? Back then, when Fang Zhenghua got mixed up with xiuxian, ignoring everything at home, each time he came back, he either slept or moved stuff around. If it weren't for Aunt Gao's support, Yang Chunlan and her younger daughter would have died from hunger long ago. Also, Aunt Gao was a woman of resourcefulness. With Uncle Gao Dashan's honest and straightforward nature, without Aunt Gao stepping in to protect the family, the Gaos would have been overrun by others long ago. One day cursing this person, another day criticizing that one, spouting all sorts of sweet talk, but when it comes to action, they dodge quicker than anyone. Aunt Gao, isn't Fang Xinghua the one who always preaches about repaying kindness? Now that someone he owes gratitude visits for help, Fang Xinghua becomes a cowardly turtle. TSK. If Li Jianguo knew about this, his grave would surely explode with rage. Just at that moment, Li Liangbin arrived at the Li residence holding a flashlight. Aunt Gao's face turned stern as she retaliated. Li Liangbin, stop your sarcastic nonsense. Repaying kindness or not is the matter of the Li family. What does it have to do with you? You can't even sort out your own dirty business, yet still have the nerve to criticize others' affairs. Have some shame. Whether I have shame is my concern. I'm just afraid Fang Xinghua won't be able to hold his head up high ever again. Li Liangbin, smiling falsely, reminded everyone how the landlord Gua family had once lent a dough of sorghum rice to the Li family. Without that dough of sorghum rice, Fang Xinghua's grandparents would have starved to death long ago. A drop of water's worth of kindness should be returned with a spring. You Gao family have helped Fang Xinghua, and he has shown gratitude. The landlord Gua's family also helped Fang Xinghua's family. Could they now sit back and watch the younger brother die in the mountains? In an acidic tone, Li Liangbin yelled, Fang Xinghua, you can refuse to help the Gua family if you think your conscience can handle it. When you visit graves next time, don't worry about your grandparents, nor your father, coming back to curse you in dreams. Big tiger, big dragon, chase him away. Seeing Li Liangbin going too far, Aunt Gao hurriedly signaled her sons. They had barely managed to soothe Fang Xinghua. If Fang Xinghua were provoked by Li Liangbin into anger, it would only mean walking right into a trap. Hearing this, the Gao brothers stepped toward Li Liangbin. Li Liangbin quickly retreated while shouting, Fang Xinghua, I say you should change your name to Li Wangyan. From now on, never try to hold your head up high in the village. Wait. Fang Xinghua emerged from the inner room and coldly asked, Li Liangbin, what if I dared go up the mountain? Bullshit blowing. If you really dared, why hide and pretend to be sick? When Fang Xinghua was drawn out by the taunts, Li Liangbin became very pleased. Once again using the strategy of provocation, he mocked Fang Xinghua for just being all talk. With a sardonic smile, Fang Xinghua said, Dare we place a bet? What kind of bet? Li Liangbin hesitated. Rickshaw wheels. Chapter 186. Entering the mountain to search for people. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was greatly shocked. Before the liberation, whether it was an ox cart, horse cart, or donkey cart, all used wooden wheels. These wheels were locally referred to as flower wheels. The materials used were generally birch or oak wood. Wooden wheels had the advantage of being simple to make and allowed for local sourcing of materials. However, they also came with a host of issues. Their load-bearing capacity for carrying goods and people was very poor. They would break or deform after not too long a time. Not only did they need frequent replacement, but once they encountered uneven ground or rocky terrain, no matter if the cart carried people or cargo, everything inside would be jostled about wildly. Cart overturns were also common occurrences. Later, when the Japanese occupied northeast China, tens of thousands of settlers brought over by the Japanese began fitting animal carts with rubber tires. They said this item was extremely useful. For the same carriage, if equipped with rubber wheels, the cargo carrying capacity could at least double, and there was no need for frequent replacement. A pair of wheels could last many years. Local landlords and tyrants with connections quickly replaced their carts' wheels with rubber ones. Landlord Gua had one. Last year, Li Yukai somehow managed to procure 2 rubber wheels for his own home. Li Liangbin, aren't you pretty capable? Dare you take this bet? Fang Xinghua sarcastically said, If you don't dare, then go stay wherever is cool. Our family's affairs are none of your business from now on. After hearing this, Li Liangbin thought for a moment and said, Bet or not, we can't bet like that. My father spent quite a bit of money to get these 2 rubber wheels. It's worth 3 to 5 years of work credits. Unless you can find Guo Wenbin. Looking at Guo Wenxiu kneeling on the ground in tears, Fang Xinghua turned his gaze away and said heavily, Fine. This is what you said. If alive, we must see a person. If dead, we must see a body. If not found, all your beef will be compensation to me. Everyone in the mountains knew that climbing the mountain at night was almost a certain death, regardless of wild animals being more active during the night. Just talking about rugged and difficult to traverse mountain paths. A slight misstep could result in head injuries, or worse. Falling into mountain fissures, or even bottomless pits wasn't uncommon. Climbing the mountain at night was nearly fatal. Even more so because they needed to find a living person. It would be as if stepping halfway into the king of hell's domain. Zhenghua, Auntie, let me decide this matter. Fang Xinghua interrupted Aunt Gao's dissuasion and took a step forward toward Li Wenbin. What do you intend to do? Seeing Fang Xinghua suddenly raise his palm, Li Liangbin's body trembled. Look at your timid self. Don't worry, I won't hit you. I want to seal our promise with a handshake. Humph. Li Liangbin shot Fang Xinghua a glare before raising his hand to meet Fang Xinghua's palm. Guo Wenxiu, stop wailing and follow Fang Xinghua into the mountain quickly. Be careful he doesn't change his mind halfway. Leaving behind those strange words, Li Liangbin turned around and left. This time, Fang Xinghua is as good as dead. Brother, how can you be so confused? As soon as Li Liangbin left, Fang Rou looked worriedly distressed. Clearly aware of Li Liangbin's ill intentions, why was Fang Xinghua still willing to jump into this mess? The dangers of climbing the mountain in the middle of the night weren't something Fang Xinghua didn't know. And now he'd made a bet with Li Liangbin, vowing to either see the person alive or find the body. What else was this but risking his life? Gao Annie couldn't understand why Fang Xinghua would accept such a bet. Only Gao Dashan stood by Fang Xinghua, believing they owed a favor and should repay it. Gao Auntie, big sister, I've got my reasons. You don't need to worry about me. Fang Xinghua was not stupid. He couldn't fail to see through Li Liangbin's provocation tactics. But this worked to his advantage too. He cunningly played along, pretending to be furious, making a bet to save lives on the mountain. It wasn't until the mid-1960s that the country's rubber chemical technology improved, allowing large-scale replacement of rubber tires on animal-drawn carts among civilians. Prior to that, rubber tires were controlled commodities, only supplied for cars and motorcycles, an item that even money couldn't buy. Big brother Zhenghua, on behalf of my dad, mom, and younger brother, thank you. Guo Wenxiu bowed hard against the ground. Girl, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Yang Xuanhuan, feeling pity, pulled Guo Wenxiu up gently, wiping the dirt off her forehead. Zhenghua, you go ahead. Poor helps poor, rich helps rich. The Guo family isn't landlords anymore. If we don't help them, who else will? Ultimately, she couldn't sit by while someone perished. As for whether helping would lead to greater trouble later, Yang Xuanhuan no longer cared to think about it. Mother, I'm going with big brother Zhenghua. Wenxiu, you shouldn't come. Gao Hu stepped forward. At least 2 people were needed to climb the mountain at midnight. Bringing Guo Wenxiu would just hinder and complicate matters. Fang Xinghua not only had to look for people, but also take care of the women, potentially putting himself in danger as well. Gao Annie, what do you think? Fang Xinghua looked towards Aunt Gao. Sinful. Go on. Aunt Gao extended her finger and forcefully poked Gao Hu's forehead. He acted just like his father. Both were men of deep sentiment and justice. Wenxiu, your parents are probably more worried than you at this moment. Go home quickly and take care of them. Leave the task of searching to me and Gao Hu. With matters settled thus, Fang Xinghua set aside those miscellaneous thoughts. After sending Guo Wenxiu away, he began packing supplies to prepare for entering the mountain. For Aunt Gao's attempt to block him, not only was Fang Xinghua not angry, but he was deeply moved instead. Only someone who truly cares for you would step up to be the bad guy for you. The Guo family had been landlords, and Guo Wenxiu was a veteran rightist among intellectuals. In modern terms, the Guo family was loaded with negative buffs. Any person with even a little sense of the situation wouldn't dare have any contact with their family. Having lived 2 lives, Fang Xinghua understood better than anyone that the Guo family was like a landmine waiting to explode. But precisely because he had been reborn, Fang Xinghua confidently believed he could deal with all sorts of troubles smoothly due to his decades more experience over others. If the Guo family stacked negative effects, then the Li family accumulated all the positive ones. They didn't own an inch of land. They were classic impoverished peasants. A family of 4 women meant their labor capacity was at the bottom of the entire village. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Fang Xinghua and Gao Hu, with things packed, raised torches as they entered the mountain area. Gazing at the pitch-black woods, Gao Hu, feeling lingering fear, said, Brother Xinghua, how about we find somewhere to sleep tonight, then search for people when it's light outside? My heart feels uneasy walking through the forest at such a late hour. Though Gao Hu agreed to come along, it was solely out of respect for Fang Xinghua. As for whether Guo Wenbin was alive or dead, Gao Hu didn't care in the slightest. A gentle night breeze stirred while darkness enveloped everything. Occasionally, strange sounds came from within the woods. Even the bravest hearts would tremble here. Damn, Brother Xinghua, there's a ghost. As soon as these words escaped his lips, a white shadow darted past them. Gao Hu's body hair stood straight up. However, Fang Xinghua's face lit up with joy. Now, their family's winter clothing problems could finally be resolved. Yang Chunlan's various illnesses might also receive effective treatment. Chapter 187, Tiger Roar in the Mountain. Fang Xinghua immediately covered Gao Hu's mouth and whispered, What you saw wasn't a ghost, but a mountain cat. Mountain cat? How could it be this big? Gao Hu was startled. The common mountain cat is usually no more than 1.4 meters long. The shadow just now was almost 1.7 meters. Mountain cats are mostly gray-yellow or brown in color, but the mountain cat before them had white fur. You follow me. Perhaps tonight we can find a mountain cat's nest. Afterwards, Fang Xinghua extinguished the torch and relied on the faint moonlight to search for the mountain cat's tracks. A mountain cat is only a local nickname. Its academic name is lynx. It's a typical nocturnal animal, hiding during the day for deep sleep. The deeper the night, the more active it becomes. Fang Xinghua, up to this point, had also seen a lynx of such large size with white fur for the first time. Lynxes are extremely fast, and compared to other animals, they know better how to take advantage of weaknesses and fear strength. When seeing smaller animals, they would approach like hunters, using surrounding plants as cover. Then, at a speed faster than lightning, they would kill their prey, eat half and hide half. If they spot a large animal or human, the lynx will either flee instantly or lie down and play dead if escape is impossible. No hibernation involved. Its activity increased as the night grew darker. Its fur has superb insulation, being just as warm as bare skin. Also, because of its soft texture, it is favored by the wealthy. In later times, a top-grade lynx pelt could sell for tens of thousands without any issue. Besides the fur, the meat, organs, and bones of the lynx are all valuable things. Its meat is fresh and tender, lacking the stench that comes from wild animals. Its intestines can treat gastroenteritis and diarrhea, while its liver used as medicine has detoxifying properties and promotes digestion. As for the bones, they have even stronger effects. They can treat arthritis and osteoarthritis. For fractures, they also have a certain therapeutic effect. Mother Yang Chunlan suffered from chronic arthritis and osteoarthritis. By killing this large lynx and grinding its bones into powder, Mother's condition might improve. Subsequently, Fang Xinghua carefully examined the traces nearby. Man leaves his name, geese leave their sound. Every area where wild animals have been active will leave clues to find them. Not long after, Fang Xinghua saw several piles of feces on the ground. All the feces were hardened. This confirmed that the lynx den was close by. The next second, a shout came from behind Fang Xinghua, originating from Gao Hu. Looking back, Fang Xinghua frowned tightly. Sure enough, these were cowardly beasts. The lynx hadn't run away, but had stayed hidden nearby. Perhaps seeing that Fang Xinghua and Gao Hu had separated slightly, the large lynx sneaked out to attack unexpectedly. At this moment, Gao Hu's cotton jacket had been cut open by the lynx. Fortunately, he was wearing multiple layers, or else there would definitely be bloodshed. Bang! Without hesitation, Fang Xinghua aimed the gun and fired a shot towards the lynx purely by feel. Fang Xinghua reacted quickly, but so did the large lynx. With a whoosh, the lynx leaped onto a tree, dodging the bullet. The reason why the lynx is called a mountain cat refers precisely to its tree climbing skill. Once in danger, the large lynx would immediately climb onto a tree to seek safety. Brother Xinghua, deal with this son of a turtle. Thinking about nearly getting hurt by the large lynx, Gao Hu shouted angrily. Bang! Bang! Before the lynx had time to continue escaping on the tree, 2 shots ended its life. The large lynx fell headfirst from the tree, landing right in front of Gao Hu. Brother Xinghua, you're useful against beasts like this. If it were a homemade rifle, this little brat would have escaped long ago. Dragging the dead lynx to Fang Xinghua, Gao Hu looked enviously at the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle in Fang Xinghua's hands. Fang Xinghua smiled and said, I bet this thing never thought that my gun could shoot continuously without needing to reload bullets. Gao Hu nodded repeatedly. Their uncle, who used to be the militia company commander, had once told the Gao brothers, the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle does not need to pull the bolt, just keep pulling the trigger against the enemy. Bullets would keep shooting nonstop. Whether it's a bow and arrow or an old-style hunting gun, if the initial strike misses, hunters would need some time to prepare again. Don't be silly and happy, quickly handle this. We still need to continue searching for people. Fang Xinghua kept vigil with his gun and instructed Gao Hu to remove the skin and dismember the bones. After hearing this, Gao Hu took the knife and began carefully peeling off the lynx's skin. About after dozens of minutes, a complete lynx skin was put into the basket on Fang Xinghua's back. The bones were buried by Fang Xinghua, and regarding the lynx's meat and organs, Fang Xinghua looked into the distance and said, let's leave it to fate. Find a pit to bury it, then go search for people. Unlike Gao Hu, who knew nothing, Fang Xinghua not only knew where Guo Wenbin was currently located, but also foresaw that at dawn, Guo Wenbin would encounter a pack of wolves. He would ultimately die from being torn apart by the wolves deep in the mountains. Having sorted these things out, Fang Xinghua resolved to go all out and procure a watch, no matter the cost. Hunting in the mountains without a watch was simply too inconvenient. The nighttime temperature in the mountain was extremely low. With thick bushes nearby and treacherous, uneven terrain underfoot, their speed never picked up despite their efforts. Even so, Fang Xinghua firmly believed he was on the right path. The spot where Guo Wenbin had died was beside a small stream in the mountain. Recalling past memories while observing nearby vegetation, Fang Xinghua became convinced that he was getting closer to the stream. Blood! Brother Xinghua, there's blood here. Gao Hu shouted with alarm as he pointed to the grass nearby. The wild grass around was spattered with numerous streaks of blood. Fang Xinghua stopped and parted the grass, discovering a shoe. He picked up the rubber shoe and sniffed it, its sour smell nearly making him dizzy. Perplexed, Gao Hu asked, Brother Xinghua, what are you doing? Fang Xinghua silently threw away the shoe. Its pungent smell indicated it had been discarded recently. The presence of blood nearby and the foul-smelling rubber shoe confirmed that Guo Wenbin had departed from this place not long ago and clearly injured. All evidence pointed to one thing. Guo Wenbin wasn't simply wandering by the stream when he met the wolves. Rather, he had been chased by them all the way to the stream. Let's go. Taking a deep breath, Fang Xinghua leapt over the grass and continued forward. The trail of blood on the ground became their best guide. Guo Wenbin, where are you? We're coming for you. Guo Wenbin. As they walked, Fang Xinghua and Gao Hu yelled his name loudly. Don't come over here, there's. Roar. After searching for an unknown length of time, the two finally heard Guo Wenbin's voice. However, accompanying it was a mighty tiger roar. What the? Where are the wolves? Why did it turn into a tiger? At the roar of the tiger echoing through the mountain forest, every beast submits. Gao Hu collapsed onto the ground, wailing woefully. Brother Xinghua, we're doomed. Chapter 188. Reason for entering the mountain. Selling sister for money? Not far from the two people, a young man who was injured also slumped on the ground. In front of them stood a ferocious tiger with a mottled coat. Its huge body radiated power and majesty. At this moment, the northeast tiger was opening its massive jaws, roaring in a voice that shook all the beasts around. Its crimson tongue and sharp fangs were clearly visible. Its tail swung continuously. Each detail proved that the tiger was in an aggressive state. It was about to deliver a fatal strike to its prey. Guo Wenbin's legs and feet trembled not only in fear, but his pants were also soaked. Thinking about how he would soon die under the tiger's claws filled Guo Wenbin with deep sorrow. Being merely 17 years old, Guo Wenbin was at best still a half-grown child. Coming into the mountains at night partly stemmed from quarreling with his mother, but more importantly, it was to treat his father's illness as quickly as possible and prevent his sister from falling into a dire situation. The first 10 years of his life had been spent as a young lord, having clothes handed to him and food brought to him easily. He never imagined how dangerous the mountains could be at night. Not only did he encounter various wild animals, but he was also chased by wolves, running like a rabbit. After finally shaking off the wolf pack, just before he could catch his breath, another threat emerged. The tiger lunged forward. The ferocious tiger's eyes were red, staring intently at Guo Wenbin. Crack, crack, crack. In a flash, behind the tiger sounded noises akin to firecrackers bursting. Startled momentarily, the tiger turned its head to look back. Silence ensued for nearly 10 seconds, and then the sounds appeared again near the tiger's ears. Crack, crack, crack. After 2 rounds of these noises, the tiger became scared. Its body shuddered, and with powerful strides from its 4 legs, it ran away quickly. Guo Wenbin, can you still move now? No. Then hit yourself. Slap your face hard. Think about your parents, and crawl over here. Fang Xinghua, who hid behind a big uncle figure, was equally nervous. He had fired twice, wasting dozens of bullets. Now, there were only 3 bullets left in his rifle's chamber. If the tiger hadn't been frightened away, Fang Xinghua would have had to take Guo Wenbin's body back to complete his mission. Who could have guessed that such rumors would contain such large inaccuracies? Forget the so-called wolf attacks. It was obvious the person had been killed by a tiger. Seeing the tragic scene of Guo Wenbin's death and noticing traces of wolf activity nearby, these folks pieced together the wrong narrative. They incorrectly assumed Guo Wenbin was killed by wolves. Had they known Guo Wenbin died from a tiger attack, Fang Xinghua wouldn't have taken any risks. Gao Hu followed up shouting, Guo Wenbin, your whole family is dying of worry and waiting anxiously for you to return home safely. Crawl over here quick. Having shot off nearly a dozen times, they barely managed to scare the tiger away. No one dared guarantee that the tiger wouldn't come back for a surprise attack. This was why neither Fang Xinghua nor Gao Hu dared to show themselves. Saving lives is important, but their own lives are even more precious. If they rushed out to help Guo Wenbin and the tiger came after them, all 3 of them would lose their lives. Guo Wenbin, if you consider yourself a real man, don't hesitate any longer and crawl away from this cursed place right now. My brother and I took a great risk coming up the mountain to save you. We didn't do this expecting any gratitude, but please don't let us die here. After a short wait without any response from Guo Wenbin, Gao Hu became anxious. He urged Guo Wenbin to toughen up. I'm coming over. Finally, they heard Guo Wenbin's distant voice. As Fang Xinghua had instructed, Guo Wenbin raised his hand and slapped himself harshly over a dozen times. Immediately, Guo Wenbin's white face became red and swollen. Under the pain-induced stimulation, his legs gradually regained some sensation. Though still unable to stand and walk upright, Guo Wenbin managed to support himself with his hands on the ground and crawled towards the sound source. After crawling roughly 20 to 30 meters, Guo Wenbin displayed an expression of relief from surviving this peril. Gao Hu rushed over and grabbed both of Guo Wenbin's hands, pulling him closer. You useless brat. Even if you're mad at your family, don't recklessly gamble with your own life. One of your reckless moves put both of our lives in danger. Gao Hu's anger grew stronger. What did Guo Wenbin manage to provoke except the tiger? Is the mountain god someone to trifle with? Even Fang Xinghua isn't someone who could fight a tiger like this. Fang Xinghua patted Gao Hu on the shoulder and said, stop blaming him. Guo Wenbin came to the mountain not just to vent frustration, but mainly to find herbs for his father's illness treatment. That's right. Did you find the herbs? Guo Wenbin shook his head. If no medicine is found, let's head back. We'll discuss treatments later. Save our lives first. Saying this, Fang Xinghua voluntarily removed the basket from behind Gao Hu. Brother Xinghua, you're not asking me to carry him, are you? What else can we do? We certainly can't let him climb down the mountain with us, can we? There was nothing to be done. Gao Hu could only comply, bending over to carry Guo Wenbin on his back. Fortunately, Guo Wenbin wasn't too heavy. Over the past few days, Gao Hu's family had enjoyed plenty of meat thanks to Fang Xinghua's generosity. Gao Hu had also grown a little stronger. Even with a person on his back, he could still keep up with Fang Xinghua's pace. What kind of nonsense is this? The landlord's son riding on the head of the poor and lower middle peasants. If the villagers see this, they will surely scold me for disgracing them. Gao Hu cursed nonstop, making Guo Wenbin wish for a crack in the ground to hide in. Fang Xinghua rolled his eyes and said, if you stop talking so much, no one would think you're mute. The landlord Shu family's wealth has already been redistributed to us. Now, they're all farmers like us. Stop harping on about the past. Soon after, Fang Xinghua and Gao Hu arrived at where they buried the mountain cat bones and its leftover meat. Since they had already found Guo Wenbin, they could now take their prey without worry. Ouch! Right at that moment, something unexpected happened. Gao Hu threw Guo Wenbin off his back forcefully, pointing his finger and yelling, you rotten Shu! How dare you try to trick Brother Xinghua? You even want Brother Xinghua to marry your sister. Have you gone crazy or got hit by the tiger? Upon hearing this, Fang Xinghua was taken aback. He looked at Guo Wenbin and asked, you want me to marry your sister? Guo Wenbin lowered his head, speaking without confidence. Brother Xinghua, you're a good person who doesn't discriminate against my family background. You brought Erhu into the mountains to save me. I owe you for life. If you know how to be grateful, then why force Brother Xinghua to marry your sister? Gao Hu roared angrily. Guo Wenbin responded painfully. My mother plans to sell my older sister to another family to raise money for my father's treatment. Bullshit. Gao Hu snapped coldly. Don't say that nobody in the neighboring villages dared to marry your sister. Not just in our commune, but even within the county, no one would agree to marry her. I'll beat you if you keep talking nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. Guo Wenbin lifted his head and explained. I heard from my mother, the man's son is disabled. They are marrying my sister because she has attended university and is physically healthy. They want her to bear them children. to continue the family line and have a healthy child. Chapter 189. A Gift from Heaven. Unable to bear Gao Hu's skeptical gaze, Guo Wenbin decided to spill the beans and recounted the entire story from the beginning. Not long ago, a distant relative who hadn't been in touch for years suddenly visited the Guo family. They mentioned that a high-ranking official in the county was looking to arrange a marriage for his son. At first, the couple from the Guo family could not believe such good fortune would fall upon them. It wasn't until the intermediary revealed the details that they understood. The official's son was seriously ill, suffering from a strange and hard-to-treat disease. The girl marrying him would have to take care of her sick husband for life and be responsible for continuing the family line. Though Guo Wenxiu came from humble origins, she had good looks, had attended university, and was literate. These traits made her a barely acceptable match for this influential family. More importantly, their 8 characters, astrological compatibility, matched, which might help cure the illness through an auspicious wedding. My goodness, do bigwigs actually believe in this stuff? After hearing the explanation, Gao Hu was flabbergasted. He thought it made sense for villagers to believe in weddings as cures, but he couldn't imagine high-ranking officials in the county buying into it. This might just be what you call desperation driving one to any remedy, Fang Jingwa sighed. If it's a powerful figure, they've likely tried everything and consulted everyone capable. With no improvement after all these efforts, how else can they turn? My sister is even more filial than I am. If she knew, she'd probably jump into the fire willingly. Brother Xinghua, you're a good man. Please, marry my sister. Guo Wenbin pleaded pathetically with Fang Xinghua to show mercy. Older people believed in the idea that marriage could dispel bad luck, but younger folks like Gao Hu and Guo Wenbin simply didn't buy into it. If marriage cured all diseases, doctors wouldn't even be necessary anymore. Everyone within the family knew their own situation. The Guo family's background was poor. This much was common knowledge. Fang Xinghua going up the mountain at midnight demonstrated his kind-heartedness. Previously, when Guo Wenbin was being targeted by a tiger, neither Fang Xinghua nor Gao Hu ran away, but instead worked to lure the tiger away. Without them, Guo Wenbin would already be a corpse now. Wenbin, I understand your concern for your sister, but... Before finishing, Fang Xinghua abruptly stopped and stared blankly ahead. At this moment, dawn was breaking faintly. In the distance, something seemed to hang from a large tree. Brother Xinghua, what's wrong? Seeing Fang Xinghua staring intently toward the distance, Gao Hu also looked over. Erdiger, you should take Guo Wenbin down the mountain and return him home to ensure the rest of his family doesn't worry further. Brother Xinghua, aren't you coming down with us? I've got something to do. You guys go quickly. Fang Xinghua patted Gao Hu on the shoulder, keeping his eyes fixed in the distance. Once Gao Hu carried Guo Wenbin and left with the civet cat skin, bones, and some internal organs, Fang Xinghua tightened his grip on his Type 56 rifle and bravely moved forward. After walking around 200 or 300 meters, Fang Xinghua broke out in a sweat profusely. On the tree indeed hung something, a white parachute. A few meters away from the tree, a dead body lay there. His head had struck a rock, and he was clearly already deceased. Damn it, we've encountered an airborne spy. From the dead man's body, Fang Xinghua retrieved a Browning pistol fully loaded with bullets. Inwardly, he cursed his bad luck. The saying curiosity killed the cat was spot on. For nearly a decade, every so often, spies parachuted into the northeastern mountains. All of them were airdropped by plane without exception. To strengthen local awareness, the authorities specifically produced a movie about this subject a couple of years ago. Every member of the collective farm, villager, and peasant was required to attend screenings to learn about these spies and report any discoveries immediately. Ta-da-ta-da. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the distance. Startled, Fang Xinghua quickly hid in the nearby bushes. There were only 2 possibilities for the approaching footfalls. First, they could be our side search party. Second, they might be the accomplices of the spies. Airborne spies rarely acted alone. Usually, groups consisted of dozens or even 5 to 6 individuals. The anti-spy film from 2 years prior was based on real events where the enemy dropped 30 armed agents at once. The hell, this unlucky bastard is really dead. Shut up. Let's quickly clean up the scene before those impoverished folks find out and get us all captured. 4 men dressed in local clothing appeared ahead. Each carried a bag slung across their shoulders, with protruding waists suggesting they were armed. One of them swiftly climbed the tree, intending to lower the parachute hanging on it. 2 others set down their backpacks and took out shovels, beginning to dig holes alternately. The last man lit a cigarette, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The 4 men coordinated seamlessly, displaying unmistakable professional training. Hiding in the shrubs, Fang Xinghua watched their every move, hardly daring to breathe. There were only 2 bullets left in the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. Even if one shot could take down one person, the last secret agent would still be able to kill him. Moreover, these were armed secret agents, surely skilled fighters. Once the gunfight began, they'd likely turn him into a sieve. Brothers, our chance for glory is here. The Allied experts are certain that the Ruskies are going to break ties with those peasants soon. By next year, it will be our time to make a big move. When that happens, Northeast China will be ours. We'll lead the army to slaughter those poor bastards who divided our properties, stole our gold and silver, land deeds, and livestock. The smoking secret agent gleefully boasted about their impending victory. Once the Ruskies cut ties, they would immediately stir up trouble and chaos. With the gold bars and US dollars they brought along, they would gather forces to roam through the mountains. Big brother, the bodies have been buried already. Should we withdraw? One of the secret agents glanced at his watch. The 4 of them would split up and lie low in different areas. They would wait for the opportunity to create chaos. Don't rush, let me assign the tasks. The leader took out a map and pointed at several circled locations on it, saying, "We have people to meet us in these areas. Once there, tell them to hold on. Victory is near, and the peasants won't last long." Afterward, the leader opened his backpack and took out over 10 golden bars to distribute among the group as operating funds and compensation for the people lying low. Seeing the gold bars, the 3 secret agents broke into smiles. The leader then took out stacks of bound money and ration tickets, distributing them among the group. Witnessing this, Fang Jingwa silently thought how cunning the enemy was. Aware that the gold bars might not be universally accepted here, they had prepared large amounts of currency instead. Compared to the gold bars, the money and ration tickets were more practical. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the secret agents departed together. The last secret agent stayed behind to check for any traces, erasing the remaining footprints. Seeing this agent's back turned, Fang Jingwa rose and charged forward. What? Hearing the footsteps, the agent started to turn around when excruciating pain shot from his abdomen into his brain. Before him stood a young man with thick eyebrows and piercing eyes glaring menacingly. A sharp hunting knife was lodged in his stomach. Fang Jingwa twisted his wrist, driving the hunting knife completely into the agent's abdomen. Chapter 190. Kill and plunder to open treasure chests. The airdrop agent could never have imagined it in his dreams. Not long after a safe landing, he was killed by a rural hunter. Fang Jingwa pulled out his knife and forcefully pushed the man's body to the ground. Squatting nearby, he vomited uncontrollably. It was his first time killing someone. Saying he wasn't scared would definitely be a lie. But if he hadn't killed him, Fang Jingwa wouldn't have been able to get any of the things on this man's body. After a while, Fang Jingwa slapped his face twice hard. He used pain to overcome the panic in his heart. Turning around, he began checking the contents of the agent's bag. 5 gold bars, 1 loaded submachine gun, grain coupons, meat coupons, vegetable coupons, postage stamps, tobacco coupons, more than 10 different kinds. 100 second-generation 10 yuan banknotes, with a total value of 1,000 yuan. 1 Browning pistol, 2 rounds of ammunition, 3 grenades, 1 dagger, 1 windproof lighter, and Camel cigarettes. Apart from these valuable items, Fang Jingwa also found more than a dozen blank letters of introduction stamped with official seals in the agent's clothes pocket. From the commune level all the way up to city offices, these were important department seals. Seeing this scene, how could Fang Jingwa not know? These forged blank letters of introduction were intended to help agents move around or carry out assassination and sabotage missions. Without doubt, the bandit army can draw huge pies. It's an absolutely inherited skill. Then, Fang Jingwa looked down on the dozens of appointment certificates he had pulled out, with disdain. Back when Northeast China had problems with bandits, the bandit army also handed out a lot of appointment certificates. Everyone became a general. In a group of several dozen bandits, almost all were officers of rank. Killing, plundering, opening treasure chests. Since it had already been done, Fang Jingwa had no regrets. The armed agent he killed had committed great evils and was, in fact, helping rid the people of harm. Right away, Fang Jingwa found a place to bury the valuables. As for weapons, letters of introduction, and appointment certificates representing the agent's identity, he didn't touch them at all, placing everything back as it was. Carrying the agent's body, Fang Jingwa waded deep into places where wild beasts appeared. Taking out his hunting knife once again, he started cutting wounds on the corpse to let blood flow out. It wouldn't take long before the smell of blood attracted nearby wild beasts to devour the corpse. Hiding in a tree waiting for a bit, a spotted leopard walked out from the forest. When it arrived at the corpse, the leopard paused, sniffing its scent. Seeing this, Fang Jingwa revealed a satisfied smile. The leopard had another name, Northeast leopard. It was a carnivorous beast capable of fighting a Siberian tiger. Before long, the agent's body was chewed beyond recognition. As for the agent's backpack, Fang Jingwa had made other arrangements. Help! There's an agent on the mountain. A few hours later, Fang Jingwa returned to the village, covered in blood. Just as he entered the village, Fang Jingwa collapsed on the ground, shouting loudly for people to catch the agent. This shout did not go unnoticed, as a large crowd of villagers gathered around. Seeing Fang Jingwa's state, they were terrified, their faces pale. Fang Jingwa's entire body was drenched in blood. He looked like a walking blood gourd. What kind of event must he have endured to end up like this? Brother! Fang Ro burst through the crowd with sobs, urgently wanting to examine Fang Jingwa's injuries. Big sister, I'm fine. Hurry and notify the village chief. There are agents on the mountain. Fang Jingwa continued shouting. After a short while, Li Yukai and his son arrived at the scene with others. They were initially shocked, but then upon hearing that armed agents had appeared on the mountain, and there were quite a number of them, they learned that Fang Jingwa was injured in a fight with one of the agents. Heaven help us. These damn agents. Why didn't they parachute somewhere else? Why right here? Li Liangbin's face resembled a bitter gourd. This was troublesome now. According to what Fang Jingwa said, there were 4 agents altogether. Not just agents. They were clearly 4 burning hot potatoes. Chief, quickly call the commune office. If we let the agents escape, you'll bear the responsibility. Fang Jingwa said. Right. Call the commune office. Call the commune office. Li Yukai came to his senses, ordering someone to quickly send Fang Jingwa home. While he ran towards the village committee office to make a call, seeing her son being sent home, Yang Chunlan and Li Xiumei were greatly startled. They wiped tears while blaming Guo Wenxiu. If not for going up the mountain for her brother, Fang Jingwa wouldn't have encountered the agents. If he hadn't encountered the agents, he wouldn't have been injured. An hour later, the village of Dai faced unprecedented tension. Director Su Haitao of the Commune Security Committee led dozens of armed militiamen to arrive first, followed shortly by personnel from the county and local military forces. Thousands of soldiers and militiamen immediately began a blanket search of the mountains. Comrade Military Doctor, how is Fang Jinggua's condition? By nightfall, Su Haitao led several commune leaders to the Li family home. While asking for detailed reports, they inquired about Fang Jinggua's injuries. A female military doctor wearing a lieutenant's insignia and military uniform said, Comrade Fang Jinggua's arms and legs were pierced by sharp objects. These are superficial injuries, nothing serious. Rest for a while, and he will recover. I have already instructed the family on how to care for the patient. That's good. After bidding farewell to the female military doctor and the security personnel from the army, Su Haitao looked at Fang Jinghua with a complicated expression. Zhenghua, you're sure there were only 4 living spies, right? Definitely. On the Kong, traditional Chinese bed, Fang Jinghua nodded heavily. He blamed himself for lacking the ability to kill or capture the spies alive. You've done an excellent job already. Rest well, and once we catch these spies, the higher-ups will definitely commend you, giving you accolades and honors. Su Haitao then followed up with official pleasantries on behalf of the commune and county, addressing Yang Chunlan and Fang Ro. According to reports from the front line, the body of the 5th spy had been found, accidentally killed during descent. The other 4 spies were still being hunted down, but plenty of traces had been discovered. Jinghua, that matter. After saying what needed to be said, Su Haitao hinted at Fang Jinghua indirectly. Had there been any progress regarding the Bezor? Director Su, after I recover from today, I'll personally bring you a big surprise. Oh, excellent, excellent. Rest well. Hearing this, Su Haitao's eyes lit up with joy. Capturing the spies was the army's responsibility. What truly concerned Su Haitao was whether he could secure the Bezor to flatter his superiors. A mere 4 or 5 spies couldn't cause much trouble. But if the leader became upset, Su Haitao's world would crumble. Director Su, please come closer. Fang Jinghua whispered mysteriously. What is it? Without hesitation, Su Haitao leaned in closer. This is the contact map I risked my life to snatch from the spies. I forgot to report it earlier, but surely reporting it now isn't too late, right? Fang Jinghua pulled out a bloodstained map. Su Haitao's heart jolted as he quickly took the map and unfolded it for inspection. Jinghua, you're truly my lucky star. Just a glance was enough to make Su Haitao want to hug Fang Jinghua. This kid, absolutely a brilliant genius. With this contact map, even if all 4 spies managed to escape, they could still be rounded up very soon. Chapter 191, Commendation Conference. Report, we found the enemy spy's corpse. The next morning, the temporary command post set up at the foot of the mountain received a large number of clues. The second enemy spy was found, already dead, as the scene was damaged by wild animal tracks and the corpse had been torn apart by animals. The cause of death was determined to be loss of resistance ability due to injury, eventually dying in the mouths of the beasts. In addition, various search teams found a lot of footprints. It could be concluded that the other 3 spies had left the mountainous area. At the same time, search teams discovered scattered appointment papers, introduction letters, and bullet shells along the way. However, these things were not found on the spies' bodies. There were no weapons or operational funds. Either the spies worried about exposure and hid the items in advance, or threw them into mountain streams to eliminate evidence. By noon, new news was relayed back. Next to the location where the body was found, another pit of earth was discovered. Inside it were buried various weapons and ammunition. With this, the situation was largely clear. Fellow villagers, comrades, I represent the commune, the county, and the army to commend Comrade Fang Jinghua for his contribution in this anti-enemy struggle. Please give him a round of applause. A few days later, at the xiuxian village committee, on the temporarily erected stage, leaders from multiple departments were seated in a row. Behind them hung a banner with 3 big words written on it. Commendation Conference. Below the stage, all men, women, and children from the village attended. Besides those from xiuxian, people from several nearby villages were also arranged to attend today's Commendation Conference. Thanks to the contact chart provided by Fang Jinghua, the 3 spies who were hiding dispersely were all captured. Additionally, many wandering soldiers were caught as well. Now, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome Comrade Fang Jinghua to come up on stage and say a few words. Su Haitao took the lead in clapping. Seated below the stage, Li Yukai and his son, Zhang Baohua, the village chief of Zhangjigu village, as well as the chiefs and representatives from the neighboring villages looked at the middle of the stage with different expressions in their eyes. Jealousy, disgust, shock, admiration, envy. Fang Jinghua was truly an insane bastard. Knowing full well that each spy would kill without blinking, armed to the teeth, he still dared to take on life and death battles against them alone. If anyone else did it, they would likely regret not being born with 4 legs, and would only focus on running away as fast as possible. At this moment, Fang Jinghua wore a red flower on his chest and a xiuxian suit specially approved by the commune. Sharp and smart looking like a young cadre. Following the core principle that all credit should go to the leadership, thanking the superiors for their cultivation and education. Fang Jinghua spoke so sweetly, making the leaders behind him smile with satisfaction. After Fang Jinghua finished his speech, the highest-ranking leader present, a deputy secretary from the county seat, loudly announced commendations and rewards for Fang Jinghua. Given Comrade Fang Jinghua, the village head of xiuxian village, has shown great courage in fighting against enemy spies, recommended by the commune and approved by the county. A special reward is given to Comrade Fang Jinghua, 1 donkey as production tool. Everyone clap your hands. Scattered claps rang out in the field. Su Haitao gave Fang Jinghua, who was bowing in thanks to everyone, a knowing smile. Dad, something feels wrong here. Li Liangbin said while clapping. Yesterday, Fang Zhenghua forced me to honor our bet and handed over the wheel to him. Today he receives a donkey from above. It's too much of a coincidence. Haven't you figured it out yet? That little rat Fang Zhenghua has now become one of Su Haitao's men. The crafty Li Yukai quickly noticed the winking between Fang Zhenghua and Su Haitao wasn't coincidental, but intentional. But to be honest, some things can't really make one angry. Not just in xiuxian, even in the surrounding villages. There might not be more than a handful of daredevils willing to risk their lives battling with enemy spies. Only someone as reckless and fearless as Fang Zhenghua would dare gamble with his own life. Let's learn from Comrade Fang Zhenghua. Let's salute Comrade Fang Zhenghua. A roar of voices shocked the Li family father and son almost to fall down. Zhang Baohua suddenly stood up and waved his fist shouting slogans, leading the villagers of Zhangjiagu to cheer for Fang Zhenghua. Learn from Comrade Fang Zhenghua. The leaders on the stage also began to chant the same slogan. Li Yukai and his son Li Liangbin felt so nauseous as if they swallowed a fly, unwillingly raising their fists. At the very end of the crowd, Bai Lianxiang tiptoed to see better. Who would have thought? A turtle could turn into a dragon. The person Bai Lianxiang saw as a perpetual sucker, Fang Zhenghua, not only became the #1 troublemaker in Dehexiang village, but now became a role model for everyone to learn from. He had meat at home, plenty of money, and just got awarded a donkey from the higher-ups. If she married Fang Zhenghua, the affluent life of landlord Gua, her former wealth, could once again belong to her. Bai Lianxiang silently made up her mind. There is no cat in this world that doesn't love fish. If there is, it just means the smell of the fish isn't strong enough. Fang Zhenghua ignoring himself doesn't mean he dislikes xiuxian. It's highly possible that he's upset with xiuxian for constantly teasing him, giving hope but not satisfaction. On the other side, Lu Kuanyu and Li Longji's family were completely speechless. What the hell was going on? Could mud really turn into gold? The only ones truly happy for Fang Zhenghua were his sister Fang Rou, Yang Chunlan, and Gao Dashan's family. His aunt. This time around, when we talk about a marriage proposal for my Zhenghua, those girls shouldn't reject him anymore, right? Look at what you're saying. Our Zhenghua is now an example for everyone to learn from. Marrying Zhenghua means their ancestors are showing off in the grave. Sister-in-law, I'll take care of this and guarantee to find him a strong-bodied wife who can work hard and bear children. Aunt Gao promised, patting her chest. They would make sure to add another joy to the Li family as soon as possible. Yang Chunlan smiled and said, his aunt, everything else is secondary. The most important thing is that she has a good heart. Are you still not confident in how I handle things? As Aunt Gao thought through all the unmarried young women in the village, she found none of them could match Fang Zhenghua. Either they lacked vision or had various problems. There was only one girl without issues. But damn, she was the daughter of a landlord. The lively commendation conference continued from morning till afternoon. As the conference was about to end, the county leader announced several items unrelated to the commendation meeting. To implement the call for the combination of workers, peasants, and soldiers. Soon, a large state-owned factory would face the vast rural areas, recruiting a certain number of workers. Upon hearing this news, the entire venue erupted in excitement. Entering the factory as a worker meant holding an unbreakable iron rice bowl, earning wages monthly and receiving grain tickets, getting free stuff from the factory during holidays. Most importantly, your household registration could be changed to urban, completely shedding the rural hukou, ending the living environment of facing the yellow earth and the sky for generations. 3 quotas per village, recommended by the village committee. The requirement was knowing 500 common characters, being in good health, having no blemishes on your record. You must be from the poor and lower middle peasants. Above middle peasants, no chance at all. After the meeting ended, Fang Zhenghua continued wearing the big red flower, holding his mother's hand, and walking home with his sister Fang Rou and cousin Li Xiumei. The donkey awarded by the higher-ups. Fang Zhenghua would need to pick it up himself from the commune in a few days. Before even reaching the doorstep, the good mood of Fang Zhenghua and his group instantly vanished without a trace. A group of unwelcome visitors appeared before their eyes. Chapter 192, Recruitment Troubles. The Lu family stood neatly in front of the Li family's small courtyard. Each person had a fawning smile on their face. Zhenghua has returned. How splendid you look today. If your father were still alive, he would surely be so happy that he wouldn't be able to close his mouth, and would keep saying that his son has become someone worthwhile. Chunlan, you are truly a good daughter-in-law of our Li family. You've raised 2 children with great hardship, and you have nurtured Zhenghua into a great hero. As his aunt, I am incredibly delighted. We've prepared a full table of delicious food just for Zhenghua's celebration. Sister-in-law, don't bother cooking tonight. All of you come over to our place to eat. The Lu family members chattered away, speaking politely and sweetly. Anyone unaware of the relationship between the 2 families would undoubtedly think that they were as close as one big family. Li Longji praised Yang Chunlan from an elder's perspective, congratulating her for being such a good mother without disgracing the Li family. Fang Zhenghua had become a role model for the entire commune to learn from, which was equivalent to bringing glory to the Li family. You all go back first, I'll come over a bit later. Fang Zhenghua's expression was emotionless. In that case, we'll go back to prepare then. Zhenghua, Chunlan, do come early. Hearing Fang Zhenghua's promise to come, Li Longji broke out into a joyful smile. She took her family home to prepare dinner. Brother, uncle, and aunt came with smug faces, clearly just wanting to take advantage of us. Why even bother with them? Fang Rou said unhappily. You can't say things like that. After all, they are relatives, and the proper courtesy must still be given. Unlike Fang Rou, who harbored deep hatred towards the Lu family, Yang Chunlan, Although not willing to deal with the Lu family either, regarded Li Longji as her aunt and also Fang Xinguo's grandmother. Family is family. Even if bones break, they are still connected. Due to the commendation, Fang Xinguo was celebrated as a role model and hero for the entire commune to emulate. If at this point he gave no face to the Lu family, people would certainly criticize him as cold-blooded and unfeeling. Little sister, mother, stay here and prepare the meal. I'll be right back. The collective welcoming of the Lu family for Fang Xinguo was not only about mending relationships. Fang Xinguo could guess with his toes. Of course it was related to becoming workers. There were 3 recommended spots in the village. Normally, if the Lu family wanted both their sons to become workers, they should go see the village chief, Li Yukai. However, Li Yukai was too greedy. A little benefit couldn't satisfy Li Yotsai's greed. Too much, and the Lu family couldn't afford it. At this point, Fang Xinguo's importance became evident. Currently, Fang Xinguo was a hotshot in the eyes of the commune leadership. Not only could he influence Li Yukai, but he could also relay messages directly to the commune authorities. Half an hour later, Fang Xinguo arrived at the Lu residence alone. Xinguo, why are you alone? Where are your mother and your sister? Lu Kuanyu greeted him, noticing that there were no others behind Fang Xinguo. I can help with the recruitment matter. Upon hearing these words, Lu Kuanyu was almost moved to tears. He summoned his wife, his 2 sons. Xinguo, I knew you were large-hearted enough to remember your relatives. You wouldn't forget about us. If this matter succeeds, we will owe you forever. Dear child, when do you plan to pass along the message? Xinguo, these 2 lads are stronger than anyone else. In the city, they definitely won't disgrace you. Looking at the chattering Lu family members, Fang Xinguo half smiled and said, You seem to have forgotten, my 2 respected uncles are semi-literate. They can write their names, maybe recognize 100 characters or so. That's quite far from the factory's requirement of knowing 500 characters. Look what you're saying. Aren't we relatives? The number of characters known doesn't entirely depend on you. Xuanhuan, Lu Ping's wife, chuckled and said, Xinguo, if Auntie had any past wrongs, please forgive her. If you can't get both of them positions, at least let Big Uncle join the factory. Big sister, why shouldn't I enter the factory? After hearing Xuanhuan's words, Luan immediately became unhappy. Whether by age or strength, he was more qualified than his older brother Lu Ping for the job opportunity. Xuanhuan shot Lu a dirty look and criticized him. Because he is your older brother. Eldest brother as father. How can there be a situation where the younger brother lives well while the older stays home farming? For matters like marriage or dividing property, or anything else, the elder always gets priority. Mother, isn't that the principle? Li Longji responded, That's the principle indeed. But with Xinguo's capabilities, he'll surely find a way to make both of them become workers in the city. Yes. Now Xinguo is really something. Even the county leader is calling for everyone to learn from him. He has great influence when it comes to speaking. Lu Kuanyu, shamelessly flattering Fang Xinguo, extolled his abilities without limit. Li Longji and Xuanhuan occasionally added words in support. Fang Xinguo chuckled coldly. There are only 3 spots in the village, and Li Yukai will definitely reserve one for his own son. If the 2 remaining spots are all taken by your family, what about my sister? What kind of worker is a woman supposed to be? Staying at home, washing clothes, cooking meals, and looking after children is what she should do. Li Lanzi casually recounted the old rules. A woman must understand the 4 virtues of feminine behavior. Earning money through work is the man's responsibility. If a woman runs the household, it would result in disaster. After hearing this, Fang Xinguo gave a mocking smile and continued. This time, recruitment isn't limited to gender. Men can be workers, and so can women. Xuanhuan, haven't you given it some thought? Without gender limitation? Xuanhuan was shocked after hearing it, and quickly said, Is it true or false? The leadership meeting didn't say that. The leaders didn't mention it because there's no need. It's common for factories to have as many female workers as male ones. Fang Xinguo lightly chuckled. Something so commonplace, why overcomplicate it? He then informed everyone. Last year the higher-ups announced that women could hold up half the sky. Men could be workers, and women could too. Their benefits were the same as the men's. Whatever amount the men earned each month, the women earned the same. Equal pay for equal work had long been practiced in the cities. Xuanhuan exclaimed in shock. Xinguo, are you tricking me? Do I have any reason to trick you? Fang Xinguo frankly stated. If you don't believe me, go ask at the commune. Xuanhuan's eyes darted around before she turned to look at her husband. Big sister, you wouldn't possibly want to snatch the spot from me, would you? Luan unhappily said. Even if recruitment is not gender limited, it shouldn't fall to someone outside our family name. I'm outside the family name? Luan, how dare you speak such ungrateful words? Xuanhuan's face turned serious as she retorted. Without someone from outside the family name, who would continue your Lu family lineage? It was hard work bringing up your boy, and at that time, did anyone say I wasn't part of the family? The top leaders have declared that we women can hold up half the sky. Anything you men can do, we women can also do. This time, I'm determined to get this spot. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere in the room became filled with tension. Having successfully incited conflict, Fang Xinguo stepped back. He waited to watch the entertaining spectacle of their infighting. It was rare to witness a quarrel between a shrewish woman and a rogue man like this in a lifetime. Chapter 193, Instigating Internal Conflict. Xuanhuan, you should take a piss and look at yourself. Women should stay home to serve their husbands and take care of the children, not compete with men for jobs. How dare you? When it came to benefits, Luan didn't care whether Xuanhuan was his sister-in-law or not. Anyone who dared to block his future would have to face his fury. Second brother. Lu Ping scolded unhappily. How dare you talk to your sister-in-law like that? Huh? If she didn't provoke me, I would acknowledge her as my sister-in-law. Competing for jobs with my little uncle? What kind of sister-in-law is xiuxian? Working and making money are men's duties. From ancient times until now, men worked outside while women managed the household. What does xiuxian think she is, trying to snatch away my rightful job opportunity? Luan shoved his elder brother aside in anger, shouting, Xiuxian, let me tell you this. If you dare to have any twisted thoughts again, I will kill you. Upon hearing this, Xiuxian was furious, responding, I'll just stand here and see how you can kill me. The leaders have said that women can hold up half the sky. If men can work in factories, why can't I? Dad, Mom, give us a straight answer. If you side with second brother, I won't say anything more. Tomorrow, I'll take my child back to my parents' house. Lu Kuan-yu and Li Lanji looked at each other helplessly. How did things escalate into such chaos? They had agreed to invite the Fong family over for dinner to ease the strained relationship between them. Fong Zhenguo wouldn't budge, but Yang Chunlan was an easy target because of her soft-hearted nature. A few cups of alcohol later, they offered their apologies, pretending to be pitiful and suffering, begging Fong Zhenguo to help by securing jobs for Lu Ping and Luan in the factory. As long as Yang Chunlan was convinced, even if Fong Zhenguo wasn't willing, he'd still do this favor for the Lu family. What they never expected was this. Even before the recruitment was fully settled, infighting broke out within the family. Lu Kuan-yu attempted to mediate, saying, Solan, I think we need more time to consider this recruitment issue. Consider my ass. Dad, I figured it out. Even though I gave birth to a boy for the old Lu family, I'm still treated as an outsider. No matter what good thing happens, it's never for me. Solan's face turned grave, and then she went inside to pick up her child. Solan, what are you doing? Li Lanji noticed something was wrong, and immediately stopped Solan. I've lived in your Lu family for so many years and never enjoyed peace. I won't go into the past now, but there must be one spot for me in this recruitment round, otherwise, we're done. As long as your Lu family doesn't mind becoming extinct, there's nothing I care about anymore. Knowing well that the grandson was the lifeline for the elderly couple in the Lu family, Solan openly mentioned divorce. A simple sentence. The position is hers, and everything else is negotiable. If the elders continued to favor Luan, Solan would return home today with her child. Tomorrow, she would file for divorce with Lu Ping. Damn bitch, who are you trying to scare? Luan screamed. Three-legged frogs are hard to find, but two-legged women are abundant. Uncle-in-law, you're totally wrong. That's discrimination against women. Just then, Fong Zheng voice echoed. The elder sister-in-law is like a mother. Although your aunt may not speak much, she's still your elder. How dare you speak rudely to an elder? And what do you mean two-legged women are abundant? If these words get out, beware that the Women's Federation chairperson will have a talk with you. After listening to those words, Solan couldn't help but glance disdainfully at Luan with satisfaction. Look, an educated man really knows how to talk properly. Just a few sentences made Luan turn beet red. Fong Zhenguo, what nonsense are you spouting? In rage, Luan started bringing up old grudges and recounting how Solan had bullied his family, beating his mother, insulting his sisters, making life difficult whenever his mother came to borrow food. With blood rushing to his head, Luan recounted every single incident where Solan had tormented the Li family mother-daughter duo over the years. Luan, you bastard. You also bullied Li family's mother and daughter countless times. If you dare tarnish my reputation further, I'll rip off your mouth. I'll kill you if you insult my mother. In a flash, Luan slapped Solan across the face. At first stunned, Solan immediately lunged forward, claws extended towards Luan. Compared to Luan, who did nothing but steal chickens and play tricks daily, Solan was stronger. She rammed him down with full force, straddling him and clawing at his face. Don't fight, ugh. Lu Kuan-yu tried to intervene, but got slapped on his face by Solan. Ouch. Solan, damn. Are you a dog? Let go. In no time, the Lu family house was lively as if it were the spring festival. Adults cried, and children screamed. Solan and Luan wrestled with each other, and their father-in-law, Lu Kuan-yu, failed in pulling them apart, instead receiving a few bloody scratches on his face. Li Lanji and Lu Ping together couldn't separate the two who were fighting red-eyed. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Give me some face. Fong Zhenguo acted as if to pull them apart, but instead kicked both of them several times while pretending to mediate. After an unknown length of time, Solan and Luan were finally separated. By then, both looked worse for wear. Luan had turned into a blotched cat, with blood marks all over his face and hands. His clothes were torn apart by Solan. Solan was disheveled, her hair askew, with blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. A disgraceful sight. Just for one recruitment spot, people's brains have almost been beaten into dog brains. Lu Kuan-yu delivered a kick to each of them, venting his anger. They're all family. Is there nothing that can't be resolved through discussion? For a single position, not only did they expose old grievances about each other, but they also fought physically right in front of outsiders. You two fools have fallen right into the trap set by that little bastard Fong Zhenguo. Suddenly, Li Lanji shrieked. The room was in utter chaos, but Fong Zhenguo was nowhere to be seen. The usually skilled troublemaker Li Lanji vaguely realized that the whole family had been lured into Fong Zhenguo's scheme, talking about how women could hold up half the sky, claiming this recruitment round was unrestricted by gender. Wasn't this just fanning the flames? Inciting Solan to take away one slot. Solan screamed hoarsely. Whether or not it's a scam, the slot must go to me. Surname Qian, If you keep begging like this, I'll tear your mouth apart. Luan threatened. Li Longji shook with rage. Qian Solan and Luan were usually sharper than anyone else. But at the critical moment, they were both complete good-for-nothings. At such a time, they were still thinking about recruitment slots. They completely missed that Fang Zhenghua came just to stir things up. Never once considered helping the Lu family turn their luck around. I'm leaving. Will this ever end? Having successfully ignited the conflict, Fang Zhenghua quietly withdrew to return home. He sat down, preparing to eat. Then Niu Tiezhu, a young man from the same village, walked hesitantly into the Li family house, carrying a basket. Inside the basket were more than 20 eggs. It was obvious he'd come to give a gift. However, the words that followed shocked Fang Zhenghua. He wasn't here for a recruitment slot. Instead, he begged Fang Zhenghua to help persuade his parents to reject the stable job opportunity his family had found for him. He didn't want to be a worker, and even less wanted to leave Da River Village. Chapter 194, The Oddity in the Village. Upon learning Niu Tiezhu's intentions, it was Li family's turn to exchange bewildered glances. Like Fang Zhenggua's family, Niu Tiezhu's family had an impeccable reputation. During the war years, Niu Tiezhu's father, Niu Laosan, led a team to support the front lines, delivering supplies to the army amidst enemy aircraft and artillery fire. He was later awarded as a model of frontline support. Not long ago, Niu Laosan used his connections to secure his son a job at a forestry site. The workplace was precisely the forward forestry site. Yang Chunlan wondered aloud. Taizhu, getting a chance to work at the forestry site is such a rare good thing. Why don't you want to go? Taizhu, could it be that you're scared of being bullied somewhere because you're working alone, which made you chicken out? Not only Yang Chunlan didn't understand, Fang Zhenghua also couldn't figure out Niu Tiezhu's thoughts. From the 1950s all the way to the 1980s, young people essentially had 4 ways to make a living: farming, joining the army, working as a laborer, or studying. The best choices would undoubtedly be studying and joining the army. After graduation or military discharge, both paths would ensure job allocation. Next came recruitment into factories, receiving salaries and bonuses. Brother Zhenghua, can we talk privately? It seemed like Niu Tiezhu had some deep-seated secrets, often looking toward the courtyard. All right, come with me for a smoke outside. Fang Zhenghua smiled in agreement. I know that being a worker is great, but I want to stay in the village to raise chickens. Cough, cough, cough. In the yard, just after Fang Zhenghua lit his cigarette, Niu Tiezhu's next words nearly choked him. Zhenghua, are you alright? Seeing Fang Zhenghua coughing uncontrollably, Niu Tiezhu hurriedly patted his chest and back. You want to raise chickens? After regaining his breath, Fang Zhenghua looked up and down at Niu Tiezhu in disbelief. Niu Tiezhu lived up to his name. He looked just like a little bull calf. In the era when food was scarce, not everyone could afford meat regularly. Because the Niu family knew a leader responsible for forestry, they could eat meat every 3 to 5 days. Niu Tiezhu lacked confidence as he said, you know our family situation. In my father's words, it's a waste having grown so big and strong to become a forester, where there's steady income but also extreme hard work. To ask Fang Zhenghua for help in this matter, Niu Tiezhu had been mentally wrestling with it for several days. Though he looked robust and powerful on the surface, he was incredibly timid inside. Moreover, despite possessing brute strength, he was an adept at manual labor. Compared to doing physical work, Niu Tiezhu preferred reading books and studying. Once, Niu Tiezhu picked up an agriculture-related book by accident. In it, he found numerous scientific methods for raising poultry. After thorough research, Niu Tiezhu formulated feed based on what he read. When the family's chickens consumed it, their egg-laying speeds increased dramatically. Each hen went from laying 1 egg every 5 to 6 days to laying 1 every 3 days. One mother hen laying an egg every 2 days. Tiezhu, you've got talent. After hearing this, Fang Zhenghua started feeling a profound respect for the man whose exterior belied an unexpected depth of knowledge in agriculture, an unassuming agricultural prodigy who taught himself. In the late 50s and 60s, during times when people themselves struggled for food, poultry feed options were extremely limited. Without proper nutrition, hens took 10 days or more to lay a single egg, which wasn't strange. No wonder Niu Tiezhu brought a basket of eggs to build relationships. Turns out, he was a chicken-raising expert. Zhenghua, please stop mocking me. After my parents learned about it, they almost beat me to death, scolding me for being unproductive and disgracing them. Not only did they burn that book, but they also arranged for me to get this forestry job. Niu Tiezhu's self-taught talents didn't gain recognition from his parents. Instead, he received a severe beating with a broom handle. For the local villagers, men were meant to do farm work while raising chickens and ducks fell under women's duties. With his towering height and enormous appetite, Niu Tiezhu didn't fit the mold. In other families, schooling stopped after elementary school. But in the case of Niu Tiezhu, even after junior high, he insisted on continuing with senior high and university studies. A few slaps from Niu Laosan shattered Niu Tiezhu's dreams of attending university. When his son once again showed interest in poultry farming, his father became furious. Zhenghua, you're respected here now. Could you please persuade my parents? I truly don't want to work at the forestry site. I won't ask for your help without compensation. Besides a basket of eggs, I will also share my personally developed formula with you. Worried that Fang Zhenghua might refuse to meddle in his affairs, Niu Tiezhu carefully pulled out a piece of paper with a neatly written feed recipe. Fang Zhenghua, through his hunting skills, had not only improved his family's livelihood but also earned a fierce reputation that made many fear him. Ever since Fang Zhenghua humiliated Li Yukai and his son, no one dared to look down on him anymore. Whenever Fang Zhenghua stepped in, if we take Tiezhu with me to learn hunting and become a hunter, Surely your parents will abandon the idea of sending you to work at the forestry site. Yellow corn, bran, sorghum, salt. And how come there's pig blood too? Fang Xinghua looked up and asked. This method was told to me by teacher at Wenxiu's school. Wenxiu is Guo Wenxiu. She attends an agricultural university. Despite his robust appearance, Niu Taizhu had a meticulous mind. After completing the feed mix, Niu Taizhu thought of Guo Wenxiu studying in the city. He wrote her a letter asking her to show the formula to her teacher and check its feasibility. Not long after, Niu Taizhu received a reply. The teacher from the agricultural university not only acknowledged this recipe, but also suggested adding some cooked and dried pig blood powder. That was how the 4 old hens in the Niu family became the top egg layers in the whole village. If I were your father, I'd probably give you a good beating too. Fang Xinghua said with a mix of laughter and exasperation. When people can't even eat their fill, you're using sorghum, corn, and pig blood to feed chickens. No wonder your father wants to send you to work at the forestry site. If you stay at home, who knows what other nonsense you'll get into. To be fair, Niu Taizhu deserved that thrashing. Calculated based on one chicken consuming about 1 ounce of grain per day. In 3 days, that would be 3 ounces, 4 old hens eating nearly a caddy of grain. Even if they could lay 4 eggs. Compared to a caddy of grain, it was still a losing deal. Xinghua, I have something else that I can give. Wait, don't say anything yet. Fang Xinghua frowned as several ideas floated through his mind. Pig blood powder could be used as chicken feed. It seemed like bone powder and stone powder might enhance the feed quality as well, increasing egg production. Although the xiuxian village wasn't big, there were quite a number of talents. There's Guo Wenxiu who graduated from university, and self-taught Niu Taizhu. Let's go to your place. With a firm decision made, Fang Xinghua resolved to help him. If one wanted a better life, relying solely on mountain hunting would never be enough. Though wild animals roamed the mountains, providing meat, they also needed to produce more side dishes. Even if winds of change blew in the future, those were matters for later. Let's solve the current issues first. You've agreed? Stunned, Niu Taizhu asked. Are you giving up on the bear cub? Huh, bear cub. Fang Xinghua's expression changed instantly. There was only one place in the entire mountain where a bear cub could be found. The Black Bear's Winter Den. Chapter 195. Not a large to hell village, but talents are everywhere. As the first snow of winter falls, experienced hunters will often immediately go up the mountain to look for the winter dens of black bears by following marks they had previously marked in autumn. Depending on the location of the den, it is divided into heavenly dens and earthly dens. Once it is determined that there's a hibernating bear inside the den, hunters wake the sleeping bear by making noise. As the confused bear runs out of its den, the hunter takes the opportunity to kill it. Since it's awakened midway through its hibernation period, the bear has very low alertness. The difficulty of hunting in this way is much less than during other times. Discovering the position of the bear cub. This indicates it's a winter den prepared by the bear for itself. Niu Taizhu looked worried and begged earnestly. Xinghua, for the sake of us growing up together since childhood, can you help me? Stop whining. I didn't say I won't help you. However, I do have one condition. Speak. After getting Fang Xinghua's personal assurance, Niu Taizhu was incredibly delighted. I also have a method for raising chickens and ducks. I'll write it down for you in a couple of days. Then we'll call Guo Wenxiu over. Let's all study together if it's feasible. You two will be responsible for helping me with my side business. You know how to raise chickens. Niu Taizhu was shocked. Don't underestimate me. If a rough, big man like you can raise chickens, why can't I? Fang Xinghua rolled his eyes. After all, having lived 2 lifetimes. Even though he hasn't personally raised chickens, some things are still known to him. Modern techniques of raising chickens and ducks, Fang Xinghua knew a little about. He also slightly understood methods for raising domestic pigs. At present, the country has not yet introduced imported white pigs. From south to north, from east to west, all pigs are black pigs. Slow growth rates, high feed consumption, maximum weight only around 1 to 200 kilograms. In contrast, imported white pigs weigh at least 200 kilograms. Every time he sees a period drama or movie, and a white pig appears, Fang Xinghua laughs heartily. At most, domestic breeding of white pigs goes back no more than 60 years. After reform and opening up, Fang Xinghua left home to venture out in society, and white pigs were just beginning to be widely propagated at that time. Xinghua, why are you laughing foolishly? Niu Taizhu felt uneasy being stared at by Fang Xinghua. Iron Pillar, follow me, and I'll guarantee you'll eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks every day. Fang Xinghua happily patted Niu Taizhu's shoulder. If my memory doesn't fail me, Western landrace pigs entered China roughly in the mid-60s. And before that, the Soviet Union's white pigs started to be introduced domestically in small quantities. It wouldn't be long. Our big brother would become our biggest rival. Withdraw experts, interrupt all cooperative projects. Perhaps we can take advantage of the situation. Hundreds of kilometers away from Dehel village, there is a large farm aided by the Soviets. There must be white pigs in the friendship farm. Iron Pillar, do you know how to raise pigs? Yes. Niu Taizhu instinctively replied. Do you know what white pigs are? White pigs. Are you referring to the Soviet bear white pigs? Upon hearing these words, Fang Xinghua was somewhat perplexed. Initially wanting to show off, he didn't expect this kid to know. How did you come to know about the Soviet bear white pigs? Wenxiu's sister told me. Not only did Niu Taizhu know about Soviet bear white pigs, he also knew about vegetable greenhouses and plastic films. All of these things, did Guo Wenxiu tell you too? Inside Fang Xinghua, waves of awe surged. Good grief, not only did he discover talent, he actually found a gem. As Niu Taizhu recounted, a completely different Guo Wenxiu appeared before Fang Xinghua. Before this, Fang Jinghua only knew that Guo Wenxiu studied at university in the capital city. As to which university, Fang Jinghua knew nothing about it. The predecessor of Xia Country Agricultural University, Capital City Agricultural University. If one asks why Niu Taizhu likes studying so much, half of the reason is because of Guo Wenxiu. Every winter and summer vacation, Guo Wenxiu always brings back some school supplies and books for Niu Taizhu. She encourages Niu Taizhu to persist in learning, use knowledge to arm his mind, better construct the motherland. In this era where illiterates walk rampant, Guo Wenxiu becomes a beacon that lights Niu Taizhu's path towards learning. The stories she brings back, her depiction of university life and cultural knowledge, all of it has influenced Niu Taizhu to strive and strengthen himself repeatedly. I really don't understand. Wenxiu's sister hasn't done anything against morality, so why does the school expel her and command the commune and village to strictly supervise her? Speaking about Guo Wenxiu's experience, Niu Taizhu turns irate. In his mind, Guo Wenxiu is not the offspring of landlords, but a compassionate and well-read older sister who cares deeply about her nation. Such a good person, merely due to family background issues, was sent back to her original registration. That's far too unjust. Little master, stop talking nonsense. Seeing someone approaching, Fang Jinghua slaps a hand over Niu Taizhu's mouth. If this gets passed on to Li Youcai's ears, that old bastard will definitely extort a hefty sum from the Niu family. The affairs of adults are none of your business, boy. Stop fussing over it. After the person left, Fang Jinghua let go of his hand that had been covering Niu Taizhu's mouth and reminded him solemnly, remember, no matter how wrong Guo Wenxiu is, it's not your place to stand up for her. Also, when you get back, just say you want to learn hunting from me. Don't mention even half a word about being unable to bear the hardship or unwilling to work hard at the forest farm. Otherwise, your father will surely break your legs. He had originally intended to immediately step in and plead for Niu Taizhu, but after careful thought, Fang Jinghua felt it wasn't appropriate. Even though he now held some authority, his reputation wasn't good. Going directly like this might cause old man Niu to have too many thoughts. Thinking that Fang Jinghua didn't have good intentions and planned to take advantage of the Niu family, he arranged for Niu Taizhu to go back and lay the groundwork first. After sending Niu Taizhu away, Fang Jinghua lit another cigarette. The current illiteracy rate in Xia Country was approximately 80%, and Guo Wenxiu was able to stand out and be admitted into the highest agricultural university. Her capabilities went without saying. If he were to marry her, it would be akin to Liu Bang gaining Zhongliang. A series of ideas Fang Jinghua had, Guo Wenxiu could definitely help with. The only issue was her background. To hell with it, I'll marry her. Fang Jinghua steeled his resolve. Feelings could be nurtured over time. Regarding the class component problem, at worst, if soldiers come, they'll be resisted. If water comes, it'll be blocked with earth. What nonsense. You look like this and actually want to learn hunting in the mountains from Fang Jinghua? Just stay quiet and stop coming up with one idea after another. In 2 days, I'll go to the forest farm with my supplies. If you dare to act up again, watch me beat you. Upon hearing that Niu Taizhu wanted to apprentice under Fang Jinghua to learn hunting skills, old man Niu almost laughed himself to tears. Cross-legged on the bedstead, drinking the freshly warmed rice wine, old man Niu was more aware than anyone of what kind of son he had. Unable to carry anything on his shoulder, unable to lift a finger. Such a big and strong build for nothing. Not even as capable as the women working in the fields. Take a look at them, carrying 23 gene loads, striding freely across the levee. Now look at his son. Carrying a few stones can exhaust the little wretch so much he stumbles around. If Niu Taizhu could become a hunter, then there would be no hunters left in the world. Everyone would just turn timid. The next sentence enraged old man Niu even further.